Chapter 1. The Rebirth of Orochimaru. In the 15th year of Konoha, as the autumn winds whispered through a spacious courtyard overrun with wild grass, a voice broke the stillness. "Hey, are you all right? Wake up." As his body was shaken, Orochimaru grasped his throbbing head, forcing his eyes open. Before him stood a ninja adorned with a cat-faced mask, clad in a brown-green uniform, and equipped with kunai at his waist. Who is this person? What has happened to me? Why does my head hurt so much? He rubbed his temples, where pain throbbed like a drum, and a series of vivid images flashed through his mind like scenes from a film, leaving him momentarily stunned. He realized he had crossed over into the world of Naruto, a realm he had once viewed in his past life, and had become Orochimaru himself. Indeed, his identity was that of Orochimaru in the tender years of childhood, shortly after his parents' tragic demise. At present, he was merely 5 years old, yet to enroll in the ninja academy and attain the esteemed status of a ninja, and he had not yet taken Sarutobi Hiruzen as his master, thus missing the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of his existence. Furrowing his brow, Orochimaru quietly absorbed the memories, reluctantly accepting this new reality. Upon his arrival, he had transformed into an orphan. Yes, the moment he crossed over coincided perfectly with the devastating news of his parents' deaths in battle. The figure before him, a member of the Umbu, had come specifically to deliver compensation and his parents' belongings. Being an orphan isn't so bad, at least I won't have to recognize strangers as my parents, he mused, his adult thoughts lingering amidst the pain, yet generally accepting of the facts. Noticing that Orochimaru had regained consciousness, the Umbu member exhaled a sigh of relief and handed him a moderately sized parcel. "This contains your parents' belongings and the compensation from the village. Please accept it." Orochimaru glanced inside to find a stack of silver bills, a bloodstained booklet, several shuriken, and kunai. He quietly tucked them away, his gaze calm as he addressed the Umbu. "Thank you for your trouble." For him, having grasped the situation, accepting this unfortunate reality was a matter of course. The ongoing war had reached its climax, with the great ninja villages embroiled in a stalemate, flames of conflict raging and bloodshed unceasing, resulting in countless deaths amidst the turmoil. Only recently, his parents had been dispatched on a mission by the village, perishing on the battlefield along the borders of the Land of Fire. Such occurrences were far too common, almost a grim norm. The fate of a ninja was often death. Even the second Hokage, Senju, Tobirama, master of forbidden techniques and a formidable user of water jutsu, had fallen on the battlefield during the rebellion in the Land of Lightning over half a year ago. It was evident just how brutal the ninja world truly was. Powerless, common ninja were but mere cannon fodder amidst the chaos of war. Seeing Orochimaru accept the parcel, the Umbu member prepared to depart for his next assignment, offering a gentle reminder. "You fainted earlier, should you not visit the medical department?" His gaze towards Orochimaru was filled with compassion and sympathy. With both parents gone, leaving Orochimaru alone, the hardships of the future were painfully evident, especially in these times when orphans without parental protection faced far graver challenges. Orochimaru shook his head, rising to his feet and dusting off the dirt from his clothes. "No need, I merely struggled to accept this harsh reality for a moment. Once I gather myself, I shall be fine." He rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate his sorrow. The original Orochimaru had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the unbearable grief of losing his parents. Yet, after merging with Orochimaru's essence, the weight of that sorrow had considerably lightened. Moreover, such psychological matters would likely yield no findings even at the medical department. With resources scarce, a single examination could consume a significant portion of his compensation. As a child, he had numerous needs for money, yet no means to earn it. Thus, every coin must be spent wisely. "Very well, then focus on recuperating at home," the Umbu member advised. "Be sure to conserve your parents' compensation and refrain from excessive spending. Do not dwell too much on your grief. We ninjas exist as instruments of killing. Dying on the battlefield is, in fact, a glorious end. By the way, you're of age to begin your schooling. Remember to report to the Ninja Academy the day after tomorrow." The escalating violence of the war had depleted many ninja. The village urgently required fresh blood, making the enrollment of children a top priority. Previously, graduation occurred every 4 years now. Given the instability, it was likely to happen annually. Everything was for the sake of the village. Only by ensuring a steady influx of new talents could Konoha maintain its status as the foremost village in the ninja world. Orochimaru understood this well and responded unperturbed. "Understood, I shall attend." With Orochimaru back to normal, the Umbu member finally turned to leave, vanishing in an instant. After all, many had perished alongside Orochimaru's parents, and countless others had fallen in battle, he had further messages to deliver. As he watched the elusive Umbu member disappear, Orochimaru's gaze grew distant. He had entered a world endowed with extraordinary powers, a world he was all too familiar with, the realm of Naruto. Ninja, through rigorous training, refined various attributes of chakra within themselves, enabling them to unleash a myriad of jutsu. Beyond just ninjutsu, there existed taijutsu, genjutsu, sealing techniques, and sage arts. These diverse systems granted ninjas an array of abilities, allowing them to unleash formidable power and commit acts of extreme slaughter. Ninja were weapons forged for killing. This principle and melody led to ceaseless conflict in the ninja world, a never-ending cycle of bloodshed. Consequently, ninjas were compelled to undertake missions within the village, earning bountiful rewards to sustain their livelihoods. While it might seem exhilarating to observe, for Orochimaru, having crossed over, it felt rather peculiar. In his past life, individuals with extraordinary powers would likely have seized banks, claiming dominion over all. I must attend the Ninja Academy. Learning ninjutsu is undoubtedly the most accessible route to gaining power in this world, Orochimaru resolved, guided by the wisdom of an adult. The Ninja Academy was a place to learn ninjutsu, a conduit for growth. As an orphan, he had no choice but to pursue this path to acquire knowledge of the ninja arts and swiftly strengthen himself. Following the original trajectory, Orochimaru would eventually shine brightly at the academy, becoming a disciple of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Determined, Orochimaru decided to adhere to the original path at first, entering the academy, diligently studying, showcasing his talent and abilities, and once again becoming Hiruzen's pupil. Having achieved the status of Hokage's disciple and acquiring abundant resources, Orochimaru was confident of transcending his previous self. By employing scientific methods to complement his ninjutsu training, he believed he could achieve even greater heights. The rank of Kage was not his ultimate goal, rather, it represented a new starting point. With memories from his past life, he was acutely aware of the hidden depths and treacheries lurking within the ninja world. To safeguard himself and his allies, he must relentlessly enhance his strength and capabilities. After all, the ninja world was fraught with calamities. At any moment, the Otsutsuki clan could descend upon them. The rabbit goddess, Kagaya Otsutsuki, sealed upon the moon. The sage of six paths, ever watchful from the pure land, constantly peering into the ninja realm. Kurizetsu, tirelessly seeking opportunities to rescue his mother over millennia. Madara Uchiha, seduced by Kurizetsu, hidden in the shadows, evolving his Rinnegan. The five great nations embroiled in conflict over resources, alongside smaller nations and various malevolent forces eagerly waiting to pounce. And in the future, organizations like Akatsuki and Kara would emerge. In such a minuscule domain, calamities were abundant, leaving one no moment to lower their guard. Only by mastering power could one seize control over their life and destiny. Gazing at the parcel in his hands, Orochimaru opened it to examine the stack of silver bills and the booklet within. Is the compensation merely a mere sum of over 100,000? Life truly holds little value, he lamented, counting the meager compensation, which was hardly sufficient to sustain him for a year and a half. However, upon reflecting on the broader context of the ninja world and the impending need to become a ninja within a year, Orochimaru quickly grasped the reality. Konoha does not support idlers. Failing the ninja assessment meant one would be unable to undertake missions, leading to starvation. Chapter 2. The Pinnacle of Talent. Is Orochimaru's start truly this dismal? I'm genuinely astonished, Orochimaru remarked sarcastically. The disparity between his future identity and the present reality was stark. At this moment, he was far from being one of the legendary Sannin, nor was he the mastermind behind Konoha's impending downfall. In truth, the childhood version of Orochimaru struggled even to secure his own livelihood. His gaze fell upon a blood-stained book nearby. Upon opening it, he was immediately captivated by its contents. The text detailed chakra extraction techniques, shuriken usage, kunai, throwing methods, and the basics of the shadow clone technique. Though these were merely foundational concepts in ninjutsu, Orochimaru became utterly engrossed, lost in the knowledge. Despite being rudimentary skills, they represented the genuine abilities and means possessed by ordinary, civilian ninjas. Most ninjas lacked extensive combat techniques, relying solely on basic shadow clones and taijutsu. Those who could unleash powerful jutsu, conjuring torrents of water or bolts of lightning, were the pillars of their respective villages. After thoroughly perusing the book, Orochimaru was astonished to discover he possessed the gift of photographic memory. Not only is his memory exceptionally sharp, but his comprehension and perceptiveness are also fully developed. After merely a single reading, he has memorized the content without encountering any areas of confusion. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly in delight as he mused, is this the archetype of a future scientific luminary? Even without any external aids or extraordinary abilities, I can achieve something significant. With unparalleled ninja talent, coupled with a remarkable aptitude for research, if wielded appropriately, these qualities could undoubtedly propel him to become an unstoppable force. Gazing at the newly acquired chakra extraction technique, Orochimaru couldn't resist experimenting. He returned indoors and began forming hand seals in accordance with the instructions in the book. Initially, he struggled with the technique, but after practicing it twice, he quickly fell into a rhythm. Orochimaru distinctly recalled that chakra is a product formed by the amalgamation of mental and cellular energy within the human body. In this world, humans possess a far greater number of cells and immense potential than in his previous life. Consequently, children in this realm generally mature earlier, exhibiting extraordinary physical strength and vitality. As he continued to form hand seals, Orochimaru diligently endeavored to sense the presence of both cellular and mental energy within himself. He sought tranquility, clearing his mind of distractions. With unwavering effort and repeated attempts, a peculiar force gradually manifested within him. Under Orochimaru's guidance, this power merged with his mental energy, slowly coalescing and coming under his control. Is this chakra? Truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Having successfully extracted chakra, Orochimaru felt as if he had discovered a fascinating new toy, incessantly learning and exploring its intricacies. He observed that chakra could flow freely within the human body, albeit at a faster pace within the meridians. This sensation resembled being on a fast track, accompanied by a slight amplification effect. The ninja world also has meridians and acupoints, as well as a dantian. Alas, the dantian cannot store chakra, he pondered. Is this due to a physical limitation or a property of chakra itself? Orochimaru attempted to form hand seals again, manipulating a sliver of chakra within him to execute one of the three body techniques transformation technique. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted from him, yet he did not transform into anyone's likeness. Too young and insufficient chakra had failed, he concluded. The minuscule amount of chakra he had just gathered was swiftly depleted, regrettably failing to take form. However, this attempt revealed to Orochimaru that his foundational abilities and innate talent were genuinely remarkable. Had he not just begun to gather chakra, this technique would have been trivial for him. Is this the sensation of genius? Yet, having expended chakra, I find myself quite famished, he remarked as his stomach grumbled, a wave of hunger washing over him. Feeling as though his body had been drained of energy, he searched his home and found the scant remnants of food in the kitchen. Alas, the provisions were meager, merely a few unappealing, loose rice balls, and some shriveled fish jerky. Driven by hunger, he consumed every last morsel, chewing and swallowing with intent. Finally finishing, Orochimaru felt a surge of energy restoring his state. He rubbed his stomach, reflecting on the feeling of exhaustion after depleting his chakra, and sighed with realization. Chakra, indeed, is a transcendent force, albeit excessively draining. It was no wonder that every ninja was, without exception, a voracious eater. Without ample sustenance, the body cannot provide sufficient nutrition and energy to extract chakra. After resting for a while, Orochimaru surveyed the empty kitchen and resolved to venture out for some fresh provisions. This was a routine he had experienced countless times when his parents were away. In truth, he was not alone in this. Many common ninja families faced similar situations. Children left at home, unsupervised by adults, were compelled to cultivate independence from a young age. Those from clan families fared slightly better, benefiting from mutual assistance among relatives and receiving specialized training during their formative years. Such meticulously nurtured individuals often outperformed their common counterparts upon entering the ninja academy. Calculating the cost, Orochimaru extracted a few silver notes from his meager savings and pushed open the door to his home. Clad in white garments with a purple belt cinched at his waist, his delicate features and exquisite appearance rendered him a charming young boy. As he strolled down the streets, his striking looks overshadowed many others. It seems that this period in Konoha is rather bleak. Is the economy in a recession? He mused. A myriad of shops in the commercial district stood shuttered, with only a handful remaining open. Upon entering one, he discovered that the selection of goods was limited and the prices exorbitant. After inquiring, he learned that the ongoing conflicts among the 5 great nations had engendered perilous conditions worldwide, instilling fear in everyone. Many merchant caravans, apprehensive of potential calamities, had retreated indoors, unwilling to venture out to sell their wares. The stagnation of goods led to a severe shortage of food supplies. Konoha's military governance lacked the capacity for self-sufficiency, resulting in soaring prices. Ultimately, it was the war that bore the brunt of the blame. Now, countless individuals struggled to find sustenance, their vision blurred by hunger. Fortunately, the formidable Uchiha clan maintained order in the streets, preventing rampant looting and violence. Confronted with a reality unseen in anime, Orochimaru felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, due to his own frailty, he could do little to alter the situation. The impact of war was profound. Observing the desolate streets, the scant pedestrians, and the occasional hostile glares made it clear to him that he, a mere child clutching food, appeared as a prime target. Thankful to be within Konoha, he knew that had he been outside the village, he might have been ambushed at any moment, losing his hard-earned provisions. He carried a small bag of rice as he walked, remaining vigilant to evade the gaze of ill-intentioned individuals until he finally reached home, exhaling a sigh of relief. Konoha is not entirely safe. Either it appears I must exercise greater caution, he reflected. After his outing, Orochimaru felt an intensified sense of urgency, convinced that nefarious individuals were plotting against him. This was not indicative of a serious security issue within Konoha, but rather a consequence of Orochimaru's previous life in an exceedingly secure environment. Having transitioned into a new world had left him feeling somewhat on edge. Most importantly, he lacked the means to counter any potential threats. Chapter 3. Electric Shotgun. Reflecting on today's events, Orochimaru concluded that his home was not entirely secure. Either he needed to devise some protective measures. A mere door latch could not deter malevolent intruders, and the scant chakra he had recently gathered could hardly safeguard him. Without any extraordinary abilities, he realized he must seek alternative methods for self-defense. Others possess golden fingers when traversing dimensions. Why am I devoid of such fortune? If only I had a system akin to a sign and mechanism. Wouldn't I soar to great heights? Alas, I must ponder my course of action. Orochimaru cast a glance at the ninja tool pouch hanging from his waist, which contained metallic shuriken and kunai. As a mere 5-year-old child, he found the shuriken rather oversized in his small hands. Yet, this ninja tool sparked a flicker of inspiration within him, prompting a cascade of alternative thoughts. Lacking proficiency in ninjutsu, he resolved to rely on technology instead. After all, he was destined to become the prodigious scientist of the future ninja world. Although still too young and with insufficient chakra to unleash significant power from the shuriken, he contemplated utilizing the scientific knowledge from his previous life to craft self-defense weaponry. In Orochimaru's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered as he lifted his leg and turned to stride into the house. Both of his parents were ninjas, which naturally afforded their family a considerable degree of affluence, resulting in a residence that was somewhat more spacious than those of others. He traversed the hallway, stepped over the threshold of the bedroom, and rounded the corner to arrive in the side chamber. Orochimaru pushed open the door, revealing a modest storeroom, which could equally be deemed a laboratory. Within this humble space, various items were haphazardly arranged, housing an assortment of materials and several tomes. These were remnants left behind by Orochimaru's father, who frequently engaged in small inventions and creative endeavors within these walls. Orochimaru's talent for scientific research did not materialize out of thin air. Rather, it is a legacy inherited from his father. However, his father's abilities were rather mediocre, yielding far fewer scientific achievements than Orochimaru himself. Consequently, there were not many inventions to his credit, and those he did create were hardly remarkable. To Orochimaru, they seemed utterly useless. After all, he now stands on the shoulders of a world where technology has advanced to unprecedented heights. Within his laboratory, an array of tools and materials is meticulously arranged, alongside several unfinished experimental apparatus and items. Orochimaru surveyed the surroundings with a keen eye, a glimmer of excitement flickering within. How splendid! This laboratory is replete with an abundance of materials. Perhaps I might discover what I seek. Should the resources prove sufficient, I could undoubtedly construct a formidable stun gun for self-defense. Orochimaru reminisced about the memories of his past life, discovering within them the method for crafting an electric shock weapon. It was knowledge acquired in his previous existence, and fortunately, it had not faded from his mind. The diminutive figure of Orochimaru wandered incessantly within the confines of the laboratory, meticulously rummaging through an array of materials. With deft hands, he skillfully picked up various components, scrutinizing them with great care, while in his mind, he envisioned intricate schematics. Orochimaru's exceptional research talent and prowess enabled him to swiftly familiarize himself with the majority of materials and their applications within the laboratory. Copper, iron, aluminum, and chakra metal conductors, no larger than a fingernail, were abundant and even considered relatively plentiful. After inventorying the materials, Orochimaru conceived a unique weapon in his mind, the design for an electric shotgun. He could harness the resources in the lab to construct a generator, subsequently storing the energy within batteries. In combat, he merely needed to activate the device by pressing a switch to unleash a surge of electricity. Imagine the ability to generate electricity without the need for hand seals or lightning chakra, making it a simple task to incapacitate one or two ordinary individuals. Even a ninja, caught off guard, could easily fall victim to this. This highlights the inherent flaw in the ninja world, where high attack power is coupled with low defense. An incomplete developmental system could see even the mightiest perish from a mere kunai. Indeed, I am a genius. With sufficient materials gathered, I shall proceed with my endeavor. Orochimaru retrieved a palm-sized aluminum plate and placed it upon a workbench marred by scratches. With practiced precision, he selected a saw and commenced cutting the aluminum, reshaping it to a more suitable size. Once the modification was complete, he took up a file, smoothing the edges of the aluminum to a flawless finish. Next, he procured a copper tube, which he skillfully bent and twisted into a coil shape using his tools. Upon completing this task, he meticulously wrapped the coil with copper wire, securing it firmly and ensuring an even distribution. Once everything was in place, he connected the aluminum plate, copper tube, and iron block, crafting a cohesive structure. This should suffice. He mused uncertainly as he gazed at the generator before him. Visually, it bore a striking resemblance to those he had seen on Doin in his previous life, harnessing the power of electromagnetic induction to generate electricity. Observing this rudimentary electrical apparatus filled Orochimaru with exhilaration, prompting him to engage in the cyclical process of electromagnetic induction. He extended his slender hand to grasp the handle, continuously performing a reciprocal rotational motion. With each repetition of his actions, a brilliant blue arc of electricity leapt from the aluminum plate, accompanied by a crackling sound. It was a success. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with delight as a smile graced his lips, accompanied by a jubilant exclamation. At that moment, he truly felt a sense of relief. Previously, he had harbored concerns that the technology of his past life might diverge from that of the ninja world, rendering it ineffectual. However, now that the current was flowing, it seemed evident that the fundamental laws of this realm were akin to those he was familiar with, indicating that there would be no issues. It is somewhat amusing to note that the technological advancements in this world have taken a rather skewed path. On one hand, the scientific endeavors within the ninja realm are often undervalued. On the other, the unique influences of ninjas and chakra have significantly shaped the trajectory of technological development. To generate electricity, one could simply command a ninja to unleash lightning techniques, negating the need for the study of physical electricity generation. Similarly, to produce intense flames, one need only amplify the chakra associated with fire techniques, with little regard for the properties of fire itself. As a result, the technological landscape of the ninja world has veered off course. Furthermore, it would be necessary to construct several batteries as well. Orochimaru paused his actions, endeavoring to construct a battery. The method for creating a battery was straightforward, and he swiftly replicated the process. However, perhaps due to the differing rules of the two realms or the quality of materials, the battery exhibited exceptional storage capabilities. Upon completing this task, Orochimaru commenced a manual electricity generation exercise, rotating tirelessly in circles to produce power. In the dimly lit laboratory, amidst flickering arcs of light and crackling sounds, several fully charged batteries materialized in Orochimaru's hands. With a sigh of relief, he gazed at the batteries in his grasp, rubbing his somewhat sore and swollen arms. To achieve this charge, he had devoted 2.5 hours to incessantly powering the generator, ensuring the batteries were fully energized. Fortunately, his physical constitution was remarkably robust, and such exertion posed no burden to him. This strength was undoubtedly a result of his parents' early groundwork and deliberate nurturing. In his youth, various supplements occasionally graced his meals, aiding in his physical development. Yet, this merely placed him slightly above his peers from ordinary backgrounds, compared to those from prestigious clans and bloodline families. He still fell significantly short. Ordinary ninja families could never rival those of noble lineage, lacking the depth and breadth of knowledge and resources. With the electric shotgun in hand, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Holding his creation, which could be deemed a weapon, Orochimaru felt a surge of confidence. Tools like shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags paled in comparison to his scientific weaponry. In the ninja world, this innovation could be classified as black technology, incomprehensible to the average individual and impervious to their defenses. It was time to test its effectiveness. Orochimaru assembled the battery onto the electric gun and stepped into the courtyard, aiming at the wooden stake before pulling the trigger. With a crackling sound, a dazzling arc of electricity shot forth, striking the stake 3 meters away and leaving behind a charred black mark. Observing the dark imprint and the acrid scent of burnt wood, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the power was quite formidable. At this voltage, it could easily incapacitate an average adult, proving to be a potent asset in battle. With this weapon, Orochimaru would stand a fighting chance even against the children of secretive clans and bloodline families. However, the design was rather rudimentary and required further refinement. Orochimaru gazed at the rough electric stun gun in his hand, once again employing his dexterity. He returned to the laboratory, seizing nearby tools and materials, and set about crafting a brief mold anew. Within the mold, he poured resin, fashioning an exquisite casing, successfully completing the modification of the stun gun. The task was accomplished. Before him now lay the stun gun, transformed into a playful object reminiscent of a toy. Yet, Orochimaru, fully aware of the weapon's devastating potential, understood the lethal force it could wield against a human. Chapter 4. Jiraiya and Bailu. As Orochimaru toyed with the stun gun, a cacophony erupted outside. What was amiss? Were there disturbances occurring outside? Approaching the door, Orochimaru beheld several unruly children bullying 2 others. The crux of the dispute revolved around the food held by the 2 children, a hard, stone-like grain cake. Damn it, hand over the food you're clutching. A burly child snarled, gripping the collar of a diminutive boy and threatening him. The frail boy trembled in fear, yet despite the intimidation, he refused to relinquish the food. During these times of scarcity, obtaining a meal was an arduous endeavor. This was food he had painstakingly acquired, essential for his survival in the days to come. Meanwhile, a boy with spiky white hair wrestled with several others, fiercely cursing. You bastards, do you dare to provoke Jiraiya? I'm not someone you can triflingly challenge. He faced 4 adversaries yet held his ground, and even when knocked to the ground, he would swiftly rise to continue the fight. His cries startled Orochimaru, who stood aside, his gaze drawn to the white-haired boy. Jiraiya? Orochimaru scrutinized the individual before him, noting his striking resemblance to one of the legendary Sannin of the future, the Toad Sage. With his spiky white hair and face adorned with crimson eyeshadow, he appeared disheveled, as if he had just emerged from the depths of destitution. It seemed that Jiraiya might indeed have been an orphan. Could he truly be the one? Upon encountering a future comrade, Orochimaru promptly intervened, raising his voice to halt the commotion. You lot, cease this at once. Who permitted you to engage in battle near my abode? Orochimaru crossed his arms and began to reprimand the group of children engaged in a scuffle. His sudden appearance and commanding voice caused the fighters to pause momentarily and shift their attention towards him. However, upon realizing that Orochimaru was merely a child himself, the leader of the group, visibly incensed, retorted, Who is this little brat daring to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? His physique was considerably more robust than that of an average child, with a face marked by a few bulging muscles, giving him a fearsome countenance. His arms were thick, and his hands were large and powerful, embodying the essence of a leader among children. Had he been faced with an ordinary child, the latter might have been too intimidated to retaliate. Yet Orochimaru was no ordinary child. He had just completed his electric stun gun and was eager to test it out. Unfazed by the imposing demeanor of the stout boy, Orochimaru boldly declared, Do not presume that your size grants you the right to bully others. This is Konoha, where you will find many who are far more formidable than you. The burly youth let out a hearty laugh, dismissing Orochimaru's words. The ninjas in the village won't intervene in the squabbles of children, and besides, this is a residential area. No child here could possibly surpass me in strength. You look frail. There is no way you could defeat me. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Orochimaru's clean and tidy attire, and his eyes gleamed with malice. You have offended me, and you must make amends. Hand over your food and money, and I might consider forgiving you. Refuse, and you shall face my wrath. Relying on his status as a child, he roamed Konoha, forming cliques and intimidating others. Having faced no opposition thus far, his arrogance swelled. With his physical prowess, bullying a smaller child was a trivial matter. Seeing that his opponent was unrepentant and attempting to extort him, Orochimaru promptly produced his electric stun gun. He had no intention of using maximum power against a child, opting instead for a lower setting. However, even at this reduced frequency, it retained the capacity to inflict temporary paralysis and pain. "This is your final warning," Orochimaru stated coldly, mentally calculating the range of the stun gun, poised to press the button. Yet the boy, clearly undeterred, boldly advanced. "You think you can frighten me with that peculiar gadget? Do you believe I am afraid?" He reached out to seize the stun gun, a smug smile plastered across his face. A similarly slender youth did not intimidate him, and the very sight of Orochimaru's cute appearance only served to aggravate him further. "You are courting death." Orochimaru's gaze turned cold as he deftly pulled the trigger, unleashing a surge of electricity that struck his opponent's body with a jolt exceeding 100 volts. The azure sparks of electricity coursed along the adversary's arm, causing them to flail about in a frenzied dance. The impact of the electric current was remarkably effective, rendering the opponent incapable of resistance. As they crumpled to the ground in a half-collapsed state, satisfied with the outcome, Orochimaru holstered his electric gun and shifted his attention to another side. The children engaged in combat with Jiraiya, upon witnessing the scene, immediately turned tail and fled, fearful of suffering a similar fate at the hands of Orochimaru. "Humph, cowardly wretches. If you possess any courage, do not run. Your esteemed Jiraiya is not intimidated by you," he scoffed. Jiraiya, having endured a few punches, rose from the ground, dusting himself off as he turned to Orochimaru. With a nonchalant demeanor, he proclaimed, "Thank you for your assistance. I, Jiraiya, shall surely repay you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. I will assist you in any way I can." He glanced in astonishment at the electric gun, inquiring, "Are you perhaps a ninja?" In his mind, only the exalted ninja lords wielded such formidable techniques. Yet, he found it somewhat uncharacteristic. The youth before him, with black hair and pale skin, appeared rather young. Indeed, he seemed to be of a similar age as himself. Observing Jiraiya's disheveled state, Orochimaru found it quite amusing. Who could have anticipated that the future renowned sage of the Toads would presently resemble a petty thug, brawling in the streets over a mere pancake? Orochimaru pondered and remarked, "I am not yet a ninja, but once I enroll in the Ninja Academy and successfully pass the exams, I shall be." Naturally, he was brimming with confidence regarding his aspirations to become a ninja. He possessed unparalleled talent in ninjutsu and scientific research. Aside from lacking bloodline limits and secret techniques, he excelled in every other aspect. If he could not attain the status of a ninja, then no one could. Upon hearing Orochimaru's response, Jiraiya leaped into the air with excitement, exclaiming, "I too have received a notification from the Ninja Academy and am preparing to attend classes there. As Jiraiya, I shall undoubtedly become a powerful ninja, upholding justice and vanquishing evildoers. Those miscreants who steal from others, I shall deal with them one punch at a time." At this moment, Jiraiya was but a child, possessing a youthful spirit, vibrant and full of energy, with thoughts that danced about restlessly. "By the way, Bairuhu, are you all right?" Jiraiya seemed to recall something important and hurriedly ran over to the frail child, helping him to his feet. His words drew Orochimaru's attention to the weak child, prompting him to glance in that direction. The boy's skin was as fair as milk, his hair a pure white, tied into a ponytail, and a striking cherry red that adorned his forehead. Bairuhu, a friend of the legendary three in the theatrical version, would eventually become one of the rogue ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. Feeling the inadequacy of his own talents and abilities in the shadow of the legendary three, he secretly trained in the forbidden technique known as the Demonic Bud Technique. Chapter 5, School Bairuhu, 2, exists, thus confirming the presence of characters and narratives from the theatrical version. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he contemplated the dragon veins, the witch wraiths, the land of snow, and the myriad of figures such as Shino. These individuals were treasures in their own right, each endowed with an array of unique ninjutsu and advanced technologies, igniting within Orochimaru a fervent desire for exploration. However, he was still but a child, unable to actualize these ambitions, and thus he had to endure. Furthermore, the narrative had yet to unfold, necessitating a patient wait. Orochimaru lifted his gaze towards the two white-haired figures before him. One was Jiraiya, and the other was the enigmatic Pain, both destined to become extraordinary talents. Their fates were intricately interwoven with his own, rendering them close companions, or perhaps even intimate friends. Contemplating this, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon a profound realization. It seemed that few of his dearest friends from his former life had survived. Jiraiya met his demise at the hands of his own disciple, Pain, in his relentless quest for immortality, was ultimately vanquished, and even the valiant cat perished on the battlefield. Aside from Tsunade, all his friends had been lost to the cruel hands of fate. Was it possible that he was a celestial harbinger of doom, a blight upon his male companions while sparing the women? However, as he pondered further, Orochimaru dismissed the notion as overly dramatic. In the realm of shinobi, death was a daily occurrence, and witnessing the demise of close friends was, regrettably, commonplace. He approached the two, extending an invitation to visit his abode, hoping to cultivate their camaraderie. After all, these two would play pivotal roles in the future, and nurturing these relationships could be advantageous for him. Take Pain, for instance. A veritable low-tier version of Orochimaru himself. One was driven by the trauma of losing loved ones, seeking to unravel the mysteries of ninjutsu and the essence of existence through the pursuit of immortality. The other, in his quest for power and unification of the shinobi world, endeavored to master forbidden techniques, aiming to perfect the art of resurrection and attain the pinnacle of ninja prowess. Though their philosophical realms diverged, their ultimate paths converged. If Orochimaru could bring pain under his wing, it would facilitate numerous endeavors, such as the advancement of ninjutsu and the exploration of scientific experiments. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru escorted the two back to his residence and presented them with some rations. As he placed the rice balls before Jiraiya and Pain, they both instinctively swallowed hard in unison. "Is this for us?" Jiraiya inquired, his mouth watering. Despite his formidable prowess, he had gone several days without a proper meal and was ravenously hungry. Orochimaru nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Please, eat. It is all for you." "How wonderful. You are truly a good person. I, Jiraiya, have decided to consider you as a friend." Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru with newfound eagerness, embracing him as a true companion. In these times of scarcity, few are those who can afford to treat others to a meal. The host family barely has enough provisions, let alone to share with orphans like them. They too are struggling to survive in the Konoha orphanage, where a meal is a rare occurrence, often insufficient to satiate their hunger. Bairuhu looked at the rice balls, casting a timid glance at Orochimaru, softly murmuring, "Thank you." His introverted and shy demeanor seemed hardly befitting of a future villainous overlord with aspirations of world domination. Observing the two children before him, Orochimaru felt an unusual sentiment arise within him, as if he were nurturing them. Yet, he was acutely aware that he too was still a child. Through their conversation, he learned that both were orphans displaced by war, currently residing in the Konoha orphanage. The supplies there were meager, providing little more than a watery gruel each day, merely enough to prevent starvation. To survive, one must seek work within the village to secure food. It was truly a tragic situation. Orochimaru felt quite fortunate at the outset. Although he had lost both parents, they had left behind a grand residence and a generous pension. He need not worry about sustenance and had access to knowledge such as the art of chakra refinement for cultivation. Indeed, happiness is often a matter of perspective. The following day marked the commencement of the Ninja Academy, breathing new life into the streets of Konoha. As Orochimaru traversed the thoroughfare, he noticed an increase in foot traffic, predominantly accompanied by children. These individuals were parents escorting their offspring to the ninja school. The streets were bustling with a steady flow of pedestrians, and numerous shops had opened, far exceeding what Orochimaru had previously observed. Orochimaru strolled through the streets, occasionally overhearing the murmurs and whispers of passers-by. "Have you heard? The war is coming to an end. At last, it is finally concluding. This battle has claimed the lives of countless ninjas, those detestable 4 great ninja villages. If it weren't for the demise of our first Hokage, how dare they audaciously initiate such a conflict? Alas, do not speak of it. The second Hokage fell in the land of lightning, and we remain uncertain if Konoha can endure." Such myriad opinions flowed forth, providing Orochimaru with an abundance of invaluable intelligence. The end of the war was indeed a reality. Peace treaties had been signed among the nations, and the ninjas returned to their respective homelands. Moreover, the belongings of the fallen warriors had been repatriated. As he traversed the streets, he passed by numerous homes adorned with white cloth, faint sounds of suppressed weeping resonating from within, mourning for the loss of loved ones in battle. These circumstances signified that the specter of war was receding. Konoha and the ninja world were graced with a fleeting tranquility. However, Orochimaru, well versed in the narrative, understood that this peace was merely ephemeral. Soon, the second war would erupt, claiming even more lives. In the realm of ninjas, living a peaceful and stable existence was undoubtedly a luxury. Yet, this did not apply universally. The daimyos and nobles, it seemed, had escaped the brunt of the devastation. Following the straight path, Orochimaru beheld the magnificent Hokage Rock and the humble structure of the Ninja Academy. The academy, constructed from simple wooden planks, lacked the refined elegance of future designs, yet possessed a certain minimalist charm. At the entrance, a throng of parents awaited with their children, while some tattered clothed youngsters lingered alone. Konoha mandated that upon reaching a designated age, children must attend the Ninja Academy for assessment. Those endowed with talent would be welcomed into the institution, nurtured to become proficient ninjas, the new leaves of Konoha. Orochimaru stood quietly to the side, observing the approaching children and adults. This too served as a means of gathering intelligence. The individuals at the school gate were mostly clustered in groups of 3 or 5. They formed distinct little factions based on hierarchical relationships and appearances, clearly delineated from one another. The attire of the clan ninjas bore family crests and insignias, their clothing and demeanor reflecting a significant degree of privilege. In stark contrast, the orphans appeared the most unfortunate, their faces often a sallow hue, clad in tattered garments, resembling beggars in their plight. Orochimaru lowered his gaze to the white kimono adorning his form. It was neither exceptional nor particularly poor, merely unremarkable. His lustrous black hair cascaded over his shoulders, while his fair, porcelain-like skin shimmered with a radiant glow, and his features were exquisitely refined, presenting a charming visage. In contrast to the majority of children within the crowd, Orochimaru's appearance was indeed striking. Merely standing there, he attracted the furtive glances of several young girls. How intriguing! This is indeed a ninja academy. Among the tattered-clad children, Jiraiya, with his spiky white hair, exuded vitality as he chattered animatedly among the youngsters. Beside him stood Kabuto, still embodying an introverted and self-effacing demeanor. Not far off, a blonde girl donned in a black and teal garment stood next to a tall, gentle-looking woman with red hair. Orochimaru, upon observing her appearance, surmised that the girl was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The tall woman beside her, with striking red hair, must be Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage and the host of the Nine Tails. Sensing Orochimaru's gaze, Uzumaki Mito turned her head, locking eyes with him. Orochimaru's gaze flickered momentarily as he turned his head aside. He recalled that Uzumaki Mito belonged to the Uzumaki clan, possessing the unique ability known as the Kagaya's Hard Eye. Merely casting a glance was enough for her to detect his presence. Fortunately, he harbored no ill intentions. His curiosity was purely innocent. He shifted his attention elsewhere. Observing a group of individuals with black eyes and hair styled like hedgehogs, adorned in red and white attire, unmistakably members of the Uchiha clan. Not far off, several children with pure white eyes huddled together, undoubtedly from the Hyuga clan. A few others, with varied physiques, clearly represented the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. There were also the Inuzuka clan accompanied by their dogs, and the oil-laden Yamanaka clan, who wrapped themselves in layers of clothing. Chapter 6. Entrance Examination and the Art of Liberation. Orochimaru, you've arrived. Jiraiya exclaimed, spotting Orochimaru and enthusiastically waving his arms as he approached. His voice attracted the attention of many onlookers, yet Jiraiya remained oblivious, his focus solely on Orochimaru. His personality was as boisterous as ever. As he brought along the children from the orphanage to introduce them, "This is Orochimaru, my dear friend," he declared, thumping his chest proudly. He then turned to introduce the children beside him. "Orochimaru, these are the kids from our orphanage, Bairuwa, Bayusi, Yuhong Taikong." Listening to Jiraiya's introductions, Orochimaru nodded slightly, not paying them much heed. Judging by their names, apart from Bairuwa, they seemed to be run-of-the-mill individuals, likely to meet their demise on some mission. However, it was reasonable. How could a small orphanage possibly be home to all geniuses? The emergence of a few exceptional talents would indeed be considered fortunate. To these seemingly inconsequential figures, Orochimaru displayed no overt disdain. After all, they might one day become his classmates, potentially proving beneficial to him. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Orochimaru mingled with the children, becoming a familiar presence among them. "Humph, a bunch of tedious little brats," a Uchiha youth with black eyes and hair scoffed, lifting his chin in disdain. Yet, beneath his aloof exterior, a glimmer of longing shone in his eyes. Bound by the honor of the Uchiha clan, he maintained his proud demeanor. At that moment, the gates of the Ninja Academy swung open, and a ninja instructor emerged, clad in a green vest. Addressing the gathering of parents and children, he announced, "Please have the children of appropriate age follow me for the entrance examination. Parents, kindly wait here. The results will be announced shortly." Led by the instructor, the children surged eagerly into the ninja school. "Orochimaru, let us hurry and follow," Jiraiya shouted, leading the children into the room. Observing Jiraiya's spirited demeanor, Orochimaru followed closely behind. Under their guidance, the children formed an orderly line and entered a spacious classroom. The room was ample, furnished with wooden desks and benches, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. However, the visible signs of wear suggested it had served multiple generations. "All right, everyone, please find a seat," the ninja instructor announced. He continued, explaining that there would be 3 examinations, and only those who achieved satisfactory results would qualify to become students of the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru realized that admission to the academy was not as simple as one might hope. An assessment was indeed necessary. Upon reflection, he acknowledged the rationale behind it. In the original narrative, Might Guy had almost failed the exam and was only granted entry through the special permission of the Third Hokage. He wondered what the assessments would entail, contemplating that they couldn't possibly be too arduous. After all, they were merely children, and it seemed implausible that they would be asked to engage in fierce combat. Orochimaru felt a sense of calm wash over him as he recognized his considerable talent. Despite his outwardly delicate appearance, he possessed formidable combat prowess. His strong capacity for learning allowed him to absorb a wealth of knowledge, which included various combat techniques, such as the throwing techniques he had practiced at home. Even if he encountered a child from a bloodline clan, he reassured himself that with his electric shock weapon, he might even turn the tide in his favor. With these thoughts, Orochimaru felt considerably more composed. In contrast, the other children, upon hearing that failing the exam would result in elimination, were engulfed in panic. The ninja instructor observed this from his vantage point and shook his head, noting the lack of resilience among this cohort. A ninja must wield their tools and engage in battle. Those who are timid shall surely be cast aside. He then produced a stack of papers and distributed them to the children below. "This is one of the assessment materials. Please memorize it. I will conduct a review in half an hour." Orochimaru picked up the paper and began to peruse its contents. The text was clearly legible, filled with several hundred words expounding upon the will of fire. He was somewhat taken aback to discover this, yet it made sense, as the village of Konoha had instilled the will of fire in its inhabitants since childhood. The text proclaimed that where Konoha flourished, the fire shall never extinguish. Orochimaru remained remarkably composed regarding the indoctrination that commenced upon entering school, a calmness attributed to the memories of his previous life, which rendered him unfazed by the quotidian actions of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The will of fire, championed by the Third Hokage, had indoctrinated countless individuals, akin to the influence of the Kodo Amatsukami. Orochimaru mused, "My own verbal prowess is commendable as well, thus there is no cause for concern." Reflecting on his original narrative, where he had charmed and manipulated a multitude of children through his charisma and persuasive rhetoric, he felt compelled to inherit this trait. By amassing a sufficient number of subordinates, he could nurture his own growth. While the original plot pursued immortality in this life, he sought invincibility coupled with eternal life. Holding the paper, his gaze fell upon its contents. As a prodigy, Orochimaru memorized everything after a single reading, his remarkable photographic memory far surpassing that of most children. Once he had committed it to memory, he turned his attention to the other children in the classroom. Jiraiya was, unsurprisingly, scratching his head and struggling to memorize the text, his eyes wide with concentration, a clear underachiever. In contrast, his focus shifted to the studious Kabuto, who was diligently reciting the material, unmistakably possessing the attributes of an academic overachiever. As the time elapsed, the ninja instructor approached to conduct a review. Most children excel in recitation, and even if they cannot remember every detail, they manage to grasp the essence. However, some, like Jiraiya, struggle to recall the full content no matter how hard they try. To Orochimaru's surprise, among the Uchiha clan's children, there exists a lackluster learner as well. The child, whose appearance struck Orochimaru as somewhat familiar, recited with a proficiency akin to Jiraiya's. Afterward, the teacher led them to the playground to commence the second examination. In this segment, they were required to master the art of escape within half an hour. As the ninja instructor formed hand seals and demonstrated the shadow clone technique, the lesson began. In our line of work, ninjas frequently encounter various challenges and traps, with being bound and restrained being among the most common. To extricate oneself without external assistance, the technique of escape becomes indispensable. The principle of this technique is straightforward. It involves utilizing one's understanding and manipulation of bodily structure to effect an escape. Observe my demonstration closely. Mastering this skill is crucial for survival on the battlefield. Despite its simplicity, when executed adeptly, it can indeed save one's life. Chapter 7. The Tortoise Shell Binding. The instructor diligently elucidated various escape techniques, while the children below watched with wide eyes, striving to absorb each detail. It must be said that even the foundational skills of a ninja possess a certain profundity. Is this a test of the student's learning capabilities? Orochimaru merely glanced at the material and swiftly grasped the underlying principles and concepts, such as the nature of genius, defying conventional reasoning. In contrast, the other children toiled tirelessly in their studies. However, there were also signs from prominent families and children of ninjas who had the advantage of prior instruction from their elders, exhibiting an air of assured competence. This highlights the distinction between those with influential backgrounds and those without. After several demonstrations, the remaining time was allocated for the children's self-directed learning and experimentation. The technique of minor liberation, how could it possibly challenge me, Jiraiya? With hands on his hips and a confident demeanor, Jiraiya declared. As long as it is not textbook knowledge, Jiraiya learns with remarkable speed. Orochimaru, have you mastered it? Orochimaru nodded slightly, relieved that the escape technique was relatively simple. Jiraiya's eyes lit up as he grasped Orochimaru's arm, exclaiming, "Let us give it a try." He retrieved a length of rope from the platform and, mimicking his teacher's binding method, secured it around Orochimaru's body. My knot-tying skills are quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? Jiraiya remarked, surveying the butterfly knot he had crafted with a look of satisfaction. Orochimaru shifted his body slightly, employing the principles of the escape technique, subtly maneuvering each joint and bone. The essence of the escape technique bears resemblance to the shrinking skill of a past life, allowing the skeletal structure and physique to contract, thereby creating a space sufficient to liberate oneself from confinement. Orochimaru manipulated the joints of his body with remarkable dexterity, rendering himself as supple as a serpent. With a swift turn, he effortlessly extricated himself from the bindings. Wow, Orochimaru is truly formidable. Now it is your turn to ensnare me, Jiraiya exclaimed with exuberance. Orochimaru seized the rope and ensnared Jiraiya's body with it. Despite Jiraiya's lackluster recitation skills, his aptitude for learning proved commendable, as he swiftly employed a technique to free himself. Once liberated from the bindings, Jiraiya erupted in hearty laughter, his face radiant with joy. It was merely a trivial escape technique. What was there to be so jubilant about? If it were me, I could easily extricate myself as well. A haughty voice interjected from the side, belonging to none other than the scion of the Uchiha clan. His words reached Jiraiya's ears, prompting him to retort with dissatisfaction. You boastful individual, reveling in your own bravado, how could you possibly compare to me and Orochimaru? Orochimaru gazed upon the Uchiha youth, noticing a distinct divergence from the other children of his clan, while the other Uchihas exhibited a palpable disdain for those around them. This boy seemed somewhat different, as if he yearned for companionship yet feared rejection. To put it in the terms of a previous life, he resembled a husky mingling amidst a pack of wolves. Moreover, Orochimaru found something peculiar about the boy's appearance, as if he had encountered him before. However, among his contemporaries, he could not recall any Uchiha clan members. What is your name? Orochimaru inquired. Upon hearing the question, the Uchiha boy instantly straightened his posture, proudly proclaiming, I am Uchiha Obito, destined to become the Fourth Hokage. Obito? Orochimaru murmured to himself. Obito, what connection does he have with Tobi? Could he possibly be Tobi's father? Orochimaru cast an odd glance at Uchiha Takuto, calculating his age, which seemed quite comparable. With this thought in mind, when Orochimaru turned his gaze back to Takuto, he noticed that in terms of appearance and demeanor, Takuto bore a striking resemblance to Obito. Takuto, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Orochimaru's scrutiny, retorted with irritation. Do not regard me with such lecherous eyes. Are you vying for the position of Hokage? Let me inform you that I am a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and you cannot compete with me. While such words might instill apprehension if spoken by an adult, when uttered by a child, they only evoke laughter. The onlooking children, intrigued by the exchange, eagerly watched the unfolding drama. The Uchiha youths, witnessing this, shouted in unison, Takuto, do not let this commoner belittle you. In that moment, Takuto became the center of attention, scratching his head and grinning foolishly as he suggested, Shall we have a match? Orochimaru chuckled, Of course, we can. Let us compare our skills in the art of escape. If you can free yourself from my bindings, I shall concede that you are indeed a genius. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ot was instantly filled with confidence and readily accepted the challenge. The escape technique is a fundamental skill that I have long mastered. No matter how you bind me, I will surely unravel it. Oh, is that so? Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he approached with the rope in hand. An inexplicable feeling washed over Uchiha Ot, sensing a hint of malice in Orochimaru's smile. Nevertheless, Having already agreed, he steeled himself for the challenge. Very well, he declared, gritting his teeth and allowing Orochimaru to bind him without resistance. Why does your binding technique seem so peculiar? It appears rather suggestive, Uchiha Ot remarked, noticing that a significant portion of his body was ensnared by the ropes, intricately intertwined. This binding method rendered him immobile, nullifying the efficacy of the escape technique he had learned. Most disconcertingly, it was rather constricting. Orochimaru had anticipated this outcome long ago. This was a technique he had adapted from the tortoise-shell binding of his previous life, capable of significantly countering escape techniques. Help me, put me down. Uchiha Atsuto writhed his body, squirming on the ground like a maggot. This pitiful sight elicited scorn from the other Uchiha youths. Uchiha Atsuto, you are truly bringing disgrace to our clan. Uchiha Atsuto protested indignantly, it's not my fault. This fellow's binding method is exceedingly peculiar, rendering my escape technique ineffective. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to try it yourselves. One of the Uchiha youths scoffed, I shall indeed try. But I will not humiliate myself like you. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru swiftly executed a series of intricate maneuvers, summoning yet another writhing maggot to the ground. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. How can there be bindings that cannot be undone by the art of escape? The children nearby were equally astonished, gazing at the tortoise-shell binding with disbelief, their restlessness palpable. Those eager to test their abilities approached without hesitation. Thud, 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 one after another. The bound children fell to the ground, becoming part of the wriggling mass. However, not everyone was ensnared. Several offspring of bloodline clans managed to break free. The first among them was Tsunade. With a mere exertion of strength, she shattered the ropes into fragments. It's not that impressive. Having freed herself, Tsunade stood proudly aside, her arms crossed, surveying her classmates. In addition to her, a few children from the Yamanaka clan discreetly utilized the insects within them to gnaw through the ropes, breaking their bonds. Furthermore, a child from a unique clan, possessing a body as pliable as clay, effortlessly slipped out. The majority of the other children, lacking extraordinary strength or assistance, could only twist and writhe futilely on the ground. When the ninja instructor returned from the restroom and beheld this scene, he was left utterly bewildered. I merely stepped away for a moment. How did the children end up like this? Are these children of such poor quality that they cannot even master a simple technique of escape? As he pondered the disheartening future of Konoha, he soon discerned that the binding technique employed was extraordinarily unique. Chapter 8. The Embarrassed Teacher. This binding method was rather intricate, effectively countering the escape technique and preventing these newly trained children from breaking free. The seasoned ninja instructor, well-versed in various techniques, quickly identified the crux of the issue. The binding method itself was flawed. Such a technique could be classified as an advanced skill in the art of binding. It was evident that the newly enrolled children would struggle to escape, with only experienced ninjas like himself capable of eluding it. He approached Orochimaru with a serious demeanor and inquired, "Is this a binding technique of your own invention?" Orochimaru shook his head and remarked, "No. I merely adapted a technique I once encountered in a book." The QB binding was, in essence, a method of restraint from a previous life, albeit with his own modifications. I see, sighed the ninja instructor, relieved. After all, how could a child possess the innate talent to devise such a binding technique? At that moment, Uchiha Ot, standing nearby, seemed to have found a confidant and exclaimed, "Teacher, the escape technique you taught us is ineffective." The instructor's expression darkened, and he quickly retorted, "Your failure to escape stems from inadequate learning and lack of experience." With that, he approached Orochimaru, signaling for him to bind him. "Now, allow me to demonstrate what true escape techniques entail." Filled with confidence, he allowed Orochimaru to ensnare him completely in ropes, creating a rather comical sight. What a ludicrous method of binding, the teacher mused, before employing all his skills to begin his escape. He adjusted his muscles, contorted his joints, and attempted to minimize his form, searching for a flaw to exploit in order to free himself. However, with each movement, the ropes tightened around him, constricting him further. After a struggle, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Could it be? This binding technique is absurd. Am I to be ensnared completely? Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, a young man sat at an administrative desk by the window, intently gazing into a crystal ball. Dressed in the Hokage's ceremonial robes and adorned with a conical hat, he bore a striking yet somewhat roguish visage, accentuated by a small mustache. The crystal ball reflected the unfolding events on the school playground. This intriguing method of binding could indeed be advantageous for ninjas on missions. However, Nara Shinichi's inability to escape the ropes was rather embarrassing. He risked losing face in front of the younger generation. Nara Shinichi was the chosen instructor, a genin from the Nara clan who had comprehended the will of fire. Proficient in shadow techniques and various elemental jutsu, the Nara clan had allied with the Hokage lineage, earning the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen among the many ninja clans. This trust, along with the embodiment of the will of fire, led to Sarutobi Hiruzen appointing Nara Shinichi as a teacher at the Ninja Academy. The academy was a crucial institution for nurturing the future of Konoha, and only those whom he trusted could be entrusted with such a responsibility. He clapped his hands, and a dark-clad Anbu ninja with an animal mask materialized before him. Go to the Ninja Academy and discreetly rescue Nara Shinichi, he instructed. In an instant, the shadowy ninja vanished, employing the technique of body flicker to disappear from sight. Soon after, he arrived at the school playground, where he executed one of the advanced techniques of the three-body technique, invisibility. The advanced three-body techniques comprise body flicker, invisibility, and binding technique. Members of the Umbu are adept at mastering these two specialized ninjutsu, achieving a level of prowess akin to that of a high-ranking ninja. While invisibility may not deceive foes of equal caliber, it suffices to elude a group of children. Unbeknownst to the youngsters, the Umbu ninja stealthily approached Nara Shinichi to effect his rescue. With the assistance of external aid, Nara Shinichi finally managed to free himself from the binding technique that had ensnared him. Among the children present, hardly anyone realized that the teacher had escaped through subterfuge. Orochimaru observed some unusual traces. The grass beneath appeared to bend, as a faint breeze swept through, barely perceptible. This subtle change left him uncertain if he had indeed perceived it correctly. At this moment, he was not yet the formidable Orochimaru who would later stir chaos within the ninja world. Nara Shinichi rose to his feet, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face, only to be quickly replaced by his usual demeanor. Cough, cough, how did it go? Surely, the teacher succeeded. With ample practice of the escape technique, anyone can free themselves from any restraint. After speaking, he noticed the children did not contest his words, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at Orochimaru, his expression complex. The boy's binding skills were astonishingly proficient, nearly causing him, as the instructor, to lose face. Should he falter? How could he maintain his dignity as their teacher? He might even have to approach the third Hokage for a job reassignment. Wow, teacher, you were truly impressive, exclaimed Uchiha Atsudo and Jiraiya, along with the other children. Nara Shinichi cleared his throat, concealing his embarrassment. We shall commence the examination now. Please come forward one by one. Under Nara Shinichi's guidance, the children approached him in an orderly fashion, where he bound them with ropes, prompting them to apply the escape technique. The escape technique was relatively simple, and most of the children executed it with ease. Moreover, due to Orochimaru's formidable binding skills, the children were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. I knew it. This hero is the strongest, Jiraiya proclaimed proudly as he freed himself from the ropes, hands on his hips. I am the strongest, Uchiha Atsudo retorted defiantly as he escaped from his bonds, raising his voice. When it was Orochimaru's turn, he too easily slipped free from the ropes. Faced with such simple restraints, his supple child-esque form was perfectly suited for the application of the escape technique. Once everyone had finished, Nara Shinichi announced, "The next assessment will test your physical strength, energy, and endurance. Please prepare yourselves for laps around the playground." Upon hearing this, the children swiftly made their way to the playground. "It's just running laps. This is far too simple," Jiraiya confidently declared, hands clasped behind his head. Despite his frequent hunger, his stamina and endurance rivaled that of an adult, making the prospect of running laps seem utterly effortless. The third item indeed comprehensively evaluates both strength and endurance. The three examinations serve to comprehensively reveal the strengths and weaknesses of the children. With a command from their teacher, Shinichi Nara, the children surged forth with unwavering determination. Fearless as young calves, they possessed cells far superior to those of their previous lives, although they appeared as children. Their stamina rivaled that of adults. The path of a ninja demands exceptional physical prowess, enabling one to excel amidst rigorous training and ultimately ascend to the esteemed ranks of a ninja. A true ninja must endure hardships that ordinary individuals cannot bear. Only such ninjas can become the pillars and fresh blood of Konoha, emerging as new leaves on the great tree of Konoha. Chapter 9. Through the assessment, Orochimaru trailed behind a group of children, eschewing frantic sprints in favor of a more measured, rhythmic pace that conserved his energy. As he ran, he synchronized his breathing with his movements, maintaining a stable state. This technique, acquired from his previous life during training, allowed him to preserve a significant amount of stamina, enhancing his endurance. After all, as long as they were not called to halt, the children were compelled to continue their relentless run. Within less than a kilometer, some of the children sprinting ahead could no longer keep up, gradually falling behind. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The number of those who fell out began to increase. Orochimaru glanced around, observing that most of those eliminated were the frail commoners and orphans. The scions of noble clans, however, seemed to navigate the trials with ease, evidently well-fed and having undergone similar training. Such disparities were commonplace in Konoha and indeed in all major ninja villages. The ninja clan and the commoners existed as 2 distinct classes. In terms of sustenance, lifestyle, and even education, the ninja clan undeniably surpassed the majority of commoners. As time wore on, Orochimaru's body began to falter. The depletion of stamina and the lack of oxygen left his mind in a haze, and his breathing became increasingly erratic. He surveyed his surroundings once more, noting that a significant number of children had been eliminated, leaving only Jiraiya among the commoners. Baryu was at the brink of being disqualified. Meanwhile, in the orphanage, Jiraiya stood out as the most resilient. Although drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he persevered with unwavering determination. His vigor and endurance had already exceeded those of many children from ninja clans. Remarkable, indeed, he was destined to be one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he turned his attention to the remaining disciples of the clans. Though these children had also expended considerable energy, they fared significantly better than Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru is aware that within the realm of ninjas, there exists a plethora of remarkable treasures, such as the art of ninjutsu. Orochimaru cast a sweeping glance around before fixing his gaze upon Tsunade, scrutinizing her intently and attempting to imitate her. After a brief moment, he turned his attention to Uchiha Bido. The breathing technique of the Senju clan did not suit him. Rather, it imposed a certain strain on his body, compelling him to abandon it. This may have been attributed to the immense vitality inherent in the Senju lineage, which rendered their breathing method rather domineering. Orochimaru is but an ordinary individual, possessing a lineage devoid of distinction, unable to withstand such formidable techniques. Having adopted the breathing methods of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru quietly commenced his imitation once more. He does not seek to replicate them in their entirety, but rather aims to grasp the essence, acquiring sufficient knowledge to benefit himself. His actions are largely motivated by his extraordinary talent and remarkable capacity for learning, which provide him with the means to clandestinely absorb such skills. Orochimaru's aptitude for learning is undoubtedly exceptional. With a mere glance, he quickly mastered the Shadow Shuriken technique of the Hiruzen Sarutobi. Following that, he effortlessly grasped the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. As his breathing synchronized with the fluctuations of Uchiha Takedo, Orochimaru's physically depleted body was rejuvenated with newfound vigor. He felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, propelling him forward. Indeed, this is the profound knowledge of a prestigious clan, which is truly unparalleled. Centuries of accumulated heritage allow the clan's descendants to effortlessly outclass their civilian counterparts. Bolstered by this invigorating energy, Orochimaru persevered, ultimately surpassing Jiraiya and most of the other clan members. The few remaining children were of noble lineage, all members of esteemed families. While only Orochimaru hailed from a humble background as a civilian ninja, setting him apart in the group. Once the assessment concluded, a reprieve was granted. "You may now take a break," announced teacher Nara Shinichi. Upon hearing the word break, Orochimaru caught his breath and gradually halted his relentless pace. After a brief respite, the group reconvened. In his hand, Nara Shinichi held a list. "Most of you have successfully passed the test, except for Hashimoto-kin, Kataya Hei, and Aoyama Shinichi. The rest may return to the classroom." After the elimination of several children who exhibited poor memory, inadequate learning capabilities, and lackluster physical endurance, the remaining participants emerged victorious in the assessment. Orochimaru stood to the side, observing the retreating figures of several forlorn children, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Indeed, becoming a ninja requires a certain innate talent. Although the village is in dire need of fresh blood to replenish its ranks, not just anyone can be accepted. Even the desire to serve as mere cannon fodder or foot soldiers does not guarantee qualification for the average individual. Take Might Guy's son, Might Guy, for instance, who nearly failed to pass, only succeeding through the special approval of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The children who successfully passed the examination entered the classroom with exuberance, taking their seats and chattering animatedly. Once everyone was settled, a youthful version of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, emerged from the side, a warm smile gracing his features as he regarded the children. In his youth, he possessed a certain charm, adorned with a small mustache. His features sharp and his gaze profound. Dressed in the distinctive white and red robes of the Third Hokage, he emanated an aura of strength, exuding both authority and an imposing presence. His mere appearance commanded the attention of the children, who instantly quieted down. In the Hidden Leaf Village, there was no one unfamiliar with the Third Hokage, as his monumental statue atop Hokage Rock stood as a testament to his legacy. The Third Hokage himself had come to enlighten the young minds. Orochimaru gazed with keen interest at the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who would become his future mentor. He pondered whether his own transformation would influence the identity of his future teacher. Standing upon the podium, Sarutobi surveyed the audience and began to introduce himself to the children. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, he delved into the concept of the Will of Fire. What, then, is the Will of Fire? It is the notion that the village stands as a grand tree, safeguarding its inhabitants and the youth. As the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire, too, endures, transforming into sustenance that nourishes the tree, allowing new leaves to sprout. Indeed, his eloquence was remarkable, instantly capturing the attention of a group of children. The atmosphere he created while articulating the Will of Fire was so compelling that it effortlessly captivated the young minds before him. Even adult ninjas found themselves compelled to submit to his logically sound rhetoric. In an era marked by conflict and hardship, a well-structured discourse holds immense power. Many individuals are unaware of the reasons behind their battles, the rationale for their bloodshed, or why life is so fraught with suffering. Yet, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood forth to illuminate the significance of it all, asserting that these struggles are for the sake of family, friends, and future generations. Such revelations instantaneously provided a sense of spiritual fortitude, invigorating the children as if they had been infused with newfound vigor. Orochimaru did not outright dismiss the Will of Fire due to his illusions. Instead, he lent an attentive ear to the discourse. Every era gives rise to its unique creations, and those that are embraced by the populace possess an inherent distinction. The notion of the Will of Fire, with its themes of unending vitality, fluttering leaves, and a cycle that nurtures new foliage from the earth, can be regarded as a progressive spiritual product and a source of hope amid tumultuous times. The fact that it has gained recognition from one village and has even been emulated by others speaks to its innovative essence, at least in this era. This philosophy is both advanced and bountiful. However, as subsequent developments unfolded, it became evident that the Will of Fire had deviated, morphing into something superficial and grandiloquent. During the Second and Third Great Shinobi Wars, numerous children were dispatched to battle, armed with shuriken and kunai. While the tenets and rhetoric surrounding the Will of Fire are admirable, their practical application in reality has faltered significantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing on the platform, spoke fervently. Casting a glance over the younger generation before him, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. These individuals represent the new leaves sprouting from the great tree of Konoha, symbolizing the rebirth and vitality of the village. Chapter 10. Self-introduction. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Orochimaru in the corner, clad in well-fitted attire, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and delicate features softened by a gentle demeanor. One might initially mistake him for a young girl. Yet, upon closer inspection, the determination and composure in his eyes revealed a maturity and steadiness that surpassed that of his peers. When he heard the concept of the Will of Fire, he did not exhibit overt enthusiasm, but instead appeared to be engaged in deep contemplation. Orochimaru's prior exceptional demeanor and appearance had left a lasting impression on Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Third Hokage, yet he chose to remain silent. In his eyes, Orochimaru was still merely a promising youth. The true extent of his potential left to be determined by the passage of time. After delivering his remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually exited the classroom under the gaze of the assembled crowd. Once he departed, the original instructor returned, picking up the attendance roster to commence roll call. Names such as Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Uchiha Obito, Moonlight Yagura, and others were called, one by one, as they emerged from the larger group and gathered together. Orochimaru lifted his gaze and observed that the children assembled before him were those who had either excelled or performed admirably during the recent assessments. The implications of their grouping were unmistakable. Had the class divisions commenced already? Undoubtedly, he found himself placed in the elite class, granting him access to greater resources and education. On the inaugural day of school, being assigned to the elite class brought a sense of elation to Orochimaru. Within this elite class resided prodigies of remarkable talent, many of whom hailed from prominent ninja clans. With prudent planning, he could not only forge valuable connections but might also gain insights into the jutsu of esteemed ninja families, provided he strategized wisely. Orochimaru possessed clear memories from his previous life regarding the secret techniques held by various clans, the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu, the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, and the Aburame clan's insect manipulation technique. As Orochimaru indulged in his reveries, their instructor, Nara Shinichi, entered the room carrying a stack of textbooks. "Greetings, everyone. From this day forth, I shall be your teacher. My name is Nara Shinichi. I hail from the Nara clan and possess a wealth of knowledge in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Over the course of this year, I shall impart my knowledge to you." During this period, the educational standards in Konoha were not as lenient as they would become in the future. In desperate need of fresh talent, Konoha had adopted a rigorous, rote learning approach to ensure the swift development of these children. However, this aligned perfectly with Orochimaru's ambitions, as his exceptional abilities rendered leisurely study unnecessary. At that moment, under the guidance of Nara Shinichi, one by one, the children approached the podium to introduce themselves. "Hello, everyone. My name is Tsunade, and I come from the Senju clan. My interests include gambling and helping others, and my dream is to become a great Hokage like my grandfather. I have little patience for bothersome individuals." Tsunade's introduction, with her golden hair and striking blue eyes, immediately captivated the attention of many. The children from the ninja clans recognized the crucial detail. Tsunade belonged to the Senju clan, and her grandfather was a Hokage. Jiraiya, seated amongst the audience, was enthralled by Tsunade's bold introduction, drooling at her audacity. He turned to Orochimaru and exclaimed, "She is stunning. I really like her." "Huh." After a moment, he bashfully added, "Orochimaru, do you think I would have any success if I pursued her?" Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at him, surprised to discover that his lecherous disposition had manifested at such a tender age. What an incorrigible little rascal. Preoccupied with thoughts of romance at merely 5 or 6 years old. The emotional maturity of children in the ninja world seems to develop at an alarming rate. "Jiraiya, perhaps it is best if you refrain from pursuing her. I fear you might meet a grim fate at her hands." In the original narrative, Jiraiya harbored a long-standing affection for Tsunade, yet his lascivious nature rendered him unappealing to any woman, let alone Tsunade herself. He had once been nearly killed by her during a clandestine visit to the women's bathhouse. Following the tragic losses of her brother and lover, Tsunade was engulfed in sorrow. Yet Jiraiya failed to seize the opportunity to comfort her. Throughout his life, Jiraiya never succeeded in his aspirations, only leaving Tsunade to mourn for a time. It is understandable. However, professing affection while indulging in the voyeurism of other women would deter anyone from desiring such a partner. Moreover, Jiraiya's boisterous and single-minded personality led him to traverse vast distances in search of a prophecy of dubious veracity. At that moment, Orochimaru recalled something significant. Was Cat Dan a close friend of his? Why had he not encountered him? Logically, they should be of similar age. Could it be that they were not in the same grade? Yet, it appeared that in the storyline, Cat Dan was indeed a dear friend of Orochimaru's. And he had not initially been acquainted with Tsunade, only meeting her when she proposed assigning a medical ninja to their team. This suggested that Cat Dan was not part of the elite class, and perhaps not even in the same grade. Just then, after all the children had introduced themselves, it was Jiraiya's turn. With a leap, he sprang to his feet, assuming a grandiose and dashing pose as he approached the podium. "Greetings, everyone. I am the illustrious and handsome Jiraiya, a renowned hero celebrated across the land, dedicated to vanquishing evil and engaging with lovely maidens." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with delight, and an unseemly grin crept across his face. This scene prompted a wave of disgust among the girls in the audience. "Ugh, this guy is truly repulsive. He must be a perverted weirdo. Sisters, let us keep our distance from him. We must not fall prey to his advances." It was utterly bewildering to find oneself as a classmate of such a person. His self-introduction elicited disdain from most of the girls, while the boys mocked him. What a joke. Claiming to be a hero is so pathetic. He should aspire to be Hokage instead. Exactly. He ought to take a good look in the mirror. It's utterly laughable. With his disheveled appearance, how could he ever attract beautiful girls to frolic with him? Aside from the few orphans who understood Jiraiya's inherent goodness, the rest regarded him with contempt and aversion. Impressive Jiraiya. Orochimaru contemplated within himself, reflecting on Jiraiya's words, which displayed a complete disregard for his own dignity and the perceptions of others. Upon closer examination, it appeared that Jiraiya's situation was not an isolated case. In the neighboring class of underachievers, Might Guy was also a figure who cared little for the judgment of the masses, donning his signature green spandex. Coincidentally, both individuals could be regarded as formidable warriors. Could it be that shedding one's sense of shame and disregarding the gaze of others is a pathway to becoming a true powerhouse? Just as Orochimaru's mind wandered through these musings, it was his turn to ascend the stage and introduce himself. Orochimaru ascended the stage with a demeanor that was both composed and unassuming, surveying his classmates before embarking on his self-introduction. Greetings, everyone. My name is Orochimaru, and I aspire to become a formidable ninja and scientist, dedicated to unraveling the profound truths of ninjutsu and science. I occasionally engage in experiments and am enamored with all knowledge that proves beneficial to me, while I harbor a disdain for unforeseen disruptions. His words, though delivered in a tranquil manner, resonated with depth, leaving the assembled young ones in a state of bewildered admiration. Concepts of ninjutsu and scientific truths, along with the notion of experimentation, felt distant and abstract to these children. Most children are only aware that ninjutsu can be employed for combat and to vanquish foes, lacking any understanding of the underlying science or profound truths. In this era, the path of science has not been widely disseminated or extensively developed. Even adults possess scant knowledge, let alone the children of Konoha. Chapter 11. Infiltrating the Enemy Village Ninja. Orochimaru stood at the podium, exuding an air of calm and composure, his adorable and fair visage immediately capturing the attention of several girls. In the world of ninjas, the children are often energetic and precocious. And while there may not be much else, infatuated girls are certainly not a rarity. In an instant, numerous young ladies gazed at Orochimaru with hearts in their eyes. How charming! With his rosy lips and pearly white teeth, I wish to steal a kiss. Orochimaru, be my husband. How outrageous! He is my husband, the future father of my children. You should step aside. The fervor of the girls blazed like fire. Chapter 12. A scheming plot at Jiraiya's call. Orochimaru seemed to regain his senses, though terror still marred his features. He stared at the stone slab, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if genuinely frightened. Please, sir, spare us. I can offer you money. As he spoke, Orochimaru frantically rummaged through his clothes, producing several banknotes. However, his trembling arms caused the notes to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground, prompting him to bend down to retrieve them. As he crouched, he took advantage of the visual blind spot to discreetly draw an electric shock device from his waist. Chapter 13. The reward. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen glance in his direction, Orochimaru respectfully stated, the reason I was able to ambush and defeat my opponent was entirely due to my father's unfinished research, specifically the modified electric shock gun I created. He then presented the device, handing it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As an ordinary child, it was implausible for him to triumph over an adult ninja. Thus, Orochimaru chose to present the electric shock gun as a product of his father's research, merely claiming minor improvements. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, remained non-committal in response to Orochimaru's claims. Chapter 14. Seeking knowledge of the body flicker technique. Jiraiya's unintentional remark elicited a slight nod from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a hint of subtle embarrassment crossing his face. The orphanage in Konoha also fell under his jurisdiction, and the children's inability to have enough to eat weighed on his conscience. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still a naive and passionate youth, not the shrewd and calculating politician he would later become. Observing Jiraiya's immense satisfaction stirred a sense of guilt within him. Well, it is just a meal, after all. Just as he was about to depart, Jiraiya regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a pleading expression. Chapter 15. Learning and reflection. Have you mastered the chakra extraction technique? In the office, Nara Shinichi gazed in astonishment at the child before him, taken aback by the words he had just uttered. However, recalling Orochimaru's exceptional aptitude for learning and his earnest attentiveness in class, he began to consider the possibility that there might be some truth to it. Outstanding students invariably garner the favor and recognition of their teachers. The words of a remarkable student are often met with trust and belief from their mentors. Consequently, Nara Shinichi found himself not overly skeptical of Orochimaru's assertions. He decided to test the waters and discovered that within Orochimaru, there indeed resided a peculiar notion. This unconventional idea struck Orochimaru as absurd at first, yet upon further reflection, it began to resonate with a profound sense of logic. The body replacement technique, when executed correctly, could achieve instantaneous movement. For instance, by throwing a kunai or shuriken and promptly employing the technique, one could seamlessly swap places with the flying weapon. Remarkably, this maneuver bore a striking resemblance to Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru felt an inexplicable familiarity with this technique, suddenly recalling the moment when the ever-reliable Mei effortlessly overcame 5 opponents. He cast his kunai along a predetermined path, subsequently employing the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. In Chapter 17, titled Scientific Fishing, the delights of the meal were simply irresistible. As Jiraiya ravenously devoured the food, he finished it in a matter of moments, leaving nothing behind. His actions evoked a wave of envy from the other children. After he had eaten, he suddenly remembered his friends from the orphanage beside him. Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, he shyly said, "Orochimaru, could you possibly spare a few more rice balls? The others are quite hungry as well." Orochimaru extended his lunch with a perplexed expression and inquired, "What is happening here? Is the orphanage on the verge of closure?" Chapter 18. Robbery and Retaliation. A group of individuals approached, gradually converging upon this location, their eyes tinged with a sinister red. Their intentions appeared far from benevolent. "This is bad. We must leave quickly before these individuals catch sight of us," Jiraiya said anxiously. "If they see us, they will undoubtedly seize our prey. There's no presence of the Konoha Police Department patrolling this area, and in such turbulent times, they might resort to theft." As the crowd drew nearer, Jiraiya exhibited considerable agitation. The river teemed with fish and shrimp, which might easily be snatched away by these intruders. Chapter 19. Light and Darkness. In response to the inquiry, Jiraiya exclaimed with enthusiasm, "These are all captured by Orochimaru and me by the riverside." An audacious ninja uncle even attempted to snatch them, but thankfully, Orochimaru swiftly incapacitated him. Upon hearing this, the matron turned her murky gaze toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded slightly and respectfully addressed, "Dean, I have heard from Jiraiya that the orphanage is in dire need of provisions. Therefore, I took the liberty of catching some fish and shrimp by the river alongside him. Please ensure that the children are fed as adequately as possible." Upon acquiring the necessary information regarding the compassionate female director of the orphanage, Orochimaru readily agreed and proposed certain conditions. "It is my duty to serve Konoha, however. I require personnel and resources. My small generator is insufficient, and I must create a new one. Furthermore, it would be prudent to assign a ninja to my side, as I sense a malicious gaze upon me while en route to the Hokage building." Danzo scoffed, expressing his displeasure. "You are overthinking this, kid." In the Hokage office, Danzo, hands clasped behind his back, suddenly spoke as he observed Orochimaru's retreating figure. "Hisashi, this child's character and abilities are commendable. Leave his training to me. If entrusted to my care, I shall cultivate him into a valuable asset for Konoha." Orochimaru, endowed with exceptional talent and intellect, was indeed a coveted asset for Root, which explained Danzo's insistence. As Root was in its nascent stage, Danzo found himself lacking in available talent, a rather awkward predicament that contradicted his dark reputation within the village. When the fragrant dishes were served at the table, Kakashi felt an involuntary gulp in his throat. Typically, he dined alone at home, subsisting on hard rice balls and meager meals. To his surprise, Orochimaru, despite being younger, possessed remarkable culinary skills. Orochimaru chuckled, "White Fang, let us dine together." He harbored a semblance of goodwill towards the future Konoha White Fang, a person of exceptional combat prowess. This blend of Orochimaru's inherent nature and his desire for camaraderie gradually eased Tsukumo Hataki's apprehensions. He nodded slightly, clasped his hands, and murmured. Chapter 23. Upgraded equipment. After the laboratory was revitalized, Orochimaru directed the workers to commence the fabrication of various components. After a while, the workers, adhering to the blueprints provided by Orochimaru, meticulously crafted batch after batch of components. Observing the multitude of parts, a faint smile illuminated Orochimaru's eyes. The components were plentiful and could be readily utilized with minimal refinement. Moreover, in addition to the assembly of generators, these components could be fashioned into other creations. "Very well. You may go and have your meal. I shall handle the remainder." Chapter 24. The Art of the Telescope. Within the nearby forest, where foliage was dense and vegetation lush, mottled light streamed down from above. A villager, garbed in ordinary attire, reclined beside a grand tree, his wide-brimmed hat shielding his face as if in a feigned slumber. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discover that beneath the brim, he was utilizing a palm-sized crystal orb to surreptitiously observe the riverside. The scene along the riverbank was laid bare within the crystal sphere. This was the secret technique known as the Art of the Telescope, an exclusive esoteric skill of the Dongping clan. The Dongping clan possessed formidable perceptual abilities and had developed this unique art. Chapter 25. The attack at the banks of the South He River. The commotion had become excessive, prompting baskets of fish to be transported into the village, attracting villagers and ninjas alike to investigate. Among them, some famished villagers stood at the river's edge, gazing longingly. Interspersed were ninjas donned in clan insignia, acting as intelligence operatives from various ninja clans. These stealthy intelligence gatherers belonged to different clans, diligently collecting information from the area to report back to their respective clan leaders. Within half a day, the developments here had spread throughout the families in the village. Chapter 26. The assassination of the Jonin. Confronted with formidable adversaries, Orochimaru remained remarkably composed, swiftly contemplating strategies. Jonin were the backbone of the village, representing critical combat power. Ninjas who attained the rank of Jonin typically possessed a unique combat system, devoid of weaknesses, making them difficult to defeat. Observing Tsukumo Hatake being pushed back relentlessly, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and unleashed a shadow clone technique to charge forward. Meanwhile, his true self stealthily approached from behind, seizing an electric gun to launch an assault. With a crack, the wires of the electric gun shot forth. Chapter 27. The rebellion. Under the communication of the Black Dog, new supplies were delivered that afternoon, and the Hidden Tiger was taken away by the arriving members of the Umbu. Upon acquiring the necessary materials, Orochimaru eagerly entered the laboratory, commencing the construction of a new generator. Just as he diligently sought to enhance his creation, a thunderous explosion echoed from a distance in the village, causing him to momentarily falter with his tools. What transpired? Orochimaru set down the tools in his hand, his expression slightly grave, and promptly made his way outside. At the entrance, Kakashi stood alert, wielding his short blade, White Fang. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a hint of distress. While the price of food has stabilized, a new issue has arisen. It was only through his explanation that Orochimaru became aware of the situation. The three great ninja clans had their own channels for procuring food, although limited and costly. They managed to sustain a portion of the population. However, following the eradication of these clans by Hiruzen Sarutobi, these channels were rendered inoperative, resulting in a complete halt of food supply to Konoha. Moreover, among the remnants of the three clans, some had monopolized resources in the Land of Fire. Observing Orochimaru's unwavering confidence, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Orochimaru, what do you require? Danzo immediately interjected. Sarutobi, allow my root organization to assist Orochimaru. I will provide all necessary supplies. Hiruzen, with a dismissive snort, replied, Danzo, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You wish for Orochimaru to join Root, do you not? Orochimaru is a child imbued with the will of fire, steadfastly devoted to the village. He must not descend into darkness. Do not fear. In truth, insects are the most nutritious food, Orochimaru asserted. Consuming insects that feed on green plants is both environmentally friendly and safe, not to mention exceedingly delicious. They are particularly rich in protein and have a delightful crunch. In the past, many individuals enjoyed eating insects. Furthermore, insects reproduce in vast numbers, with countless offspring hatching, leading to a bountiful harvest. Truly, they're a food ordained by destiny. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kakashi's eyelids involuntarily twitched. At that moment, the machine buzzed, continuously grinding the mealworms and various wild roots into a fine powder, diligently mixing and refining. In a short while, a pale green substance emerged from the machine's outlet. Jiraiya's eyelids twitched as he bared his teeth, gazing at this peculiar creation with uncertainty. Isn't this just an insect? Can it actually be consumed? His question stemmed primarily from the bizarre appearance of the substance, which resembled a pale green toothpaste. Orochimaru confidently declared, of course, not only is it edible, but it is also remarkably affordable. Chapter 32. Striving for Orochimaru the mealworm. This seemed to be a type of insect. The realization that this food was made from such creatures made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel an immediate urge to regurgitate the morsel he had just swallowed. However, considering that this peculiar option could serve as a substitute for staple food and potentially alleviate the village's crisis, he restrained himself. This method. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, a look of inner turmoil flickering across his face. Orochimaru's plans and methods appear quite commendable, promising to alleviate the food crisis and its associated challenges within a matter of days. However, as the Hokage, he finds himself compelled to address the needs of the village. In Chapter 33, titled Meat Pie, within the confines of the office, The two engage in their inaugural performance of eyeshadow, You Regret. Yet, this encounter does not tarnish their relationship, nor does it deter their actions. The fish in the river are nearly depleted, and the detrimental effects of electricity on the aquatic ecosystem are profound. Currently, the rampant discharges yield but a meager catch of fish each day. On that day, Danzo's route promptly arrived at Orochimaru's residence, acquiring the method for cultivating mealworms. The choice to involve root was, of course, a strategic move to obscure the truth of the matter. The Umbu operate under the command of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Chapter 34, entitled Shadow Clone Technique, after successfully completing the mission, Orochimaru returns to the Ninja Academy. This recent endeavor has resolved a significant dilemma for the village, resulting in a bountiful reward. However, the compensation predominantly consists of funds, equipment, and materials, with relatively scant information on ninjutsu knowledge. Orochimaru understood that to pursue knowledge, it was wise to remain within the confines of this esteemed institution. After dedicating 2 days to his studies, he swiftly caught up with his classmates. Such innate talent, even without external assistance, would enable him to advance to remarkable heights. Chapter 35, a chance encounter with Tsunade with a continuous supply of sustenance. The village of Konoha regained its former peace and tranquility. Yet beneath this facade of prosperity, an invisible tide surged, quietly stirring the waters of unrest. The elite shinobi clans looked on from their lofty perches, observing everything that transpired. Ninja from rival villages lurked in the shadows, keenly seeking Orochimaru's whereabouts and vulnerabilities. Regrettably, Orochimaru rarely ventured beyond the path home from school, making it exceedingly difficult for the lurking spies to approach him or enact their plans. Chapter 36, Assassination on the Streets. Tsunade chattered animatedly, oblivious to the presence of an individual drawing near with ill intentions. However, his peculiar movements caught Orochimaru's discerning eye. The stiffness of the stranger's demeanor, the cold glint fleeting across his gaze, and the deliberately restrained breathing all indicated that something was amiss. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could this person be an enemy? Orochimaru, maintaining a facade of composure, smiled at Tsunade, saying, "Since you possess such remarkable prowess, I shall provide you with funds to give it another attempt." Upon hearing this, Tsunade was enveloped in joy, her happiness palpable. Chapter 37, the astonished Tsunade within the crystal sphere. After the battle, Orochimaru leaned against the wall beside the shop, recuperating his strength. On the other side, Tsunade was hastily approaching with members of the Uchiha police force. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally exhaled in relief. Orochimaru was unharmed. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had ascended to a significant status in his heart. After all, Orochimaru's capabilities and talents were exceptional, and he was indeed capable of resolving critical matters. A child of such excellence perfectly embodied Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision of the will of fire. Chapter 38, the enthusiastic Tsunade. Regarding Tsunade's transformation, Orochimaru paid little heed. He was engaged in conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, offering a plethora of suggestions, including various methods for detecting spies as seen on television, as well as strategies to thwart spies from infiltrating the village. He understood that one only possesses a single life. He had no desire to face assassination attempts daily. This time, the enemy had underestimated him due to a lack of intelligence, leading to their failed assassination. However, there was no guarantee that the next attempt would falter. This realization heightened Orochimaru's vigilance. He even contemplated advising Sarutobi Hiruzen to establish a massive barrier around the village. Chapter 39, Mastery of Throwing Techniques at the Training Ground. Jiraiya's remarks suddenly captured the attention of many, with numerous individuals, both adults and children alike, eagerly watching the spectacle unfold. Orochimaru gazed helplessly at Jiraiya, lamenting the naivety of a boy who would act foolishly for the sake of a woman. Women are not mere possessions. Their affections do not necessarily align with the victors of battles. Tsunade, being the granddaughter of the First Hokage, has encountered numerous formidable warriors and is unlikely to be swayed simply by proficiency in throwing techniques. Orochimaru recalled Chapter 40, A Hero Saves the Beauty, where he demonstrated perfect aim, prompting Jiraiya to leap up with an exuberant smile that suggested he had emerged victorious. With exaggerated bravado, Jiraiya laughed heartily, mocking Uchiha Ibito, implying that his throwing skills were lacking compared to Orochimaru's, which infuriated Ibito, reddening his face with rage. "What are you so pleased about, Jiraiya? It's not as though you have defeated me," Ibito retorted. In Chapter 41, the freebie illusion, Jiraiya, having waited patiently in a corner, decided the time was ripe to make his move. He leaped forward, landing not far away. and shouted at Orochimaru, "Fear not, fair lady. I, Jiraiya the Gallant, shall protect you." However, he was left dumbfounded in the next moment. The scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Orochimaru was engrossed in conversation with the beautiful lady. This sudden turn of events rendered the atmosphere awkward. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave," he stammered. In Chapter 42, Mastering Chakra, the original narrative depicted Kakashi instructing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Sakura was the first to grasp the concept, displaying extraordinary talent, making it seemingly effortless. In contrast, Naruto and Sasuke struggled significantly, dedicating considerable time to training and enduring numerous setbacks before finally mastering the technique. Orochimaru regarded himself as exceptionally gifted, yet in this regard, he came to a deeper understanding. Sakura, too, was a prodigy among common ninjas. Although her overall aptitude might not surpass his, her mastery of chakra control was slightly superior. As a woman, she possessed an innate affinity. Chapter 43, Technique Altering Ninjutsu. When Orochimaru stepped onto the rope once more, he traversed it with unwavering steadiness, exhibiting no signs of tremor or sway. With just a few strides, he successfully navigated the path formed by the rope. My initial thoughts were indeed correct. It is essential to maintain core strength to stabilize the body's center of gravity. He resembled a weeble, demonstrating that as long as the core remains unshaken, one can remain impervious to external disturbances. Mastery in one technique leads to mastery in countless others. After numerous attempts, Orochimaru discovered that he had mastered this technique and approached the wall, ascending it gracefully. Chapter 44, The Senju Clan with Crimson Hair. Upon hearing Aoki's words, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had merely spoken casually, never anticipating that someone would actually offer a ninjutsu in exchange. His so-called method of learning was merely a product of his own improvisation. The prospect of exchanging ninjutsu was nothing short of a venture with no risk involved. Orochimaru promptly stated, "As long as it is not one of the fundamental ninjutsu taught in the Ninja Academy, feel free to present it to me. Acquiring a single jutsu is already a gain. Exchanging multiple would be a windfall." Aozora retrieved a ninja scroll from his sleeve. Chapter 45, Mito on the Bustling Streets. A familiar voice belonging to a girl echoed, prompting Orochimaru to lift his gaze. Before him stood Tsunade, who appeared adorably compliant as she accompanied a striking red-haired woman. Upon noticing the woman beside Tsunade, Aozora hurried forward to greet her with the utmost respect. Lady Mito. Before him, the Vortex Mito was tall and graceful, her exquisite features accentuated by her flowing red hair. Dressed in a fitted and comfortable long gown, she exuded a radiant elegance that belied her status as a grandmother. Upon seeing Aozora, Chapter 46, Learning Sealing Techniques. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Orochimaru observed Tsunade diligently inscribing peculiar symbols upon a treasured ninja scroll at a nearby table. His curiosity piqued. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that she was etching strange, arcane characters that resembled the incomprehensible scribbles of a ghost. Yet, Orochimaru was no ordinary individual. His keen gaze swept across the scroll, and he immediately recognized several familiar symbols, deducing that they pertained to the art of sealing. Having acquired a similar technique from a member of the K-Rin clan, he delved into the intricacies of sealing arts. In the days that followed, Orochimaru's life brimmed with fulfillment as he absorbed an abundance of new knowledge daily. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Konoha, including Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, adopted a tacit approval of the situation. The status of Uzumaki Mito within the village was indisputable. Her influence was so profound that they neither could nor wished to intervene. Furthermore, they believed that Orochimaru's acquisition of Mito's sealing techniques would ultimately serve the village's interests. As long as it benefited Konoha, everything was deemed worthwhile. Having gained insight into the art of sealing, Orochimaru received Mito's endorsement, a smile of joy illuminating his face. This affirmation signified that his aspirations and direction were indeed sound. "Thank you, Granny Mito. I shall endeavor to create a storage scroll of my own design. Tsunade, until tomorrow." Orochimaru waved his hand towards Mito and exchanged greetings with Tsunade before swiftly returning home. Given that the sealing formula he had devised was flawless, Orochimaru was undeniably eager to put it to the test. Chapter 49, Extraneous Personnel of the Root. Gazing upon the corpse of the summoned beast, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched as he instantly recognized its origin. He could hardly believe that at this juncture, Danzo had already become so audacious and reckless, flouting all conventions. The fresh, damp earth upon the corpse signified its recent demise. Orochimaru had indeed contemplated the prospect of grave robbing. However, he found himself thwarted by the inability to pinpoint precise locations and the apprehension of being discovered, which could result in dire consequences. Yet, Danzo, with remarkable audacity, unearthed such treasures and presented them directly to him. Lord Danzo, your swiftness is truly astonishing, Orochimaru marveled. Chapter 50. The grave robber Danzo faced with a gift that was so fortuitously bestowed upon him, Orochimaru hesitated to discard it outright, deeming such an act wasteful. Even in death, the bodies of summoning beasts represented invaluable materials. In Orochimaru's estimation, the remains of these summoned creatures possessed extraordinary potential, although he had yet to fully exploit it. In the ensuing days, Orochimaru endeavored to craft several storage pouches, though he refrained from sharing this endeavor with others. Such matters, if disclosed, would likely invite unwarranted speculation, thus, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. He planned to present his research findings to Shimura Danzo after a week had passed. Chapter 51. Observations from the root with matters concerning Danzo settled. Orochimaru sought permission to delve into the archives of Root to gather materials for study and research. Naturally, Danzo readily acquiesced to Orochimaru's earnest desire for knowledge and scholarly pursuits. The more diligently Orochimaru exerts himself, the greater his future contributions to the Root and Konoha will be. Danzo has consistently cleared the path for Orochimaru, leading him through the inner sanctum of Root. As he traverses the dark, cold, and damp corridors, Orochimaru cannot help but shiver. In such a dismal environment, it is likely that prolonged exposure would warp one's psyche or even lead to rheumatism. Chapter 52. The peculiar chakra system in the laboratory. Illuminated brightly in the depths of the night, a solitary figure stands motionless by the window, lost in contemplation. Orochimaru, immersed in thought, exhaustively seeks solutions but has yet to devise any promising methods. If he were one of the legendary Sannin, this predicament would not trouble him. However, he is merely a child with insufficient knowledge, limited experience, and less than a year of training. Resolving the issue of inadequate chakra within his body and acquiring a viable approach proves to be quite challenging. He lacks the secret techniques of the shinobi clan and has no specific methods to address cellular concerns. Chapter 53. Speculation and action. Orochimaru's contemplations are not surprising. Upon comparing the two cultivation systems, he discerned that the chakra system is indeed peculiar and absurd. Its principle lies in extracting a certain quantity of physical energy from within the body and a specific amount of mental energy, then blending them in proportion to form chakra. This process is akin to combining one material with another to create a new substance. The so-called cultivation is merely an endeavor to enable the body to generate more composite materials. Each extraction of energy. Chapter 54. Study group in the Hokage office. Orochimaru, having stabilized Orochimaru, promptly reported the matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given that Orochimaru was a promising student in the elite class, especially one favored by the Hokage, Orochimaru did not dare to be negligent. Upon learning that Orochimaru intended to take a leave of absence, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows and fell into deep contemplation. Orochimaru is a talented child, and attending school with ordinary students indeed hinders his learning progress. However, if he departs from the institution, he may miss the opportunity to forge friendships and bonds with his peers, which could impede his understanding of the will of fire. Chapter 55. Young release. Orochimaru approaches his research with utmost seriousness. In the solitude of his laboratory, he began a meticulous study and exploration, adhering to a well-organized thought process. The first subject of his investigation is, naturally, the long-established chakra extraction technique. This technique has been passed down for millennia, capable of extracting cellular energy from the human body as well as mental power from the brain, attesting to its immense value. He can manipulate both the cellular and mental energies within him. In essence, it serves as a mining tool, specifically designed for. Chapter 56. The fusion of chakra. In the living room, Tsunade raised her small hand, revealing a familiar luminous glow in her palm. This radiance is the cellular energy she has extracted from her own body, which can also be described as life force. Orochimaru nodded, his gaze fixated on the mass of cellular energy before him. He was struck by the astonishing disparity between individuals. The cellular energy casually refined by Tsunade was not only significantly greater than his own, but also remarkably pure. However, Orochimaru swiftly composed himself. Chapter 57. Misunderstanding. With a sharp crack, Mito clenched her fingers tightly, the pale skin of her hands revealing prominent veins as they emitted a series of cracking sounds. Her eyelids fluttered, suppressing her rage as she coldly remarked, "What chakra has been produced together?" Mid-sentence, she suddenly sensed something amiss and looked at Tsunade with confusion. Why was she mentioning chakra? Mito initially thought that Orochimaru was taking advantage of little Tsunade's naivety and was prepared to sever Orochimaru's head. Tsunade, oblivious to Mito's unusual demeanor, blushed as she recounted her experiences from earlier that day. Chapter 58. The shock of the third just as Orochimaru turned to leave. A familiar voice called out from behind him. Orochimaru, are you conducting an experiment? The shadow clone of Hiruzen Sarutobi stood behind him, inquiring. Third Hokage, Orochimaru replied. A flicker of surprise crossing his features as he slightly bowed in greeting. In response to Hiruzen's question, a hint of hesitation emerged on Orochimaru's face, piquing Hiruzen's curiosity further as he pressed. Is it something you prefer I not know? Orochimaru shook his head and said, Chapter 59, Dual Power Battery. At the entrance, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of words upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving the latter dizzy and bewildered. Concepts of world-changing ambitions, dominion over the ninja realm, and declarations that he would become the greatest Hokage, with history rewritten in his favor, surged through Hiruzen's youthful mind like a tempest. At that moment, he was not yet the cunning and shrewd political figure he would later become. He was merely a novice, clumsily navigating the complexities of governance, fearful of making any mistakes. Orochimaru's rhetoric had rendered him utterly confounded. Chapter 60. Chakra Talismans. After dismissing the others, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory, gazing at the dual energy batteries, deep in contemplation. The previous discussion had merit. The size of the batteries and the lengthy synthesis time presented considerable challenges. Resolving these issues would not be an immediate task. Fortunately, Orochimaru had been attentively observing and reflecting on the matter. In his view, chakra could be utilized as a unique material and source of energy, while ninjutsu represented a mature means of harnessing chakra. Given his current technological prowess and knowledge. Chapter 61. The meeting. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's bewilderment, Orochimaru stepped forward with unwavering confidence. He gestured with his fingers, rubbing his index and middle fingers together, and smiled, saying, Dear Third Hokage, you can accomplish a multitude of things with this, such as generating revenue. Generating revenue? Indeed. By acquiring cellular and spiritual energy at a low cost from ordinary low-ranking ninjas and retired disabled ninjas, and subsequently synthesizing chakra to sell at a premium, you can profit substantially. This buy low, sell high approach will yield significant gains. Furthermore, you could leverage this opportunity to forge alliances with certain friendly ninja clans. Chapter 62. The bidding. As the esteemed clan leaders took their seats, they engaged in fervent discussions, yet none gleaned any useful information. Just then, the office door swung open, revealing a robust figure clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen enter, everyone straightened in their seats, bracing for what appeared to be a significant event. Speculation ran rampant. Was there to be yet another conflict with a neighboring ninja village? Or had there been complications with Uchiha Kagami and Danzo, who were dispatched to eliminate rogue ninjas from the Cloud Village? Chapter 63. The trade of human energy. After the bidding concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his office with a broad grin, pleasantly surprised by the substantial profits, over 30 million ryo, gained from the priority usage rights. With the influx of funds, his financial burdens were swiftly alleviated, leaving him feeling considerably more at ease. He envisioned establishing a production line, procuring raw materials, and commissioning Orochimaru to commence manufacturing, hoping to yield a surplus. Sakura Haruno calculated her expenditures, and a wave of dizziness washed over her, accompanied by a sharp pang of regret. One does not truly appreciate the value of resources until they bear the burden of management. The funds, recently acquired, seemed destined to vanish once more. It appears that the only viable solution lies in investing in technology to propel the advancement of this world. To excel in one's endeavors, one must first refine their tools. Setting aside the test tube in her hand, Orochimaru temporarily postponed this research project and turned his attention to another section of the laboratory. Behind a transparent glass enclosure lay a meticulously crafted miniature botanical garden, resplendent in its allure. Within this garden, an array of exotic flowers and rare plants flourished in orderly splendor, captivating the eye. Towering trees of diverse forms stood proudly, their verdant leaves shimmering like jade, each adorned with enchanting blossoms. Observing Danzo's clenched jaw and ever-shifting expression, Orochimaru sensed that the matter at hand was far from simple. However, given that the other party withheld information, he refrained from direct inquiry. Was it merely his lack of experience and youth that rendered him vulnerable to such concealment? Had he possessed greater age and strength, he might have navigated these complexities with greater ease, perhaps even securing a position among the civil servants. Danzo applied the ointment to his wound, his eyes narrowing slightly, a look of indescribable relief gracing his features. It was as though he were being attended to by several elegantly proportioned, lightly clad maidens. As he gazed at the sprouting seeds in the botanical garden, a series of illuminating thoughts surged through Orochimaru's mind. Given the remarkable efficacy of the medicine, he contemplated experimenting with the alchemical practices of his previous life, envisioning the consumption of elixirs, talismans, medicinal pills. If only he could acquire a magical artifact, he could transform ninjutsu into a form of cultivation, a notion almost absurd. Yet, he pondered whether the mystical arts and natural energies of this world resembled the spiritual essence of his former existence. The more he understood, the more he recognized the vast array of knowledge he needed to master and explore. Fortunately, in his youth, the present moment was ripe for diligent endeavor. In the Hidden Rock Village, the newly inaugurated Third Hokage, Inoki, received a clandestine message that left his mind reeling. He gazed incredulously at the Umbu ninja before him, repeatedly seeking confirmation. Was this truly intelligence relayed from Konoha? The Umbu nodded affirmatively, asserting, indeed, Lord Third. This intelligence was secretly transmitted by the spy, Dongen, recently dispatched to Konoha. Dainoki took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Chapter 68, Gift-Giving. Half a month later, the latest batch of herbs had been harvested. Orochimaru placed them into the machine for blending, initiating the process of mass production. The procedure was quite straightforward. The herbs were air-dried, processed, and ground into a fine powder before being mixed with other medicinal ingredients. Due to the potent properties of the herbs, even with conventional methods of preparation, a superior medicinal ointment could be produced. As the machine roared to life, a small barrel of milky white ointment was created. Orochimaru placed the substance into another machine, and upon activating the switch, it was immediately infused into a delicate glass vial. Chapter 69. The auction under the vigilant gaze of the four great ninja villages, Danzo, brimming with confidence, summoned numerous nobles and affluent merchants to partake in his auction. The venue was situated in the capital of the Land of Fire, within its most prosperous city. Here, a multitude of aristocrats and wealthy businessmen gathered, each one either possessing immense fortunes or substantial wealth. Although the daimyo did not attend, he graciously afforded Danzo the courtesy of sending a close advisor. It is worth noting that the former daimyo of the Land of Fire was quite eager to foster amicable relations with Konoha. Chapter 70. The robbery of Danzo as spies from the four great ninja villages frantically relayed messages back to their respective villages. Danzo stood below the stage, grinning from ear to ear. A substantial amount of wealth flowed into his coffers, instantly elevating his financial status to unprecedented heights. This fortune would enable him to significantly develop the root organization and contribute to Konoha. The stronger the root, the more sustenance it could provide to the grand tree of Konoha, allowing it to flourish with abundant leaves. Having sold a batch of medicinal ointment, Danzo found himself with a net income of 60 million ryo, feeling giddy as if he were in a dream. Chapter 71. The actions of Hiruzen. Noticing that the atmosphere had become somewhat lackluster, Hiruzen Sarutobi promptly stepped forward to enliven the proceedings. Koharu, he began. Danzo raises a valid point. The universal healing ointment is indeed a product of the root, and it is only natural that it should primarily benefit them. However, Danzo, rumors have long circulated regarding the connection between the universal healing ointment and wood release. This matter requires your clarification. You would not wish for other ninja villages to harbor suspicion and apprehension towards Konoha due to this issue. It would be prudent to entrust the formula of a universal healing ointment to the village, thereby dispelling any misunderstandings. Chapter 72. The enigmatic spirit fruit in the laboratory. Orochimaru remained unaware that he was destined to become a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, ultimately joining forces with two others to form the legendary Sannin. At this moment, he was indulging in a specially cultivated fruit from the botanical garden, meticulously documenting the changes in his body. After consuming the fruit, he was enveloped in a gentle warmth, as if immersed in a hot spring or returning to the womb. It was a sensation of warmth, comfort, and vitality. Simultaneously, his bodily organs underwent subtle yet profound transformations. Chapter 73. Moonlit green radiance in the classroom. With Tsunade's assistance, Orochimaru had finally managed to escape the throngs of female classmates, only to find himself ensnared by Tsunade. Internally, he lamented. Had he known, he would not have indulged so liberally in the spiritual fruits. Why did they attract so much attention? He suspected that the spiritual fruits had unknowingly instigated an evolution within his physical form, resulting in the fervent infatuation of his female classmates, who sought to draw near him. The spiritual fruits contained an abundance of life force. Once ingested, they transformed this life energy into cellular energy, propelling the evolution of life. The energy not yet fully digested remained stored within him, unconsciously influencing his being. Chapter 74. The Triumph of Science. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was Orochimaru's turn to take the stage. Upon hearing his name called, he leaped onto the arena with agility, facing his classmates and adversary. Orochimaru adeptly formed a confrontation seal, initiating the battle. His opponent mirrored his actions, with the ritual of the confrontation seal complete, at the teacher's command. The two commenced their duel. The spectators below buzzed with speculation, debating the potential victor of the match. Most students believe that Orochimaru, who does not attend school, cannot possibly compare to Tsukuyomi Kaimitsu. In Chapter 75, Hinata's gentle fist, a loud thud resounded as a figure crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust upon the arena. As the crowd focused their gaze, they realized that the fallen individual was Uchiha Odo, while the figure standing triumphantly on the stage was Jiraiya. This revelation astonished many. Jiraiya had emerged victorious. He had indeed defeated Uchiha Odo. The once underestimated Jiraiya had astonishingly exhausted Uchiha Odo's stamina. Orochimaru could not help but marvel at the profound heritage of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 76. The Astonished Crowd. In the face of the Hyuga clan's deep-rooted traditions, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, savoring the intricacies before him. The exquisite softness of their gentle fist technique and acupoint striking methods, along with their in-depth study of the human body and the implications of its meridians and acupoints on chakra, had traversed an impressive path. The swift and unexpected acupoint strikes proved remarkably effective against ordinary ninjas. The distinction between ninjas and common folk lies in the refined chakra flowing within them, serving as the foundation for their agility and strength. Chapter 77. The Talismans. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Orochimaru's ethereal form dashed across the arena with lightning speed, capturing everyone's attention. The layers of illusions were intricate, yet they did not escape the keen perception of Hyuga Neji. His Byakugan granted him near-complete visibility, allowing him to scrutinize his opponent from all angles. Even illusions could be tracked through chakra. However, Orochimaru's brilliance and his unconventional method of ninjutsu left Neji momentarily stunned, inadvertently providing Orochimaru an advantage. Chapter 78. The Small Pill. After receiving Orochimaru's comforting words, Sarutobi Hisashi nodded and remarked, "I have let my thoughts wander too far. The essence of a ninja lies in their unwavering resolve and relentless spirit. Even if talismans are mastered by ordinary individuals, they shall never surpass the true ninja." Orochimaru discerned the confusion within Sarutobi Hiruzen. His words were ostensibly a self-soothing monologue. After all, the world of ninjas is replete with obstinate and dogmatic ideologies, and to embrace new thoughts and concepts likely necessitates a considerable passage of time. Orochimaru remarked, "Third Hokage, without ninjas, the symbol." Chapter 79. The Examination. On the following day, Orochimaru departed as scheduled. En route, he encountered Jiraiya, who was waiting by the roadside. Both were headed towards the eastern part of the village. Upon gathering, Jiraiya excitedly pulled Orochimaru along to another intersection, eagerly anticipating Tsunade's arrival. Despite Tsunade's apparent indifference towards him, Jiraiya was undeterred in his enthusiasm, leaving Orochimaru somewhat speechless. Some individuals possess an innate talent for adoration, honed from a young age and deeply embedded in their lineage. Upon Tsunade's arrival, the trio proceeded together, exuberantly making their way into the village. Chapter 80. The Bell and the Trap. Jiraiya's eyes brightened at the sight of the bell, and he proudly declared, "It's merely a matter of snatching the bell. I, Jiraiya, will undoubtedly succeed." As he feigned modesty, he advanced forward. When he reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, an expression of excitement crossed his face as he lunged forward. Just as he believed he could grasp the bell, Sarutobi merely turned, evading Jiraiya's attempt. "Jiraiya, your little tricks cannot deceive me," remarked Sarutobi, effortlessly seeing through Jiraiya's overt intentions. Chapter 81. The Trembling Sarutobi. As the sun dipped in the west, the daylight gradually waned. Jiraiya found himself bound to a wooden post, towering above him, his face a portrait of regret and frustration. "Master Sarutobi, you are exceedingly cunning," he lamented. He had anticipated a straightforward retrieval of the bell, only to be ensnared by one trap after another. Each time he spotted the bell, he inadvertently triggered a trap, whether it be a concealed pit, a snare in the trees, or a swamp hidden in the grass. This relentless misfortune incensed him. Master Sarutobi, you were targeting me. Chapter 82. The advancing moonlight with newfound privileges, Orochimaru gained access to a wealth of knowledge. He meticulously reorganized his learning and research agenda, methodically scheduling each activity and plan. Naturally, he did not forget his monetary ambitions. On his way home that evening, Orochimaru took the opportunity to visit the pharmacy operated by the Nara clan, purchasing a selection of potency-enhancing medicinal seeds. With the clerk's curious gaze upon him, he exited with poise. Once home, Orochimaru promptly planted the seeds, unleashing a surge of cellular energy to facilitate their growth. Chapter 83. The translucent escape in the face of the retreating moonlight. Orochimaru strolled with an air of tranquility, executing his movements with grace akin to flowing water. His energy surged continuously in his palm, determined to force out the true trump card of the moonlight. Confronted by Orochimaru's overwhelming presence, Moonlight took a deep breath. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Orochimaru, I never imagined you would progress so significantly. You were utterly transformed from your days at the academy, despite diligently training." He felt utterly outmatched against Orochimaru. Orochimaru stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance as he elucidated, "Moonlight Chingmong." Chapter 84. The defect of yin over yang. Turning to Orochimaru, Moonlight Chingmong was puzzled by his statement when Tsunade interjected, "Orochimaru, are you truly willing to assist him?" His phase-shifting technique appears to be a bloodline limit of the ninjutsu category, and conventional methods prove ineffective for treatment. This situation mirrors that of a bloodline disease. Unless he ceases to employ this ninjutsu, recovery remains elusive. Orochimaru nodded slightly and remarked, "The technique of phasing is quite intriguing. I wish to delve into its intricacies. Perhaps I may uncover a remedy. Once I grasp the underlying principles, I might be able to compensate for the bodily impairments." Chapter 85. The unfathomable pill. As he observed the pale visage of Tsukiyomi gradually regaining its color under the moonlight, a faint smile crept upon Orochimaru's lips. He had not anticipated that the small pill he had concocted would possess additional therapeutic properties. If he were to sell it to the Nara clan, he could potentially amass a fortune. Reflecting on his mentor Nara Shinjitsu's listless demeanor throughout the day, an enigmatic smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Upon receiving the medication, Tsukiyomi immediately expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Orochimaru and proposed a reward. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and subsequently recorded the training methods for the art of Inton. Chapter 86. The missing pills. In the following period, peculiar occurrences transpired within the Moonlight clan. Moonlight Chingmong consistently discovered that his pills mysteriously vanished after he fell asleep. This prompted him to urgently seek out his parents to explain the situation. "Father, mother, has a thief infiltrated our Moonlight family? My pills have significantly dwindled." He presented his pill bottle, which had once been brimming with pills, now holding less than half. Moonlight Chingmong's mother, Huizi, gazed at her husband with a reproachful glance. Chapter 87. The bloodline limit of deduction. As the two advisory elders were engaged in a tense standoff, Sarutobi Hiruzen stealthily made his way to Orochimaru's residence. In regard to Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen often adopted a hands-off approach, fully aware that compared to other children, Orochimaru exhibited remarkable self-discipline and an exceptional capacity for learning. Even if he were to neglect his teaching duties, Orochimaru would independently seek knowledge, diligently studying and training. In the previous 6 months, Orochimaru had already demonstrated the qualities of a prodigious student. While commendable, it did render him somewhat of a lackadaisical instructor. Chapter 88. Tasting. Upon hearing that the secret techniques of the Mountain Clan were flawed, Orochimaru was reminded of the technique employed by Yamanaka Ino to manipulate human bodies. This secret art allowed one to invade another's physical form, gaining temporary control and mobility. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Orochimaru's eyes as he addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Sensei, does our village possess any records of the Mountain Clan's techniques that enable mental invasion of another's body? If I could master such an art, I would be able to control the bodies of the members of the Hyuga branch, unlocking the Byakugan, and complete my research experiments." After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly responded. Chapter 89. The scapegoat dance revitalized. Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his former vigor at home and reclaimed his dominant position. This battle illuminated the efficacy of the pills for him. What a remarkable substance it is. The very thought of having to share a portion with Moonlight Hanshio made him slightly reluctant, and he had long forgotten about Midominen. Nevertheless, as the Hokage, he honored his commitments and distributed the pills to Moonlight Hanshio. Thus, The two embarked on a period of prosperous living, particularly for Sarutobi Hiruzen, his wife, by Chapter 90. The art of turnaround. Noticing Dan's suspicious demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly cleared his throat. Dans, how could you harbor such thoughts about me? We are beloved companions. Whenever I have good fortune, you are surely in my thoughts. Were you not previously selling the universal healing ointment? Orochimaru has created a new type of pill, and I intend to have you market it. The profits from these pills could contribute 20% to the root as funding. Small pills. Danzo squinted his eyes, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and unreservedly accused him. Are you suggesting that you want to revive your former glory? Chapter 91. A shortcut. In the tranquil and dimly lit laboratory, Orochimaru sat cross-legged, his knees bent, as he continuously formed hand seals, honing and refining his spiritual strength. Through this method, he persistently tempered his mental prowess, striving to condense his spirit into a singular point. The spear of the mind, go. Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes, his golden gaze flashing with brilliance, as an invisible shockwave emanated outward. In an instant, the space around him appeared to ripple, quivering momentarily. Not far from Orochimaru, Chapter 92, Byakugan marked a significant milestone. He had amassed considerable experience and knowledge. Through experimentation, Orochimaru had garnered an understanding of the effects and limits of this ninjutsu. As long as he refrained from undertaking excessively perilous actions that might disturb the original host's psyche, the effects of the ninjutsu would persist. At this juncture, Orochimaru's mental fortitude would be put to the test. After several attempts, Orochimaru discovered that he could maintain control of his original body for approximately half an hour, provided that there was no resistance from the host. During this period, he was able to manipulate the other's body and execute various ninjutsu techniques for training purposes. Chapter 93. Progress and Experiment. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, as Hyuga Wataru's subconscious rejected the foreign presence. Orochimaru lifted the jutsu and returned to his own body. Although reluctant, he understood that there would be ample opportunities to utilize the Byakugan, so he was not in a hurry. At that moment, Hyuga Wataru awakened from the darkness, his eyes opening in confusion. He felt as though he had been immersed in a long dream, only to forget it all upon awakening. It was only when he saw the figure in the white coat and mask that his consciousness began to return, reminding him that he was participating in an experiment. Chapter 94. Smuggling Drugs. Having concluded his mundane tasks, Orochimaru received a summons from his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was called under the pretense of a lesson, alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade, to meet at the training grounds. At this point, Orochimaru and the others were already 9 years old, their physical appearances gradually maturing. Orochimaru, I envy you for being able to spend every day in the laboratory, Jiraiya immediately complained upon seeing him. You have no idea. The teacher has assigned Tsunade and me to take on trivial D-rank missions every day. It's so annoying. Chapter 95. Covert Smuggling. Upon hearing about the smuggling of special drugs from Konoha, Jiraiya immediately perked up, his eyes narrowing with excitement. Teacher, are those the kind of pills that can restore one's vigor? I heard from people in the village that taking Konoha pills can help one regain their masculine essence. He was extremely intrigued by this matter, having heard about the effects of the pills long ago. If it weren't for his underage status preventing him from purchasing them, he would have wanted to buy a few to see how he could reclaim his masculine essence. A lecherous expression crossed his face, almost drooling at the thought. Chapter 96. Kakuzu. Observing the adults discussing the complexities of marriage with apparent worry, Jiraiya curiously inquired, Uncle, how much is the bride price? Is it really that difficult? You're a ninja. Can't you just take on more missions to earn enough? The young ninja did not dismiss Jiraiya simply because he was a child. Instead, he offered a wry smile and explained, that's not possible. I'm just an ordinary genin, limited to D-rank missions, and the pay is too meager. The girl I wish to marry belongs to a clan, and her family has set conditions that require a bride price of 388,000 Rio and a standalone house. Chapter 97. Confronting Kakuzu. Kid, who are you? Which clan do you belong to? Jiaodu inquired, sensing a faint aura of crisis, which was evidently not something an ordinary individual could evoke. According to conventional theories, the opponent must either be a prodigious ninja from a prominent clan or an exceptional genius from a lesser family. However, Orochimaru's attire was remarkably unremarkable, devoid of any clan insignia or symbols, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Observing Jiaodu's bewilderment, Orochimaru shook his head and said, I am merely a ninja of ordinary origins, not one of the clans. Your strength is commendable. It just so happens that I require your assistance for research. For Jiaodu, who is obsessed with wealth. The prospect of earning money made him amenable to any task. He halted his steps and regarded Orochimaru with a calm demeanor, inquiring, what constitutes a substantial sum of money? It was not avarice that drove him, but rather a curiosity about how much this individual could offer him. Upon noticing Jiaodu's pause, Orochimaru's lips curled into a confident smile as he stated, 30 million ryo, provided you allow me to study the peculiarities of your body. In this era, 30 million ryo was no trivial amount. Any ordinary person would find it enticing. After wandering the ninja world for many years, Jiaodu returned to a hidden village. Faced with the bustling scene of Konoha, filled with laughter and joy, he could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. The people meandering through the streets appeared carefree, without a trace of worry or distress, resembling a utopia far removed from his own village of Takigakure, which paled in comparison. Noticing Jiaodu's captivated gaze, Orochimaru remarked, if you so desire, you may reside here, as long as you remain compliant. I believe my master would be quite willing to take in such a formidable individual like yourself. Observing the black threads swirling gracefully in the air, Orochimaru spoke. That will suffice. You may revert to your original form now. Next, we shall examine your body and chakra. Would it be possible for you to sever a small portion of the black threads? Jiaodu, retracting his floating limbs with an air of composure, replied. It is of no consequence. Merely a few strands of the black threads, products of my chakra. As long as my chakra remains abundant, I can continuously generate them without any detriment. Saying this, he extracted a black thread from his elbow and tossed it to Orochimaru. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru proceeded to the innermost part of the laboratory and pressed a button. With a sharp click, a metallic side door transformed, revealing another chamber before him. Orochimaru stepped into the clandestine chamber, where a towering glass incubator stood, housing a viscous black substance that perpetually morphed and expanded. Upon sensing Orochimaru's presence, the black material surged within the incubator, as if exulting in his arrival. Observing the animated substance, one could not help but feel a sense of intrigue. In truth, both parties had diligently concealed the intelligence regarding Orochimaru's endeavors. They were acutely aware of his prodigious scientific prowess, capable of effortlessly generating inventions that could yield vast fortunes. Should his talents be exposed, it was conceivable that some might resort to desperate measures to capture him. To prevent such occurrences, they had implemented robust security and discretion measures concerning Orochimaru. Alas, this time, an oversight led to a breach of confidentiality. After finishing a cigarette in his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, murmuring to himself, as he faced the lurking enemies, their predatory gaze fixed upon him. Orochimaru leisurely drew several wind-release talismans, casting them nearby to employ their power. Wind release, gale dance. The talismans in his hands emitted low-level wind release techniques, attempting to disperse the vast fog before him. The air swirled, stirring the white mist. The thick fog seemed to be influenced by the gusts, swirling and parting to reveal a passage. However, as the fierce wind swept through, some of the dissipated mist began to coalesce once more. Chapter 104. The summit of the Four Shadows. Initially intending to return home for a while, it now appeared that he had ventured into a den of peril. Thus, Orochimaru opted to reside within the laboratory. He regarded Kisame Hashigaki as a subject for experimentation, delving into the study of physical bloodline limits. Orochimaru held a profound fascination for hereditary physical bloodline limits. Were it not for the rarity and preciousness of such individuals, he would have considered deceiving Sarutobi Hiruzen into delivering one to him. The Byakugan had been ensnared by the caged bird seal, rendering any research nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was, for the time being, also unattainable. Chapter 105. The attention of Black Zetsu. After considerable deliberation, several shadows resolved to pursue an alternative strategy to confront Konoha. Thus, the plan naturally evolved into that of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. They intended to emulate Konoha, utilizing sealing techniques to create tailed beast Jinchuriki and acquire a weapon of mass destruction. With multiple ninja villages joining forces, they believed that Konoha could be subdued. What did wealth matter to Konoha when the tailed beasts were akin to natural disasters, impervious to ordinary methods of resistance? However, a pressing dilemma persisted. Their knowledge of sealing techniques was insufficient to produce a flawless outcome. Chapter 106. Provocation and battle time flew by, like a fleeting shadow. The year had come to an end, marking the conclusion of the partnership between Orochimaru and Kakuzu, who successfully received the final payment of 30 million ryo. Gazing at the silver notes before him, Kakuzu habitually counted the money, his fingers creating an illusion as if he were a merciless counting machine. Upon finishing, A genuine smile crept onto Kakuzu's otherwise stiff face. He turned to Orochimaru, speaking with delight. Orochimaru, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. I hope we have opportunities to work together again in the future. The emerald eyes gazed upon Orochimaru. In Chapter 107, Sharingan and Byakugan, upon Orochimaru's reminder. Kakuzu merely emitted a cold snort. His verdant gaze flickered, reflecting the sinister figure of Orochimaru in the detestable venomous armor. After a brief exchange, Kakuzu discerned the characteristics of the venomous armor. Its defensive capability surpassed that of his own Earthgrudge fear. However, this did not imply that Earthgrudge fear was inadequate. He crouched slightly, fingers weaving hand seals, and the sutured lines upon his body ruptured, unleashing a multitude of black threads of Earthgrudge fear. Suspended upon these threads were several grotesque human faces, which morphed into the shape of a body. In Chapter 108, a new commission, reflecting on this fleeting skirmish, Orochimaru succinctly evaluated his own abilities. His venomous battle armor could overwhelm most ninjas, yet it fell short of delivering fatal blows against elite ninjas. Ultimately, this deficiency stemmed from the absence of formidable ninjutsu as a foundation. He lacked a trump card. Basic ninjutsu coupled with boundless chakra energy allowed him to dominate weaker opponents, but could not secure his supremacy in high-stakes confrontations. No matter how one amplified ordinary ninjutsu, its potential could never rival that of advanced techniques. In Chapter 109, Whispers of Rumor. After some time, various rumors targeting Orochimaru began circulating in the Hidden Leaf Village. Some claimed he practiced forbidden ninja alchemy, while others accused him of inflicting harm upon living beings through inhumane experiments. And still others alleged that he sought to uncover the bloodline limits of shinobi clans. A deluge of slander surged towards Orochimaru, creating an undercurrent of confusion among the lower populace. Who was Orochimaru? Was he truly a resident of the Hidden Leaf Village? He seemed strikingly renowned. Hey, don't you know? Orochimaru is the disciple of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and is said to have secretly infiltrated. In Chapter 110, the scheme of Kurizetsu. The protests outside grew increasingly tumultuous, their clamor even reaching Orochimaru's ears. Within the confines of his laboratory, he remained oblivious to the outside world, wholly engrossed in the project at hand. Aware that a scheme was being orchestrated against him, he paid only slight attention before reverting to his work. Observing Orochimaru's calm demeanor, Kakuzu, who shared the laboratory, could not suppress his curiosity. He inquired, Orochimaru, do you not feel anger at the slanders directed towards you from outside? Orochimaru, with a stoic expression, calmly stated, it is merely slander. Chapter 111. The sustained power of venom. A series of shadowy figures traversed the patrolling troops and defensive lines, drawing near to the laboratory. However, upon reaching this vicinity, they aroused the attention of the vigilant patrolmen of Konoha. Enemy attack, alert. With a roar, the patrol team became alert, their eyes widening as they searched for the infiltrating ninjas. A thunderous sound echoed as the Konoha patrol and the ninjas of Kumogakure engaged in battle. In an instant, flames erupted into the sky. The clash of weapons resonated. Ninja tools flew chaotically, and various powerful ninjutsu unfolded around the laboratory, unleashing formidable might. Chapter 112. Crystal released. The blade gleamed with a fierce, destructive edge. In the blink of an eye, it created afterimages in the air, wielding devastating power as it struck towards Orochimaru. Kakashi was confident that his most formidable technique could undoubtedly cleave through the dark substance enveloping Orochimaru. Sensing the chilling radiance, Orochimaru manipulated the venom to form 6 arms, swiftly performing hand seals. The 6 arms immediately executed 3 distinct techniques: Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart, Water Release, Water Prison Technique, Wind Release, Spiral. Chapter 113. The Deception of Kurizetsu. 30 million Ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily halted his drinking, nearly choking. He gazed at Orochimaru with a troubled expression. A look of deep concern etched upon his face. Orochimaru, is this price not excessively steep? Could it not be somewhat more affordable? While he was not incapable of affording such an amount, he had grown accustomed to frugal living and felt a pang of regret. Orochimaru was not inclined to indulge him. His willingness to assist the village in creating a modified version was solely for profit, and there was no chance he would lower the price. As for the motivation behind selling the modified version, it was undoubtedly to prevent anyone from possessing the means to threaten his own status and position. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Orochimaru nearly lost his composure. He reflected internally, questioning whether his own exceptional abilities had led Black Zetsu to abandon Madara. However, Upon further contemplation, he realized that at this juncture, Madara was likely still concealed in a cave, enduring the torment of the merging process with Hashirama's flesh. Whether he would successfully merge and awaken the Rinnegan remained uncertain. In contrast, Orochimaru had already forged a significant reputation at a young age, showcasing remarkable talent in scientific research. Most importantly, his venomous creations could assimilate the powers of bloodline limits. By the way, the last message from White Zetsu indicated that the four great ninja villages were secretly conspiring against the land of whirlpools while concealing their actions from Konoha. Perhaps this matter could be exploited. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Black Zetsu immediately sought out information that could pose a formidable threat to Konoha. Watching Black Zetsu depart, Orochimaru shrugged and returned to his laboratory to study the Grillstone. In the theatrical adaptation, the Grillstone was heralded as an omnipotent entity. It was said that someone had utilized this stone to establish a vast kingdom, gaining immense power and longevity. Having integrated the corpse bone pulse, Orochimaru approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hokage's office, a dense fog enveloped the cramped space, filling it with an air of tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, his expression troubled as he gazed at the documents before him, overwhelmed with concern and headache. The moment the rumors were confirmed, he had not rested for a day, constantly pondering how to address the four great nations' actions against the land of whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan, allies of Konoha, could not be overlooked. He could neither disregard nor remain indifferent to their plight, especially since the news had reached his ears. Upon knocking and entering, Orochimaru encountered the strikingly beautiful Uzumaki Mito. She was adorned in a light pink kimono, her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an air of elegance and grace, rendering her breathtakingly lovely. However, unlike before, Mito now bore a distinct change. A hint of sorrow and worry shadowed her features. It was evident that the rumors regarding the four great ninja villages' intentions toward the land of whirlpools had reached her. Yet, as she was now married into Konoha, she could no longer return to her roots to protect the Uzumaki clan. A day later, Orochimaru gathered at the designated location, where many had already assembled. These ninjas, generally older in age, were well-equipped and possessed exceptional strength, serving as the backbone of Konoha. Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance, estimating the number of ninjas to be around 1,000 or 2,000. While their numbers were not overwhelming, their prowess was formidable, as each individual possessed extraordinary abilities. Upon witnessing a child approach Orochimaru to undertake a mission, a look of astonishment flickered across the eyes of most present. After all, very few among them recognized Orochimaru, let alone had any lasting impressions of him. Chapter 119. Magnetic Escape overwhelms the puppet master with a clear operational strategy established, the four great ninja villages. These colossal war machines, swiftly mobilized. They were ninjas, yet adhered to orders with the same rigor as soldiers. Along the way, waves of ambushes commenced, hindering the advance of the Konoha ninja forces. The path to the land of Whirlpool was fraught with various traps, rendering the Konoha ninjas vulnerable. The puppet masters of Sunagakure launched surprise attacks with their puppets, while the ninjas of Awagakure utilized earth techniques to alter the terrain, obstructing the progress of the Konoha allied forces. Chapter 120. The clan land of the Uzumaki far within the confines of Konoha. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen found themselves embroiled in yet another heated debate. Danzo, entering the Hokage's office, wore a visage marked by fury and coldness. Directing an irate gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen as he exclaimed, "Monkey, how dare you allow Orochimaru to aid the land of Whirlpool? Are you not aware of his value?" While the land of Whirlpool was indeed significant as Konoha's ally, Orochimaru was an irreplaceable asset to the village. Upon discovering that Orochimaru had joined the mission to support the land of Whirlpool, Danzo felt as though the sky itself was collapsing. The thought of his prized asset encountering peril was unbearable. Chapter 121. The astonished enemy forces as the Byakugan activated, the scenery within a 10-mile radius unfolded before the viewer. Amidst the battlefield, the distribution of ninjas from various villages, their combat conditions, and the delineation of the situation materialized vividly in Orochimaru's mind. The Byakugan, a technique of strategic significance, proved to be extraordinarily effective on the battlefield. With the Byakugan, Orochimaru could perceive every nuance of the ongoing conflict, akin to a battlefield radar. Through this ocular prowess, Orochimaru observed the ferocious ninjas of Kumogakure, the cold-blooded ninjas of Kirigakure, and those of the opposing side who were gradually retreating under pressure. Chapter 122. Completing the corpse bone path on the battlefield, two figures stood opposite one another. A palpable sense of oppressive tension enveloped the area, causing nearby ninjas to feel a chill run down their spines, prompting them to hastily vacate the vicinity. They could all sense that this was a duel belonging to masters of their craft, although one of the combatants was merely a child of about 10 years. The overwhelming aura he exuded was undeniable. Just as the two prepared to engage, a bone knife descended from the heavens, landing between them. Kaguya, what do you intend to do? The individual before them was none other than the leader of the Kaguya clan from the Hidden Mist Village. In Chapter 123, during the duel with the Third Hokage, the opponent, who had just slain Kaguya T, displayed an unwavering confidence, seemingly unfazed by the situation. This piqued Orochimaru's interest regarding the opponent's identity. At that moment, one of the ninjas behind Orochimaru recognized the figure. Orochimaru-sama, he is the partner of the Third Hokage, B. It is well known that every Hokage from the Cloud Village bears the name A and is paired with a highly compatible partner named B. The person before them was indeed the partner of the Third Hokage. Upon hearing this, in Chapter 124, the battle commenced with a swift sound as the crystalline shield shattered, and a dazzling blue-violet lightning bolt struck Orochimaru. However, in the blink of an eye, Orochimaru transformed into a plume of white smoke, vanishing into thin air. It turned out that when Orochimaru executed his crystal release technique, he had already prepared for the possibility of his crystalline shield being breached by employing a shadow clone technique. The real Orochimaru had discreetly concealed himself not far away. After all, he was not a warrior who would engage in a desperate fight to the death. When evasion was possible, he would naturally take that route. In Chapter 125, responding to Orochimaru's request, Uzumaki DT no longer hesitated and promptly acquiesced. What a good child. So devoted to the interests of the Uzumaki clan. The straightforward Uzumaki DT had not overthought the matter and readily extended his support to Orochimaru. With his objective achieved, a slight smile graced Orochimaru's lips. He was aware that as long as he could present a suitable rationale, perhaps cloaked in the guise of love or some other ethereal concept, he could undoubtedly persuade the other party. With the support of the Uzumaki clan leader, Orochimaru swiftly found himself in Chapter 126, where the experiment concluded, and Uzumaki DT, along with the Leaf Village ninjas, immediately surrounded him at the door. Under the gaze of the Leaf ninjas, Uzumaki DT, bearing immense pressure, approached with a forced smile. Orochimaru, you have been in the land of whirlpools for quite some time. The Third Hokage misses you. Perhaps it would be best for you to return to Konoha. Though he was a tall and imposing middle-aged man, he seemed to shrink in stature before Orochimaru. Orochimaru cast a speechless glance at him. The reasoning was rather simplistic. Having spent less than 2 months among the Uzumaki clan, he found it hard to accept. Chapter 127, the triad of perspectives, dynamic vision, static vision, and the vision of life's rhythm, all amalgamated into one. In that instant, his previously held worldview shattered, and Orochimaru seemed to glimpse the true essence of the world. It revealed a deeper layer of reality, where he discerned the fundamental laws governing existence. This was the original visage of the world, imbued with the infinite truths of its inherent principles. As the 3 pairs of eyes closed, Orochimaru tightly shut his eyelids, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, rendering him a figure of eerie terror. The observations of the new world inundated him with a torrent of fresh information and knowledge. Chapter 128, Return to the village and support. After bidding farewell to Kurizetsu, Orochimaru silently returned to the carriage, his departure unnoticed by anyone. With his skills, most shinobi would be oblivious to his absence. The carriage journeyed for half a day until a remarkably prosperous and tranquil village emerged before him. This was Konoha, the ninja village established by the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and the demon of the ninja world, Madara Uchiha. A shinobi who had just exited the Uzumaki clan gazed in awe at the scene before him. In stark contrast to the battered and torn land of whirlpools, Konoha appeared to be a paradise. Chapter 129, the method of chi breathing, once, twice, thrice. After several awakenings, Orochimaru utilized the triad of eye techniques to achieve a remarkable advancement. The bright essence of life coursed through his body, all within his keen perception. Breathing, movement, meditation, each method was meticulously examined. Following Orochimaru's reflections, the initial version of the chi breathing method was formulated. This secret technique could concentrate the life essence contained within the members of the Uzumaki clan, refining their physiques, nourishing their vital energy, and cleansing their sinews and marrow. Chapter 130, Invitation to Might Guy. In a noodle shop located in the bustling streets of Konoha, the two sat across from each other, conversing while enjoying their meal. Orochimaru swiftly gleaned information about Might Guy's current situation. Following his graduation from the Ninja Academy, Guy diligently endeavored to learn and practice under the guidance of his instructor. However, the results were far from satisfactory. His mentor, merely a chunin, lacked the requisite strength to provide substantial assistance. Moreover, Guy's innate talent for ninjutsu was lamentably poor, compelling him to focus on mastering the leaf's fluid technique and the ancestral eight gates formation. Confronted by Orochimaru, he candidly expressed his thoughts. In the training ground, a gentle breeze wafted through the stillness. Sarutobi Hiruzen, acting as the teacher, bore an expression of regret, lamenting his failure to intervene and prevent Jiraiya's reckless behavior. Had he taken the initiative to halt Jiraiya, such unfortunate circumstances might have been averted. Alternatively, dedicating more time to instruct Jiraiya in the summoning technique could have altered the outcome. Observing Hiruzen's melancholic demeanor, Orochimaru approached, suppressing his own sorrow to offer words of comfort. Master, Jiraiya has always been fortunate, blessed with great fortune. He will surely be all right. A series of inquiries arose regarding the essence of vitality, its influence on ordinary individuals, its applications and methodologies, how ordinary bodies might cultivate this energy, and the distinctions between vitality and chakra. These questions would become the focal points of Orochimaru's future research endeavors. With his objectives firmly established, Orochimaru promptly summoned the experimental subject, Might Guy. Upon entering the Konoha laboratory for the first time, Guy appeared noticeably tense and apprehensive, yet visibly relaxed upon encountering Orochimaru. The concept of cumulative enhancement was far from a simplistic arithmetic addition of 111. Instead, it operated on a multiplicative scale, beginning with an exponential increase. In Orochimaru's calculations, the progression could be illustrated as 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. Initially, the effects may seem insignificant, but as the training advanced, the results would undoubtedly surpass ordinary expectations. Despite Guy's lack of ninjutsu aptitude and insufficient chakra reserves, under the aegis of the Eight Gates formation, these limitations became inconsequential. The innovator of this forbidden physique technique was undoubtedly a master of leveraging principles to their fullest extent. Chapter 134. Departure from the barrier. As for the cultivation of vital energy, Orochimaru has formulated a preliminary plan. He intends to meticulously handle the methods of vital energy cultivation, gradually disseminating them and patiently awaiting the emergence of a flourishing vital energy system. Naturally, his primary choice is the ninjas of Konoha village. Having undergone years of rigorous training, their perspectives and insights far exceed those of ordinary individuals, rendering them in greater need of the nourishing properties of vital energy. Upon obtaining the techniques for its cultivation, they would undoubtedly dedicate themselves to diligent practice. The fusion of chakra and vital energy would undoubtedly bolster their prowess, making it impossible for them to resist the allure. Moreover, he could utilize this as a means to disseminate the seeds of vital energy. Chapter 135. Spreading the seeds of vital energy. Since discovering the efficacy of the spiritual herbs he cultivated in enhancing vital energy practice, Orochimaru has been contemplating ways to expand the scale of his botanical garden. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to pursue a more ambitious endeavor. An increase in spiritual herbs would yield a greater number of vital energy practitioners. The proliferation of these practitioners would, in turn, amplify his own benefits. Presently, the individual most capable of facilitating this expansion in Konoha village is undoubtedly Danzo. With both manpower and financial resources at his disposal, he is far more suited to the task than the perpetually preoccupied Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 136. The rope tree. Sensing the transformation within his body, Hinata Shinya found himself utterly astonished. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he had diligently practiced the profound techniques of the gentle fist since childhood, making him acutely aware of his own condition. With the enhancement of vital energy, his overall state improved significantly. He could perceive that the benefits conferred by vital energy extended well beyond this. When activating his Byakugan, it felt as though he had received a fortifying buff, with the consumed ocular power swiftly replenished. Indeed, this is the essence of vital energy. It is undoubtedly a remarkable boon, and it is imperative that his family members seize this opportunity. Chapter 137. The coming storm. Interestingly, upon arriving in Konoha village, the rope tree encountered Orochimaru and felt an irresistible pull toward him. This warmth of affection was so palpable that even Tsunade and Mito would feel envious. However, as Orochimaru's skills deepened and his appearance became almost celestial, the dynamics shifted. Tsunade's eyes lit up upon seeing Orochimaru, her gaze almost lustrous with admiration. Orochimaru, from any angle, you exude such beauty. You are simply flawless. Her gaze burned with intensity, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. As the enemy advanced relentlessly, the situation grew increasingly dire. Soon, the anticipated battle commenced. However, contrary to what Sarutobi Hiruzen had envisioned, the four great ninja villages did not launch a direct assault. Instead, they chose to support the Land of Rain, using it as a puppet to instigate their attacks. The Land of Rain, neighboring the Land of Fire, was perpetually shrouded in clouds and drenched in torrential downpours, which hindered its economic development, in stark contrast to the prosperity of its neighboring nations. The Land of Rain sought avenues for expansion to achieve growth and affluence. Thus, it remained in a state of perpetual stagnation. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, having assumed that the so-called sage would be immortal. To their surprise, even the Toad Sage experienced aging, becoming as confused as an ordinary person. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Having lived for a millennium, he had indeed earned the title of sage. It remained uncertain whether the other sages of the sacred lands had also succumbed to the ravages of time. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, upon receiving this news, felt a flicker of realization. Pondering other implications, could the inability to foresee the future be attributed to his own shortcomings? Yet, he believed that he could only alter the future at best. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiraiya finally managed to complete the sage mode. This prolonged preparation left Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had high hopes for Jiraiya, in despair. The time taken was excessively lengthy. He had anticipated that Jiraiya, returning from his studies in the revered Mount Myaboku, would bring forth a formidable new power. Yet, 10 minutes was ample time for someone to eliminate him entirely. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated, perhaps it was best not to send him into battle, given that the village's situation was not yet critically dire. Unaware of the circumstances, Jiraiya's unique transformation began to take effect. In the face of Orochimaru's relentless onslaught, he disregarded everything else and fervently absorbed the natural energy surrounding him. This caused an imbalance between the natural energy within him and his chakra. His physique distorted, swelling and enlarging, while unsightly toad-like blemishes erupted upon his face, greasy and repulsive. This condition intensified as the influx of natural energy surged, seemingly transforming Jiraiya into a true toad. He exclaimed in alarm, "This is disastrous. I am losing control." The energy within is exceedingly complex, leading to Jiraiya's thoughts in Chapter 142, heading to the front line. As the rainy season arrives, a gentle drizzle falls outside the window. Gazing at the rain-soaked scenery, Orochimaru stands with his hands clasped behind his back, inevitably contemplating the ninjas engaged in battle at the front lines, supported by the four great ninja villages. Hanzo of the Salamander matches Konoha blow for blow, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Of course, Konoha has not exerted its full strength, reserving some of its power to guard against potential ambushes from the four great villages. Now, with the use of the Toad Essence, Orochimaru can swiftly conclude the conflict whenever he desires. By employing large-scale ninjutsu, he could mix the Toad Essence into the falling rainwater. In Chapter 143, Jiraiya volunteers. While Orochimaru meticulously analyzes the intelligence, Jiraiya steps forward, arms crossed, and proudly declares, "Humph, what is so remarkable about Hanzo of the Salamander? Under my sage mode, he will undoubtedly prove to be no match." Having integrated the essence of vitality, Jiraiya successfully activates the energy within him. He discovers that this energy can also be utilized as natural energy in sage mode, allowing him to swiftly enter this enhanced state. Thus, his confidence surges anew. However, when facing Orochimaru, he remains hesitant, lacking in self-assurance. In Chapter 144, Jiraiya battles Hanzo of the Salamander. As Jiraiya launches his assault, Hanzo's gaze sharpens, and his scythe whirls with his arm. The chain scythe strikes in a swift arc. With a flash, the glinting scythe sweeps through the air, leaving a trail of white mist. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya's shadow clone is obliterated, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. The chain scythe, having shattered one clone, swiftly aims for another target. However, at that moment, Jiraiya has already closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick to Hanzo. In Chapter 145, Retreat, the sages, Fukasaku, and Shima observe the battlefield and immediately comprehend the current situation. Fukasaku nods in agreement, stating, "I see now. I am willing to lend you my aid." Meanwhile, Shima also nods, reflecting on the unfamiliar surroundings, lamenting, "It has been a long time since I wandered through the ninja world. Indeed, it remains a realm of ceaseless turmoil. Two toads leapt onto Jiraiya, preparing to perform a combined sage technique. At that moment, Sage Fukasaku sensed the changes within Jiraiya. Upon witnessing this, Hanzo of the Salamander immediately took flight, intent on pursuing him. Utilizing the water body flicker technique, he swiftly appeared behind Jiraiya, aiming for a surprise attack. However, in the next instant, he was obstructed by several explosive tags and figures that materialized before him, halting his advance. The ensuing series of thunderous explosions compelled him to cease his pursuit. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a figure clad in white standing directly before him. It was Orochimaru. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had utilized the body flicker technique to arrive at Hanzo's location. Regarding the invitation from Sage Fukasaku of Myaboka Mountain, Orochimaru naturally declined. After all, he was Orochimaru. Even if he were to pursue sage arts, he would prefer to explore the Ryuchi cave. Moreover, in this world, sage techniques are neither abundant nor scarce. Each possesses its unique strengths and weaknesses. Orochimaru aspires to complement his strengths by crafting a sage mode that harmonizes with his unique abilities, rather than merely emulating the sage techniques of others. While the sage arts of Myaboka Mountain are indeed formidable, they predominantly belong to the training methods of the protagonists. Nevertheless, in terms of efficacy, Myaboka's sage techniques are unparalleled. Chapter 148, The Transformation of Might Guy. In response to inquiries, Orochimaru smiled confidently. Dealing with Hanzo the Salamander is quite straightforward. I have already devised a strategy. Jiraiya looked at him in disbelief, astonished. Is that true? You must be joking. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, then turned her gaze back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru would never jest. He has never gone back on his word. So he must have indeed found a solution. Watching Tsunade steadfastly support Orochimaru filled Jiraiya with mixed emotions and a profound sense of sorrow. Chapter 149. Am I battling Hanzo the Salamander? At that moment, an ill-timed voice interrupted. Orochimaru, is this the person you invited? I find him rather unimpressive. Jiraiya's playful tone rang from behind. However, as he approached, his tone shifted dramatically. Wait. Is this really the Might Guy from my memory? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Might Guy, utterly astonished. This muscular figure bore no resemblance to the scrawny, naive, and easily bullied Might Guy he remembered. Chapter 150. The defeated Jiraiya. Might Guy. Jiraiya, let us engage in another round of rigorous training. This time, we shall surely succeed, Orochimaru proclaimed loudly. He turned to Might Guy, offering instructions. Might Guy, this time you must heed my commands. Follow my every directive. Whatever techniques I call for, you shall execute. Leaving everything else to me. Just focus on your movements. Might Guy nodded earnestly, quickly grasping Orochimaru's intent. With a beaming, innocent smile, he assured, Rest assured, Orochimaru. I will follow your guidance without fail. Chapter 151. The fleeing Jiraiya. Jiraiya, in deep distress, gazed at Might Guy, who awaited instructions, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled Might Guy closer, adopting a friendly demeanor. Might Guy, I concede defeat. I did not realize your strength was so remarkable. However, it is truly a pity that such prowess remains untapped. Orochimaru, perpetually occupied with myriad tasks, could not dedicate his time solely to training. Thus, Jiraiya offered. I shall train with you. After all, I have honed my skills at Myaboka Mountain for 2.5 years, which is one of the legendary 3 great summoning sanctuaries. Chapter 152. The accomplished training of Might Guy. Several days later, a disheveled Might Guy emerged from a pile of rubble, standing atop a massive, bottomless pit. I have finally perfected my super invincible whirlwind. Gazing upon the fruits of his labor, Might Guy burst into a wide grin, elated beyond measure. Thus, the task entrusted to him by Orochimaru could be deemed accomplished. Moments later, Might Guy sought out Orochimaru to report this outcome. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he acknowledged Might Guy's success. As the group eagerly engaged in animated discussions, a robust and steady voice resonated from a distance. Is what you speak of truly valid? If we were to blast through the mountains, would the land of rain no longer be drenched daily? The group looked up in astonishment to find Hanzo of the Salamander standing nearby, clad in armor, a respirator adorning his face, and wielding a scythe with iron chains. Hanzo of the Salamander, what brings you here? Jiraiya stepped forward upon recognizing the adversary. Hanzo responded with a mocking chuckle, his voice low and menacing. You little brat, prepare yourself. A cloud of toxic gas erupted, swiftly enveloping Might Guy. Yet, in the next instant, his figure burst forth from the dark purple miasma, spinning in the air like a top. The power of the 8th gate surged forth. his imposing physique merging with the surrounding air, emitting a suppressed roar. A colossal drill-like apparition materialized around him, hurtling toward Hanzo. Due to the rapidity of his rotation, the air pressure surrounding Might Guy plummeted, rendering the toxic gas unable to approach him. Hanzo stood astonished. On the battlefield, a palpable atmosphere of impending doom permeated the air. The leaders of the 4 great shinobi villages arrived, causing panic among Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Might Guy, who were drenched in sweat. They had never anticipated that the leaders would unite against Orochimaru. Kakashi, fully aware of Orochimaru's significance to Konoha, prepared himself for a resolute stand. The others also summoned their utmost strength. Jiraiya hastily formed hand seals, his face contorted as if in discomfort, striving to enter sage mode. A silence fell over the air, creating a fleeting moment of stillness. Upon confirming the absence of the third Raikage, Inoki exclaimed in disbelief, "Orochimaru, what have you done with the Raikage? He is renowned for his ferocity in battle." The fact that he was dispatched so effortlessly before Orochimaru was simply astonishing. Orochimaru withdrew his hand, standing with his arms crossed. A mysterious smile gracing his face as he spoke. "If fortune favors us, we shall return to the hidden cloud village. If not, we might find ourselves transported to your village." Observing the flustered third Mizukage, Orochimaru maintained a calm demeanor, producing a wind-release talisman which he cast into the air. A fierce gust swept through, dispersing the lingering scent of blood that pervaded the atmosphere. Having executed this, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly, "Do not attempt any underhanded maneuvers in my presence. I am fully aware of your actions." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Mizukage's expression momentarily stiffened before regaining its composure, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Oh, how swiftly one can change their demeanor. Could there be a hidden scheme afoot? With the third Kazekage's strongest technique rendered ineffective, the tide of battle shifted once more. Jiraiya exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Marvelous, Orochimaru. Does this imply that we have defeated the leaders of the 4 great ninja villages?" In his eyes, their confrontation with the 4 Kage signified their own prowess equating to that of a Kage. However, in the next moment, Jiraiya's joy transformed into dismay as he was sent flying by a kick from the third Mizukage, landing in a valley. "Humph, to defeat us. You youngsters are still rather inexperienced." As the third Kazekage plummeted, Orochimaru swiftly dove down, employing his venomous parasitic form to ensnare him. The third Kazekage, witnessing this, sneered mockingly, "Do not harbor illusions of trapping me. I too possess protective armor." As the shadow of a village, how could he possibly be without the armor akin to that of the mountain pepperfish haunts? In an instant, a continuous stream of chakra was drawn from the venomous suit into his armor, bestowing upon him newfound strength. In the face of such an unexpected turn of events, Orochimaru remained unfazed. Instead, he retrieved a ninja scroll from his pocket and cast it forth. Chapter 160, Communication. Both individuals had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, having proven themselves as geniuses who had already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Defeating a few still maturing prodigies was relatively effortless. Upon their arrival, Orochimaru did not display any signs of panic. Rather, he turned his attention to his comrades. His allies appeared to be in a rather poor state, having sustained considerable damage. Yet they had not suffered significant casualties. Tsunade, proficient in medical ninjutsu, flitted about like a tireless bee, tending to the injuries of her comrades. The third Kazekage, upon witnessing his companion's approach, hesitated momentarily before addressing Orochimaru. Chapter 161, Successful Deception. The other two also fell into deep contemplation. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha stood as the mightiest, followed by Kumogakure, then Awagakure and Kirigakure, with Sunagakure trailing behind. Appointing someone outside the ranks of the Kage to serve as a leader may seem implausible, yet it is not entirely unfeasible. Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the sage of the 6 paths, Senja Hashirama, though residing in Konoha, was known to be somewhat detached from the affairs of the ninja world. Appointing her to a nominal leadership position might indeed be a prudent choice, certainly preferable to selecting Sarutobi Hiruzen or the third Raikage. Chapter 162, Return to the village and the Hokage's office. Orochimaru recounted the recent events to his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, certain details were concealed and altered. Upon hearing about Orochimaru's discussions with the 4 great ninja villages to establish an organization that would unify the 5 great ninja villages and allocate the world's resources, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. The notion of the 5 great ninja villages uniting to transcend the daimyo and aristocracy in order to govern the world for the sake of peace was indeed a remarkably audacious idea. What manner of arrogance must one possess to conceive such a notion? Chapter 163, Persuading the Masses. Observing Danzo's wavering resolve, Orochimaru delivered his final blow. Orochimaru remarked, "The most crucial aspect is that our involvement will not incur any detriment to the village. Rather, it promises substantial benefits. Since there are only advantages to be gained and no disadvantages, what harm is there in trying? Should we fail? The formidable power of the 5 great shinobi villages will deter anyone from troubling us. Conversely, if we succeed, the village's status could undergo a profound transformation, granting us control over the world's military might and resource allocation." It is essential to note that, during Chapter 164, in the dealings with the Uchiha clan, many hearts began to waver. Foremost among them were the former members of the Senju clan, who immediately stirred with unrest, their positions becoming uncertain. Their initial opposition stemmed from 2 primary concerns. Firstly, a matter of principle. They feared that their actions might undermine the hard-won peace achieved by Hashirama Senju. Secondly, numerous members of the Senju clan, after the dissolution of their family, had integrated into the Land of Fire, becoming its nobility. With the impending reforms in the ninja villages, their vested interests could potentially be jeopardized. However, should the 5 villages unite, with the Uchiha clan assuming a leadership role, Orochimaru felt a sense of relief. Having the Uchiha clan as an ally allowed him to envision a future where he could detach himself from these matters and indulge in his research once more. These unintended complications truly taxed my mind, proving to be quite bothersome. Nevertheless, despite the challenges, the potential rewards are immense. I sincerely hope they will not lead to disappointment. Orochimaru gazed into the distance as if surveying the entirety of the shinobi world before vanishing from his original position. Within the ancestral grounds of the Nanha Shrine, a congregation of high-ranking Uchiha gathered, their expressions grave yet composed. Chapter 166, The Examination. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. A glimmer of contentment flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he acquired the secret techniques and resources bestowed by the Uchiha clan. Apart from a few exceptional secret arts, nearly all the knowledge of ninjutsu resided here. However, Orochimaru was unfazed. He possessed ample time and opportunity to pursue the techniques of Izanagi and Izanami. As he lifted his gaze towards the individual in nearing submission, the satisfaction in his eyes deepened. The proud Uchiha had cast aside their arrogance, prostrating themselves at his feet. Chapter 167, Danzo's Interrogation. Just as Orochimaru became engrossed in his research, delving into the mysteries of the Sharingan, Danzo arrived swiftly. Upon finding Orochimaru, he immediately commenced his inquisition. "Orochimaru, how can you ally yourself with the malevolent Uchiha clan? Are you not aware that they are a band of unreliable lunatics?" His brow furrowed tightly, the golden dragon-headed cane in his hand clattering against the ground, a manifestation of his discontent. In response, Orochimaru maintained an indifferent demeanor, clutching his research samples. Unaffected in the slightest, he contemplated the blood samples with a shifting gaze, entangled in thought for a considerable time. Danzo, gritting his teeth, addressed Orochimaru, "You have always been resolute in your convictions. I trust your judgment this time. I hope this endeavor proves successful and does not end in failure. Furthermore, should you discover the method for utilizing the Sharingan, do remember to provide me with a copy. The intricacies within are profound if you cannot navigate them. Allow me to take the lead." Orochimaru remarked, "Such flattering words, yet they merely conceal a desire to scrutinize the fruits of my research." Nevertheless, this also reveals Danzo's perception of the Uchiha clan. In Chapter 169, after an examination by Orochimaru, the effectiveness of the 3rd potion was confirmed. Unleashing the full potential of the 8th Uchiha, not only did the Sharingan undergo evolution, but his physical prowess was also significantly enhanced. However, such advancements come at a cost. The stimulant properties of the potion allow his Sharingan's evolved state to endure for a mere 10 minutes before it succumbs to fatigue. During this fleeting interval, the surging power of Yin release imposes a detrimental effect upon his mental faculties and burdens his physical form. The abrupt influx of strength poses a challenge for the Uchiha, who yearn for the 4th potion. In Chapter 170, as Orochimaru engaged in a visceral taijutsu battle, he boldly confronted the challenge, relying solely on his innate abilities. Without external forces, everything depended on his own strength. The 8th Uchiha had just awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan and struggled to harness his newfound power. Each punch and kick was imbued with immense force. Yet, before Orochimaru, who was brimming with vitality, there was not even a trace of harm. Orochimaru filled his body with the potent energy of vitality, enveloping his internal organs with a protective shield. When faced with the attack from the 8th Uchiha, he uttered in surprise, "You have returned to the village, 8th?" Upon returning home, he spotted a middle-aged man clad in a red and white fan-patterned robe, approaching him slowly. "Lord Uni," Uchiha Hakadai said respectfully, bowing deeply upon recognizing the visitor. Before one of the top 3 warriors of the Uchiha clan, the captain of the Uchiha Guard, he dared not display the slightest hint of discontent. Even with his newly awakened 3-tomo Sharingan, he knew he stood no chance against the formidable opponent. "Lord Uni, I have received orders from Lord Orochimaru to gather the members assigned by our clan and prepare for departure." His demeanor was sincere, and his sweet words instantly elicited laughter from Uzumaki Mido. As a vital representative of Konoha, it was essential for her to attend the joint meeting of the 5 villages. Should she succeed, Konoha would reap immense benefits and prestige through her efforts. Moreover, Uzumaki Mido harbored no significant aversion to being drawn into Orochimaru's plans. On the contrary, she felt quite pleased and satisfied with his actions. After becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, he was regarded as Konoha ultimate weapon, with limitations on his range of activities imposed. As Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his adamantine staff, poised to deliver a decisive blow to his adversary, he suddenly heard Orochimaru cry out, "Master, spare him!" Orochimaru leapt from the carriage, hastening towards the enigmatic wave ninja, swiftly binding him and taking him captive. Having completed this task, he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "Master, this individual's ninjutsu is formidable. I ought to take him for study. To slay such a powerful ninja with a single blow would indeed be a grave loss." Moreover, Orochimaru had observed a glimmer of envy in Tsunade's eyes. She realized that, as the princess of Konoha, her prowess and abilities paled in comparison to those of her 2 companions, leaving her, with her proud disposition, feeling quite disheartened. How could it be that, despite being taught by the same master and not having been negligent, she lagged so far behind? Sensing her sorrow, Uzumaki Mido spoke gently, "Little Tsunade, do you feel envious?" Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. Mido continued, "Such fortune often comes from unique encounters, like the support from Mayaboka Mountain. Opportunities like this are rare." The radiant, red glowing crystalline structure, adorned with golden sand, transformed the earthen buildings into a spectacle, embellishing them with intricate designs that revitalized the entire edifice. Particularly, the Konoha emblem, crafted with meticulous care, was resplendent and grand. From a distance, it resembled a masterpiece, captivating the eye. In stark contrast, the surrounding 4 ninja villages remained in their unimpressive state. Once he had completed this endeavor, Orochimaru clapped his hands together, gazing with satisfaction at his creation. The crystalline ninjutsu was not only formidable in battle, but also exquisite as decoration. With the arrival of Inoki, the atmosphere in the gathering became somewhat tense and constrained. However, Jiraiya's lively and jovial nature allowed him to mingle effortlessly, striking up a conversation with the older Tsuchi. This was not a battlefield, and the tension had dissipated. As the 2 engaged in conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Inoki exchanged glances, both recognizing a potential for peace in each other's eyes. If everyone could coexist in such a manner, perhaps the world would be free of war and bloodshed. This meeting of the 5 Kage might not be in vain after all. As the attendees deliberated the pros and cons, offering wise counsel, they finally eased the apprehensions of the 3rd Raikage. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, he surveyed the expressions of those around him, lowering his gaze slightly. Observing that most had accepted the proposal, he felt increasingly isolated, as if battling alone was not a feasible option. Should he refuse, he might find himself targeted, turning Kumogakure into a focal point of disdain, which would be unfortunate. Despite his rugged exterior and straightforward demeanor, he possessed a remarkably sensitive heart, aware of the nuances of social dynamics. Thus, he declared, very well, though I remain uncertain." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the advantage lies with us. The successful alliance of the 5 villages, spearheaded by our esteemed Konoha, heralds an era of peace for the ninja world, free from the scourge of large-scale wars and bloodshed. Surely, this is the outcome that the first Hokage, Lord Senju Hashirama, yearned to witness. All preparations are complete, awaiting only the favorable winds of fortune. The ruse to persuade the leaders of the 4 great shinobi villages, including the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, shall culminate in revelations by tomorrow. The success of this union hinges entirely upon the events of the morrow." Chapter 179. Meeting and foes. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the assembly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood tall, articulating the resources and technologies he had meticulously prepared. He proposed the affordable sale of Konoha's ninjutsu knowledge, methods of cultivating chakra, ninja tools, talismans, and elixirs. A cascade of benefits astonished the other four Kage, their eyes widening in disbelief as they regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their astonishment stemmed from the sheer volume of exclusive knowledge and training methods he presented, while their joy arose from the prospect of personal gain. According to his words, what was once scarce and difficult to procure was now within reach. Chapter 180. Unmatched might, one punch, another punch. Under the relentless onslaught of Orochimaru's brutal fists, none could withstand a second blow. The terror and astonishing feats recorded instilled immense psychological pressure and panic among the subsequent generations of ninjas. They had been mere tools to accomplish missions, indifferent to their own lives or those of their comrades, willing to sacrifice everything to fulfill their duties. Yet, when confronted with an insurmountable and fearsome existence, many of the psychologically fragile ninjas succumbed to despair and fled. He was no mere human. He was a demon. A dark lord, utterly unconquerable. Run, flee. Chapter 181. Returned to Konoha, having sealed the ceaseless flow of chakra within, Orochimaru reverted to his original form and state. The loss of power felt akin to a fall from great heights, leaving an inexplicable sense of emptiness that was quite disheartening. However, the absence of strength was not entirely unfavorable. At least now, I would not be ensnared by this power, losing my sanity in its depths. Orochimaru closed his eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, a glimmer of wisdom and humility flickered within. He was acutely aware of his insufficient strength, recognizing the necessity for further accumulation and the imprudence of excessive arrogance. The distant threat of Otsutsuki was but one concern, the imminent danger was more pressing. Upon returning to the Konoha laboratory, Orochimaru began to meticulously study the captured ninjas one by one. The secret techniques they had trained in were remarkably diverse, yielding varying effects. Some had even ventured beyond ninjutsu and chakra. Among them, he discerned traces of sage techniques and natural energy in a few individuals. After thorough investigation, he discovered that one possessed a sage transformation akin to Jiraiya, while another belonged to the Tsuchigumo clan, exhibiting a self-detonating sage transformation. Additionally, there were two distinct varieties of sage transformations previously unseen in the original narrative. A delicate-featured girl was confined within a cage, exuding an air of helplessness that evoked deep sympathy. Orochimaru extended his hand, his eyes filled with a sense of compassion as he gently caressed the cheek of Uchiha Kagami. Though he awakened the Meijiki Sharingan at such a tender age and was destined to be a prodigy, he unfortunately possessed only power without the will to wield it, ultimately reduced to a mere tool by his own kin. However, having encountered me, your fate shall inevitably change, and you will no longer be ensnared by misfortune. For this tragic figure from the original narrative, Orochimaru felt a sense of delight at the prospect of transformation. Chapter 184. Change after the passage of over 6 months. The Five Villages Alliance was successfully established. This year is also referred to as the dawn of a new era in the shinobi world. During this period, the Five Villages Alliance reformed the military funding system of the past, adopting the counsel previously offered by Orochimaru to combat malevolent forces, seize illicit assets, and maintain peace while collecting protection fees. Following several confiscations of unlawful property, the ninja villages were astonished to discover that the wealth they acquired surpassed the military funds allocated by the state. In an instant, the feudal lords, who once were the primary financial supporters of the ninja villages, found themselves rendered obsolete. Chapter 185. The contracted spirit beast. The two individuals stood in stark opposition, instilling a sense of unease in Orochimaru, who found himself caught in the middle. Fortunately, he managed to grasp Uchiha Light, shielding him from Tsunade's gaze, and ushered him into Jiraiya's abode. At that moment, Jiraiya had just risen from the ground, looking utterly bewildered, evidently having endured a considerable beating. What a beautiful girl! Such immense strength, she rivals Tsunade's monstrous might, he mused internally. Just then, he looked up to see Orochimaru entering, each arm accompanied by a lovely lady, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Chapter 186. The experiment indeed. The fourth serum had been successfully completed by Orochimaru. In truth, this concoction was the culmination of his research on Uchiha Light and the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, a process that took considerable time. With Uchiha Light having awakened the Meijiki Sharingan, Orochimaru's thorough investigation effectively granted him insight into the nuances of its evolution. However, the awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan is no simple feat. Merely relying on the serum cannot fully unlock its potential, it encompasses various other methods as well. Chapter 187. The inferior version of the Manjiki. The underlying principles are not overly complicated and could be grasped by an average person. However, fulfilling the requisite conditions presents an insurmountable challenge for most. Fortunately, Orochimaru possessed the means to facilitate these conditions. By temporarily creating a body capable of evolving the Manjiki Sharingan and concocting a specific blend of potent elixirs, he could solidify the process. The mental transformation was even more straightforward. Izanagi, a forbidden technique capable of altering destiny, could be slightly modified to become a method for transforming one's mental state. Chapter 188. The new version of the Manjiki. After experiencing the inferior version of the Manjiki Sharingan for 3 minutes, Uchiha True Fire was immediately reverted to his original form. The disparity following the experience of the Manjiki Sharingan was profound, yet his heart was filled with lingering satisfaction. Suppressing his disappointment, he remarked, "The experiment must be deemed a success. I have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, albeit at the cost of 1 3-tomo Sharingan." Having concluded the state of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, his left eye was profoundly affected, rendering his vision unclear. To be frank, this sacrifice was of little consequence to him. Chapter 189. The new eye technique. Faced with nearly insurmountable power, the crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Orochimaru employed the triple vision technique to scan the newly emerged kaleidoscope Sharingan. In this heightened state, the extraordinary ocular techniques birthed within the opponent's eyes were fully captured by Orochimaru's gaze. After extensive study of the Uchiha light, Orochimaru had long since developed a method to observe ocular techniques. Under his scrutiny, the two eyes of his adversary displayed distinct and intricate shapes, profoundly enigmatic in their complexity. Chapter 190. A new vision. With the complete cooperation of his opponent, Orochimaru effortlessly acquired all necessary data. It must be said that the power attained through the awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan via different methods varied significantly. Perhaps this is the essence of the eye of the mind's reflection. Observing the data before him, Orochimaru marveled at the findings. With the addition of mental stimulation, the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan indeed ascended to new heights, nearly rivaling the original version. Furthermore, each Uchiha's awakened ocular technique, even if identical, exhibited unique variations and tendencies. Chapter 191. Danzo's request. After bidding farewell to the Uchiha, Orochimaru found himself with free time to investigate the blind eyeballs. The two left eyes, each adorned with 3 tomo, had expended all their vitality, devoid of any semblance of life. Despite Orochimaru's numerous attempts to stimulate them back to use, he was unable to revive them. However, through meticulous observation, he discerned notable differences. Utilizing the triple vision, he conducted an in-depth analysis of the microscopic state of the eyeballs and discovered remnants of ocular technique changes. By analyzing these transformations, he could approximate their former abilities. Chapter 192. The summoning technique. In response to Danzo's urgent inquiries, Orochimaru smiled mysteriously and remarked, "You should be familiar with natural energy and the sage mode. This is a unique power derived from the 3 great summoning sanctuaries, rivaling the kaleidoscope Sharingan." Danzo frowned slightly and replied in a deep voice, "I am certainly aware of sage mode. Jiraiya, the disciple of Hiruzen, practices this technique. Have you managed to research sage mode and natural energy as well?" This indeed constituted a formidable and unique power, one mastered by few in the ninja world, which could serve as a counter to the Uchiha's kaleidoscope. Chapter 193. The Serpent of 10,000. In a state of vitality transformation, Orochimaru summoned the serpents of the Dragon Cave by blending chakra with vital energy. This summoning technique, infused with other energies, instantly captured the attention of several extraordinary beings. In that moment of abstraction, in Orochimaru's mind, he sensed several colossal serpents, their massive forms reminiscent of towering mountains, poised to respond to his summons. Among these formidable serpents, he selected the most powerful and resilient one, whose vibrant vitality elicited a sense of awe from him. Chapter 194. The art of domination. After his inquiries into the sage arts yielded no results, a disheartened Orochimaru dispelled the secret technique. The myriad serpents reopened their eyes, displaying a bewildered expression, with no recollection of the recent events. As one of them flicked its long tongue, poised to speak to Orochimaru, it involuntarily transformed into a cloud of white mist. With a resounding thud, the myriad serpents found themselves back within the confines of the dragon's cave. Having released the serpents from his call, Orochimaru's eyes glimmered as he began to mentally process the intelligence regarding the dragon's cave. He harbored no concerns about the possibility of the serpents deceiving him. Chapter 195. The goddess of Tianqin surrounded by a swirling mist, with corpses strewn about. An unknowing observer might mistake this place for a den of demons. Yet, the circumstances here were scarcely better than that. Just as Orochimaru intended to forge ahead, two chilling green lights flickered within the fog, resembling two resplendent pearls. With the emergence of this illumination, a melodious voice reached the ears of the myriad serpents. Myriad serpents, why have you ventured from your domain to intrude upon mine? As the words fell, the mist gradually receded, unveiling a graceful woman clad in a green traditional qipao. Chapter 196. The enraged goddess of Tianqin myriad serpents. I shall consume you piece by piece, so you may understand the consequences of provoking me. From the source of the eerie green glow, the cold, furious voice of the goddess of Tianqin resonated. Following this, a blue serpent, slightly inferior to the myriad serpents, emerged within the dragon's cave, radiating a ghostly green luminescence. The flickering green light intensified, gradually coalescing into a dragon-shaped phantom that ascended from the mouth of the goddess of Tianqin. Orochimaru understood that it was natural energy. The deity of the Tianqin shrine had been provoked by him, and it seemed she was ready to strike with lethal intent. In the original narrative, Chapter 197 titled Serpent Transformation, the concept of deactivation refers to the complete consumption of the sage power inherent in natural energy, reducing its viability to the bare minimum. Presently, the sage techniques of the three great sanctuaries absorb natural energy laced with sage power. This sage power, in essence, is a manifestation of the genetic cellular flow found within the sages of these sanctuaries. The toad oil from Maiboka Mountain, the venom infused by the snake fangs of the Richi Cave, and the slime from the Shio Bone Forest, all contain certain corrosive properties, rendering them exceedingly perilous. After all, several sages have survived in the shinobi world for over a millennium, their very existence a testament to their resilience. In Chapter 198, Phantom of the White Phosphorus Serpent, when confronted by a man, the root ninja exhibited an admirable composure, undaunted by the situation. With a series of fluid techniques from Konoha, he discerned the man's complete transformation. The enhancement of his physical prowess granted him strength comparable to that of a low-ranking ninja, albeit with a slight deficiency in combat experience. However, his primal instincts had intensified, and his fighting style resembled that of a beast, marked by formidable aggression. He could withstand attacks from kunai and ninjutsu, thanks to the fine scales adorning his body. Yet, when confronted with illusions, he would falter. In Chapter 199, the dissemination of sage pills, having dispatched the experimental subjects, Orochimaru once again embarked on a journey of refinement and optimization. Besides the sage pills from the Richi Cave, he had also succeeded in creating sage pills from the other sanctuaries. One day, as he was engrossed in his research, the laboratory door swung open, and Danzo hurriedly entered. Immediately upon entering, he approached Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what is the outcome of the experiment we discussed? Can it be utilized by the ninjas now? His tone was urgent, as if he had encountered a matter of great significance that could not wait. In Chapter 200, the collaboration with Uchiha Light. The battlefield in the Land of Water was deemed an excellent location for combat, albeit somewhat distant. After receiving intelligence, Orochimaru clasped his hands behind his back and murmured softly, "It appears I must prepare in advance to reap a bountiful harvest." War signifies death. Death signifies the dissolution of all things, rendering everything void. Yet, in the eyes of Orochimaru, within the lifeless bodies of fallen ninjas lies the essence of vitality he has sown. When a ninja perishes, the dispersal of this vital energy becomes an egregious waste. Thus, upon receiving intelligence, Orochimaru utilized the power of the reincarnated bodies, extending his vision infinitely, leading him to perceive himself as a being of higher dimensions, unrestrained in observing lower-dimensional life forms. All-powerful and omnipresent, it seemed that wherever he wished to be, he could reach any place suffused with vital energy, commanding any practitioner of its art. This sensation surpassed even the exhilaration he felt upon unlocking his inner powers previously. The efforts and groundwork I laid have indeed not been in vain. At this moment, I am comparable to a deity. The majority of the resurrected corpses bore ashen, decaying visages, reminiscent of beings freshly unearthed from their graves. Yet, such entities exhibited a swiftness akin to the living as they swiftly approached the allied forces. Their speed was not inferior to that of the living. As the undead drew nearer, the coalition could discern the grotesque decay upon their forms and the foul stench they emitted. This horrifying spectacle sent many ninjas of the 5 villages coalition into a state of panic, their legs trembling, uncertain whether to flee or to fight. Engaging with the living was commonplace, but confronting the deceased was an entirely different matter. The great king of hell governs the profound mysteries of life and death, possessing unparalleled divine abilities. The 5 great ninja villages are utterly insignificant in contrast. Allow me to harness the might of the great king of hell to annihilate this wretched horde right here. The inflated ego of the leader of the hell sect raised his arm, bringing forth yet more undead to assault the ninja coalition, with the previous undead still unresolved. The emergence of new ones heightened the tension of the entire situation. Witnessing the enemy's ferocity and relentless reinforcements, Danzo swiftly maneuvered behind his comrades to issue further commands. A chilling wind swept across the battlefield, intensifying the pervasive cold. As the number of undead increased, the pressure on the ninjas escalated. The number of pseudo-sage ninjas was insufficient, and after enduring for a time, they ultimately succumbed. Faced with the ineffectiveness of numerous strategies, the coalition resolved to retreat and preserve their remaining forces. As the coalition took flight, fleeing towards the rear, Akimichi Mountain shivered and suddenly regained his senses. What is happening? Why is everyone retreating? Chapter 205. Instrument malfunction. In just a few days, Orochimaru had amassed a considerable amount of energy. Standing before the energy harvester, he gazed at the machine pulsating with a vibrant red glow and could not help but voice his reflections. Truly, the ninja world is remarkable. The speed and efficiency of death among ninjas is astonishing. Each flicker of the machine signifies a life lost. This serves as a testament to the severity of the conflict and bloodshed permeating the ninja realm. Unbeknownst to the majority, slaughter occurs incessantly, not limited to the front lines. Chapter 206. Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing Uchiha Kagami's words, Orochimaru's expression shifted, prompting him to rush out. What is happening? Could it be that there is a malfunction with the instrument? Having achieved numerous successful research endeavors, Orochimaru was brimming with confidence in his scientific abilities. His talents far surpassed those of his peers, making it unlikely that he would encounter issues. Yet, the intricate and specialized nature of the device might have led to an oversight in his setup, resulting in the malfunction. With a hint of apprehension, Orochimaru entered the room where the instrument was housed. Chapter 207. Energy collection. The atmosphere was silent, enveloped in tranquility, just as Kurizetsu was deep in thought. The sound of Uchiha Madara's maniacal laughter broke the stillness. To think that within a mere few decades, the ninja world has produced such intriguing individuals, it truly piques my interest. I hope he can ignite the same fervor within me as Hashirama did, allowing me to dance with joy. Faced with potential formidable foes, Uchiha Madara felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with eager anticipation. He had undergone a profound transformation, his strength surpassing that of his past. Not only had he integrated with Hashirama. Chapter 208. Capturing Kurizetsu. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu, who was alongside Uchiha Madara, received a communication from Orochimaru. Why is he contacting me all of a sudden? Has he discovered something? Casting a glance at Uchiha Madara, Kurizetsu's expression shifted, only to dismiss the thought. His performance was flawless. There was no way Orochimaru could have uncovered his secrets. Could it be that Orochimaru had previously spied on Uchiha Madara? That seems unlikely. He is exceptionally gifted, but surely not to that extent. Even geniuses require time to mature. Chapter 209. Successful capture would release. Cutting technique. The thick wooden tendrils transformed into long, sharp spikes, thrusting forcefully against the barrier of the 5-element sealing technique. With a resounding crash, the multicolored barrier trembled violently, yet in the next moment, it returned to its original state. Observing this, Kurojitsu intensified his output of power, continuing to assault the prison of the 5-element sealing technique with his wood release. As the barrier quaked, the vibrant hues of the seal rippled, as if on the verge of shattering. In the face of Kurojitsu's relentless attack, Orochimaru remained unfazed, forming hand seals and summoning 5 shadow clones. Just then, several concealed presences rushed towards this location, accompanied by sensory ninjutsu searching the surroundings. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he turned towards the approaching figure, comprehending both their identity and purpose. Moments ago, Kuratsuchi's full-throttle eruption, while failing to shatter the 5-element sealing prison, nonetheless allowed tendrils of energy to escape into the ether. Before long, several masked ninjas appeared, their forms shifting as they raced towards him with astonishing speed. Upon seeing Orochimaru, the ninjas momentarily slowed, their vigilance waning. The leader stepped forward to Orochimaru, aware that without transformation, Kuratsuchi could not be controlled. Yet, should change occur, Kuratsuchi would cease to exist altogether. Orochimaru found himself in a predicament, caught between conflicting choices. As he gazed at the limp and crumpled figure of Kurizetsu, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully, and a clever idea began to take shape in his mind. Kaguya Otsutsuki, in her creation of Kaguya, regarded the mission of liberating herself from her seal as the very essence of Kaguya's existence. Although she could not alter her fate, she could manipulate and obscure this original concept, bending it to serve her own purposes. I am indeed a genius, having conceived such an ingenious idea. Chapter 212. Spiritualization and Astral Projection. After several attempts, the Serpent Princess discovered that, aside from her ability to rely on others, she had also acquired a unique power of her own, which filled her with immense joy. How wonderful it is! Even without the use of white zetsu, she could now possess tremendous strength to confront her foes. Upon careful testing, she realized that in her normal state, she possessed the prowess of a shadow-level fighter and could effortlessly switch between various attributes. Remarkably, even the rare bloodline limits, seldom seen by ordinary individuals, could be flawlessly wielded by her. If she were to integrate all bloodline limits with the 5 fundamental chakra elements. Chapter 213. The Malevolent Spirit. Within half a day, Orochimaru had gathered a wealth of valuable knowledge. In a spiritual state, the soul, devoid of the protection of a physical body, becomes exceedingly vulnerable to external harm and destruction. It could be said that a soul lacking the protection of the black and white cloaks is easily susceptible to damage from the outside world. However, there is a slight advantage to this spiritual state. It allows for the passage through most barriers, and the speed of movement can be remarkably swift. In the span of a brief moment, one could circle around Konoha village. If such speed were employed in military maneuvers, it would serve as an exceptionally formidable tactic. Chapter 214. Transformation and Rumors. After escorting the elder to the Pure Land, Orochimaru's gaze shifted to the remaining 2 souls. Only the 2 of you are left. I hope you can bring me some delightful surprises. As for the research, it may be a tad cruel, but fortunately, no one has discovered it, and thus, there will be no accusations or reproaches. Following a series of manipulations, the 2 souls inevitably transformed into vengeful spirits, lunging towards Orochimaru with ferocity. The air was filled with chilling winds and anguished wails. Yet, faced with the prepared Orochimaru, the 2 posed no resistance and were swiftly subdued. Chapter 215. Journey to the hospital. Outside the laboratory, a cacophony of ghostly howls erupted, startling Orochimaru from his engrossed research. Orochimaru lifted his gaze to the outside, and upon hearing the familiar voice, he instantly recognized the identity of the visitor. Jiraiya. Only he, with his clumsy disposition, would wail like a banshee near Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru. Trouble is afoot. The village of Konoha is haunted. Jiraiya shouted incessantly from outside, his voice booming with remarkable intensity. Come out quickly. Let us embark on an adventure tonight and uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. Chapter 216. The ghostly shadows of the hospital. Observing Tsunade's various intimate introductions, Jiraiya pouted, his face suffused with envy. Yet, as thoughts of the circumstances within the hospital crossed his mind, a mischievous grin once again appeared on his countenance. Orochimaru. This time I am certain I shall surpass you, demonstrating my prowess to Tsunade. As the trio ambled through the streets, they soon arrived at the Konoha hospital. Upon halting at the entrance, they observed a sparse flow of people. Only a few patients wandered within the premises. However, once their ailments were addressed, they hastily departed, dragging their wounded bodies away without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 217. The Art of Spiritual Transformation and Spiritual Vision. Tsunade, not one to be easily deceived, immediately grasped the situation upon witnessing Jiraiya's stammering and Orochimaru's contemplative demeanor. With her hands on her hips, she glared at Jiraiya, her tone laced with displeasure. Jiraiya. Are you concealing something from me? Jiraiya, unable to meet her gaze, averted his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Well, just as he attempted to explain, the boy's spirit, ensnared by a golden net, became agitated, panic-stricken as he called out for Jiraiya's assistance. Big Brother Jiraiya. Chapter 218. Unfortunate news. Upon hearing this, Tsunade displayed little surprise. Instead, her expression morphed into one of contemplation. So it is the art of spiritual transformation. This forbidden technique indeed renders one's soul unique. Tsunade was not astonished by Orochimaru's mastery of the technique. In her eyes, he was a versatile genius capable of succeeding in any endeavor. She merely lamented her inability to perceive spirits, thus becoming the sole anomaly within their trio. Orochimaru discerned that Tsunade was in a disconsolate mood and surmised her thoughts. He addressed her, stating, "The technique of spiritual transformation is notoriously arduous to master. However, I have made certain enhancements that will facilitate its practice." Chapter 219. A new malevolent spirit within the confines of the Konoha hospital. After completing his inquiries with Misen, Orochimaru turned to the two individuals beside him and proclaimed, "The situation is dire. I must employ the technique of spiritual transformation to ascertain the precise conditions of the hospital. I require your protection." He understood the necessity of first-hand observation, rather than relying solely on the words of a mere child. Jiraiya thumped his chest, immediately assuring him, "Orochimaru, fret not. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you." Tsunade nodded in agreement, affirming, "I too shall safeguard you." They were aware of the perils associated with utilizing the spiritual transformation technique. Chapter 220. The three whips dispersed the malevolent spirit. "Who are you?" Upon seeing Orochimaru, Kuroda's crimson eyes narrowed in shock as he exclaimed. Gazing upon the handsome youth before him, his body trembled, inexplicably gripped by a sense of dread. The overwhelming aura of terror surged forth, crashing into the depths of his soul like a tumultuous wave. In the midst of his burning fury, the process of his evolution into a malevolent spirit was momentarily interrupted. It was hardly surprising that he did not recognize Orochimaru. After all, he had only recently settled in Konoha as a wealthy merchant. As an ordinary individual, he typically would not engage with ninjas. Chapter 221. Casting blame damnable adulterers. "I shall annihilate you." Witnessing the scene unfold, Kuroda's eyes bulged with rage, and an inexhaustible torrent of anger and resentment surged forth from him. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with his malevolence, filling the entire room with an ominous presence. A formidable wave of ghostly energy erupted, causing various ornaments within the chamber to tremble and shake uncontrollably. The temperature in the room plummeted sharply, the chilling air prompting shivers from the two individuals in bed. What is happening? What has transpired? The man awoke, his face etched with panic as he surveyed his surroundings. Chapter 222. The Half-Body King of Hell. Soon, news of the rebellious ninjas disturbing the balance of yin and yang, causing the souls of the deceased to linger in the mortal realm, spread rapidly among the ninja community. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mito, upon learning of this, promptly approached Orochimaru to inquire about the situation. After receiving a definitive response, they did not doubt Orochimaru's account. Instead, they immediately messaged Danzo, commanding him to swiftly eradicate the rebellious ninjas. In the Valley of Hell, the allied forces of the 5 villages surrounded the valley, engaging in fierce combat with the incessant waves of living corpses, their cries reverberating through the heavens. In a grand and majestic setting. Chapter 223. The Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land. Orochimaru meticulously guided the fusion of the 3 great ocular powers within 3 instruments. The merging of 3 exceptional bloodline limits and the continuous evolution of the 3 unique ocular powers in the air ultimately formed a composite virtual divine eye. It was a crimson eye adorned with countless crimson gold patterns, shimmering with a mysterious golden luster at its core. The moment it materialized in the void, it triggered immense tremors and cosmic anomalies, manifesting extraordinary phenomena around it. An endless expanse of blood red engulfed the surroundings, while golden rays burst forth amidst the mist, giving rise to a mysterious illusory realm. Chapter 224. The Six Paths Ninja Tools. Indeed, it was during Orochimaru's inadvertent creation of a malevolent spirit, which led to the spread of its ominous aura, that it caught the attention of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, the setting was the Konoha Hospital, where the souls of not only ordinary individuals but also several gravely injured ninjas had perished. Under the influence of the sage's abilities, they swiftly entered the Pure Land, posing little threat. While no harm was done in the ninja world, the situation was quite different in the Pure Land, a sanctuary for souls housing a multitude of spirits. A wisp of malevolent energy accompanied the ninja souls as they entered the Pure Land. Chapter 225. The Sudden Evolution. Under Orochimaru's keen observation, the structure of the Six Paths ninja tools became distinctly visible, with yin and yang chakra flowing in harmonious synchronization, primarily relying on yin chakra. The other chakra attributes and their transformations interlinked like an intricately woven chain. Where the light shone, the peculiar chakra resembled a filter, absorbing all malevolent energy entirely. From this, Orochimaru discerned that his research on chakra paled in comparison to that of the Sage of Six Paths, truly the founder of the ninja religion. The old man who had once turned against his mother, the goddess of the moon, was no ordinary figure. Chapter 226, Upgrading the Equipment. Immersed in the boundless energy and the sensation of grasping all truths of the world, Orochimaru became entranced. However, reason soon pulled him back to reality. The revolution was not yet complete. He knew he had to strive further, even if he evolved to the level of the Six Paths. Becoming a super life form at the Sage's tier, it could not guarantee invincibility. The depths of the ninja world were unfathomable, and his own development was still incomplete, preventing him from effortlessly overcoming all adversaries. Apart from the three great sages of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Dashiki Otsutsuki, along with the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Chapter 227, Rumors and Changes in the Ninja World. In response to all inquiries, Orochimaru shifted the blame to the rebellious ninjas, claiming they were the culprits. As for whether others believed him, he paid little heed. If they sought a reason, he would provide one. The true cause, however, he would never divulge. Yet, the subsequent developments left Orochimaru astounded. A few days later, when he collected the batteries from the life energy harvesting apparatus, he discovered a dramatic surge in the quantity of life energy within the batteries. Although he had increased the harvesting amount by 20%, such a dramatic increase seemed implausible. Chapter 228, Classmates who marry and have children. Tuanzang received orders from the Alliance of the Five Villages, launching a vigorous investigation into the rogue ninjas and cultists within the ninja world. As the investigation unfolded, it inevitably led him to the daimyos and nobles of various nations. Tuanzang, who dedicated his life to Konoha and harbored an almost pathological devotion to its welfare since childhood, discovered evidence implicating the daimyos and nobles in a conspiracy against the Five Villages Alliance. Without hesitation, he turned against them, leading to the clandestine capture and execution of several prominent nobles from various countries. This display of dominance exacerbated tensions between the nations and the ninja villages. Chapter 229, The Uninvited Akimichi. Upon hearing the name Cienair, Orochimaru's eyes flickered momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. The mere mention of this child foretold an extraordinary future, one destined for remarkable achievements. Delighted by Orochimaru's praise, Uchiha beamed with joy, unable to contain his excitement. He turned to Jiraiya, boasting, "Did you hear that? My son is surely destined for greatness, undoubtedly surpassing you." As classmates, Uchiha hailed from a prestigious lineage and possessed a proud demeanor, which had long fueled a rivalry with Jiraiya. Chapter 230, Apparitions. Confronted with an unfamiliar figure, Orochimaru typically exercised caution, immediately regarding the individual as a potential adversary. Maintaining his composure, he inquired in a measured tone, "You cannot genuinely be Akimichi Hito, can you? Pray tell, who exactly are you? What brings you to seek me?" As he inquired, Orochimaru cautiously probed into the depths of his adversary's capabilities. The ability to infiltrate Konoha village silently and to linger beside him without detection indicated extraordinary skill. Furthermore, the enigmatic and malevolent aura exuded by this individual was profoundly unfathomable. Chapter 231, Self-Destruction of Identity. Originally a signature technique of Naruto Uzumaki, it was preemptively devised and employed by Orochimaru. From the release without hand seals to the various transformations of chakra attributes, Orochimaru elevated the Rasengan to unprecedented heights. The blue-purple Rasengan rapidly expanded in size, reaching several meters in height, its complex chakra energy and attribute variations inducing a sense of vertigo. A moment's carelessness could provoke a catastrophic explosion due to the conflicting chakra attributes within. Chapter 232, Shadow Clone and Testing. With detailed information about his opponent in hand, Orochimaru felt considerably more at ease. Prior to engaging in battle, the paramount factors for a ninja are intelligence and strategy. Armed with specific intelligence, one can formulate corresponding tactics and guidelines for combat. Just as Orochimaru prepared to strike, several Umbu ninjas, adorned with animal masks and clad in ninja attire, rushed towards him. They were tasked with patrolling the shadows, guarding Konoha, and apprehending spies from enemy nations. The commotion caused by the invasion of the malevolent spirits was tremendous, inevitably drawing their attention. Chapter 233, The Fleeing Apparition. How could such power be possible? The demonic energy surged within his palms, swiftly mending the myriad of gaping wounds. Although it appeared he had immediately recovered, the significant consumption of demonic energy was an undeniable reality. This time, the expenditure of demonic energy far surpassed that of the earlier Rasengan released by his shadow clone, and was exponentially greater than the previous composite Rasengan. Nothing is impossible. It is merely a matter of perspective. Orochimaru had been meticulously delving into the research of chakra attribute transformations and nature changes. Chapter 234, Usurpation. Hearing his disciple Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm, which had been cleaved down, subtly shifted, circumventing the demonic core. With a thunderous crash, the 100-meter-long adamantine staff struck the earth beside the demonic core, leaving an unfathomable chasm in its wake. Observing the cracked ground, the disembodied apparition trembled inwardly, sweat streaming down in torrents. Damn it! I nearly met my demise at the hands of a mere mortal. From birth until now. The entity known as Wraith has for the first time since the looming threat of death, and it is also the first time it has found itself in such a dire predicament. Previously sealed by a priestess, within the consciousness space, a fierce clash commenced between the two adversaries. Above, a colossal and majestic realm descended, forcefully suppressing the demon below. Wraith, towering 1,000 feet, emanated a raging inferno, commanding countless demon soldiers whose cries echoed with an aura of annihilation. As they collided, countless sparks erupted, shimmering lights flickered, and anomalies proliferated. The heavens collapsed, the earth quaked. Worlds shattered, gods and demons fell, and blood rained down. In this realm of consciousness, both entities manifested boundless power, exerting their utmost effort to combat one another. Within the confines of the consciousness space, an ancient toad with orange, wrinkled skin gazed upon Orochimaru, a pearl inscribed with the character for oil adorning its chest. Though it appeared frail and lethargic, its eyes, half-closed, revealed a piercing and captivating gaze. You, who disrupt the trajectory of this realm's fate, do not belong here. Truly an otherworldly being, you have ascended to the realm of the Six-Path Sages in merely a decade. Its words were astonishing, unveiling Orochimaru's true origins and identity. Faced with the revelation of his greatest secret, Orochimaru maintained an expression of calm. Indeed, as a sage who has endured for a millennium, it is quite formidable. Observing that the quest pearl had not inflicted significant damage, Orochimaru was not taken aback. Instead, he immediately contemplated alternative strategies. The quest pearl, a hallmark creation of the six-path level powerhouses, possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. However, the White Snake Sage, likewise a master of the natural sage arts, had already evolved to the pinnacle of the biological chain, refining both spirit and body to an indomitable state. Thus, employing the quest pearl against such an opponent might not yield the desired effect. Chapter 239. Evolutionary Path. A serpent possesses the remarkable ability to consume creatures several times its own size, effortlessly devouring a colossal entity like Orochimaru. Upon swallowing Orochimaru, the White Snake Sage's body suddenly swelled to more than double its original size. Just as it relished this triumph and prepared for digestion, its countenance shifted dramatically. The Orochimaru within began to undergo a rapid transformation, morphing from its great serpent form into that of a human. Yet the metamorphosis did not cease there. It swiftly transitioned once more, this time taking on the guise of a slug sage, its blue and white striped form secreting substances. Chapter 240. Pathways and Evolution. Reflecting upon my most distinguished attributes and talents, it is undoubtedly my exceptional scientific prowess. The reason I ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world in such a short span lies in this unparalleled research aptitude, complemented by a modicum of steadiness. Setting aside the notion of steadiness for now, it is clear that scientific talent is indeed a remarkable gift. This aptitude enables me to dissect the fabric of existence, perceive the underlying truths of all, and harness the laws of the universe to accelerate my own ascension and power. Thus, I shall commit to the path of a scientist, unraveling the mysteries of the world, gaining profound insights, transforming myself, and achieving unparalleled greatness. Chapter 241. Successful Evolution within the village. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were in a state of uproar. An Uchiha member gazed skyward, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, as he dashed back to his clan, exclaiming dire news. A grave situation had arisen. Someone had stolen the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular power, the Sharingan. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan, both the main and branch families convened, their faces taut with tension as they scanned the heavens with their Byakugan. Members of the main family turned pale with alarm and promptly issued commands for the branch family members to investigate the matter. Those who received the orders sprang into action. Chapter 242. Creation of a tail beast. Gazing at the three sages, whose forms he had shattered over a dozen times, Orochimaru furrowed his brow, troubled. He was not the chosen one, nor a being of unmatched combat prowess. even after undergoing extensive transformation to obtain unfathomable strength and abilities. He still found himself unable to overpower the three sages. As fellow beings of the Six Paths level, the sages possessed an indomitable vitality, even when disintegrated. They could revive in the blink of an eye. Clearly, I still lack the means to decisively defeat them in such a short time with my current level of evolution. I am indeed not the destined one. Chapter 243. Vitality Beast. Boundless chakra and vital energy surged and intertwined under Orochimaru's control, merging swiftly. The two forces remained distinct, yet harmoniously organized. Yin-yang release, come to me. Orochimaru waved his hand with great force, tugging at the black and white cloak draped over him. With a tearing sound, the cloak was ripped away, and with a swift motion, he struck, reverting it to its original form. The pitch-black yin-yang transformation, reminiscent of an unrefined chaos, evolved chaotically in his grasp. This was due to Orochimaru's determination to rescue his mother. As the White Snake Sage began to harbor thoughts of retreat, Orochimaru, channeling boundless power, struck directly at the White Snake Sage's vital point. Within his divine gaze, the fleeting vulnerability exposed by the backlash from the White Snake Sage vanished in an instant. Yet, it was precisely this fleeting flaw that Orochimaru effortlessly seized upon, launching an attack with astonishing speed. A snake's vital point lies at 7 inches. The White Snake Sage's form had long since transformed into an ethereal body, flawless and complete. However, when faced with a severe blow, even the immaculate immortal body could display vulnerabilities. With a thunderous crash, the energy chain struck heavily against the White Snake Sage. Reflecting upon the past, 1,000 years prior, the Otsutsuki clan had yet to descend upon the shinobi world. And the landscape of this realm was not as it is now. At that time, the natural forces of the world were rich and vibrant, nurturing many sentient beasts, known today as summoning creatures. These summoning beasts were both benevolent and malevolent, categorized by humanity into deities and demons. During that era, humans included warriors, priestesses, and onmyaji among their ranks, but there were no ninjas. When Otsutsuki Kagaya and her divine tree descended, they ravaged the natural energies, provoking attacks from numerous factions with extraordinary abilities. Finally, you have awakened, Orochimaru. Upon seeing Orochimaru open his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed his furrowed brow, a slight smile gracing his lips. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed upon Orochimaru, attempting to discern whether he was merely a guise of some malevolent spirit. The likelihood seemed slim. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen remained vigilant. Such is the way of the Hokage. Orochimaru inclined his head slightly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mido, gracefully leaping before them, and began to elucidate. There is no need for concern, my esteemed teacher. A minor incident occurred earlier, but it has since been resolved. Chapter 247. Explanation and transformation. In response to the inquiries of the gathered crowd, Orochimaru maintained a composed demeanor, his mind already formulating an explanation. With a wave of his arm, 9 obsidian and intricately adorned orbs of the path to enlightenment materialized behind him. He inquired of the assembly, "Do you know what these are?" The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, none having ever encountered such artifacts, let alone possessing knowledge of the orb's significance. However, the immense pressure and terrifying power emanating from the path to enlightenment sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding shinobi. The more formidable the individual, the more acutely they sensed the dreadful potency contained within the orbs. Chapter 248. Suppression and doubt. The sanguinary actions and transcendent strength displayed by Orochimaru offered the assembly their first glimpse of his ruthless and formidable nature. Under his overwhelming presence, the shinobi and clansmen gradually retreated, acquiescing to Orochimaru's explanation. After all, those who chose to disregard his words had already been reduced to mere ashes. Once the crowd dispersed, Orochimaru allowed his previously imposing aura to subside, yet the oppressive energy emanating from him remained impossible to entirely conceal. Orochimaru stood amidst the crowd, distinctly out of place like a crane among chickens. Chapter 249. Negotiation and benefits. In the face of the sought-after Dao Jade, the once fervent ninjas, who had reacted like a powder keg, settled back down. They had no desire to experience the legendary weapon of the Sage of Six Paths up close. Observing the retreat of the skeptics, a flicker of regret passed through Orochimaru's eyes. He had hoped to use them as an example to instill fear. To his surprise, those who stepped forward proved to be rather feeble, lacking the resolve one might expect from a clan leader, demonstrating a remarkable ability to adapt to circumstances. Meanwhile, the previously enthusiastic clan leaders, witnessing Orochimaru's demeanor, broke out in a cold sweat. That was terrifying. Chapter 250, Sudden Assault. Now, tell me, what exactly is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Do not try to deceive me with the same rhetoric you use on outsiders. Orochimaru had his own approach for Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the latter was unlike the others. To gain Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust, Orochimaru had previously divulged some secrets regarding his research. Thus, the same tactics he employed on others would not work on him. Orochimaru instinctively licked the corner of his mouth, effortlessly concocting a new lie to compensate for his previous deceit. Chapter 251, Summoning Technique. Upon hearing the mention of the summoning technique, several team members were momentarily taken aback. Could the summoning technique truly be effective? It wasn't that they lacked faith. Rather, they found the secret art somewhat peculiar. After all, the entity being summoned was none other than Orochimaru from their village. Although Orochimaru publicly claimed to have inherited the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths, the distance from this place to Konoha spanned a significant portion of the Land of Fire. Was it truly wise to proceed in such a manner? If the secret technique were to fail, would they not forfeit any chance of escape? The team leader, Goeitai, furrowed his brow deeply. Chapter 252, Re-encounter with Hanzo of the Salamander. Reflecting on the past, Uchiha Madara felt memories of his time with Hashirama surge vividly. The two had been friends since childhood, growing up amidst their family's enmity, overcoming numerous obstacles to establish Konoha. However, differing philosophies led to a divergence that ultimately compelled him to leave the village. Yet, when Uchiha Madara learned of Orochimaru being the inheritor of the Sage of Six Paths, his expression darkened immediately, revealing a countenance of confusion and disbelief. Inheritor of the Sage of Six Paths? Did the sage not leave behind merely the stone tablet within the Nanga shrine? Chapter 253, Defeat. After a long absence, Hanzo of the Salamander believed that the disparity in strength between himself and Orochimaru had diminished. However, upon his return, he discovered not only had it not shrunk, but instead had expanded exponentially, reaching an insurmountable distance. With the ability to project from afar and miraculous healing techniques that could bring the dead back to life, he found himself utterly bewildered. His rigorous physical training and combat skills seemed to lose all significance in that moment. No, this is not the outcome I desired, Hanzo shouted, gripping his scythe tightly, summoning all his courage to charge at Orochimaru. Chapter 254, Kirigakure. While Orochimaru was reclaiming the smaller nations, a significant event unfolded in the ninja world. Among the four major ninja villages, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails from Kirigakure was abducted by an enigmatic assailant of remarkable power. This individual rampaged through the village, effortlessly defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and subsequently vanquishing the 3rd Mizukage, who had come to aid them. The process was remarkably simple, with no one able to stand against him. This incident, too, sent shockwaves through the ninja world. Some speculated that Orochimaru was involved, only to discover that it was not the case. In Chapter 255 of Orochimaru, the actions of Uchiha Madara reveal that, in Orochimaru's perspective, even the most studied bloodline limits pale in comparison to the simplicity of the most ordinary three-body technique. Orochimaru, through his profound understanding of bloodline limits, is capable of responding with utmost precision, thereby subduing his adversaries. Even if he does not possess the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, he is adept at countering ninjas who employ the water transformation technique, striking with pinpoint accuracy. While this technique is formidable, it harbors a conspicuous vulnerability. During the transformation into water, it becomes susceptible to the dual forces of ice and fire, rendering it ineffective. Seizing the moment allows for a decisive triumph. Several attacking ninjas were frozen, leading to Chapter 256, which unfolds within the Hidden Cloud Village and the Rock Village. Within a colossal brown edifice, a diminutive middle-aged man sits despondently in his office chair, puffing on a cigarette. With each inhalation, he exhales a heavy sigh, his countenance marred by an expression of worry. Beside him stands a tall, robust man with a genial visage, none other than Loam. Observing his father's lamentations, Loam cannot help but offer words of consolation. Father, you are the Tsuchikage. Please, cease smoking and muster your spirits. If you succumb to despair, how can you expect others to remain hopeful? Chapter 257, entitled Seizing the Six Paths Ninja Tools, is interrupted by a sudden, thunderous shout. Who goes there? A brawny youth, exuding vigor and ferocity, scans his surroundings with keen eyes. His face reflects vigilance, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Those nearby are startled by his outburst and quickly inquire, "What's wrong? Has an enemy infiltrated us?" The youth, his expression grave and uncertain, replies, "I cannot say for sure, but I feel as though a pair of eyes is watching us. This young man is none other than the future Fourth Hokage, son of the Third Hokage, gifted with extraordinary talent and acute perception. Chapter 258 explores the stubbornness of the Cloud Village's warriors, a stereotype that the ninja world has long held against them. However, this perception is challenged when faced with the formidable Orochimaru, the true heir of the Sage of Six Paths, who seeks to seize the Six Paths ninja tools unarmed. The reality of their powerlessness dawns upon them, leading to murmurs of concern as they turn their attention to the future Fourth Hokage. Feeling the weight of their gazes, he is suddenly overwhelmed by immense pressure, aware that he must rise to the occasion. In Chapter 259, the arrival of Uchiha Madara is noted, though it is merely surprising rather than shocking. Even a damage scale is not sufficient to breach his defenses. Orochimaru intended to convey the necessity of further practice. With a nonchalant gesture, he effortlessly deflected the mightiest spear, causing the Third Hokage's pupils to constrict in disbelief, exclaiming the impossibility of such a feat. How could this be? This technique had pierced through the formidable Eight Tails. How could it possibly fail against you? It was astonishing. Orochimaru's performance left the Third Hokage in a state of shock, leading him to suspect he was ensnared in an illusion. Yet no matter how meticulously he examined the situation, he could not dispel his doubts. Chapter 260, Fierce Battle with Uchiha Madara. Upon entering Konoha village, Uchiha Madara traversed the village's interior without a hint of restraint. After years of absence, returning to Konoha unveiled a markedly different landscape. During its initial establishment, Konoha's structures, crafted from various timbers, were sparse and unadorned. However, now vibrant flags fluttered in the breeze. A plethora of shops filled the commercial districts, and an array of merchandise dazzled the eye amidst towering edifices. The streets bustled with numerous passers-by, most adorned with expressions of joy and confidence. The transformation was indeed remarkable. Chapter 261, Complete Body Susanoo. After consuming the potion, intricate curse markings adorned his face, and his three-tomo Sharingan evolved into the kaleidoscopic Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, a tremendous surge of ocular power erupted from within him, manifesting as a towering Susanoo behind him. This colossal being, standing 100 meters tall, radiated a crimson luminescence, resembling a gigantic skeletal frame. This was the first form of Susanoo, with one individual taking the lead. Others followed suit, imbibing the potion and awakening their Manjiki Sharingan. Manjiki Sharingan, activate. Susanoo, unleash. Chapter 262, Boundless Dharma Aspect. The chasm between the pinnacle of shadow and super shadow levels is unfathomable. One ninja, with a dazed expression, exclaimed in panic, "This is no longer human. This is a deity." A sage, another ninja, who had been sent flying, scoffed and gritted his teeth, stating, "He is Uchiha Madara, the legendary Azura, certainly not an ordinary mortal." How infuriating. I believed my strength was sufficient, yet the disparity is staggering. Is this truly the legendary figure? How much stronger must the god of shinobi be? It is beyond imagination. Chapter 263, Uchiha Madara merged with the Ten Tails. In the face of absolute power, all efforts are rendered futile. Orochimaru, having harvested the essence of countless beings in the ninja world and the power of several-tailed beasts, commanded a terrifying abundance of strength. In comparison to Uchiha Madara, whose prowess was bolstered by sheer talent, Orochimaru undoubtedly stood at a more advanced level. How vexing it is that the disparity is so vast. No, I still possess a trump card. This minor obstacle shall not deter me. In the face of crisis, Uchiha Madara regained his former calm demeanor, his mind racing with thoughts of salvation. Chapter 264, Seeking Peace. The colossal truth-seeking ball streaked across the sky like a meteor, hurtling directly towards Orochimaru. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru merely shifted slightly and relocated himself to another position. His comprehension of space had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to traverse vast distances with effortless strides. Even with Uchiha Madara having merged with the Ten Tails, wielding the God Tree's fruit as large as a grinding disc, he could not land a blow on Orochimaru. Observing this situation, Uchiha Madara pressed on, summoning dozens of diminutive God Tree fruits behind him. Though diminished in number, their potency remained undiminished. Chapter 265, The Despair of Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru's demeanor is characterized by a self-serving nature, primarily driven by his own interests. In stark contrast, Uchiha Madara, a proud member of the Uchiha clan, exhibits a more domineering and rebellious style. Having suffered significant setbacks in his confrontation with Orochimaru, it is unthinkable for Uchiha Madara to easily relent. With a voice as cold as ice, he declares, "Negotiation? Such a thing is impossible. Orochimaru, I must eradicate you. Only then can I pursue my plans with peace of mind." At this moment, he finds himself reflecting on the erroneous nature of his ambitions. And his desire to fight dissipates, his momentum faltering. Orochimaru, having successfully undermined Madara's resolve through words, smiles faintly within. This triumph is attributed to Orochimaru's unique identity as a time traveler and his precognitive insights, akin to a divine perspective endowed with exceptional intelligence. Were it another person in his stead, they would likely struggle to provide an adequate explanation, only to be lost and overwhelmed by Madara's prowess. Observing the despondent Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru's eyes flicker with contemplation, ultimately choosing to refrain from striking. With the unification of the ninja world and the establishment of the 9 provinces, obstacles have been cleared. Following this consolidation, Orochimaru promulgated the principles of national advancement through technology and the cultivation of vitality. Within the borders of the 9 provinces, technological industries flourished, climbing the industrial tree to enhance the quality of life. Ordinary citizens were to be trained in the arts of vitality cultivation from a young age, fortifying their physical bodies and reinforcing their life force. Meanwhile, the major ninja villages continued to hone their chakra systems, developing various jutsu and secret techniques, while periodically receiving an array of mission assignments. However, the nature of the current missions had evolved. Yet, their hand-sealing speed evidently paled in comparison to Orochimaru's. As the divine eye opened, everything became clear. The flowing runes within the barrier and the structural framework of the energy techniques were laid bare before Orochimaru's gaze. Armed with this knowledge, he grasped the foundational coding of the barrier and sprang into action. With a mere gesture, intricate, swirling runes materialized at his fingertips, akin to a key that shattered the barrier. The portal to the barrier swung open, and Orochimaru stepped inside. Upon entering, the air around him felt significantly heavier. After subduing the members of the Tsutsuki clan, Orochimaru, hands clasped behind his back, approached the immense golden Rinnegan, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the eye before him. A sense of exhilaration surged within Orochimaru's wide eyes. It felt as though he stood before a treasure of immense value, promising significant advantages upon consumption. The evolution of the Byakugan into the Rinnegan lay within his reach. He hoped it would bestow upon him some benefits and enhancements. As he aspired to ascend to the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, Orochimaru held a tempered expectation for the evolution of the Byakugan. Not overly ambitious but nonetheless hopeful. Chapter 270, Capturing the Kind-Hearted. The following day, a sensational piece of news swept across the land of Gyoujo. The malevolent inhabitants of the moon were covertly observing the ninja realm, plotting a diabolical invasion. The illustrious Lord Orochimaru, the supreme deity of the present age, advanced towards the moon, capturing the wicked ninja clan residing there. The nefarious Otsutsuki clan conspired to annihilate the ninja world, but was vanquished by the omnipotent Lord Orochimaru, shattering their sinister ambitions. Exaggerated and attention-grabbing headlines appeared in the newly released Gyoujo Gazette. Chapter 271, Ultimate Flesh. Having pinpointed a general location, Orochimaru approached the shell organization in an exceedingly discreet and ingenious manner. The organization's base was nestled within a medium-sized mountain, surrounded by towering peaks and lush greenery. Accessible only by a secluded path, a casual observer would hardly suspect the existence of a vast secret organization hidden within. Perched atop a magnificent tree, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring several shadow clones that darted off in various directions. Each clone wielded a unique instrument. Chapter 272, The Ingrained in Victor's Eyes. Orochimaru stood exalted, akin to a deity. Upon his emergence, he manifested unparalleled intellect, concocting an array of extraordinary elixirs. He subsequently rose to prominence, not only demonstrating exceptional wisdom and formidable strength, but also inheriting the legacy of the Sage of 6 Paths, consolidating his dominion over the ninja realm. Such a figure was nothing short of legendary. Even a mere feudal lord of a small nation warranted Victor's utmost respect. Now, he faced a living god intent on unifying the ninja realm and dismantling the rule of lords and aristocrats. Chapter 273, The Little Slug. The secret technique that would grant the Otsutsuki clan a second chance contained numerous unique mysteries. Mere observation would not suffice for Orochimaru to fully grasp the essence and intricacies of this technique. To truly master this distinctive art, he would need to capture an Otsutsuki and meticulously interrogate them. In that moment, Orochimaru's gaze upon the Otsutsuki intensified with fervor. Truly, the Otsutsuki clan possessed a profound depth that was almost unfathomable. I cannot even begin to imagine the immense benefits to be gained upon capturing you. Chapter 274, The Nightmare Success. Upon witnessing the soul of the Otsutsuki, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement, prompting an immediate capture operation. He had conducted considerable research into the realm of souls. Although his knowledge was not systematic, it was more than sufficient to deal with an individual bereft of corporeal protection. Orochimaru began to chant, then exhaled a vibrant, ethereal mist that danced with the wind, enveloping the Otsutsuki's being. In the ethereal state, Tsutsuki Ishiki, upon regaining consciousness, beheld the mist exhaled by Orochimaru. Chapter 275. Information on the Tsutsuki clan. In a vast plaza, a throng of individuals surged, with numerous prisoners confined in this space, motionless. Despite the pleas for mercy from the captives, Orochimaru remained unmoved. These individuals, though appearing innocent and pitiable, had committed heinous acts, including inciting rebellions. Their capture was a testament to Orochimaru's unwavering stance against slaughter, meting out severe punishment to those who desecrate life. The more lives lost, the fewer resources he could exploit. Yet, even for their egregious transgressions, Orochimaru refrained from executing them outright, choosing instead to nurture them for future purposes. Chapter 276. Parallel Worlds. After tidying up the aftermath, Orochimaru promptly redirected his research focus. Utilizing the vast resources of the entire ninja realm, he began to meticulously observe and study the dragon veins. The infinite Tsukuyomi was also integrated into his research agenda. Both pursuits progressed concurrently, with the aspiration of transcending into a parallel world. A decade later, amidst the ruins of Lulan, a towering complex of laboratories stood. This facility was equipped with the finest ninjas and warriors, the most elite scientific minds of the ninja world, alongside various high-tech apparatuses. Chapter 277. The puzzled crowd. The members of the squad congregated and commenced their exploratory endeavors within the kingdom of Lulan. A sensory-type ninja employed a secret technique to swiftly hone in on the people and entities within a kilometer radius. With one hand forming seals and the other pressed against his forehead, he began to probe for all living beings in the kingdom of Lulan. After all, only by locating individuals could they glean intelligence about this parallel world. Lord Jiraiya, the kingdom of Lulan is not devoid of inhabitants. Most of them have been gathered elsewhere. As he spoke, a hint of confusion crossed his face. It seems they have been confined to a certain location. Chapter 278. Explanation. Hey, are you talking about me, you little rascal? Upon seeing the exuberant Naruto Uzumaki point an accusatory finger at him, Jiraiya gestured towards his own face. Naruto, baring his teeth in discontent, retorted, "It's you. You rascal. How dare you impersonate the pervy sage? Don't you know it's exceedingly rude to masquerade as the deceased?" Jiraiya-sensei was among his few cherished kin. Although he had passed some time ago, his significance in Naruto's heart remained profound. The moment he glimpsed someone identical to Jiraiya, Naruto's emotions surged with excitement and joy. Chapter 279. In Lushan and the Centipede. Observing the bewildered Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya animatedly gestured as he delivered an illustrative explanation. "Ah, so you are the pervy sage from another world," Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed with excitement, his heart devoid of any doubt. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, Minato Namikaze contemplated more deeply. Observing the familiar visage of his teacher, he inquired, "Jiraiya-sensei, did you also undertake a mission in the kingdom of Lulan, inadvertently influenced by the dragon's vein, leading to your traversal here?" Jiraiya replied, "Certainly not. We have actively harnessed the dragon's power." Chapter 280. The unsettled Sarah. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Queen Sarah, who held unwavering trust in Lushan, instantly bristled like an agitated kitten upon hearing disparaging remarks about him. She gestured towards the towering edifices around her, her face brimming with pride as she declared, "All of this is a testament to his contributions." The kingdom of Lulan was not nearly as developed or prosperous before his arrival. "You must be mistaken, and Lushan is a person of great vision, ambition, and talent." Watching the brainwashed Sarah, Jiraiya blinked and casually remarked, "Indeed." Chapter 281. Minato Namikaze. Restrained against puppet techniques. Minato Namikaze, upon spotting Naruto Uzumaki, found himself unwittingly boasting. Perhaps he was unaware of the heightened tolerance and warmth he exhibited towards Naruto. He shared even some less confidential matters with him. Thunder spins, infinite magnetic slash. A complex handprint emerged, releasing an abundance of energy that surged forth from the palm, transforming into ethereal blades of thunder, sharp and menacing, slashing through the void. Whoosh! The illusory blades of thunder danced in the sky, as if they had encountered Chapter 282 in Lushan. After witnessing the prowess of Minato Namikaze, Naruto Uzumaki's confidence soared considerably. He eagerly pushed open the grand doors, the first to rush inside. Within the tightly guarded edifice, he encountered a plethora of uniquely shaped and immensely powerful puppets. Yet, most of these puppets had succumbed to some influence, rendering them as motionless wrecks. Following the secure path, the group continued onward, unwittingly arriving at a most peculiar location. Cells lined the area, filled with monotonous forms. Chapter 283, The Astonishing Minato Namikaze. The colossal puppet advanced step by step, its presence overwhelming, accompanied by a thunderous roar that exuded terror. The recently liberated citizens recoiled in fear, and even Naruto found himself wide-eyed. He had never beheld such a gigantic puppet robot before. After all, in the ninja world, the pursuit was for efficiency and extreme subtlety in lethal capabilities. Even the puppeteers of Sunagakure crafted intricate and diminutive puppets. A puppet of such grand stature, drawing attention, was an anomaly. Chapter 284, Transformation. The battle raged on. Yet it was merely one side mercilessly dominating the other. Though both were colossal entities, their combat abilities were not on the same level. The giant puppet was composed of numerous smaller puppets, fused together by Lushan's puppetry techniques, forming a singular entity. While it appeared vast, its movements were considerably sluggish. Aikido Tenpu, robust and well-proportioned without excessive bulk, resembled a sprightly heavyweight. In terms of both offense and evasion, he excelled remarkably. Chapter 285, Crisis. Oh, I am truly satisfied now. After devouring the giant puppet, Aikido Tenpu reverted to his original state, contentedly letting out a burp. On the ground lay a mangled, puppet-like figure, barely clinging to life. Upon closer inspection, one could still discern the general facial features of Lushan. How curious! How did he become a puppet? Naruto Uzumaki, stepping forward to scrutinize closely, exclaimed in astonishment. Scratching his head, he wore a perplexed expression. Jiraiya, hands on his hips, proclaimed with pride, "You don't even realize this." Chapter 286, The Rejection of World Awareness. A crimson phantom enveloped the heavens and the earth, gradually manifesting before the onlookers in a breathtaking spectacle. First appeared the skeletal structure, followed by flesh and blood, culminating in the terrifying perfection of battle armor, each element unveiling itself to the world. The moment it emerged, an overwhelming oppressive aura surged forth, rendering the crowd utterly silent. This boundless pressure surged like a tidal wave, causing the very air around them to feel as though it had solidified. Divine grace was as vast as the ocean, and divine might as formidable as a prison. Under such circumstances, even if buildings collapsed and the earth trembled incessantly, the crowd remained unperturbed, for there were far greater concerns at hand. Chapter 287. 20 years later, everything seemed to return to its origin. The dragon vein sealed. Naruto Uzumaki slowly vanished from the spot. Alongside him disappeared Captain Yamato, who, due to Orochimaru's interference, was unable to rendezvous with Naruto. However, with the defeat of the centipede and the restoration of the dragon vein's power, he too returned to the original timeline. Meanwhile, in the native world, Minato Namikaze gazed quizzically at the sealed dragon vein and the surrounding damaged structures before departing with his teammates. Chapter 288, Tsunade's Confusion on the Road Back to Konoha Village. The group still struggled to recover from their astonishment. So, it truly is said that parallel worlds exist. How intriguing. I wonder what we are like in another world. The crowd exchanged thoughts, accompanied by Jiraiya and others, as they made their way toward Konoha Village. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at this world's Konoha, where the legendary gatekeepers awaited them, Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu. Chapter 289, Danzo's arrival in the Hokage's office as the Hokage of Konoha Village. Tsunade began to take seriously the claims made by the younger Jiraiya and Minato upon confirming the truth of their words. After a lengthy discussion, Tsunade could not help but burst into laughter. Pointing at Jiraiya, tears of mirth streaming down her face, she said, "Are you certain you are not jesting? Orochimaru, that rascal, can unify the ninja world and become the supreme emperor of countless nations? We three grew up together. I know his character and abilities well. How could he possibly possess such strength?" Chapter 290, Danzo, the Detested. With a resounding bang, Tsunade slammed her fist onto the table. "Danzo, who permitted you to intrude upon the Hokage's office? Do you not regard me, the Hokage, with any respect?" At this moment, Tsunade, embodying the authority of the Fifth Hokage, unveiled her full gravitas. Observing Tsunade's wrath, Danzo momentarily hesitated, his sinister gaze narrowing as he intoned in a low voice, "Fifth Hokage, I act with your best interests in mind, concerned that you may be deceived by these mysterious individuals." As he spoke, his eyes bore down fiercely on the group before him, particularly fixating on Uchiha Fugaku. Confronted by the cunning and calculating Shimura Danzo, Tsunade harbored no illusions that the younger version of Fugaku could gain the upper hand. However, Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to overly concern himself with the matter at hand. In his previous conversations, he had quietly amassed a wealth of intelligence. While such information could be deemed crucial, it also held a degree of insignificance. Through their discourse, Jiraiya discerned that the overall prowess of the ninjas in this world was rather mediocre, reminiscent of the era before Orochimaru rose to prominence. There were no elixirs, no vital energy, no ninjutsu talismans, and certainly no leadership from Orochimaru. The team members, having cleverly outmaneuvered the dark and scheming Danzo of Konoha, did not regard him with excessive concern or fear. After all, he was merely a blind, crush-supported figure, hardly worthy of their attention. Had it not been for Danzo's notorious reputation, they might have refrained from intervening altogether. These individuals had been meticulously selected through countless battles, emerging as elite figures from the ninja world. Yet, the local ninjas held a vastly different perspective. Their expressions filled with shock and disbelief as they beheld the retreating root ninja. The communication between the two parties was not particularly smooth, marred by vested interests and external influences. Following his setback, Danzo recognized the formidable strength of his opponents and resorted to a strategy of indirect influence. Under his sway, the remaining two elders of Konoha's upper echelon stepped forward, accusing Tsunade of favoritism towards outsiders and a lack of respect for the elderly and youth alike. Other ninja clans also received word, eager to insert themselves into the fray and gather intelligence. Observing the stagnation of their plans, the team members promptly initiated their secondary strategy, engaging in dialogue between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Faced with the awakened Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha, Minato Namikaze immediately focused all his attention on the threat. After all, the Manjiki Sharingan was a formidable force. Even in a world teeming with experts and prodigies, it commanded utmost respect. He formed hand seals, and in an instant, several identical figures emerged behind him. With spiky yellow hair and clad in exquisite battle attire, they all declared in unison, "I shall take action now." Several shadow clones surged forward, transforming into lightning as they charged towards Obito, encircling him. Chapter 295, The Speculation of Black Zetsu. With a single, unparalleled stroke, the blade descended. In the face of this assault, Minato remained composed, deftly drawing a kunai to counter it. The kunai shimmered with a cold gleam, remarkably sturdy, as it collided with the blade conjured by white Zetsu, producing a crisp sound. Observing the blade before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed Minato's eyes. The familiar material evoked memories of a peculiar prosthetic substance from his original world. Some ninjas, having rendered tremendous service to their nation, were left with bodily impairments. Chapter 296, Obito's Disdain. "In that case, I shall rely on you, Mr. Black Zetsu," Obito stated respectfully. Gazing at Black Zetsu, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Moon Eye plan, Obito's eyes brimmed with admiration. Truly, he embodied Madara's will, demonstrating a willingness to sacrifice everything, earning respect. Nevertheless, even with such dedication, he was determined to personally execute the Moon Eye plan, striving to transform the world into a better place under his control. After some preparations, the two swiftly approached the vicinity of Konoha village. Now, they merely required an appropriate identity to usher Black Zetsu into the village. Chapter 297, Black Zetsu's Inquiry. Having never experienced romance, Obito remained an innocent young man. Accidentally stumbling into the adult world filled him with embarrassment and astonishment, leaving his heart racing. Once he steadied himself, the man on stage unveiled a new product, introducing its effects and purposes to the audience. It was a unique potion capable of healing most external injuries within a short time, without depleting cellular vitality. During the demonstration, an ordinary person dressed simply was brought onto the stage to showcase its efficacy. Chapter 298, The Seed of Vitality. In pursuit of the so-called Seed of Vitality, Black Zetsu risked exposure, wandering through the training grounds. After several rounds of inspection, he finally discerned the differences between these individuals and ordinary ninjas. The ninjas before him were brimming with vigor, their cellular vitality abundant, resembling miniature whirlwinds. This was peculiar, indeed. He resolved to observe one firsthand. Seizing an opportunity when a ninja stepped away, Black Zetsu stealthily possessed a ch nin. Chapter 299, The Surprise of Domestic Orochimaru. A staff member clad in a white coat adjusted his glasses, an expression of intrigue on his face as he addressed Lord Danzo. This cultivation method has yet to reveal any flaws or defects, instead exhibiting immense potential. Upon accepting the seed of vitality, the latent capabilities within the human body are awakened, resulting in significant physical enhancement. Not only does it repair various hidden injuries, but it also elevates cellular vitality, achieving the effects of honing the body and flesh. The method of refining one's combination. The efficacy of the vitality seed has already surpassed the secret arts of lightning release and body refinement from the hidden cloud village. Chapter 300. Orochimaru's suspicions. Engaging with the energies of the unknown, Orochimaru's curiosity reached its zenith. Under his command, Kabuto utilized instruments to conduct a comprehensive examination of the vitality seed. The more thorough the investigation, the deeper the astonishment in Orochimaru's eyes. A mere lump of energy could nourish the flesh, rejuvenate the body, and enhance physical attributes. Truly remarkable. If chakra energy serves as the foundation for ninjutsu, then this energy is the cornerstone for elevating taijutsu. As a figure within the ninja realm, Chapter 301, Transplantation and the Art of Bodily Regeneration. Reflecting upon oneself. Orochimaru considered himself not a virtuous individual. The parallel version of himself in another world was undoubtedly no paragon of goodness either. Yet, if one were to challenge this notion, the outcome might differ. For instance, the divergence between two worlds. In one, a person betrays their village and becomes a rogue ninja. In another, they unify the ninja realm and ascend as a supreme emperor. This, perhaps, elucidates the variance in their characters. Lord Orochimaru, perhaps you are overthinking this. Chapter 302, The Advancing Sasuke. On the experimental platform, Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, performing a swift somersault as if leaping like a carp, landing deftly on the ground. He casually stretched his limbs, immediately sensing a remarkable transformation within his body. It felt as if a blazing furnace had been installed within him, continually warming his being. Wherever the warmth flowed, the lingering injuries from training and battles began to alleviate and heal. The burdens imposed by the frequent use of the Sharingan seemed to diminish under this soothing heat. Chapter 303. The Enraged Shinong. Gazing at the potion before him, Shinong's eyes gleamed with anticipation and delight. He had not expected that a simple outing for supplies would lead him to discover the sale of such a rare treasure. This potion harbored immense vitality, significantly benefiting human flesh and cellular health. The experiments he was conducting required such abundant life energy as a foundation. With this elixir, he would no longer need to exert effort or risk capturing villagers and ninjas from nearby settlements. Once my bodily regeneration technique is perfected, in conjunction with the 8. Chapter 304. Inoki and the Akatsuki Organization. In the shattered base, Sasuke, clad in white, maintained his composure as he stood before the tall and robust Shinong, coldly demanding, "Grant me the technique of bodily regeneration." The Shinong before him, ensnared by the Jinjutsu of the three-tomo Sharingan, exhibited hollow, lifeless eyes and obediently replied, "It is located in the secret compartment beneath the central control console." A powerful and resilient physique, yet utterly defenseless in the face of illusions. Having acquired the information he sought, Sasuke, without uttering a word, drew his blade and swiftly struck down Shinong. His decisiveness in killing was cold and merciless. Chapter 305. Tsunade's interrogation. Meanwhile, within the confines of Konoha village, the commotion had escalated to such an extent that it inevitably reached the Hokage's office. Inside, Tsunade, her face contorted with rage, held the newly arrived intelligence and shouted at Shizen. "Shizen, summon that scoundrel Jiraiya at once." Furious, she exclaimed, "How dare he engage with the 4 great shinobi villages and the 5 great nations behind my back and forcefully sell goods as if I were insignificant?" She waved her fists in a display of anger, though most of her fury was merely a fade. Chapter 306. Danzo's espionage. Upon uncovering the source of the turmoil within the shinobi world, Tsunade promptly accelerated the meetings regarding communication and liaison with parallel worlds. Previously, the discussions had languished, primarily due to the elders' dithering and mistrust of these alternate realms. However, with the evidence laid bare in the other parties' deliberate or inadvertent interactions with other shinobi villages and nations, a sense of crisis began to stir within Konoha. Though the individuals had departed from Konoha, they hailed from another world, with only a faint connection to their origins. In the office, the elders and advisors of Konoha sat solemnly, their expressions grave. Chapter 307. The shinobi world's reaction. A swirling vortex materialized abruptly, and the golden-haired Minato Namikaze, alongside Danzo, appeared in Konoha. Minato gently set Danzo down and, with a warm and radiant smile, remarked, "Elder Danzo, I shall leave you here." His countenance was bright, yet to Danzo, it radiated an odious disdain. In a flash of golden light, Minato vanished once more into the spatial vortex. Watching the departing figure, Danzo clenched his fists and muttered coldly, "That detestable Minato truly lacks respect for his elders." Chapter 308. The arrival. At that moment, as the two conversed, two figures, one clad in black and the other in green, approached at an astonishing speed. When they came to a halt, it became apparent that the newcomers were Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi stepped forward first, his expression serious as he warned, "This is grave news." According to reports from the Konoha Patrol Unit, a multitude of unfamiliar shinobi are converging here. Among them, in addition to the leaders of the four great shinobi villages, are the subordinates of the rogue shinobi Orochimaru and members of the mysterious organization responsible for the assassination of Lord Jiraiya. Their intentions seem malevolent, and we must prepare accordingly. Chapter 309. Propaganda and Justification. Upon hearing Jiraiya's name, Anoki furrowed his brow, his eyes glimmering with recognition. Jiraiya, one of the legendary three of Konoha. No, it is the Jiraiya from the parallel world. The renowned Jiraiya, known throughout the ninja world, is certainly recognized by Noki. However, in this realm, Jiraiya met his demise during a mysterious incident while on a mission long ago. The specifics of his death are known only to a select few high-ranking officials in Konoha. The sudden appearance of a younger version of Jiraiya has stirred the hearts of several Kage. Chapter 310. The enraged Tsunade. A voice, cold and authoritative, echoed through the heavily layered clouds of the heavens. Upon hearing the voice, everyone looked up, their eyes narrowing instinctively, revealing a look of terror upon their faces. "What is that?" Someone gasped in fear. Above, a colossal shadow loomed, resembling a mountain, suspended in the air, shocking all present. As the shadow descended slowly, they finally discerned its true form, a massive creature resembling a wooden structure, its gray exterior resembling overlapping scales, with a spine that seemed to stretch endlessly. Chapter 311. Teachers slaughter. No one dared to withstand the immense force of an attack from Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, at such close range. As the wind from her punch approached, Danzo's eyes widened, and he swiftly retreated to avoid the strike. With Danzo's retreat, a space immediately opened up. Tsunade seized the opportunity, unleashing the seal within her body, and dashed through the barrier towards the outside world. In a matter of moments, the fifth Hokage vanished from the streets of Konoha. Watching Tsunade's departing figure, Mito Gate In and Tika Shinomori attempted to intercept her, but were unable to do so. Chapter 312. The chaotic ninja world. In the face of indiscriminate attacks from overwhelmingly powerful ninjutsu, the majority of ninjas were thrown into disarray. Many ordinary ninjas were struck with terror, feeling as though the very earth was collapsing beneath them, and instinctively knelt in submission. Meanwhile, the Kage of the five great ninja villages witnessed a drastic change in expression, each unleashing their own powers to counter the assault. The Raikage was the first to activate his lightning release chakra mode, erupting with a formidable force of thunder, encasing himself in an impenetrable armor of lightning. Dayemu followed closely behind, clapping his hands together, utilizing the rocky ground to form a colossal structure. Chapter 313. The Earth Explosion Star. Unbeknownst to the scheming Beiliohu, Shinnong's attention was captivated by the new developments on the battlefield. "Oh, they have begun to fight," Shinnong exclaimed in astonishment. In his eyes, the power of Tendo Pain was nearly divine, rendering him invincible, and ordinary individuals lacked the courage to retaliate. Yet, on the battlefield, Jiraiya not only countered but also engaged with fervor. In the heart of the battlefield, the land lay in ruin, as if plowed by invisible hands. "Hey, you unfilial disciple. You truly dare to strike at me. It seems I must." Chapter 314. The Six Paths of Pain. A distorted, massive vortex ravenously consumed everything in its vicinity, assimilating all matter into itself, forming a gigantic sphere. As the sphere grew larger, it transformed into a colossal entity, reminiscent of a mountain, casting an aura of imminent peril as it hung in the sky, akin to a falling meteor. Indeed, as the scale of the Earth Explosion Star increased, so did its gravitational pull. Some ninjas who ventured too close found themselves unable to resist the force of inertia. Chapter 315. The Akatsuki Organization's Conclave. From a distance, Orochimaru observed the Six Paths of Pain, his deep-set eyes glinting with intrigue as he murmured, "So that is it. It appears the leader of the Akatsuki has another identity. During his time with the Akatsuki, Orochimaru had been intensely interested in the leader Pain's Rinnegan, collecting various intelligence and insights. In his recollection, the individual was one of the 3 disciples Jiraiya had taken under his wing in the Land of Rain, though he was not the one who possessed the Rinnegan. That honor belonged to a red-haired child named Nagato. Chapter 316. The chaotic situation. As other members of the Akatsuki joined the fray, the scene grew increasingly chaotic. Deara scattered explosives indiscriminately, Haiden killed on sight, and Kakuzu extracted hearts, leading to numerous innocent ninjas meeting their demise. Witnessing this, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages could no longer remain passive. The Raikage's gaze was piercing, akin to lightning as he spoke solemnly. I did not anticipate such a formidable rogue ninja force lurking within the shinobi world. It is truly alarming. Sachikage, let us set aside our past grievances and prioritize eliminating these traitorous ninjas. Chapter 317. The troubling black Zetsu, the ultimate form of Susanoo, illuminated Orochimaru's exquisite visage. Flawless and dignified. Upon its emergence, the terrifying aura of the 6 paths level immediately stifled the movements of all present. Both the Akatsuki and the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages found it arduous to act. Even standing upright became a significant challenge. What is this? Some individuals posed questions, while others immediately recognized Susanoo, their eyes filled with astonishment. How could such a colossal Susanoo possibly exist? Chapter 318. The portal opens, Kakashi Hitaki arrives. Ha ha ha, I have glimpsed the truth of the world. Orochimaru, who had been frantically evading Shinon's attacks, abruptly halted, laughter erupting from him, tinged with a hint of madness. To think that another version of myself from a different realm has already embarked on the path of truth, surpassing me by leaps and bounds. It turns out I am truly a mediocre talent. Faced with the transcendent 6 paths level powerhouse, Orochimaru finally comprehended his own standing. Despite years of effort, he still held no significant rank within the shinobi world. Meanwhile, his parallel self had already embarked upon the road to truth. Chapter 319. Danzo's astonishment. A poignant large-scale family reunion was underway, yet behind them loomed a multitude of fully armed shinobi forces. Various unique ninja tools and devices left onlookers feeling uneasy. Although their functions remained unclear, their extraordinary nature was evident. Beilyohu exchanged a glance with Shinon, mutually deciphering the apprehension in each other's eyes, and without a word, they began to retreat. The members of the Akatsuki, all bearing injuries, witnessed this scene and also ascended the outer path golem, preparing for a collective withdrawal. Though their initial skirmish did not yield favorable results, neither had the opposing side achieved victory. Chapter 320. Sasuke's return. As thoughts swirled, Danzo contemplated the identity of the otherworldly individual before him, his heart's trepidation diminishing slightly. The person he had caused to perish was not this one. Thus, the individual should not retaliate against him due to Kakashi Hitaki's demise in this world. After all, Konoha and the other party had both signed a contract. Should the leader of the Roots take action against him, it would be akin to tearing the veil of civility. Glancing at Kakashi Hitaki and the multitude of ninja forces behind him, Danzo's eyes narrowed, and he immediately donned a smiling facade, saying, "Esteemed guests, I appreciate your arduous journey." Chapter 321. The support. Having eliminated the impossible, only one possibility remained. "You are from another world, Uchiha?" Sasuke confidently gazed at the other, speaking up. Upon uttering these words, his figure suddenly sprang into motion. With great strides, he rushed forward like lightning. "Even if you are from the Uchiha clan, there is a price to pay for striking against me." Sasuke's right hand transformed into a long, thick python, from which he unleashed a gleaming Kuzurigama sword. A brilliant flash sliced through the sky, darting forth like a chain. Chapter 322. The open portal. After the 2 realms conspired, a vigorous wave of commercial trade commenced. An array of novel items and goods overwhelmed local products in staggering quantities, creating a situation of dumping. However, the denizens of the ninja world remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety, rather feeling elated. After all, acquiring goods with currency is far easier than waging war. Upon the return of the first batch of buyers, they brought back an exceedingly important message. In 1 week, the portal between the 2 realms in Kyushu City would be opened. Chapter 323. Cross-boundary. "Ah, Sasuke, you're here too," Naruto exclaimed, his gaze scanning the crowd until it brightened at the sight of his friend. He joyfully dashed over to Sasuke's side, a broad smile illuminating his face, brimming with excitement. "I thought you might not make it." Sasuke let out a haughty snort, declaring, "There is nothing in this world that can impede me." In truth, he had received an invitation from Fugaku, which allowed him to join the queue. The invitation, valued at 1 million ryo, had indeed astonished Sasuke. Chapter 324. The audience upon entering the clan's territory, a solemn and ancient mystery enveloped Sasuke's heart. Before him stood the legendary Nanha Shrine, where clan meetings were held. Yet, as he pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. The scenery within was nothing like he had envisioned. There were no austere, rigid elders, nor the monumental legacy of the Uchiha clan, and the trial participants of the Uchiha clan were conspicuously absent. Within the grand hall, a plethora of leisure and entertainment facilities were arranged together, resembling a vast amusement park. Chapter 325. Evolution. Ha ha ha, you surely do not recognize Indra. For he is the progenitor of your Uchiha clan, the very origin of all. Orochimaru explained with a hearty laugh. You possess his chakra within you, though you have yet to uncover it. Should you awaken Indra's power, your Sharingan could not only ascend to the Manjiki Sharingan, but perhaps even transcend further to become the Rinnegan. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, the implications of the casual statement leaving him in a state of astonishment for quite a while. Chapter 326. The Tsutsuki Clan. A refined Manjiki Sharingan ocular power, combined with a genetic serum derived from the Tsutsuki clan's genes. The fusion of the two immediately ignited a unique chemical reaction within Sasuke's body. He felt his form tense suddenly, as if a formidable force surged through him, reshaping him at will. Each cell appeared to be torn apart and reassembled, his body akin to being pierced by countless steel needles, suffering destruction. Strange patterns began to emerge beneath his skin, resembling ancient runes that emanated a faint blue luminescence. Simultaneously, his eyes transformed under this influence. Chapter 327. The Lunar Base. Indeed, one cannot underestimate Orochimaru. The six paths Orochimaru remarked in admiration. Being a traveler between worlds, he was privy to such extensive knowledge. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's remnant spirit had gleaned a modicum of information and had deduced numerous insights. Truly a genius. The six paths, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Sasuke and said, they are the source of chakra and the greatest threat to the ninja realm. Their powers far exceed your imagination. We must unite all our strengths to stand against them. Sasuke fell into a moment of silence before nodding in understanding. Chapter 328. The News. Concurrently, in the bustling city of the Land of the Nine States, a massive ninja combat arena stood proudly at the city center. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was electric, filled with excited spectators. In the southeast corner, a colossal screen showcased the impending match. Next to appear is the prodigious youth from a parallel world. Uchiha Sasuke. The host's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, prompting a thunderous cheer from the audience. Under the gaze of the crowd, Sasuke stepped forth. Chapter 329. Danzo captures Danzo. What? That Uchiha scion, Sasuke, has actually received aid from this world's Orochimaru, awakening his potential? In a hotel aglow with brilliant lights, Danzo stood before the glass window, his singular eye fixated on the distant vibrant scene, the wrinkles on his face accentuated by the dim light. His fingers absently tapped against his cane, producing a dull sound. Why does that brat always find himself entangled with Orochimaru? Danzo murmured with a tone laced with unmistakable jealousy and resentment. Upon hearing these words, the elderly Danzo was nearly beside himself with rage, exclaiming loudly, "What do you understand? Do you have any idea of the magnitude of my contributions? For the sake of Konoha, I have toiled day and night, never pausing for a moment, constantly burdened with the welfare of the village. It is under my vigilant guardianship that Konoha has attained its current stature." The younger version of Danzo cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting with a hint of scorn, "Do not presume I am unaware. I am also the leader of Root and have dispatched individuals to the parallel world." The younger Danzo's lips twitched as he ordered again, "Disassemble his arm for me. Let me see what surprises he can offer." The Root ninjas, upon receiving the command, immediately set to work removing the harness and sealing techniques from the elderly Danzo's arm. When the chakra metal sealing tools were dismantled, both the younger Danzo and a youthful Sarutobi Hiruzen widened their eyes in astonishment. "Old Danzo, you have not only transplanted numerous Sharingan, but also the cells of the First Hokage. Such audacity." The younger Sarutobi was engulfed in anger, for the first time truly enraged. In the tightly knit conference room, several high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered, their expressions grave. "Damn Danzo, such reckless audacity to act without our counsel." Mito Kazan slammed the table in frustration. His egregious actions have directly undermined our alliance with the Land of the Seven. And now we are exposed. How can we find peace in this world? This is akin to being a guest in someone else's home and audaciously stealing from them. It is utterly disgraceful. Moreover, being caught has left Konoha's reputation in tatters. In the Hokage's office, amidst a clutter of disordered documents, the broad-minded Fifth Hokage, Tsunade, leaned over her desk, intently examining the crystal ball before her. After a period of idleness, she had discovered and embraced the hobby of her mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, occasionally employing the telescope technique to observe the various circumstances and changes within the village. The commotion caused by Naruto and Sasuke had become too pronounced to ignore. Observing their prowess surpassing her own, Tsunade felt both a sense of pride and anxiety. As for the new phenomena in the ninja world, vitality, the seeds of vitality, parallel worlds. The Land of the Seven, Orochimaru murmured these emerging concepts, displaying particular interest. He rose slowly, clad in a fitted white haori, exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of ancient nobility. This world is utterly fascinating. I never anticipated the emergence of parallel worlds. As the apex race dominating the cosmic expanse, Tsutsuki Ishiki possesses profound insight into the essence of parallel worlds. This existence is akin to the one described in Chapter 335, where Tsutsuki descends upon the Land of Rain. The sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, and a gentle drizzle persists throughout the day. Nagato sits atop the outer path's golem, allowing raindrops to cascade onto his face. His heart in turmoil. Has this illusory peace truly vanished forever? He opens his palm, letting the rainwater collect within, only to trickle down through his fingers. Observing the last drop vanish from his grasp, sorrow and helplessness are mirrored in his eyes. When the city of Kyushu faded away, the traces from the parallel world were erased. In Chapter 336, the astute Sharon inquires, "Oh, so you have lived alone in this desolate place without any contact with the outside world?" Otsutsuki Sharon nodded, yet soon expressed his excitement. "Although I have never engaged with the ninja world, I have often gleaned insights into its affairs through a certain secret technique of my family. My favorite television dramas include Ninja Tales, Deception Games, and the enthralling story of a Hokage falling in love with me. Among anime, I am particularly fond of Yukino. To have her companionship, I even crafted a puppet in her likeness." Chapter 337, Peach Style on the other side, Procure. Believing himself to possess foundational intelligence about the ninja world, directly descended into it. In the perpetually rainy Land of Rain, Procure sensed a familiar chakra aura, the essence belonging to the divine tree. Someone was gathering tailed beasts, attempting to reactivate the divine tree. Procure gazed into the distance, where the relentless rain fell, his sight seemingly piercing through space, landing upon the lair of the Akatsuki organization. The outer path of the divine tree, vast and formidable within the ninja world, emitted chakra fluctuations akin to fireflies in the night. Chapter 338, Otsutsuki battles Pain Crimson Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei. As the 6 paths of pain were being pulled, Nagato, far away in the Land of Rain, stood up in excitement. His expression was grave as he cast a puzzled glance towards the Otsutsuki trio. Who are these individuals? How could they possess Byakugan and Rinnegan? In his understanding, he alone held the Rinnegan in this world. Even in parallel worlds, the Emperor Orochimaru, who reflects everything in the ninja world with the divine eye, lacked the Rinnegan. Faced with this newly emerged foe, Nagato immediately commanded for capture. Chapter 339, Retreat. Procure utilized Huangquanbi Yusuka, stealthily maneuvering to the rear. Just as he lifted his fishing rod, preparing for a surprise attack, Ajurapath Pain abruptly blocked his path. Without uttering a word, the opponent launched 10 tracking missiles, sending Procure flying. "Your opponent is me," Ajurapath stated coldly. How infuriating to be targeted. Procure evaded the attack, his gaze icy as he regarded Pain before him. He had intended to sneak around for a surprise assault, yet found it utterly impossible. In that case, transformation was his only recourse. Chapter 340, Target Konoha Village. The campaign began unfavorably. Facing such arduous challenges in the first battle without achieving victory. Once more surveying the ninja world, Peach Style's previously calm demeanor vanished. For the first time, he felt challenged by the realm of these inferior beings. In his past experiences across various planets, he had never encountered such formidable adversaries. However, the presence of 6 pairs of Rinnegan on the opponent caught Peach Style's attention and surprise. Such powers belonged to the Otsutsuki clan. It was utterly vexing that they had fallen into the hands of outsiders, used to thwart him. Chapter 341, An Invitation from One Style. Ah. What kind of ocular technique is this? Gazing upon the Sharingan reminiscent of the Otsutsuki clan, Pushur's eyes flickered with astonishment as he exclaimed. The opponent's six-tomo Sharingan bore an uncanny resemblance to the unique eyes of the Otsutsuki lineage. However, upon closer inspection, subtle differences became apparent. The Otsutsuki clan possesses an array of remarkable ocular abilities, predominantly characterized by the Byakugan and the Sharingan, as well as the evolved forms known as the Golden Rinnegan and the Red Rinnegan, which are attained after consuming the fruit of the Divine Tree. These eyes are seldom pure white. Rather, they are often adorned with vortex-like patterns in their sclera, exhibiting a rather singular trait. Chapter 342. The audience under the guidance of a ninja, the Otsutsuki trio arrived in a small nation known as the Land of Rice. Ostensibly, this land is governed by a feudal lord, yet behind the scenes, it has long been usurped. The lord has become a mere puppet. The true ruler of this territory is none other than the enigmatic Yuanshin Temple, one of the 10 major powers within the ninja world. According to legend, the master of Yuanshin Temple is a unique monk whose mere presence compels any adversary to lay down their arms. His prowess is unfathomable, unmatched by any other. Chapter 343. The Otsutsuki sage in the face of Taosher's jibes, Otsutsuki Ishiki maintained an air of indifference, his expression tranquil, as though the biting remarks were but fleeting whispers. He slightly raised his gaze, his eyes deep and contemplative, and spoke in a low tone. The waters of the ninja world run deep, Taosher. Do not let arrogance lead you to a more devastating defeat. Upon hearing Ishiki's words, Taosher's countenance darkened, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking under the strain. Unbidden, memories of his failures against the Akatsuki and Konoha surfaced in his mind. Indeed, he had not triumphed over those he deemed insignificant. Chapter 344. The movements of Yuanshin Temple. Upon witnessing Ishiki's refusal of his invitation, Taosher furrowed his brow, his tone turning icy and firm. Are you certain you wish to defy the Elder's mandate? Before arriving here, I utilized secret techniques to relay information about the ninja world back to the clan, and I suspect they will take action soon. At this, Ishiki's previously impassive visage momentarily twisted in contemplation. His gaze grew profound, hands clasped behind his back, as he weighed the potential consequences of his family's impending arrival. Yet, he soon reached a resolution. Chapter 345. New turmoil. As discussions among the crowd grew fervent and the atmosphere thick with tension, a clandestine ninja from the Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office like a specter, kneeling on one knee. In a hushed and urgent tone, he reported, Hokage-sama, we have just received credible intelligence indicating that Orochimaru's soul hall is actively wreaking havoc across various nations, conjuring a terrifying scene reminiscent of the ancient legends of the night parade of 100 demons, leaving chaos in its wake and causing severe repercussions. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in chaos. Naruto slammed his hand on the table, abruptly rising, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly with rage. Chapter 346. Suppression of Rebellion. The ninja world is in turmoil, spiraling out of control. The 5 great ninja villages swiftly mobilized to confront the rampant evil organizations, convening an urgent summit of the 5 Kage. The focus of the meeting was the eradication of the Akatsuki, the Spirit Temple, the Soul Palace, and the Evil God Sect. At the summit, Kakashi spoke with a grave expression. We can no longer allow this situation to persist. We must unite and uproot these malevolent organizations entirely. A group of foolish clowns hiding within the ninja world should have been dealt with long ago. Chapter 347. Raijin and Tsukiyomi. Among the formidable Otsutsuki clan, Raijin and Tsukiyomi undoubtedly stand out as the most powerful of the younger generation. Otsutsuki Raijin, as the captain of the expeditionary force, exuded an innate aura of dominance. His tall and robust stature, with muscles rippling like a towering mountain, imparted a formidable sense of pressure. His flowing silver hair danced wildly in the air, while his eyes resembled deep purple abysses, occasionally flashing with dazzling sparks of lightning. His mastery over the power of thunder had reached unparalleled heights. With every gesture, thunder roared, and the heavens and earth transformed in hue. Chapter 378. The opening of the 8 gates. Raijin stood defiantly in the sky, his arms crossed, embodying an exceedingly rebellious demeanor. His gaze towards Taosher was filled with disdain and defiance as he proclaimed, Taosher, one must maintain necessary humility before the strong. Upon hearing this, Taosher could not help but grit his teeth and snort in contempt. What was so impressive? Was it not merely a slight edge in strength? Raijin, unfazed by Taosher's dissatisfaction, abruptly turned his head towards the members of Akatsuki nearby, his eyes igniting with fervent excitement, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Chapter 379. The death of Shiki. Shortly thereafter, the conflict between the two reached its conclusion. On the battlefield, the smoke lingered, and the air was saturated with a pungent scent of char and the metallic tang of blood. Dozens of Fade-Wan, who had activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, had now been reduced to mere cinders, devoid of life. Under the cataclysmic wrath of thunder, even the seemingly immortal Fade-Wan, who had unleashed the invincible 8 gates, crumbled like fragile ants, utterly defenseless. At the epicenter of the tempest stood the incomparable Raijin, surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity. Chapter 380. The chaos of battle. Intriguingly, it was unexpected to encounter such individuals within the ninja realm. Orochimaru stood amidst a shroud of black mist, enveloped by a sinister aura, his gaze imbued with a sense of intrigue. Upon encountering the spectral energy, he discerned the extraordinary properties of this unique force, significantly deepening his research into the realm of souls. His previously sealed arm had been restored, and the flaws of the reanimation technique had been rectified. Now, even without a corporeal form to rely upon, he could endure for countless ages through the essence of his soul. However, in comparison to the soul he still yearned for. Chapter 381. The shock of Korezetsu. Upon witnessing Itachi's staggered retreat, visibly wounded, Sasuke was instantly consumed by fury. His eyes widened in an instant, ablaze with the flames of wrath, as he activated his Manjiki Sharingan against the Otsutsuki. In a heartbeat, a thunderous roar erupted, and an immense chakra materialized into Susanoo, appearing like an ancient war deity. This Susanoo radiated a chilling purple luminescence, its muscular form taut as it wielded a colossal weapon, launching a fierce assault against the Otsutsuki. Chapter 382. The participation in battle. Aware of the divine tree's might and recognizing his mother's name, which felt strangely familiar, Korezetsu found himself pondering deeply. Should he discreetly consult him? After all, he was a kin of his mother, and perhaps he could leverage the other's power to rescue his mother, sealed upon the moon. Yet, at that moment, the ensuing words from Procure caused his expression to darken, his gaze turning cold and ominous. Procure struggled free from Baizetsu's bindings and coldly remarked, "Kaguya, that fool, is truly a disgrace to the Otsutsuki clan." Chapter 383. The cruel Otsutsuki. The 5 great shinobi villages, as the cornerstone of the ninja world, boasted profound heritage and abundant talent. Coupled with the technical support of the Land of Fire, their power had surged to new heights. Upon entering the battlefield, they immediately bore a portion of the pressure from the Otsutsuki clan, granting the Akatsuki members a fleeting respite. However, when faced with the elite cleanup squad of the Otsutsuki clan, the 5 great shinobi villages felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. They were formidable, each a harbinger of calamity. In contrast to the large, cumbersome-tailed beasts, these beings not only possessed a vast reservoir of chakra, but Chapter 384. The resurrection of Madara. Was her clan truly this malevolent? No wonder she had been so reluctant to return, vigorously developing Baizetsu and amassing forces, as if preparing for some impending threat. Witnessing the Otsutsuki clan devouring their own kin on the battlefield to augment their power, Kaguya's son, Black Zetsu, could not help but ponder the implications. Perhaps it was the Otsutsuki clan's utterly inhumane conduct that prompted his mother, Kaguya, to descend into the shinobi world. Their blatant disregard for life, even the lives of their own kind, was profoundly ruthless. Throughout the millennia of the shinobi world's history, Black Zetsu had never encountered a clan as barbaric and cruel. As for Obito, there were no alternatives left at this juncture. Black Zetsu's voice resonated with urgency and helplessness as he gazed at Obito, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. He intended to command Pain to summon the Outer Path Golem and subsequently employ the reanimation jutsu to resurrect Madara. Only by harnessing the power of the 6 paths level Madara could there be any hope of contending with the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan possesses overwhelming strength, rendering any alternative strategies ineffective in overcoming them. With gritted teeth, Obito's facial muscles twitched in a manifestation of his inner turmoil. Yet he ultimately spoke in a somber tone, "I understand." In an instant, his figure flickered, akin to a specter. Chapter 386. The astonished Obito. Centered around Obito, an unparalleled sense of oppression surged forth like a torrential tide. Merely the aura emanating from him caused the very fabric of space to tremble, and the world itself seemed to shift. The members of the Tsutsuki clan gazed at the suddenly surging figure of Obito, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. As a pinnacle race in the cosmos, having obliterated countless planets and civilizations through their cultivation of the divine tree, they comprehended the implications of this transformation. The seemingly insignificant lower beings before them had, astonishingly, harnessed the power of the divine tree, unleashing a formidable force. Chapter 387. Kakashi's doubt. As the members of the Tsutsuki clan vanished from sight, the tension that had gripped the shinobi world began to ease considerably. However, this brief respite gave way to an increasingly delicate and tense atmosphere among the 5 great shinobi villages and the Akatsuki organization, along with other malevolent forces. They exchanged wary glances, their eyes betraying a sense of vigilance and readiness for potential betrayal from one another. After all, they were natural adversaries, momentarily setting aside their long-standing enmities to unite against the overwhelmingly formidable Tsutsuki clan. With the great threat now departed, they turned their attention back to Obito. Chapter 388. The enraged Kurizetsu. Obito, when did you leave your contingency within Nagato's body? Have you been waiting for this day all along? Xiao Nan's expression was grim as she coldly fixed her gaze upon Obito, questioning him. After all, Obito's forceful manipulation of Nagato to summon the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki was indeed unexpected. His fluid movements led one to speculate that he had been plotting this for quite some time. In response to Xiao Nan's inquiry, Obito remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and devoid of any panic. He slightly lifted his head, meeting the gazes of those present, and spoke with unwavering conviction. Chapter 389. The spread of news. Not long after, a shocking revelation that spanned both ancient and modern times began to circulate widely throughout the ninja world. On that day, the formidable and enigmatic Tsutsuki clan compelled numerous factions within the ninja realm to unite against them. They were the mysterious progenitors of the Sage of Six Paths, the very mother of the Tsutsuki clan, and the goddess from the realm of Rabbit. Their purpose for coming to the ninja world was to gather the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, restoring it to the divine tree brought by the Rabbit goddess, with the intent to annihilate the world. Initially, many were skeptical of this news, but as investigations into history deepened, coupled with the few words spoken by the opposing side, they discovered the truth of the matter. Chapter 390. The ambush. While the various factions of the ninja world found themselves in a state of distress, pondering how to confront the ancient and mysterious Tsutsuki clan, several fleeing members of the main Tsutsuki household were not faring well. In the vast expanse of outer space, a sinuous white serpent stretched across the starry sky, its scales shimmering with a chilling gleam, its abdomen undulating rhythmically. Within its belly, several members of the Tsutsuki clan were desperately attacking their surroundings, attempting to escape from the serpent's insides. However, no matter how fiercely they struck, the creature's internal structure absorbed their assaults, even restraining their space-time ninjutsu. Chapter 391. The Tsutsuki clan's reaction. As the Vice-Captain Yuesher, adept in various illusions. He was slightly less powerful than Raisher, yet far more troublesome. Compared to Reishi's overwhelming force, he possessed a plethora of secret techniques and forbidden arts, always proving useful in critical moments. Unbeknownst to him, the distress signal he employed had been specially manipulated before being released. Orochimaru, who orchestrated these events, was likewise one of the catalysts prompting the Tsutsuki clan's attention towards the ninja world. Observing the transmission information that vanished before his eyes, Orochimaru, concealed within the body of the white serpent, harbored profound thoughts. Chapter 392. Tsutsuki Sora. The prominent elder of the Tsutsuki clan who had come was known as Tsutsuki Sora, a militant figure from the main household, who held a ruthless stance towards resistance forces from other planets. His countenance was stern, with long silver hair cascading down to his knees. At his forehead resided a diamond-shaped golden rinnegan, its pupils swirling like a nebula. Unlike ordinary members of the Tsutsuki clan, he donned a fitted silver combat suit instead of a loose robe, with energy cannons shaped like star trails at his shoulders, and 9 black chakra orbs floated behind him. After assembling his team, Tsutsuki Sora. Chapter 393. The alliance. Above the ninja world, a colossal barrier forged from countless chains emitted intense cracking sounds, fissures spreading across its surface. Gazing at the strange phenomenon in the sky, countless individuals were thrown into a state of panic, bewildered by the unfolding events. Within the Rain Country, Obito, having reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his eyes deep and clouded with seriousness. How swift had the enemy arrived? From the terrifying onslaught of his adversary, Obito was enveloped in an unprecedented sense of crisis, akin to confronting a nemesis. Yet, Even in such dire circumstances, the shinobi villages, long embroiled in conflict due to ideology and self-interest, found themselves united. In a miraculous display, the denizens of the shinobi world set aside their deep-seated grievances, their eyes filled with resolute determination against a common foe. They converged from every corner of the shinobi realm. United in purpose, resolute in their commitment to safeguard the land upon which their existence depended. Observing the swelling ranks of the vigilant shinobi coalition, Kagaya Otsutsuki remained unfazed, calmly awaiting the gathering of the ninjas. His intention was to lure them all into his grasp, ensnaring them in one fell swoop. In the protracted passage of time, having endured countless battles and bloodshed, Kagaya Otsutsuki had ascended to the pinnacle of the cosmos. For many years, he had never encountered a situation that filled him with such profound humiliation. To him, Naruto, Sasuke, and their companions were nothing more than insignificant ants, easily annihilated with a mere flick of the wrist. Yet, the very beings he dismissed with scorn had, using the Otsutsuki clan's Rinnegan, orchestrated a stealthy ambush that stripped him of all dignity before the eyes of many. The injury he sustained was one matter, but the loss of face was of paramount importance. After all, he was an elder of the Otsutsuki clan, his might unparalleled. Otsutsuki Kagaya is a being who has endured for millennia, conquering countless planets and reaping the lives of billions, while consuming vast quantities of chakra. The chakra contained within her being has reached a terrifying magnitude, equivalent to that of a planet. Moreover, her mastery over her own chakra is exceptionally refined. Every strand of chakra can be wielded at her discretion, transforming into a force capable of annihilating the very heavens and the earth. As her powers erupt in full force, a surging torrent of energy sweeps forth, impacting the ninja world like never before. The earth trembles, and the sky distorts. Chapter 397. The Grim Reaper and the Hokage. Have you forgotten? Several Hokages have been sealed by the Grim Reaper, Sasuke interjected, reminding Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto paused for a moment, a fragment of memory flashing through his mind like lightning, swiftly recalling Orochimaru's scheme to bring about the destruction of Konoha. That was over a decade ago. During the time of the ninja exams, Orochimaru, in a bid to annihilate Konoha, disguised himself as the Kazekage of Sunagakure and infiltrated the village, employing the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei to summon several past Hokage. The third Hokage, in a desperate attempt to safeguard the village, was compelled to invoke a forbidden jutsu, sacrificing his own soul to summon the former Hokage. Chapter 398. Time reversal with the influx of combatants from various factions. The ninja world seemed to be reborn from the ashes, regaining the upper hand. On the battlefield, the ninja forces, despite their inferior quality, relied on sheer numbers, employing an ant-biting an elephant strategy, launching relentless waves of assault against the Otsutsuki clan. The ceaseless stream of ninja pressed forward, undaunted and seemingly oblivious to fatigue and death. Before long, members of the Otsutsuki clan's expeditionary forces began to falter, unable to vanquish their adversaries. The ongoing attrition proved utterly futile. Chapter 399. Fishing and being fished. You have come to realize too late, Otsutsuki. With a calm gaze, Orochimaru, embodying the Sage of Six Paths, commanded his colossal serpentine form, opening its gaping maw, intent on devouring the Otsutsuki's very essence. Did you truly believe this would lead to victory? How utterly ludicrous, you insignificant insects. The expression on Tsutsuki K-10's face was one of cold severity, his gaze revealing an infinite disdain, showcasing the true essence of the Tsutsuki clan. Previously, he had been biding his time, preparing to uncover the true mastermind lurking in the shadows. Now that he had discerned the source of the disturbances, Chapter 400, Reversal, and the shock of Tsutsuki K-10 was palpable. The once beleaguered and hastily retreating white phosphorus serpent, after a resounding roar, underwent a transformation. Its massive serpentine body writhed violently as 7 heads erupted from its midsection, transforming it into the legendary Yamada no Orochi. The 8 serpent heads, with their gaping maws and menacing fangs, lunged towards Tsutsuki K-10, swiftly coiling around him. In the next moment, sharp fangs glinted ominously as they pierced through Tsutsuki K-10's flesh, injecting a pale purple venom into his body. As the venom infiltrated, the Yamada no Orochi thrived with renewed vigor. Chapter 1. The rebirth of Orochimaru. In a spacious courtyard overgrown with weeds, the autumn breeze rustled softly. Hey, are you all right? Wake up. As his body was shaken, Orochimaru clutched his throbbing head, forcing his eyes open. What greeted him was a figure adorned with a cat-faced mask, clad in a brown-green ninja outfit, with kunai strapped to their waist. Who is this person? What has happened to me? Why does my head hurt so much? He rubbed his temples, his mind racing with fleeting images akin to scenes from a film, leaving him momentarily stunned. He realized he had traversed dimensions into the world of Naruto, a realm he had once witnessed, and had become Orochimaru himself. Indeed, his identity was that of Orochimaru. But as a child, mere years after his parents' sacrifice. Now, he was merely 5 years old. Yet to enroll in the Ninja Academy and earn the honor of becoming a ninja. Furthermore, he had not yet taken Sarutobi Hiruzen as his mentor, nor embarked on the pinnacle of his life's journey. Orochimaru furrowed his brows, quietly absorbing the memories and coming to terms with this new reality. Upon his arrival, he found himself transformed into an orphan. Indeed, the moment he traversed into this world coincided with the news of his parents' tragic demise in battle. The shadowy ANBU members before him had come specifically to deliver his parents' compensation and belongings. Perhaps being an orphan is not so bad. At least he need not grapple with the awkwardness of recognizing strangers as his parents. His core consciousness remained that of an adult, harboring lingering pain. Yet he largely accepted the truth of his situation. As Orochimaru began to awaken, the ANBU members discreetly exhaled in relief and presented him with a modestly sized package. This contains your parents' belongings and the compensation from the village. Please accept it with care. Orochimaru glanced inside and beheld a stack of silver notes, a bloodstained booklet, several shuriken, and a kunai. Orochimaru quietly retracted his gaze, his eyes serene, and addressed the ANBU before him. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Having grasped the current situation, he readily accepted this unfortunate reality. We find ourselves in the twilight of the first great ninja war, where the major ninja villages are embroiled in a stalemate. Engulfed in the chaos of battle, with relentless bloodshed claiming countless lives amidst the flames of conflict. Orochimaru's parents were recently dispatched by the village on a mission, only to meet their demise on the battlefield along the border of the Land of Fire. Such tragedies occur with alarming regularity, as if they have become the norm. The ultimate fate of a ninja is often death. Even the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, a master of forbidden techniques and a formidable wielder of water release, perished over 6 months ago amidst the turmoil of a rebellion in the Land of Lightning. This grim reality underscores the brutality of the ninja world. Those without strength. The civilian ninjas merely serve as fodder in the ceaseless wars. As members of the ANBU observed Orochimaru accepting his fate, one offered a gentle reminder before departing for the next assignment. You fainted earlier. Should you not visit the medical department? His gaze was imbued with compassion and sympathy. With both parents lost, Orochimaru stood alone, a child facing an arduous future. Particularly in these times, orphans without parental protection are bound to endure considerable hardship. Orochimaru shook his head, rising from the ground and gently brushing off the dirt from his clothes. He replied, No, I merely find it difficult to accept this harsh reality for the moment. I shall be fine once I gather myself. He reached up to massage his temples, mimicking the gestures of alleviating sorrow. Previously, Orochimaru had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness due to his inability to confront the tragic truth of his parents' demise. However, after merging with Orochimaru, the weight of grief had considerably lessened. Furthermore, matters pertaining to the psyche are often elusive. Even a visit to the medical department might yield no discernible results. In these times of scarcity, a single examination could devour a significant portion of the compensation funds. Being but a child, there are numerous necessities that require financial resources, and with no means to earn, every coin must be judiciously spent. Very well. Do take care and recuperate at home, advised the member of the ANBU. Safeguard your parents' compensation, refrain from frivolous expenditures, and do not dwell too deeply in sorrow. As ninjas, we exist as instruments of murder, and to perish on the battlefield is indeed a glorious end. He added, by the way, you have reached the age to commence your education. Remember to report to the Ninja Academy the day after tomorrow. The intensifying nature of warfare has depleted our ranks significantly. It is imperative to replenish the village with fresh blood, making the enrollment of the village's children a matter of utmost importance. Previously, graduation occurred every 4 years. However, given the current instability, it may now be necessary to graduate annually. Everything is for the sake of the village. Only with sufficient fresh blood can Konoha maintain its position as the foremost in the ninja world. Orochimaru comprehended this notion and, with an unperturbed demeanor, replied, Very well. I shall go. Observing Orochimaru's swift return to his former self, the ANBU member turned and vanished into thin air. After all, the loss extended beyond just Orochimaru's parents. Many had perished in the throes of battle, and he had urgent news to convey. Watching the elusive ANBU member disappear, Orochimaru felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. He had arrived in a realm endowed with extraordinary powers, one that was familiar, the world of Naruto. Ninjas, through diligent training, refine various elemental chakras within themselves, allowing them to unleash an array of jutsu. Moreover, it is not solely jutsu. There exist taijutsu, genjutsu, sealing techniques, and sage arts, among others. These diverse systems bestow upon ninjas an eclectic array of abilities, enabling them to unleash formidable strength and thus orchestrate profound carnage. The essence of a ninja is to serve as an instrument of slaughter. This principle has perpetuated a state of unceasing conflict within the ninja world, where bloodshed is relentless. Consequently, ninjas must undertake missions within their villages to earn substantial rewards for their sustenance. While witnessing this was exhilarating, Orochimaru felt a peculiar dissonance in his own experience. In his previous life, with such extraordinary powers at his disposal, he would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to rob banks and assert dominion. Attending the ninja academy was a necessity, and mastering ninjutsu was perhaps the most accessible pathway to acquiring power in the ninja realm. Orochimaru, possessing the wisdom of adulthood, promptly established his aspirations and direction. The Ninja Academy serves as a realm for the mastery of ninjutsu, as well as a conduit for personal enhancement. Orphaned and devoid of parental guidance, he recognized that this pathway was his sole means to access the esoteric knowledge of ninjas and to rapidly augment his prowess. Following the trajectory laid out before him, Orochimaru, upon entering the Ninja Academy, indeed shone brilliantly, ultimately becoming a disciple of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru resolved to initially follow the prescribed path, entering the academy to diligently study and showcase his innate talents and abilities, with the aim of once again becoming a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having become a student of the Hokage and thus acquiring abundant resources, Orochimaru was confident in his potential to transcend past limitations. By employing scientific methods to enhance his ninjutsu training, he believed he could achieve even greater heights. The rank of Hokage was not his ultimate goal, but rather a new starting point. Armed with the memories of his previous life, he was acutely aware of the treacherous depths lurking behind the ninja world, fraught with dangers. To safeguard himself and his friends, he needed to relentlessly improve his strength and capabilities, particularly given the myriad calamities that beset the shinobi realm. The looming threat of the Tsutsuki clan was ever present. Along with the sealed Kagaya Tsutsuki on the moon, and the six-path sage who secretly observed the ninja world from his pure land, Black Zetsu, who had perpetually sought opportunities over a millennium to rescue his mother, and Uchiha Madara, who, seduced by Black Zetsu, concealed himself as he evolved his Rinnegan in the shadows. The five great nations, embroiled in conflict over resources, along with other eager smaller nations and various nefarious forces, including the Akatsuki and the Shell Organization, contributed to the chaos. In this minuscule domain, calamity was rife, leaving no room for complacency. Only by mastering power could one truly seize control over their life and destiny. Gazing at the package in his hands, Orochimaru opened it to reveal a stack of silver notes and some books. Was the compensation merely a meager sum of over 100,000 ryo? Life seemed tragically inexpensive. After counting the pitiful amount of compensation, he sorrowfully realized it was barely sufficient to sustain him for a year and a half. However, considering the larger environment of the ninja world and the fact that one must become a ninja within a year of studying, Orochimaru quickly comprehended the harsh reality. Konoha did not sustain idleness. Failing the ninja examinations meant no missions and, consequently, a slow death by starvation. Chapter 2. Exceptional talent. Is Orochimaru's start truly this dismal? I am utterly astonished, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Orochimaru's future identity stands in stark contrast to his present reality. He is neither one of the legendary Sannin who will later reverberate throughout the ninja world, nor the formidable mastermind behind the collapse of Konoha's plans. Ultimately, in his childhood, Orochimaru grappled with the fundamental issue of securing his own livelihood. Orochimaru cast his gaze upon a nearby book stained with blood, and upon opening it, he was immediately captivated by its contents. The tome detailed the techniques of chakra extraction, the usage of shuriken, the art of kunai throwing, and the fundamentals of the body replacement technique, among other knowledge. Although these were merely rudimentary ninja skills, Orochimaru found himself utterly enthralled, lost in the depths of the information. Despite their simplicity, these foundational techniques represented the true power and means possessed by ordinary civilian ninjas. Most ninjas lacked an extensive arsenal for combat, relying instead on basic body replacement techniques and physical prowess. The formidable ninjas capable of summoning torrents of water, breathing fire, or unleashing violent thunderstorms were the pillars of their respective villages. After perusing the text, Orochimaru was astonished to discover his remarkable photographic memory. Not only was his recall extraordinary, but his comprehension and insight were also profoundly developed. Having read it just once, he retained all the information without encountering any difficulties in understanding. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly with delight as he remarked, "Is this the archetype of a future scientific magnate? Even in the absence of external aids or extraordinary powers, I can still achieve greatness. With unparalleled ninja prowess and innate scientific talent, if wielded correctly, I can undoubtedly become an unstoppable force." Observing the chakra extraction technique he had just mastered, Orochimaru could not resist the urge to experiment. He returned to his chamber and, following the instructions from the tome, began to form the necessary hand seals. Although initially lacking in finesse, after practicing twice, he swiftly found his rhythm. Orochimaru distinctly remembers that chakra is a product formed by the amalgamation of the spiritual energy and cellular energy within the human body. In this world, humanity possesses a significantly greater number of cells and immense potential compared to their previous existence. Consequently, children in this realm tend to mature early, exhibiting extraordinary vitality and boundless energy. Orochimaru, while forming seals, diligently attuned himself to the presence of cells and spiritual energy within his body. With a calm and composed mind, he cast aside distractions. Through relentless effort and experimentation, a peculiar force gradually emerged within him. Under Orochimaru's guidance, this force intertwined with his spiritual energy, coalescing into a tangible form under his control. Is this chakra? Truly remarkable. As Orochimaru distilled chakra, it was as if he had discovered an intriguing new toy. Continuously learning and exploring, he realized that chakra could flow freely within the human body, albeit at a swifter pace through the meridians. This sensation resembled merging onto an expressway, imbued with a slight amplification effect. The ninja world also possesses meridians and acupoints, as well as the dantian, yet regrettably, the dantian cannot store chakra. Is this due to a physical limitation, or perhaps a characteristic of chakra itself? Orochimaru attempted to weave hand seals, his fingers transforming as they summoned a thread of chakra from within. He endeavored to execute one of the three body techniques, the transformation technique, with a resounding bang. A cloud of white smoke erupted around him. However, Orochimaru did not assume the form of any individual. His youth rendered him insufficient in chakra, resulting in failure. The fleeting trace of chakra he had barely gathered was entirely expended, regrettably failing to take shape. Nonetheless, this attempt revealed to Orochimaru that the foundation of his physique and innate talent were indeed exceptional. Had it not been for the meager amount of chakra he had just coalesced, this technique would have been mere child's play for him. Is this the sensation of genius? Yet, having consumed his chakra, a profound hunger now gnawed at him. At that moment, his stomach emitted a low growl, a wave of hunger surging from his abdomen. Orochimaru rubbed his abdomen, feeling as though his body had been entirely drained, having expended a considerable amount of energy. This sensation was far from pleasant, akin to that of an individual who had gone several days without sustenance. Orochimaru rummaged through the house and discovered a meager supply of food in the kitchen. However, the meager provisions consisted only of several unappealing, loose rice balls and desiccated fish. Yet, the gnawing hunger compelled him to consume every last morsel, savoring and swallowing with deliberation. After finally finishing his meager meal, Orochimaru felt a surge of energy revitalizing his body. He gently patted his stomach, reflecting on the state he had been in when his chakra had been depleted, and he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe. Indeed, chakra was a remarkable power, albeit one that drained considerable energy. It was no wonder that every ninja was a veritable glutton without sufficient nourishment. The body could scarcely provide the requisite energy to refine chakra. After resting for a while, Orochimaru surveyed the barren kitchen and decided to venture out in search of fresh provisions. This was a routine he had often experienced in the absence of his parents. In truth, he was not alone in this predicament. Many ordinary ninja families faced similar circumstances. Children left to their own devices, without the guidance of adults, had to cultivate their independence from a young age. Conversely, those belonging to clans fared somewhat better, receiving mutual assistance and specialized training during their formative years. Such meticulously nurtured talents often excelled in the ninja academy compared to their civilian counterparts. Calculating the expenses, Orochimaru withdrew several silver notes from his meager allowance and pushed open the door to his home. Stepping outside, clad in a white garment with a purple belt cinched at his waist, he bore delicate and refined features, his visage strikingly youthful and charming, reminiscent of a porcelain figure. As he strolled along the street, his extraordinary appearance alone could easily overshadow many. It appeared that this era in Konoha was rather dismal, plagued by economic downturn. The street in the commercial district boasted a dozen shops, most of which had shuttered their doors, with only a few remaining open. However, upon entering one of the establishments, Orochimaru found the selection of goods limited and the prices rather steep. Orochimaru, after inquiring thoroughly, discovered that the turmoil among the 5 great nations had plunged the world into peril, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. Numerous merchant caravans, fearing for their lives while traversing the roads, had retreated into their homes, reluctant to venture forth to trade their goods. The stagnation of commerce resulted in a dire scarcity of food supplies. Moreover, Konoha's militarized management system lacked the means for self-sufficiency, which in turn led to soaring prices. In essence, the root of all these woes lay in the ravages of war. Many were now unable to procure meals, their hunger causing them to feel faint. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan, with their formidable strength, managed to maintain a semblance of safety on the streets, preventing rampant acts of looting and violence. Faced with an era unprecedented in the realm of anime, Orochimaru felt helpless, his own weakened abilities rendering him impotent in the face of such turmoil. The impact of war was profound. As he gazed upon the desolate streets, the sparse passers-by, and the occasional malevolent glances, he understood the gravity of the situation. A child, clutching food, walking alone in the streets was akin to a lamb to the slaughter. Thankfully, he resided within the confines of Konoha. Outside the village, he might very well encounter someone who would seize his recently acquired provisions. As he ambled through the streets with a small sack of rice, he remained vigilant, evading the pursuit of several ill-intentioned individuals, and only exhaled a sigh of relief upon reaching home. Yet, Konoha itself was not entirely secure. It seemed prudent to exercise greater caution. After venturing outside, Orochimaru felt an intensifying sense of crisis, an unsettling notion that there were nefarious individuals plotting against him. This was not merely a reflection of Konoha's security issues, but rather a consequence of his previous life, which had been exceedingly sheltered. Now, in this new world, he found himself increasingly anxious. Most significantly, he lacked the means to counter potential dangers. Chapter 3. The Electric Shock Gun. Reflecting on the events of the day, Orochimaru concluded that his home was not a bastion of safety. He needed to devise some means of self-defense. A mere door latch would not deter malevolent intruders, and the scant chakra he had recently harnessed was insufficient for his protection. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, he recognized that he must explore alternative methods for safeguarding himself. While others who had traversed worlds possessed extraordinary powers, he felt envious of their fortune. If only he had access to a similar sign and system, he could soar to new heights. Alas, he resolved to contemplate viable solutions for his predicament. Orochimaru cast a glance at the shinobi tool pouch slung across his shoulder, which contained shuriken and kunai crafted from metal. As a mere 5-year-old child, he found the shuriken somewhat oversized for his small hands. Nevertheless, this shinobi tool sparked a flicker of inspiration within him, leading to the birth of new ideas. Lacking sufficient ninjutsu, he resolved to rely on technology instead. After all, he was destined to become the genius scientist of the future shinobi world. Being still quite young and possessing limited chakra, the shuriken could not unleash much power. Thus, he decided to harness the scientific knowledge from his previous life to create self-defense weapons. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he strode forward, turning to enter the room. Both of his parents were ninjas, which naturally afforded their family a certain affluence, and their dwelling was somewhat larger than those of others. Passing through the corridor, he crossed the threshold of the bedroom and rounded the corner, arriving at the side chamber. As Orochimaru pushed open the door, he was greeted by a modest storeroom. It could equally be referred to as a laboratory. Within this unadorned space, various items were haphazardly arranged, housing numerous materials and several tomes. These were remnants of Orochimaru's father, who frequently engaged in small inventions and creations within these walls. Orochimaru's scientific prowess did not emerge from thin air. It can be regarded as an inheritance of his father's talents. However, his father's abilities were rather mediocre and did not compare favorably to Orochimaru's remarkable achievements, resulting in a scarcity of notable inventions. Furthermore, the creations he devised were not particularly distinguished, appearing utterly futile in Orochimaru's discerning eyes. After all, the current Orochimaru stands upon the shoulders of a world enriched by advanced technology. The laboratory is adorned with an array of tools and materials, alongside several unfinished experimental apparatus and items. Orochimaru glanced around, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Splendid. This laboratory is replete with materials, perhaps containing the very items I require. Should the resources prove ample, I could indeed fabricate a high-powered stun gun for self-defense. Orochimaru reminisced about the memories of his past life and discovered the method for crafting an electric shock gun within those recollections. This knowledge, acquired in his previous existence, had fortunately not slipped from his mind. The diminutive figure of Orochimaru wandered incessantly within the confines of the laboratory, meticulously sifting through an array of materials. With deft hands, he grasped each component, scrutinizing it with great care, while in his mind's eye, he intricately envisioned the structural diagram. Orochimaru's exceptional research aptitude and talent enabled him to swiftly familiarize himself with the majority of materials and their applications within the laboratory. Copper, iron, aluminum, and chakra-conductive metals the size of a fingernail were abundantly available. After inventorying the materials, Orochimaru envisioned a unique weapon in his mind, a schematic for an electric shotgun. He could fabricate a generator using the resources available in the lab, subsequently storing the energy in a battery. In combat, all he would need to do was activate the switch to unleash a current. Just imagine. The ability to generate electricity without the need for hand seals or lightning chakra would make it effortless to incapacitate one or two ordinary individuals. Even a ninja, caught off guard, could easily be brought down. This showcases the inherent flaw in the ninja world, characterized by high offense and low defense. Even top-tier warriors could fall victim to a mere shuriken. Indeed, I am a genius. With the materials gathered, I shall proceed without hesitation. Orochimaru retrieved a palm-sized aluminum plate, placing it upon the scarred workbench. With practiced ease, he located a saw and commenced the meticulous task of cutting the aluminum into a more suitable size. Once the transformation was complete, he grasped a file, smoothing and evening the edges of the plate to a flawless finish. Subsequently, he procured a copper pipe, which, under the deft manipulation of his tools, was bent and twisted into a coiled form. After accomplishing this, he meticulously wrapped the copper wire tightly around the coil, ensuring an even distribution for stability. When all was said and done, he connected the aluminum plate, copper pipe, and a block of iron together, crafting a complete apparatus. This should suffice, he pondered uncertainly, gazing at the generator before him. Visually, it resembled the one he had observed in his past life on Doin, utilizing metallic electromagnetic induction to generate electricity. The simplicity of this electrical tool stirred excitement within Orochimaru as he engaged in the cyclical process of electromagnetic induction. Extending his slender fingers, he grasped the handle and commenced a continuous rotational motion. With each repetition of his actions, a brilliant blue arc of electricity leaped forth from the aluminum plate, accompanied by a sizzling sound. He had succeeded. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile graced his lips as he emitted a sound of jubilant exultation. At that moment, he truly felt a sense of relief. Previously, he had harbored concerns that the technology of his past life might diverge from that of the ninja world, rendering it unusable. However, with the emergence of electric currents, it seemed that the world's laws were indeed consistent, alleviating his worries. It is rather amusing to note that the technological progression in this world has taken an unexpected turn. On one hand, the scientific endeavors of the ninja realm are often overlooked. On the other, the influence of ninjas and the unique phenomenon of chakra have skewed the technological landscape. To generate electricity, one could simply command a ninja to unleash a lightning technique, negating the need for the study of physical electricity generation. Similarly, to create intense flames, one merely needs to amplify the chakra of fire techniques, with little regard for the elemental properties of fire. Consequently, the technological tree of the ninja world has become rather distorted. Furthermore, it is essential to fabricate a few batteries as well. Orochimaru paused in his actions, attempting to create a battery. The method of battery fabrication was straightforward, and he swiftly produced one that mirrored the model. However, perhaps due to the differing laws of the two realms or the quality of materials, the battery exhibited remarkable storage capabilities. Upon completing this endeavor, Orochimaru commenced a manual power generation exercise, rotating in circles to generate electricity. In the dimly lit laboratory, accompanied by flickering arcs of light and crackling sounds, several fully charged batteries materialized in his hands. At last, he had succeeded. Observing the batteries in his grasp, Orochimaru rubbed his slightly sore and swollen forearms. He had devoted 2.5 uninterrupted hours to the arduous task of spinning the generator to charge the batteries. Fortunately, His physical constitution was exceptional, rendering this exertion almost effortless. This resilience was undoubtedly a result of his parents' early foundation and intentional nurturing. In his childhood, various nutritional supplements occasionally graced his meals, promoting his physical development. Yet, even this advantage rendered him only marginally superior to his peers of common descent. Compared to the children emerging from prestigious bloodlines and secret technique families, he fell significantly short. Ultimately, a product of an ordinary ninja household could not rival the lineage of clan heirs, lacking in depth and breadth of knowledge. However, with the electric gun now in his possession, he felt a newfound sense of security. Holding this creation, which could also be deemed a weapon, Orochimaru's spirit sword. Tools such as shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags paled in comparison to his scientific apparatus. This innovation could be classified as cutting-edge technology within the ninja world. Incomprehensible to the average individual and impervious to their defenses, it was time to test its efficacy. Orochimaru assembled the battery onto the machine gun and ventured into the courtyard. Aiming at a wooden post before pulling the trigger, a crackling sound echoed as a dazzling arc of electricity surged forth, striking the wooden target 3 meters away and leaving behind a dark, charred mark. Observing the sooty imprint and inhaling the acrid scent, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the power was quite formidable. With this voltage, it could easily incapacitate an average adult, proving to be a significant asset in combat. With such a tool in hand, Orochimaru would possess a fighting chance even against the heirs of secret techniques and bloodline clans. However, the design was rather rudimentary and required further refinement. Orochimaru gazed at the rough electric shotgun in his hand, once again engaging his dexterous skills. He returned to the laboratory, seized nearby tools and materials, and commenced the creation of a brief mold. Within this mold, he poured resin, crafting an exquisite shell that transformed the electric shotgun into a completed masterpiece. The once menacing weapon now resembled a mere toy gun. Yet, Orochimaru, fully aware of the device's lethal potential, understood the extent of its destructive capacity. Chapter 4. Jiraiya and the Mischief Makers. As Orochimaru toyed with the electric shotgun, a cacophony erupted from outside. What was amiss? Were there ruffians causing a disturbance? Approaching the door, Orochimaru beheld a group of unruly children tormenting 2 others. The crux of the conflict revolved around the meager food in the hands of the 2 boys, a hard, stone-like grain cake. "Give me that food," bellowed a burly child. His face contorted with menace as he seized the collar of a smaller boy, threatening him. The slender boy trembled in fear, yet despite the intimidation, he refused to relinquish the precious morsel. In these dire times of scarcity, securing a meal was a Herculean task. This grain cake was a hard-earned prize, vital for his sustenance in the coming days. Meanwhile, a boy with spiky white hair wrestled with several others, his furious shouts piercing the air. "You dare provoke Jiraiya? I am not someone you can easily mess with." He stood valiantly against 4 adversaries, showing no sign of retreat. Even when knocked to the ground, he was quick to rise and continue the fight. His fervent cries caught the attention of Orochimaru, who looked on in astonishment at the boy with the spiky white hair. "Jiraiya?" Orochimaru scrutinized the figure before him, noticing a striking resemblance to one of the legendary Sannin of the future, the Sage of Toads. With his spiky white hair and red-eye makeup adorning his face, he appeared disheveled, resembling a beggar on the roadside. Jiraiya seemed to be an orphan. Could it truly be him? Upon encountering a future comrade, Orochimaru immediately stepped forth, raising his voice to intervene. "You ruffians, cease this instant. Who permitted you to brawl in the vicinity of my abode?" Orochimaru crossed his arms and began to reprimand the group of individuals before him. His sudden appearance and commanding voice caused the brawling children to halt abruptly, their gazes shifting toward him. However, upon realizing that Orochimaru was merely a child himself, the leader of the group erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Who is this little brat daring to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" He was significantly sturdier than the average child, with a face marked by robust features that gave him a fearsome countenance. His arms were thick, and his hands were broad and powerful, befitting a leader among children. Ordinary children might have been intimidated into silence, but Orochimaru was no ordinary boy. He had just completed his electric stun gun and was eager to put it to use. Undaunted by the imposing figure of the burly youth, Orochimaru retorted sharply, "Do not presume that your size grants you the right to bully others. This is Konoha, where there are many who surpass you in strength." The muscular boy laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed. The ninjas in this village do not concern themselves with squabbles among children, and in this residential area, there is no child stronger than I. You look too fragile to ever stand a chance against me. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Orochimaru's clean and tidy attire, and a glimmer of mischief sparked in his eyes. You have offended me, and you must make amends. Hand over your food and money, and perhaps I will consider forgiving you. If you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Relying on his status as a child, he had been forming cliques in Konoha, taking advantage of other children. Having faced no repercussions thus far, his confidence had grown immensely. With his physical prowess, bullying a smaller child was a trivial matter. Seeing that his adversary was unrepentant and intent on extorting him, Orochimaru swiftly produced his electric stun gun. He had no intention of using its maximum power against a child, opting instead for a lower setting. However, this setting still possessed a degree of lethality, capable of delivering a brief paralysis and painful jolt to the human body. This is your final opportunity, Orochimaru stated coldly, calculating the stun gun's range as he prepared to press the button. Yet, the other boy clearly did not heed his warning, advancing recklessly. You think a strange gadget will intimidate me? Do you believe I am afraid? He sneered, reaching out to seize the stun gun, a smug grin plastered across his face. He had no fear of someone as slight as Orochimaru, and the latter's cute appearance only irked him further. You are asking for trouble. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy as he deftly pulled the trigger, unleashing a surge of electric current that struck his opponent with precision. The brilliant blue sparks cascaded down the opponent's arm, causing them to flail helplessly. The effect of the electric shock was remarkable, rendering the adversary incapable of resistance and leaving them half-slumped on the ground. Satisfied with the outcome, Orochimaru retracted the stun gun and shifted his attention to another side. The group of children engaged in combat with Jiraiya, upon witnessing the scene, immediately fled in terror, fearing that Orochimaru might unleash a similar fate upon them. Cowardly wretches. If you possess any courage, do not run. My esteemed Jiraiya is not intimidated by you. Having endured a few blows, Jiraiya rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire, and turned his gaze toward Orochimaru. With a nonchalant demeanor, he proclaimed, I appreciate your assistance. I, Jiraiya, shall surely repay you. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek my help, for I shall assist in any way I can. He then glanced at the stun gun with a look of astonishment and inquired, Are you a ninja? In his mind, only the exalted ninjas could wield such formidable techniques. Yet, he sensed a dissonance. The youth before him, with raven hair and pale skin, seemed too young for such prowess. Indeed, he appeared to be of a similar age to Jiraiya himself. Observing Jiraiya's disheveled state, Orochimaru found it quite amusing. Who could have anticipated that the future legendary sage of the Toads would be reduced to brawling on the streets like a common ruffian? All for the sake of a mere pancake? Orochimaru pondered for a moment and remarked, I am not yet a ninja. But once I enroll in the Ninja Academy and pass the rigorous assessments, I shall be. He was brimming with confidence regarding his potential to become a ninja. After all, he possessed unparalleled talent in ninjutsu and scientific innovation. Apart from lacking bloodline limits and secret techniques, he was truly exceptional. If he were unable to become a ninja, then no one could. Upon hearing Orochimaru's response, Jiraiya leaped with excitement and exclaimed, I have also received the notification from the Ninja Academy and am preparing to attend classes. I, Jiraiya, shall undoubtedly become a formidable ninja, championing justice and combating evil. These mischievous children who steal from others? I shall take them down one by one. At this moment, Jiraiya was still but a child, full of youthful exuberance and boundless energy, with a mind as free as the wind. By the way, Baru, are you all right? Jiraiya suddenly recalled something and hurriedly rushed to the side, helping the frail child to his feet. His words diverted Orochimaru's attention to the slender boy, prompting him to gaze over. With skin as fair as milk and hair of purest white tied up in a ponytail, a striking cherry red that adorned his brow, Baru, a friend of the legendary three ninjas from the movie, would one day become one of the rogue ninjas of Konoha. The immense strength of the three ninjas made him acutely aware of his own limitations in talent and ability, leading him to secretly train in the forbidden technique of the demonic butts. Chapter 5. School. So it seems that characters and plot from the movie do indeed exist. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he contemplated the dragon vein, the witch wraiths, the land of snow, and the divine farmer, among a myriad of figures. Each of them represented a treasure trove, endowed with various unique ninjutsu and advanced technologies, igniting within Orochimaru a fervent desire for exploration. However, he remained but a child, unable to pursue such ambitions, and must endure the wait. Furthermore, the narrative had yet to unfold, necessitating a patient anticipation. Orochimaru lifted his gaze towards the two white-haired figures before him. One was Jiraiya, the other was the enigmatic Obito. Both were destined to become prodigies, closely intertwined with his own fate, and could be considered good friends, or perhaps even confidants. As this realization struck him, Orochimaru paused, as if he had stumbled upon a profound truth. It dawned on him that very few of his cherished friends from his past had survived. Jiraiya met his end at the hands of his own disciple, Obito, in his quest for immortality, was ultimately vanquished, and Kato perished on the battlefield. Apart from Tsunade, all his friends had vanished from this world. Was it possible that he was some sort of cursed star, fated to bring misfortune to men, but not to women? However, upon further reflection, Orochimaru deemed his musings to be overly dramatic. In the world of shinobi, death was a commonplace occurrence, and it was not unusual for all one's closest allies to be lost. Approaching the two, he extended an invitation for them to visit his home, hoping to strengthen their bond. After all, these two would play pivotal roles in the future, and fostering a good relationship could prove advantageous for him. Take Obito, for instance. He was essentially a diminished version of Orochimaru himself. One sought to unravel the mysteries of ninjutsu and the essence of existence, driven by the trauma of losing loved ones. The other pursued power and unity within the shinobi realm, delving into forbidden techniques to achieve immortality and become the quintessential ninja. Though their philosophies diverged, their ultimate paths converged. If Orochimaru could enlist Obito under his banner, it would undoubtedly facilitate many endeavors, such as the development of ninjutsu and the pursuit of scientific experiments. With this intention in mind, Orochimaru led the two back to his abode and presented them with provisions. When the rice balls were placed before Jiraiya and Obito, they instinctively swallowed hard in unison. "Is this for us?" Jiraiya inquired, his mouth watering. Despite his formidable prowess in battle, he had gone days without a proper meal and was ravenous. Orochimaru nodded gently, revealing a warm smile. "Please, eat. It is all for you." "How wonderful. You are truly a kind soul. I, Jiraiya, have decided that you shall be my friend," Jiraiya exclaimed, his gaze towards Orochimaru filled with newfound fervor, instantly regarding him as a dear companion. In these times of scarcity, finding someone willing to treat others to a meal is indeed rare. The landlord's family has little to spare, let alone providing sustenance for orphans like them. They too are struggling to survive in the Konoha orphanage, often merely managing a meager meal that still leaves them unsatisfied. Bairuhu gazed timidly at the rice balls, casting a shy glance at Orochimaru as he murmured, "Thank you." His introverted and timid disposition was hardly befitting of a future villainous overlord who aspired to conquer the world. Observing the two children before him, Orochimaru felt an unusual sentiment arise within him, as though he were nurturing them. Yet, he was also acutely aware that he too was still a child. Through their conversation, he learned that both were orphans displaced by war, now residing in the Konoha orphanage. The rations there were scarce, providing little more than a watery porridge each day, merely sufficient to stave off starvation. To survive, they must seek work within the village to procure food. It is a tragic plight, indeed. Orochimaru suddenly felt that his beginnings were rather promising. Although he was orphaned, he had inherited a spacious house and a substantial pension. He was untroubled by hunger or thirst, and possessed knowledge of chakra refinement techniques to hone his skills. Indeed, happiness is often derived from contrast. The following day marked the commencement of the Ninja Academy, bringing a vibrant energy to the streets of Konoha. As Orochimaru walked along the thoroughfare, he noticed an increase in foot traffic, predominantly composed of parents escorting their children to school. The streets were bustling with a continuous flow of pedestrians, and the number of shops engaging in commerce had notably risen, far surpassing what Orochimaru had previously observed. Orochimaru strolled through the streets, occasionally eavesdropping on the conversations and whispers of passers-by. "Have you heard? The war is nearing its end. At last, it will conclude. So many ninjas have perished in this conflict. Those detestable 4 great ninja villages. How dare they so brazenly wage war if it weren't for the death of our first Hokage? Enough of that. Our second Hokage fell in the land of lightning, and we still do not know if Konoha can withstand this." A multitude of opinions surfaced, providing Orochimaru with a wealth of valuable information. The end of the war was indeed imminent, with peace treaties signed among the nations and ninjas retreating to their respective lands. Furthermore, the belongings of the fallen ninjas had been returned. As he walked, he passed by numerous homes adorned with white cloth, faint sounds of suppressed weeping emanating from within, grieving for loved ones lost in battle. All these signs indicated that war was about to recede. Konoha and the ninja world welcomed a fleeting peace. However, possessing knowledge of the unfolding narrative, Orochimaru understood that this tranquility was merely ephemeral. A second great ninja war would soon erupt, claiming even more lives. In this realm, leading a life of peace and stability was undoubtedly a luxury. Yet, it was not entirely so. Daimyos and nobles remained largely unscathed. As he followed the straight path, Orochimaru beheld the magnificent Hokage Rock and the Ninja Academy. The academy's structure was modest, constructed of wooden planks, lacking the exquisite beauty of the future, yet it possessed a certain charm in its simplicity. At the entrance, a throng of parents awaited with their children, while some tattered-clad children stood alone, waiting. Konoha mandated that upon reaching a certain age, all children must undergo assessment at the Ninja Academy. Those with talent would be admitted, nurtured to become proficient ninjas, destined to become the new leaves of Konoha. Orochimaru stood quietly to the side, observing the children and adults approaching nearby. This also served as a method of gathering intelligence. The individuals at the school gate mostly congregated in groups of 3 or 5. They formed distinct cliques based on social hierarchy and appearance, clearly delineated from one another. The attire of the clan ninjas bore their family crests and insignias, their garments and countenances distinctly more refined. In stark contrast, the orphans appeared most woeful. Their faces often sallow, clad in tattered clothing, resembling beggars in every sense. Orochimaru lowered his gaze to his white kimono, which, while neither exquisite nor abysmal, could be deemed rather ordinary. His raven locks cascaded gracefully over his shoulders, and his porcelain skin shimmered with a lustrous glow. His delicate features rendered him an undeniably charming young boy. When juxtaposed with the majority of children in the crowd, Orochimaru's appearance was strikingly remarkable. Merely standing there, several young girls discreetly cast glances in his direction. How intriguing! This is indeed a ninja academy. Among the ragged children, the exuberant Jiraiya, sporting a spiky mane of white hair, animatedly chattered away. Beside him stood the timid and self-effacing Kabuto. Not far off, a blonde girl clad in a dark satin blue outfit stood alongside a tall, kind-faced woman with flowing red hair. Orochimaru, upon observing the girl's appearance, surmised that she was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The tall woman beside her, with flowing crimson hair, must be Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the first Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Feeling Orochimaru's gaze upon her, Uzumaki Mido turned her head, locking eyes with him. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he turned his head away. He recalled that Uzumaki Mido belonged to the Uzumaki clan, possessing the unique ability of the Kage's hard eye. Merely a glance from him could be detected by her. Fortunately, his intentions were not malevolent. He had merely cast a fleeting look. He redirected his attention elsewhere. To a group of individuals nearby with black eyes and hair styled in a spiky fashion, adorned in the red and white garb of the Uchiha clan, standing arrogantly in place. It was evident without a thought that they hailed from the Uchiha lineage. Not far off, a cluster of children with pure white eyes gathered together. Unmistakably members of the Hyuga clan. There were also a few individuals of varying statures, clearly representatives of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Additionally, the Inuzuka clan, accompanied by their dogs, and the oil-wrapped members of the Aburame clan were present. Chapter 6. Entrance Examination and Release Technique. Orochimaru, you've arrived, Jiraiya exclaimed, waving his arms enthusiastically as he approached. His voice drew the attention of many, but he paid no heed, focusing solely on Orochimaru. His personality was as carefree as ever as he led a few companions from the orphanage to Orochimaru's side. This is Orochimaru, my dear friend, Jiraiya declared, patting his chest proudly. He then turned to introduce his companions. Orochimaru, these are the children from our orphanage, Beilu, Beiyu, and Yuhong Taikong. Listening to Jiraiya's introduction, Orochimaru nodded slightly, not paying much heed. Judging by their names, apart from Beilu, they seemed to be mere fodder or perhaps had perished on some ill-fated mission. Yet, it was understandable. A small orphanage could hardly be populated solely by prodigies. The emergence of a few exceptional talents was already a stroke of luck. Externally, Orochimaru displayed no signs of disdain for these lesser beings. After all, they might eventually become his classmates and could prove beneficial to him in the future. Following a round of pleasantries, Orochimaru blended in with the children, becoming a familiar figure among them. Humph, a bunch of insipid little brats, a black-eyed, black-haired Uchiha youth scoffed, lifting his chin disdainfully. Yet, beneath his facade, a glimmer of yearning flickered in his eyes. Bound by the pride of the Uchiha clan, he maintained his haughty demeanor. At that moment, the doors of the ninja school swung open and a ninja instructor emerged. Clad in a green vest, he addressed the throng of parents and children at the entrance, saying, "Please have the children of appropriate age follow me for the entrance examination. Parents, kindly wait here." The results will be announced afterward. Under the guidance of the instructor, the children surged eagerly into the ninja school. Orochimaru, let us hurry and follow, Jiraiya shouted, leading the children inside with great enthusiasm. Observing his spirited demeanor, Orochimaru followed closely behind. Under their guidance, the children formed an orderly line and entered a spacious classroom. The classroom was expansive, furnished with wooden desks and chairs, capable of accommodating hundreds of students. However, the visible wear and tear indicated that it had served many generations before. All right, everyone, please find a seat, the ninja instructor announced. He explained that there would be 3 examinations, and only those who achieved satisfactory results would qualify to become students of the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru realized that admission to the ninja school was not as straightforward as it seemed. An assessment was indeed required. Upon reflection, he found this to be reasonable. In the original narrative, Might Guy had nearly failed the examination and only gained entry through the special approval of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What kind of assessment could it be? Surely it wouldn't be overly difficult, as they were merely children. It was unlikely that they would be expected to engage in fierce combat. Strangely, he felt no fear. Orochimaru recognized his exceptional talent, despite his seemingly delicate appearance. He possessed formidable combat abilities. After all, his capacity for learning was strong, allowing him to grasp a wealth of knowledge, including various combat techniques, such as the throwing techniques he practiced at home. Even when faced with children from bloodline clans, he had his electric shock device, which might enable him to turn the tables. With this thought, Orochimaru felt a sense of calm wash over him. In contrast, the other children, upon hearing that failure in the examination would lead to elimination, were thrown into a state of panic. The ninja instructor observed this scene with keen insight and shook his head. The temperament of this cohort of students was rather lacking. A ninja must wield their tools and face the battlefield. Those who were timid must be weeded out. He then produced stacks of paper and distributed them among the children. This is one of the examination materials. Please memorize it. The instructor will conduct a review in half an hour. Orochimaru picked up the paper and began to peruse its contents. The text was clear and legible, filled with several hundred words extolling the will of fire. Surprised yet not entirely taken aback, he recognized this concept, for the will of fire had been instilled in the inhabitants of Konoha from a young age. The writings proclaimed that where the leaves of the hidden leaf village danced, the fire would burn eternally. Displaying remarkable composure regarding the indoctrination he had undergone since his enrollment, Orochimaru attributed his calmness to the memories from his previous life. He was not astonished by the routine practices of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The will of fire, as propagated by the third Hokage, had brainwashed countless individuals, akin to the prowess of a Daitenchin. Orochimaru mused, his own verbal manipulation was not to be underestimated, which brought him solace. Reflecting on his original narrative, where he had charmed and swayed a multitude of children through his charisma and eloquence, he felt compelled to inherit this trait. He aimed to gather a sufficient number of followers to support his ascent. While the original plot pursued immortality in this life, he sought invincibility along with eternal life. Holding the paper in his hand, his gaze lingered upon the text. As a prodigy, Orochimaru committed the entire content to memory after a single reading, his photographic memory far surpassing that of most children. Once he had memorized the material, he turned his attention to the other students in the classroom. Jiraiya, without a doubt, was scratching his head and desperately attempting to retain the information, his eyes wide with confusion, a true underachiever. In contrast, his focus fell upon Kabuto, who appeared diligently engaged in recitation, clearly possessing the attributes of an academic high achiever. As time concluded, the ninja instructor approached to conduct a review. Most children excel in their recitations. Even if they cannot memorize every detail, they manage to grasp the essence. Conversely, some struggle, much like Jiraiya, who, despite his best efforts, cannot recall the entirety of the content. However, Orochimaru was taken aback to discover a lackluster student among the Uchiha clan's offspring. The child, whose appearance struck a familiar chord with Orochimaru, recited with as much difficulty as Jiraiya. Once the recitation concluded, the teacher escorted them to the playground to commence the second segment of the examination. For the next test, they were required to master the art of escape within half an hour. As he spoke, the ninja instructor formed hand seals and demonstrated the shadow clone technique. Initiating the lesson. In our line of work, ninjas frequently encounter various challenges and traps, with being bound and restrained being among the most common predicaments. To extricate oneself without external assistance, one must employ the escape technique. The principle behind this technique is straightforward. It involves understanding and manipulating one's bodily structure to facilitate escape. Observe my demonstration closely and learn diligently, for this skill is critical for survival on the battlefield. Though seemingly simple and fundamental, when executed adeptly, it can indeed save your life. Chapter 7. The tortoise shell bind. The instructor passionately expounded upon various escape techniques, while the children below watched intently, their eyes wide with concentration. It must be acknowledged that even the fundamental skills of a ninja possess a certain depth of intricacy. Is this perhaps a test of the student's capacity to learn? Orochimaru merely glanced at the principles and concepts, comprehending them immediately. Such is the nature of genius, defying logic. In contrast, the other children mostly toiled diligently in their studies. However, there were also offspring of noble clans and children from ninja families, who had the advantage of prior instruction from their elders, demonstrating an air of assured competence. This exemplifies the distinction between those with connections and those without. After several demonstrations, the remaining time was allocated for the children to engage in self-directed learning and experimentation. The basic escape technique could hardly pose a challenge for me, Jiraiya. With hands on his hips and an expression of unwavering confidence, Jiraiya proclaimed that as long as it wasn't textbook knowledge, he could learn swiftly. Orochimaru, have you mastered it? Orochimaru nodded slightly, relieved that the escape technique was relatively simple. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Orochimaru's arm and exclaimed, "Let us give it a try." He retrieved a length of rope from the platform, emulating his teacher's binding method, and skillfully tied it around Orochimaru's form. My knot-tying skills are quite commendable, are they not? Jiraiya remarked, gazing proudly at the butterfly knot he had crafted. Orochimaru shifted his body slightly, manipulating the joints and bones in accordance with the principles of the escape technique. This technique bears a resemblance to the skeletal contraction practiced in my previous life, allowing the original framework of bones and body to contract, thereby creating a space to facilitate his liberation from restraint. Orochimaru manipulated the joints of his body, rendering himself as supple as a serpent, and with a swift turn, he extricated himself from the ropes. Wow, Orochimaru is truly formidable. Now it's your turn to capture me, Jiraiya exclaimed with exuberance. Orochimaru seized the rope and ensnared Jiraiya's body. Despite Jiraiya's lackluster recitation skills, his aptitude for learning was commendable. He deftly employed the technique of escape and freed himself in an instant. As he broke free from the bindings, Jiraiya erupted in laughter, his face radiating sheer joy. It was merely a trivial escape technique. So what was there to be so jubilant about? If I were in his position, I could easily extricate myself as well. A haughty voice interjected from the side, belonging to the young scion of the Uchiha clan. His words reached Jiraiya's ears, prompting him to retort with dissatisfaction. You boastful braggart. You delight in your own inflated claims. How could you possibly compare to me and Orochimaru? Orochimaru gazed at the Uchiha youth, observing that he differed somewhat from the other children of the Uchiha clan, while the other Uchihas held a disdainful view of others. This one appeared to possess a distinct quality, as if he yearned for companionship, yet feared rejection. To borrow a phrase from a past life, he resembled a husky mingling among a pack of wolves. Moreover, in terms of appearance, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered this individual before. However, among his contemporaries, he could not recall any members of the Uchiha clan. What is your name? Orochimaru inquired. Upon hearing the question, the Uchiha youth straightened his posture, filled with pride, and declared, I am Uchiha Obito, destined to become the fourth Hokage. Obito? Orochimaru murmured. Obito, what connection does he have to Kakashi? Could he possibly be Kakashi's father? Orochimaru cast a peculiar glance at Uchiha Takuto, considering his age, which seemed to be quite comparable. With this thought in mind, when Orochimaru turned his gaze back to Takuto, he noticed that in appearance and demeanor, he bore a striking resemblance to Obito. Takuto, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Orochimaru's scrutinizing stare, retorted with indignation, Do not regard me with such lecherous eyes. Do you aspire to contest for the position of Hokage? Let me assure you, I am a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and you cannot hope to rival me. While such words from an adult might instill apprehension, utterances from a child merely elicited laughter. The nearby children, intrigued by the exchange, began to observe with keen interest. The Uchiha youths, witnessing the unfolding scene, shouted in unison, Takuto, do not let this commoner underestimate you. In an instant, Takuto became the center of attention and, scratching his head with a sheepish grin, suggested, Shall we engage in a contest? Orochimaru chuckled. Of course, we can certainly do that. Let us test your ability to escape, if you can free yourself from my bindings. I shall concede that you are a genius. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ot felt a surge of confidence and readily agreed. The art of escape was a fundamental skill that he had mastered long ago. No matter how he was bound, he believed he could unravel it. Oh, is that so? Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he approached with a length of rope. Strangely, Uchiha Ot sensed a hint of mischief in Orochimaru's smile. Nevertheless, having already made his promise, he steeled himself for the challenge. Very well, he declared, gritting his teeth as he allowed Orochimaru to bind him without resistance. Why are your binding techniques so peculiar? They appear rather inappropriate, Uchiha Ot observed, noticing that much of his body had been ensnared in an intricate web of ropes, which rendered him immobile. The method of binding was such that it thwarted his efforts to employ the escape technique he had learned. Most notably, it was quite constricting. Orochimaru had anticipated this situation long before. This technique, adapted from the tortoiseshell binding of his previous life, effectively countered the escape jutsu. Help me, put me down. Uchiha Ototo writhed on the ground like a maggot. This pitiful sight drew disdain from the other Uchiha youths. Uchiha Ototo, you are truly a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ototo protested indignantly, it's not my fault. This fellow's binding technique is exceedingly peculiar, rendering my escape jutsu ineffective. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to try it yourselves. One Uchiha youth scoffed, I shall attempt it, but I won't embarrass myself like you. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru swiftly maneuvered the ropes, and yet another wriggling maggot appeared upon the ground. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. How could there exist bindings impervious to the art of escape? The children nearby were equally astounded, casting skeptical glances at the torturous bindings, their restlessness palpable. Those eager to test their limits approached with determination. Thud, 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 one by one, the bound children tumbled to the ground, becoming part of the writhing mass beneath. However, not all were ensnared. Several from the bloodline clans managed to free themselves. The first among them was Tsunade, who, with a mere exertion, shattered the ropes into fragments. Humph. It's hardly impressive. After liberating herself, Tsunade stood proudly to the side, arms crossed, surveying her classmates. In addition to her, a few children from the Yamanaka clan discreetly utilized the insects within them to gnaw through their restraints, breaking free. There was also a child from a unique family, whose body, as pliable as clay, effortlessly slipped through. The majority of the other children, lacking extraordinary strength or assistance, merely twisted and writhed helplessly on the ground. When the ninja instructor returned from the restroom and beheld this scene, he was utterly bewildered. How could a brief absence result in such chaos among the children? Is their caliber truly so lacking that they cannot even master a simple escape technique? As he pondered the future of Konoha with concern, he soon realized that the binding techniques employed were remarkably intricate. Chapter 8. The Embarrassed Teacher. This binding method was somewhat complex, effectively countering the escape techniques, rendering the newly trained children incapable of liberation. The well-versed ninja instructor quickly discerned the crux of the issue. It was the binding technique itself that was at fault. Such a technique could be deemed an advanced skill in the realm of bindings. The newly enrolled children would certainly be unable to escape, and only seasoned ninjas like him could hope to break free. He approached Orochimaru with a grave expression and inquired, "Is this binding method of your own invention?" Orochimaru shook his head and replied, "No, I merely adapted a technique I once read about in a book. The tortoiseshell binding was originally a method from my past life, albeit with some modifications." "Ah, I see," the ninja teacher sighed in relief. "I thought it improbable for a child to possess the innate talent to create such a binding technique." At that moment, Uchiha Otatsu, standing nearby, seemed to find his voice and exclaimed, "Teacher, the escape technique you taught us is ineffective." The ninja teacher's expression darkened, and he quickly retorted, "Your inability to escape stems from inadequate learning and lack of experience." With that, he stepped forward to Orochimaru and indicated for him to bind him. "Now, allow me to demonstrate what true escape technique entails." His confidence was unwavering as Orochimaru bound him with ropes, rendering him in a rather compromising position. What a risky method of binding, the teacher mused, and then he activated all his skills to commence his escape. He adjusted his muscles, elongated his joints, and attempted to contort his body to find a flaw in the bindings. However, with every movement, the ropes constricted tighter, ensnaring him further. After a brief struggle, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Could it be that this binding technique is preposterous? Am I to be bound into a tight bundle? Meanwhile, Within the confines of the Hokage building, a young man sat before a crystal ball at an administrative desk by the window. Dressed in the Hokage's ceremonial garb and sporting a hat, he bore a small mustache that lent him an air of authority mixed with a touch of lewdness. The crystal ball before him reflected the happenings on the school playground. An intriguing binding technique. It could indeed be beneficial for the ninjas on missions. However, the fact that Nara Shinichi cannot free himself from the ropes is rather embarrassing. He might lose face in front of the younger generation. Nara Shinichi was the instructor he had chosen, a common J-nin from the Nara clan who had grasped the will of fire. Adept in shadow techniques and various elemental jutsu, the Nara clan had allied themselves with the Hokage lineage, earning the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen among the many ninja clans. It was this trust, coupled with the will of fire, that led Sarutobi Hiruzen to appoint Nara Shinichi as a teacher at the ninja school. The ninja school was a crucial entity in nurturing the future of Konoha, and only those whom Sarutobi Hiruzen deemed trustworthy would be entrusted with such responsibility. He clapped his hands, summoning an Umbu ninja wearing an animal mask, and instructed, "Go to the ninja school and discreetly rescue Nara Shinichi." Before them, the dark-suited ninja flickered and vanished, employing the technique of body flicker to disappear from sight. He soon materialized on the school playground, where he executed one of the advanced techniques known as the art of invisibility. The advanced techniques include body flicker, invisibility, and body binding. Members of the Umbu possess a proficient mastery of these two extraordinary ninjutsu, achieving a level of skill comparable to that of elite ninjas. While the art of invisibility may not deceive foes of equal rank, it is more than sufficient to elude a group of children. Seizing the moment when the children were distracted, the Umbu ninja stealthily approached Nara Shinichi to effect his rescue. With the aid of external support, Nara Shinichi managed to free himself from the bindings of the tortoise shell. Among the children present, scarcely anyone realized that the teacher had escaped through deceitful means. Orochimaru discerned some peculiar traces on the ground. The grass appeared to have bent slightly, and a faint breeze brushed by, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Such minute changes left him uncertain, questioning whether he had truly seen what he thought he had. At this moment, he was not yet the formidable Orochimaru who would one day stir chaos in the ninja world. Nara Shinichi rose to his feet, a fleeting expression of embarrassment flitting across his face before he quickly regained his composure. Ahem, well, did it work, teacher? With enough practice of the escape technique, everyone will be able to free themselves from any restraints. Upon observing that the children had no objections, Nara Shinichi breathed a slight sigh of relief. He cast a complex glance at Orochimaru, reflecting on the impressive binding technique of this mischievous child, which had nearly caused him, the instructor, to lose face. If he had embarrassed himself, how could he continue teaching? He might have had to approach the Hokage for a new assignment. "Wow, teacher, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Uchiha H2 and Jiraiya along with the other children. Nara Shinichi coughed to mask his embarrassment. "We shall now commence the examination. Please come forward one by one." Under Nara Shinichi's guidance, the children approached him in an orderly fashion, where he bound them with rope, prompting them to execute the escape technique. The escape technique was relatively simple, and most of the children performed it with proficiency. Moreover, Orochimaru's binding method had incited great excitement among the children, boosting their enthusiasm. "I knew it. This prodigy is the strongest," Jiraiya declared proudly as he freed himself from the ropes, hands on his hips. I am the strongest," Uchiha H2 retorted, equally determined as he extricated himself. When it was Orochimaru's turn, he too effortlessly slipped out of the bindings. Faced with such uncomplicated restraints, the supple physique of Orochimaru was particularly suited for the application of the escape technique. Once everyone had completed the task, Nara Shinichi announced again. "The next assessment will evaluate stamina, energy, and endurance. Please prepare yourselves for a lap around the playground." Upon hearing this, the children rushed to the playground. "It's just running laps. How easy," Jiraiya declared with confidence, hands clasped behind his head. Despite his constant hunger, his stamina and endurance rivaled that of adults, making the task seem trivial. The third task indeed provided a comprehensive assessment of their physical capabilities and endurance. The three examinations served to reveal the strengths and weaknesses of the children in various facets. At the command of their teacher, Shinichi Nara, the children surged forth with unwavering determination. Unfazed by the daunting challenges ahead, they embodied the spirit of youthful audacity, possessing selves far superior to those of their previous lives. These youngsters, despite their diminutive appearances, exhibited stamina that rivaled that of adults. The training of a ninja demands exceptional physical prowess. enabling one to excel amidst rigorous discipline and ultimately attain the esteemed status of a ninja. To endure the trials that ordinary individuals cannot withstand is the essence of a ninja. Only such ninjas can become the pillars and fresh lifeblood of Konoha, emerging as the new leaves upon the grand tree of this village. Chapter 9. Through the Assessment. Orochimaru followed behind a group of children, eschewing frantic sprinting in favor of a more measured pace that conserved his energy. As he ran, he harmonized his breathing with his movements, maintaining a steady state. This technique, acquired from his previous life, allowed him to preserve much of his stamina, thereby enhancing his endurance. After all, as long as they were not commanded to halt, the children were compelled to continue their relentless dash. Within less than a kilometer, some of the sprinters ahead began to falter, unable to keep up with the pace, gradually falling behind. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. More and more participants dropped out as the race progressed. Orochimaru glanced around, observing that those eliminated were predominantly the underprivileged commoners and orphans. In stark contrast, the scions of various clans appeared to thrive, evidently well-fed and having undergone similar training. Such disparities are commonplace in Konoha and other major ninja villages. The shinobi and the common folk exist as entirely distinct classes. Whether in terms of sustenance, living conditions, or even education, the shinobi consistently surpassed the majority of commoners. As time progressed, Orochimaru felt his body becoming increasingly strained. The depletion of stamina and lack of oxygen rendered his mind dizzy, and his breathing became erratic. Once more, he surveyed his surroundings, noting that a significant number of children had been eliminated, leaving only Jiraiya among the commoners. The last remaining contender, Baryu, was on the brink of being disqualified. In the orphanage, Jiraiya stood out as the one in the best condition. Although he was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he persevered with unwavering determination. His vigor and stamina had already surpassed those of many shinobi children. Impressive indeed. He truly is worthy of being one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he turned his attention to the remaining disciples of the clans. These children had also expended considerable energy. However, in comparison to Orochimaru himself, they fared significantly better. Orochimaru is aware that within the realm of shinobi, there exists a plethora of remarkable treasures, such as the art of ninjutsu. Orochimaru surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fixating upon Tsunade, scrutinizing her with a curious intensity and subsequently attempting to mimic her. After a brief interlude, his attention shifted towards Uchiha Obito. The breathing techniques of the Senju clan proved ill-suited for him, imposing an unwelcome strain upon his physique, compelling him to relinquish the practice. This may well be attributed to the immense vitality inherent within the Senju lineage, rendering their breathing methods rather domineering. Orochimaru is merely an ordinary individual, possessing an unremarkable lineage, incapable of enduring such extraordinary maneuvers. With the adoption of the Uchiha clan's breathing techniques, Orochimaru once again engaged in silent imitation. He sought not for an exact replication, but rather aspired to acquire a substantial understanding to benefit himself. His actions can be attributed primarily to his exceptional talent and remarkable capacity for learning, which provided him the means to clandestinely acquire knowledge. Orochimaru's aptitude for learning is undoubtedly exceptional. With a mere glance, he mastered the shadow shuriken technique of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Subsequently, acquiring the body techniques of the Uchiha clan proved to be an effortless endeavor, as he synchronized his breathing with the rhythm dictated by Uchiha Obito. Orochimaru's physically exhausted body was rejuvenated, invigorated by an internal surge of warmth that propelled him forward. This is indeed the wisdom of a prestigious clan, a revelation of extraordinary caliber. A millennium of accumulated heritage allows clan members to effortlessly outperform their commoner counterparts. Bolstered by this newfound vitality, Orochimaru persevered, inadvertently surpassing Jiraiya and the majority of his clan peers. The remaining few children, all of noble lineage, stood in stark contrast to Orochimaru, who hailed from humble beginnings. This distinction rendered him particularly prominent among the group. As the assessment concluded, a moment of respite was granted. "You may all rest now," announced teacher Nara Shinichi. Upon hearing the cue for a break, Orochimaru took a deep breath and gradually halted his relentless pace. After a brief intermission, the group reconvened. Holding a list in his hand, Nara Shinichi addressed them. "Most of you have successfully passed the test, except for Hashimoto Ken, Kataya Hei, and Aoyama Shinichi. The rest may return to the classroom." Following the elimination of a handful of children who exhibited poor memory, inadequate learning capabilities, and insufficient stamina. The others triumphed in the evaluation. Orochimaru stood silently to the side, observing the forlorn figures of several departing children, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Indeed, becoming a ninja requires a certain talent. Although the village is in dire need of fresh blood to replenish its ranks, not just anyone is accepted. Even aspiring to be cannon fodder or mere foot soldiers, ordinary individuals may not suffice. Take Might Guy's son, Might Guy, for instance. He nearly failed to qualify, only receiving special approval from Hiruzen Sarutobi. The children who successfully passed the examination entered the classroom with exuberance, taking their seats and chattering animatedly. Once everyone settled down, the youthful version of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, emerged from the side, a warm smile gracing his face as he regarded the children. In his youth, he possessed a certain charm, sporting a small mustache, with striking features and deep-set eyes. Clad in the white and red robes of the third Hokage, he emanated an aura of strength, exuding both authority and an imposing presence. His mere appearance commanded the attention of the children, instilling a sense of obedience. In the Hidden Leaf Village, there was hardly a soul unfamiliar with the third Hokage. His grand statue on Hokage Rock stood as a testament to his legacy. The third Hokage had personally come to enlighten the young minds. Orochimaru gazed with keen interest at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who would become his future mentor. He pondered whether his own transformation would alter the identity of his teacher. Standing at the podium, Sarutobi surveyed the gathering and began to introduce himself to the children. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, he delved into the concept of the will of fire. What is the will of fire? It is the notion that the village resembles a grand tree, safeguarding its inhabitants and their offspring. As the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire endures, transforming into nourishment that sustains the tree, allowing new leaves to sprout. Remarkably, his eloquence captivated a cluster of children effortlessly. The atmosphere he created around the will of fire was so compelling that it effortlessly entranced the young minds before him. Even seasoned ninjas found themselves yielding to the logic and structure of his words. In an era rife with conflict and hardship, the potency of a well-articulated ideology is immense. Many individuals are oblivious to the reasons behind their struggles, the purpose of their violence, or the source of their suffering. Yet, Sarutobi stood before them, affirming that everything held significance, all for the sake of family, friends, and future generations. This declaration provided an immediate sense of moral support, invigorating the children as if they had been injected with a surge of inspiration. Orochimaru did not outright reject the will of fire due to his illusions. Rather, he listened intently. Each era produces its own unique creations, and those that gain acceptance undoubtedly possess distinct qualities. The notion of the will of fire, an enduring spirit where leaves dance and return to the earth to nurture new foliage, can indeed be regarded as a progressive ideological construct and a source of solace in this tumultuous age. For a village to acknowledge it, and for other villages to emulate and draw inspiration from it, signifies its inherent advancement. At least in this epoch, such a theory appears both innovative and abundant. However, as subsequent developments unfolded, it became evident that the will of fire had deviated, morphing into something superficial and grandiose. During the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, numerous children were dispatched to battle, armed with kunai and shuriken against the enemy. The principles and rhetoric of the will of fire were commendable, yet their practical implementation fell short of genuine realization. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the stage, his voice hoarse from speaking, gazing down at the younger generation with a smile of contentment. These individuals represented the new leaves sprouting from the great tree of Konoha, embodying the vitality and essence of a new generation. Chapter 10. Self-introduction. His gaze swept across the room until it settled upon Orochimaru in the corner. Dressed impeccably, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and delicate features framed by a gentle brow, one might initially mistake him for a young girl. Yet upon closer inspection, the determination and tranquility in his eyes revealed a maturity and composure that surpassed that of ordinary children. When confronted with the concept of the will of fire, he did not exhibit excessive fervor. Instead, he appeared deeply contemplative. Orochimaru's previous remarkable demeanor and appearance left a profound impression on Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Yet he chose to remain silent on the matter. In his eyes, Orochimaru was still merely a child brimming with potential. The specifics of his future would ultimately be determined by the passage of time. After delivering his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually departed from the classroom under the watchful gaze of everyone present. Once he had exited, the original teacher stepped forward once more, taking up the attendance roster to commence roll call. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Uchiha Obito, Moonlight Yagura, and Bairuhu, one name after another was called, as individuals emerged from the larger group to gather together. Orochimaru lifted his gaze and beheld the exceptional children who had performed admirably, if not flawlessly, in the recent examination. Their allocation into groups was self-evident. It signified the commencement of class division. Undoubtedly, he had been placed in the elite class, affording him access to greater resources and education. The very first day of school, finding himself among the elite brought a sense of delight to Orochimaru. This elite class was filled with prodigies, many of whom were members of renowned ninja clans. With astute planning, he could not only acquire invaluable connections and assistance, but perhaps even gain knowledge of the jutsu passed down through these esteemed families, provided his strategy was astute. Orochimaru was well aware of the secret techniques held by various clans, thanks to his memories from a past life. He recalled the Wai-Tun, Baiken no Jutsu of the Akimichi clan, the ninjutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu of the Nara clan, and the bug manipulation technique of the Aburame clan. While Orochimaru was lost in thought, their teacher, Nara Shinichi, entered the room, carrying a stack of textbooks. "Greetings, everyone. From this day forth, I shall be your instructor. My name is Nara Shinichi. I hail from the Nara clan and possess mastery over numerous ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Over the next year, I will impart my knowledge to you." During this period, the educational standards in Konoha had yet to reach the more lenient levels of the future. In desperate need of fresh talent, Konoha had adopted a rigorous, rote learning approach from the outset to expedite the growth of these children. Nevertheless, this aligned perfectly with Orochimaru's ambitions. With his abilities, he had no need for a leisurely pace of learning. At that moment, under the guidance of Nara Shinichi, one child after another approached the podium to introduce themselves. "Hello, my name is Tsunade from the Senju clan. My interests include gambling and helping others. And my dream is to become a Hokage as great as my grandfather. I despise bothersome individuals." Tsunade's introduction, with her golden hair and striking blue eyes, immediately captured the attention of many. The children from the ninja clans quickly grasped the key information. Tsunade was from the Senju clan, and her grandfather was a Hokage. Jiraiya, observing Tsunade from below, was captivated by her bold and carefree introduction. He drooled slightly and turned to Orochimaru, exclaiming, "She is stunning. I am quite taken with her." After a moment of bashfulness, he whispered, "Do you think I would succeed in pursuing her, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at him, astonished to discover that his lecherous nature had manifested so early. Truly, he was a precocious little rascal. At merely 5 or 6 years of age, he was already contemplating matters of romance. How alarmingly early the children of the ninja world matured. "Jiraiya, perhaps it would be prudent not to pursue this path, for I fear you may meet your demise at her hands." In the original narrative, Jiraiya had always harbored feelings for Tsunade. Alas, his lascivious disposition ensured that no woman would ever reciprocate his affections, let alone Tsunade. During one fateful instance of voyeurism at the women's bath, he narrowly escaped a fatal blow from Tsunade. Following the tragic loss of her brother and beloved, Tsunade was engulfed in sorrow, yet Jiraiya failed to seize his opportunity. Throughout his life, he remained unsuccessful, merely causing Tsunade a fleeting period of heartache. However, one can hardly blame her. Professing love while indulging in peeping at other women would deter anyone from desiring such a partner. Furthermore, Jiraiya's boisterous and single-minded nature led him to traverse much of the world in search of an uncertain prophecy. At that moment, Orochimaru was struck by a thought. Wasn't Danzo a close friend of his? Why had he not encountered him? Logically, they should be of similar age. Could it be that they were not in the same grade? Yet, it appeared that within the storyline, Danzo was indeed a close companion of Orochimaru's. And he initially had no acquaintance with Tsunade until she proposed the inclusion of a medical ninja in their team. This implied that Dan was not in the elite class and perhaps was not even in the same year. Just then, after a series of introductions, it was Jiraiya's turn. He leaped up, believing his grand and dashing entrance to be impressive, and ascended to the podium. "Greetings, everyone. I am the handsome and gallant Jiraiya, a renowned hero whose name echoes throughout the world, dedicated to vanquishing evil and engaging with lovely young ladies." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed, and an involuntary lewd expression crossed his face. This scene elicited a wave of disgust among the girls seated below. "Ugh, this guy is truly repulsive. He must be a complete pervert. Sisters, let us keep our distance from him to avoid his advances. How absurd it is to be classmates with such a person. A brief self-introduction led the majority of the girls to disdain Jiraiya, while the boys responded with ridicule. What a laughable fellow. Calling himself a hero is utterly ludicrous. He should aspire to be Hokage instead. Honestly, he ought to take a good look in the mirror. How utterly ridiculous. With such a shabby appearance. How could he ever expect to befriend beautiful girls? Aside from a few children from the orphanage who recognized Jiraiya's inherently good nature, the rest looked upon him with disdain and contempt. Impressive, Jiraiya. Orochimaru mused inwardly. Jiraiya's words were spoken with utter disregard for his own dignity and the perceptions of others. Upon reflection, it seemed that Jiraiya's situation was not an isolated case. In the adjacent class of underperformers, Might Guy emerged as another individual who cared little for the opinions of the masses, donning his distinctive green jumpsuit. Coincidentally, both could be regarded as formidable warriors. Could it be that relinquishing one's sense of shame and indifference to public scrutiny is a pathway to becoming a true powerhouse? Just as Orochimaru was lost in these contemplations, it was his turn to take the stage for his self-introduction. Orochimaru ascended to the stage with a composed demeanor, surveying his classmates before commencing his self-introduction. Greetings, everyone. I am Orochimaru. My aspiration is to become a formidable ninja and a scientist, delving into the profound truths of all ninjutsu and the sciences. I occasionally conduct experiments and harbor a passion for all knowledge that proves beneficial to me. While I detest unforeseen disruptions, his words, though delivered with tranquility, resonated with profound depth, leaving the youthful audience both bewildered and in awe. The concepts of ninjutsu and the essence of science felt exceedingly distant from the realm of these children. Most children are only aware that ninjutsu can be employed for combat and to vanquish foes, lacking any understanding of the underlying science and profound truths. In this era, the path of science has not been widely disseminated or developed. Even adults possess scant knowledge, let alone the children of Konoha. Chapter 11. The Infiltrating Ninja from the Enemy Village. Orochimaru stood at the podium, exuding an air of calm confidence. His delicate and fair visage immediately captivating the attention of several young girls. In the world of ninjas, children are often exuberant and precocious. While there may not be much to say, infatuated girls are certainly not a rarity. In an instant, numerous girls gazed at Orochimaru with hearts in their eyes. How adorable. With his rosy lips and pearly whites, I wish to steal a kiss. Orochimaru, become my husband. That is too much. He is my husband, the future father of my children. Step aside. The fervor of the girls was akin to a blazing fire, their bold and passionate declarations nearly overwhelming even the mature-minded Orochimaru. He had not anticipated experiencing the kind of adoration typically reserved for the likes of Naruto. Had it not been for the teacher's presence, these girls would likely have swarmed around him. To speak frankly, Orochimaru's youthful appearance was indeed charming, and his features were striking. However, subsequent traumas and the toll of human experimentation had rendered him a figure of shadowy coldness, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Perhaps a change in hairstyle might alleviate this impression. Once Orochimaru descended from the podium, Jiraiya, standing nearby, radiated a tinge of envy. Why? Why do you garner such attention from the girls? It's a natural gift for me. As for you, perhaps if you adjusted your lecherous demeanor, you might fare better. Orochimaru replied. Yet he understood that Jiraiya was unlikely to change. Jiraiya, despite his decent appearance and acceptable personality, struggled in matters of attraction. And it was perplexing how one so young could be so enamored with feminine beauty. After the introductions, their teacher, Nara Shinichi, elucidated the school rules and various important matters. Concluding the day's lessons, when the announcement to return home was made, the children erupted from their seats, surging toward the exit. Regardless of the realm, students have always held a certain aversion to school. As Orochimaru was about to depart, Jiraiya interjected, Orochimaru, come with us. I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast. You treated me last time, and now it is my turn to reciprocate. Orochimaru looked up in astonishment at Jiraiya, bewildered as to when he had acquired the means to treat him to a meal. However, after following Jiraiya for a while, they arrived at the outskirts of the village. And it was then that Orochimaru comprehended the nature of Jiraiya's grand feast. In the forest near Konoha, ancient trees towered majestically, casting a lush canopy of green. While the path was lined with abundant foliage, interspersed with the melodic chirping of insects and the songs of birds. Before them flowed a shimmering river, where fish occasionally glided through the water, creating ripples that danced upon the surface. This river reminded Orochimaru of the Nange River from the original narrative. a waterway adjacent to the Uchiha clan's territory. Jiraiya, rummaging through the nearby woods, procured a long, sturdy stick and sharpened one into a point, proudly admiring his handiwork. He turned to Orochimaru and declared, "Watch me as I dive into the water to catch some fish for roasting. This is a rare find of mine. The fish here are elusive, but I, the great Jiraiya, will effortlessly capture a few. Just wait for my good news." It became clear that this was his idea of a lavish meal, no money required, just the effort to procure sustenance. Indeed, it was a fitting plan. Considering that Konoha was currently experiencing a food shortage, with ordinary ninjas subsisting on meager rations, let alone Jiraiya. Even if he had the means, he would likely struggle to procure any meat. Hunting in the wild and catching fish from the river was, without a doubt, a venture devoid of investment. In the future, the prince of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, would similarly find himself fishing in this very river due to insufficient funds to buy adequate food. Jiraiya, wielding his makeshift spear, clumsily prodded at the water's edge, yet after several attempts, he had not caught a single fish. "Those wretched fish dared to underestimate me, Jiraiya," he exclaimed. Frustration etched upon his face as he thrust with renewed vigor. However, the more commotion he created, the faster the fish darted away in fright. After all the fuss, he had caught nothing and was left utterly exhausted. Just then, in a fit of anger, he stabbed downward, unexpectedly impaling an unfortunate fish. "Ha ha ha, I've caught a fish," he exclaimed triumphantly. The ruckus he created drew the attention of a vigilant observer lurking deeper within the forest. The newcomer, a slender figure clad in a ninja outfit adorned with the emblem of a Wagakure, peered cautiously from behind the underbrush. After listening intently for a moment, he crept closer, muttering to himself, "So it's just a couple of kids. They startled me." He was a special jonin dispatched from Sunagakure to gather intelligence, having painstakingly navigated numerous defenses to approach the vicinity of Konoha. Wearing the Iwagakure headband, should he be discovered, he could easily pin the blame on the hidden rock village. Mistaking the noise for that of patrolling Konoha ninjas, he was surprised to find only 2 children fishing. "Bold little rascals. Perhaps I shall use you to gather some information about the situation in Konoha," he thought. He stealthily approached the vicinity, confirming the absence of any ninjas before swiftly appearing beside the 2 individuals. His speed was astonishing. Before Orochimaru and Jiraiya could comprehend the situation, an unfamiliar figure materialized before them. Jiraiya, holding a fish in his hands, stared blankly at the rock village ninja, still unable to recognize him as a foe from an enemy village. Orochimaru's gaze immediately fell upon the forehead protector, and his heart sank in astonishment. He had not anticipated that ninjas from other villages could infiltrate the vicinity of Konohagakure. It was utterly bewildering. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The current defensive measures were decidedly inadequate, and the village had yet to establish a formidable barrier for the future. Furthermore, due to the heavy losses sustained during the First Great Ninja War, the number of patrolling ninjas in Konoha was alarmingly low, making it all too easy for intruders to slip through unnoticed. Observing Jiraiya's carefree demeanor, oblivious to the imminent danger, Orochimaru felt a wave of exasperation. A child who had only just begun to harness a flicker of chakra was, under normal circumstances, ill-equipped to contend with a fully grown ninja standing before him. The very fact that someone had crossed the borders of the Land of Fire and evaded the vigilant patrols of Konohagakure indicated they possessed considerable skill. Fortunately, Orochimaru had brought along an electric stun gun today, providing him with a modicum of resistance. However, this resistance and any potential counterattack would necessitate the element of surprise. Should he be discovered and the adversary grow wary, he would find himself in an inescapable predicament. As Orochimaru pondered his next move, Jiraiya, seemingly belated in his realization, remarked with curiosity, "Uncle, where did you come from? Your attire looks rather peculiar." As he scrutinized the stranger, his eyes narrowed instinctively and his smile faltered. A carefree personality did not equate to foolishness. Jiraiya had also sensed that something was amiss. Wazenshi revealed a mocking smile, swiftly seizing Jiraiya by the nape of his neck, rendering him incapable of resistance. "Little brat, refrain from shouting, or I shall take your life. I am a ninja from Iwagakure, and I take great pleasure in tormenting disobedient children. You would do well to comply, understood?" Having subdued Jiraiya, Wazenshi then turned his attention to the frozen Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru stood motionless, his eyes vacant, as if paralyzed by fear. This demeanor elicited a hearty laugh from Vashin Stone, who was taken aback by the unexpected timidity of the young ninja from Konoha. Orochimaru's appearance is deceptively innocent, At first glance, he resembles a shy and reserved child, seemingly prone to panic in the face of danger. Orochimaru, run. This fellow is no good. Jiraiya struggled in midair, extending his foot in an attempt to kick Wajen Stone. With a disdainful grunt, Wajen Stone delivered a powerful punch to Jiraiya's abdomen, rendering him silent and subsequently tossing him aside. With a soft target available for gleaning information, Jiraiya, the obstinate one, could only serve as a backup. Chapter 12. A sneaky scheme. At Jiraiya's desperate call, Orochimaru appeared to regain his senses, his face still awash with terror. He gazed at Wajen Stone, trembling uncontrollably, as if truly frightened. Please, sir, spare us. I can offer you money. In a frantic search, Orochimaru fumbled through his belongings, producing a few banknotes. However, due to his trembling hands, the notes slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, compelling him to bend down to retrieve them. As he crouched, taking advantage of the visual blind spot, Orochimaru swiftly grasped the stun gun at his waist and, with remarkable speed, pressed the switch. With a crackle, a bolt of blue electricity surged forth, arcing through the air and enveloping Wajen Stone in an instant. The overwhelming current coursed through Wajen Stone's flesh, causing his body to convulse involuntarily. What is this? Panic surged within him as the electricity invaded his body, inflicting pain, stiffness, and paralysis. His physical form, unable to withstand such a potent current, was rendered defenseless. After all, a ninja is merely a fragile construct of high offense and low defense. This is it, defeated before a child. This was Wajen Stone's final thought before he lost control of his body, succumbing to darkness. Only when he witnessed his opponent lose consciousness did Orochimaru cease the electric assault, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The unexpected enemy had brought him to the brink of death for the first time in the ninja world, leaving him with considerable pressure, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Fortunately, he had deceived his adversary, incapacitating the Iwagakure ninja with the stun gun at close range, rendering him unconscious and defenseless. At that moment, Jiraiya stood up, astonished as he beheld the scene. Orochimaru, you are incredible. You actually defeated a ninja. You are simply remarkable. Orochimaru shook his head and, sheathing his electric gun, remarked, It is fortunate, primarily owing to my ambush and the underestimation from my opponent. Had he exhibited a modicum of caution and not belittled me simply because I am a child, my covert operation would not have succeeded. He continued, Quick, fetch a rope. Let us bind him and deliver him to the Hokage Tower or hand him over to the police department. The discovery of enemy ninjas in close proximity to our village is an exceedingly grave matter, indicating a flaw in our defensive system that must be addressed by the village's higher-ups. Furthermore, this incident pertains to the ongoing conflict between the two great ninja villages, a situation far beyond the capacity of a mere child to manage. Orochimaru had no desire to dwell peacefully at home, only to be captured or slain by the ninjas of a rival nation. The current location was fraught with danger. There was a possibility that the enemy had accomplices ready to assist them. Should they be discovered, his life would undoubtedly be at stake. The only means of ensuring his true safety lay in delivering the individual to the Hokage's office. Orochimaru harbored another intention within his heart, to seize this opportunity to engage with the higher echelons of Konoha, in hopes of discovering a means to gain advantage. Jiraiya, witnessing Orochimaru's formidable prowess, found himself convinced and obediently sought out a sturdy vine. The forest may have lacked in certain aspects, yet it was abundant in flora. With vines ample and robust, Orochimaru utilized a tortoise-shell binding to secure the captured Wajen Stone tightly, and alongside Jiraiya, they began to drag him towards the village of Konoha. This peculiar action immediately attracted the attention of the Umbu members patrolling the vicinity. An Umbu ninja, adorned with a serpent mask, perched atop the treetops, observed Jiraiya's labored advance below, his gaze sharpening with intrigue. From where did you apprehend him? The voice echoed in their ears. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya turned towards the sound, soon encountering a mysterious Umbu member. The appearance of the Umbu did not elicit much surprise from either of them, as a unit established by the illustrious Senju Tobirama. They frequently operated in and out of the village with remarkable stealth. Ninja uncle, we captured this enemy ninja from a rival village by the riverbank and are preparing to deliver him to the Hokage, Jiraiya explained. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully and remarked, This individual has entered from the outskirts of Konoha. Please report to Lord Hokage and conduct a thorough investigation of the vicinity. Given the involvement of a foreign ninja, Orochimaru was confident that the matter would be taken seriously. An Umbu ninja, clad in a serpent mask, swiftly appeared before them, casting a glance at the unconscious Wajen Stone. You two must remain here. I shall take him and return shortly. With formidable strength, the Umbu ninja seized Wajin Stone with one hand and, with a powerful leap, ascended to a nearby branch. After several agile jumps, both the Umbu and the foreign ninja vanished from sight. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused in his paperwork. Perplexed as he inquired, "Are you saying two children discovered a foreign ninja and subdued him?" The third Hokage, after observing Wajin Stone lying nearby and noticing the headband on his forehead, narrowed his eyes slightly. The patrol team has been too lax, allowing a rogue from a Wagakure to infiltrate. Bring him to the interrogation department for questioning, and have those two children come to see me as well. Given the current scarcity of shinobi in the village, the infiltration of enemy ninjas was a grave concern. He needed to ascertain the route taken by the intruder to implement necessary adjustments. Furthermore, it was astonishing that two children could defeat an adult ninja. They must possess at least nin-level skills to breach the outer defenses. After a brief interval, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were escorted into the Hokage administrative building by the Umbu members. The two children, visiting the Hokage's office for the first time, felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Jiraiya's enthusiasm stemmed from the fact that this was the Hokage's building, the very heart of Konoha's glory, where generations of Hokage had conducted their duties. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was intrigued by the core of Konoha, a place replete with secrets and knowledge. Following the Umbu members, they arrived at an office located at the innermost part of the building. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned in a red and white Hokage robe, seated on a large stool before an overflowing desk piled high with various documents. Upon seeing the newcomers, Hiruzen smiled warmly and gently encouraged, "Children, do not be afraid. Please share with me the details of what transpired." Upon spotting the two children, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately recognized them as the exceptional youngsters who had successfully passed the assessment at the Ninja Academy that day, earning their place in the elite class. Their remarkable talents set them apart among their peers. Furthermore, due to their status as orphan commoners, Sarutobi's demeanor toward them softened slightly. He believed that commoners and orphans, as long as they were not from prominent families, could be nurtured into a formidable force of their own. Since assuming the mantle of Hokage from the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, he gradually came to understand the profound responsibilities that accompanied this esteemed position. However, being Hokage was no easy feat. Konoha had been established by the god of shinobi and the Azura of the shinobi world, situated in a prosperous region, and was home to numerous powerful clans, many of whom were unruly and defiant. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was formidable in strength and potential, backed by the Sarutobi clan, and held the title of Hokage, he found it challenging to assert control over the various clans. While the clans displayed outward respect, behind closed doors, they were dismissive, revealing the true nature of their loyalties. Lacking the unparalleled strength of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the cunning ruthlessness of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he resorted to discreetly supporting commoner ninjas and inviting his close friend, Shimura Danzo, to counterbalance and suppress the clan-affiliated ninjas. He endeavored to cultivate any talented or orphaned commoner ninjas he could find. In the presence of the powerfully enhanced Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited a measure of tolerance. Lord Third, after school, we went fishing by the river and unexpectedly encountered a villain. It was Orochimaru who defeated him. Jiraiya animatedly recounted the events. Sarutobi listened intently, scrutinizing both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Their pant legs and sleeves bore traces of water, their feet were muddy, and they carried a distinct fishy odor. Having confirmed that they were not lying, Sarutobi's gaze shifted to the standing Orochimaru. To Sarutobi, the young boy appeared to have merely a hint of training. The notion that he could have vanquished that rock ninja seemed far-fetched, unless Orochimaru possessed a bloodline limit. Chapter 13. Rewards. Noticing Sarutobi's attention upon him, Orochimaru spoke respectfully. "The reason I was able to ambush and defeat the opponent was entirely due to an unfinished weapon left behind by my father, my modified electric shotgun." As he spoke, he retrieved the electric shotgun from his waist and presented it to Sarutobi. As an ordinary child, it was implausible for him to overpower an adult ninja. Thus, Orochimaru downplayed the situation, attributing the weapon to his father's research, merely claiming it had been slightly modified by himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained non-committal regarding Orochimaru's account, his focus entirely on the electric shotgun. He examined the peculiar design of the device intently. In this era, technology had yet to advance to the point where firearms existed in this world. How was this little contraption operated? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, sensing an unusual energy emanating from the firearm, one not belonging to chakra, yet reminiscent of the essence found within his adversary moments prior. Adjusting the settings and pulling the trigger unleashed a current capable of incapacitating an opponent. Under Orochimaru's guidance, Sarutobi swiftly mastered the usage of the electric shotgun. He squeezed the trigger, aiming at a nearby potted plant, and fired. With a crackling sound, a blue spark instantaneously created a gaping hole in the plant, dispersing light and releasing a cloud of white smoke. Observing the power of the electric shotgun, Sarutobi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How fascinating it was that, devoid of lightning-released chakra, it could still emit electricity, and that an ordinary person could wield it effectively within a range of 0.5 meter to 1 meter. He recognized the weapon's merit. It required no ninja skills, as even a 3-year-old child could take up the electric shotgun and engage in battle. However, he could not condone such actions. The will of fire forbade it. Children represented the future, the new leaves of Konoha, the guardians of its tomorrow. Sarutobi turned to Orochimaru and spoke gently. Orochimaru, this electric shotgun could greatly benefit the village. Might you submit the manufacturing method to the village? I could classify it as an A-rank mission for you. Additionally, for capturing enemy village ninjas, I shall record a B-rank mission for each of you. After speaking, Sarutobi gazed quietly at Orochimaru, emphasizing the significance of the electric shotgun. Weapons like this, though limited in range, possessed the advantage of being usable by non-ninjas. Acquiring the method of its creation could prove invaluable in unpredictable times, where the ninja world was rife with conflict and warfare, and the onset of battle was ever uncertain. With the electric shotgun, the combat capabilities of ordinary civilians would be enhanced. He had no intention of seizing it outright. After all, such behavior was unbecoming, and Konoha valued a spirit of contribution. Nevertheless, in consideration of the children, Sarutobi resolved to classify it as an A-rank mission to exchange for the manufacturing method. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed at the prospect before him. It was an A-rank mission, promising not only monetary reward but also contribution points. Although he had not yet graduated, the completion of an A-rank task would be a remarkable feat. The higher the completion rate and the greater the number of tasks, the more significant the contributions to the village, allowing for the exchange of various ninjutsu and resources. The process of crafting an electric shotgun was not overly complicated. Orochimaru merely envisioned it in his mind before presenting his design. In a few years, it was likely that a similar invention would emerge from the hidden cloud village. Knowledge that remains unshared is merely a pile of worthless paper. Lord Third, I am willing to submit my findings. However, may I exchange the reward for something of my choosing? Certainly, came the reply. Upon hearing Orochimaru's agreement, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face broke into a broad smile, and his gaze towards Orochimaru became increasingly benevolent. Such a spirit of contribution would undoubtedly mark him as a future successor of the Will of Fire. By divulging the method of creation, Orochimaru had secured an A-rank mission and a B-rank mission, along with several pieces of experimental equipment. At that moment, Jiraiya, who had been idly swaying on a nearby bench, felt his stomach rumble. The promised feast had yet to materialize. Observing this, Hiruzen smiled and addressed both Orochimaru and Jiraiya, saying, "Young men, today the meal is on me. Let us indulge in a sumptuous banquet." Without hesitation, Jiraiya exposed the true intent of their leader, remarking, "Come on, Lord Third, you just want to avoid handling your duties." Earlier in the office, Jiraiya had seen Hiruzen scratching his head while tackling various administrative tasks, a sight reminiscent of a comical monkey grappling with unfamiliar responsibilities. Witnessing the true nature of the Hokage had alleviated Jiraiya's tension considerably, as Jiraiya unabashedly revealed his ulterior motive. Hiruzen stood up, justifying himself with conviction. "Even the Hokage must dine, and I shall leave a shadow clone to continue attending to official matters." Orochimaru shook his head slightly, exclaiming inwardly about the incompetence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was evident that Hiruzen's cultural literacy was rather limited, and prior to assuming his position, he likely had no idea how to proceed. Furthermore, with the recent conclusion of the war, the village's economy had plunged into a state of despair, presenting a considerable mess for a novice like him to manage. Fortunately, Konoha was built on a solid foundation, even if Hiruzen faltered at present. The village could endure until he matured and fully adapted to the role of Hokage. The first and second Hokage had paved the way for him. Otherwise, with Hiruzen's current capabilities, Konoha would have likely met its demise long ago. Reflecting on this, Orochimaru chose to remain silent. At this moment, He was not yet a disciple of Hiruzen, and their relationship was not particularly close, so he refrained from offering unsolicited advice. Should any mishaps arise, he feared he would be scapegoated. Under the guidance of the esteemed Hiruzen, Orochimaru and Jiraiya followed him into the bustling streets. In the commercial district, several larger restaurants were in operation, the tantalizing aroma of their dishes wafting through the air. At the entrance, numerous impoverished citizens wandered back and forth, hoping to catch a whiff of the delightful scents. Glancing up, Orochimaru noticed the emblems of several prominent ninja clans within the village, signifying their respective enterprises. Hiruzen selected a restaurant belonging to the Sarutobi clan and entered. Upon entering, Hiruzen gestured grandly, proclaiming with exuberance, "You too, finish your meal quickly. It's on me." Jiraiya leaped with joy, his eyes sparkling and saliva dripping from his mouth. Orochimaru revealed a smile, stirring with anticipation. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had not savored any exquisite delicacies, subsisting daily on rice balls and pickled vegetables. Consuming such fare incessantly had become quite tiresome. Within this restaurant, he beheld an array of vegetables and meats. Though the selection was modest and the prices steep, it offered a delightful change of palate. Moreover, he need not bear the expense himself, as Sarutobi Hiruzen would foot the bill, rendering this an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Orochimaru and Jiraiya ordered several dishes, accompanied by rice, and indulged in their meal. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid little attention, reasoning that two children could not consume much. However, as time passed, he began to exhibit signs of unease. "Are your stomachs black holes?" he exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the remnants of food scattered across the table, along with a towering stack of bowls and plates. Most disconcertingly, he had barely taken 2 bites before these two youngsters had devoured everything. "Thank you, Lord Third, for treating me to such a hearty meal." Orochimaru's youthful visage radiated gratitude as he spoke earnestly. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words, his heart aching for his own purse. Jiraiya, with his ample belly, joyously exclaimed, "Uncle Third, you are truly a good person. It has been ages since I have eaten so well. The orphanage has scant provisions, and at times, I can only manage a single bowl of gruel in a day." Chapter 14. Seeking Guidance on the Body Technique. Jiraiya's offhand remark elicited a slight nod from Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face bore a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment. The Konoha orphanage fell under his purview, and the children's hunger was, in part, his responsibility. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still an innocent and well-meaning youth, untainted by the darker machinations of politics. Watching the contented Jiraiya, a wave of guilt washed over him. After all, it was merely a meal. Just as he was about to depart, Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with pleading eyes. "Uncle Third, may I take some back for my friends at the orphanage?" Moved by Jiraiya's earnest gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen relented, gritting his teeth. "Go ahead, just this once." Spending a little for the children of Konoha seemed a worthy cause, for they were indeed the future of the village. Fantastic. As expected of the third Hokage. Moments later, Jiraiya, clutching a large bag of food, waved goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter gazed at the bill with tears unshed. Despite it being his own establishment, as Hokage, he could not indulge in free meals. Though still young, he was mindful of his dignity. "Ha ha ha, my friends at the orphanage will finally have food." Jiraiya cheered, twirling with delight, shedding his previously obedient demeanor in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru trailed behind, observing everything with a heavy heart, reflecting on the hardships faced by the orphanage. However, he soon realized that the conditions of the orphanage were not the only plight. The lives of ordinary families in Konoha were equally dismal. Not far from the corner, a vaguely familiar figure lay upon the ground. Orochimaru approached and observed the boy before him, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a somewhat dazed expression. It was none other than Might Guy, who had been assigned to the ordinary class during the enrollment ceremony earlier that day. Orochimaru had only taken notice of him when the teacher called his name. Lacking in striking features and possessing mediocre performance in assessments, one could speculate that had it not been for the wartime scarcity of ninja, he might have been dismissed from the academy. Nevertheless, Orochimaru took note of this boy, the future father of the illustrious Might Guy, who would one day elevate the 7 ninja swordsmen to a status of great honor. He was indeed a significant figure in the future of Konoha's taijutsu. However, at this moment, he lay on the ground, famished, his eyes clouded, limbs weak, and his stomach grumbling audibly. "Might Guy, are you all right?" Orochimaru never anticipated that the future figure of great renown had endured such a wretched childhood. Fainting from hunger by the roadside, under Orochimaru's gentle shaking, Might Guy finally opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused as he looked at Orochimaru. "I am fine. I merely feel too famished and need to rest for a moment." Orochimaru expressed his astonishment. "Surely, you haven't gone without food since this morning?" Might Guy nodded weakly, a look of distress on his face as he replied, "There is no food at home. I can only endure and lie down for a while." It is worth noting that he had attended school and had run several kilometers on the playground, expending a significant amount of physical energy. A day without sustenance had understandably left him collapsed on the ground. How tragic. Might Guy's plight offered Orochimaru a sobering insight into the grim realities faced by the common folk of Konoha. Coming from humble beginnings, his situation was even more dire than that of children in an orphanage. Is life truly so arduous for the commoners nowadays? With heavy eyelids, Might Guy squinted as if on the verge of fainting from hunger. Meanwhile, Jiraiya remained remarkably composed, casually remarking, "During wartime, everyone's circumstances are challenging." Having witnessed such hardships frequently due to his own humble origins, Jiraiya found nothing peculiar about the situation. Orochimaru hails from a relatively affluent background in Konoha, as both of his parents were ninjas, and he received a pension. This circumstance shielded him from the harsh realities faced by the lower class upon his arrival. However, through continuous observation, he began to grasp the struggles of the people in this era. Many went to bed hungry, lacking even adequate clothing. Such individuals were by no means rare in the village of Konoha. "Jiraiya, do you have a rice dumpling to spare?" Orochimaru inquired of Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression was conflicted. Yet ultimately, he hesitantly produced a rice dumpling and handed it over to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, upon acquiring the rice ball, promptly extended it to Might Guy, who was barely conscious, instantly rousing him from his stupor. In this era of scarcity and deprivation, the significance of sustenance is beyond question. With an inexplicable surge of vitality, Might Guy devoured the rice ball with remarkable swiftness, tears of gratitude streaming down his cheeks as he savored each morsel. "Oh, how splendid it is! So delicious! This is the essence of youthful camaraderie. I can almost feel the fervor of vitality surging within me." Orochimaru was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Might Guy had comprehended the true essence of youth from such a young age. Could this be the spiritual legacy of the Might clan? After receiving sustenance, Might Guy's spirits began to rejuvenate. He gazed at Orochimaru, tugging at his trousers with gratitude, and said, "Thank you. It has been ages since I last savored a rice ball." As he spoke, tears of joy streamed down his face, mingling with his runny nose, presenting a rather pitiable sight. Orochimaru's eyes twitched slightly as he discreetly withdrew his thigh from the embrace. "No need for thanks. After all, we are fellow students, and perhaps one day we shall stand as comrades in battle." Upon hearing the words fellow students and comrades, Might Guy felt a surge of energy, leaping up from the ground with fervor. "How wonderful it is to share the bonds of camaraderie and friendship with you. In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I, Might Guy, shall undoubtedly lend you my help." With that, he gave a thumbs up, revealing his gleaming white teeth in the air. He has arrived, the iconic gesture had manifested. Orochimaru nodded, bidding farewell to Might Guy, and at the next intersection, parted ways with Jiraiya. His residence and the orphanage were not in close proximity, thus it was not entirely convenient. Upon returning home, Orochimaru sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, closing his eyes to reflect on the events of the day. The entrance examination, the younger generation of the legendary three ninjas, the youthful version of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the famished Might Guy. He had submitted methods for creating batteries and stun guns, thereby earning an A rank and a B rank mission, along with the agreed-upon equipment. Overall, he had established an early rapport with the younger Hiruzen Sarutobi, laying a solid foundation for future interactions. It was a promising beginning. Taking advantage of his satiated state and abundant energy, Orochimaru recalled the training methods from his previous life, engaging in squats, push-ups, and sit-ups within the confines of his home. A proficient ninja must possess a robust physique. Chakra is the amalgamation of physical energy and spiritual energy within the human body. By commencing training at a young age to cultivate strength, he could potentially refine a greater quantity of chakra. In the days that followed, Orochimaru maintained a disciplined routine, balancing his academic pursuits with physical training. During school hours, he either immersed himself in the will of fire or studied hand signs and chakra refinement techniques. These constituted the foundational knowledge essential for a ninja, which he needed to master thoroughly. Orochimaru had long mastered the art, yet several of his peers lagged behind, compelling him to await the progression of their lessons. Thus, he devoted himself to honing his chakra refinement technique during class, diligently amassing his chakra reserves. Before long, Through his unwavering efforts, the amount of chakra he could extract reached the minimum threshold required for ninjutsu. At this juncture, Orochimaru could no longer contain himself and approached his instructor, Nara Shinichi, in private. "Teacher, please impart to me the body flicker technique. I have already learned to refine chakra." Chapter 15. Learning and contemplation. You have mastered the chakra extraction technique? Nara Shinichi gazed at the child before him with astonishment, taken aback by his declaration. However, considering Orochimaru's notable aptitude for learning and his attentiveness in class, he perceived a glimmer of possibility. Exceptional students often garnered the favor and recognition of their teachers, and the words of a gifted pupil were typically met with trust and belief. Consequently, Nara Shinichi harbored little doubt regarding Orochimaru's claim. Upon testing, he discovered the unmistakable traces of chakra flowing within Orochimaru, which filled him with excitement. "Orochimaru, you possess the potential to become an outstanding ninja. Among your peers, you have already surpassed many. To refine chakra in such a brief span is a testament to your undeniable talent. Even children from prominent clans seldom achieve such speed." Moreover, as Orochimaru was a student of his own class, he felt a sense of pride in representing Nara Shinichi's reputation. Ruffling Orochimaru's hair affectionately, Nara Shinichi declared, "Since you have successfully refined your chakra, I shall personally teach you the body flicker technique. However, this matter must remain confidential. Focus on your training alone." Orochimaru nodded with a smile. He possessed the method for mastering the shadow clone technique. However, it merely outlined a rudimentary approach to practice without delving into the principles of ninjutsu. While he could certainly engage in self-study, the pace of his progress would undoubtedly be significantly slower. Moreover, Orochimaru harbored no desire to merely replicate the technique. Rather, he sought to explore the underlying principles and the profound essence of ninjutsu. Gaining insight into these principles could potentially facilitate a deeper understanding and subsequent refinement of ninjutsu in the future. One is the practitioner, the other is the creator. Thus, instead of training in solitude, Orochimaru sought out Nara Shinichi. With a teacher present, it was only natural for him to seek assistance. After years of training, Nara Shinichi, having become a teacher at the Ninja Academy, possessed considerable expertise. In truth, Orochimaru had wished to consult the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, but as his mentor, it was improbable that he would be able to accommodate such a request. Under the guidance of Nara Shinichi, Orochimaru arrived at Training Ground 118, where one-on-one instruction commenced. Nara Shinichi gazed at Orochimaru with anticipation, eager to witness the extent of his student's remarkable talent and capabilities. Clearing his throat, he began the lesson. The shadow clone technique consists of 3 forms: the clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique. This is the most fundamental ninjutsu taught at the Konoha Ninja Academy and is widely employed by ordinary ninjas. Orochimaru, observe as I demonstrate the hand seals. I will begin with the clone technique, which is the simplest and requires only 3 hand seals. Standing at the center of the training ground, Nara Shinichi swiftly formed the seals: rat, snake, and tiger. Upon completing the 3 seals, chakra surged within him, and suddenly, an identical figure appeared beside him. The clone's movements were precise, far more vivid and 3-dimensional than those depicted in the illustrations. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately began to imitate the technique. He swiftly mastered the 3 hand seals. However, the flow of chakra within him was not entirely fluid, resulting in his initial attempt being unsuccessful. With a resounding thud, a shadow of Orochimaru appeared beside him, but due to the instability of his chakra, it soon dissipated into a wisp of white mist. Observing Orochimaru's actions, Nara Shinichi felt a slight twitch in his eyelid, overwhelmed with astonishment. He never anticipated that after merely a single observation, Orochimaru would almost perform the shadow clone technique. Fortunately, his first attempt had faltered. Had he succeeded on the first try, it would have rendered his role as a teacher rather superfluous. Remaining composed, he concealed his surprise and said with a calm demeanor, "Orochimaru, do not rush. It is not uncommon for novices to struggle with ninjutsu. Success comes with time and perseverance. Allow me to share with you the detailed methods and tricks for your training, and with diligent practice, you will surely succeed." Orochimaru nodded obediently, gazing attentively at Nara Shinichi as he elucidated the techniques for mastering the shadow clone jutsu. Despite being a member of the Nara clan, Nara Shinichi possessed a commendable understanding of various ninjutsu, which justified his role as an instructor. He began by emphasizing the necessity to concentrate one's mind, to sense the flow and direction of chakra within, while envisioning one's own form. Through the art of hand seals, one must guide the chakra outward, sculpting a clone that mirrors oneself perfectly. It is imperative to focus on both the output and precision of the chakra to ensure its stability. Only through a continuous and stable flow of chakra can the clone sustain its existence for a considerable duration. Orochimaru listened intently, his expression reflecting a profound thirst for knowledge. Raising his head, his pale visage was imbued with curiosity. Teacher, if I were to envision the form of another object while releasing chakra, would it not be possible to summon other beings? Nara Shinichi nodded, explaining, the shadow clone jutsu indeed possesses that capacity. However, if you wish to utilize chakra to manifest other objects or individuals, you must perform additional hand seals, thereby consuming more chakra. In the heat of battle, this is not the most optimal approach unless one possesses swift reflexes and an ample reserve of chakra. The reason the shadow clone technique is regarded as a fundamental ninjutsu lies in its simplicity of training and minimal chakra consumption, coupled with its versatility. After reflecting on Nara Shinichi's words, Orochimaru nodded in understanding. Indeed, even a foundational technique such as the shadow clone had been refined through the scrutiny of countless practitioners, revealing its inherent complexity. Nevertheless, Orochimaru remained undeterred in his quest for innovation. With diligent research and experimentation, he believed there lay the potential to develop more valuable ninjutsu derived from the principles of the shadow clone technique. Orochimaru raises this question, recalling the seductive techniques employed by Naruto Uzumaki in the original narrative. While seemingly devoid of combat prowess, such abilities can wield significant influence in certain contexts. Whether confronted by the likes of the Third Hokage, Jiraiya, or even Kagaya Tsutsuki, all are rendered powerless against such allure. If one were to aspire to cultivate this ninjutsu, what course of action should be taken? Orochimaru found himself momentarily at a loss, yet this did not dishearten him. Instead, he devoted himself to practicing the art of shadow cloning. Orochimaru once again formed hand seals with both hands, but the outcome of this situation left Nara Shinichi utterly astonished. An identical doppelganger of Orochimaru materialized in the training ground, causing Nara Shinichi to be overwhelmed with disbelief. The successful execution of the shadow clone technique for the second time was nothing short of extraordinary. Although the shadow clone technique is considered one of the fundamental ninjutsu, it is not a skill that everyone can easily master. At that moment, Orochimaru turned to Nara Shinichi and said, Teacher, I have a general understanding of the shadow clone technique. Please teach me the body replacement technique next. Nara Shinichi's lips twitched as he forced a smile. Orochimaru, your talent for training is commendable, but remember to practice diligently. After a lengthy preamble, Nara Shinichi finally recalled his experience in teaching the body replacement technique. This technique is slightly more complex than the shadow clone technique, consisting of 5 hand seals. Upon its execution, one can manipulate surrounding objects to replace oneself, thus evading attacks. The most common application involves substituting oneself with a wooden stake strategically placed nearby to avoid enemy strikes. As he spoke, Nara Shinichi formed the hand seals and began his demonstration. After completing the seals, Ashi, in Chobu Tora, Nara Shinichi's form abruptly vanished, leaving only a brown wooden stake in his stead. This transformation illuminated Orochimaru's eyes with intrigue. He glanced southwest and saw Nara Shinichi standing at the spot where the wooden stake had been. Fascinating. The ability to switch places with nearby objects at such speed was remarkable. Although this basic ninjutsu may seem inconspicuous, it can wield tremendous influence in combat. During a confrontation with an adversary, it allows one to evade incoming attacks. Instantly, Orochimaru conceived several tactical applications for the body replacement technique. Utilizing this technique could function similarly to a teleportation ability within a game. If employed adeptly, it could create an effect of instantaneous movement. Upon this realization, Orochimaru paused, contemplating. Perhaps the body replacement technique could indeed facilitate a form of instantaneous movement. Chapter 16. The strange changes in Konoha. This peculiar notion struck Orochimaru as absurd at first. Yet upon further reflection, it appeared strikingly logical. The body replacement technique, when executed correctly, could achieve an effect akin to instantaneous movement. For instance, by throwing a kunai or shuriken and promptly activating the body replacement technique to swap places with the launched weapon. Remarkably, this maneuver bears a resemblance to Minato's flying thunder god technique. Orochimaru felt an inexplicable familiarity with this technique, suddenly recalling the legendary battle of the Eternal Band, where one faced 50 adversaries. By casting shuriken along a designated path and employing the flying thunder god technique, one could teleport beside the marked object, eliminate the enemy, and then teleport once more, repeating the action. However, such a method transcends the mere capabilities of the substitution technique. The time required for the hand seals of the substitution technique does not permit continuous teleportation, thus making it impossible to vanquish 50 foes in succession. Orochimaru speculates that it is necessary to upgrade the substitution technique to something akin to the body flicker technique, which requires a balance of physical training and the cultivation of sensory abilities. It may even necessitate the integration of space ninjutsu. Master, allow me to give it a try. Orochimaru skillfully performed the hand seals, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as he directed the chakra within his body to emanate outward. Orochimaru similarly opted for a wooden post as a substitute, activating his ninjutsu, which seemingly forged an inexplicable connection between the two. Under the influence of the chakra threads, their bodies swiftly pivoted, executing the substitution with remarkable swiftness. However, after employing the second ninjutsu, Orochimaru felt a slight dizziness clouding his mind, leaving him somewhat lethargic. Orochimaru immediately comprehended that this was the result of excessive chakra consumption within his body, leaving a lingering effect. Nara Shinosuke opened his mouth, gazing at Orochimaru, rendered speechless. What constitutes a genius? Orochimaru epitomizes genius. Merely by elucidating the concept once, his counterpart grasped it instantaneously. During the shadow clone technique, there were some missteps on the part of the other, yet, armed with the experience of success, he executed the substitution technique flawlessly. Such prodigious talent, even among the highly intelligent Nara clan, is indeed rare. It is worth noting that the substitution technique is considerably more challenging than the shadow clone technique. Teacher, could you please elaborate further on the transformation technique? Orochimaru took a deep breath, steadying his form, and spoke. Nara Shinosuke furrowed his brow, a hint of concern coloring his voice as he remarked, Orochimaru, excessive chakra consumption can adversely affect both your physical and mental state. Let us conclude today's lesson here. You should return to rest for a while. While his words appeared to convey care, they were, in truth, a ruse to buy some time. He feared that in the blink of an eye, Orochimaru would master the entirety of the three-body technique. If that were to happen, what would remain for him to teach? Having a clever disciple is undoubtedly advantageous, yet an overly astute one can become a source of considerable vexation for the mentor. He felt as though Orochimaru resembled a fearsome sponge, perpetually poised to extract every ounce of knowledge from him. Orochimaru blinked and stood still, resolutely stating, Teacher Nara, do share your insights with me. I shall forego my training for the moment and simply listen. Moreover, I have some inquiries regarding the shadow clone technique and the substitution technique that I would like to discuss with you. Faced with a student so eager for knowledge, Nara Shinichi's lips twitched, revealing a look of inner conflict, yet he ultimately chose not to decline. Orochimaru's aptitude for learning is astonishing. Whether taught for a day longer or shorter, the outcome remains unchanged. It would be far more efficient to entrust the instruction to him, thus easing one's own burdens. This characteristic of the Nara clan, marked by a certain laziness and aversion to complexity, led Nara Shinichi to make a decision. With a recalibrated mindset, Nara Shinichi began to articulate his thoughts with great clarity. The mastery of the transformation technique, a subset of the body duplication techniques, is notably the most challenging, necessitating the execution of 6 hand seals, rat, snake, boar, rat, rooster, and ox. Through the formation of these seals, one must direct the chakra within the body along a specific trajectory, thereby altering one's structure and appearance. Simultaneously, it is essential to observe the desired form meticulously, forging a vivid mental image within one's mind. Initially, one should begin by studying simpler objects, such as stones or wood, gradually progressing to small animals and eventually humans. In essence, when forming the seals, one must fulfill 3 criteria: control the flow of chakra within the body, construct a connection to the object in the mind, and envision the object's likeness. He spoke with remarkable detail, and Orochimaru listened intently, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Though the foundational body duplication techniques may seem rudimentary, they encompass profound principles. To Orochimaru, these concepts appeared exceedingly intricate. Mastering these techniques can yield unexpected advantages in combat, and through deeper exploration, one might even develop more sophisticated ninjutsu. Moreover, this technique is accessible to every student, irrespective of whether they hail from common or prestigious ninja families. To a significant extent, this ninjutsu narrows the gap between common ninjas and those of noble descent. After diligently noting down the methods for practicing the transformation technique, Orochimaru proceeded to inquire further about the principles underlying the body duplication techniques. His relentless questioning left Nara Shinichi somewhat flustered, prompting Orochimaru to eventually relent. Nevertheless, he concluded that the body duplication techniques hold immense potential. The shadow clone technique not only allows for the creation of duplicates that resemble oneself, but can also manifest the likenesses of others or inanimate objects. This is akin to a projector in the ninja realm, or even a virtual apparatus capable of creating illusions that can deceive the perceptions of others. In contrast to the illusory techniques that affect the mind, this represents a form of true illusion. On the battlefield, whether in combat or intelligence gathering, its utility is significant. The body switch technique enables one to interchange positions with surrounding objects, qualifying it as a short-range teleportation skill. The transformation technique is equally remarkable, capable of deceiving and concealing one's original form. I am deeply grateful for your guidance, esteemed teacher, and I shall endeavor to learn diligently. Orochimaru gazed at Nara Shinichi with heartfelt gratitude, his tone sincere. He was always generous in expressing his appreciation to those who imparted knowledge to him. Nara Shinichi nodded slightly, smiling as he replied, "It is of no concern. You are my student, and imparting knowledge to you is my vocation." Once Orochimaru turned to leave, Nara Shinichi heaved a sigh of relief, reverting to his previous languid demeanor. The prodigious talent of Orochimaru was astonishing. It was rare to find such brilliance among the common folk, leaving one to ponder whether it was a blessing or a curse. Ultimately, he decided it was of no consequence to him. His sole duty was to be an effective teacher. A genius emerging from the commoners should be reported to the Third Hokage. The thought gave him a headache, and Nara Shinichi promptly dismissed it from his mind. He had inherited the Nara clan's penchant for laziness and aversion to trouble, leading to his indifference towards many matters. It was precisely this disposition that garnered the favor of Hiruzen Sarutobi, allowing him to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Subsequently, Orochimaru, determined to hone his skills, requested a week off from Nara Shinichi for intensive training. Aware of Orochimaru's academic performance and progress, Nara Shinichi granted the request without hesitation. With permission secured, Orochimaru diligently practiced the three-body technique at home, striving to accumulate chakra within himself. It was only after achieving a modest level of proficiency that he finally reopened his door, ready to return to school. As he walked through the streets, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere in Konoha, an inexplicable sense of oppression hanging in the air. After inquiring around, he learned that the previously stable supply of goods had inexplicably begun to rise once more. The commercial district, which had shown signs of revival, now appeared to wither again, instilling anxiety in the hearts of onlookers. Orochimaru found himself engulfed in a perplexing situation, sensing an impending storm yet unable to decipher its nature. He pondered whether this phenomenon had any connection to his childhood, but swiftly dismissed the thought, recognizing that he was not the protagonist of this tale, and thus, his past was largely unchronicled. After scratching his head in contemplation, he resolved to inquire about the matter at school, believing that his peers, being more attuned to the happenings in Konoha, might possess greater insight than his reclusive nature allowed. Upon entering the classroom, Orochimaru was met with a disheartening sight. A cluster of despondent figures sprawled across the desks. Among them was Jiraiya, whose pallid complexion stood out, alongside several other children. Not only the orphans but also the children from humble backgrounds and the ninja clan offspring appeared equally undernourished, their gaunt faces betraying a lack of sustenance. Concerned, he called out, "Jiraiya, what has transpired here?" His inquiry was prompted by Jiraiya's noticeably deteriorated condition, which seemed even worse than before. Upon hearing Orochimaru's voice, Jiraiya laboriously lifted his head from the desk, managing a strained smile upon recognizing his friend. With a feeble tone, he replied, "Orochimaru, do you have any food? It has been ages since I last felt full. I'm currently attempting to master Might Guy's art of lying flat." Orochimaru's heart sank at the thought of such dire circumstances. Had the orphanage completely run out of provisions? Could it be that Konoha's economy was in freefall? He retrieved the rice balls he had prepared and offered one to Jiraiya. Chapter 17. Scientific Fishing. "Oh, this is absolutely delightful," Jiraiya exclaimed as he devoured the food with fervor, finishing it in mere moments. His voracious appetite elicited envy from the other children. After satisfying his hunger, he suddenly remembered his friends from the orphanage nearby. With a bashful scratch of his head, he asked, "Orochimaru, could you possibly spare a few more rice balls? Bilu and the others have been starving for quite some time." Orochimaru handed over his lunch, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is happening here? Is the orphanage on the brink of closure? Has the economy of Konoha collapsed? Why are there so many people unable to find food? Orochimaru believed that his recent retreat and the stockpiling of provisions demonstrated his foresight. Jiraiya divided the rice balls into several portions and distributed them among a few equally famished companions before elucidating the cause of their plight. It was not a calamity at the orphanage, but rather a crisis at the local grain stores, which had skyrocketed in prices, rendering the village's allocations insufficient to procure food. The surge in prices explained why they could scarcely afford a meal. However, this situation mirrored the economic collapse of Konoha. Fortunately, Orochimaru had previously amassed a considerable supply of food at home, thus shielding himself from the immediate repercussions. He was taken aback by the fluctuations in grain prices in the village, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. In times of conflict and disaster, there are always those who exploit the chaos for personal gain, inflating prices and profiting from the suffering of others. What puzzled him was how, in a village of Konoha's size, neither large nor small, yet under the control of the Hokage, such audacity could arise. Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Jiraiya responded indignantly. Who else could it be but those clans controlling the grain stores and monopolizing the food supply? I've heard that the transport routes from the Land of Fire to Konoha have been compromised, leaving them unchecked to raise prices at will. The despicable Tuhei clan, the Zanlong clan, and the Hokyu clan show no regard for their fellow villagers. Jiraiya mentioned the names of several unfamiliar ninja clans. Names that had never graced Orochimaru's ears in the original series, nor left any trace of their existence. This implied a troubling reality. Indeed, to act so brazenly in the face of consequence was to court disaster. For the sake of mere wealth, they were wreaking havoc upon the entire village. A fate that would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Yet, observing his classmates, who were half-starved, Orochimaru felt a pang of helplessness. He had not anticipated such turmoil in Konoha during his childhood, with several clans daring to stir chaos. Now, with famine looming, disorder reigned, bringing only suffering and calamity to the common folk. However, upon further reflection, Orochimaru realized that chaos could also serve as a ladder to progress. Jiraiya, after school. Let us go fishing in the river, he suggested, his eyes gleaming with determination. Faced with the hungry crowd, Orochimaru yearned to lend a hand. They were but children. Yet they lived lives of uncertainty, where one meal was often followed by another without guarantee of sustenance. Yet, he too found his own supplies dwindling, barely enough for himself. And sharing would leave him wanting. Simultaneously, he recognized this as an opportunity, a chance to capture the attention of the higher-ups once more. He contemplated fishing in the river, which would not only provide nourishment but also satisfy a desire for meat. In these times, acquiring meat was no trivial endeavor. Coincidentally, he craved fish. Jiraiya's eyes lit up momentarily before he shook his head. That won't do. I've thought of it too, but the fish in the river are far too cunning. We can hardly catch them. I find myself utterly famished, lacking the strength to catch fish. It is evident that Jiraiya has made attempts, albeit with no success. The creatures of the ninja world, perhaps nourished by natural energy or chakra, possess remarkable agility, making them elusive to ordinary individuals. This is particularly true for the fish that gracefully navigate the waters, their nimble forms rendering them difficult to capture. Many share the same ambition of fishing. Yet few possess the skill to succeed. However, what poses a challenge for Jiraiya is merely a trifling matter for Orochimaru. With unwavering confidence, he smiled and proclaimed, "This time will be different. Rest assured, I will take action." His tone was imbued with certainty, for he wielded a formidable tool. Once he set it into motion, no matter where the fish might hide, they would inevitably rise to the surface. As soon as school was out, Orochimaru led Jiraiya to his abode. "Jiraiya, please wait for me here," he instructed, before entering his laboratory. There, he gazed at the original generator and commenced his specialized operations. During class, Orochimaru had contemplated how to enhance the generator, transforming it into a fishing instrument. With the innate scientific talent of his original self and the knowledge from his past life, he swiftly devised a solution. He incorporated a gear cluster rotation module into the generator, amplifying its speed and efficiency. As a result, the generator would produce a significantly greater electric current when operational. Once the modifications were complete, Orochimaru presented the finished product. Jiraiya looked at the tool in Orochimaru's hands with curiosity, questioning, "What is this? Were we not supposed to go fishing?" Orochimaru waved the generator in his hand, enigmatically stating, "This is a remarkable device. Just watch and see." He assured that with its use, they would undoubtedly reap a bountiful harvest today, allowing one to witness the wonders of scientific fishing. Grasping the generator, Orochimaru and Jiraiya hastened to the banks of the southern He River. Surrounding this area lay vast stretches of forest and grassland, where Orochimaru observed numerous individuals foraging for wild vegetables and capturing animals at the forest's edge. However, with so many competitors, the yield was minimal, indicating a detrimental cycle had formed. Venturing further afield, safety became a concern. Beyond lay the Forest of Death, which shrouded a significant portion of the hidden Leaf Village. This ominous place was fraught with countless traps, deterring most shinobi from venturing within. Along the riverbank, some individuals attempted to fish, yet their efforts yielded little success, with their baskets devoid of any fish. Orochimaru strolled along the riverbank for a considerable distance until he discovered a spacious clearing, where he set down the generator. The soil along the riverbank was level, and the waters teemed with lush aquatic vegetation, occasionally revealing agile fish gliding through the currents. Jiraiya, grasp this handle and turn it vigorously without pause, Orochimaru instructed. Allow me to demonstrate the marvels of scientific electrofishing, one catch after another, without a sound. Jiraiya scratched his head, bewildered by the so-called scientific apparatus, and could only comply. Having consumed some sustenance, he felt a resurgence of energy and was able to manipulate the handle of the generator. With great effort, Jiraiya began to turn the handle. His speed astonishingly swift, creating an almost illusory blur. A scintillating arc of electricity burst forth from the wires at the opposite end, and Orochimaru seized the moment to immerse it into the water. A crackling sound echoed as the current surged and diffused through the river, rapidly spreading its influence. A black fish swam freely, feasting on the abundant aquatic plants, enjoying its carefree existence. Yet, in an instant, it seemed to succumb to an invisible force, its body stiffening as it floated to the surface. Jiraiya, straining at his task, widened his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle. "Is this truly possible?" he exclaimed. He had encountered that very black fish several times, its nimble movements having toyed with him on numerous occasions. To his astonishment, under the influence of Orochimaru's peculiar device, it was now rendered helpless, rising to the surface. "Jiraiya, do not cease. Keep turning." Orochimaru strolled along the riverbank with a wire in hand, the electric current crackling wildly, rendering the fish and shrimp in its path unconscious. In no time, a multitude of aquatic creatures surfaced within a span of 10 meters of the riverway. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiraiya was rendered speechless, struggling to swallow his saliva. He was at a loss for words. Such an abundance of fish and shrimp could sustain them for quite a while. The commotion attracted the attention of several onlookers, who began to converge upon the scene. Among them were those with bloodshot eyes, their intentions seemingly nefarious. "This is bad. We must leave quickly before they notice us," Jiraiya urged anxiously. "If they see us, they will undoubtedly seize our catch." With no members of the Konoha police department patrolling the area, the atmosphere was rife with tension. One could never tell when desperation might lead to theft. As the crowd drew nearer, Jiraiya grew increasingly restless. The river teemed with fish and shrimp, and he feared they might be snatched away. In tumultuous times, precious sustenance is the foundation of all. Orochimaru nonchalantly remarked, "It matters not. They are merely impoverished souls, struggling to satiate their hunger. Allow them to salvage a bit. After all, we cannot capture them all." His true intention was to amplify this incident, thereby enhancing his own reputation. In doing so, he believed his scientific prowess and intellect would undoubtedly capture the attention of the higher echelons of Konoha. This was, in essence, a gamble. However, Orochimaru had a solid foundation for his wager, rooted in his understanding of Hiruzen Sarutobi's character. The latter, who revered the will of fire and cherished the gathering of civilian prodigies, would certainly regard him with newfound respect. The previous incident with the electric shock weapon likely had yet to fully reveal Sarutobi's awareness of his own talents and capabilities. Jiraiya, observing the abundant catch, noted that their baskets were insufficient to contain it all. Nonetheless, he remained dissatisfied, exclaiming, "How irritating. This is all our quarry, enough to sustain us for quite some time. And we could even share some with our friends at the orphanage." Having often gone hungry, Jiraiya placed a higher value on food than many other things. Orochimaru consoled. "With the generator at hand, what do we have to fear from not catching fish? Quickly tidy up, we shall return and feast on fish." It is perfect timing to head to the orphanage and prepare a meal for everyone. Upon reflection, Jiraiya found merit in Orochimaru's words. Primarily, it was Orochimaru who had assisted him in catching the fish, and Jiraiya could discern the larger from the smaller with ease. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Just as the two were placing the fish into their basket, a menacing middle-aged man clad in ninja attire rushed over and obstructed their path. "Hey, you two brats. Leave all the fish behind," he demanded, his gaze fixated on the multitude of fish in the basket, his throat dry with greed. This river is under my jurisdiction. It is my territory, and all the fish belong to me. Hand them over at once." His audacious proclamation elicited laughter from Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed at him intently, his voice cold. "This is the Southie River, adjacent to the Southie Shrine, the ancestral grounds of the Uchiha clan. Do you truly dare to speak such words? Do you believe I will not share your statement with others and reveal the consequences you shall face?" The middle-aged ninja's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that his opponent would show no fear and even dared to question his threats. His countenance darkened immediately. The esteemed reputation of the Uchiha clan was not something a mere nobody like him could contend with. Yet, blinded by the promise of profit, he pressed on. "You little brat, are you courting death? Hand over the fish, or you shall regret it." In these extraordinary times, that basket of fish held considerable value. By raising the price, it could easily be worth a C-rank mission, perhaps even half of a B-rank task. For a perennial low-ranking ninja like Ito Saburo, it was nothing short of a windfall. He dismissed the two young boys before him entirely. Orochimaru showed no mercy, coldly declaring, "If you possess the ability, come and take it." After a period of training at home, his mastery of the body replacement technique and shuriken throwing technique had significantly improved. The current Orochimaru was not only unafraid but also driven by an impulsive desire to engage. With a heart steeled for battle, a murderous intent naturally arose within him. His words and actions, however, provoked the ire of his adversary. "You little brat. Let me teach you a lesson so you can learn what it means to know your place," he threatened. Drawing upon his chakra and launching himself towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru with remarkable speed. In his mind, all the fish should belong to him, including the peculiar fishing tool. With that tool in hand, he was certain he could profit handsomely during times of rising prices. How shameless can you be? Jiraiya seethed in anger, appalled that an adult ninja, appearing from nowhere, dared to snatch something from two children. "Kid, hand it over to me." Excitement flashed in Ito Saburo's eyes as he reached out to seize the generator and backpack. But in the next moment, a stone was hurled from Orochimaru's hand, though the trajectory failed to strike Ito Saburo. With a dismissive smile, Ito Saburo tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the projectile. "Ha! I am a revered ninja. And you dare challenge me?" Just as he spoke, his body trembled, his tongue quivered, and he collapsed to the ground. Orochimaru, who had been holding the generator, now stood behind Ito Saburo, wielding a stun gun. A single shot incapacitated Ito Saburo, rendering him unable to resist. It was truly laughable how foolishly greedy one could become. Earlier, when he had thrown the stone, Orochimaru had employed the body replacement technique and shadow clone technique to deceive his opponent, while appearing to be present. It was merely a clone, while the real body had quietly swapped places with the stone. Orochimaru dealt with Ito Saburo and then turned to leave. However, after taking but a few steps, he returned. He nearly forgot the customary practice of inspecting the fallen after a battle. This was a good habit he had maintained since his previous life in the realm of gaming. If the adversary had sought him out first, it would be reasonable for him to claim a piece of the spoils. Yet, after thoroughly searching, Orochimaru could only find 2 rusted kunai and a mere 1,000 ryo. A pitiful sum that evoked laughter. A miser, indeed, how utterly disappointing. Orochimaru delivered 2 swift kicks before turning to depart. Witnessing this, the others cast apprehensive glances at the retreating figures of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, then shifted their gaze to the prostrate Saburo Ida. However, the fish and shrimp drifting in the river ultimately triumphed over their inner trepidation as they surged into the water to catch their meal. Filling their stomachs was, after all, the most pressing concern of this period. As they walked towards the orphanage, Jiraiya circled around Orochimaru, his face a portrait of astonishment. "Orochimaru, were you employing the body double technique that Master Nara Shinichi spoke of?" Jiraiya had, of course, witnessed the recent skirmish from the sidelines. Yet, what astonished him was that the ninjutsu Orochimaru had utilized seemed to resemble the body double technique mentioned by Master Nara Shinichi. Orochimaru nodded and candidly stated, "Indeed. I took a leave of absence to hone my mastery of the 3-body technique. I am now capable of independently refining chakra, which is why I sought out Master Nara Shinichi to impart the technique to me." "Orochimaru, you are truly remarkable," Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes widening in genuine astonishment and admiration. "To have already mastered chakra refinement and the 3-body technique upon entering school is extraordinary. Aside from a few boastful children from the ninja clan, Orochimaru stands out as exceptional. At such a tender age, having grasped both chakra refinement and the 3-body technique, he has already attained the capabilities of an average genin in the village hidden in the leaves. Typically, The ability to perform a basic shadow clone technique would suffice to be recognized as a ninja. Having only recently begun his studies at the Ninja Academy, Orochimaru's astonishing prowess would undoubtedly astound anyone who hears of it. Clenching his fists and raising his white-haired head, Jiraiya declared with unwavering determination, "If you have achieved such greatness, I too must not lag behind. I shall strive to improve." Initially indifferent to training, Jiraiya felt a burgeoning sense of rivalry ignited by Orochimaru's extraordinary achievements. Orochimaru remarked, "Persevere. I have faith in you. One of the future legendary Sannin, his prowess is unparalleled. If one does not believe in him, whom should they trust?" Jiraiya, despite being the only one among the Sannin to have perished, possesses an extraordinary set of skills that need no elaboration, embodying the essence of a versatile talent. He is proficient in various disciplines: taijutsu, ninjutsu, summoning techniques, sage arts, and sealing techniques. Had it not been for the unfortunate lack of intelligence that led to his downfall, his demise would have likely been far more elusive. As they traversed the streets, a throng of undernourished commoners gazed enviously at the duo, or more specifically, at the fish and shrimp nestled in their basket. Were it not for the occasional patrols by the Uchiha of the police department, one might fear they would have been subjected to theft. It was only upon reaching the orphanage that those fervent gazes gradually dissipated. Orochimaru had arrived at the orphanage for the first time, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the dilapidated wooden structure and the courtyard overrun with weeds. In the yard, children of various ages lay scattered about, most succumbing to hunger and collapsing on the ground. It appeared that Might Guy's method of lying flat to resist hunger had become a universal skill during these times. "Headmistress, I have brought food." Upon entering, Jiraiya hurried towards a middle-aged woman clad in a black dress, who possessed an unremarkable appearance. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, with a face etched with wrinkles and a sallow complexion, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Gazing at the fish and shrimp in Jiraiya's backpack, her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Little Jiraiya, where did you acquire these?" Chapter 19. Light and darkness. In response to her inquiry, Jiraiya exclaimed with excitement, "I caught all of these with Orochimaru by the river. There was a shameless ninja uncle who even tried to steal them, but fortunately, Orochimaru took him down in an instant." The headmistress, upon hearing this, turned her murky gaze towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded slightly and respectfully addressed the headmistress, "Auntie, I have heard from Jiraiya that the orphanage is in need of provisions. Therefore, I accompanied him to the riverbank to catch some fish and shrimp. Please arrange for the children to be well fed." His demeanor towards the benevolent headmistress, who provided shelter for orphans, was one of utmost respect. For possessing such kindness in this era is indeed a rare treasure. Moreover, sharing sustenance with the children of the orphanage serves to enhance his own reputation. "Look at the purity of the will of fire. Good child," the headmistress remarked, gazing at the composed and gentle Orochimaru, nodding in approval. Under her guidance, a group of caregivers began to transport the fish and shrimp for cleaning and preparation, while the older children fetched clean water and heated oil in a pot. Before long, a rich pot of fish soup materialized within the orphanage, its tantalizing aroma causing the children to swallow in anticipation. "How delicious!" exclaimed a young child. Even without the addition of any spices, the simple dish was enough to make the famished children, who had not eaten adequately for days, believe it to be the finest food in the world. The headmistress stood and began to serve the fish soup to the children, offering each a small bowl, which they consumed with great enthusiasm. Some children even licked their bowls clean after finishing, savoring every last drop. Orochimaru partook of some sustenance, sipping a modest bowl of fish soup. The flavor was quite palatable, devoid of any overpowering fishy aroma. The remaining fish and shrimp in the backpack were few, yet with careful planning, they could suffice to sustain the orphanage for approximately a week. As Orochimaru stepped beyond the gates of the orphanage, a shadowy ninja, adorned with an animal mask, materialized before him. "Orochimaru, the third Hokage seeks your presence." Orochimaru recognized the visitor as the very Umbu ninja who had previously delivered a message to him. Orochimaru inclined his head slightly and accompanied the third Hokage to the Hokage building, which was one of his intentions to draw the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon his second visit to the Hokage office, Orochimaru navigated the familiar surroundings with ease. Pushing open the door, he entered to find the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside the youthful Danzo Shimura of that era. Danzo, a disciple of the second Hokage, was a close friend of Sarutobi and the founder of the Root organization, known as the Eternal King of Konoha. Seated at his desk, Sarutobi paused his discussion with Danzo upon Orochimaru's arrival and shifted to a more amiable demeanor. He smiled warmly at Orochimaru, saying, "Orochimaru, you have arrived. I have heard that you have been using a generator to electrify fish in the river. And I wish to." Before Sarutobi could finish, he was interrupted by the younger Danzo, clad in a sharp ninja uniform, his jawline stern and a noticeable scar gracing his face. "Hiruzen, why waste words? Just give him a direct order," he said, casting a scrutinizing glance at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I am Danzo Shimura, assistant to the Hokage. Konoha is currently facing a shortage of food, and your generator possesses a fishing capability. The time has come for you to contribute to the village. I require you to utilize the generator to catch sufficient fish for the villagers' sustenance." The young Danzo, while not yet the dark and twisted figure he would later become, was nonetheless unappealing. Despite Orochimaru being merely a 5-year-old child, Danzo felt no hesitation in issuing commands that exploited the youth. Such was the nature of the times. Children were often regarded as mere tools. During the Warring States period, even 5- or 6-year-olds were expected to take up arms and engage in battle. Danzo's root organization also amassed numerous children for training, transforming them into instruments for his own purposes. For the sake of Konoha, Danzo was willing to sacrifice anyone. Orochimaru, upon being discovered while fishing, exhibited no surprise. After all, the members of the Umbu under the Hokage possessed the capability to monitor the entire village. Fishing was merely a strategic move orchestrated by Orochimaru. To capture the attention of the village's higher-ups and have his talents acknowledged, he was compelled to employ certain tactics. As it stands, the plan appeared to be largely successful. However, Orochimaru could not afford to display his intentions overtly, nor could he simply comply. He was not there to be a mere laborer. He must assert his position with reasoned arguments, especially considering the absurdity of Danzo's assertions. With Sarutobi Hiruzen present, he firmly believed that the Hokage would not remain indifferent. Gazing at Danzo, surprise and skepticism flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "Lord Danzo, I am but a child. While I can fish using a generator, it is utterly implausible to address the food requirements of thousands in Konoha. That is nothing short of alarmist rhetoric." Danzo, feeling uncomfortable under Orochimaru's peculiar gaze, retorted brusquely, "This is an order. A ninja must unconditionally obey commands. We only need to endure this period. Once the trade routes from the Land of Fire to Konoha are restored, everything will revert to normal at most a month, at least a week. You are to catch a sufficient quantity of fish during this interval to provide for the citizens of Konoha." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, "Orochimaru, the situation in Konoha is dire. Many are going hungry. It is out of necessity that I turn to you. I know you are a good child, deeply understanding of the will of fire, and I trust you will assist. Did you not previously aid the children of the orphanage? The residents of Konoha are equally in need of your help." The legendary Hokage's gentle demeanor would likely persuade most, yet Orochimaru was not an ordinary child. He was far from naive. He countered, "Is there not food available in the village's granaries? Would it not suffice to lower the prices? No matter how abundant the fish in the river, it cannot sustain the entire village. Moreover, as a mere child, how could I possibly shoulder such a heavy burden?" His words seemed to provoke Danzo, stirring something within him, as his previously cold visage darkened further. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance also shifted, reflecting unease. Danzo coldly scoffed. "These fools do not comprehend the will of fire, only fixating on their familial interests. If they were willing to cooperate, I would not have needed to seek you out." In that single statement lay the essence of the village and the shinobi's current plight. The village faced adversity, while the shinobi remained insubordinate. Orochimaru clicked his tongue in disbelief, realizing that the third Hokage and the shadowy figures of this era truly lacked authority. Even a few obscure minor ninja clans dared to disregard their commands. However, in pursuit of valuable intelligence, Orochimaru pressed further. "Why have you not dispatched any ninjas? The effects of lightning release should be comparable, no?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, responding, "Though Konoha appears peaceful, our rival villages remain ever watchful. Currently, the ninjas at our disposal are engaged in patrolling and maintaining the stability of the village. The number of ninjas proficient in lightning release is limited, and their efficiency pales in comparison to your generator." In truth, the situation was even more dire than Sarutobi conveyed. The first great ninja war had inflicted severe casualties, depleting Konoha and the other great ninja villages of their ranks, leaving a significant void in both upper and lower echelons. The clans were protective of their members, reluctant to dispatch too many of their own. "Is the village really in such a lamentable state?" Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished. "Young man, are you prying into village secrets? Do you not realize?" Danzo glared at Orochimaru with irritation, his voice icy. If I require you to go, then you shall go. The rest of the matters need not concern you. Furthermore, do not speak of today as conversation outside. Otherwise, I shall have you arrested for endangering Konoha and spreading false information. Observing Danzo's ire, Orochimaru feigned compliance, pulling at his lips as if zipping his mouth shut, signaling that he would remain silent. Yet within, Orochimaru had already grasped the general state of the village. The ninja clans and the upper echelons of Konoha were not united. Sarutobi, having only recently ascended to power, was outwardly respected by the clans, yet they were largely dismissive of him. When it came to self-interest, several clans disregarded Sarutobi entirely. During this period, Orochimaru began to sense an underlying tension between the village and the clans. In his time, relations between Konoha and the clans were far from harmonious, marked instead by covert rivalries. This discord was not unique to Konoha. The other four great villages were similarly afflicted, often to a greater degree. Take the Land of Water, for instance, where the rebellion in Kirigakure had nearly annihilated the clan's members. In other villages, the shadows of their leaders were likewise purging disobedient clans, albeit without any official acknowledgement. It was likely during this time that Sarutobi and Danzo began to suppress the clans. From the perspective of the common ninjas, it was indeed necessary to impose such measures upon the clans. Chapter 20. The Art of Sealing with One's Tongue. Having discerned the information, Orochimaru readily acquiesced and articulated his conditions. I am duty-bound to serve Konoha. However, I require personnel and resources. My small generator is insufficient, and I must construct a new one. Additionally, it would be prudent to assign me a ninja for protection, as I fear someone may come to eliminate me. Earlier, on my way to the Hokage's office, I sensed malevolent eyes watching me. Danzo let out a cold huff, expressing his displeasure as he remarked, "Youngster, you are overthinking matters. With our presence, who would dare confront you in Konoha?" He perceived Orochimaru's concerns as mere folly, an excessive display of timidity that squandered the village's shinobi resources. Konoha still possessed the ability to provide ordinary manpower and materials. As for Orochimaru's fear of being murdered, Danzo deemed it nonsensical. This is Konoha, after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing nearby, remained silent, tacitly affirming Danzo's assertions. They still harbored a modicum of confidence. Observing the unwavering expressions of the two, Orochimaru felt a slight constriction in his throat. During his journey, he had indeed sensed the presence of scrutinizing gazes. Yet, with both men exuding such confidence, Orochimaru hesitated to voice his concerns again, opting instead for a more vigilant stance. By the way, Lord Third, has the equipment you promised me not yet arrived? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "It will be here soon. Once we gather the supplies tomorrow, I will ensure they are delivered to you." Hearing this, Orochimaru felt a wave of relief wash over him. After several days of anticipation, he had feared that Sarutobi Hiruzen might be reluctant to provide it. With a substantial influx of resources and manpower, Orochimaru's spirits lifted. As he departed from the Hokage building, he hummed a slightly off-key tune, leisurely strolling down the street. As long as the supplies did not pertain to shinobi matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained quite generous, accommodating all his needs. Orochimaru, with subtlety, added numerous items to the inventory list that he desired. The so-called explanations were replete with technical jargon such as improving generators, enhancing efficiency, and increasing voltage. In reality, the surplus materials were, of course, pocketed by him for personal gain. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, lacking understanding of these matters, assumed that the youthful Orochimaru would not resort to deceit, and thus granted him all he requested. After all, they were still somewhat naive, lacking the cunning that time would bestow upon them. Once the materials were in his possession, Orochimaru would be able to establish a more formal laboratory. He had never forgotten his formidable research talents. Without external aids, he relied solely on his innate learning aptitude and scientific prowess. He aimed to harness scientific research to bolster his training in ninjutsu, striving to enhance his strength expeditiously. While cultivation necessitates a methodical approach, science does not adhere to such constraints. The emergence of a single technology could precipitate an explosive leap in power. The evening streets were tranquil and desolate, devoid of pedestrians, and silence enveloped the surroundings. This eerie stillness heightened Orochimaru's vigilance as he walked. Just as he glanced warily around, a dark shuriken hurtled toward him, aimed at his throat. The sound of its impact resonated sharply. Orochimaru grasped a kunai, positioning it protectively against his chest, successfully deflecting a blow potent enough to rend his throat asunder. Who is it? Orochimaru cast a vigilant gaze around him, his entire body taut, his eyes glimmering with caution and cold light. It was truly absurd to encounter an enemy attack so soon after exiting the Hokage building. The emphatic words of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo still echoed in his ears, now sounding so ironically poignant. Orochimaru harbored a lingering suspicion that the recent assassination attempt was somehow linked to his summons to the Hokage's office, possibly due to his interference in the fishing trade. Indeed, obstructing one's source of income could very well invite perilous consequences, after all, such as the narrative portrayed in television dramas. Nevertheless, despite his musings, he never anticipated that someone would dare to strike at him within the village's confines. Were the ninja clans of this era truly so ferocious? Although unconfirmed, Orochimaru's intuition led him to believe that this must be the work of the ninja clan that had been artificially inflating grain prices. Not far away, a shadowy figure darted towards Orochimaru. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a ninja, half of his face obscured, brandishing shurikens as he charged forth. In the village, the assailant dared not create a ruckus and thus resorted to taijutsu to eliminate Orochimaru. "Child, resign yourself to your fate." The adversary's eyes glinted with murderous intent, enveloping Orochimaru in an ominous aura that sent a chill down his spine, instilling an unwarranted sense of fear. Noticing Orochimaru standing in a daze, the foe's face contorted into a cruel smile as he swung the shuriken towards him. How could such a mere child withstand his terrifying malice? As the shuriken grazed Orochimaru's throat, he rasped in a cold voice, "You have chosen the wrong moment to appear. Now, accept your demise." Yet, when the shuriken made contact with Orochimaru's skin, no blood flowed, causing the assailant's expression to shift. "You are the one destined to perish." At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized beside Orochimaru, himself wielding a kunai, which he hurled at his adversary. The dark kunai gleamed with a piercing cold light, aimed at the enemy's throat, chest, and eyes. Given the short distance, the kunai reached its target in an instant. However, while the kunai was swift, the opponent was even swifter. With superior combat experience and reflexes, the assailant raised his shuriken just in time to parry Orochimaru's strike. Hokage Boku stared in astonishment at Orochimaru, taken aback that a mere child could deceive him. "When did you perform the hand seals?" Following the directives of his clan, he had been lying in wait nearby for quite some time. Despite having observed Orochimaru's every movement, he could not discern when the hand seals were executed. Surely, it was impossible for the child to unleash jutsu without performing the seals. How could that be? Such feats were the domain of the first Hokage, the god of ninja. Orochimaru let out a cold snort, offering no response to her inquiry, and instead pressed on with his assault. The individual before him possessed formidable strength and exuded a palpable aura of menace, clearly intent on silencing him. Orochimaru found himself unable to feign weakness or attempt a stealthy strike. "Very well, allow me to test the fruits of my seclusion against you." Orochimaru brandished a kunai, hurling it towards Beiwanbo simultaneously. His tightly coiled tongue wriggled rapidly within his mouth, forming seals to manipulate the chakra within his body and unleash the shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive sounds, several clouds of white smoke dissipated, revealing 3 clones that bore an uncanny resemblance to Orochimaru himself, now standing before Beiwanbo. This peculiar sight startled Beiwanbo, not due to the astonishment of the clone technique itself, but rather because he had not witnessed Orochimaru performing any hand seals. The notion that one could execute the shadow clone technique without visible seals seemed utterly preposterous to him. His eyes ignited with a fiery intensity, greedily fixed upon Orochimaru. "Boy, relinquish your method of performing jutsu without seals, and I may spare your life," he declared, intending to deceive Orochimaru, planning to eliminate him once he acquired the coveted technique and fulfill his family's mission. However, Orochimaru was not deceived. He commanded his clones and his true self to launch an assault. Despite being unable to defeat a foe in a conventional confrontation, he possessed lethal weapons with which to counterattack. Just as Beiwanbo swept his shuriken in a decisive strike, he was suddenly struck by a formidable surge of electricity. The crackling sound echoed as blue sparks enveloped his body, the terrifying current incapacitating him in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, his muscles involuntarily convulsing, his eyes devoid of life. Witnessing this unfold, Orochimaru exhaled deeply, sinking onto the ground in relief. The battle with this ninja had drained a significant portion of his chakra and stamina. During the execution of the clone technique, he had also employed a transformation technique, altering his kunai into an electric shock gun. It was precisely this strategy that enabled him to ambush and overcome his adversary under their very gaze. As a mere child who had only recently begun his training, direct confrontation was not a viable option, Stealth was imperative. What a harrowing battle, he mused. Gazing at his fallen foe with a complex mix of emotions, he realized his own power remained insufficient. Fortunately, he had mastered the three-body technique and devised a method for performing jutsu without seals. The concept of performing jutsu without seals did not imply an absence of seals entirely, but rather the utilization of other body parts in place of the hands. This notion had been inspired by the character Ali, who had an ambiguous relationship with Kakashi in the original narrative. As an information ninja, Ali possessed the ability to perform seals with his eyes. If the eyes could execute seals, then naturally, other parts of the body could also be employed. Using the tongue for such a purpose was certainly feasible. Orochimaru showcased his unique talents, employing his supple and elongated tongue to weave hand signs and channel chakra within his body. This special technique, conceived after much contemplation, served as a concealed ace in his arsenal, capable of yielding unexpected results in combat. After all, apart from the First Hokage, most ninjas rely on their fingers for hand signs. The use of one's tongue for such purposes transcends conventional methods, verging on the extraordinary. Only a prodigy like Orochimaru, with a tongue so agile that it can perform any movement, could accomplish such feats. Chapter 21. White Fang within the Hokage's office, Danzo, arms crossed, gazed at Orochimaru's receding figure before speaking. Hisashi, this child's character and abilities are commendable. Allow me to nurture him. If entrusted to my care, I will ensure he flourishes and contributes significantly to Konoha. Orochimaru, endowed with remarkable talent and wisdom, was a coveted asset for Root, which explained Danzo's insistence. As Root was in its nascent stages, Danzo found himself lacking in usable personnel, a predicament that contrasted sharply with his reputation as the shadows of Konoha. Otherwise, true to his nature, he would have quietly eliminated the few ninja clans that inflated prices. Anyone posing a threat to Konoha would become his adversary. Hisashi. Orochimaru has already enrolled in the Ninja Academy and possesses a profound will of fire. He cannot join Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly declined. He held great expectations for the emerging Orochimaru. Hisashi, you have witnessed his capabilities. Orochimaru can enhance generators, and his prowess in research far surpasses that of a mere ninja. By joining my Root, I can provide him with substantial funding for training, gather diverse knowledge, and help him become a leading scientist, Danzo argued persuasively. No. Orochimaru is absolutely unsuitable. I have faith in this child. His exceptional talent and intellect are promising, and I intend to observe him further. Perhaps even take him as my disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his confidence in Orochimaru, having received intelligence from Nara Shikaku that Orochimaru had already mastered chakra extraction techniques and the body flicker technique. Orochimaru's talents in the realm of ninjutsu are scarcely inferior to his prowess in research. Such an exceptional individual, it would be unwise to entrust him to Danzo, who had recently established the Root organization. One could only speculate what kind of being Orochimaru might become under his influence. This illustrates how successfully Orochimaru has showcased his intentions before the upper echelons. Suddenly, before Danzo could finish his statement, a knock resonated at the door. Lord Hokage. Trouble has arisen. Orochimaru was ambushed on his way home. Upon hearing the report from the Umbu ninja, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo darkened ominously. The suddenness of the blow left both men seething with rage. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly rose to his feet, anxiously inquiring, "What has happened to Orochimaru?" Orochimaru is crucial to the village's food supply, and he is a recently discovered prodigy. He must not be harmed. Should anything happen to him, it would be a profound embarrassment. Shimura Danzo, standing nearby, recalled his previous remarks, his face flushing with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. A member of the Umbu reported, Orochimaru is unharmed. He has defeated and incapacitated the enemy and is currently beneath the Hokage building. Upon hearing that Orochimaru was safe, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally exhaled in relief, but still inquired, "Have we ascertained the enemy's identity?" The Umbu operative lowered his voice and replied, "Yes. He is a Ch-nin from the Bait clan. Although we have yet to interrogate him, we found a family insignia on his person." An immediate silence enveloped the office. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shattered the stillness, his expression icy as he strode purposefully out. Shimura Danzo's countenance darkened, his eyes glittering with intense malice. "The Bait clan, such wretched individuals, I will not let them escape unscathed. Not only did they exploit the village to inflate prices, but they also dared to murder the village's children, an outrageous affront." However, the fact that Orochimaru could defeat a Ch-nin both astonished and perplexed Danzo. Could he truly be that gifted? No, I must recruit him to the Roots. With this thought, Shimura Danzo followed Sarutobi Hiruzen out of the office. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Hokage building, Orochimaru leaned against the door, eyes closed, resting to recuperate the chakra expended during the battle. He was still quite young, with insufficient chakra reserves, lacking the ability to indiscriminately unleash jutsu. After the skirmish, Orochimaru quickly realized that safety lay only within the confines of the Hokage building. The audacity of the ninja to attempt an assassination on the streets was chillingly ruthless and decisive. The ninja of this era appeared to be utterly unhinged. If one could be attacked right before the Hokage building, Orochimaru felt that there was no refuge anywhere. Frankly, he observed that the ninjas of this time resembled untamed beasts. Ferocious and cruel. Perhaps they were driven by greed, willing to risk their lives for profit, even to the extent of attempting to assassinate him. As someone who existed in a time of peace, he found his understanding of this chaotic, dark world of the ninja realm to be somewhat skewed. He recognized that the path he was embarking upon was perilous, yet given the circumstances, he could only press forward with determination. Moreover, he had not returned empty-handed. He had discovered valuable items during his examination of the corpse. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the Hokage building, having interrogated Bakebo. His face a mask of fury. His expression turned serious as he gazed at Orochimaru, softening slightly upon seeing him unscathed. He was mildly astonished to see Orochimaru, a mere novice ninja student, having bested a nin. This adaptability in combat far surpassed that of most individuals. Orochimaru, are you unharmed? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Orochimaru shook his head, feigning a visage of profound fear and trepidation. This display ignited a furious blaze within Sarutobi Hiruzen. For such a promising child had been reduced to this state of fright. This time, I have erred, neglecting your safety. Shortly, I shall dispatch ninjas to safeguard you, ensuring that such an incident never recurs. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly insisted. It is imperative that a formidable ninja is assigned to protect me. Were it not for my cleverness in utilizing an electric shock weapon to ambush this scoundrel, I might have faced a dire fate. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly and replied, that is indeed the case. During this period, refrain from wandering. Remain home and diligently study the generator. All necessary personnel and resources will be sent to you. With that, he clapped his hands. And a member of the Umbu emerged from the shadows, standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen. White Fang, the safety of Orochimaru is entrusted to you. Orochimaru lifted his gaze to behold an Umbu ninja, slightly older than himself, standing before him. His hair, a cascade of fine white strands, framed a face obscured by an animal mask. An aura of fierce intensity emanated from him, and a short blade was sheathed upon his back. Merely standing there, he exuded the sharpness of a drawn sword. Could it be White Fang, the legendary figure? Orochimaru contemplated the future of Konoha's White Fang, the father of Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Tsukumo. Considering the age, Hatake Tsukumo was approximately the same age as him, perhaps even slightly older. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be in his early teens, though his true strength remained unknown. Noticing Orochimaru's gaze fixed upon Hatake Tsukumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, Orochimaru, do not be deceived by White Fang's youth. His prowess is formidable, placing him among the elite of the nin. With him at your side, even if a nin were to attempt your assassination, he could buy you some time. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen held a considerable trust in Hatake Tsukumo. Orochimaru nodded, harboring a sense of curiosity toward the future controversial figure known as Konoha's White Fang. Presently, he had been assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to serve as Orochimaru's personal bodyguard, which was, of course, met with a warm welcome from Orochimaru. On their way home, Kakashi Hatake remained silent, embodying the fundamental qualities of a ninja. Nevertheless, Orochimaru was thoroughly intrigued by him and sought to engage in conversation. Kakashi, however, paid no heed, dutifully surveying their surroundings as he escorted Orochimaru home. Upon arriving, Orochimaru opened the door and invited Kakashi, saying, White Fang, I would appreciate your company during this period. Since you are tasked with my protection, you might as well reside in my home. My parents are no longer around, leaving a room vacant. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback but nodded in agreement. He was uncertain why Orochimaru was so accommodating, and being accustomed to solitude, he found himself slightly disoriented. However, Orochimaru was correct. To fulfill his protective duties, residing together was indeed the most practical approach. Kakashi entered the house and sat quietly, while Orochimaru skillfully began to prepare a meal. Living alone, with no takeout options available, Orochimaru had to cook for himself. Remarkably, his innate talent extended to the culinary arts, and he discovered that with a bit of effort, he could excel in any endeavor he undertook. Perhaps this was the hallmark of a true prodigy. As the fragrant dishes were served at the table, Kakashi instinctively swallowed hard. Typically, he dined alone, consuming only hard rice balls and simple fare. He was astonished to find that Orochimaru, despite being younger, possessed impressive culinary skills. Orochimaru chuckled, "Let us dine together, White Fang." He harbored a certain goodwill toward Konoha's future White Fang, a person of considerable combat prowess. This amalgamation of Orochimaru's inherent nature and his desire for camaraderie gradually eased Kakashi's wariness. He nodded slightly, clasped his hands together, and murmured, "Pardon my intrusion." As the delectable meal graced his palate, Kakashi's eyes brightened, and his pace of chewing quickened considerably. Observing the earnestness with which his companions savored the food, Orochimaru smiled subtly. After all, this was exquisite Chinese cuisine, sure to captivate his taste buds. Once the meal concluded and the tableware was tidied away, Orochimaru extended an invitation to Kakashi. "White Fang, might I practice with you? I wish to augment my combat experience. With greater experience, should adversaries approach, I can act independently without being a burden to you." Enduring until the patrol arrives. Kakashi hesitated to acquiesce, yet he recognized the validity in Orochimaru's words. Ultimately, however, he was swayed by the age-old adage, one who dines on another's food feels indebted. The young Kakashi, unaware of the implications, unwittingly fell into Orochimaru's trap. He nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, you may attack with all your might. I shall be mindful not to harm you." In a flash, the short blade vanished from his back, materializing in his hand. Witnessing Kakashi's earnest demeanor, Orochimaru too adopted a serious expression, retrieving shurikens and kunai. Aside from the shadow clone technique, he had devoted considerable time to mastering the art of throwing. In battles against ninjas, kunai and shurikens were quintessential tools of the trade. During this skirmish, Orochimaru refrained from employing the electric shock gun, an unfair advantage. In truth, once its existence became known, the weapon's potency and terror would diminish significantly. Thus, his prior successful ambushes against ninjas relied on surprise and misinformation. Ninjas, born for the purpose of slaughter, could devise various specialized strategies, even countering more formidable foes, provided they possessed sufficient intelligence. Consequently, most ninjas in the shinobi world diligently safeguard their intelligence, ensuring that their secrets remain concealed. Swish, swish, swish. Orochimaru hurled several shuriken towards Kakashi Hatake with great force, simultaneously advancing with a kunai in hand. Unfazed by the assault of the shuriken, Kakashi calmly drew his short blade, White Fang, to defend himself. A blade of light, as luminous as the moon, traversed the vast sky, sending several shurikens spiraling to the ground in an instant. In the face of Orochimaru, who brandished a kunai, Kakashi continued to wield his White Fang with unyielding determination. Though his swordsmanship appeared ordinary, an unmistakable chill emanated from Orochimaru, sending a shiver down the spine. The air crackled with the clash of blades, a symphony of metallic sounds echoing as the short blade and kunai collided in a flurry of sparks. Orochimaru wielded a shuriken, striking and slashing with reckless abandon, devoid of any discernible strategy, while Kakashi Hatake stood resolute, exuding an air of unwavering composure. In that moment, Orochimaru grasped the profound significance of conventional combat and the rich heritage of the shinobi clan, which should never be underestimated. He continuously adapted and learned, rapidly enhancing his combat reflexes and techniques. As the battle intensified, Orochimaru realized that Kakashi was genuinely earnest, diligently engaging with him in a sparring match. No matter how swift or powerful Orochimaru became, his opponent matched him with similar strength and speed, creating an exceptionally comfortable atmosphere for Orochimaru. Amidst the clashing of blades, Orochimaru's gaze remained fixated on Kakashi, meticulously observing every gesture and movement. Whether it was his breathing or the subtlest of actions, Orochimaru endeavored to replicate them almost verbatim. Though it may not have been ideal, he found himself with little choice. Orochimaru is currently merely a novice in the art of the three-body technique and the art of throwing. To rapidly enhance his strength, he must engage in imitation and study. Orochimaru recognized that the greatest strengths of Kakashi Hatake lay in his swordsmanship and taijutsu, and thus he was determined to learn as much as he could. This was an unparalleled opportunity. As Kakashi observed Orochimaru, who kept charging at him despite being repelled repeatedly, his expression transitioned from calmness to astonishment. It was astonishing that someone with minimal combat experience, relying solely on ambush tactics, could exhibit such remarkable learning capabilities. Kakashi was taken aback to discover that Orochimaru's combat experience and physical reflexes were rapidly enhancing. Moreover, Kakashi sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from Orochimaru, one that struck him as oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. As their battle intensified, what began as a mere exchange of techniques evolved into a full-fledged confrontation. Orochimaru discovered that his prowess in swordsmanship was quite commendable, truly befitting one destined to wield the Kusanagi. With a resounding snap, Orochimaru ceased his offensive maneuvers, casting his gaze downward upon the shuriken clutched in his hand, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. The shuriken, forged from common metal, had proven utterly inadequate against the blade of Kakashi Hatake, rendered completely unusable. Yet, the experience gained from wielding a mere shuriken outweighed its worth, for it bestowed upon Orochimaru a wealth of practical combat knowledge. With this newfound expertise, he would possess an array of strategies to employ against future adversaries. Henceforth, in battle, he could vanquish his foes outright, even without resorting to the body flicker technique or electric weapons. Kakashi, let us conclude our sparring for today, he stated. I am grateful for your companionship and training. My combat proficiency has improved significantly, albeit at the cost of considerable stamina. It is prudent to retire early this evening, for tomorrow promises to be demanding. Kakashi inclined his head slightly, aware that while he had not fully exerted himself, he understood the gravity of the situation. Moreover, with Orochimaru's shuriken shattered, he was unable to continue the fight. Had it not been for his own blade, White Fang, he surmised that Orochimaru could have withstood him for a longer duration. Such innate combat talent drew Kakashi's attention. After enduring 2 bouts, Orochimaru enjoyed a restful night, sleeping soundly and securely. Conversely, Kakashi remained half-lidded, entering a meditative state to vigilantly guard Orochimaru. Upon awakening the next day, Orochimaru felt remarkably refreshed. As he and Kakashi finished their breakfast, a knock resonated at the front door, prompting Kakashi's alertness. Under Kakashi's watchful protection, the door creaked open. Upon opening, they were greeted by several adult men, accompanied by a disarray of supplies. The leader stepped forward and addressed Orochimaru. Might I inquire if you are Orochimaru? I am Saito Tanaka, sent by Lord Hokage to assist you. Please do not hesitate to relay any tasks you require. His demeanor was respectful, exuding confidence, and he did not belittle or question Orochimaru's youth. Recognizing the aids and provisions dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru nodded slightly, inviting them inside. Sarutobi's efficiency is commendable, Orochimaru mused. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the 6 adult men had brought all the requested supplies, leaving nothing amiss. All the promised equipment was indeed accounted for. Orochimaru nodded, directing Tanaka Sakuta to lead the others in their tasks. Though these individuals were merely ordinary folk, each possessed a unique skill and were craftsmen from the Hidden Leaf Village. Their commonality rendered them less valuable, allowing for their easy mobilization, and Hiruzen Sarutobi generously permitted Orochimaru to utilize them. The 6 individuals executed Orochimaru's instructions with meticulous precision, leaving no room for error. In turn, Orochimaru made efficient use of the personnel at his disposal, skillfully assigning them a variety of tasks. Some transported goods, others forged metal implements, while some took measurements. In no time, the spacious courtyard was bustling with activity. Indeed, everything was bound to improve. Orochimaru gazed at the scene before him, his heart brimming with delight. With both manpower and resources at his disposal, he was determined to make the most of them, orchestrating plans for his own benefit. His first order of business was to upgrade his laboratory. Chapter 23. The upgraded equipment. Once the laboratory had undergone a remarkable transformation, Orochimaru directed the workers to commence the fabrication of various components. After some time, the laborers, following the blueprints provided by Orochimaru, meticulously crafted batch after batch of parts. As he surveyed the multitude of components, a faint smile graced Orochimaru's lips. There were indeed plenty of pieces, and with a bit of polishing, they would be ready for use. Moreover, in addition to constructing generators, these components could be assembled into other remarkable devices. Very well, you may take your lunch break now. I shall handle the rest, he instructed, dismissing the workers. Orochimaru then began to piece together the components, assembling a series of small generators. These generators, compact enough to be carried on one S-back, were designed for fishing by the riverside. Watching Orochimaru's deft movements, Kakashi Hatake stood nearby, his curiosity piqued. This was his first encounter with such an extraordinary invention. His life had predominantly revolved around training and combat. Rarely had he come across scientific devices as peculiar as these generators. "Do you wish to give it a try, Kakashi?" Orochimaru inquired, noticing the intrigue in his eyes as he handed him one of the generators, explaining its operation. Kakashi, filled with curiosity, extended his hand and diligently turned the handle as instructed. The speed at which he spun it was astonishing, producing electric sparks in an instant. As he witnessed the flickering arcs of electricity, an unusual sensation stirred within Kakashi. Is it truly possible to generate electric currents without the use of chakra? What an incredible device! It was indeed the first time he had encountered an object capable of replacing lightning-based chakra, created not for the purpose of destruction but for innovation. Orochimaru elucidated, chakra is a form of energy produced by the human body, and the physical exertion you are currently engaged in is also a manifestation of energy. Both are indeed forms of power. Chakra represents the synergy between cellular vitality and mental prowess, whereas your present endeavor generates energy solely through corporeal movement. The two are distinct, yet they can both be categorized as forms of strength. Kakashi, appearing somewhat enlightened, nodded thoughtfully while contemplating the generator. As a ninja hailing from the Hatake clan, he had been groomed from a young age for the completion of missions, with chakra training aimed primarily at killing and combat. Witnessing Orochimaru utilizing a generator for fishing seemed to unveil a new realm of possibilities, revealing that beyond chakra, other forms of power exist, not solely for destruction, but also for salvation. Seizing the moment of Kakashi's silence, Orochimaru transported a plethora of materials to his laboratory, treasures acquired through perilous endeavors. Given his involvement in the conflict between the village and the ninja clans, Orochimaru deemed it prudent to enhance his arsenal. For instance, he contemplated setting up traps and defensive measures within his abode. Explosive tags were military-grade supplies that a mere child could not procure, thus he resorted to utilizing available resources. In his laboratory, Orochimaru stealthily constructed an electric fencing system, meticulously installing it around his estate. The wires were discreet and slender, nearly invisible unless one scrutinized closely. Any intruder who failed to enter through the main entrance would trigger a high-voltage current, thereby establishing a robust defensive alert system. Regarding the issue of power supply, Orochimaru was unfazed. He planned to create a hydroelectric generator to be placed in the Nanga River, dedicated to generating and storing energy in batteries. Electricity was an energy source that Orochimaru had come to master proficiently, as in his previous life, it was ubiquitous and easily accessible. After setting up the electric fencing, Orochimaru turned his attention to the stun gun. With the acquisition of new materials, he proceeded to modify and upgrade it. The older version of the stun gun had a limited range, necessitating close proximity for effective use, which rendered it rather inconvenient. In the latest version, Orochimaru has incorporated his own demands, enhancing both attack range and distance. With a resounding clatter, the newly equipped electric gun emerges triumphantly. Observing the electric gun capable of launching electrified wires, Orochimaru contentedly stows it away in his pocket. No one would anticipate that the short-range weapon could unleash powerful metallic wires infused with a formidable electric current. Just as Orochimaru contemplated halting his endeavors, a spark of inspiration ignited within him upon noticing the leftover materials on the laboratory table. Relying solely on the electric gun for offense felt somewhat monotonous. Perhaps it was time to devise something else. The more diverse a ninja's arsenal, the better. There is always more to learn. Orochimaru examined the materials at hand, finding them plentiful. He proceeded to craft and refine them, and before long, a belt adorned with numerous shuriken and kunai had materialized in his grasp. To the untrained eye, the belt appeared to be an ordinary accessory. However, within its confines lay a miniature power generation device, intricately linked to the weapons by fine electrical wires. When engaged in combat, should he cast the weapons, the unsuspecting enemy would find themselves ensnared by the wires, resulting in paralysis, a truly insidious trap. The mere thought of the astonished expressions on his adversaries' faces filled Orochimaru with an exhilarating sense of anticipation. The prospect of unleashing his full arsenal to overwhelm his foes ignited a fervent desire within him. Yet, in the end, he opted to abandon this notion. It was essential to exercise caution. He was Orochimaru, the future overlord, and succumbing to recklessness would be a disgraceful downfall. He envisioned himself hanging in shame upon the pillar of transgressors. In the afternoon, after their meal, the workers returned to find 3 generators and a medium-sized hydroelectric generator set up in the courtyard. They were taken aback, unable to fathom that such a feat had been accomplished in such a brief span. Those who had harbored ambitions of clandestinely learning from Orochimaru were left to extinguish their unrealistic aspirations. Orochimaru gazed at them and declared, I have successfully crafted the fishing generator. Each of you shall receive one, while the remaining individuals will transport this hydroelectric generator to the Southie River. Shortly, I shall guide you to the Southie River and instruct you on its operation." The group nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they regarded the generator. After a brief moment, Orochimaru led the gathering towards the Southie River with great enthusiasm. As Sarutobi Hiruzen had not publicized this matter, most villagers were left in confusion upon witnessing the procession. Kiba Shikaki walked closely behind Orochimaru, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings to preempt any potential ambush. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed a malevolent gaze sweeping in their direction. Before long, they arrived at the Southie River. Orochimaru summoned everyone and instructed, "Now, place the hydroelectric generator in the section of the river where the current is most turbulent. Simply wait for a while. Once it is fully charged, remove the minimalist battery I constructed and insert it into the fishing generator. The operation of the generator is quite straightforward. You merely need to press the switch to activate the stored current within the battery. As there are only 3 generators, form pairs and take turns working." His division of labor was clear, and his explanations were simple. The 6 individuals were astute enough to grasp his meaning immediately and commence their tasks. In the rushing river, the blades of the hydroelectric machine whirred rapidly, generating countless currents. This astonishing scene instantly captivated the attention of all present. As they beheld this novel contraption, it felt as though they had stepped into another era. The workers, burdened with the generators, moved along the riverbank, deftly controlling the direction of the current lines. Streams of electricity permeated the water, accompanied by a faint, piercing sound, stunning fish as they swam by. In a world where fishing relied solely on nets and rods, using electric currents to catch fish was undeniably a paradigm shift. Fish on, exclaimed the onlookers, their eyes widening in disbelief as they witnessed the rigid bodies of large fish surfacing. "Hurry, quickly gather the fish." The men standing by, armed with nets, scrambled to scoop the fish into their catch. Fish after fish continuously floated downstream, struck by the current and rising to the surface. In no time, the large barrels they had brought were filled to the brim, overflowing with their haul. Observing this spectacle, Orochimaru nodded slightly. Indeed, this should suffice to provide a satisfactory account to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. However, we still require additional hands to transport the captured fish back to the village. Chapter 24. The art of the telescope. In the nearby forest, dense foliage and lush vegetation flourished as dappled sunlight filtered down from above. A villager, clad in plain attire, reclined beside a grand tree, his broad-brimmed hat casting a shadow over his face, seemingly in a state of feigned slumber. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that beneath the brim, he was peering through a palm-sized crystal orb, surveilling the riverside scene. The orb offered an unobstructed view of the riverbank. This was the secret technique known as the art of the telescope, a unique skill belonging to the Domping clan, renowned for their heightened perceptive abilities. The Domping clan possessed this distinctive art, enabling them to observe events several kilometers around them, thereby evading ambushes from bandits and rogue ninjas during food transport. The Songlong clan excelled in the crafting of storage scrolls, facilitating the bulk transport of provisions. Meanwhile, the Beiwan clan boasted formidable combat prowess, moving with the swiftness of the wind and exhibiting remarkable stealth, tasked with protective duties. The union of these 3 clans monopolized the majority of the grain industry and distribution channels within the land of Fire and Konoha. Domping Jinjue observed the fish being continuously hauled from the river, his brow furrowed and his gaze glimmering with palpable malice. Cursed be the ineptitude of the Beiwan clan, incapable of dispatching even a newly admitted youngling. Nevertheless, this youngling displayed undeniable ingenuity, having devised such a peculiar method of fishing through the power of lightning. Indeed, it was a lavish and wasteful endeavor. If harnessed in battle, it could significantly bolster our clan's strength. What was even more infuriating was the audacity of the Third Hokage. This young man who dared to enlist him for fishing to alleviate the food crisis among the residents of Konoha, an affront to the dignity of our 3 great ninja clans. He has come this time to investigate the matter concerning Orochimaru in the generator fishing. Although the 3 great clans do not hold prominent power, their strength ranks in the upper middle tier within Konoha. Nonetheless, these families manage numerous businesses in the village, amassing considerable wealth. When united, they rival some of the established ninja clans, and ordinary individuals dare not confront them directly. Furthermore, they are backed by the illustrious Uchiha clan, the foremost aristocracy in Konoha. It is precisely for this reason that they dared to inflate food prices during the interruption of the village's grain supply, eagerly awaiting their profits. The extraordinary gains they reaped during this critical period emboldened the three families, leading them to adopt increasingly audacious and reckless behaviors. They soon realized that the newly appointed Third Hokage lacked the ability and means of the Second Hokage, failing to suppress the majority of the ninja clans, which emboldened them further. What did it matter if the village faced hardship or if the villagers were discontent? The three clans joined forces to monopolize Konoha's grain industry, artificially inflating prices solely to reap abundant profits. They envisioned that once they had made enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen would come to them in humility, prompting them to cease their actions. However, they did not anticipate a young boy named Orochimaru employing a special device for electric fishing, subsequently being brought to the Hokage building by Umbu members. The foolish Bikyu clan, upon receiving this information, acted without consulting the other families, dispatching a chunin to assassinate the boy en route. They naively believed that a mere child, just entering the academy, would be an easy target. They thought that by eliminating him, the grain issue in Konoha would still require resolution by the three clans, and that Sarutobi Hiruzen would never dare to act against them. However, the reality was that the mission failed, and the assailant was captured and taken to the Hokage building. When the other two families learned of this, they were utterly horrified. To commit an act of violence in the village and fail to kill a child was nothing short of alarming, while the three clans were filled with trepidation. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately take action against them. Instead, he entrusted a significant responsibility to the young boy. His actions led the clan elders to surmise the reason behind it. Hiruzen likely feared that Orochimaru's method of electric fishing might prove ineffective, ultimately necessitating reliance on the three clans. He chose to bide his time, for if the boy could genuinely resolve the village's grain crisis, the three clans would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the Hokage. Meanwhile, Tsuhei was hiding here to observe Orochimaru's achievements. Now, he had indeed witnessed impressive results. Were it not for the protection of Umbu members, Tsuhei would have charged forward to eliminate the boy named Orochimaru and destroy the malevolent machine. In his eyes, anyone who obstructed the interests of his clan deserved to be eradicated. Orochimaru remained oblivious to the presence of an observer. Nevertheless, an instinctual awareness warned him that someone might be watching him discreetly. This realization heightened his vigilance. After waiting for a considerable time without encountering any foes, he pondered whether he had been overly suspicious. Meanwhile, barrels of fish were drawn ashore and delivered to the designated location. Upon receiving this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Indeed, I possess an eye for talent, thought Sarutobi, recognizing Orochimaru's potential as a worthy individual to cultivate. He resolved that, when the opportunity arose, he would take Orochimaru as his disciple and instill within him the will of fire. Danzo, observing the fish in the barrels, displayed an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Hiruzen, Orochimaru's operational capabilities are commendable. He would be well suited for my route. Let him join me. You know well that my route has only recently been established, and I lack competent subordinates, he continued. No, Orochimaru is mine, Sarutobi firmly rejected. Talent may be abundant, yet truly gifted individuals are regrettably scarce. As Hokage, he found himself in dire need of capable allies. Orochimaru was already designated for him. How could he easily cede that to Danzo, remaining in the shadowy depths of the root? Danzo, now that you have food, why not take responsibility and distribute the fish to the villagers who cannot afford a meal? Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted the topic. Danzo, displeased, replied, I am an aide to the Hokage and the leader of the root. Asking me to hand out fish seems rather demeaning. Sarutobi Hiruzen countered, what else can we do? I cannot find anyone else suitable apart from you. I cannot possibly undertake this task myself as Hokage. It was indeed unfortunate, as Hokage. He lacked any supportive figures to assist him. He did not possess the formidable strength of the first Hokage nor the ruthless cunning of the second. Compared to the first two Hokages, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared rather unremarkable, thus he had to seek assistance from Shimura Danzo. Danzo frowned, saying, as someone deeply entrenched beneath Konoha, running errands daily would defeat my original purpose. He continued, how about calling Mito Gate in and T-Rin Koharu? They are idle at home and could lend a hand. Both were disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and were common ninjas, sharing a brotherly bond with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. In such a vast village, these two were the only ones Danzo could trust. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth and suggested, what about Akimichi Torufu and Uchiha Kagami? Should we not bring them in for assistance as well? These two were also disciples of Senju Tobirama, and maintained equally significant relationships. However, Danzo had no intention of involving them. Akimichi Torafu was simple-minded and prone to blunders. The battlefield was his true domain. As for Uchiha Kagami, he belonged to the Uchiha clan, bearing a lineage of darkness that could not be fully trusted, even if he was a disciple of their teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and waved his hand, saying, "In that case, let Mito Gate in and T-Rin Koharu come. I will offer them positions as elder advisors of Konoha." Before long, a man and a woman entered from outside. The man wore black glasses, his gaze sharp, with long black hair framing a face that was both stern and composed. The woman had dark eyes and a delicate nose, with a strand of black hair cascading over her right cheek, adorned with colorful earrings. "Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama," they greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with respect. Upon seeing his comrades, a smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he stepped forward. "Mito Gate in, T-Rin Koharu, there is no need for such formality. We are all allies here. I have summoned you today in hopes that you can assist me in distributing food to the villagers." "Distributing food?" inquired Mito Gate in, adjusting his glasses with a look of confusion. "Indeed, you must be aware of the current situation in the village. Prices have soared, and villagers are struggling to afford meals. Even our ninjas have been significantly affected. I have found a way to procure food, but I currently lack the manpower to manage and oversee the distribution. Would you be willing to assist me? I can offer you the esteemed position of elder advisor within the Hidden Leaf." For his former companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen extended an olive branch, inviting them to join him. He recognized their capabilities, and if he could win them over, it would undoubtedly alleviate a significant portion of his workload. Mito Gate in and T-Rin Koharu exchanged glances, sensing mutual interest in one another's eyes. The title of elder advisor, a prestigious role among the village's elite, promised liberation from the burdens of a ninja's life, sparing them from the arduous task of undertaking missions. When the risks of being a ninja loom large, how could one not relish the prospect of a bureaucratic existence within the village, particularly at the advisory level? As for the rebellious ninja clans, they were no cause for concern. It was not the Uchiha or Hyuga clans that posed a threat. The lesser clans could be swiftly dealt with by the Hidden Leaf. Had it not been for the fear of inciting panic among the other clans, they would not have remained patient until now. Mito Gate in and T-Rin Koharu replied affirmatively, eager to assume leadership roles within the village. Chapter 25. The assault by the banks of the Southie River. The commotion had escalated to such an extent that bountiful catches were being transported into the village, drawing the attention of both villagers and ninjas alike. Some villagers, famished and desperate, stood at the riverbank, gazing longingly. Among them were ninjas clad in clan insignia, gathering intelligence for their respective clans. These stealthy information gatherers were affiliated with various ninja clans, collecting and reporting the happenings in the area to their family heads. Within a mere half-day, the situation had been relayed to all the clans within the village. Orochimaru, caught in the eye of the storm, sensed an unsettling change in the atmosphere. Am I truly the center of attention here? It would be a lie to claim I feel no pressure as one ninja after another surrounds me, observing my every move. Orochimaru harbored no desire to attain fame in Konoha at such an early stage. After all, during this period, the more renowned one became, the greater the peril they faced. Interspersed within the village were spies and agents from other ninja villages, who would not hesitate to engage in acts of sabotage and murder. When would the village finally send personnel to oversee these matters? Orochimaru had also reflected upon the situation, only to be met with the council to patiently await further developments. As he pondered, a man and a woman approached with measured steps. "You must be Orochimaru." The woman, with a countenance as cool as her demeanor, addressed him. "I am Tsunade Koharu, designated elder and advisor by the Hokage, here to oversee this matter." Upon hearing that someone had come to take charge, Orochimaru felt a surge of relief at the prospect of extricating himself from the situation. However, when he learned that the individual before him was Tsunade Koharu, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. The woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Yuhi Kurenai, was indeed one of the future leaders of Konoha. The transformation was astonishing. Orochimaru could not help but lament the passage of time and the toll it exacts on beauty. The ethereal and refined maidens of today will inevitably transform into elderly women adorned with wrinkles, a truly cruel fate. Orochimaru nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards the bespectacled man. As expected, the man introduced himself. "Orochimaru, I am Mito Gate Flame, also a consultant elder appointed by the Hokage. The Hokage fears that you may not be able to maintain order here, which is why we have come to oversee this matter." Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru immediately became enthusiastic. "It is truly a burden for you two esteemed elders to come here. I have already made arrangements for the situation. You need only ensure the safety of this place. I was quite worried about the increasing number of ill-intentioned individuals nearby and the inability to control the situation. Your presence is most welcome. I have completed my task and shall take my leave now." He had long desired to escape the watchful eyes of the crowd. The arrival of Tsukun Kokoro and Mido Gate Flame provided the perfect opportunity for him to slip away. Moreover, he felt reassured in trusting the matter to them. Although they appeared to be office-bound in the future and had not yet taken action, at this time, they still possessed the strength of elite Genin. After all, as disciples and personal guards of the second Hokage, their abilities and skills were unparalleled. Observing Orochimaru attempting to make his exit, the two were unconcerned. With a generator present, a nearly grown child would only be a hindrance. Furthermore, should a crisis arise, it would be quite difficult to protect a mere child in the midst of battle. "You may return. If anything arises, I will have someone notify you," Tsukun Kokoro stated. "Very well," Orochimaru replied. Orochimaru immediately turned around, beckoning Shikamaru to return home. Regardless of the circumstances, it was undoubtedly safer within the village. Moreover, having relinquished a burdensome matter, it was unlikely that trouble would find him again. Shikamaru remained silent, faithfully following Orochimaru as a guardian, unaware that his mission had concluded. Thus, he continued to silently protect Orochimaru. Upon returning home, Orochimaru chose not to attend school, opting instead to take a few more days off to engage in his training. The pace of the school curriculum was too slow, offering little assistance to someone of his prodigious talents. The material presented in books was merely trivial, easily memorized after just a glance. Furthermore, with Shikamaru present, Orochimaru could simply inquire about any subject he wished to understand from this seasoned chunin. Orochimaru's true concern lies in the absence of combat experience that the Ninja Academy cannot provide him. Such experience and reflexes are precisely what he can acquire from Kakashi Hatake. Remarkably, Orochimaru has discovered that the genes of the Hatake clan are quite exceptional. Not only Kakashi, but his father, Tsukumo, also exhibited outstanding prowess in battle at a young age. Despite his youthful years, Kakashi demonstrates extraordinary skill in combat. Moreover, Tsukumo's inherently good nature, veiled by an icy demeanor as a protective guise, allows him to gradually lower his guard towards Orochimaru, treating him as a friend. As their relationship deepens, Kakashi's personality begins to brighten, and he selflessly assists Orochimaru. It is no wonder that he would later sacrifice a mission to rescue his comrades. Under Kakashi's tutelage, Orochimaru's physical training progresses remarkably, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Selected as an Umbu member, his strength is undeniably exceptional. With Kakashi's guidance, Orochimaru's combat abilities soar. Considering that an ordinary student now receives the training of a Nin daily, Orochimaru's resources are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. During this period, he remained vigilant in observing external developments, such as the village's circumstances, fluctuations in food prices, and the distribution of the fish caught. Most significantly, he scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen's handling of several ninja clans. The attempts on his life by these clans weighed heavily on Orochimaru's mind. Had he not been youthful and lacking in strength, he might have resorted to a ruthless extermination. Logically, one would expect Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo to take decisive action against these clans. However, after several days of waiting, no signs of intervention from the village emerged. This led Orochimaru to realize that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were still immature, lacking the ruthless cunning necessary for a promising future. As fish continued to be drawn from the river, supplying the village's inhabitants, the exorbitant food prices plummeted repeatedly, while the village gradually regained its former vitality. An unsettling feeling crept over Orochimaru. Had the adversaries truly relinquished their ambitions? The following day arrived. As Orochimaru and Kakashi Hatake prepared to rest after their intense battle, a knock echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, they found Tanaka Sakata, who had previously delivered supplies, standing at the threshold, clutching a fresh batch of materials. "Sir, I am here on the orders of the Hokage to request that Orochimaru fabricate several more generators to be sent to the South River." Orochimaru, perplexed, inquired, "What of the 3 generators we previously had? Were they insufficient?" "Not at all," Tanaka replied, his voice chilling. "Those 3 generators have already been destroyed." "What? Destroyed?" Orochimaru exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed," Tanaka continued, his gaze unsettling. "Just like you, they were destined for total annihilation here. In an instant, the materials in his hands transformed into a long blade, aimed menacingly at Orochimaru. As the attack surged forth, Orochimaru's pupils dilated, and he swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, Kakashi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, drew his short blade, White Fang, and confronted the assailant head-on. The clash of metal resonated through the air as the two long blades moved with astonishing speed, creating fleeting afterimages as they collided. "You are not Tanaka Sakuta. Who are you?" Orochimaru's gaze was intense as he regarded his adversary, a handful of shuriken appearing in his hand, which he deftly hurled forward. The shuriken whistled through the air, gracefully tracing arcs as they flew towards the enemy. However, in the next moment, they were deftly intercepted by the opponent's blade. The enemy let out a disdainful chuckle, proclaiming, "Who am I? I am Zonglong Feihu, a jonin of the Zonglong clan. Your existence threatens the interests of my family today. Both you and this Umbu brat shall perish. Once you are gone, the generator by the river will be destroyed, and the village's food supply will rely solely on our three families. At that time, even the Hokage will have to come to us, rather than covertly suppressing our clan as is the case now." His tone was arrogant, and his strikes grew increasingly fierce. Clearly, his brazen words stemmed from a lack of fear regarding Orochimaru and Kakashi Hatake, revealing his intentions, for the dead cannot speak. His swordsmanship was exquisite, compelling the youthful Kakashi Hatake into a corner, instilling a palpable sense of pressure. Kakashi had yet to evolve into the future Konoha White Fang, and under the relentless onslaught, he found himself retreating step by step. Chapter 26. The assassination of a jonin. Confronted with a formidable foe, Orochimaru remained remarkably composed, rapidly devising a strategy. A jonin represents the backbone of the village, an essential force in combat. Those who attain the rank of jonin typically possess a unique combat methodology, devoid of weaknesses, making them difficult to defeat. As he observed Kakashi being pushed back, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and executed a shadow clone technique, surging forward. Meanwhile, his real self stealthily approached from behind, seizing an electric shock gun to strike. With a crack, the wires from the gun shot forth, ensnaring the opponent. Had he succeeded? Just as Orochimaru exhaled in relief and pressed the button on the electric shotgun, the enemy transformed into a wisp of smoke. A sense of dread washed over him. It was a clone. Orochimaru, with swift decisiveness, utilized his tongue to form seals and executed a substitution technique to vanish from his original position. As he disappeared, a chilling blade of light descended with lethal intent. "When did you employ the substitution technique, you brat?" Hiding in the shadows, the formidable Tiger blinked in confusion. He had kept a steadfast gaze upon Orochimaru, yet had not witnessed him perform any seals. How then could he have executed the technique? Could it be that he had fallen victim to an illusion? Yet, that seemed improbable. This young boy, so tender in years, could hardly be a master of ninjutsu. Just as doubt gnawed at him, Tsukumo Hataki's short blade surged forward once more. "Your adversary is me. If you wish to eliminate Orochimaru, you must first step over my lifeless body," Tsukumo Hatake declared solemnly, his voice calm and resolute. Even with the knowledge that he could not prevail against his opponent, he showed no sign of retreat. Orochimaru seized the opportunity to stand aside, stealthily employing his tongue to execute the techniques of shadow clone and transformation. The shadow clone retained his original form, while the transformation morphed him into Sarutobi Hiruzen, even imitating the voice of the third Hokage. "Bold and audacious Zonglong Feihu, how dare you commit murder within the village? I, the Hokage, shall annihilate your entire clan and bring retribution upon the Zonglong family." His demeanor and speech were strikingly similar to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, possessing 7 parts resemblance. Upon encountering the unexpectedly arrived Sarutobi Hiruzen, Zonglong Feihu was taken aback, his hand trembling with the blade. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage. Although the ninja clans may have whispered disparaging remarks about him, he was still the embodiment of the village's legitimacy. His prowess was formidable. Having been trained by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and mastering the 5 elemental natures, any ordinary ninja would react with the same trepidation as a mouse facing a cat upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, Orochimaru, undeterred, dared to impersonate the Hokage and deceive Zonglong Feihu. Seizing the moment, Hatake Tsukumo took advantage of the distraction, swinging his blade with intent. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Zonglong Feihu quickly found himself at a disadvantage, retreating under the onslaught. Just then, the Orochimaru transformed Sarutobi Hiruzen launched 6 shuriken, ensnaring the weapon in Zonglong Feihu's grasp. When the tangible sensation reached him, Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement. This was genuine, not an illusion. The opponent wielded a metal blade, which conducted electricity easily. As Orochimaru pressed a button on his belt, a current surged through the thin wire. With a crackle, sparks of electricity traveled along the wire, shuriken, and blade, ultimately reaching Zonglong Feihu himself. His body jolted, and he instinctively discarded the knife to the side. Pressing his left hand against his right, he gazed warily at the blade crackling with electricity. It was only upon noticing the nearly invisible threads entwined around the weapon that he comprehended the truth. The Sarutobi Hiruzen before him was a mere illusion. How could the real Hokage possibly resort to such tactics? With the information at hand, he quickly deduced that Sarutobi Hiruzen was nothing but a transformation of Orochimaru. You despicable fiend, I shall surely kill you. Despite the overwhelming electrical shock, Zonglong Feihu had not completely lost his combat capability. With his unscathed left hand, he swiftly retrieved an explosive tag from his person and hurled it towards Orochimaru. Upon witnessing the scene, Orochimaru immediately took flight, retreating with haste. A series of explosive tags detonated with a thunderous roar, and as the smoke dissipated, the formidable figure of Zonglong Feihu had vanished within its shroud. Just as Kakashi Hitaki prepared to pursue, a piercing scream echoed from a nearby wall. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, Zonglong Feihu cried out in agony, tumbling to the ground from one side of the wall. Outside, two concealed Chunin, stationed at a distance, were alarmed by the cry. This is bad. It is the voice of Lord Feihu. Has he met with misfortune? They exclaimed, their faces betraying their panic. Curse be this child, has he deceived us? Lying in wait for us to fall into his trap? The speakers were Chunin from the Dongping and Baeon clans, who had allied with Zonglong Feihu to orchestrate the assassination of Orochimaru. Yet, due to Zonglong Feihu's confidence in his superior strength, he had instructed them to remain outside and avoid drawing attention from outsiders. In hindsight, their decision to refrain from entering proved prudent. Their expression shifted through various shades of concern, ultimately leading them to silently withdraw from the scene. Aware of the lurking danger, they were not foolish enough to charge recklessly inside. In the courtyard, Kakashi Hitaki charged forward, brandishing his blade with the intent to capture Zonglong Feihu and prevent his escape. Meanwhile, Zonglong Feihu, having sustained injuries from the second jolt of electricity, struggled to rise, dragging his severely wounded body as he continued to flee. A distinguished jonin, he had endured 2 assaults of high-voltage electricity, resulting in extensive burns, and his escape was akin to that of a tortoise. Observing this, Kakashi executed a swift leap, delivering a decisive kick that sent Zonglong Feihu sprawling to the ground. Upon witnessing the situation, Orochimaru promptly retrieved a rope, skillfully employing the technique of binding with a turtle shell to ensnare his adversary. Splendid! He had captured a jonin from the Zonglong clan. A glimmer of joy illuminated Orochimaru's eyes as he beheld his captive. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, he swiftly turned to Kakashi Tsukumo and exclaimed, "No, this is not right. Quickly inform Lord Hokage. There is likely to be an assault by the river as well. We must safeguard the generator. Given their audacity to attempt my assassination, they must be thoroughly prepared. Merely destroying the generator by the river will not suffice. There exists a creator behind it. Since they have come to kill me, it is apparent they have made similar preparations by the river." Kakashi's expression shifted, and without delay, he formed hand seals to summon a large black dog, instructing it to deliver the message. The ensuing events were beyond Orochimaru's knowledge. His attention and gaze were solely fixated on the Zonglong clan's jonin before him, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This was a jonin, undoubtedly harboring numerous secrets and treasures. Once he had subdued the individual, Orochimaru commenced his examination, searching for the various items the jonin possessed: ninja blades, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and ninja scrolls. It was rather surprising that, despite his unassuming appearance, the jonin's possessions were quite abundant. After all, as a jonin of the ninja clan, he naturally possessed an array of valuable items. After gathering the spoils, Orochimaru dragged the individual back to his abode. As a ninja, it was said that one could extract a wealth of secrets and information from the physical body, though he had yet to learn such techniques. He was certain Kakashi Tsukumo was adept in them. He yearned for Kakashi to teach him, with the jonin serving as the perfect subject for his experiments. Just as Orochimaru was entangled in conversation with Kakashi, the black dog, his summoning beast, returned once more. Fresh news had arrived. 2 generators near the Southie River had been destroyed, leaving only one operational. The Hokage was enraged, ordering a thorough investigation into the 3 ninja clans and instructing Orochimaru to manufacture several more generators for use. This news, while not unexpected for Orochimaru, nonetheless astonished him with the audacity of the three ninja clans. Indeed, those three clans were formidable, exhibiting remarkable courage, disturbing the hornet's nest, as it were. Orochimaru proclaimed with righteous fervor, "For the sake of the village, I am undoubtedly obliged. However, I have nearly exhausted my materials. I hope that the third Hokage can provide a little more. While I am certainly capable of sustaining life, it is imperative to procure additional resources. As a researcher, one must constantly learn how to secure greater benefits for oneself." Chapter 27. Rebellion. Under the auspices of the Black Dog's communication, new supplies were delivered that very afternoon, and the Songlong Feihu was subsequently taken away by the arriving members of the Umbu. Upon acquiring the materials, Orochimaru eagerly ventured into his laboratory, commencing the creation of a new generator. Just as he diligently sought improvements, a thunderous explosion resonated from a distance within the village, causing his hand, clutching the tools, to tremble. What transpired? Orochimaru set aside the tools he was wielding, his expression slightly grave, and promptly made his way outside. At the entrance, Shikamaru stood alert, gripping his short blade, White Fang, and casting his gaze towards the southwestern direction of the village. Upon noticing Orochimaru's emergence, Shikamaru spoke in a hushed tone. "There is trouble in the village, Orochimaru. Do not venture out. I shall ensure your safety here." Orochimaru nodded slightly, harboring no intention of venturing outside. Within the confines of his own abode, he felt relatively secure. However, stepping outside might expose him to the peril of a chaotic skirmish among ninjas. He inquired, "What has transpired? Have the enemies launched an assault? Or has there been a rebellion within the village? Have those three clans faced retribution?" Kakashi shook his head, a look of confusion manifesting in his eyes. "I am uncertain, but I have dispatched a summoning beast to gather intelligence. I expect we shall receive news shortly. Judging by the direction of the conflict, it is highly probable that the three clans are in turmoil. Those who dare to disrupt the peace of the village will undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Hokage." The two remained in the room, awaiting developments while the sounds of battle echoed in the distance. After a while, the clamor of combat gradually subsided, and tranquility enveloped the village once more. At that moment, Kakashi's Black Hound raced in from outside, muttering, "The clans of White Fang, East Flat, and Hidden Dragon have revolted. However, they have since been eradicated by the Hokage. Such audacity is unfathomable. They dared to engage in such treasonous acts and plotted to collude with the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, the Uchiha did not intervene. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated significantly." "What? The Uchiha clan is involved?" Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. The reputation of the foremost clan in Konoha reverberated throughout the ninja world. Who among them was unaware of the Uchiha's profound heritage and formidable prowess? The summoning beast nodded, relaying the accounts of its observations. The insurrection of the three clans had wreaked havoc upon the riverside generator, and attempts were made to assassinate Orochimaru, all of which tested the limits of the third Hokage's patience. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally spearheaded the operation, decisively obliterating the three clans and issuing orders to seal the information. Rumor had it that the clans sought assistance from the Uchiha, yet the Uchiha clan remained unresponsive. Orochimaru nodded slightly. The Uchiha clan had never rebelled in their past lives, and it was implausible for them to do so in this lifetime over the trifling matters of three minor families. After all, they had firmly established Konoha as their home, and no council would sway them otherwise. The current clan leader, the mightiest of the Uchiha, departed, yet not a single soul chose to follow him. Such a trivial matter involving three small families was indeed a sign of their own demise. Due to the suppression of information, Orochimaru could glean no further insights or secrets. However, he surmised that these three families were likely doomed. In matters of rebellion, no village would tolerate them. After a period of diligent effort, Orochimaru succeeded in producing another batch of generators to supply the village. With the introduction of these generators, the fishing and salvage operations within the village resumed with fervor. With the threat of the three clans eliminated, Kakashi was summoned back by Hiruzen Sarutobi, leaving Orochimaru with a tinge of regret. A companion who could train and battle alongside him had been lost. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Orochimaru had no choice but to return to the academy, where he dedicated himself to his studies. The annihilation of the three clans had plunged the village into a state of unrest and uncertainty, with an atmosphere rife with suspicion. The fear of becoming the next extinguished clan loomed over everyone. However, after Sarutobi Hiruzen provided a thorough explanation and presented the corresponding evidence, the major clans breathed a sigh of relief. Within the Uchiha clan's stronghold, numerous high-ranking members convened in a serious assembly. Uchiha Matsuri, Uchiha Yushu. Your inappropriate remarks within the village have incited turmoil and nearly implicated the Uchiha clan. We hereby officially strip you of your positions within the police force and impose a 10-year sentence at the battlefield of Kirigakure. Do you have any objections? The current clan leader stood atop a platform, casting a cold and authoritative gaze upon the two Uchiha members beside him. The other Uchiha members regarded them with similar disdain. With no dissent voiced, the two individuals appeared dejected, accepting the clan's judgment. Observing this, the Uchiha clan leader's expression softened slightly as he issued further instructions. This incident has had a grievous impact. I hope everyone takes heed. Furthermore, access to Uchiha Shana's residence is prohibited for ordinary Uchiha members to prevent the corruption of their ideals. The focus on Uchiha Shana stemmed from his connection to the matter at hand. These two Uchiha members had been influenced by the elder Uchiha Shana, spreading negative sentiments about the village and the Hokage among subordinate ninja clans, boasting of their intent to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such erroneous signals were typically dismissed, yet surprisingly, the three subordinate clans took them to heart. Perhaps driven by self-interest, they found themselves opposing the village and clashing with the Hokage. They believed their elder brother would undoubtedly stand by their side, only to discover that the Uchiha clan remained utterly indifferent when the Hokage led the campaign against the three major clans during the rebellion. This, however, could not be blamed entirely on the Uchiha clan. The words of a few individuals do not represent the entirety of the Uchiha lineage. Were it not for Sarutobi Hiruzen personally dispatching someone, the clan leader would have been oblivious to the situation. Fortunately, after some clarification, both sides realized they had been alarmed unnecessarily, averting genuine conflict. The village feared the Uchiha clan, a ferocious beast, while the Uchiha clan dreaded the disruption of their hard-won peace. With the demise of the three ninja clans controlling grain prices, the prices of food within the village plummeted, returning to their original state. Yet, within a few days, food prices began to rise again. Initially, Orochimaru paid little heed to this development. However, unexpectedly, he was summoned to the Hokage's office after school. Upon pushing open the office door, he once again encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Upon seeing Orochimaru enter, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately donned a gentle smile. "Orochimaru, you have arrived." Orochimaru nodded, his brow furrowed in confusion, and inquired, "Lord Third Hokage, what is the reason for summoning me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Orochimaru, for the sake of the village, we require you to produce a few more generators." "Orochimaru, what? Is the food supply insufficient once more? Hasn't the price of grain already been reduced?" The monopolistic clans of shinobi have also been apprehended. Chapter 28. A new food crisis. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his distress. The prices of grain have stabilized, but a new issue has arisen. Through his explanation, Orochimaru came to understand the unfolding situation. The three major clans of shinobi possessed their own channels for procuring grain, albeit limited in quantity and exorbitantly priced, which managed to sustain a portion of the populace. However, with the recent dismantling of these clans by Sarutobi Hiruzen, these channels have been rendered unusable, resulting in a complete halt of grain supplies to Konoha. Furthermore, remnants of these clans have monopolized portions of the grain trade within the Land of Fire, refusing to sell to the villagers of Konoha. Consequently, the situation of famine in Konoha has escalated alarmingly. Previously, the fish caught from the river could sustain some of the villagers, yet now it proves woefully inadequate. Other shinobi clans are similarly facing food shortages and are beginning to express their concerns over the lack of provisions. If this matter remains unresolved, it is feared that chaos may ensue over time. As he absorbed this explanation, a dark shadow crossed Orochimaru's face. The eradication of the three major clans has led to such dire consequences. Did you not consider this beforehand or take any remedial measures? His inquiry left Sarutobi Hiruzen visibly embarrassed. Having recently ascended to the position of Hokage, he had not contemplated the ramifications deeply enough. The repeated provocations of the three clans against the village's interests had incited his fury, prompting him to personally lead the campaign against them. He had anticipated seizing a substantial amount of valuable resources and food, only to find that their stores were not as plentiful as expected. This miscalculation has now triggered a food crisis. Standing beside them, Danzo scoffed. The three clans have endangered the interests of Konoha. Their demise is well-deserved. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen had not led the assault, I would have dispatched my own people to eliminate them. Orochimaru, exert yourself further to construct additional generators. Once the village overcomes this crisis, your rewards shall be ample. What Danzo did not disclose was that he had dispatched individuals to the Land of Fire to assassinate the remaining members of the three great clans. Once these troublesome individuals were eliminated, the issue of food supply would naturally be resolved. In his perspective, the matter was as straightforward as that, typical of a ninja's mentality. After listening to their discourse, Orochimaru discerned a significant flaw. These two possessed no political acumen whatsoever. They merely acted on impulse without contemplating the repercussions. Furthermore, they had grossly underestimated the complexities of employing electricity for fishing. The prohibition of electric fishing in the past stemmed fundamentally from its destructive nature, leaving no room for mercy. While it might be manageable for a limited period, prolonged usage would likely result in the annihilation of all aquatic life within the rivers. The ecological ramifications would be profound and detrimental. By that time, not only would fishing become impossible, but even the presence of insects would likely vanish entirely. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and remarked, "The generator is not the issue. However, the fish in the river will inevitably dwindle, addressing merely the symptoms rather than the root cause. The number of fish available for capture in the river is likely not particularly abundant anymore." His words cast a shadow over Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, who recalled the recent reports on fishing yields. The situation mirrored Orochimaru's observation, with the catch becoming increasingly scarce. Consequently, they hoped to persuade Orochimaru to construct additional generators to be deployed in different locations for experimentation. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru, do you possess any alternative solutions? If you do, please share them. As the third Hokage, I shall lend my full support." Upon hearing Sarutobi's encouragement, Orochimaru's eyes sparked with interest. "I believe we should explore other avenues and attempt to find alternative food sources. Konoha is the most prosperous of the 5 great nations. It is not solely the fish in the river that can sustain us, but rather a plethora of abundant resources. Furthermore, as ninjas, we possess various unique jutsu. Is there not a secret technique that could yield food? For instance, the first Hokage's would release could conjure immense flora for combat. We might emulate this by utilizing chakra to stimulate plant growth." Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth fell agape, his expression frozen in disbelief. Danzo appeared equally taken aback, resembling a statue, as if stunned by this proposal. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly responded, "Orochimaru, your intellect truly surpasses that of us adults. However, it is regrettable that the jutsu you mentioned does not exist. The first Hokage's would release was solely intended for battle and has since been lost. Were it available, Konoha village would not be challenged by food scarcity." Orochimaru pinched his chin, contemplating softly. "If there are none, then alternative considerations must be made. Should you place your trust in me, I could endeavor to seek other sources of sustenance. Konoha, after all, is the most prosperous place in the entire ninja world. Rich in resources and endowed with remarkable individuals, it cannot possibly allow its people to starve." Sarutobi Hiruzen found merit in Orochimaru's words, yet he hesitated, pondering whether entrusting such a matter to this child was prudent. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Danzo stepped forward. He regarded Orochimaru, his usual cold demeanor replaced with unexpected warmth. "Orochimaru, I find your argument compelling. It is worth a try. I shall dispatch members of Root to assist you. You may venture wherever you desire, both within and beyond Konoha. Go forth with confidence, Orochimaru. I shall place my faith in you." His encouragement was laden with an almost palpable belief in Orochimaru's potential for success. This display struck Orochimaru as peculiar, reminiscent of a dubious uncle enticing a child. In truth, Danzo harbored intentions of steering Orochimaru towards Root, harboring no belief in his ability to resolve the food crisis. His words were merely a facade of goodwill. Once Orochimaru faltered, Danzo would reprimand him sternly, then extend forgiveness, compelling him to atone for his failures by joining Root and serving his interests. He was convinced that through such manipulation, Orochimaru would inevitably bow in respect and submission. This tactic, learned from texts, was one of duality and governance, known as the principle of reward and punishment, which he seldom employed on ordinary individuals. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing Danzo's remarks, shot him an irate glare and replied gravely, "Danzo, this matter concerns the entire village and cannot be approached with recklessness. Orochimaru, do you truly possess the confidence to succeed?" Orochimaru nodded. In former times, he would have hesitated to make any guarantees, but now, endowed with the innate talents of his original self, he felt confident that there would be no issues. His exceptional scientific aptitude would undoubtedly enable him to resolve the food crisis. In truth, he had already conceived several solutions. Moreover, Orochimaru realized that creating opportunities was essential for yielding substantial benefits. The meager knowledge acquired from attending classes at the academy was hardly sufficient. To alter his destiny as an ordinary citizen, he needed to seize opportunities and confront challenges head-on. Chapter 29. Gathering Materials, Observing Orochimaru's Unwavering Confidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Orochimaru, what do you require? Danzo promptly interjected, Hiruzen, allow my root organization to assist Orochimaru. I will provide all necessary resources. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed lightly, rejecting the proposal. Danzo, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to recruit Orochimaru into root. Orochimaru, a child imbued with the will of fire, had consistently devoted himself to the village and should not be drawn into darkness. His words sparked Danzo's ire, who retorted, even if one operates in the shadows, it is for the protection of the village. What difference does it make? Furthermore, Orochimaru's extraordinary talent and formidable research capabilities were squandered in the confines of the Ninja Academy. The two were unyielding, each presenting their arguments, yet ultimately, Danzo could not prevail against Sarutobi Hiruzen's assertion of authority as Hokage. Orochimaru observed the unfolding spectacle with a faint smile gracing his lips. Were it not for the absence of a seat and popcorn, he would have relished the opportunity to watch this captivating performance comfortably. The fierce contest between the two individuals for their own significance underscored their inherent value. However, Orochimaru had no intention of following Danzo to the root. After all, the root was a place shrouded in darkness and disdain. Despite the assistance they provided to Konoha, they remained largely unappreciated by the villagers and the shinobi clan. Regarded as a nuisance, while he had never aspired to become Hokage, he was certainly not foolish enough to seek refuge in the root. Reflecting on the original narrative, Orochimaru was abandoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi upon joining the root. Ultimately, Hiruzen's decision led to Orochimaru's temporary assignment to the Umbu, tasked with sourcing replacement provisions. This acquisition of a civil servant status, along with various overt and covert support, left Orochimaru pleasantly astonished. With this newfound identity, he could traverse the village freely, even gaining access to certain confidential areas. This was precisely his intention and aspiration. Orochimaru once again enlisted the help of Kakashi Hatake to accompany him in the quest for alternative sustenance. Under Kakashi's guidance, the two wandered beyond the village, initially exploring the streets and shops within the settlement in search of suitable food substitutes. These alternatives needed to be fast-growing and non-toxic for consumption. Ultimately, Orochimaru discovered potatoes among other options. This particular food has been revered since ancient times, sustaining countless lives. The ninja world bears a striking resemblance to the past, as even the agricultural produce is largely identical. Orochimaru seized this opportunity to gain a comprehensive understanding of the village's layout and plans. He inquired about the various ninja clans, their unique abilities and techniques, leaving no detail overlooked. This endeavor was merely a casual pursuit to familiarize himself with the current era. The times have changed, and this period is markedly different from that of the 12 ninja warriors. For instance, the village is no longer dominated solely by the Uchiha clan. Instead, it is a tapestry of formidable clans coexisting alongside numerous smaller ones. While the Uchiha clan remains powerful, other clans such as the recently dissolved Senju clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Kurama clan also hold significant influence. It can be said that the overall strength and foundation of Konoha during this era are exceptionally robust. The only limitation lies in Sarutobi Hiruzen's insufficient power to maintain control. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the village. After exploring the village, Orochimaru selected various grains and food items, such as potatoes and corn. Subsequently, he took Kakashi Hatake outside the village, where they wandered through the forest. Within the village, there is an abundance of vegetables, fruits, and grains, while the forest teems with countless wild plants and diverse wildlife. Orochimaru seeks an abundance of edible wild vegetables. Naturally, there are other intriguing elements that capture his attention. In the secluded winding paths, the vegetation flourishes immensely. Orochimaru was foraging for a variety of wild vegetables when he found himself in a thicket overgrown with weeds. The persistent hum of ants filled the air, accompanied by the rustling of insects munching on leaves, creating a symphony of sounds. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake unsheathed his white-toothed dagger and directed it towards one side of the forest, coldly demanding, "Who goes there?" As his voice echoed, movement stirred in the nearby grass. The sound of approaching footsteps drew near, and a hand parted the foliage, revealing a figure. Upon seeing the newcomer, Kakashi visibly relaxed, the wariness in his eyes dissipating slightly. Orochimaru, however, furrowed his brow and brightened his gaze as he observed the individual. The newcomer exuded an aura of subtlety, clad in pitch-black attire that enveloped his form entirely. Adorned with the crest of the Oil Woman clan, Orochimaru was somewhat acquainted with this clan, known for its remarkable talents. Among them was the undefeated warrior, Shino Aburame, along with the formidable figures Ryoma and Torikion, both renowned leaders of the clan. The Oil Woman clan was evidently rich in talent and strength, having once dominated lower-tier ninjas with their versatile and powerful insects. However, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, their insects proved less effective against Super Shadow level and even 6 Pads level adversaries. Nevertheless, it was clear that the prowess of the Oil Woman clan was formidable. Emerging from the thicket, Ryoma Aburame regarded Orochimaru and Kakashi's dark attire and raised his hand. In his palm rested an oddly shaped green caterpillar. I am Ryoma of the Oil Woman clan. Observing the propagation of insects in the forest and seeking suitable specimens for cultivation. The ninjas of the Oil Woman clan were adept at manipulating insects, so selecting superior ones was a perfectly natural endeavor. Upon hearing his words, Orochimaru curiously studied the boy, who appeared to be of a similar age. Ryoma Aburame, wasn't he the future leader of the root? Yet, Orochimaru had not encountered him at the Ninja Academy, likely because he was being trained within his family. Ryoma Aburame, you must possess extensive knowledge about the insects in this vicinity. May I inquire about something? At the mention of discussing insects, Ryoma's interest piqued immediately. He nodded, and even behind his obscured face, a distinct confidence shone through. I know all the insects in this area. What do you wish to ask? Orochimaru inquired. Are there any non-toxic, harmless insects that grow particularly rapidly and are suitable for consumption? Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Ryoma was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the inquiry would pertain to poisonous or imposing insects, or perhaps those of striking beauty. To his surprise, the request was for edible, non-toxic varieties, which left him in contemplative silence. Standing nearby, Kakashi Shimo sensed an ominous turn of events upon hearing Orochimaru's words. He gazed at Orochimaru and whispered in a tone imbued with curiosity, Orochimaru, you're not considering insects as a food reserve, are you? Tasked with safeguarding Orochimaru. He was acutely aware of the latter's objectives. While he had previously remained indifferent to Orochimaru's pursuits of various fruits and plants, the notion of seeking insects for the villager's sustenance struck him as rather unsettling. Chapter 30. The promoting effect of chakra. Fear not. In truth, insects are among the most nutritionally valuable foods. Consuming insects that feed on green plants is both environmentally friendly and safe, not to mention quite delectable. They are particularly rich in protein and possess a delightful crunch when eaten. In a previous life, many individuals relish the taste of insects. Moreover, the life cycle of an insect begins with a multitude of eggs, leading to a considerable population upon hatching, and their growth is indeed remarkable, a veritable gift from nature. Upon hearing Orochimaru's proposition, Kakashi Shimo felt a twitch in his eyelid. At that moment, Yamanaka Ryoma interjected, there are indeed such insects, like the bamboo worm, bee pupa, water dragonfly, and mealworm. These insects are edible and grow swiftly, albeit their flavor leaves much to be desired. Upon learning of the abundance of edible insects, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. That is splendid. Could you lead me to them? Certainly, there are quite a few in this vicinity. Yamanaka Ryoma, not deterred by Orochimaru's enthusiastic approach, welcomed the idea. The Yamanaka clan generally possessed a subtle presence, rarely engaging in conversations with others. Orochimaru was more than willing to seek his assistance, and he was only too happy to oblige, especially since it pertained to his area of expertise. When it comes to insects, the Oil Woman clan possesses unparalleled proficiency. Orochimaru trailed behind Aburame Shino, witnessing a plethora of insects along the way. True to his lineage, Shino exhibited remarkable proficiency as a bug manipulator, effortlessly locating various creatures in no time at all. Orochimaru's hands were soon filled with a multitude of insects, each pair consisting of male and female, making them remarkably easy to breed. Observing the various shapes and colors of the creatures in his grasp, Orochimaru bid farewell to Oil Girl Ryoma and turned back towards his abode. As he departed, Ryoma stood in a daze for a moment before retreating into the forest to continue her observations of the insects. Within the laboratory, different species of insects were meticulously categorized by Orochimaru into separate sections, each housed within transparent glass enclosures for cultivation. He diligently labeled each with notes detailing their species, names, characteristics, and habits. Subsequently, he scattered a handful of fodder, allowing them to roam freely for observation. Orochimaru has devised a solution to the food crisis, categorizing it into 3 distinct types. The first category comprises grains, such as potatoes, which are known for their rapid growth. The second category encompasses wild vegetables, characterized by their short growth cycles and extensive yield per unit area, making them effective for satiating hunger. The third category consists of insects, which can be cultivated in abundance using tree leaves and other plants, providing a vital source of protein. Each of these options requires minimal investment yet promises substantial returns. Once sufficient materials were gathered, Orochimaru isolated himself within his laboratory, diligently conducting research and analysis. He even contemplated the prospect of sourcing microalgae, harnessing photosynthesis for cultivation. However, his endeavors yielded only toxic varieties unsuitable for consumption. Constrained by time and limited equipment, Orochimaru began experimenting with the manipulation of chakra from within his body to stimulate growth. He theorized that chakra could invigorate cellular development, thereby benefiting plant life as well. Carefully, he extracted chakra from his being, applying it to potatoes and other specimens for stimulation and study. By infusing chakra into the potatoes, he aimed to induce their growth and maturation. Typically, the cultivation of potatoes from planting to harvest demands over 100 days. Nevertheless, through his calculations and the frequent application of chakra by ninjas, Orochimaru estimated that this process could be expedited, potentially reducing the time frame to approximately 2 to 3 months, around 100 days. Although some results were observed, they were regrettably minimal, prompting Orochimaru to temporarily abandon this high-yield food source. Time was of the essence, and he had committed to finding a solution within a fortnight. 3 months could very well spell starvation for many. Orochimaru's gaze shifted once more towards the wild vegetables foraged from the fields. This ubiquitous wild flora, resilient in nature and possessing a brief life cycle, indeed presents itself as an excellent choice. Orochimaru once again harnessed chakra to stimulate development, endeavoring to shorten the growth duration and enhance efficiency. Upon infusing chakra into the wild vegetables, a remarkable reaction ensued. The vegetables began to grow at a visibly rapid pace, albeit consuming a significant amount of Orochimaru's chakra. This burden was somewhat substantial. Nevertheless, Orochimaru remained undeterred and continued his research. However, he soon discovered that the growth of the wild vegetables also depended on certain climatic conditions, soil quality, and other factors. This posed a slight inconvenience. Yet the results were still commendable. With a few generations of cultivation, it should be possible to breed vegetables that grow rapidly and meet the necessary conditions to serve as sustenance. However, excessive consumption could lead to malnutrition, leaving individuals feeling weak and lethargic. After considerable contemplation, Orochimaru then turned his attention to the caterpillars feasting on the leaves. These caterpillars enjoyed a carefree existence, indulging in the nourishment provided by Orochimaru and living blissfully. With no natural predators, some of these caterpillars even began to mate and lay eggs, resulting in the emergence of new larvae. This piqued Orochimaru's interest, prompting him to calculate and conduct further research. Orochimaru selected several vibrant insects and commenced the stimulation of their development through chakra manipulation. Under such artificial intervention, the insects underwent significant alterations in size, accompanied by an increasing appetite. Furthermore, under Orochimaru's coercive influence, various species of these insects initiated the processes of laying eggs and producing offspring. Orochimaru meticulously selected and stimulated the growth and development of the insects. He discovered that chakra had a far more significant impact on the insects than on plants. Perhaps this is due to the fact that chakra is derived from cellular energy, thus exerting a greater influence on living organisms. It is also possible that Orochimaru's lack of proficiency in wood-release techniques rendered him incapable of effectively stimulating plant life. Through generations of selection and stimulation, Orochimaru eliminated the less viable insects, ultimately retaining those that were larger and exhibited rapid growth. A week later, he experienced a tremendous breakthrough in his research. With great enthusiasm, he stepped out of the laboratory, stretched his limbs, and prepared to reward himself. He realized that even a small experimental study was not without its challenges. The week of arduous research had left him looking rather disheveled and considerably fatigued. It was no wonder that the original Orochimaru sought immortality. Engaging in scientific endeavors was undeniably a time-consuming pursuit. Even before reaching adulthood, Orochimaru felt an acute sense of time slipping away, as if he were living in a different era. In the bustling commercial district of Konoha, he treated himself to a sumptuous bowl of ramen. after finishing his meal. As he was about to return to the laboratory to wrap up his work, he heard a familiar voice nearby. Orochimaru, are you all right? Why have you been absent from class for so long? The speaker was none other than Jiraiya, who eagerly approached Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru chuckled. I have some matters to attend to at home, but I shall return to school in a few days. Well, it has been quite a while since we last saw each other, and I must admit, I have missed you. During your absence, many intriguing events transpired. Jiraiya recounted the happenings at school, such as the discord among classmates, who frequently clashed and vied against one another. Orochimaru nodded with a smile. Yet his mind remained largely unperturbed. The squabbles of a group of children could hardly prove beneficial to his endeavors. He was presently engaged in a significant undertaking, the success of which would undoubtedly elevate his status in the eyes of the higher echelons of Konoha. If wielded with precision, the rewards and gains would be immeasurably bountiful. At that juncture, whether it be research instruments or jutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely contemplate them with utmost seriousness. Naturally, all considerations would be aligned with the interests of Konoha. Within Orochimaru's body resided the mind of an adult, one that had long since charted a course for the future. His ambition was to ascend the ranks, gradually evolving through the acquisition of resources. Observing Jiraiya, who spoke with such fervor, Orochimaru extended an invitation, saying, Jiraiya, would you care to witness my recent endeavors? These projects promised to alleviate hunger for the villagers. Upon hearing that food was to be plentiful, Jiraiya's interest was piqued, and he eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, I want to go. The prospect of providing sustenance was undeniably enticing. Furthermore, Jiraiya was curious about what Orochimaru had accomplished to make such a bold claim. It was known that, while food was currently available, it was insufficient to satiate hunger. According to the adults, fluctuations in grain prices were notably erratic, and it was likely that a food crisis would soon ensue. Leading Jiraiya back to his abode, Orochimaru opened the door to his laboratory. Upon entering, Jiraiya was instantly captivated by the peculiar sights within, his eyes widening in astonishment. Various bizarre glass petri dishes, an array of colorful materials, and shelves lined with extraordinary plants surrounded him. Each item struck a chord within Jiraiya's youthful heart, making him feel as though he had stepped into a legendary secret lair. He glanced around excitedly, his expression animated as he exclaimed, Orochimaru, is this what you were referring to? It looks incredibly impressive. Though he did not fully grasp the underlying significance, Jiraiya could tell that this was something extraordinary. Observing Jiraiya's animated reactions, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Do not be overly excited. There will be ample time for that once you witness the results of my research, he remarked. Orochimaru led Jiraiya to the heart of the laboratory. Within this chamber stood a vast glass petri dish, filled with an expanse of verdant plant leaves. Upon these leaves, numerous grayish insects voraciously feasted, producing a relentless rustling sound. The sight of these densely packed creatures sent shivers down Jiraiya's spine. Orochimaru, what is this? He inquired. This, Orochimaru replied, is what I mentioned, food that can alleviate the villagers' struggles with sustenance, the mealworm. Although referred to as mealworms, they were, in fact, a new variant birthed under Orochimaru's benevolent guidance. With a brief growth cycle, their taste was rather unremarkable, yet their nutritional value was exceedingly high, marking them as a viable alternative food source. Chapter 31. Mealworms. The machines hummed incessantly, grinding the mealworms alongside various wild root vegetables into a fine powder, continuously mixing and refining the blend. In no time, a pale green substance emerged from the machine's outlet. Jiraiya's eyelids twitched, and he bared his teeth at this peculiar creation. Filled with uncertainty. Isn't this just insects? Can it truly be consumed? His skepticism was warranted, as the appearance of the concoction was undeniably strange. Resembling a pale green toothpaste, Orochimaru confidently proclaimed, of course, not only can they be consumed, but they are also remarkably inexpensive. The mealworms naturally thrive on leaves and exhibit an astonishing growth rate. Now, after my meticulous selection and enhancement, they flourish even more, indulging in a cycle of eating and resting that accelerates their development. The cost is merely a matter of foraging a handful of grass and plucking a few leaves in the wild, which can yield a substantial quantity of mealworms. By employing this method consistently, one can cultivate an explosive surplus of mealworms. Orochimaru retrieved a spoon, scooping the paste of mealworm powder and depositing it into a small iron pan nearby. He ignited the alcohol lamp, causing the pan to heat up instantly. After pouring in the oil, he tossed the paste into the bubbling mixture, and in a fleeting moment, An unusual aroma began to waft through the air. Although the scent was somewhat peculiar, I had already examined it, and the nutritional value contained within was undeniably substantial, comparable to that of fish or meat. Orochimaru took a sniff with his nose, gazing at the gradually ripening paste, before extinguishing the alcohol lamp. Jiraiya, as my friend, you shall be the first to sample this, he declared, presenting a small cake made from the paste with an expression urging him to indulge. Jiraiya's face momentarily contorted, resembling that of a bitter melon. Must I truly consume this? It feels rather peculiar. Could it be poisonous? He glanced around nervously, hesitating to reach out for a taste. Orochimaru shook his head. Despite its peculiar appearance, this substance is, in fact, harmless and non-toxic, and it is quite nutritious. Even if you choose not to consume it now, you will inevitably do so in the future. Orochimaru extended his hand to seize a morsel, placing it in his mouth to savor it thoughtfully. In previous instances, he had personally tasted the substance and conducted analyses with instruments. This practice had long become second nature to him. Observing Orochimaru's expression, which remained utterly unchanged, Jiraiya felt a surge of admiration. After wrestling with his own apprehensions, he realized he ought not to display such timidity, lest he be regarded with disdain by Orochimaru. The impulsiveness of youth compelled him to grasp a piece and swallow it. Upon the initial taste, Jiraiya's countenance slightly altered. The substance was not particularly palatable. Its texture was coarse, accompanied by a faintly sour and astringent flavor. While it was not outright repulsive, it certainly lacked appeal. However, once swallowed, it did confer a sense of satiety, alleviating his hunger. With eyes closed, Jiraiya attuned himself to the changes within his body, murmuring, "It seems indeed edible, albeit somewhat unappetizing. Yet, having something to eat is already a considerable improvement." In this era of food scarcity, being able to consume a meal was commendable. Aside from the fact that the main ingredient was insects, it was not too difficult to accept. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru, what did you mean when you said that I would also eat in the future?" Orochimaru remarked, "It is precisely as you surmise. I intend to present this item to the village, aiding it in overcoming the impending food crisis. With this, we shall no longer have to fret over famine in Konoha. I imagine the orphanage will receive a considerable amount of porridge as sustenance." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression fell instantly. The torment of choosing between insufficient meals and consuming insects was nearly unbearable for him. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Orochimaru carried a portion of the finished product to the Hokage building. Inside the office, a haze of white smoke swirled as Sarutobi Hiruzen, clutching a smoking pipe, continuously exhaled clouds of vapor, his face etched with worry. The weight of his responsibilities as Hokage bore heavily upon him, with no mentor to guide him, leaving him to navigate the complexities alone. His sole means of alleviating this burden was to indulge in a smoke whenever the pressure became overwhelming. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to rise alertly, instinctively opening the window behind him. With a swift hand, he executed the wind release, smoke dispersal technique, clearing the aromatic haze from the office. Once the smoke had dissipated, he cleared his throat, adjusted his attire, and spoke in a measured tone, "Please, come in." Orochimaru heard a sound and pushed the door open. Upon entering the office, he sensed an odd atmosphere, yet he paid little mind to it. "Lord Third, I have arrived." Upon seeing Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened slightly, and he straightened his back. "Orochimaru, have you made progress with your experiments?" During this time, he had been tirelessly seeking ways to secure a supply line, procuring food from the land of fire and even other nations. However, for reasons unknown, this information had leaked, prompting interference from other villages, and the food crisis remained unresolved. Orochimaru's arrival sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Although he had initially agreed to Orochimaru's involvement, he had not fully relied on the young child to accomplish this task. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old, and placing such expectations on him seemed rather fanciful. Now, with the food issue still unresolved, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself compelled to place greater trust in Orochimaru. Perhaps he could indeed create another miracle. Orochimaru nodded calmly and steadily, retrieving a paste-like concoction from his ninja tool pouch. "Third Hokage," he began, "this is the most convenient and effective food I have meticulously developed. It is harmless and can satiate hunger, though it may not be particularly palatable." Upon hearing that it was edible, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately approached Orochimaru, inspecting the peculiar product, which appeared unremarkable and left him curious about its composition. Hiruzen formed hand seals, employing a technique to test for toxins. After a thorough examination, he confirmed it was indeed safe. He then took a bite of the food, which had been a long-standing dilemma for him. With Orochimaru's breakthrough, he felt compelled to pay closer attention. Upon tasting it, he frowned momentarily, but soon relaxed. Though the flavor was certainly lacking, it was not repulsive. Turning to Orochimaru, Hiruzen inquired, "How is this made? What is the yield?" Orochimaru, unperturbed, began to explain. "This is derived from the bread beetle I found in the forests surrounding Konoha. Through generations of chakra stimulation and selective breeding, I have cultivated it with care. The raw material is the beetle itself, and the cost is merely a few leaves, making it exceedingly affordable for the village. The beetles can lay between 200 to 500 eggs at a time, and with special techniques, we can double that yield. In just a few days of cultivation over 2 or 3 generations, the village could become self-sufficient in food. Aside from the less than pleasant taste, everything else is quite perfect." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Hiruzen stood frozen in place, his pipe falling from his mouth. Chapter 32. Securing Orochimaru. Bread beetles. This seemed to be a type of insect, and the food was indeed made from bugs. The moment he swallowed the earlier bite, Hiruzen felt a wave of nausea. However, considering that this could replace traditional grain and alleviate the village's crisis, he resisted the urge to expel it. This method, Hiruzen hesitated, a look of conflict crossing his face. Orochimaru's plans and methodologies sound quite promising, capable of addressing the food crisis and its associated challenges in a matter of days. However, the notion of a Hokage resorting to feeding the villagers insects seems rather unseemly. Just then, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, revealing a familiar figure within. The only individual who could traverse the Hokage's office with such ease was none other than Shimura Danzo, a close friend and confidant of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing of Orochimaru's arrival, Danzo promptly set aside his current affairs to investigate the situation. He had been orchestrating efforts to eliminate and intimidate the grain merchants of the Land of Fire, as well as the traders from the 3 prominent clans. Yet, the matter concerning Orochimaru held equal significance. He intended to ascertain the circumstances and, if possible, to recruit Orochimaru to his cause. Upon entering the office, Danzo observed his dear friend and ally, who wore an expression of deep turmoil. The contorted features of Hiruzen's face rendered him quite unappealing, resembling that of a monkey, which aptly reflected his moniker. "Hiruzen, what troubles you?" Danzo inquired, before shifting his gaze towards Orochimaru, scrutinizing him intently. Was there an issue concerning Orochimaru? It had been quite some time since he had witnessed Hiruzen display such a countenance. Seeing Danzo's arrival, Hiruzen's eyes brightened slightly as he gestured for him to come closer. "Danzo, your timing is impeccable. Come here at once. Orochimaru has made progress in his experiments and has discovered an alternative to fishing. However, this substitute is rather peculiar, and I fear the villagers may not accept it." Upon hearing of the alternative food source, Danzo's previously stiff expression softened. He had been troubled by the village's food shortages as well. Engaging in assassination and intimidation had proven inefficient. His subordinates had eliminated numerous individuals, yet they were merely scapegoats, with the true leaders having long since fled. Moreover, the opposition had enlisted ninjas and samurai to mount a defense. The nascent foundation of his organization lacked sufficient manpower, hindering their ability to decisively eradicate the enemy. Now that Orochimaru had made strides towards resolving the village's food dilemma, it would afford him more time to deal with the obstinate grain merchants. Curiously, he regarded Orochimaru and inquired, "What do you intend to use as a substitute for fishing?" Orochimaru repeated his earlier statement and added, "Though the taste of the mealworm is rather unpleasant and somewhat distasteful, its nutritional value is undeniably high. It can be produced in large quantities in a short period, ensuring that the villagers will not suffer from starvation." Upon hearing about consuming insects, Danzo's expression subtly shifted. However, he soon reconsidered, as long as the villagers could survive. The specifics of their diet were of little consequence. After all, it is better to endure a less than ideal life than to face death. He turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi and remarked, "Orochimaru's method poses no issues. It is not as though they will be eating them every day. I find this approach quite commendable. Hiruzen, if you are reluctant, I shall take charge." The two had long established clear roles in their collaboration. For the sake of the village, Danzo could assume the role of the villain, undertaking tasks that the Hokage could not. After all, as the leader of the village, one must maintain a dignified and upright image. In contrast, Danzo bore the responsibility of discreetly managing the unsavory affairs that the Hokage could not address. Despite dwelling in the shadows, he harbored no regrets. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he grasped Danzo's arm. My dear friend, I am grateful for your support. Orochimaru, observing this exchange from a distance, could not help but feel a twitch of his eyelid. Very well. The future Hokage is being cultivated. Today, Danzo is evidently willing to bear the blame for feeding the villagers insects. However, just as the two were deep in discussion, Orochimaru interjected. While Danzo was willing to take the blame, Orochimaru was less inclined. If it were to be revealed that he had nurtured these insects, there was no telling what troublesome individuals might come seeking him. His strength was not particularly formidable. Even a Chunin might easily overpower him. Such a scenario was one Orochimaru sought to avoid at all costs. Well, we are not directly serving the insects to the people, so why not temporarily conceal the source of the ingredients? He suggested. We could grind the mealworms into a powder and mix them with other vegetables and wild greens, rendering them unrecognizable. Upon hearing Orochimaru's suggestion, Danzo realized that he had initially fallen into a misunderstanding, hastily accepting the role of scapegoat. It appeared there were indeed alternative solutions. Nobody wished to bear the blame, and Danzo naturally preferred to evade it if possible. He looked at Orochimaru, his gaze questioning. Orochimaru, are you suggesting we conceal the source of the food materials? What if someone inquires or investigates the matter? Orochimaru waved his hand nonchalantly, stating that it could simply be regarded as a village secret. If pressed further, he suggested, one might claim that it was food produced through a unique secret technique, ensuring its safety and non-toxicity. Should anyone delve deeper into the matter, they would merely be spies dispatched from other villages, seeking to uncover Konoha's secrets. Danzo, you are certainly more versed in such matters than I. Upon hearing this possibility, Danzo's spirits lifted immediately, and his gaze towards Orochimaru grew increasingly admiring. Despite his youth, Orochimaru displayed remarkable talent and insight. He was indeed a treasure to behold. For someone like Danzo, who had been trained from an early age as an instrument of assassination, Orochimaru appeared to be an embodiment of versatility. At that moment, Danzo was genuinely intrigued. He looked at Orochimaru and extended an invitation, urging him to join Root. If you come to Root, I can provide you with anything you desire, and you could serve as my assistant, becoming my second in command. Once I retire, you will be the esteemed leader of Root, with all resources at your disposal. A series of enticing conditions and benefits flowed from Danzo's lips, attempting to lure Orochimaru into the fold of Root. In his quest for talent, Danzo was resolute. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, and he promptly interrupted Danzo, signaling for Orochimaru to leave. Orochimaru was someone he held in high regard, imbued with a profound spirit of fire, and he had also discerned the remarkable talents residing within Orochimaru. Nurturing Orochimaru would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for himself in the future. Chapter 33. Meat pie within the confines of the office. The two engaged in a game of eyeshadow you regret for the first time. However, this did not tarnish their relationship nor deter their endeavors. The fish in the river were nearly depleted, and the damage inflicted by the electric currents had a devastating impact on the aquatic ecosystem. At present, the rampant discharges yielded only a few fish each day. On that very day, Danzo's Root arrived at Orochimaru's abode, acquiring the method for cultivating mealworms. The choice of route was a strategic one, aimed at concealing the truth. The Umbu, under the command of Hiruzen Sarutobi, were similarly infiltrated by numerous members of the ninja clans, creating a chaotic mix that made information leaks all too easy. In contrast, the root organization, established by Danzo, was far more stringent than the Umbu, ensuring that intelligence remained secure. Having procured the mealworm species and the chakra stimulation techniques, Danzo promptly organized the root members for cultivation. In a secluded cave, through continuous nurturing, the original few thousand mealworms gradually multiplied into hundreds of thousands. This was merely the first batch, and with subsequent expansions, the numbers would soar exponentially. Provided there were ample leaves and grasses, mealworms could be cultivated indefinitely. These two resources were abundantly available in the flourishing village of Konoha. From time to time, Danzo would set aside his official duties to check on the progress. Observing the densely clustered mealworms, resembling raindrops converging together, he restrained an inexplicable impulse and tossed in a handful of grass. The rustling sound of their consumption echoed throughout the cave, while nearby, a ninja channeled chakra to stimulate the growth of the mealworms. In no time, the initially diminutive creatures had grown to the size of a thumb. Indeed, in just 2 or 3 days, the village's food supply issues would begin to alleviate. Within a week or two, Konoha would no longer need to worry about food shortages. Watching the thriving worms, Danzo felt a wave of relief wash over him. The village's troubles now rested upon the shoulders of these little creatures. It was truly remarkable that Orochimaru had managed to select mealworms as substitutes for conventional food, devising a method to utilize chakra for stimulating their growth and development. Previously, chakra was solely employed for combat, making this a novel approach and perspective. 3 days later, the fish soup that had been served at the Konoha relief station was replaced by an intriguing new food. It was a meat pie infused with the flavor of grass, somewhat coarse and slightly bitter, yet still palatable. What is this? Why isn't it the fish we had before? Alas, I heard that all the fish in the river have been caught, and the fishing crews have been disbanded. Is this even edible? It looks rather peculiar. The provisions distributed by the village are undoubtedly edible, though the type of meat remains a mystery. A throng of gaunt, pallid individuals stands in line, murmuring amongst themselves about the newly arrived sustenance. Yet, their curiosity does not border on obsession. In these times of scarcity, having a meal is a significant blessing. Among the crowd, a young man with bushy eyebrows and a watermelon-shaped head patiently awaits his turn at the front of the queue, clutching a battered bowl. An anxious expression adorns his face. He is none other than Might Guy, a ninja in turn. As a commoner, his life has been far from ideal. His father has perished in battle, while his mother, overwhelmed with sorrow, has suffered from ill health ever since. With soaring prices and no employment prospects, he survives solely on the village's charity. Previously, the fish soup, though insufficient, managed to stave off hunger. Now, with a change in provisions, Might Guy fears that the food will be even scarcer and less satisfying. He has heard numerous disheartening rumors about the village, talk of food shortages and impending famine, targeted by other ninja nations. Such thoughts weigh heavily on his mind, leaving him uncertain about the new food. As the line progresses, one by one, individuals step forward until it is finally Might Guy's turn. He steps up, craning his neck to glimpse the table adorned with green meat patties, neatly arranged. These patties emit a peculiar aroma that causes him to swallow hard. The gnawing hunger in his belly compels him to yearn for all that lies before him. Nonetheless, he exercises restraint and inquires of the kindly gentleman distributing the food. "Sir, may I take 2 of these meat patties? My mother is bedridden and in need of sustenance." It is merely a tentative request, yet the gentleman unexpectedly hands him several patties, placing them into his bowl. "Here, take them all. The village is not short on food anymore. Eat as much as you wish." Might Guy is momentarily taken aback by this generous offer. The notion of being able to take as much as he desires feels almost surreal, akin to a dream. Previously, the fish soup had allowed only a few sips per person. Now, the prospect of unlimited meat patties is astonishing. He quickly bends to express his gratitude, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The kind gentleman promptly helps him up, chuckling, "If you wish to express thanks, direct it towards the village's leadership, particularly our esteemed Hokage. This is all thanks to him. I cannot take credit." Without delay, Might Guy turns towards the Hokage rock, sincerely voicing his appreciation for Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Clutching the meat patties, he hurries back home. Upon pushing open the door, a gentle yet somewhat frail female voice greets him. "Mother, I have returned with food." Might Guy hurried back into the house, presenting the food he held to his mother. "What is this?" Might Guy's mother inquired, her gaze fixed in confusion upon the meat pie. Quickly, Might Guy elucidated, the village's soup kitchen has replaced the fish soup with meat pies, and one can take several for free. Although the taste leaves much to be desired, it is remarkably filling, leaving one satiated after consumption. A flicker of surprise crossed his mother's eyes as she hesitantly took a bite. The food was slowly chewed and soon swallowed. The meat pie, made from an unknown meat and mixed with some wild vegetables, was not particularly unpleasant. Having eaten the provisions distributed by the village, she felt her stomach significantly more content, and her health began to improve gradually. What she remained unaware of was that the wild vegetables were deliberately added by Orochimaru. The combination of vegetables and high-protein insect meat provided a better nutritional balance. On the streets, households received word of the bounty and flocked to collect their share of food. With each bite of the meat pie, the once famished and weakened villagers gradually regained their vitality. Fueled by this newfound energy, Konoha began to reclaim its former vibrancy and prosperity. The looming crisis of food scarcity had, from this day forth, vanished completely. This transformation was striking, impacting everyone from the lower-tier villagers to the elite ninja clans. However, most of the common folk were content with mere sustenance and did not seek to delve deeper into the matter. In contrast, the higher echelons of the ninja clans were often more contemplative. Even more astonished were the spies and scouts infiltrating from various lands. Upon learning of the continuous supply of meat pies, their spirits crumbled. They had initially hoped that cutting off Konoha's food supply would undermine its foundation, yet to their surprise, Konoha's deep reserves had somehow procured these meat pies. An Owagakure spy, now masquerading as a Konoha resident, walked the streets, discreetly inquiring about the source of the meat pies and gathering intelligence. His suspicious behavior soon attracted the attention of the Root organization. As he turned a corner into a concealed area, a group of Root ninjas lay in wait, swiftly apprehending him. This marked the 18th spy captured today, a rather consistent record. From the shadows, Danzo emerged, casting a cold, cruel smile at the captured enemy ninja. Take him to the interrogation department and extract every piece of information from his mind. Faced with the spies emerging one after another, Danzo was in exceptionally high spirits. In the past, capturing spies had been a cumbersome ordeal. Heeding Orochimaru's counsel, he knew that as long as he probed into the origins of the meat buns, he would generally uncover something amiss. Out of 10, 8 were spies, while the remaining 2 belonged to the Leaf Village's ninja clan. Chapter 34, Shadow Clone Technique within the confines of the Ninja Academy. After successfully completing his mission, Orochimaru returned to the school. Having resolved a significant issue plaguing the village, he was naturally rewarded generously. However, such rewards predominantly consisted of funds, equipment, and materials. With scant knowledge pertaining to ninjutsu, Orochimaru recognized that the pursuit of knowledge was best undertaken within the confines of this esteemed institution. After dedicating 2 days to his studies, he swiftly caught up with the academic content of his peers. Such innate talent, even without external assistance, was sufficient to propel him to the zenith of the world. Once class concluded and the teacher departed, Jiraiya immediately approached him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Orochimaru, you've actually succeeded. Everyone outside is raving about the meat pies you've created. Orochimaru's actions stirred a profound tumult within Jiraiya's tender heart. He could scarcely fathom that Orochimaru, after merely a few days at home, would devise a solution to the village's food predicament. However, while others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware that the sustenance in question was crafted from insects. This understanding was particularly poignant, as he was among the few in the orphanage who refrained from indulging excessively after the sudden influx of meat. It was not a matter of being unable to consume more, but rather a conscious recognition of the origins of the ingredients. Orochimaru smiled and remarked, I merely performed a task within my capabilities. However, you mustn't divulge this. I fear others might find it unpalatable. Jiraiya nodded, his mind swirling with a peculiar mix of amusement and oddity at the thought that the meat pie was crafted by a bug. He felt a sense of solitary clarity amidst the collective intoxication of others. By the way, Orochimaru, I have also mastered the art of chakra extraction, Jiraiya proudly proclaimed, demonstrating his newfound skill by conjuring a thread of chakra within himself. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered subtly as he sensed the substantial chakra residing within Jiraiya. The quantity was not insignificant. Rather, it was surprisingly robust. This observation suggested that Jiraiya's parents were likely not ordinary individuals, perhaps even extraordinary in their own right. It was plausible that Jiraiya himself bore the bloodline of a ninja clan. In terms of chakra volume, even Orochimaru, who had achieved early mastery in his training, could not rival Jiraiya. Orochimaru gazed at Jiraiya with a smile, congratulating him. Not bad, Jiraiya. You are destined to become a great hero in the future. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya's spirits soared, his joy palpable as he beamed with delight. Orochimaru's actions continually challenged Jiraiya's worldview, deepening his admiration for the former. When Orochimaru expressed his aspiration to become a great hero, Jiraiya found himself inexplicably swayed by his words. Perhaps this is the essence of bonds and trust. Upon returning to a semblance of normalcy, Orochimaru embarked on a routine life. Aside from attending school and honing his skills, he devoted his afternoons to conducting experiments and furthering his training. His days were filled with purpose and satisfaction, perhaps due to the activation of his innate talents. The current Orochimaru felt no discomfort. Rather, he reveled in the experience. With resources, equipment, and knowledge at his disposal, everything awaited his exploration and inquiry, bringing him immense joy. At this juncture, upon returning to his laboratory, Orochimaru retrieved his previous spoils, trophies collected after vanquishing the Keiron clan and the Hokage clan's ninjas. Initially intended for submission, the higher-ups chose to overlook the matter, acknowledging Orochimaru's contributions to the village. Orochimaru retrieved 2 scrolls and began to examine them meticulously. One of the scrolls, belonging to the esteemed North clan, contained the secret technique known as the Phantom Step. This technique bestows an extraordinary enhancement to one's speed, allowing the user to move with such swiftness that they seem to vanish, appearing like a fleeting specter. With this capability, one can strike swiftly and decisively. However, mastering this technique is no simple feat. Most shinobi find it exceedingly challenging to perfect. The ninja from that day had likely been attempting to cultivate this skill but had yet to succeed, leaving Orochimaru to opportunistically claim the prize. The other scroll was a sealing technique from the clan, designed to encapsulate materials within its confines. This unique scroll resembles the spatial storage rings of a bygone era, albeit on a larger scale. Orochimaru held profound and intense curiosity towards both scrolls. Yet, after perusing their contents, he opted to delve into the first scroll study. The phantom step appeared to be somewhat less complex than the sealing technique. Regrettably, Orochimaru had not pursued the knowledge of sealing arts, rendering him incapable of comprehending it. Thus, the only technique he could grasp was the phantom step, a formidable combat secret among ninjas. Orochimaru meticulously studied the secret technique and realized that it was not particularly suited for him. The augmentation of speed necessitated a robust and powerful physique. However, being still in his youth, Orochimaru's body had yet to fully develop, and his bones had not matured. Was it truly impossible to learn from the rewards that had been bestowed upon him? Orochimaru was deeply conflicted within, unable to accept the outcome he had encountered. He diligently immersed himself in research and, on the third day, conceived a method reminiscent of the one he had been studying. Unable to adhere to the conventional path of training, he sought to innovate, adapting the technique to suit his own needs. Alternatively, he aimed to leverage its strengths to compensate for his weaknesses. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru meticulously deconstructed and analyzed the secret art, extracting several techniques to enhance his speed. Although the original, ethereal velocity was lost in the process, he discovered a way to accelerate without inflicting significant harm upon his body. It was akin to isolating a functional component. Having acquired this speed-enhancing element, Orochimaru endeavored to intertwine it with the shadow clone technique, embedding the acceleration techniques within it. After countless iterations of refinement, Orochimaru ultimately succeeded in forging a new ninjutsu. Upon its creation, he erupted into laughter, his face alight with exhilaration. He had finally achieved it. The initial attempt had proven to be quite formidable. Lacking experience, Orochimaru felt akin to a blind man crossing a river, stumbling upon success through sheer luck. Nevertheless, during this period of exploration, he accumulated a wealth of knowledge and experience, significantly broadening his understanding of ninjutsu. Contemplating the technique he had developed, Orochimaru stroked his chin. Pondering an appropriate name, he decided to designate it as the Phantom Shadow Clone Technique, an evolved version of the Shadow Clone Technique. In the courtyard, Orochimaru stood tall, deftly forming hand seals as chakra surged within him. Whoosh! A distinct clone materialized beside him, and as Orochimaru moved with remarkable speed, a multitude of phantom images surrounded him. His velocity was astonishing, rendering him almost spectral as he leaped through the air, leaving traces in his wake. Initially, there appeared to be two Orochimarus. However, once he set himself in motion, it seemed as though there were dozens. Each clone possessed chakra, making it nearly impossible to discern one from another. After employing the Phantom Shadow Clone technique for a brief moment, Orochimaru halted, returning to his singular form. While the technique proved effective for rapid movement and even disorienting foes, it did incur a notable expenditure of chakra. Sensing the depletion within him, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. The chakra consumption was somewhat substantial, yet it was manageable, likely comparable to that of a C-rank ninjutsu. Chakra is akin to the blue bar of a character in a game. Without it, one cannot unleash skills or ultimate moves. However, Orochimaru is not overly concerned about this, as he is still in his youth, with ample opportunity for growth and an increase in his chakra reserves. Moreover, he can devise methods to augment his chakra quantity, ensuring he will no longer be deficient in its usage. He recalls that his original self in the narrative exhibited no signs of a chakra shortage, suggesting that replenishment is indeed feasible, if his former incarnation could manage it. So too can this new version of Orochimaru. With this thought, Orochimaru regained his confidence and began to fill the gaps in his training, diligently practicing the Shadow Clone technique. Though he had created this ninjutsu, it still necessitates continuous training to master and apply it effectively. Soon, numerous manifestations of Orochimaru appeared in the courtyard, flitting back and forth like phantoms. On the battlefield, his enemies would likely struggle to discern his true form. While Orochimaru immersed himself in his training, the hidden ninjas within Konoha gradually began to uncover clues, despite their reluctance to admit it. Meticulous investigations revealed a potential connection between the food supplies and a child named Orochimaru at the Ninja Academy. This child's presence coincided with the timing of the meat bun's emergence. Moreover, the previously mentioned fish-powered generator was rumored to have been created by him. Every piece of evidence pointed to a trail, leading the enemy ninjas to strongly suspect Orochimaru's involvement. Chapter 35. An unexpected encounter with Tsunade with a steady supply of food. Konoha village has returned to its former peace and tranquility. Yet beneath this prosperous facade, an invisible tide is surging, with the ninja clans observing from their lofty perches. Enemy ninjas lurk in the shadows, keenly searching for Orochimaru's traces and vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, apart from his journey home from school, Orochimaru rarely ventures elsewhere, making it exceedingly difficult for the lurking spies to approach him or launch an attack. That afternoon, after classes at the Ninja Academy concluded, Orochimaru, feeling confident in his training, chose not to retreat into seclusion as usual. Instead, he ventured to the bustling commercial district of Konoha, finally possessing a measure of self-defense. He no longer feared encountering enemies without the means to escape. As he strolled along the bustling streets, Orochimaru gazed at the throngs of people and the ceaseless flow of vehicles, a swell of pride igniting within him. This transformation was a direct result of his influence. The ordinary villagers no longer fretted over their next meal, and the specters of famine and starvation had vanished from the streets. Aside from the slight greenish hue that accompanied their consumption of insect meat pies, all was well. As he continued on his path, a familiar figure caught his eye. A girl with a golden ponytail, clad in a green and red striped shirt and adorned with crimson wristbands, emerged onto the thoroughfare. Her charming visage and delicate features radiated a distinct vitality. She was none other than Tsunade, his childhood companion and classmate. With her arms crossed and an air of indignation, Tsunade exited a nearby gambling den, frustration etched across her face. Cursed luck. She had lost all her money again, and she dreaded the reprimand that awaited her from Granny Mito upon her return home. In a moment of exasperation, she turned and spotted a child dressed in white, with long hair and skin as pale as jade, standing not far off. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. A mischievous glint sparkled in Tsunade's beautiful eyes, and a sweet smile graced her lips as she waved and approached Orochimaru. However, the sight of the endearing Tsunade did little to lift Orochimaru's spirits. Based on his observations at school and the unfolding events of the future, he was keenly aware that Tsunade harbored no benign intentions. In the next instant, she stood before him, her demeanor strikingly familiar as she greeted him with an exuberant cheer. "Oh, Orochimaru, what a delightful coincidence to find you here." Their interactions at school had been limited, yet Tsunade's demeanor had shifted dramatically, as if they were the closest of friends. She enveloped him in a warm embrace, her arm draped casually over his shoulder. "Orochimaru, do you happen to have any money on you? Would you lend me a little?" She regarded him with an air of authority, her gaze reminiscent of that which one might cast upon a hapless little rabbit. Indeed, in appearance, Orochimaru did resemble a pitiable, innocent bunny. At this stage of his life, with his rosy lips and white teeth, framed by a handsome brow, he appeared sweet and endearing to any observer. It would be unfathomable that he would one day evolve into the ruthless antagonist he was destined to become. Orochimaru cast a helpless glance at Tsunade and immediately deduced the reason. Adjacent to them was a casino, and Tsunade had undoubtedly squandered all her money. This was an age-old tradition of the Senja clan, passed down from Senja Hashirama to her. A perennial gambler, lacking skill yet indulging in her passion for games. Orochimaru shook his head in resignation, firmly declining. "Tsunade, indulging in gambling is an undesirable pursuit. I shall not provide you with funds for such frivolity." He was well aware of Tsunade's skills. Giving her money would undoubtedly result in a loss. His finances were not acquired by mere happenstance. They were painstakingly amassed through contributions to the village, little by little. Gambling? "Oh, Orochimaru, do not be so hasty in your judgment. I am not that type of person." Tsunade's eyes darted around, avoiding acknowledgement of the truth. "I merely misplaced my wallet. I had intended to purchase some items, but it seems that is no longer feasible." As she spoke, Tsunade covered her face with her hands, feigning tears. The onlookers were moved, and tears were shed in response to her performance. Orochimaru's lips twitched in discomfort at her embarrassing display. "Enough, enough. Cease this charade. It is quite evident that your tears are contrived." With a sigh of defeat, he withdrew several bills from his pocket and handed them to Tsunade, admonishing her, "Consider this a loan. Remember to repay me, and do refrain from gambling." Upon receiving the money, Tsunade instantly transformed her demeanor, grinning mischievously at Orochimaru. "Got it. You are far too verbose. Just wait until I turn this modest sum into a fortune. I shall have you quaking in your boots." With that, she dashed into the casino. Observing Tsunade's dramatic shift in attitude, Orochimaru shook his head, recalling the age-old adage from his previous life: one should never trust the words of a beautiful woman. He concluded that the same skepticism applied to charming young ladies. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tsunade wagered all her money on a high roll. The very next moment, the dice revealed a low outcome. How could this happen? "I've lost again," Tsunade lamented, her recent funds evaporating before her eyes. If Granny Mito were to discover her debts, she would likely unleash her wrath upon her. This cannot be. Orochimaru must have more money. I shall borrow a bit more from him, and when I win back my losses, I will repay him. Such is the mindset of a gambler, and Tsunade, as a small-time gambler herself, was no exception. With astonishing speed, she returned to the street. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already turned to leave, making his way out. Tsunade hurriedly pursued him, calling out breathlessly, "Orochimaru, wait for me." She ran with fervor and finally caught up to him. Orochimaru turned to gaze at Tsunade, a teasing glint in his eyes as he slightly curled his lips and inquired, "Tsunade, are you here to repay me?" Upon hearing his question, Tsunade's expression instantly fell. Biting her thin lips, she lamented, "I have already lost everything. I wish to borrow a little more from you. This time, I am certain I can turn the tide. Please, trust me just once." She tugged at Orochimaru's arm, adopting a pitiful demeanor in an attempt to sway him. Yet, Orochimaru was no longer susceptible to her deceit and promptly declined with a clear voice, "Impossible. A gambler can never win. Should you persist in this manner, I will have to inform the teacher and have them notify your parents." At these words, Tsunade instantly felt defeated. She looked at Orochimaru and exclaimed, "How could you entertain such a despicable thought of informing my parents? Every mischievous child fears the consequences of their parents being told, and I am no exception. I am well aware of how fierce Granny Mito can be. Even when grandfather Hashirama was alive, none dared to be reckless in front of her. As her granddaughter, I am as fearful as a mouse before a cat." Chapter 36. Assassination on the street. Tsunade chattered incessantly, oblivious to the sinister figure drawing near. However, Orochimaru caught sight of the individual's peculiar movements, which were subtly noted. The stiffness of their body, the cold glint in their eyes, and the deliberately restrained breath all indicated that something was amiss. Trouble loomed. Could this be an enemy? Orochimaru, maintaining an impassive demeanor, smiled at Tsunade and remarked, "Since you possess such remarkable prowess, I shall provide you with funds to give it another try." Upon hearing this, Tsunade was engulfed in elation, leaping with joy. However, her exuberant display inadvertently provoked the adversary. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as an intense aura of menace shattered the tranquility of the street. A somewhat peculiar man drew a dagger from his sleeve, charging towards Orochimaru and Tsunade. "Die," he shouted, with astonishing speed. Hiate's eyes widened as he swung the dagger fiercely at Orochimaru. The unexpected turn of events left Orochimaru with no choice but to retrieve a kunai from his belt and hurl it forward, simultaneously pulling the bewildered Tsunade behind him. "Tsunade, quickly summon the authorities. We have rogue ninjas from a rival village." Faced with this sudden crisis, the smile vanished from Tsunade's face, replaced by a look of panic as she stared at the enemy. How could this be? How can there be enemies in the village? What is happening? Are they here to capture me? Her complexion drained as she feared for her safety as the princess of the Senju clan. Yet, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, she regained her composure, as if bolstered by newfound resolve. "Yes, I must call for the authorities." Watching Tsunade depart, Orochimaru exhaled in relief. Having a liability by his side while confronting an enemy posed certain complications. Despite Tsunade's prodigious strength and noble lineage, she remained but a child, lacking true combat capabilities. Remaining here would only hinder Orochimaru's efforts, much like Jiraiya at this moment, who also possessed little in the way of fighting prowess. Without specialized training, they were ill-equipped to confront the adversary. Orochimaru possesses a mature intellect and has equipped himself with numerous tactical strategies and means. Although his combat experience may not be particularly robust, he is far from defenseless and will not succumb easily, as long as he can endure until Tsunade summons assistance. Orochimaru can consider himself victorious. Furthermore, enemies capable of infiltrating the village typically lack formidable strength. After all, powerful ninjas serve as the backbone of their villages and are rarely squandered or expended. To be sent into Konoha as a spy is to be treated as expendable. The reality aligned closely with Orochimaru's expectations. Upon the enemy's initial strike, He exhaled with relief. Though the adversary exhibited considerable prowess, their dagger was wielded with a fervor reminiscent of a specter, swift and menacing. They were nonetheless merely at the level of a chunin. They may even fall slightly short of Kakashi Hitaki's skills. Kakashi's speed in drawing and wielding his blade surpasses theirs, allowing Orochimaru to acclimate to the rapid tempo of battle. Orochimaru's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, intently fixed upon the movements of his adversary. While deftly hurling shuriken, he simultaneously retreated, employing kunai to engage in a tactical withdrawal. The opponent, possessing remarkable speed, found it impossible to gain the upper hand against him, relying solely on their formidable adult stamina to suppress Orochimaru. The rapid onslaught of Kazama Hayabusa left Orochimaru with little time to activate the power switch. However, he was not without his contingencies. His tongue twisted within his mouth, forming seals as he swiftly commanded the chakra within him, conjuring a shadow clone. Upon the emergence of the clone, the opponent stood momentarily stunned. What? How can your clone technique be performed without hand seals? The bizarre and illogical occurrence caused Kazama Hayabusa's eyes to widen in disbelief, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Orochimaru wore a tranquil expression, his eyes reflecting an unsettling calmness that belied his years. He spoke slowly. There are countless matters of which you remain unaware. I find no necessity to elucidate them to you. After all, the deceased require no explanation. Orochimaru surged into motion, his body accelerating abruptly, transforming into countless phantoms that darted and twirled through the streets. Each illusion appeared as though it were a living being, layered upon one another, both ethereal and tangible, leaving observers bewildered. Kazama Hayato gazed at the dense throng of figures, his anxiety mounting, beads of sweat trickling down his face. He had not anticipated that the assassination target, an ordinary child, could wield such extraordinary ninjutsu. Moreover, the child's remarkable combat experience had thwarted his lethal intentions. The thought of the organization's severe repercussions for failure filled him with dread. Yet, the realization that he was unable to overpower his opponent left him in a state of disarray. The methods employed by Konoha against spies from enemy villages were equally ruthless. Kazama's body trembled as he abruptly turned to face Orochimaru, his voice cold and resolute. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Prepare to meet your end. He launched another assault. An array of shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags manifesting in his hands. The onslaught descended upon the phantoms like a swarm of locusts, aiming to eliminate the real target among them. Observing this, Orochimaru swiftly evaded to the side. As his true form emerged, Kazama's eyes lit up, and he seized a dagger, aiming to strike Orochimaru once more. Yet, in an instant, the Orochimaru he had struck transformed into smoke, dissipating into thin air. Behind him, Orochimaru's silhouette materialized, brandishing an electric shock gun, his expression devoid of warmth. It was all over. A crackling sound echoed as blue sparks enveloped the scene, incapacitating Kazama in an instant. Confronted by an adversary whose origins were shrouded in mystery, Orochimaru proceeded with caution, executing a series of precise strikes that ultimately led to Kazama's defeat. After vanquishing his foe, Orochimaru wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and taunted, "Is this all you are capable of? Truly pathetic, you cannot even compare to a child." The remnants of consciousness that lingered within Kazama were extinguished by fury, causing him to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having summoned her allies, rushed over with a contingent of the Uchiha clan, their eyes gleaming crimson. The Umbu ninjas, upon receiving the news, frantically sprinted across rooftops, hastening their convergence upon the scene. "Orochimaru, you must hold on." Tsunade lamented, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing she had inadvertently brought this calamity upon him. She feared that if Orochimaru were harmed or slain, she would be consumed by an unbearable remorse. In another corner of the village, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance shifted dramatically upon learning the news. He rose abruptly, flinging open the window in preparation to leap into action. Yet, halfway out, he hesitated, retreating to his desk to retrieve a crystal ball. This artifact, discovered during a raid, held the secret technique known as the telescope technique, modified by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It allowed him to survey every corner of the village. "Orochimaru, please do not come to harm," Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured softly, utilizing the crystal ball to invoke the art of telescopic observation. In an instant, a particular scene from the streets of Konoha vividly materialized before his eyes. Chapter 37, The Astonishing Tsunade. Within the crystal ball, the aftermath of the battle revealed Orochimaru leaning against the wall of a shop, recuperating his strength. On the opposite side, Tsunade was hastening towards this direction, accompanied by members of the Uchiha police force. Upon witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a comfort to know that Orochimaru was unharmed. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had ascended to a significant status in his heart. After all, Orochimaru's remarkable abilities and talents could indeed resolve critical matters. Such an exceptional individual entirely embodied Sarutobi Hiruzen's definition of the will of fire. His fervent dedication was aimed at nurturing the budding leaves of Konoha, ushering in a new generation capable of safeguarding the village. As long as Orochimaru can grow steadily, he is destined to become a guardian of Konoha, shielding it from adversity. Observing the Uchiha guard negotiating with Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow once more. No, I cannot allow the Uchiha clan to take Orochimaru away. I must intervene personally. Just as Orochimaru was about to be escorted to the Konoha police department, Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to his feet and dashed toward the site of the confrontation. His movements were agile and graceful, reminiscent of a monkey. His speed akin to that of lightning as he swiftly reached the street. At that moment, Tsunade was standing beside Orochimaru, engaged in conversation with the Uchiha guard. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen clad in the red and white Hokage ceremonial robe, the Uchiha guard promptly halted and bowed in respect. While most people may not hold a particular fascination for Sarutobi Hiruzen, they do maintain a certain reverence for his identity as the Hokage. The leading figure, Uchiha Ine, gazed at the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What wind had brought the third Hokage here? Yet, upon reflecting on the presence of infiltrators and spies within the village, who nearly brought harm to the granddaughter of the first Hokage, he found Hiruzen's arrival not entirely unexpected. It seemed quite reasonable. Surely, he could not have come for another child. Although this child named Orochimaru exhibited remarkable strength, capable of ambushing and countering enemies, it was merely a matter of combat talent. Furthermore, he wielded a unique tool, utilizing the advantage of weaponry. In Ine's perspective, the children of the Uchiha clan were equally commendable. However, as he observed Orochimaru, a nagging familiarity with the name tugged at his thoughts. Once this idea surfaced in his mind, he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. How could a mere child capture the attention of the head of the police department? Yet he had forgotten, during a prior meeting among the Uchiha leadership, Orochimaru's name had indeed been mentioned, albeit unconsciously overlooked by him. Moreover, he had miscalculated. Hiruzen's visit was indeed for the sake of the other child, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the members of the Uchiha clan with an air of authority, stating, "I am already aware of the matters here, so there is no need for the police department to intervene. I shall handle it personally." Upon hearing the Hokage's declaration, the Uchiha clan's police department was naturally pleased. The police department was responsible for maintaining the village's stability and security, dealing with disputes, extortion, and the like. However, regarding the significant issue of an assassination attempt on Tsunade, the Uchiha clan was hesitant to take on the responsibility for various reasons, including the desire to avoid suspicion. With the third Hokage taking charge, Uchiha Ine promptly turned to leave with his men. Watching the Uchiha clan depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief and then turned his attention to Orochimaru and Tsunade, primarily focusing on Orochimaru. Tsunade, however, misinterpreted Hiruzen's concern as directed towards her, believing that, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she was always under scrutiny wherever she went. She looked at Hiruzen with a remorseful expression, saying, "Uncle Hiruzen, those individuals must have stirred up chaos in the village to capture me. Orochimaru fought valiantly against the enemies to protect me." A few question marks appeared above Hiruzen's head as he regarded Tsunade with confusion. But soon he realized that she had likely misjudged the situation. He shook his head and replied, "Little Tsunade, it is not your fault. Do not place the blame upon yourself." However, before Tsunade could respond, Hiruzen had already passed her by and approached Orochimaru. Leaning down, he looked at the somewhat listless Orochimaru with sincere concern and asked, "How are you? Are you injured in any way?" Orochimaru shook his head and calmly replied, "It is nothing, merely an excessive expenditure of chakra. A brief respite will suffice." He gestured towards the lifeless form on the ground, solemnly stating, "This individual ingested poison prior to arrival and succumbed to its effects after I defeated him." As he spoke, a sense of unease enveloped him. This marked Orochimaru's first encounter with such a grim reality, though he had witnessed similar scenarios on television. Experiencing the brutal truth of warfare between nations firsthand was an entirely different matter. The necessity for subordinates to ingest poison to protect sensitive information and cover their tracks was a stark reminder of the lengths to which one would go. It was no wonder that their assailants had shown no restraint in their attempts to assassinate him, unperturbed by the potential for capture in the streets. After all, whether they succeeded or failed, death awaited them. Thus their singular focus remained on the completion of their mission. Reflecting on this, it seemed entirely in line with Shimura Danzo's ruthless tactics of pitting his own men against one another, revealing an utter disregard for humanity, a cold-bloodedness that was unsettling. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the corpse without a flicker of emotion. Such death-seekers were familiar to him, given his lineage and status as the heir to the Hokage. He waved dismissively, unperturbed. It matters not. Even in death, Konoha's interrogation unit can extract a wealth of useful intelligence from his mind. Once we secure valuable information, we shall eradicate the enemy's forces entirely. I doubt anyone will dare to target or attempt to assassinate you thereafter. Your actions regarding the alternative food supplies have stirred quite a commotion. It is likely that someone is growing restless. During this time, exercise caution. I will do my utmost to contain the information and enhance village surveillance to prevent such occurrences. Standing nearby, Tsunade felt bewildered, her beautiful eyes blinking in confusion. Sensing that something was amiss, hadn't their foes aimed specifically at her? Why then did the Third Hokage claim that they were here to assassinate Orochimaru? What is it about Orochimaru that warrants assassination? His appearance is endearing, inviting one to bully him, is it not? However, that is not the case. Tsunade pondered deeply and finally recalled the alternative food source proposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Her delayed realization stemmed from her lack of attention to the matter. Just because ordinary villagers are without food does not imply that Tsunade, the princess of the land of fire and granddaughter of the first Hokage, faces the same plight. Consequently, her awareness of alternative food sources was limited to hearsay among her peers, as she had never personally tasted them. With her wide, sparkling eyes, she gazed at Orochimaru in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the meat pie capable of satiating the villagers' hunger originated from Orochimaru's hands. To her, he was merely an ordinary child, albeit one who excelled academically and occasionally took leave. However, this was inconsequential. Tsunade herself performed admirably in her studies, achieving excellence in every subject. Missing classes was a common occurrence for the children of the Ninja Academy, as many hailed from ninja clans and needed to return home to practice their family's secret techniques. Chapter 38. The enthusiastic Tsunade. Orochimaru paid little attention to Tsunade's transformation. He was engrossed in conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, offering various suggestions, such as methods for identifying spies learned from television and strategies to thwart them from infiltrating the village. He valued his life, not wishing for daily attempts on it. The recent assassination attempt, due to insufficient intelligence, had led the assailants to underestimate him, resulting in failure. But he understood that it could very well succeed next time. This realization heightened his vigilance. He even contemplated asking Sarutobi Hiruzen to establish a massive barrier surrounding the village. Unfortunately, this idea was met with unanimous disapproval from Hiruzen. Not only would it be prohibitively expensive, but the ninja clans residing in Konoha would also resist it. The ninja clans, though living in the same village, were not united in affection. Rather, they were habitually wary of one another. The survival instincts ingrained from the Warring States period fostered an inherent atmosphere of distrust and caution. Enveloping the village in a barrier that restricted entry and exit would undoubtedly provoke suspicion and opposition among some. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being of ninja lineage himself, understood the sentiments of the other clans. While establishing a large-scale barrier could indeed mitigate external threats and infiltrations, the timing for such a plan was not yet opportune. After a while of discussion, noticing that Orochimaru bore no injuries, Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, carrying the enemy's corpse along with a cadre of Umbu. At that moment, Tsunade rushed to Orochimaru's side, eagerly pulling him close. Orochimaru, is it true that the meat pies circulating outside were made by you? Her delicate hand grasped Orochimaru's, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance, reminiscent of twinkling stars. At such a tender age, to accomplish deeds beneficial to the village is nothing short of remarkable. This stirred a notable shift in Tsunade's attitude towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed at the ever-curious Tsunade, ruffling his hair as he pondered how to deftly sidestep this individual. As one of the future legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru chose not to cultivate a close rapport with Tsunade, unlike Jiraiya, primarily due to her distinguished status. The princess of the land of fire and granddaughter of the first Hokage, her prominence easily drew the attention of others. For Orochimaru, this not only proved disadvantageous but also invited unnecessary complications. Thus, he maintained a relationship akin to that of ordinary classmates. What are you thinking? Surely, You don't intend to deceive me? Tsunade questioned suspiciously, her captivating gaze fixed upon him. Orochimaru let out a dry chuckle, taken aback by Tsunade's keen perceptiveness. How could this be? I was contemplating how to elucidate everything to you. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she pressed further. So, are you implying that that individual is not here to hunt me down, but rather to assassinate you? Orochimaru nodded slightly and, getting straight to the point, stated, Indeed. It is likely as such. I have resolved the village's food crisis, which has rendered me a thorn in the side of ninjas from other nations. You must not speak of this to anyone. The third Hokage has insisted on confidentiality. Tsunade promptly nodded in understanding, presenting an expression that conveyed her comprehension. I want to disclose it to anyone. You need not worry, she assured, patting her modest chest with a look of delight. No one could foresee that the current airport would one day transform into towering peaks. The following day, within the elite class of the Ninja Academy, Tsunade approached with increasing frequency. Orochimaru, would you care to join me and play? Orochimaru, shall we have lunch together? Orochimaru, would you accompany me home after school? Since that day, Tsunade's demeanor towards Orochimaru had undergone a complete transformation. Their relationship evolved from mere acquaintances to Tsunade occasionally seeking out Orochimaru. Much to the astonishment of the boys in the class, who were captivated by her newfound familiarity. Meanwhile, Jiraiya observed this development with wide eyes, his jealousy distorting his expression. He crouched in a corner, enveloped in gloom. Seeing this, Kabuto promptly patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, attempting to console him. Jiraiya, do not despair. Orochimaru does not share your affections for Tsunade. Look, even when Tsunade approaches him, Orochimaru remains rather indifferent. Kabuto believed he was offering comfort. Yet his words struck Jiraiya like daggers to the heart. Oh, please stop, he lamented, gazing at Tsunade's proactive demeanor. It was the first time he realized that his goddess could be so forward, reminiscent of his own feelings for her. In retrospect, he felt as though he were the true fool in this scenario. On the other side, Orochimaru helplessly regarded Tsunade, uncertain of her intentions. Tsunade, must you behave this way? Just look at Jiraiya. He is on the verge of tears. Tsunade did not spare Jiraiya a glance, scoffing lightly. Let him cry. What does that concern me? I have no desire to play with him. He is so bothersome, always clinging to me. I truly do not like him. Orochimaru, do you harbor feelings for me? Upon hearing these words, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly fled the scene. The topic was too provocative for her youthful disposition, leaving her unable to respond adequately. After Tsunade's departure, Orochimaru finally relished a brief moment of tranquility, picking up the book in his hands and resuming his reading. The pace of instruction at the academy failed to satisfy his thirst for knowledge, prompting him to visit the library in search of more literature. It is worth noting that the library of that era indeed housed a wealth of invaluable resources. While it may lack powerful ninjutsu, it contained numerous insights and experiences pertaining to the art of ninjutsu. These were the precious legacies left by predecessors, and immersing oneself in them would undoubtedly broaden one's horizons and deepen one's understanding. Orochimaru, endowed with unparalleled talent and intellect, is not omnipotent. Observing others' interpretations of ninjutsu occasionally brings him a refreshing perspective, akin to panning for gold in the sand, which he finds endlessly enjoyable. Time swiftly passes, and soon it is afternoon training. The lesson focuses on one of the fundamental combat techniques, the art of throwing. This technique is among the most commonly employed skills of ninjas, utilizing various tools to strike down adversaries, from shuriken and kunai to explosive tags and senbon. Mastering the art of throwing grants one a means of ranged attack in combat. After all, for the average ninja, unleashing high-level ninjutsu is impractical, necessitating considerable time devoted to honing their throwing skills. Proficiency in throwing techniques can prove invaluable on the battlefield. A single kunai can sever an enemy's throat. In contrast to the flamboyant D-rank and C-rank ninjutsu, the art of throwing appears decidedly more pragmatic. At that moment, Jiraiya approached, hands on his hips, head held high as he challenged Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I wish to compete with you in throwing kunai. Do not assume our camaraderie will spare you. I shall demonstrate to Tsunade who truly reigns supreme. Chapter 39, Mastery of Throwing Techniques. Jiraiya's proclamation instantly captivated the attention of many, with numerous onlookers eagerly witnessing the unfolding spectacle. It is human nature to revel in the excitement, whether one is an adult or a child. Orochimaru gazed at Jiraiya with a sense of exasperation, reflecting on how foolishly and naively he was acting for the sake of a woman. Women are not mere objects. Their affections do not necessarily align with the victors of any contest. Tsunade, being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, has encountered countless formidable individuals and is unlikely to be swayed solely by one's prowess in throwing techniques. Moreover, Orochimaru recalled that Jiraiya's throwing skills were not particularly impressive. As anticipated, when teacher Nara Shinichi distributed shuriken, Jiraiya could hardly contain his eagerness. "Allow you all to witness the prowess of Jiraiya," he proclaimed, seizing a shuriken and hurling it towards a target not far away. Out of 10 shuriken thrown, only 3 struck the target, and even then, merely grazing its edge. This spectacle elicited laughter from the classmates. Frustrated, Jiraiya scratched his head, muttering that it was the shuriken's fault, implying they were defective. Beside him, Uchiha Tru, upon witnessing this, brightened up and approached Jiraiya with an air of arrogance, mocking, "Jiraiya, with skills like yours, you dare to compete? You should return home and practice more." Their relationship at school was contentious. Both were spirited and often engaged in playful banter, with one being boisterous and the other haughty and awkward. Their encounters were akin to clashing titans. In a fit of indignation, Jiraiya retorted, "Uchiha Tru, how dare a mediocre student like you criticize me? I refuse to believe your skills surpass mine." Tru's taunt successfully diverted Jiraiya's ire, initially intent on showcasing his abilities to Orochimaru. Jiraiya's attention was now captured by Tru. Holding his head high, Tru boasted, "What do you know? I'm a proud member of the esteemed Uchiha clan, renowned for our unparalleled throwing techniques. As an Uchiha, my skill in this discipline is exceptional." In the realm of youthful rivalry, Tru aimed to leverage his advantages to belittle Jiraiya. This was also an opportunity to shine before their peers. He brusquely pushed Jiraiya aside and advanced towards the target, launching his shuriken with precision. With a series of swift throws, the gleaming shuriken traced an elegant parabolic arc before striking the target. 3 found their mark at the center, while 7 landed nearby. This display left many students wide-eyed and speechless. "Tru is incredible. This is the power of Uchiha," they exclaimed. It was no wonder the Uchiha clan was esteemed as one of the foremost noble families in Konoha. Indeed, his throwing technique was remarkably accurate. The compliments from his classmates instantly caused the small braid atop Uchiha's head to soar towards the heavens, while a smile involuntarily graced his lips. In stark contrast, Jiraiya was struck with despair, kneeling on the ground and pounding the earth in anguish. How could this be? How could To, of all people, be more accurate than I? Despite both being underachievers, how could he surpass my abilities? He turned and spotted Orochimaru, immediately rushing to his side. "Orochimaru, we are brothers of different fathers. You must help me seek vengeance." Orochimaru cast a glance at him, speechless, and remarked, "Are you not still intent on competing with me? Why do you now seek my assistance?" Jiraiya glared at Uchiha Toru, his expression brimming with indignation. "Orochimaru, we are brothers, bound by deep camaraderie. I was merely jesting with you earlier. Please do not take it to heart." That insufferable Uchiha Toru must not be allowed to revel in this situation. For if he did, his arrogance would soar to the heavens, and he would undoubtedly mock me daily in class. Losing the girl I fancied was one matter. As Orochimaru remains my steadfast friend, yet I cannot afford to further tarnish my reputation. Ultimately, my frustration stemmed from Uchiha Toru's relentless ability to belittle others. And Jiraiya could hardly contain his vexation. Orochimaru remarked, "You have witnessed his Uchiha throwing technique. It is truly exquisite, and I may not necessarily surpass him." Jiraiya, noticing Orochimaru's lack of refusal, quickly responded, "Orochimaru, I have faith in you. You can certainly do it. Among all the individuals I know, you are the most formidable and can undoubtedly defeat that arrogant fellow." "Very well, I shall endeavor to best him," Orochimaru replied with a shrug, conceding reluctantly. After all, this was a matter of training and assessment, and he was not inclined to conceal his abilities too much. Defeating Uchiha To is not an insurmountable task for him. He harbored a certain fascination with the Uchiha throwing technique employed by To. During To's demonstrations, Orochimaru discreetly observed every nuance of his movements, such as his body coordination, stance, the angle at which he grasped the shuriken, and the mechanics of his force application. Through this series of actions, he aimed to clandestinely learn and dissect the essence of the Uchiha throwing technique. At this moment, he sought to integrate some of its quintessence into his own throwing technique to test its efficacy. Orochimaru approached the target, grasping a kunai, his gaze sharpening instantaneously. Images of how to hold the kunai and the optimal throwing techniques flooded his mind. In an instant, with swift motions, the kunai soared towards the bullseye, one after another, piercing directly into the center. When the final kunai embedded itself into the heart of the target, the red center shattered, revealing a substantial hole. His throwing technique reached its zenith. This astonishing transformation immediately captured the attention of all the students present. Even teacher Nara Shinichi's expression momentarily stiffened. The precision of his throwing technique, achieving a perfect score, was indeed remarkable. Although his movements appeared somewhat rigid and mechanical, for a ninja in turn, it was an impressive feat. Such proficiency was rare, even among graduated ninjas. At that moment, Nara Shinichi recalled the words of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who emphasized the need to cultivate Orochimaru using all available resources. Yet, judging by Orochimaru's learning pace, it seemed unnecessary for him to be nurtured. He was learning on his own with astonishing speed. This formidable aptitude and learning capacity were akin to that of a monster. Even members of the highly intelligent Nara clan would find it difficult to match Orochimaru's talents. Reflecting on the younger generations of his clan, Nara Shinichi felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The Nara clan, known for their mastery of the shadow manipulation technique, often produced members who were lethargic and complacent. Even those with potential rarely exerted themselves, preferring to lounge in open spaces. In contrast, Orochimaru was exceptionally gifted and possessed a fervent passion for learning. Diligently honing and utilizing his unique abilities, there was simply no comparison. Chapter 40. The hero saves the beauty. Witnessing Orochimaru's flawless performance, Jiraiya was the first to leap up, his face beaming with joy. His expression resembled that of someone who had won a great victory. With a boisterous laugh and hands on his hips, Jiraiya began to mock Uchiha Ot. It seemed that Uchiha's throwing technique paled in comparison to Orochimaru's. Ha ha ha. His triumphant demeanor infuriated Uchiha Ot, whose face flushed with anger. Jiraiya, what do you have to be so pleased about? It's not you who defeated me. Jiraiya bounded over to Orochimaru's side, leaning in closely with an affectionate demeanor. Why the long face? This is my good brother Orochimaru. His victory is as good as mine. How shameless. Uchiha Ot seethed with rage at Jiraiya's words, his teeth grinding audibly. Observing Uchiha Ot's humiliation, Jiraiya felt a refreshing sense of exhilaration, akin to drinking cool water on a scorching summer day. Even the fact that Tsunade did not favor him was momentarily cast aside in the wake of Orochimaru's triumph. After school, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Beilyohu strolled along the streets of Konoha. At that moment, Jiraiya reverted to his previous emo demeanor, embodying the spirit of a disenchanted youth. Sighing with every step he took, lamenting incessantly. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something that electrified him. A beautiful woman. His face lit up, and drool pooled at the corner of his mouth, transforming him into a lovesick fool. He quickly seized Orochimaru and Beilyohu, whispering conspiratorially. Wait a moment, I've spotted a stunning older sister. His eyes darted about, seemingly concocting some mischievous scheme. Subsequently, Jiraiya adopted a pitiful expression, biting his lip and gazing at Orochimaru with watery eyes. This woeful visage elicited a raised eyebrow from Orochimaru, who, fully aware of Jiraiya's unpredictable tendencies, understood that mischief was once again afoot. Orochimaru did not harbor a strong aversion, yet he was not particularly in favor either. Jiraiya was rather capricious, to put it charitably. One might describe him as possessing a childlike heart, but less charitably, one could say he was merely whimsical. Indeed, Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru with earnest eyes and implored, Orochimaru, do me a favor, would you? Could you assist me in staging a heroic rescue? You shall play the villain, while I shall take on the role of the hero, allowing me to capture the heart of that fair maiden. You already have Tsunade, so do lend me your support. With that, Jiraiya attempted to cling to Orochimaru's leg, displaying an unwavering determination that suggested he would not relent until he received a favorable response. Orochimaru was reluctant to comply, deeming the act of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress rather foolish. He remarked, such folly. Let Bairuhu assist you. Upon hearing this, Bairuhu promptly shrank back, resembling a startled quail. Jiraiya glanced at Bairuhu and gestured with his hand, immediately shaking his head. Orochimaru, please lend me your assistance. Bairuhu is but a diminutive creature, clearly lacking any threatening presence. It is remarkable that he is not intimidated by others, so I implore you to step in. Orochimaru cast a glance at Bairuhu, whose rosy lips and pearly teeth, coupled with fair skin and braided hair, rendered her reminiscent of a young girl. Yet, he himself, equally possessing rosy lips and pearly teeth, had not grown much older. A sidelong glance at Jiraiya instigated a wave of doubt within him regarding the image he projected in Jiraiya's mind. Embarrassed under Orochimaru's gaze, Jiraiya hastily averted his eyes, turning his head left and right. Soon, his attention was captured by a nearby stall selling masks, and he rushed over. Good sir, may I borrow a mask? I promise to return it shortly. With the furious vendor in pursuit, Jiraiya seized Orochimaru and Bailuhu, prompting a mad dash. Orochimaru could not help but muse on Jiraiya's penchant for attracting trouble. Nevertheless, he found amusement in this escapade. Jiraiya was extroverted, while he was more reserved. Perhaps influenced by his former self, Orochimaru was not adept at engaging in mischief like Jiraiya. Yet, he bore no resentment towards Jiraiya's minor predicaments. Rather, he found them entertaining. Experiencing varied adventures indeed held a certain charm. After retreating to a secluded corner, they finally evaded the irate vendor. With a devilish mask in hand, Jiraiya grinned and placed it upon Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru, do me this favor. What have I done wrong? I merely wish to experience the thrill of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, to play the part of a grand champion of justice. When I make my entrance, the beautiful elder sister will surely admire me and say, "Oh, Jiraiya is truly remarkable." As he spoke, Jiraiya's mind drifted into a realm of fantasies. A mischievous grin dancing upon his lips. A series of dark lines manifested upon Orochimaru's forehead. He vaguely recalled a particular scene from the original narrative. It seemed that Jiraiya had implored his former self to employ a heroic act of saving a damsel in distress to deceive Tsunade. The original self, innocent and kind-hearted, had consented to play the role of a mere pawn in this scheme. Unfortunately, he had overlooked Tsunade's formidable strength, which could shatter the ground with a single punch, rendering any rescue unnecessary. Consequently, Jiraiya's attempt at heroism inevitably ended in failure. However, at this moment, the current Jiraiya remained oblivious to these events. With an audacious demeanor, he continued to plead incessantly. Just then, the enchanting older sister reappeared, instantly igniting a spark of joy within Jiraiya. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly pushed Orochimaru forward. A mere wall separated them, and they encountered the captivating older sister around the corner. Orochimaru's entire being split apart as he suddenly plunged into the embrace of the beautiful elder sister. Truly, she is a woman of vast compassion. Orochimaru lifted his head and beheld a girl of about 15 or 16 standing before him. Her features were exquisite, her eyes resembling tranquil waters. Gazing at Orochimaru with an unruffled demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Are you all right, little brother?" Orochimaru shook his head and said, "I am fine." It was merely a moment of distraction that led him to inadvertently push that fellow Jiraiya out. Orochimaru meticulously scrutinized the young girl before him and discerned a familiar family emblem. His eyes brightened slightly as he inquired, "Sister, are you of the Uzumaki clan?" Shiyukasha was momentarily taken aback but nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am of the Uzumaki lineage." She gazed at the well-mannered child with rosy lips and pearly teeth, astonished that he could recognize her clan. The Uzumaki clan was not particularly prominent in the Hidden Leaf village, especially when compared to the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, which boasted thousands. The Uzumaki clan comprised merely a handful of members, and recently, no renowned prodigies had emerged from their ranks, leading to their diminished reputation in the village. Unbeknownst to her, Orochimaru had accompanied Kakashi Hitaki throughout the village, meticulously noting the various ninja clans. Although the Uzumaki clan's fame was currently understated, their future potential was uncertain. In time, the future of Kurenai Yuhi would reveal her as a seasoned jonin, captivating the heart of Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the Third Hokage. In a significant narrative arc, in the corner, Jiraiya had waited for quite some time. Sensing the moment was ripe, he sprang forth. With a leap, he landed nearby and called out to Orochimaru, "Fear not, beautiful elder sister, for I, Jiraiya the hero, shall protect you." However, the next moment, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. The scene he had envisioned did not unfold. Instead, Orochimaru was engrossed in lively conversation with the lovely elder sister. This sudden turn rendered the atmosphere quite awkward. I have matters at home to attend to, so I shall take my leave," he stammered. Shiyukasha narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, glancing at the ominous mask on Orochimaru's face, then at the retreating Jiraiya, a playful smile curling on her lips. "Hero Jiraiya?" A sweet voice laced with a hint of amusement echoed in Jiraiya's ears, leaving him feeling weak in the knees. He stumbled back several paces, only to realize he remained in the same spot, scratching his head in confusion. Unfocused in his studies, Jiraiya was oblivious to the fact that he had fallen into an illusion. His eyes widened as he spun in circles, bewildered. "What is happening? Why am I still standing here?" Observing the situation, Orochimaru, well-versed in such matters, quickly deduced the cause. "Jiraiya, you have fallen prey to the elder sister's illusion." The Sunset Clan, masters of illusionary arts, effortlessly dealt with Jiraiya, a mere ninja trainee. Although Jiraiya's academic performance was less than stellar, he had certainly heard of various combat techniques employed by ninjas, including the art of illusion. However, the curriculum at school had yet to cover methods for dispelling such illusions, leaving Jiraiya somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, with his resilient spirit, he swiftly adjusted his attitude and cast a pitiful glance at the beautiful elder sister, Kurenai. Please, spare me. I promise I won't do it again. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's humility and acknowledgement of defeat, Kurenai finally released him from the illusion. She then scrutinized Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the bystander. Kabuto, with her arms crossed and her enchanting eyes glimmering. Are you students of the Ninja Academy? Orochimaru nodded and candidly remarked, Indeed, I just enrolled this year. Yakumo, acknowledging him with a slight nod, revealed a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. She had long sensed that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were no ordinary individuals. They were, after all, students of the Ninja Academy, albeit a bit reckless. She surveyed Orochimaru and Jiraiya with a playful gaze, a smile dancing on her lips as she inquired. You were attempting something mischievous just now, weren't you? Her tall figure, framed by striking features and enchanting eyes, exuded an aura of sophistication. Her crimson lips, reminiscent of blazing flames, accentuated her image as a captivating older sister. Standing above them, she cast a gaze that held a hint of danger, akin to a neighborhood elder who was aware of their mischief and poised to reprimand them. Jiraiya, sensing the impending reprimand, immediately shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. No. We merely wish to greet the beautiful older sister and share a light-hearted jest, he stammered, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Yakumo, fully aware of their lack of malice, had only intended to give them a gentle scare. Instead of admonishing Jiraiya, she offered a caution. Please refrain from such antics in the future. Otherwise, you might encounter someone who will not hesitate to retaliate. Not everyone possesses a disposition as forgiving as mine. Understood? Understood. Beautiful sister, Jiraiya replied hastily, his face alight with joy. The fact that the lovely sister had not scolded him, but rather offered a word of caution, filled him with warmth and delight, leading him momentarily into a daydream of admiration. At that moment, Orochimaru lifted his head, his curious eyes sparkling as he gazed at Yakumo. Sister, you are truly remarkable. You can perform illusion techniques at such a young age. That illusion was so fascinating. Might you teach me? Orochimaru, utilizing the guise of a child, endeavored to exploit a method of illusionary technique training. Should he succeed in this endeavor, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous outcome. If he were to fail, no harm would ensue. Furthermore, a child making such a suggestion would likely not provoke significant disdain from others. Upon hearing this, Tsunade offered a gentle smile, caressing Orochimaru's head, and kindly remarked, You are still quite young. For the time being, you are unable to learn illusionary techniques. It is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but rather that such techniques require a certain level of proficiency that you have yet to attain. At Tsunade's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Orochimaru's eyes. It seemed that the prospect of acquiring the illusionary technique was slipping away. Observing his dejected demeanor, Tsunade consoled him, Little brother, once you grow a bit older, and your chakra quantity and control improve, I shall gladly teach you an illusionary technique at no cost. Really? Orochimaru exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air and embracing Tsunade. Receiving a voucher for an illusionary technique was an unexpected delight for the humble Orochimaru. The joy of acquiring something for free, especially through endearing antics, was indeed a source of happiness. Moreover, the Tsunade clan's understanding and research of illusionary techniques were formidable. Had they not been overshadowed by the Onma clan, they might have shone brightly within the village. As Orochimaru was embraced by the beautiful elder sister, Jiraiya approached with drool cascading from his lips, his eyes sparkling with desire as he extended his arms, yearning for a hug as well. Tsunade, noticing Jiraiya's lecherous demeanor, playfully flicked his forehead with her finger. You little rascal. Wincing in pain, Jiraiya crouched down, cradling his head. Sister is so biased. I want a hug too. Yet, his secret thoughts had long been discerned by Sunset Hikari, rendering his wishes futile. In the end, Jiraiya could only sulk in a corner, despondently tracing circles. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having received a promise, pondered the chakra quantity and control that Sunset Hikari had mentioned. He realized that in these two aspects, he was indeed lacking and needed to devise a means to compensate. Regarding chakra quantity, Orochimaru found himself at an impasse. According to the teachings at the academy, the amount of chakra could only be enhanced through the passage of time and diligent training, continually excavating and refining the chakra that resided within. Other methods did exist, such as acquiring certain rare artifacts or secret techniques. Otherwise, it was exceedingly challenging to rapidly increase one's internal chakra reserves. As for chakra control, Orochimaru recalled a similar training regimen depicted in the original narrative, walking on water and climbing trees. This involved concentrating chakra in the soles of one's feet to ascend trees and traverse across water. Though these tasks appeared deceptively simple, they truly tested one's mastery of chakra control. Upon returning home, Orochimaru promptly set out to practice. With no trees in his courtyard, he resorted to wall climbing on the rooftops. Standing before a wall over 2 meters high, he took a deep breath, gathered chakra beneath his feet, and lifted himself to ascend. However, in the next moment, a loud thud echoed as Orochimaru crashed heavily to the ground. Ouch, it hurt tremendously. Orochimaru discovered that climbing trees was no ordinary challenge. It required a multifaceted approach. He needed to diligently refine his chakra, simultaneously manipulate and control its quantity, while also maintaining his bodily equilibrium. After all, scaling a wall is akin to ascending a tree. The mechanics of the body differ from those of ordinary walking, leading to confusion in the mind. With each fall, Orochimaru found himself reflecting deeply. Climbing walls proved to be exceedingly difficult. Could it be that even with my unparalleled talent, I am unable to swiftly master this skill? He sat beneath the eaves, resting his chin on one hand, furrowing his brow in silence, lost in contemplation. Chapter 42, Mastering Chakra. In the original narrative, Kakashi instructs Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Sakura was the first to grasp the technique, displaying an extraordinary aptitude that rendered the task trivial. Naruto and Sasuke, however, lagged considerably behind, dedicating extensive time to practice, enduring numerous falls, until they finally acquired the necessary skills. Orochimaru, considering himself exceptionally gifted, has come to a realization in this regard. Sakura, likewise a prodigy among common ninjas, may not possess a comprehensive talent surpassing his own, yet in the realm of chakra mastery, she holds a slight advantage over him. As a woman, her innate sensitivity allows her to effortlessly control chakra without the need for extensive training. In contrast, his aptitude in this area falls somewhat short. Part of this discrepancy lies in Orochimaru's youth. He has not been utilizing chakra for long. At their age, they are no longer children, having already graduated. While Orochimaru has barely been in the academy for 6 months, how then should he train? Is there a more effective method? Contemplating the intricacies of chakra control, Orochimaru pondered deeply. While employing simple exercises such as tree climbing and water walking for practice was not without merit, he soon discovered their inefficiency. The challenges were manifold, requiring continuous effort and insight from himself. In essence, mastery would come only when his body adapted. There were no progress indicators or clear training standards, an exceedingly rudimentary approach. Moreover, the risk of injury during this training process was a daunting reality that Orochimaru found hard to accept. Without a teacher to oversee him, sustaining an injury would not be a trivial matter. Unlike the resilient Naruto Uzumaki, who could recover swiftly even after a bad fall, an ordinary person would take weeks to heal from a serious injury. After much contemplation, he finally conceived a gradual training method. He would first focus on stabilizing chakra output and then practice refining and projecting chakra in challenging environments. With this thought, Orochimaru began to devise a plan. Simplifying the concept of tree climbing, he recognized that it was akin to navigating a difficult path. Water walking presented similar challenges, albeit with heightened difficulty. Sticking to the fundamentals, he envisioned a clever solution: to construct a suspension bridge in the courtyard. Once completed, Orochimaru stepped onto the swaying bridge, positioning himself at its center. The pulleys on either side of the bridge were prone to rolling, and even the slightest breeze could induce a sway. Remaining perfectly still atop the bridge, he closed his eyes and concentrated on refining his chakra, channeling it beneath his feet. His primary objective was to maintain his balance and not succumb to the peril of falling. As a gentle breeze stirred, the bridge swayed slightly, creaking ominously. With increasing wind, the degree of motion intensified, presenting a formidable test of his control. Orochimaru stood precariously on the swaying suspension bridge, his body oscillating while his feet remained firmly anchored to the wooden planks. However, a sudden, powerful gust of wind swept through, causing Orochimaru to lose his balance and collapse onto the bridge. Fortunately, the ropes surrounding the bridge swiftly caught his uncontrolled descent, preventing him from plummeting. Anticipating such a scenario, Orochimaru quickly grasped the ropes and regained his footing upon the bridge. Instead of immediately resuming his training, he took a moment for introspection and self-assessment. He realized that during moments of instability, his mind involuntarily conjured an array of negative emotions, which adversely affected his control over his body. This disruption not only impacted his physical balance, but also had repercussions on his chakra extraction. This contemplation granted Orochimaru a newfound clarity. He resolved to eliminate distractions and cultivate tranquility. Once more immersed in his training, Orochimaru's mind became crystal clear, akin to the purity of a child's heart. Untainted and serene, he focused solely on refining his chakra, maintaining a steady output, and stabilizing his stance, completely oblivious to external disturbances. This time, he remained standing for an entire hour, impervious to the fierce winds and the violent swaying of the bridge. When he finally opened his eyes, his gaze was clear and devoid of distractions. He glanced down at the bridge, comprehending that this phase of his exercise had concluded. The initial step had proceeded remarkably well. Indeed, a phased approach to training proved to be the most suitable for him. Climbing trees and traversing water were far too broad and lacked any structured method of training. Relying solely on individual diligence and exploration, such nebulous training methods were utterly absurd, reminiscent of deciphering an ancient script. Only Kakashi, as part of the main cast, benefited from various enhancements, culminating in a moment of cosmic explosion to achieve success in training. Were it not for Orochimaru's keen intellect and the discovery of an appropriate training method, mastery within a short span would have been unattainable. Having initially grasped the fundamentals of chakra refinement and output, Orochimaru procured 2 slender ropes and secured them to the walls on either side. He then leaped onto the ropes, gradually advancing forward. As he moved, he concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet, ensuring a firm adhesion to the ropes. The challenge had significantly escalated. He had to maintain his balance while maneuvering along the ropes without falling, a daunting task indeed. During physical exertion, one's mind tends to wander far more than in a state of stillness, disrupting the extraction and output of chakra. Fortunately, drawing from his previous experience, Orochimaru managed to maintain a commendable mindset, ensuring a relatively stable chakra output. However, this stability proved fleeting, as an unforeseen mishap caused him to tumble. Fortunately, the ropes were merely 10 centimeters from the ground, and his fall resulted in no injuries, nor did he experience any pain. Orochimaru rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his attire, and began to engage in introspection. This phase proved somewhat challenging, demanding a harmonious equilibrium of both mind and body. As he moved, his mind needed to remain unperturbed, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed, whilst his heart remained tranquil like still water. His body must also maintain a state of normalcy at all times. It was only moments ago that I realized I was traversing a tightrope, and it was then that my body unconsciously faltered. In essence, I have yet to fully acclimate to this delicate art of walking upon a thread. Orochimaru's gaze shifted back and forth between the rope and the ground. Though walking was certainly possible, traversing the rope instilled an incessant sensation of impending descent, a feeling absent when on solid ground. The rope was undeniably secured with great tautness, and with the aid of chakra, there was little distinction between it and the earth beneath one's feet. Likewise, one could confidently tread a straight path upon the ground. Orochimaru found himself in a state of perplexity, prompting him to rise once more. He stood upon the taut rope, proceeding forward with deliberate slowness, faintly sensing the subtle undulations beneath him. These minute oscillations incessantly affected his bodily equilibrium, necessitating swift adjustments to his center of gravity to counteract such perturbations. Furthermore, traversing the rope, Orochimaru's bodily senses involuntarily transmitted a myriad of signals, leading to a gradual disarray within both his body and mind. After several attempts, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. I comprehend now. I have discovered the state of balance for my body. Chapter 43. Techniques transform into ninjutsu. As he stepped onto the rope once again, Orochimaru moved with unwavering steadiness, devoid of any tremors or sways. With a few strides, he successfully traversed the path constructed from the rope. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. It is essential to maintain core strength to stabilize my center of gravity. He resembled a weeble, for as long as he preserved his core stability, he could remain unaffected by external disturbances. Master one technique, and all techniques become accessible. After numerous attempts, Orochimaru discovered that he had mastered this technique. Approaching the wall, he ascended it effortlessly. With each deliberate step, he found himself walking upon the surface of the wall, swiftly reaching its pinnacle. His body and mind entered a state of tranquility, undisturbed by the surreal act of traversing horizontally, defying the laws of nature, without succumbing to any form of mental disarray. After attempting twice, Orochimaru once again ventured into the nearby woodland, seeking to refine his skills. With his feet firmly planted upon the trunk of a tree, he effortlessly adhered to its surface. Step by step, he moved with the steadiness of a mountain, as if traversing level ground. Through his experimentation, Orochimaru discovered that he had successfully mastered the art of tree climbing. Perched upon a branch, he erupted into laughter, proclaiming that even the most basic control of chakra posed no challenge to him. As a prodigious genius, he excelled at learning with remarkable speed. With a sharp mind, solutions flowed effortlessly to him, sparing him the need to toil through the night like the protagonist against the trees. Having grasped the technique of climbing trees, Orochimaru soon contemplated the more formidable challenge of walking on water. Indeed, mastering these two techniques signified the ability to scale walls and traverse water without leaving a trace. In comparison to the internal energy of the low martial world, the practicality of chakra proved to be exceptionally robust. The practice of walking on water could be conducted anywhere. Yet Orochimaru chose a tranquil pond within the village of Konoha. The reason for his choice over the distant and turbulent South He River was clear. The pond's placid surface facilitated easier training. This particular pond had been mentioned to him by Kakashi Hitaki, who noted that many ninjas frequented the area to practice their water walking techniques utilizing chakra. To be candid, both tree climbing and water walking are fundamental training methods. Yet not many ninjas possess mastery over them. Typically, only seasoned genin and above attain proficiency in these skills. What appears to be a universal technique among the characters in the narrative is, in truth, a privilege reserved for the protagonist's cohort. Orochimaru followed a familiar path and arrived at the edge of the pond, where he beheld a group of ninjas diligently engaged in their training. The arrival of Orochimaru surprised several ninjas who were engrossed in their training. One ninja, adorned with a headscarf, shouted towards Orochimaru, "You reckless child! Are you seeking death by wandering towards the pond? This is our sacred training ground. Do not cause a ruckus here. Depart at once." Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, signaling for silence, and then delicately placed his foot upon the water's surface. This scene elicited hearty laughter from the nearby onlookers among the ninjas, who mistakenly believed that Orochimaru was attempting to mimic them, striving to dash across the water like a true ninja, except for the one adorned with a headband. The others were eager to witness Orochimaru's folly, their eyes fixed upon him with unwavering attention. This audacious youth displayed a remarkable lack of fear. Ayako furrowed his brow and approached Orochimaru, intending to pull him back. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself agape, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the unfolding spectacle before him. Orochimaru walked steadily upon the surface of the water, his arms outstretched, then entering a state of stillness. This peculiar condition persisted until the chakra within him dwindled, prompting him to leap back to the shore. Orochimaru glanced at his somewhat damp shoes, and then at the pond before him, unable to suppress a slight frown. Treading upon water indeed posed a greater challenge. The sensation of stepping on a solid surface differs markedly from that of traversing a liquid one. To maintain a stable posture, one must refine a greater quantity of stable chakra to sustain oneself. Elevating his body necessitated a rigorous test of his mastery over chakra cohesion. Hence, walking on water proved to be an even more formidable task than climbing a tree. Orochimaru found himself in a bit of a predicament, yet to others, it seemed utterly fantastical. The hooded figure, Aokong, rubbed his eyes and attempted to form a seal once more, realizing he was not ensnared by an illusion. And his expression could no longer maintain its composure. "Little rascal, no, dear child, to which family do you belong?" He pondered deeply, recalling the prodigious youths among the ninja clans of Konoha. Other ninjas approached, gathering closely, scrutinizing Orochimaru with keen interest. Orochimaru cast a glance at the assembled crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, that is a matter best kept confidential. Such inquiries are rather ill-advised. One cannot simply divulge personal matters, especially in the presence of strangers." The group exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions a tapestry of curiosity and bewilderment. It was then that Aokong, emboldened, ventured to inquire once more. "Young one, are you a ninja?" Observing the eager glint in the boy's eyes, Orochimaru's thoughts shifted, and a slight smirk played upon his features. He regarded the inquisitive child and the throng that had gathered around him with an enigmatic gaze. "Indeed, I am a ninja. Otherwise, how could I possibly tread upon water?" His words elicited a collective sigh of relief from the crowd. Yet another voice emerged, questioning, "How old are you? You seem rather youthful." After all, Orochimaru possessed an innocent visage and a youthful stature, hardly resembling an adult ninja. Yet, how could a child possess the prowess of a ninja, demonstrating skills in water walking that eluded their grasp? Orochimaru stifled a laugh and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "The inhabitants of the ninja world are an eclectic bunch, each possessing their own peculiar traits. I simply happen to have developed at a slower pace. In truth, I am already 14 years of age." As he spoke, he adopted an air of maturity. His adult-like reasoning lent him a semblance of true sophistication. When venturing forth, one's identity is self-assigned. In order to assimilate, Orochimaru fabricated a lie. Little did he expect that his counterpart would genuinely believe him. At the age of 14, it was somewhat acceptable. A collective sigh of relief was heard. Indeed, I am merely a child, incapable of treading water. If one were truly a child, it would imply that they are even inferior to a mere child. Being 14 may not qualify as adulthood, yet it is still tolerable, not entirely disgraceful. Just as the crowd was preparing to depart, Orochimaru suddenly halted them. "Wait, do you wish to learn the special techniques of treading water and climbing trees? I possess the ability to teach these skills swiftly, provided you exchange other ninjutsu in return." Orochimaru, fearing disbelief, added, "With this method, I mastered tree climbing in merely 3 days, and I am on the verge of mastering water walking as well." His words immediately captivated the attention of the group. The rapid acquisition of skills such as tree climbing and water walking, are these not attained through diligent practice and personal enlightenment? The prospect of swift mastery through unique techniques intrigued several ninjas. Their efforts to train here stemmed from their inability to acquire these two vital abilities. Had they mastered them, they would have ceased their training long ago. Yet, Orochimaru's proposition left them in a quandary. Each individual possessed a different ninjutsu, yet all regarded it as their cherished skill. In this era, knowledge is severely monopolized, aside from a handful of techniques taught in ninja academies or those exchanged for contributions to the village in the Konoha knowledge repository. Other avenues are exceedingly rare. Ordinary ninjas hold their unique ninjutsu in the highest esteem, while the clans maintain an elevated status, restricting knowledge and keeping advanced secret techniques undisclosed. Consequently, this has led to a significant majority of knowledge remaining inaccessible to outsiders. Most individuals, after grappling with indecision, ultimately opt to depart. Yet, only Aoki remains steadfast, gritting his teeth, resolute to give it a try. "You mentioned ninjutsu. Does it matter the level? I possess one, though I am uncertain if it meets your criteria." Chapter 44. The Senju clan with crimson hair. Upon hearing Aoki's words, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intrigue. He had merely spoken casually, never anticipating that someone would actually present ninjutsu for exchange. His so-called method of learning was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. The opportunity to trade ninjutsu was, indeed, a risk-free venture. Orochimaru promptly stated, "As long as it is not one of the fundamental ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy, feel free to present it to me. Acquiring even a single jutsu would be a boon, but obtaining a multitude would be an extraordinary windfall." Aozora retrieved a ninja scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened it and found his gaze fixed upon its contents. This was a fundamental ninjutsu known as the charging fist, remarkably simple, and Orochimaru surmised it to be a D-rank technique. By harnessing chakra and concentrating it within his fist, one could unleash several times the usual power to vanquish foes. "Indeed, this ninjutsu shall be mine." A smile emerged on Orochimaru's face as he lifted his head, seriously waving at Aozora. "Come, I shall teach you the profound secrets of the serpent style." The term serpent style was merely a name Orochimaru had recently conceived for his training method. Aozora obediently followed, for he had already entrusted his ninjutsu to Orochimaru and was eager to discern the truth behind the latter's claims. Upon reaching the edge of the pond, Orochimaru requested Aozora to demonstrate his skill in treading water. Only by understanding Aozora's current level could Orochimaru offer guidance based on a solid foundation. He believed that, as a genius, he possessed the ability to instruct an ordinary individual. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor akin to that of a teacher at a ninja academy, Aozora felt a flicker of trust ignite within him. "All right, I shall begin," he declared, adopting a serious posture before stepping onto the water's surface. His speed was remarkable, akin to that of a sprinter racing toward the finish line. However, after just a few strides, Aozora lost control of his body and plunged headfirst into the water. Watching this spectacle, Orochimaru gleaned an understanding of Aozora's capabilities and the underlying issues: a deficiency in bodily control, insufficient core strength, and problems with chakra output during his run were evident. Bubbles continuously rose from the water as Orochimaru, with a furrowed brow, contemplated whether he should rescue the child. Just then, Aozora burst forth from the water, revealing the crimson hair hidden beneath his headband. The red locks, reminiscent of blazing flames, caught Orochimaru's eye and evoked memories of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru blurted out, directly inquiring, "Are you a member of the Uzumaki clan?" Aozora shook off the water from his body, readjusted his headband, and replied with a shake of his head, "No, I belong to the Senju clan. My mother hails from the Uzumaki clan, thus I possess half of their bloodline." Orochimaru nodded in understanding, immediately grasping the situation. In this era, the Senju clan still had a considerable presence, with many members residing in the village. The Senju and Uzumaki clans frequently intermarried, creating a close-knit relationship that intertwined their bloodlines. Thus, the emergence of a Senju individual bearing the distinctive red hair characteristic of the Uzumaki clan was not particularly surprising. As for the reason for concealment, Orochimaru surmised its implications. In the world of shinobi, disdain and bullying were not uncommon, and Alcone likely sought to mitigate potential troubles. One could imagine that. As a member of the Senju clan, sporting the vibrant red hair of the Uzumaki would inevitably attract unwarranted attention. Orochimaru's curiosity towards Aozora has grown significantly, yet he refrains from expressing it outwardly. His current reservoir of knowledge and strength is insufficient, preventing him from broaching subjects of human experimentation and research. However, upon realizing that Aozora belongs to the Senju clan and possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru comprehends why he has been unable to master the art of walking on water for so long. The sheer volume of chakra he possesses, akin to that of the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, has rendered him accustomed to extravagance. This situation is reminiscent of a wealthy individual who, one day, is compelled to manage their finances meticulously, an endeavor they find utterly impossible. Orochimaru confidently proclaimed, "I have discerned your issue. With my guidance and the profound techniques of the Orochimaru style, you shall undoubtedly master the art of treading water." Understanding the crux of the matter, Orochimaru was assured in his ability to impart this knowledge. However, to become a ninja, one generally possesses a certain degree of innate talent and aptitude. Orochimaru, accompanied by Aoki, immersed himself in the tranquil practice of achieving a state of serene mindfulness, honing the ability to maintain a steady output of chakra, as everything was meticulously deconstructed. Aoki indeed demonstrated remarkable progress. From the initial phase of abundant energy output to a more measured, sustained flow, he gradually transcended his previous limitations. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was not idle. During Aoki's training, he embarked on his own endeavor of water walking. He began by stabilizing his form, standing unwaveringly upon the water's surface, before advancing to walking upon it as if traversing solid ground. Regrettably, the insufficiency of his chakra prevented him from maintaining this feat indefinitely. Nonetheless, this scene further solidified Aoki's belief in the authenticity of Orochimaru's profound techniques. After a day of rigorous training, Aoki had yet to master the skill. Yet he had undeniably made progress. How wonderful! At this rate, I shall master the art of walking on water within a week. Aoki beamed with a smile, bowing earnestly to Orochimaru. "Thank you, Master Orochimaru, for your invaluable guidance." Although he had expended a D-rank ninjutsu, the mentorship he received was undeniably beneficial. Orochimaru waved his hand nonchalantly, his expression one of indifference. It was merely a trivial matter. He was also contemplating the exploration of other ninjutsu, pondering whether they might prove beneficial to him. Although the charging punch appeared simplistic, its efficacy was quite remarkable, compensating for his inherent lack of strength due to his youth. Orochimaru has encountered several setbacks in this regard. Now that he can enhance his strength, it is indeed a fortunate development. Moreover, Orochimaru perceives that the charged fist bears a resemblance to Tsunade's foundational version of the strength of 100. With further exploration, he might very well unravel the secrets of Tsunade's formidable technique. At that moment, Aozora extended an invitation to Orochimaru. "Master Orochimaru, please honor me with your presence at my home. I shall ensure you are treated with the utmost hospitality." Aozora harbors deep respect for those willing to impart their skills. Orochimaru initially intended to decline, yet the enthusiasm of the other party compelled him to acquiesce. He found himself rather curious about the Senju clan, recently integrated into the village during this era. He pondered whether, by engaging more with them, he might discern the reasons behind the immense chakra reserves characteristic of the Senju. Beyond mere bloodline factors, could there be additional explanations? With this objective in mind, Orochimaru followed Alcone into the streets closer to the heart of the village. The villagers appeared ordinary, yet the number of ninjas interspersed among them was substantial, and they possessed commendable prowess. To the untrained eye, one might mistake this gathering for that of a prominent ninja clan. Of course, while they were once a ninja clan, they existed now merely as a disbanded entity. As Orochimaru observed, a melodious female voice resonated in his ears. "Orochimaru, what brings you here? Are you looking for me?" Chapter 45, Mito in the Bustling Thoroughfare. A familiar girl's voice prompted Orochimaru to lift his gaze. Before him stood Tsunade, who was following closely beside a striking red-haired woman. Upon recognizing the woman beside Tsunade, Aokon hastened forward to respectfully greet her. Lady Mito. Before him was Mito Uzumaki, tall and elegant, with exquisite features and eye-catching, flowing red hair. She wore a form-fitting, comfortable long dress that accentuated her vibrant and graceful demeanor, hardly resembling that of a grandmother. Upon seeing Aokon, she nodded gently, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Ah, Aokon. It's been quite a while. Mito's demeanor towards Aokon, who shared her red hair, was notably warm. After all, encountering a child bearing the traits of the Uzumaki clan in a foreign land always brought her joy, evoking a sense of kinship. Meanwhile, Tsunade seized the opportunity to introduce Orochimaru to Mito. Grandma Mito, this is Orochimaru, my classmate. Upon witnessing the scene, Orochimaru promptly greeted with warmth and politeness. Hello, Granny Mito. You are quite beautiful. One should refer to you as sister instead. This marked their second encounter, and with the connection to Tsunade, Orochimaru sweetened his words, initiating an effort to cultivate a closer relationship. After all, this was a significant ally, and Orochimaru was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. Uzumaki Mito was the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Although Orochimaru was uncertain whether she was the first wife or one married later, her status remained unassailable. During this period, Mito's strength could be considered among the foremost in Konoha. After all, with both Hashirama and Tobirama deceased, there were few capable of contending with her. In truth, even in their lifetimes, given the personalities and family standing of the two brothers, they would likely have complied with her wishes. Moreover, Mito was well versed in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and housed the Nine Tails within her, serving as its Jinchuriki. Observing the obedient Orochimaru before her, she nodded slightly and remarked, a fine child. Given her position, she was naturally aware of Orochimaru's background, while the common folk may have been oblivious to his contributions. The upper echelons of Konoha were well informed. Hearing the conversation among them, Aozora finally reacted, gazing at Orochimaru in astonishment. Master Orochimaru, are you not 14 years old? He looked at Orochimaru with wide eyes, as if feeling deceived. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence as he gazed at the azure sky. I merely spoke in jest. I never anticipated that you would genuinely believe me. However, you do not come away empty-handed. The techniques I imparted to you are indeed quite effective. Upon discovering the truth, Aoki appeared utterly dejected, as though struck by an emotional blow. He murmured to himself, how could I have been deceived by a child? How foolish I am, truly foolish. I am even outdone by a mere child. What a disgrace. He crouched in a corner, engulfed in a melancholic state. This demeanor, reminiscent of Jiraiya, was strikingly similar. Upon witnessing the scene, Orochimaru began to harbor suspicions regarding the bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, pondering whether they were indeed prone to producing some naive and innocent simpletons. Mito, observing the disheartened Aozora, cast a helpless glance at Orochimaru. What a precocious little rascal, managing to outwit the adults so effortlessly. Yet, Aozora truly embodies the distinctive traits of the Uzumaki lineage. With a smile, she addressed the two. Would you care to visit my home? It has been quite some time since I engaged in conversation with the younger generation. Really? That would be splendid. Orochimaru exclaimed with evident delight, while Aozora did not decline. In his eyes, Mito was a reliable and gentle elder, someone whose invitation could not be refused. The group arrived at Mito's residence, where they were greeted by a grand courtyard, a meandering corridor, and an array of simple yet elegant decorations. This indicated that the Senju clan was faring quite well in the present day, unlike in later years when their territory was acquired by Tsunade, who used the funds for gambling. Reflecting on this, Orochimaru realized that Tsunade was indeed a veritable cash cow. This thought sparked a new idea within him. If Tsunade were to lose all her money and relinquish such prime real estate, why not let it be to himself? Orochimaru gazed at Tsunade with fervent intensity, his eyes reflecting the allure of a fat lamb awaiting slaughter. In Tsunade's perspective, Orochimaru's exuberance was palpable, his gaze scorching, reminiscent of the way adults observe couples in love. She pondered, could it be that Orochimaru has genuinely developed feelings for me? Should I reject him? If I do, will he be heartbroken? Their thoughts were utterly misaligned. At that moment, Mito and Aozora engaged in casual conversation, with Orochimaru occasionally interjecting. Through their discourse, Orochimaru gleaned information regarding the Senju clan's current state in Konoha, as well as the village's situation. Most of the matters concerning the Senju clan were trivialities. Meanwhile, The trade routes of Konoha had been reopened, and the highwaymen had been largely eradicated. In just a few days, it was anticipated that new merchants and grain suppliers would arrive, laden with ample provisions. Conversely, other villages and factions were lurking, dispatching individuals to investigate Konoha's circumstances. The infiltration of spies had notably increased, with many seeking information about Konoha's status and food shortages. Although the issues surrounding Konoha's trade routes and food scarcity were not particularly grave, the rift among the three great ninja clans had presented an opportunity for others to capitalize on, exacerbating the situation. This back and forth nearly culminated in a dire famine. Orochimaru's lips twitched as he absorbed their dialogue, realizing that he was indeed the catalyst for the upheavals in Konoha. Orochimaru pondered intently, realizing that had he not introduced the generator, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely have sought negotiations with the three great shinobi clans, being part of the same village. With a show of goodwill and certain benefits, Sarutobi could have easily swayed them. However, by presenting the generator for fishing, he had ignited a glimmer of hope within Sarutobi, sparing himself the need to plead with the three clans. After all, how could a dignified Hokage bow before three mediocre shinobi clans? The clans, having failed to achieve their goals and lost potential benefits, swiftly redirected their focus towards him. The outcome was that the three clans sought to eliminate an ordinary civilian child, only to fall victim to their own lack of intelligence. This left them vulnerable, placing the upper hand in Sarutobi's grasp and inciting his wrath. The back and forth escalated, transforming the situation into a conflict within the village. It was truly astonishing. He had unwittingly become the butterfly that flaps its wings and conjures a storm. Meanwhile, Mito subtly turned her head to glance at Orochimaru, feeling a profound sense of reflection. Who could have imagined that such a mere child could bring about the downfall of the three great clans of Konoha? Moreover, the food he invented had enabled the village to endure its most arduous period of famine. Though the ingredients were somewhat repulsive and difficult for her as a woman to accept, they had proven invaluable. Chapter 46. Learning Sealing Techniques. After some conversation, they continued their discussion. Orochimaru observed Tsunade diligently inscribing peculiar symbols upon a revered ninja scroll at a nearby table. Intrigued, he approached her, and upon closer inspection, discerned that she was etching enigmatic characters that resembled cryptic runes, indecipherable to the untrained eye. Yet, Orochimaru was no ordinary individual. His gaze swept across the scroll, and in an instant, he recognized several familiar symbols, deducing that they pertained to sealing techniques. He had previously acquired a similar scroll from a member of the K-Rin clan. Fascinated by Tsunade's studies, he stepped closer to observe her work. Typically, one would exercise caution in such situations. Most ninjas prefer solitude during their training to prevent any potential leaks of confidential knowledge, as the secrets of ninjutsu are profoundly guarded. Orochimaru's audacity to approach was entirely predicated on the child's tender age and status. The child's identity afforded him a certain leniency. After all, he was merely a child, still innocent and unaware of the world's complexities. As for Tsunade, she did not pay much heed to Orochimaru's arrival. Instead, she felt a surge of anxiety within her. Externally, she maintained a facade of seriousness, her gaze fixed intently upon the scroll, yet the tension in her grip on the pen betrayed her inner turmoil. Orochimaru meticulously observed her every stroke, endeavoring to glean knowledge from her technique. During this era, opportunities to learn sealing arts were scarce. He had initially intended to acquire knowledge of these arts from Sarutobi Hiruzen, but with Mito present, it was only prudent to prioritize her wisdom. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were renowned throughout the entire shinobi world. Orochimaru furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the scroll, pointing at the runes inscribed upon it. Tsunade, have you made an error in this section? The symbols are ostensibly identical, yet your rendition diverges from the others. It was precisely this discrepancy that prompted Orochimaru to voice his inquiry. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade quickly followed his gaze. How did you discern my mistake? She asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Have you studied sealing techniques? Orochimaru shook his head and explained, I have not studied it. Yet I possess a similar scroll that I have examined at home. Thus, while I may not comprehend it fully, I can grasp the intricacies of its form. My understanding of sealing techniques exists in a state where I recognize their shapes, but remain oblivious to their deeper significance. I could replicate the drawings if instructed. However, when it comes to amalgamating them into a cohesive sealing formula, I find myself at a loss. Orochimaru was not fully aware of the principles and formulas behind the sealing technique, possessing only a superficial understanding of it. Tsunade was taken aback that Orochimaru, despite his lack of knowledge in sealing arts, could still discern the flaws in the sealing symbols she had drawn. With a glint in her eye, she picked up the brush in her hand and began to inscribe on the scroll. Several distinct symbols re-emerged, and with a smile, Tsunade inquired, "Can you identify which ones are problematic?" Upon realizing that Orochimaru did not comprehend sealing techniques yet could ascertain the accuracy of the runes, she was eager to test his proficiency. Orochimaru sought to acquire knowledge of sealing techniques from Tsunade and Mito, displaying no inclination to conceal his intentions. He extended his finger and casually gestured over the scroll, pinpointing several erroneous runes. In that moment, Tsunade could not help but believe Orochimaru's words, her mouth agape in astonishment. She was utterly amazed. It was astonishing that he had indeed identified them all. It seemed almost absurd, as she herself might not have been able to locate them all. Tsunade recalled the arduous and torturous journey she underwent while mastering sealing techniques. The profundity of sealing arts required a vastly different body of knowledge compared to ordinary ninjutsu. Consequently, she had endured considerable hardships, subjected daily to Mito's admonitions. However, observing Orochimaru, he appeared to find sealing techniques remarkably simple. This revelation starkly highlighted the disparity between individuals. Meanwhile, Mito, witnessing this scene, felt a slight shock within her heart. She had not anticipated that Orochimaru possessed such exceptional talent. Sealing techniques demanded a significantly higher threshold for learning compared to ninjutsu. Many may achieve success in the realm of ninjutsu, yet may falter in the intricate arts of sealing. Furthermore, the fact that Orochimaru had discerned the runes from a mere scroll, through a combination of deduction and intuition, left Mito even more astonished. After a moment of contemplation, she approached Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru, your aptitude for sealing arts is remarkable. Would you consider studying sealing techniques with me?" Recognizing a promising talent, Mito naturally contemplated nurturing his abilities. Orochimaru, a child of Konoha, is akin to the new leaves sprouting from the very village established by his own husband. Thus, Mito contemplated offering Orochimaru a chance, inquiring whether he would accept. Naturally, faced with such an opportunity, Orochimaru eagerly acquiesced, nodding decisively while firmly grasping Mito's thigh. During this period, Mito, as the widow of the First Hokage, commanded a certain respect from all. As Orochimaru exited the Mito household, he felt a slight disorientation. He had not anticipated receiving her endorsement, nor the prospect of studying sealing techniques alongside Tsunade. Mastering these techniques would enable him to unravel the mysteries of the storage scrolls within his home. Moreover, Orochimaru envisioned various other applications for these skills. The art of sealing is indeed a versatile tool, essential for numerous jutsu and barriers. One need only consider how Kaguya Otsutsuki was confined to the moon by her own ungrateful offspring using sealing techniques. As he prepared to depart, the troubled figure of Aoi interjected, hesitantly detaining Orochimaru with a shy remark regarding his earlier misstep in the water. Orochimaru then recalled Aoki and waved his hand, reassuring him, "I shall devise a plan for you, ensuring you succeed in your water-walking training." He was not the sort to take what belonged to others and flee. Maintaining a commendable reputation would bode well for his future endeavors. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Aoki finally breathed a sigh of relief. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He truly had not anticipated that Orochimaru would deceive him. It was astonishing that he, alongside others, had naively fallen for Orochimaru's cunning words. The youth of today are indeed quite astute. In the ensuing days, Orochimaru crafted a progressive plan for Aoki, assisting him in mastering the art of water walking. Meanwhile, at school, in pursuit of learning sealing techniques, Orochimaru naturally settled beside Tsunade during lessons. After school, they would also conveniently head to the Mito household together to study sealing. These various developments did not escape the notice of Jiraiya. With his hair resembling a spiky white hedgehog, Jiraiya trailed behind Orochimaru, quietly observing all that transpired. When he witnessed Orochimaru and Tsunade entering the same household, the tension in his heart finally dissipated. He clasped his hands over his mouth, biting his fingers in envy and jealousy. That sly Orochimaru had quietly won over Tsunade and was now even cohabitating with her. In his moment of uncertainty regarding the truth of the situation, he vividly conjured an elaborate narrative in his mind. Chapter 47. The Unique Sealing Technique. In the days that followed, Orochimaru led an exceedingly fulfilling life, acquiring vast amounts of new knowledge each day. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of Konoha, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, adopted a tacit acceptance of the matter. The status of Uzumaki Mito within the village was indisputable. It was far too elevated for them to challenge or even desire to challenge. They believed that Orochimaru's study of Mito's sealing techniques would ultimately benefit the village. As long as it served the greater good of Konoha, all efforts were deemed worthwhile. Having acquired knowledge of sealing techniques, Orochimaru delved deeper into this field of study. The intricacies of runic knowledge, the principles of technique formation, and the applications of sealing techniques captivated him profoundly. This represented a transcendent system independent of the chakra framework, possessing an exceptionally unique amplification effect on it. Whether in combat or daily life, it held immense potential for exploration. Moreover, from the perspective of Orochimaru's past life memories, sealing techniques could substitute for many technologies of that era. In essence, mastering these techniques would enable Orochimaru to replicate certain technologies from his previous life. With a newfound confidence, Orochimaru retrieved a previously set-aside storage scroll. At first glance, the scroll appeared to be an ordinary one, yet it possessed a remarkably significant function: the ability to store items. By channeling chakra into the scroll, one could either place objects within it or retrieve them. This device resembled the storage bags or rings found in realms of cultivation, although ninjas preferred to craft them in the form of scrolls to carry on their persons. Unfurling the scroll, Orochimaru scrutinized the sealing techniques inscribed upon it once more. Despite having memorized the content, he found himself experiencing unique insights upon re-examination. What once appeared as an ephemeral illusion now presented itself as profound and enigmatic, a realm of understanding just beyond his grasp. However, it was indeed true that the items carried by elite shinobi could hardly be considered trivial or worthless. The notion of sealing items within a scroll to achieve a storage effect was nothing short of genius. Orochimaru, having thoroughly comprehended the majority of the techniques, could not help but express his admiration. This represents a fusion of sealing arts and space-time ninjutsu. To create such a storage scroll, one must undoubtedly possess profound knowledge and exceptional prowess in sealing techniques. Orochimaru speculated that one must possess at least the level of a special jonin. Regarding this, the current Orochimaru found himself utterly incapable. Still in his youth, he had a meager amount of chakra within him and possessed limited understanding of space-time ninjutsu. However, Orochimaru remained undeterred and endeavored to deconstruct certain aspects of the jutsu formulas. His previous experiences with dismantling ninjutsu had instilled in him this habit. If complete mastery and application were unattainable, he would extract elements suitable for himself. In the days that followed, Orochimaru devised a new plan for himself: to dissect the sealing techniques within storage scrolls, acquiring and assimilating portions of that knowledge. He meticulously deconstructed specific sealing techniques, experimenting with their effects and documenting his findings. When he encountered aspects he could not comprehend, he sought out his mentor, Mito, for guidance. Although Orochimaru had not formally apprenticed under her, and Mito had not taken him as her disciple, their relationship had evolved into one akin to that of teacher and pupil. Mito, recognizing Orochimaru's diligence and thirst for knowledge, devoted herself to his instruction. In her eyes, Orochimaru's presence symbolized the continuation of her husband Hashirama Senju's will of fire. Orochimaru was acutely aware of this sentiment and endeavored to align himself with it, seeking ways to deepen his persona. As time passed, Orochimaru's proficiency in sealing techniques soared, and his bond with Mito grew increasingly warm, which, in turn, ignited a twinge of jealousy in Tsunade. Observing Mito's attentiveness towards Orochimaru, Tsunade couldn't help but feel as though something precious was being taken from her. Mito, why does it feel as though Orochimaru is your true grandson? You've never been this kind to me, Tsunade remarked, her words dripping with envy, even unbeknownst to herself. Mito, sensing Tsunade's discontent, smiled gently and replied, "Little Tsunade, if you could be as diligent and eager to learn as Orochimaru, I would gladly teach you every day." Upon hearing this, Tsunade hastily shook her head. Still a child, she relished spontaneity. She expressed her thoughts purely out of the belief that Orochimaru had monopolized Mito's attention within her own home. Yet, the notion of daily study to capture Mito's focus seemed far worse than death itself. Daily learning, devoid of play and gambling. What joy was there in living? Observing the playful and spirited Tsunade, Orochimaru shook his head, reflecting on her lack of appreciation for her fortunate circumstances. If he were granted such an environment for learning, he would likely devote himself to studying and training for 24 hours a day. After all, the ninja world was far from peaceful, without diligent cultivation. One could never know when calamity might befall them. After addressing the questions he had accumulated from the previous day, he presented a creation of his own to Mito. "Mito, this is a sealing technique I devised based on my studies during this period. Could you please take a look at it?" Mito's beautiful eyes flickered as she accepted the sealing technique presented by Orochimaru. her gaze sweeping over the intricate details. As she examined it further, a hint of surprise crossed her features, and her expression grew increasingly complex. She turned to Orochimaru and softly inquired, "Did you conceive this yourself?" Upon uttering the question, she felt it might have been unnecessary to ask. After all, some of the content in the scroll had been elucidated by Mito herself for Orochimaru. Yet, when combined, it appeared somewhat peculiar, momentarily leaving her at a loss for words. Orochimaru nodded, raising his small head and gazing at Mito with eager anticipation. "Grandma Mito, how does the sealing technique I devised fare? Is it usable?" As he posed this question, a hint of eagerness laced his tone. This sealing technique represented the culmination of his recent studies, a masterpiece reflecting his efforts. Orochimaru held this achievement in high regard. Mito examined the scroll closely before giving a slight nod, gently patting Orochimaru's head. "It is a commendable sealing technique. Aside from a few minor inconsistencies, it should function well. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. The art of sealing is vast and profound, and one should not become complacent over a small success." Her words were delivered with a lightness that belied the tempestuous emotions brewing within her heart. Orochimaru has diligently followed his studies for nearly a month and has already managed to create his own sealing techniques, which seems rather astonishing. Although she is aware that Orochimaru has deconstructed the secret arts of the K-Tun clan for meticulous imitation and reference, the feat is still remarkably formidable. Typically, a child who has engaged in such studies for this duration would likely falter even in drawing the symbols for the sealing techniques. Yet, based on the formulaic content of the sealing arts, it is evident that Orochimaru has genuinely embarked on a unique path of his own. It is akin to dismantling another dwelling and utilizing the salvaged materials to construct a new abode. This new structure, it appears, is quite commendable, capable of providing shelter from the elements. Chapter 48. The enthusiastic Danzo having garnered Mito's approval, a joyful smile graced Orochimaru's face. This signifies that his thoughts and direction are indeed sound and entirely correct. "Thank you, Granny Mito. I shall endeavor to see if I can create a storage scroll of the Orochimaru brand. Tsunade, until tomorrow." Orochimaru waved his hand at Mito and exchanged greetings with Tsunade before swiftly returning home. Since he was confident that the sealing formula he had devised was flawless, Orochimaru was naturally eager to put it to the test. In Orochimaru's home, within the confines of his laboratory, the ninja scrolls, special ink, and unique symbolic brushes were neatly arranged upon the table, clearly indicating that all preparations had been meticulously made. After a fervent prayer invoking the blessings of the three pure ones, Amitabha, the Bodhisattvas, and God, Orochimaru immersed himself in a cleansing ritual and donned fresh attire, ready to commence the intricate process of inscribing the sealing technique. He calculated that the amount of chakra within him was precisely sufficient to complete this sealing art. After all, the special ink and brushes he had prepared would aid in conserving some of his chakra energy. Unlike ninjas who possess an abundance of chakra and can simply strike the scroll to have the sealing runes manifest automatically, Orochimaru found himself in a position of scarcity, where every bit of chakra counted. As he initiated the sealing technique, Orochimaru, with focused breath and heightened concentration, grasped the symbolic brush, and an aura of determination enveloped him. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, rested intently upon the ninja scroll. The brush, dipped in ink, danced across the scroll with a fluid grace, crafting one intricate symbol after another, each intertwining seamlessly as if they were a singular entity. Everything progressed flawlessly under Orochimaru's precise control until he reached the latter stages of the inscription, where the complexities of space-time manipulation emerged. It was then that he realized the limitations of his chakra attributes, which could not sustain the transformation required for the technique. This was the most crucial and challenging step. Without the ability to adapt to the forces of space-time, he could not seal the objects as intended. At this juncture, Orochimaru came to a disheartening conclusion. This attempt at inscription had seemingly failed. The realization that the failure stemmed from his own chakra attribute fluctuations was infuriating. Just when success was within grasp, it slipped away, leaving him in a state of vexation. His understanding of the nature of space-time attributes was limited, having never encountered such knowledge before. Lacking the protagonist's fortune, he could not invoke sentiments of love and peace, dear friendships to achieve a miraculous turnaround. Was he to consult the Third Hokage, inquiring if he might be permitted to study the Flying Thunder God technique? Such a notion was evidently impractical. The Flying Thunder God technique was a forbidden art, and Hiruzen Sarutobi would never allow Orochimaru access to its secrets. On one hand, the technique was of such a high caliber that it was heavily guarded and rarely shown to others. On the other hand, its classification as a forbidden art meant that the probability of successful mastery was exceedingly low, with an unacceptably high risk of crippling consequences. Orochimaru, a rising star, possesses an abundance of conventional ninjutsu to master. How could one possibly expect him to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Even if he were to pursue such knowledge, it would undoubtedly be after reaching adulthood. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, and a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind as he conceived an alternative solution. He recollected that in the original narrative, the belly of a summoning beast possessed a functionality akin to that of a storage scroll. In other words, by utilizing the stomach of the summoning beast, he could circumvent the necessity for chakra nature transformation. With this realization, Orochimaru promptly ventured into the various ninja tool shops of Konoha, determined to search for the remains of a summoning beast. However, after an exhaustive search, he reluctantly discovered that there were no establishments in the village selling such creatures. This was, perhaps, to be expected, for only those ninjas who had earned the trust and recognition of the summoning beasts could form a bond with them, considering them as friends and family, even in death. It would be inconceivable for such beasts to be commodified and sold in stores. What could he do? Where might he seek out the stomach of a summoning beast? Orochimaru, in deep contemplation, beheld the towering Hokage building in the distance. Should he inquire of the Third Hokage? Given his substantial contributions to the village, surely acquiring a summoning beast stomach would be permissible. He believed that his merits would warrant assistance from Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, just as he was about to approach the Hokage building, a chilling aura enveloped him, compelling him to halt. Emerging from the shadows was a robust figure, none other than Danzo Shimura. In his youth, Danzo possessed a striking countenance marred by a notable scar, giving him the appearance of a man with a storied past. He stood before Orochimaru, his serious expression softening into a rigid smile that was somewhat unsettling. Orochimaru, he said, I have heard you are in search of the corpse of a summoning beast. Perhaps I can be of assistance. His smile, awkward and lacking finesse, resembled that of a nefarious figure intent on abducting a child. Orochimaru, there is no need to smile. It is indeed possible to refrain from such expressions. The moment Shimura Danzo smiled, a chill ran down Orochimaru's spine. From Danzo's demeanor, Orochimaru discerned that the other party likely harbored no malicious intent. Rather, he merely wished to recruit him. However, at this juncture, Orochimaru was not inclined to join the rude organization, nor did he wish to depart from the ninja academy. Orochimaru gazed at Danzo and said, Lord Danzo, there is no need to trouble you with this matter. I was just about to seek an audience with the Hokage. Upon hearing that Orochimaru intended to approach the third Hokage, Danzo grew anxious, grasping Orochimaru's arm and insisting, such a trivial issue does not warrant involving Hiruzen. Just inform me, and that will suffice. I serve as an aide to the Hokage, specifically to assist Sarutobi in tasks within my capacity. The search for the corpse of a summoning beast is no easy feat, yet for me, Danzo, it is a mere trifle. While engaging Orochimaru in conversation with one hand, he gestured to the nearby members of Root with the other. In the vicinity of Konoha village, near the memorial stone, several masked Root members were vigorously digging into the earth with shovels. They were formidable ninjas, and such labor seemed beneath their capabilities, yet their efficiency was impressive. Moments later, a yet unrotted corpse of a summoning beast emerged before them. One of the Root ninjas instructed the others, continue excavating. I shall deliver this summoning beast corpse to Lord Danzo. With that, he swiftly carried the corpse towards Danzo's location. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, listening to Danzo's evasions, felt increasingly frustrated at being barred from the Hokage's tower. Were it not for his own lack of strength, he would have confronted Danzo directly. He frowned and remarked, Lord Danzo, I require the summoning beast for serious matters, and the quantity may be substantial. Your authority here seems insufficient. Allow me to speak directly with the third Hokage. At the mention of insufficient authority, Danzo scoffed. Throughout his life, he had never been inferior to others. Had it not been for the monkey's preemption, the title of Hokage would have rightfully belonged to him. Just then, the Root ninja returned, causing Danzo's eyes to gleam with interest. Who claims my authority is lacking, regardless of the number of summoning beasts? I am more than capable of providing them. As he spoke, a freshly unearthed corpse of a summoning beast appeared before Orochimaru's eyes. Chapter 49. Personnel of Root's Auxiliary Division. Observing the summoning beast's corpse, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched, immediately recognizing its origin. He was astonished by Danzo's audacity during this period, defying all conventions. The moist, freshly disturbed soil on the corpse signified its recent excavation. Orochimaru had indeed contemplated the idea of unearthing graves. Yet the absence of a precise location and the fear of being discovered deterred him, as such an endeavor would not yield favorable outcomes. However, Danzo managed to extract such secrets and even presented them to himself. "Lord Danzo, your swiftness is truly remarkable," Orochimaru marveled, primarily in admiration of his audacity. Upon receiving Orochimaru's praise, Danzo smirked with pride. As the leader of Root and an aide to the Hokage, he possessed a vast reservoir of confidential information regarding the village of Konoha. He was acutely aware of which families possessed summoning beasts, the demise of those beasts, and their burial sites. In essence, if he desired, he could uncover numerous secrets. "Orochimaru, do you see now? This is my prowess," Danzo stated, tilting his head to gaze at Orochimaru. "I, Danzo, wield power that rivals that of the Hokage, sufficient to assist you." Noting Orochimaru's hesitation, Danzo let out a cold snort, his eyes narrowing as an icy aura enveloped him. "What, do you believe I am unworthy of aiding you?" In the prime of his youth, Danzo had not yet adopted the later ruthlessness that characterized him. Instead, he resembled a ravenous wolf, his gaze fixated intently on Orochimaru, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. Faced with Danzo's relentless pressure, Orochimaru found himself at a loss, for after all, he was merely a child. Bearing the weight of Danzo's intensity, Orochimaru met his gaze and replied with a conflicted expression, "Lord Danzo, your capabilities and strength are beyond question. Yet I do not wish to join Root. I aspire to lead a normal life. If I were to accept your assistance, it would inevitably bind me to Root. Would it not?" Orochimaru firmly declared his unwillingness to join the Root organization, much to Danzo's chagrin. Was his own foundation truly so unwelcomed? Was it merely a matter of living in obscurity, shrouded in secrecy, constantly masked and devoid of emotional ties, demanding absolute loyalty? Admittedly, this was somewhat stringent. Yet it was all for the sake of the village. However, faced with a genius like Orochimaru, Danzo still harbored hopes of persuasion. After all, Orochimaru's remarkable inventions and his prowess in defeating Chunin signified that he was a rare talent, a paragon of both intellect and martial skill. Such extraordinary individuals were indeed a rarity. Gazing at Orochimaru, Danzo was reminded of his own mentor, Hashirama Senju. If he were to let Orochimaru slip away, he would likely find himself restless at night. Danzo proclaimed, "Orochimaru, you are a genius and thus deserve special consideration. I can afford you a certain degree of freedom and authority and can mobilize the resources and personnel of Root." He had genuinely invested much in Orochimaru. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have acted with far greater severity. Yet, in response to Danzo's terms, Orochimaru remained unfazed and proposed an alternative condition. "I still wish to lead a conventional life as a shinobi. Though I cannot join Root, I could serve as an external member. Without being part of the organization, I can share my research findings with Root." This was Orochimaru's solution, non-membership, yet cooperation. Uncertain of Danzo's reception of his proposal, he pondered the implications of his youth, which signified boundless potential, both good and ill. Upon hearing Orochimaru's suggestion, Danzo furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before deciding to acquiesce. His desire to recruit Orochimaru had always been unilateral, and achieving this outcome was already commendable. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mido were to discover this development, who knew what complications might arise? Allowing Orochimaru to serve as an external member, contributing to Root without direct affiliation, was indeed a sound idea. It embodied a mutually beneficial arrangement. Furthermore, by investing in Orochimaru, Danzo retained the option to sever ties should the latter's potential not materialize. With this thought, he waved his hand decisively and agreed to Orochimaru's proposal. "Very well, let it be as you suggest, an external member. As long as you can produce research findings that are beneficial to Root and the village, the resources of Root will support you unconditionally." He spoke with remarkable clarity and efficiency, and his actions were equally decisive. That very evening, Orochimaru received several fresh corpses of summoning beasts. Given the dubious origins of these summoning beast corpses, he naturally concealed them meticulously in the basement. Subsequently, he procured a pink porcine summoning beast, separated the corpse, and excavated its gastric pouch. Upon careful investigation, he discovered that the gastric pouch was intact and possessed a remarkable degree of elasticity along with spatial temporal attributes, which filled him with immense joy. With this exceptional material at his disposal, even with his limited understanding of space-time ninjutsu, he could now conduct experiments. Orochimaru meticulously processed the stomach pouch, discarding the majority of the superfluous materials, and transformed the remaining portion into a piece of parchment, which he then laid upon the table. With practiced ease, he began to inscribe the sealing technique. The strokes of his brush danced like dragons and serpents, flowing effortlessly as he executed the intricate characters. Upon completing the final symbol, the parchment trembled and underwent a remarkable transformation. A space of moderate dimensions emerged within, rendering the parchment a vessel capable of containing objects. This time, there were no issues. Let us observe the results. Orochimaru picked up the storage parchment and commenced a series of various tests. Orochimaru endeavored to introduce various items into the storage parchment, subsequently utilizing his mental prowess to ascertain precise conclusions. The spatial capacity of the storage parchment was not particularly vast, amounting to merely a cubic meter. However, the internal space remained stable and resistant to damage. It proved quite advantageous for storing small objects, serving effectively as a specialized tool pouch. While the storage space was somewhat limited, the ease of creation significantly mitigated its challenges, and its discreet nature was commendable. For his inaugural experimental creation, Orochimaru felt a sense of satisfaction. Thus he meticulously sewed the parchment onto his garments, transforming it into a storage pocket. From an external perspective, it appeared as an ordinary pocket, yet upon extending one's hand within and releasing chakra, one would discover it to be a genuine storage bag. Even in the presence of sensory-type ninjas, as long as the storage bag remained unused, there was little to fear regarding detection. Seemingly mundane, yet inherently extraordinary. It bore a resemblance to Doraemon's miraculous pocket. Henceforth, he wished to be referred to as Dora Snake. When engaging adversaries, he could extract an arsenal of weapons from this pocket, potentially instilling terror in his foes. The mere thought of this scenario brought a smile to Orochimaru's lips. His strategy was one of surprise, aimed at delivering an exceptional psychological intimidation to his enemies. As a scientist, while his arsenal may not be vast, it was certainly formidable. Following these endeavors, Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the remains of other summoning beasts, his eyes narrowing as he delved into contemplation. A summoning beast's corpse inherently possessed a gastric pouch. Yet beyond that, it contained numerous organs and materials. Disposing of them seemed an egregious waste. Chapter 50. The Tomb Raider TZ faced with the offerings from Haku. Orochimaru found himself reluctant to discard them outright. Such an act would be far too wasteful. Even in death, summoning beasts represented invaluable materials. In Orochimaru's perspective, the remains of these beasts held extraordinary value, yet he had yet to fully exploit their potential. In the ensuing days, Orochimaru attempted to fabricate several more storage pockets, yet refrained from disclosing this to others. Such revelations could easily incite speculation, thus, a more discreet approach was preferable. He intended to wait a week before presenting his research findings to Shimura Danzo, in exchange for additional resources and knowledge. His reason for this delay stemmed from a desire to avoid leaving Danzo with an impression of perfection, as it might lead him to perceive Orochimaru's research pace as excessively swift, which would not bode well. Having experienced the rigors of corporate life in his previous existence, he was acutely aware of the importance of not overexerting oneself. It was prudent to leave a margin, allowing for a buffer zone. Days later, within the confines of the Ninja Academy, Orochimaru ambled along the path to his classroom when he overheard a multitude of students engaged in hushed conversations. Have you heard? A disgrace has emerged in the village, desecrating graves near the memorial stone. What? That is utterly despicable. How could anyone stoop so low? My summoning beast, Old Huang, passed away recently, and the very next day, I discovered its corpse had been stolen. What of a mere summoning beast? I've heard that many ninja corpses from the village have also vanished. Perhaps an evil organization is conspiring. A cacophony of rumors, intertwining truth and falsehood, reached Orochimaru's ears, prompting him to quicken his pace. He mused, what nonsense. In just a few days, it has already been uncovered. Danzo has performed abysmally, failing to maintain even a semblance of secrecy. Moreover, the speed at which gossip travels in this village is alarming. How could the whispers of corpse theft have surfaced so swiftly? Unbeknownst to him, Danzo had sent individuals to unearth the summoning beasts, but inadvertently excavated the grave of a clan ninja. Within that tomb, he discovered numerous valuable artifacts. Tempted by the allure of profit, Danzo's already questionable morals darkened further. He commanded his root members to clandestinely excavate the graves of the affluent within the village. The deceased would bear the burden of his sins, all in the name of Konoha. Driven by greed, the graves of numerous families fell victim to grave robbing, an occurrence that captured the attention of many and sparked frenzied investigations. As a week slipped by, that very night, Orochimaru reached out to Danzo, instructing Root to suspend the excavation of the summoning beasts. In truth, there were few recently deceased summoning beasts within the village. Those worth unearthing had already been excavated. and the remaining corpses had long since deteriorated beyond salvage. Upon encountering Danzo, Orochimaru sensed an odd odor emanating from him, reminiscent of damp earth and decay. However, he dismissed it, assuming Danzo had merely participated in the excavation. In reality, Danzo had stored the treasures he unearthed in the shadows of the root headquarters, where time had imparted a peculiar scent. Orochimaru retrieved a storage pouch and presented it to his partner and angel investor, Danzo, saying, "Lord Danzo, this is the culmination of my research. You may examine it." The pouch, crafted from summoning beasts, was both remarkably convenient and discreet. Danzo scrutinized the storage pouch offered by Orochimaru, furrowing his brow in confusion and remarking, "In the ninja world, we already possess storage scrolls. What purpose does your invention serve?" To Danzo, this so-called storage pouch appeared utterly devoid of value. Were it not for Orochimaru's exceptional talents, he might have expressed his disdain outright. Orochimaru shook his head, a confident expression adorning his face. Lord Danzo once wisely stated that there are no worthless items, only those who lack the skill to utilize them. Though the storage pouch may appear diminutive, its concealment capabilities are remarkably potent. It can be seamlessly stitched into clothing for use as a ninja tool pouch, or serve as a hiding place for various objects. Orochimaru reached into his pocket, continuously retrieving an assortment of items. He suggested, for instance, during battle, if one were to produce numerous weapons from their pocket, it would surely startle the opponent, thereby slightly increasing the odds of victory. Danzo nodded in agreement. An unexpected confrontation can significantly enhance a ninja's chances of success. Orochimaru continued, "Consider this. If we were to dispatch spies to other nations to pilfer intelligence and conceal it within a storage pocket, would anyone truly suspect?" Danzo hesitated, momentarily struck by the revelation. He realized that this storage pocket indeed possessed a certain value. It was, after all, merely a pocket, a vessel for holding items. Who would surmise it to be a storage pocket? It appeared to be a singular pocket, yet in truth, it encompassed two distinct compartments. This was akin to a concealed layer, a spatial stratification. No one would discern any anomaly within the pocket. After all, who inspects a pocket by channeling chakra into it? As long as chakra is not infused, the secret remains undisclosed. Indeed, Orochimaru, you have astonished me. Enlightened by this strategic significance, Danzo expressed palpable delight. A portion of his root organization's missions involved the acquisition of foreign intelligence. With the storage pocket, efficiency would be greatly enhanced, alleviating any fears of detection. Observing Danzo's acceptance of the storage pocket, Orochimaru felt a wave of relief wash over him. In his quest to promote his inaugural product, Orochimaru had expended considerable effort contemplating various applications for the storage pocket. After all, a mere storage function seemed rather mundane. Identifying a unique purpose for the storage pocket would undoubtedly amplify its significance and worth. Having successfully deceived Danzo, Orochimaru remarked, "There is no need to excavate the summoning beast remains. There are already inquiries being made within the village, and discovery would be detrimental." Danzo frowned, his dissatisfaction evident. "Everything we undertake is for the betterment of the village. Moreover, halting the excavation of the summoning beast leaves the fate of the storage pocket in jeopardy." Despite his words, Danzo's foremost concern remained the valuable treasures entombed within. Should they be unearthed and exchanged on the black market, considerable wealth could be acquired. Orochimaru remarked that the materials for the storage pocket were temporarily sufficient, and the corpses received in recent deliveries had decayed beyond use. He surmised that the village had reached its limits. Should that be the case, it would be prudent to seek alternatives elsewhere. For the ninja world is vast and surely holds opportunities. The rabbit does not consume the grass at its own doorstep. Orochimaru wished to preserve his reputation from being tarnished by Danzo and subtly suggested exploring other villages for resources. Danzo pondered this notion and deemed it a commendable idea. His own excavations had drawn considerable attention from various clans within the village. Furthermore, Hisashi had approached him several times, requesting assistance in tracking down the grave robbers. However, as the grave robber was none other than himself, Danzo had no intention of revealing his identity. Thus, he resolved to delve deeply into the ninja world without the constraints imposed by the village. He secretly vowed to establish a small organization dedicated to grave robbing, aptly named the Tomb Raiders. With aspirations to unearth treasures and arcane secrets from beneath the earth, the proceeds from these ventures would bolster the root's funding, alleviating the need to solicit financial support from Hisashi. All endeavors were ultimately for the sake of Konoha. Chapter 51. Observations from the root. Having dealt with Danzo, Orochimaru sought permission to gather materials from the root for research and study. Naturally, Danzo readily agreed to Orochimaru's earnest pursuit of knowledge and investigation. Orochimaru's diligent efforts would greatly benefit both the root and Konoha in the future. Danzo, extending every possible support to Orochimaru, guided him through the inner environment of the root. As they traversed the dark, cold, and damp corridors, Orochimaru could not help but shudder. In such a dismal setting, one could hardly maintain their sanity over time, and the risk of rheumatism seemed imminent. From Orochimaru's perspective, the current headquarters of the root could not merely be deemed simplistic. It was, rather, stripped down to the barest essentials. It resembled a tunnel hewn from the earth, appearing fathomless while concealing numerous safety hazards. Should a battle erupt here, the very tunnels and chambers of the root would likely collapse under the strain. After some contemplation, Orochimaru cautiously suggested to Danzo that he reinforce the structure using earth release techniques, primarily for the sake of his own safety. After all, he might return in the future. And if the root's tunnels were to crumble, his own life would be at stake. Following Danzo for a while, they arrived at a spacious secret chamber. Danzo formed hand seals to dispel the sealing technique and then opened the door, introducing Orochimaru to the essence of the root. Before you lies the foundation of our organization, he stated. Inside are the village's secrets and various knowledge, content that cannot be found in the Konoha library. Apart from the classified documents, you may freely explore or even take some home. Within the chamber stood 7 enormous bookshelves, meticulously arranged and brimming with an array of books and scrolls. The classified documents Danzo mentioned were housed in the final, specially protected bookshelf. Naturally, Orochimaru felt no inclination towards the so-called secrets and instead gravitated towards the other 6 bookshelves. Observing this, Danzo turned to leave. As he departed, a member of the root silently concealed themselves within the chamber, observing Orochimaru's every movement. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, he was wholly absorbed in the tomes before him. Knowledge, that which is closely guarded, is invaluable to the outside world, priceless and unattainable even with wealth. He delved into the 3 elemental transformations of earth release, the research on lightning releases cellular activation, and the 12 variations of the body flicker technique. Orochimaru began to peruse the books one by one. However, as he continued, he suddenly realized that he had strayed off course and smacked his forehead. Goodness! I am supposed to be seeking methods to augment my chakra, yet here I am engrossed in trivial tomes. While the knowledge contained within these volumes was indeed invaluable, it was not what Orochimaru required at this moment. He understood well that human energy is finite, a lesson he had grasped since his arrival in this realm. Consequently, he must meticulously plan each of his steps. Resisting the impulse to continue his browsing, he searched among the rows of shelves for materials that would befit his needs. Once he had identified his target, Orochimaru swiftly located the pertinent texts. However, given the abundance of books, he could not peruse them all at once. So he approached Danzo to request permission to take them home for further study, promising to return them once he had finished. Without a moment's hesitation, Danzo acquiesced to Orochimaru's request. The ease with which Danzo agreed took Orochimaru by surprise. The disparity between the young Danzo and the older version was indeed quite pronounced. After Orochimaru departed, Danzo gazed after him, then summoned the hidden members of Root. With his hands clasped behind his back, the warm smile faded from his face, replaced by a cold, indifferent gaze. So, did he engage in any indiscretions? Using the camouflage technique to conceal themselves, the Root members swiftly replied, Lord Danzo, Orochimaru has not committed any transgressions. He has been diligently searching for books. Upon hearing this report, Danzo nodded slowly. Very well, you may leave. The clandestine surveillance orchestrated by Danzo was intended to ascertain whether Orochimaru harbored ulterior motives or if he was merely an envoy from another hidden village. After all, this was a realm of shinobi where possibilities abound. Upon learning that Orochimaru had successfully passed the trials, Danzo felt a sense of relief. Such was his nature, cunning and suspicious. He felt compelled to personally assess the intentions of Orochimaru, whom he had sought to recruit. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru was oblivious to these machinations. Upon returning home from the root, Orochimaru immediately retrieved his tomes and began studying with fervor. The materials he possessed contained the coveted knowledge and technical expertise he yearned for, particularly concerning chakra. This included the properties of the 5 elemental chakra types, the intricate applications of chakra, its fundamental principles, and its origins. These documents were rich in research and various hypotheses surrounding chakra, holding immense value for Orochimaru. He believed that by thoroughly investigating these topics, he could rectify his only shortcoming, the meager amount of chakra he was capable of extracting from his own body. By the light of a lamp, Orochimaru meticulously examined volume after volume, seeking to comprehend and analyze their contents. Although much of the knowledge was theoretical and speculative, it was imbued with significant worth. Should he unravel the essence of chakra, he might discover a means to enhance his chakra reserve swiftly. The scarcity of chakra weighed heavily on Orochimaru's mind. Akin to a character in a video game lacking a sufficient mana bar, without it, even the most formidable techniques would be beyond his reach. Additionally, the practice of sealing techniques also necessitated chakra as a source of energy. In essence, chakra was akin to currency, the foundation upon which all advanced ninjutsu, sealing arts, and even physical and illusionary techniques rested. Indeed, this notion was rather intriguing. The idea of employing substances to stimulate the body into generating a substantial amount of chakra seemed plausible. Utilizing medical ninjutsu to forcibly awaken and extract chakra from the flesh could yield results, albeit at the cost of vitality, an extreme and rather self-destructive approach. One idea after another for increasing the quantity of chakra emerged in Orochimaru's mind. After contemplating, he summarized his thoughts into several points. The conventional approach involves rigorous training, employing arduous physical exercises and mental meditation to amplify chakra. An extreme alternative entails using substances to stimulate chakra acquisition or forcibly exhausting the body to gain chakra energy. This method, however, is exceedingly reckless and detrimental to one's health, thus should not be employed frequently. Another unique method exists. Upon awakening one's bloodline limit, an individual can obtain a substantial amount of chakra, along with special abilities. While this approach is indeed feasible, it presents considerable challenges. Chapter 52. The peculiar chakra system in the brightly lit laboratory. During the late hours of the night, a figure lingered motionless by the window, lost in thought. Orochimaru, consumed by contemplation, strained to devise a solution but failed to arrive at a satisfactory answer. Were he one of the legendary Sannin, this predicament would scarcely trouble him. Yet, he was merely a child with insufficient knowledge, limited experience, and less than a year of training. Resolving the issue of inadequate chakra within him and discovering a viable method proved to be rather troublesome. Lacking the secret techniques of the ninja clan and the transformative technologies for cells and body, the most straightforward option before him was to diligently cultivate himself. However, as a transmigrator, the notion of enduring arduous training in both his previous life and this new one seemed rather futile. Although he lacked a cheat or a golden finger, the pride of a transmigrator compelled him to seek a cerebral solution. In grappling with this dilemma, Orochimaru recalled myriad memories and knowledge from his former life. In many television dramas and novels he had encountered, protagonists would enhance their strength simply by consuming extraordinary treasures or receiving the impartation of true energy from wise mentors. Yet, such methods were ineffectual in this world. The ninja realm did not utilize true energy. Instead, it operated with a unique energy known as chakra. The most significant distinction between chakra and true energy lies in the fact that chakra dissipates after extraction. In other words, chakra will evaporate after residing in the body for a period. Unlike true energy, which circulates through the meridians and is stored within the dantian. Chakra's ephemeral nature posed a significant challenge. As he pondered, an epiphany struck Orochimaru. Why could chakra not be stored within the dantian, coalescing as true energy does? With this thought, Orochimaru sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with determination, pacing back and forth in the room. If he could devise a method to ensure that extracted chakra remained within his body, akin to true energy, then as long as it was not consumed, the quantity of chakra would perpetually increase, thereby resolving the issue of his meager chakra reserves. Upon conceiving this method, Orochimaru was enveloped in excitement. Should he succeed in deciphering the issue of insufficient chakra, it would undoubtedly be resolved with ease. However, he soon pondered another conundrum. Why does chakra energy dissipate? Where does the dissipated chakra energy go? Does it return to the body, or does it disperse into the world? What distinguishes true energy from chakra, and what causes these phenomena? Why are the meridians and dantians of the denizens of the ninja world incapable of storing chakra energy? In what ways do the bodies of those from the past differ from those of the ninja world? With such reflections, Orochimaru realized that the questions he needed to explore had multiplied. Yet, unperturbed by the multitude of inquiries and uncertainties, he became invigorated. If he could thoroughly investigate all these questions, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. At that time, the fundamental nature and principles of chakra would lie firmly within his grasp. He would become the most knowledgeable individual regarding chakra in this world, with the exception of the Otsutsuki clan. Confronted with these inquiries, Orochimaru perceived a treasure buried within the soil, awaiting his excavation. He began to contemplate each question in turn, taking out paper to make comparisons. The distinction between chakra and true energy lies in the fact that chakra energy in the ninja world is generated by the fusion of physical and spiritual energy through various cultivation methods. In essence, it is a one amalgamation of spiritual force and life force. Orochimaru was uncertain about the accuracy of such a definition. Yet he inscribed it upon the paper. Regarding true energy, he possessed little understanding, as he had not genuinely practiced in his previous life. However, from the television shows and novels he had perused, he gleaned that the principle of acquiring true energy lies in the refinement of essence into chi. This entails transforming the vital essence within one's body into chi through specific cultivation methods. Thus, true energy is derived from the transformation of the vital essence of the human body. By employing techniques such as breath control, meditation, and seated contemplation, one constructs a particular set of practices for cultivation. Within this system, the essence circulates along designated meridian pathways, gradually being transmuted into chi. This process, known as the transformation of essence into chi, represents a unique refinement and elevation of the human life's quintessence. When placed side by side, it becomes evident that the refinement method of essence into chi from his past life appears far more specialized, and in terms of efficacy, the same can be said. The true energy cultivated can bolster one's physique, sharpen the senses, and even prolong life, leading to an elevation of one's existential level. Upon reflection, this methodology seems to be an enigmatic technique capable of transcending the very essence of life. In contrast, the refinement of chakra appears relatively straightforward. By utilizing the chakra refinement technique, one can amalgamate the cellular energy of the physical body with the mental energy of the spirit, thereby forming chakra. In terms of cultivation efficiency, chakra undoubtedly excels. Moreover, when it comes to application and combat, chakra remains superior. Upon comparison, true energy seems to fall short of the chakra system, save for its health benefits, which is a perplexing conclusion that left Orochimaru feeling that something was amiss. Could it truly be that such a complex system of cultivation was inferior to the chakra system? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the two with great care. And after comparing their differences, he finally grasped the crux of the issue. I understand now. The manifestation of chakra appears to stem from diligent cultivation, yet, in truth, it is extracted from within the body, not constituting a part of the practitioner. The cultivation of true energy, though slow and akin to the gradual erosion of water on stone, imperceptibly transforms one's constitution, ultimately becoming an integral aspect of the body. How might one articulate this? Orochimaru pondered deeply and ultimately found an appropriate way to articulate his thoughts. True chi can be likened to an individual who, from their modest gains, allocates a portion towards self-investment and transformation. Although this process is gradual, over time, it accumulates substantial knowledge, enhancing one's value in society and enabling the acquisition of greater wealth. In contrast, chakra resembles an extravagant individual, prone to excessive spending and reliant on various loans. The former harbors a promising future, while the latter is burdened with insurmountable debt. Upon this realization, clarity washed over him. The cultivation of true chi may not yield immediate results, yet in the long run, it bestows longevity, agility, and immense strength, devoid of significant flaws. Conversely, chakra may manifest rapid initial progress, yet slows significantly in later stages, often at the cost of the practitioner's life, resulting in premature demise for many. With this understanding, Orochimaru found himself once again engulfed in contemplation. He perceived the chakra system as peculiar, resembling not a cultivation method, but rather a process akin to chemical synthesis. It is not surprising that Orochimaru harbors such thoughts. Upon comparing the two cultivation systems, he finds the chakra system to be truly peculiar and absurd. Its principle lies in extracting a certain quantity of physical energy and a specific amount of mental energy from within the body, blending them in a precise ratio to form chakra. In essence, it is akin to combining one material with another to synthesize a new one. The so-called cultivation merely serves to enable the body to generate more synthetic materials. Each extraction of energy represents a form of harvesting and depletion of the body. No wonder that when chakra is extracted, one's strength is akin to that of an ox, and agility is enhanced once the chakra is exhausted. The entire physical condition reverts to that of an ordinary person. Chakra can be likened to a synthesized superadrenaline. Following this line of thought, Orochimaru delves deeper. When a ninja refines chakra, they obtain powers that surpass those of ordinary humans. Subsequently, they undergo training to alter the attributes contained within their chakra. This transformation involves evolving neutral chakra into a tribute-based chakra, allowing mastery over various natural forces, such as wind, fire, lightning, and water. Referring to a borrowed text on chakra attribute transformation and nature alteration, Orochimaru concludes that his ideas are indeed valid. Each individual possesses different inherent attributes, resulting in a diverse array of ninjutsu that can be cultivated. The method of chakra attribute transformation training involves utilizing mental energy to sense the unique attributes within one's body, guiding them to merge with chakra for transformation. Does this not sound familiar? By incorporating new materials into synthesized chakra, one creates new attributes. The resulting materials manifest as wind release, lightning release, water release, fire release, and so forth. Furthermore, one can further add materials to create wood release, ice release, and storm release. Could this not lead to the creation of bloodline limits? Even further synthesis to create new materials is not out of the question. This is not merely conjecture from Orochimaru. Such phenomena indeed exist within the ninja world. For instance, the rare bloodline elimination is produced by the fusion of 3 different chakra attributes. There is also the ultimate version, bloodline collection, formed through the amalgamation of 7 chakra attributes, surpassing all others. Nature alteration involves exploring the functionalities and applications of the synthesized materials. The deeper Orochimaru contemplates, the more validated he feels. It is no wonder that ninjas in the ninja world have such fleeting lifespans. Daily, they treat themselves as mere fodder, extracting their mental and vital energies for adrenal use. Merely surviving is already commendable. The so-called training is merely a means of growing into robust fodder. Talent and aptitude are defined by the body's regeneration speed under duress. It is no surprise that Hashirama Senju is deemed the god of shinobi. His cells possess an astonishing vitality, akin to that of an immensely powerful and invincible plant. I have come to understand. It is no wonder that chakra dissipates, for it can only be regarded as artificially synthesized material. It does not belong to the human body. Over time, it will inevitably be rejected and consumed by the body, dissipating into the universe. I have come to understand. Chakra, for me, has already unveiled itself to a significant extent, awaiting my embrace. Orochimaru's crimson eyes glimmered with ecstatic delight, as if he had glimpsed the very threshold of truth. Yet, shortly thereafter, a thought struck him. Wasn't chakra derived from the god tree, brought forth by the Otsutsuki clan from the vast expanse of the cosmos? The god tree devoured the energies of the world, and Kaguya, consuming it, became the progenitor of chakra, subsequently bequeathing it to her 2 offspring, thus commencing a lineage of inheritance and evolution. Orochimaru murmured to himself. As a traveler from another realm, he was well aware of the origin tale of chakra. Here, chakra emanated from the god tree, which nurtured it before being consumed by Kaguya, who acquired chakra. Originally, the world was devoid of chakra, indicating that this energy was a product of subsequent development. The human body could synthesize chakra, and the god tree could also generate it. In this light, it appeared that humanity had been tainted, or perhaps assimilated, by the god tree long ago, millennia in the past. Upon contemplating this notion, Orochimaru furrowed his brow, a hypothesis stirring within him. However, he quickly buried it deep within his heart. Pondering such matters bore no fruit. It was far more prudent to focus on learning and enhancing his strength, for only then would he possess the capacity to research and explore. Returning to the matter at hand, Orochimaru regarded the 2 systems, a mysterious glimmer flashing in his eyes. I must devise a method to validate my conjecture regarding the chakra system. Should it prove to be as I surmise, then this cultivation framework would merely serve as a supplementary system. No, it is not that I cannot cultivate, rather, I must transform my identity from that of a mere crop to one who harvests. Orochimaru harbors no intention of becoming mere fodder, rather, he aspires to be the master of the garden. He speculates that the abundance and vitality of the cells possessed by the denizens of the ninja world serve as the linchpin for this intricate system. Were this in a previous life, one might fear that the extraction of chakra even once or twice could lead to catastrophic consequences, resulting in untimely demise. In the stillness of the night, the room remains aglow, as someone fervently scribes away. Orochimaru meticulously transcribed all his speculations and thoughts onto paper, diligently documenting them. In the days to come, he would endeavor to explore and validate these hypotheses. The following day, Orochimaru arrived at the school early and sought out his teacher, Narashinichi, to request a leave of absence. Time waits for no one. The pursuit of truth was at hand, and Orochimaru could not afford to be complacent. As long as he could validate his theories, power would be within his grasp. Such inferior ninjas were not worthy of his concern. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. For Orochimaru excelled in maintaining a facade of respectfulness. Addressing teacher Nara Shinichi, he said with deference, "Teacher Shinichi, I have mastered all the subjects taught at school. Continuing to stay here holds no value for me. I wish to take a leave of absence to study independently at home." Nara Shinichi looked at his proud disciple and felt that he had a point, yet he was apprehensive about the potential consequences. Orochimaru was indeed a talent that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had personally entrusted to nurture and educate. Keeping him confined at home would render it impossible to monitor his progress. Should anything untoward happen to Orochimaru, I, as his instructor, would find it difficult to absolve myself of responsibility. Orochimaru, I have observed your progress closely. However, as a student of the ninja arts, there exists no precedent for taking a leave from school to study at home. Your actions place me in a precarious position, for if the Hokage were to inquire, I would find myself at a loss. Nara Shinichi was reluctant to release him, yet Orochimaru was resolute in his decision to return home in pursuit of truth. Unwilling to engage in frivolous pastimes at the academy, with unwavering determination, he gazed at Nara Shinichi and declared, "Teacher, should the Hokage seek accountability, please shift the blame onto me. Furthermore, my academic performance is evident. In both combat and theoretical knowledge, the majority of my classmates cannot compare to me. If it comes to that, during the school examinations, you may inform me, and I shall attend to take the test." A flicker of conflict crossed Nara Shinichi's eyes as he pressed his lips together, still withholding a response. Orochimaru continued, "If it comes to that, I shall leave a clone at the school. After all, the students are none the wiser." Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru raised an eyebrow and promptly objected, "Orochimaru, there is no need for such measures. If you wish to take a leave of absence, it can certainly be arranged. Do not resort to using the shadow clone technique to deceive the teacher. That would be improper. I will report this matter to Lord Hokage." Orochimaru employed the art of shadow clone technique to feign attendance in class, while his true self encountered troubles, yet he did not bear the brunt of the responsibility. If attendance is so lacking, it would be more prudent to assist Orochimaru in securing a leave of absence. Chapter 54, Study Group within the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku. Having studied Orochimaru, promptly reported this matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Orochimaru was a promising talent from the elite class, held in high regard by the Hokage. And Nara Shikaku dared not act with negligence. Upon learning of Orochimaru's request for leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately furrowed his brow, descending into contemplation. Orochimaru was indeed a gifted child, and attending classes alongside ordinary students had undeniably impeded his academic progress. However, distancing him from the school could hinder the formation of friendships and bonds with his peers, potentially skewing his understanding of the will of fire. The conflicting demands of nurturing talent and upholding the will of fire placed Sarutobi Hiruzen in a predicament. In his indecision, he grasped his pipe, inhaling and exhaling clouds of smoke, a recent habit of his. When confronted with insurmountable problems, he would first take a moment to relax with a puff. Once he had finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. "Shikaku, Orochimaru is a remarkably opinionated child. Allowing him to take a leave at home for solitary training could be beneficial. Yet he must not become too detached from the school. I recall that Orochimaru has a few close friends. It would be wise to encourage them to visit him frequently, fostering those bonds." Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement, though he was profoundly astonished. The third Hokage's attention to Orochimaru surpassed even his own. Despite not being physically present in the school, he possessed an astute awareness of the events transpiring within its confines. As for the friends mentioned, Nara Shikaku was well aware of them. In the school, Orochimaru spent the majority of his time immersed in silence, engrossed in books, only occasionally engaging in conversation with a select few, namely Jiraiya, Ebisu, and Tsunade. Upon gaining clarity, Nara Shinichi promptly returned to the Ninja Academy to implement his plans. When Orochimaru encountered Nara Shinichi once more, he noticed that several individuals with whom he shared a closer bond stood beside him, which instilled a sense of foreboding within Orochimaru. Nara Shinichi, regarding Orochimaru with a serious demeanor, cleared his throat and stated, "Orochimaru, your leave request has been approved by Lord Hokage. However, to prevent your prolonged absence from the academy from creating a rift, a study group of 4 has been specially arranged for you. Henceforth, these 3 will occasionally visit your home to study together and discuss matters related to school." Before Orochimaru could respond, Jiraiya erupted into a joyous laughter, nearly leaping with excitement. Really? We actually have a study group of 4. The other classmates will surely envy us. He chuckled heartily, casting a glance at Tsunade beside him. The prospect of studying closely with Tsunade filled him with uncontainable delight. Ebisu, on the other hand, displayed no objections, standing quietly with a pleasant smile. However, upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately expressed her discontent, lamenting, "No way. I don't want to study. Shouldn't we be enjoying ourselves after school?" With a melodramatic flair, she clutched her chest, portraying an unhappy visage. In her youth, Tsunade was in the prime of her playful spirit, constantly dreaming of striking it rich at the casinos in Konoha. Showing little interest in the notion of study, Orochimaru's expression faltered, and he found little joy within. He was set to conduct experiments, delving into the very essence of chakra systems, a pursuit that could potentially transform the world. There was no time for trivial study groups, though he yearned to decline. Shikamaru's resolve was unwavering. Should he refuse, he would be relegated to attending classes at school. After much contemplation, Orochimaru concluded that taking a leave of absence would be preferable, as it would only consume a brief period after school, a trivial matter indeed. Furthermore, his research required several individuals to assist him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Upon hearing Orochimaru's agreement, Shikamaru exhaled a sigh of relief. The Hokage's directive had been fulfilled. That afternoon, Orochimaru led the trio to his residence. "Orochimaru, is this truly your home?" Its style distinctly contrasts with that of most households in the village. For Tsunade, this was her inaugural visit to Orochimaru's abode, and curiosity inevitably gleamed in her eyes. The surrounding walls had been remodeled, imparting a somewhat modern prison-like appearance. Noticing Tsunade's intrigue, Jiraiya puffed out his chest and confidently stepped forward. "Tsunade, I am well acquainted with Orochimaru's home. Feel free to inquire about anything." In truth, he had only visited twice, and that was prior to Orochimaru's renovations. Yet, Tsunade, swayed by Jiraiya's confidence, believed his words. Pointing at the wires adorning the walls, she inquired, "Jiraiya, what are those things on the wall?" Jiraiya focused intently, discovering that the walls were laden with slender iron wires, nearly indistinguishable at first glance. His countenance stiffened, and his mind raced with questions. "These were certainly absent during my last visit. How have they suddenly appeared? Orochimaru has caused me great suffering." Beneath his calm demeanor lies a tumultuous heart, presenting a facade of nonchalance that feels eerily familiar. This object, a sturdy wire used to prevent walls from collapsing, serves a significant purpose. Upon concluding his statement, Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru, exchanging a knowing glance. "Orochimaru, you must agree with my assessment, do you not?" Orochimaru cast a helpless glance at him and nodded, stating, "Jiraiya speaks the truth. However, the most crucial function is to prevent intruders from stealthily infiltrating. This device harbors an electric current, and its power is considerable. Should one come into contact with it, they will be shocked." Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Jiraiya recklessly extend his hand forward, inadvertently demonstrating its effect. Upon being electrocuted, Jiraiya's body involuntarily convulsed, his eyes glazing over. Reminiscent of the legendary dancer of the hidden leaf. "Jiraiya, are you all right?" Orochimaru swiftly severed the power supply and inquired about Jiraiya, who lay on the ground. Jiraiya's gaze was vacant, his body involuntarily convulsing, and his once spiky white hair had transformed into an unruly explosion of locks. He struggled to lift the corners of his mouth, managing a smile as he proclaimed, "These minor injuries are nothing. I am the future hero, Lord Jiraiya." No sooner had he uttered these words than his body twitched uncontrollably once more, and black smoke escaped his lips. Nearby, Tsunade, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly suppress her exasperation. She remarked, "Jiraiya, you fool, if you don't understand, don't pretend to." After helping Jiraiya into the house, Orochimaru instructed the others to gather and study together, while he retreated to his laboratory to commence his research. "Let me ascertain whether my hypothesis holds true. Is the essence of chakra a product of chemical synthesis?" The data was dwindling rapidly, and he implored everyone for more encouragement to hasten the updates. In the realm of research, Orochimaru approached his work with utmost seriousness. In the solitude of his undisturbed laboratory, he meticulously delved into his studies, guided by his organized thoughts. The first subject of his investigation was the long-standing technique of chakra extraction, a method that had been passed down through the ages. This technique, capable of extracting cellular energy from the human body as well as mental power from the brain, was a testament to its inherent value. It allowed for the control of both cellular and mental energies within the body. In essence, it served as a mining tool specifically designed to excavate and refine the cellular and mental energies produced by the human form. To Orochimaru, the chakra extraction technique became a practical instrument. He deconstructed this technique, clearly delineating its components. The extraction of cellular energy was categorized as cellular energy, while the extraction of mental energy was classified as mental energy. Orochimaru employed a chakra extraction technique in an attempt to refine a portion of cellular energy and separate it from the body. While the process of refinement was relatively straightforward, the subsequent step of external extraction encountered significant complications. Orochimaru discovered that every time he attempted to expel cellular energy from his body, it would inevitably dissipate. This phenomenon left him perplexed and troubled. Why is it that cellular energy can only exist within the confines of the body and cannot be extracted into the external world? Orochimaru contemplated. Perhaps this is the essence of cellular energy. As an intangible force birthed within the human body, it must inherently reside within the corporeal form unless other conditions prevail. How might one extract the cellular energy? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, immersed in contemplation as he searched through the recesses of his past memories for a solution. Just as he was about to step out for a drink, his gaze fell upon Tsunade, who was shaking a set of dice. Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja of the future in the ninja world, possessed an unparalleled mastery of countless medical ninjutsu techniques. These medical arts excelled in harnessing chakra and the energy of human cells. An epiphany struck Orochimaru. He recalled a potentially viable medical ninjutsu known as the extraction technique. This technique could extricate toxins and damaged organs from within the human body or even facilitate organ transplantation. If it was indeed capable of extracting such elements, perhaps it could also draw forth the intrinsic cellular energy residing within the body. Orochimaru continued to ponder deeply, preparing to seek this ninjutsu when he suddenly grasped a crucial insight. The yang release, unlike ordinary natural chakra, governs the energy of the human body. No, medical ninjutsu falls under yang release, drawing its power from the mastery of bodily energy. I need not delve into the intricacies of extraction techniques. Instead, I shall focus on the transformation of yang release chakra attributes. Yang release commands the forces within the flesh, while yin release governs the mental faculties. One embodies the duality of cellular energy and spiritual energy. Upon realizing this, Orochimaru hastily returned to his quarters, poring over his previous research on chakra attribute transformations. What is Orochimaru up to so mysteriously? Tsunade remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Jiraiya shrugged, reclining on the floor with an air of indifference. Who knows? Probably concocting some new invention. In the laboratory, Orochimaru incessantly simulated yang release chakra. After enduring numerous failures, he finally achieved a metamorphosis within his chakra. Given his exceptional talent, mastering the transformation of chakra attributes was attainable within a short span. Splendid! I have succeeded at last. Fortuitously, with 7 chakra attributes at his disposal, he felt no apprehension. Having mastered yang release, Orochimaru condensed the yang release chakra, enveloping a portion of the cellular energy and drawing it outside his body. The cellular energy that emerged resembled a firefly, softly glowing with a gentle luminescence. Yet, this faint glow was the result of immense concentration and effort on Orochimaru's part. Ha! I have succeeded. Observing the fruits of his experiment, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across Orochimaru's face. He had taken another significant step towards validating his hypotheses. Orochimaru gazed intently at the cellular energy, scrutinizing its every movement. As time progressed, the cellular energy manifesting on the surface gradually dimmed, appearing as though it might dissipate into the wind. This prompted Orochimaru to smirk, licking the corner of his lips. Even when enveloped by the light-release chakra, the cellular energy would inevitably fade. However, judging by the rate of its dissipation, it seemed to linger within the body for a comparable duration, suggesting that the light-release chakra bears a resemblance to the human form. Orochimaru meticulously documented his thoughts while pondering deeply. After a brief moment, he clenched his fingers tightly, merging the distilled spiritual energy with his skin. The cellular energy adhered to his skin, intertwining seamlessly with the spiritual energy within, transforming into a new chakra. The manifestation of this scene ignited a spark of brilliance in Orochimaru's eyes. The amalgamation of the two was akin to a chemical reaction unfolding before him. With a mere thought, Orochimaru effortlessly merged the chakra that had manifested externally into his being, experiencing an exquisite smoothness. Although this energy was synthesized outside of him, Once integrated within, it was indistinguishable from regular chakra, endowing him with formidable strength and heightened senses. Orochimaru clenched his fist, his fingers forming intricate seals. And immediately a clone of identical size materialized beside him. Gazing at his creation, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, savoring the sensation. The effect was akin to that of the chakra birthed within him, whether it pertained to the enhancement of his physical form or the execution of ninjutsu. The results were unequivocally identical. Orochimaru picked up a pen and paper, beginning to scribble and sketch. Subsequently, he pushed open the laboratory door. A smile adorning his face as he gazed at his three companions. Are you all feeling rather bored? Would you care to join me in some delightful activities? Really? Have you invented something entertaining once again? Jiraiya exclaimed, springing to his feet. He found himself disinterested in studying. Lying idly had become tedious. Had it not been for the command of their teacher, Naruto, he would have long succumbed to restlessness and ventured outside to play. Tsunade also rose, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Orochimaru. At their lively age, Tsunade's energetic disposition made it impossible for her to remain still. Among the trio, only Kabuto sat quietly at the table, diligently working on his assignments. Come. Let me first teach you about the transformation of chakra attributes in yang release. Only by mastering it can you truly enjoy the fun, Orochimaru coaxed. With willing participants at hand, he was eager to utilize them. Upon hearing yang release, Tsunade immediately lifted her chin proudly, exclaiming, "Isn't that merely yang release chakra? We of the Senju clan are inherently gifted in that regard." She raised her fair hand, and a surge of vibrant chakra emanated from her. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru gazed at Tsunade with fervent admiration. "Tsunade, you are truly remarkable." Orochimaru directly took hold of Tsunade's delicate hand, savoring the familiar warmth of yang release chakra. Truly, she is to become the foremost medical ninja in the future ninja world. For the quantity of her yang release chakra is astonishing. Tsunade, feeling the grip, felt a faint blush tint her fair visage. However, in the face of Orochimaru's intimate gesture, she did not withdraw, but rather allowed him to hold her hand. Nearby, Jiraiya gazed with round eyes, his expression a blend of envy and admiration directed at Orochimaru. Chapter 56. The Fusion of Chakra in the Living Room. Orochimaru, is this what you meant? Tsunade raised her small hand, revealing a familiar radiant glow in her palm. This luminescence is the cellular energy she has extracted from her own body, which can also be described as her vital essence. Orochimaru nodded, his gaze fixated upon the swirling mass of cellular energy, his eyes unblinking. He realized, with a sense of astonishment, the vast chasm that separated individuals. The cellular energy casually refined by Tsunade was not only significantly greater, but also far more refined than his own. Nevertheless, Orochimaru quickly reassured himself, it matters not. For you possess unparalleled scientific prowess and innate talent. One day you shall surpass those who bear the mark of extraordinary lineage. Upon confirming the authenticity of Tsunade's cellular energy, Orochimaru swiftly began to extract spiritual energy from within himself. He concentrated this mental force, coalescing it within the palm of his hand before gently pressing it against Tsunade's palm. Under his meticulous control, his spiritual energy gradually merged with her cellular energy. The two elements blended harmoniously in a 1:1 ratio, immediately triggering a miraculous reaction. A wave of chakra, both familiar and foreign, emanated from their joined hands. At that moment, Orochimaru trembled with excitement, his suspicions validated. The combination of cellular energy and spiritual force could indeed synthesize chakra energy. With this principle, he envisioned an endless supply of usable chakra, liberating him from the anxiety of depletion. Since it was possible to artificially synthesize chakra, he need no longer feel like a mere resource to be harvested repeatedly by others. By devising a means to harness the spiritual and cellular energies of others, he could utilize them as a perpetual source of replenishment. This notion was not only feasible but also profoundly promising. As this epiphany illuminated Orochimaru's mind, Tsunade and her companion stood in stunned silence. Tsunade, her lips parted in astonishment, gazed at the connection between her palm and Orochimaru's, her heart racing with disbelief. What was happening? The fusion of her cellular energy and Orochimaru's spiritual force had given rise to a new chakra. Memories of Mito's words echoed in her mind. The union of man and woman begets new life. Would this peculiar amalgamation with Orochimaru result in something akin to a child? She was still but a child herself. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Tsunade covered her flushed face, her thoughts spiraling into a realm of curious ideas. Meanwhile, Jiraiya observed the intimate connection between Tsunade and Orochimaru, their hands tightly clasped, giving birth to a unique chakra, and his heart ached with a bittersweet pang. He feigned indifference. Yet his tone dripped with envy as he remarked, "What is so impressive about it? It's not entertaining at all." Meanwhile, Kabuto gazed vacantly at the extraordinary chakra, sensing it held some profound mystery. Yet being merely a child, he lacked the understanding to grasp its deeper significance. Orochimaru, with his consciousness, manipulated this chakra, attempting to draw it into his own being. His movements were deliberate and slow, as he gradually acquainted himself with the distinctive characteristics and properties of this novel chakra. While attempting to integrate it into his body, he discerned that he possessed a certain degree of control over this chakra. However, it paled in comparison to the chakra harmonized within him, rendering him unable to wield it with the same ease. His control had diminished by approximately 20%. Despite this outcome, Orochimaru felt no disappointment. In his perspective, the mere synthesis was sufficient. Mastery could be addressed later. As long as he could unravel the underlying principles, he could subsequently refine and enhance it. He lifted his gaze to Tsunade, earnestly inquiring, "Tsunade, do you perceive any changes within your body? Are you able to manipulate this chakra?" At the sound of Orochimaru's voice, Tsunade returned to focus, casting a shy glance at him. The peculiar expression in her eyes momentarily startled Orochimaru. What was the meaning of this? Tsunade, after a brief moment of introspection, responded, "There is no anomaly within my body. Yet the chakra we have co-created exhibits a certain unruliness." Unruliness? The term caused Orochimaru to pause, as it struck him as oddly peculiar. He desired Tsunade to elaborate. But upon reflection, he realized that a young girl collaborating with him was unlikely to provide precise data. Perhaps it was best for him to experience it personally. Orochimaru guided Tsunade, instructing her to distill and harness her mental energy, concentrating it in the palm of her hand. Meanwhile, he extracted a certain amount of cellular energy from within himself, once again pressing it against Tsunade's petite hand to facilitate a chemical reaction. This time, a somewhat distinct chakra fluctuation emerged in the palms of the two. A contemplative expression flickered in Orochimaru's eyes upon witnessing this outcome. Chakra, being unique to each individual, manifests differently when various mental energies and cellular forces intertwine. The chakra produced by an animated and lively person's mental energy exudes a palpable vivacity, while that derived from a composed and serene individual carries an air of tranquility. This observation aligns perfectly with the intrinsic nature of chakra, which allows for the exploration of one's inner thoughts, establishing a mental bridge to share emotions. Although delving into the depths of the heart remains unattainable for now, Orochimaru could certainly perceive the nuances of mental influence. He had achieved a preliminary validation of his hypotheses regarding chakra. After concluding the experiment, he dove back into the laboratory, embarking on further research endeavors. Orochimaru contemplated the idea that any life energy could merge with any mental energy to give birth to chakra. Thus, he could potentially extract the life and mental energies of others, using them as a reservoir to fuel his own. However, the intangible nature of life and mental energies posed a significant challenge in terms of preservation. This conundrum left Orochimaru's mind devoid of any thoughts. It represented an entirely new subject and path, one that he alone must navigate, relying solely on himself. Meanwhile, Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, hurried back home, and, in her haste, collided into the embrace of Uzumaki Mido. "Ah, Mido Granny." Tsunade rubbed her head and, upon raising her gaze, was greeted by her grandmother's familiar face, which brightened her countenance. She bounded to Mido's side, grasping her hand. "Mido Granny, I believe I might be having a baby." Her words momentarily stunned Mido, who gazed at her granddaughter with bewilderment. "Little Tsunade, what makes you say that?" Mido maintained a calm and composed smile, yet her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. Though outwardly gentle, the fierce nature of the Uzumaki clan coursed through her veins. Should she discover anyone had wronged Tsunade, they would undoubtedly face severe retribution. Unaware of Mido's growing unease, Tsunade, with a hint of girlish shyness, recounted her experiences at Orochimaru's abode. "Mido Granny, does this mean I could have a baby?" Mido's lips twitched slightly as she reassured her, "Little Tsunade, merely holding hands will not lead to having children. Do not let your imagination run wild. Besides, you are both still quite young. The time is not yet right." Tsunade, somewhat understanding, nodded and her eyes sparkled with realization. "I see. I need to grow a little more." With that, she returned to her lively and playful self, scampering off to amuse herself. Watching Tsunade frolic, Mido's beautiful eyes glimmered as she reflected deeply. Holding hands and giving rise to new chakra? What is Orochimaru researching? The fusion of energies from two individuals to form chakra. Is this truly feasible? This matter evidently touches upon a blind spot for Uzumaki Mito, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Given Orochimaru's audacious inquiries, Mito felt compelled to delve deeper into the situation. After all, Orochimaru could be considered a half-disciple of hers. Contemplating this, she made her way to the Hokage building, seeking out the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that moment, Sarutobi was engrossed in handling the affairs of the village. His desk piled high with paperwork. Upon seeing Mito, his eyes flickered, and he immediately rose to greet her. "Lady Mito, what brings you here?" As the widow of the first Hokage, Mito's status was undeniably elevated, and as the host of the Nine Tails, she was a living embodiment of Konoha's might. Even though Sarutobi was the third Hokage, he still treated Mito with the utmost respect, akin to that of a junior. Mito, known for her straightforward nature, wasted no time in getting to the point. "Hiruzen, what is Orochimaru working on? At such a young age, he should be focusing on his studies and training. Don't let him squander his talents on something peculiar." Sarutobi paused, scratching his head in confusion. "Isn't Orochimaru training at home?" He requested leave. "I haven't assigned him any tasks. Is there no one else involved?" Mito pressed on. "I see, it must be Danzo. I knew he was up to something." After some reflection, Sarutobi immediately thought of his longtime friend, the ever-controversial Shimura Danzo. Their encounters had become scarce lately. Surely, Danzo was concocting something odd. He summoned a masked Umbu operative to urgently gather information regarding Danzo's activities of late. Before long, reports of Danzo's interactions with Orochimaru surfaced on Sarutobi's desk. Holding the documents, Sarutobi's expression darkened. Indeed, Danzo was scheming, secretly engaging with Orochimaru while he was unaware. Surely, he must have influenced Orochimaru, leading this child imbued with the will of fire to engage in dubious research. Slamming his hand on the table, he turned to Mito with a grave demeanor. "Lady Mito, I shall reprimand Danzo and ensure he is forbidden from associating with Orochimaru. We cannot allow him to lead Orochimaru astray." Danzo, the roots of Konoha, the perennial scapegoat, was unwittingly taking the blame for Orochimaru. Once Mito was sufficiently attended to, Sarutobi retrieved a crystal ball from beneath his desk, rubbing his hands together. "Danzo, how could you set your sights on Orochimaru? And you, Orochimaru, what exactly are you up to?" The commotion surrounding the whirlpool of Mizuhito was sufficient to pique the curiosity of Sarutobi Hizashi. After all, he had just inquired about the origins of the situation. Yet Mizuhito refrained from providing a direct answer. The secret technique, the art of the telescope. As the ninjutsu was activated, a unique mental energy emanated from the telescope, directing itself towards a certain location within the village. As the scenery shifted, a clear and vivid image materialized within the crystal orb. At the entrance of Orochimaru's residence, Orochimaru was seen grasping Jiraiya's arm, with Jiraiya appearing weak and pale, stumbling outside. Orochimaru said, "Jiraiya, just one more time, just one more." However, Jiraiya resolutely refused, trembling as he made his way outside. "No more. I truly cannot endure it any longer. I have nothing left." Faced with Orochimaru's relentless pursuit to extract every ounce of his essence, Jiraiya was overwhelmed with fear. He deeply regretted not following Tsunade's lead and departing sooner. Observing Jiraiya's utter exhaustion, Orochimaru could only sigh and relinquish his grip on his arm. "Very well, we shall reconvene tomorrow. Must we? Is it not possible to forego it?" The expression on Jiraiya's face was replete with resistance. "If you do not come, who shall assist me with my experiments?" Jiraiya shook his head fervently, rejecting the notion. "Do not seek me out. I am perpetually starved and cannot extract much chakra. Fear not, I can procure some meat pies for you, both wholesome and nutritious." Upon hearing the mention of meat pies, Jiraiya shook his head even more vigorously. "No, I refuse to consume insects." The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war, their expression shifting dramatically, capturing the astonishment of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What are Orochimaru and Jiraiya up to? Sarutobi's eyes widened, and his entire worldview was profoundly shaken. The limitations of the telescope technique allowed only for visual observation, devoid of sound, prompting Sarutobi to involuntarily indulge in his own imaginative interpretations. What transpired between Orochimaru and Jiraiya? Why does Jiraiya's mouth perpetually form the shape of a pressure band? What kind of research has transformed the once vibrant and energetic Jiraiya into such a state? Driven by curiosity, Hiruzen Sarutobi widened his eyes and began to scrutinize the situation intently. Meanwhile, observing the irretrievable state of Jiraiya, Orochimaru could only reluctantly allow him to depart. As he watched Jiraiya stumble away, Orochimaru shook his head with a sigh. What a promising assistant he was, strong and full of vitality. Perfectly suited to accompany him in his research endeavors. At this juncture, his experiment had progressed to the second phase, the search for a vessel capable of harnessing both life energy and spiritual energy. To utilize others as mere tools, one must possess the proper instruments to cultivate them. One cannot simply seize an individual at random to serve as a power source. That would be rather sinister. Thus, Orochimaru seized Jiraiya as a subject, continuously extracting cellular energy from within him, attempting to integrate it with various materials such as metals, wood, crystals, and organic matter. Alas, before the most effective method could be determined, Jiraiya could no longer endure and had to flee. Chapter 58. The astonished Third Hokage. Just as Orochimaru turned around, preparing to return home, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Orochimaru, are you conducting experiments? The shadow clone of Hiruzen Sarutobi stood behind him, inquiring. Third Hokage, Orochimaru replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he slightly nodded in greeting. In response to Hiruzen's question, a hint of hesitation surfaced on Orochimaru's face, which only piqued Hiruzen's curiosity further, prompting him to ask, is it something you prefer I not know? Orochimaru shook his head and said no. It is merely that I am uncertain where to begin. The Third Hokage wishes to know, and I shall not conceal the truth. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen approach, Orochimaru realized that his experiments were likely to be exposed. However, his composure remained intact, and his adaptability was remarkable. He quickly devised a strategy. Since he had been discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would enlist him as an ally, persuading him to become a benefactor for his endeavors. With the support of a Hokage, his experiments would undoubtedly benefit. Moreover, there was no need to divulge the entirety of his original plan. Revealing only a portion would likely intrigue Sarutobi Hiruzen. He gathered his thoughts and, under the curious gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, stated, I previously took a leave of absence from the academy, claiming it was to enhance my abilities. But it is indeed related to this matter. I have been learning at an accelerated pace, having nearly mastered the subjects taught in several courses at school. At this stage of my life, I have excavated most of my potential. Any further advancement in my abilities seems almost negligible. In both physical combat and ninjutsu, I have reached my limits. Upon hearing Orochimaru's candid assessment of his strengths and weaknesses, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement. Orochimaru's words resonated deeply within him. Achieving such understanding at this age was indeed remarkable. Even in his youth, he had not possessed the relentless drive exhibited by Orochimaru. As this realization dawned upon him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of energy, as if a revelation was unfolding before him. Orochimaru, could the research you are undertaking potentially elevate your prowess once more? His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed intently at Orochimaru, harboring doubts, yet yearning to extract the truth from him. Orochimaru nodded in affirmation, living up to expectations. Upon reflection, I compared myself to other ninjas. In terms of technique and combat experience, I stood on par with them. However, in physical strength and chakra, I fell significantly short. The reason for this disparity was evident. My youth and incomplete physical development rendered my frail body incapable of sustaining high-intensity taijutsu and harnessing a substantial amount of chakra. Orochimaru extended his tender little hand, clenched his fist, and his gaze radiated a resolute brilliance. Although his body had yet to mature, he harbored certain thoughts regarding the refinement of chakra. In that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi instantly comprehended that Orochimaru wished to delve into the mysteries of chakra energy. He fixed his eyes upon Orochimaru and earnestly inquired, so, do you have a specific research direction in mind? At this juncture, a subtle tremor began to stir within him. Confronted by this cherubic child, Hiruzen Sarutobi could not shake the feeling that something significant was about to unfold, though he deemed it improbable, given Orochimaru's tender age. It was precisely this youthfulness that ignited Sarutobi's excitement. Perhaps, indeed, this young prodigy could bring forth a miracle. Orochimaru chuckled, I have a notion, Third Hokage. Would you consider providing me with some funding? Once I achieve results, I can contribute them to the village. If successful, we shall no longer be troubled by insufficient chakra, and the strength of our ninjas will multiply. He spoke with a calm demeanor that carried a persuasive undertone, gazing intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was aware that Hiruzen would find it hard to resist. Having held the position of Hokage for over a year, Sarutobi had yet to accomplish anything noteworthy. Orochimaru believed that his experiments might entice a substantial investment from the Hokage. In Orochimaru's eyes, Sarutobi had become a plump lamb awaiting slaughter. A shiver ran down Sarutobi's spine, as he sensed something unsettling in Orochimaru's gaze. However, he was also taken aback by Orochimaru's words, feeling a restless itch, akin to the discomfort of anxiety. Can you truly conduct this research? Orochimaru, I was not mistaken in my judgment of you. You indeed possess the spirit of the will of fire. But could you share your research approach with me? Sarutobi's face broke into a sly smile, his hands unconsciously rubbing together. This was his true intention, to first ascertain the direction of the research. He needed to determine its potential utility for the village. As Hokage, he had gradually learned to discern the veracity of others' words. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor one of indifference. The veracity of his experiments was undeniable, and he held no fear of scrutiny from Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the adage goes, true gold fears no fire. Merely disclosing a fraction of his research was of little consequence. Lord Third, he said, allow me to demonstrate. Orochimaru grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand and initiated the process. I shall extract a portion of cellular energy, while Lord Third will refine the corresponding mental power and transfer it to the palm of his hand. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not fully comprehend Orochimaru's intentions, he complied without hesitation. On the delicate, fair hand of Orochimaru, the warm yang chakra emerged, enveloped with a hint of life energy. This scene caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes to narrow slightly in astonishment. Subsequently, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's incredulous gaze, the two joined hands, and a new chakra energy manifested between them. This extraordinary moment left Sarutobi Hiruzen utterly speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could this be possible? He stared incredulously at the chakra in his palm, his eyes wide with astonishment. Throughout his life, he had never conceived that two individuals could amalgamate chakra energy. Why was this happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously tugged at his hair, as if he were witnessing the discovery of a new continent. The legacy passed down through generations in his family and village dictated that chakra was a product of one's cellular energy and spiritual energy. What did this situation signify? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, awakening him to a profound realization, yet not fully comprehending it. Orochimaru smiled and added, this indicates that it is not solely one's own spiritual and cellular energy that can merge to form chakra. The cellular and spiritual energies of others can also coalesce to create chakra for utilization. Orochimaru raised his arms and passionately implored Sarutobi Hiruzen, Third Hokage, please invest in my research. This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking endeavor that could transform the world. If successful, the future of Konoha will establish it as the most formidable village in the entire shinobi realm, rendering us impervious to threats from other villages. Chapter 59. Dual Energy Battery. At the entrance, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of words upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving the latter in a daze. Concepts of world-changing ambitions, dominion over the shinobi realm, and the promise of becoming the greatest Hokage, with history rewritten in his favor, surged through Hiruzen's youthful mind with overwhelming intensity. At this moment, he was not yet the shrewd and calculating elder he would eventually become. Even in handling administrative matters, he was a novice, clumsy, and anxious, fearful of making any missteps. Orochimaru's rhetoric left him utterly flabbergasted. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered introspectively. Could he truly alter the course of the world and ascend to the esteemed position of Hokage? Nevertheless, being the Hokage, he possessed a resilient spirit, and he swiftly regained his composure from the bewilderment. He cleared his throat, concealing the momentary lapse of decorum. Orochimaru, this experimental project of yours is quite commendable. I shall endorse it in the name of the Third Hokage. Whatever funding you require, I shall support it, he declared. Gesturing grandly, his posture exuding a boldness that suggested he would readily fulfill any request. Seeing his readiness, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with delight. The Third Hokage is magnificent. A budget of 100 million will suffice. I require some of the latest advanced equipment and various resources from the market. Additionally, it would be ideal to allocate a few ninjas with a significant amount of chakra for the experiment. Upon hearing Orochimaru's request, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just exhibited such bravado, felt his spine bend under the weight of the demand. He hunched over, a frown creasing his brow as he inquired, Orochimaru, why is such a large sum necessary this time? The last time, when we created the generator, it only required a modest amount of manpower and resources. To start with 100 million nearly took my breath away. I had anticipated a far lesser expenditure, as the previous endeavor only cost a few 100,000. Orochimaru gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose appearance exuded an air of destitution, and sighed. The generator is relatively simple to fabricate. I grasp the underlying principles. As long as the materials are available, I can construct it. However, when it comes to cellular energy and spiritual energy, I require a modicum of research. You cannot possibly expect me to derive results through mere manual labor. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed awkwardly, unable to refrain from lamenting his financial constraints. Orochimaru, your demands are truly excessive. I am unable to meet them. The village's financial situation had been persistently strained, rendering his intentions impotent. I can at most approve a sum of 10 million ryo for you. In truth, acquiring even this amount was a considerable struggle for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Had it not been for the impressive results of Orochimaru's recent experiments, he would have never dared to allocate such a substantial sum. Upon realizing the funds had diminished tenfold, Orochimaru's lips twitched in dismay, still yearning to negotiate further. However, after much deliberation, he concluded that extracting any further resources from Sarutobi Hiruzen was futile. It was at this juncture that Orochimaru comprehended the unfortunate truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this Hokage, was merely a man of limited means. Yet, upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. The aftermath of war had left a myriad of issues in its wake, with financial needs abounding. Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely a ninja turned Hokage, not a master of fiscal management. Orochimaru sighed and advised Sarutobi Hiruzen, esteemed third Hokage, while money may not be omnipotent, its absence is indeed a significant hindrance. You must diligently strive to amass wealth. Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly scratched his head, taken aback that a mere child would admonish him on the importance of financial gain. It was rather embarrassing. However, he was not a narrow-minded individual and did not dwell on it. After all, there was truth in Orochimaru's words. In the ensuing period, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to allocate the promised sum of 1 million ryo in several installments, finally fulfilling his commitment to Orochimaru. Observing the uneven amounts of money, Orochimaru understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed done his utmost. Accompanying the funds were 4 lower-ranking ninjas from the village, all of whom shared a remarkable trait, a substantial reserve of chakra. Among them, Orochimaru unexpectedly recognized an old acquaintance, Aokong. However, he was not surprised, as Aokong possessed the bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, ensuring a copious amount of chakra within. As the instruments, equipment, and personnel assembled, Orochimaru was elated and immersed himself in his experiments. During this time, he relentlessly extracted the life energy and spiritual energy from human subjects, conducting various experiments to ascertain which materials were most conducive to storage and how to extract these energies without causing bodily harm. Notably, with ample resources and manpower at his disposal, Orochimaru's research quickly yielded results. He discovered that the flesh and bones of ninjas, when subjected to special processing, were more effective in storing life energy. Regarding spiritual energy, minerals such as naturally occurring crystals from underground were found to be more amenable to storage. It is worth noting that Orochimaru's conclusions were derived from meticulous experimentation with a multitude of materials. From the perspectives of storage and conversion efficiency, the results were somewhat lacking, achieving only around 60% efficiency, with the remaining 40% being consumed in the process. To mitigate these losses, Orochimaru employed various methods and finally achieved a significant breakthrough by utilizing yin-yang release chakra in conjunction with sealing techniques. He was able to encapsulate and seal both types of energy. This dual approach of material storage and sealing techniques enabled Orochimaru to create his first energy battery. In the laboratory, Orochimaru cradled a complex battery, nearly half his height, in his palm, a smile spreading across his face as he could not contain his laughter. Wonderful! With this energy battery, I can continuously harness chakra. Even though I am still young and my body has yet to fully develop, I shall no longer be troubled by the limitations of chakra. Upon witnessing this achievement, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement, a look of pride unmistakably etched on his face. Beside him, Aokong, looking somewhat gaunt with dark circles under his eyes, gazed at the chakra battery and yawned. This is splendid. Your experiment has finally borne fruit, though it nearly drained me. But tell me, can this truly enhance a ninja's prowess? It appears cumbersome and utterly devoid of utility. By the time one synthesizes chakra, the battle would have already concluded. The other 3 nodded in agreement, expressing their skepticism towards Orochimaru's research outcomes. It was excessively large and unwieldy. Engaging in combat while burdened with such an apparatus could easily result in one losing their head with a mere swift movement from an opponent. After all, ninja warfare emphasizes speed, precision, lethality, and the art of stealthy, rapid advances that culminate in a single decisive strike. Carrying this contraption would not only hinder chakra provision, but would render even walking a strenuous endeavor. You are all woefully ignorant. This is merely the first generation, Orochimaru remarked. Once I optimize it, it will be splendid. The original version does indeed possess some flaws, yet that is inconsequential. This research has the potential to transform the world. Orochimaru gently caressed the battery, his right hand thoughtfully stroking his chin as his eyes narrowed slightly. This battery, which stored two types of energy within the human body, would henceforth be known as the dual energy battery. After assigning it a name, he turned to the four individuals beside him and advised, "If you charge the battery to full capacity, you will be able to return home. I appreciate your hard work during this time, and I shall inform Lord Third Hokage of your contributions." Upon hearing this, smiles broke out on their faces, and Aoki, in particular, joyfully patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. Winking playfully, "Orochimaru, do speak well of me." The Hokage was a leader of the village, and in their eyes, gaining the favor of Sarutobi Hiruzen was an unparalleled honor. Chapter 60. Chakra Talismans. After dismissing the others, Orochimaru returned to the laboratory, gazing at the dual energy battery as contemplation enveloped him. The earlier conversation among the group held merit. The size of the battery and the lengthy synthesis time posed significant challenges. Addressing these issues would not yield immediate solutions. Fortunately, Orochimaru had consistently monitored and reflected upon these matters. In his perspective, chakra was to be regarded as a unique material and source of energy, while ninjutsu represented a refined method of harnessing chakra. Given his current technological prowess and knowledge, he was not yet capable of resolving these challenges entirely. However, the inability to solve them did not preclude the possibility of circumventing these obstacles. Orochimaru possesses the memories of 2 lifetimes, with the recollections of his previous existence akin to a vast treasure trove. In the realm of imaginative literature, he has ingeniously conceived a solution: the use of talismans. This notion is not without merit. Rather, it bears a substantial likelihood of realization. By synthesizing chakra from the energy contained within the original batteries, he can extract it to craft talismans for use. These talismans are not only lightweight but also discreet. Simply by casting forth a talisman imbued with sealing techniques, it can manifest as a series of unique ninjutsu. In this world, such precedents do exist. The explosive talismans that have circulated within the ninja realm for centuries may well provide invaluable insights. Orochimaru picked up an explosive tag and meticulously disassembled it. Upon complete analysis, he discovered that its interior contained a mass of unstable chakra, simply sealed within the parchment. Such elementary sealing techniques were well within his capabilities. Moreover, the synthesized chakra could readily be utilized in the creation of explosive tags. Orochimaru's gaze flickered, a smile gracing his face. By harnessing the power of dual energy batteries, he could easily procure cellular and mental energy from ninja, utilizing it to create explosive tags. The value of these explosive tags was exorbitant, promising substantial profit. However, upon further reflection, Orochimaru deemed this endeavor rather simplistic. Replicating explosive tags seemed beneath his identity as a scientific genius and did not align with his research accomplishments. After considerable deliberation, Orochimaru endeavored to seal various ninjutsu within the parchment. The outcome, however, was far from satisfactory. The flimsy paper could not withstand the vigorous circulation of chakra, resulting in frequent destruction. The more potent the ninjutsu, the greater the chakra flow, leading to increased complications. Fortunately, the ninjutsu he attempted to seal were not overly complex, limited to basic techniques such as the shadow clone technique, thus avoiding any significant repercussions. Yet, it became evident that ordinary paper lacked the resilience required. Alternative mediums needed to be sought. Orochimaru pressed his lips tightly together, rummaging through the laboratory in search of a suitable item, yet found nothing that met his needs. At that moment, he shifted his body and approached the adjacent cabinet, forcefully pushing it open. In the next instant, a dark, narrow passageway unfolded before his eyes. The diminutive Orochimaru could easily traverse the constricted corridor without the slightest sense of discomfort. Upon entering the passage and navigating 3 corners, he was greeted by the sight of a spacious underground chamber. The walls of this chamber were adorned with various animal pelts, while nearby lay skeletons and remnants of flesh. An unwitting intruder might easily mistake this place for a slaughterhouse. Paper would not suffice. Perhaps he could experiment with the pelts of summoning beasts instead. Orochimaru walked along the wall, meticulously selecting the pelts and scales of various summoning beasts in search of a suitable vessel. As he was engrossed in his selection, a fleeting thought of Danzo crossed his mind. He realized it had been quite some time since they last communicated. He had been preoccupied with his research and had not crafted any new storage pouches, nor had Danzo sought him out. However, Orochimaru quickly dismissed thoughts of Danzo, deeming his own affairs of utmost importance. As for Danzo, their concerns could wait until he arrived. Having chosen his materials, Orochimaru immediately immersed himself in experimentation. This was the first time he was using the pelts of summoning beasts for his research. Previously, his experiments had involved the ninjas from the village, and the idea of being discovered using the corpses of summoning beasts for research seemed excessively provocative. To his surprise, the initial trial yielded astonishing results. The pelts exhibited remarkable compatibility with synthesized chakra, showing no signs of depletion or conductive resistance. By channeling chakra into the pelts and manipulating the flow of ninjutsu, a unique talisman began to materialize. Indeed, my hypothesis proves to be correct. The somewhat unruly chakra can serve as an energy reservoir for the creation of ninjutsu talismans. Orochimaru picked up the freshly crafted chakra talisman, gently tore it apart, and tossed it onto a nearby patch of ground. With a resounding pop, a figure identical to Orochimaru materialized in the very spot. Although he could not wield the 7 elemental ninjutsu, this was already a significant advancement. Several fundamental techniques, or even non-elemental ninjutsu, could be effectively transformed into talismans for use. This was a promising development, one that could be employed to contend with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Armed with such experimental findings, Orochimaru felt confident in his ability to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen, convincing him of its worth. The following day, Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage Tower, bearing the fruits of his research. Upon receiving the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately set aside his official duties to witness the culmination of his million-dollar project. Orochimaru, have you truly completed it so swiftly? Sarutobi inquired, his excitement palpable. He had anticipated that such a study would take at least a year or more to reach fruition. With the right ideas and resources, progress can indeed be expedited, Orochimaru replied with a smile. However, this is merely the preliminary version. Further refinements are necessary. Behold, I present to you the dual energy battery. He then produced the modified dual energy battery, placing it upon the ground for Sarutobi to inspect. Its exterior had been meticulously enhanced, appearing far more sophisticated and advanced than it had the previous day. To the untrained eye, it exuded an aura of modern technological marvel. Sarutobi gazed at it, somewhat perplexed, before gently prodding it with his finger and asking, how does one utilize this device? Orochimaru raised his left hand, channeling life energy, while his right hand concentrated mental power, pressing them directly against the sides of the dual energy battery. Each side bore the imprint of a palm, allowing him to input the energy within without the need for yin-yang release to manipulate chakra. Once the energy was transferred, Orochimaru activated the switch, and immediately, chakra fluctuations emerged from the center of the dual energy battery. By storing both types of human energy within, one could synthesize them whenever needed. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around, finding the invention quite intriguing. This contraption was indeed fascinating, yet he pondered how to utilize it effectively. What can we do with it? He inquired. He sensed its potential, but the means to leverage it for the benefit of Konoha eluded him. Brothers, I seek your support, he lamented, for the sake of love. The price of fan works has plummeted. Chapter 61. The meeting. In response to Hiruzen's perplexity, Orochimaru stepped forward with unwavering confidence. He rubbed his index and middle fingers together and smiled, saying, Third Hokage, there are numerous possibilities with this device, such as generating profit. Profit? Hiruzen echoed. Indeed. You can acquire cellular energy and mental energy from ordinary low-ranking ninjas and retired disabled ones at a low price, then synthesize the chakra and sell it at a premium. By buying low and selling high, you will yield a profit. Moreover, this endeavor can serve to strengthen ties with allied clans, granting them priority in sales and purchases. Scratching his head, Hiruzen frowned. Is it truly feasible? Even if they are willing to sell, how do we market the chakra? In this unfamiliar territory, Hiruzen exhibited signs of discomfort. He was a ninja, the Hokage, yet not a shrewd businessman. Faced with the novelty of the situation, his thoughts spiraled into confusion. His mindset, shaped by the village's traditions and the ninja code, had become somewhat rigid and inflexible. Instead of discerning how to employ this innovation, he found himself questioning its creator, Orochimaru. Orochimaru came prepared, naturally ensuring that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be disappointed. Orochimaru chuckled, remarking, the ninjas of the village, aside from a few clans possessing bloodline limits, possess but a meager amount of chakra within their bodies, insufficient for their needs. Chakra is intrinsically tied to a ninja's prowess, manifesting in every aspect of their training. Only with an ample supply of chakra can one possess the stamina and vitality necessary for rigorous practice, even for mastering ninjutsu. We need only to place this dual energy battery, capable of generating chakra, in the village's training grounds. As the ninjas exhaust their chakra during training, they will have a certain probability of acquiring our unclaimed chakra, allowing them to continue their practice. Orochimaru's idea echoes the ingenious concept of a universal power bank from a past life. What should a ninja do when faced with a dearth of chakra during training? Previously, one could only forego their practice and take time to rest. However, with the advent of the dual energy battery producing untethered chakra, it becomes feasible to purchase chakra and continue one's training. After all, a ninja's prowess is paramount. Possessing strength allows for the acceptance of more missions and the accrual of greater wealth. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded vigorously in agreement. Orochimaru, your reasoning is sound. Truly. As the inheritor of the will of fire, your intellect shines brightly. The village could procure cellular and mental energy to obtain the raw materials for chakra. Ninjas could then buy chakra, diligently enhancing their skills without the anxiety of running low on chakra, resulting in a win-win situation. This invention is remarkable. It not only promises profit but also fosters the advancement of the village's ninjas. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he contemplated the benefits of the dual energy battery. Such a remarkable creation would undoubtedly attract numerous buyers and sellers. He even envisioned potential sellers within Konoha, where over 50 ninja clans, rich in heritage and wealth, concealed untold riches and ancient knowledge. Yet, wealth and tradition cannot directly translate into strength. They do not provide an unending supply of chakra. Now, with the emergence of the dual energy battery, they are presented with an opportunity for exchange. If this product were to be launched, countless individuals would surely flock to purchase it. At that juncture, a steady stream of wealth would flow into his coffers, alleviating Konoha's financial crisis. He clapped Orochimaru on the shoulder, exclaiming with exuberance, "Orochimaru, you truly are remarkable. You are my fortunate star." The emergence of Orochimaru has indeed alleviated numerous challenges for him. By the way, have you exhausted that 10 million ryo? Sarutobi Hiruzen shyly fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru, his eyes betraying a hint of evasion. If you have not spent it all, might you consider returning it to me? The village's funds are woefully inadequate. To launch this product, a substantial amount of financial resources is imperative. Orochimaru's lips twitched, suppressing the urge to berate Sarutobi Hiruzen, and instead, he forced a stiff smile. Esteemed Third Hokage, while there are still some funds remaining, I must continue to refine and optimize our project, which requires a substantial financial investment. The implication was clear. He had yet to solicit funds from Hiruzen, yet the latter was audaciously asking him for money. However, considering Sarutobi's notorious frugality, Orochimaru tactfully suggested, perhaps you could explore alternative avenues, such as persuading the affluent clans of shinobi to contribute. After all, the primary beneficiaries of this product will undoubtedly be the wealthy members of those clans. Although our product has yet to be released, we could certainly collect a portion of the fees in advance. You could devise a pretext to showcase it to them, and I believe they would be willing to invest in this technology. You are right. I can approach the shinobi clans for initial funding. Sarutobi's eyes brightened, as if he had discovered a lucrative opportunity. In the village of Konoha, the wealthiest individuals were undoubtedly the shinobi clans, having accumulated vast fortunes since the Warring States period. Their wealth far exceeded that of ordinary citizens. It was lamentable, however, that when the village faced crises, they were notoriously stingy, showing no inclination to share the burden. Observing Sarutobi's eager expression, Orochimaru recommended, you could present the dual energy battery to solicit investments first. Once agreements are secured, we can proceed with mass production. I shall return now. My research must continue, and perhaps I may uncover additional applications, he stated. Sarutobi waved him off. Very well, you may go. Should this endeavor succeed, I will certainly acknowledge your contribution. With the prospect of a treasure in hand, Sarutobi was already eager to exploit the dual energy battery. Since assuming the position of Hokage, he had yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. Now, with the dual energy battery, he saw an opportunity to rally support from the shinobi clans aligned with him. That very afternoon, within the Hokage building, a cadre of formidable ninjas adorned in the stitched insignias of their clans convened. These were primarily the clan leaders, both male and female, each possessing remarkable prowess, akin to the feudal lords of the village. As they settled in, hushed conversations ensued. After all, they were all from the same village. Familiar faces in a close-knit community. The heads of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. The robust Akimichi leader, Akimichi Choza, turned to Narashikaku and quietly inquired, "What is the occasion? Why has the third Hokage suddenly called for a meeting?" The Yamanaka leader also cast a questioning glance at Narashikaku, who was known for his sharp intellect. Having served as the village's think tank since the time of the first Hokage, Narashikaku shook his head and replied softly, "I am uncertain. I have not received any information either." "Shoza, you were close to the third Hokage. Did you not hear anything?" Aikido shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "I do not know. Otherwise, I would not have come to ask you. As you are aware, I am responsible for the safety of the village in matters of war, and I am not privy to what the third Hokage has been up to lately." Chapter 62. Auction. The leaders of the various clans, having taken their seats, engaged in animated discussions, yet they could not glean a shred of information. Just then, the door to the office swung open, revealing a robust figure clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen enter, everyone straightened in their seats, bracing themselves for what seemed to be a significant matter at hand. Could it be that yet another war with the other ninja villages was imminent? Or perhaps there had been complications with Uchiha Kagami and Danzo, who were dispatched to eliminate the rogue ninjas from the Cloud Village. Speculation swirled in the minds of the clan leaders as they fixed their unwavering gazes upon Sarutobi. Naturally, some observed the item in his hand. "Third Hokage, have you summoned us for a specific matter?" one voice inquired. Sarutobi waved his hand to signal for silence, then lifted the dual energy battery he held, a dignified smile gracing his face. "The purpose of this gathering is to discuss a beneficial initiative for both the village and its citizens. This device, known as the dual energy battery, has the capacity to autonomously generate chakra for use. I have decided to introduce this product within the village for our ninjas' utilization and for revenue generation." As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of inquiries and confusion erupted among the assembly. "Third Hokage, what exactly is this dual energy battery? Indeed, how can it produce chakra? Is it not only ninjas who can generate it? What implications does this hold for the village's revenue, and how does it concern us?" One question after another poured forth from the lips of the clan leaders, their eyes fixed intently on Sarutobi. They pondered in silence, hoping that this did not signal another impending conflict with the other ninja villages. The aftermath of the last battle had already claimed many lives among their ranks. Another war would surely spell disaster. Sarutobi, calm and unhurried, replied, "Please, do not rush. Allow me to provide a brief introduction." He clapped his hands, and a member of the Dark Division appeared behind him, commencing the demonstration. The Dark Division member placed both hands on the dual energy battery, gradually charging it with energy. Upon reaching capacity, Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed the switch. Instantly, a peculiar chakra energy manifested within the perception of the gathered individuals, evoking a myriad of expressions upon their faces: shock, confusion, contemplation, envy, and skepticism. Observing the varied reactions of the clan leaders, Hiruzen felt a surge of delight, akin to savoring a sweet delicacy. Such naive individuals, he thought, basking in a sense of superiority. As the crowd regained their composure, Hiruzen remarked, "This dual energy battery is capable of absorbing cellular and mental energy from any human body, merging them into unclaimed chakra for utilization. Our village intends to leverage this technology to benefit low-ranking ninjas and retired warriors, allowing them to exchange surplus energy for financial gain. The synthesized unclaimed chakra will be available in training grounds for affluent ninjas to purchase and utilize. This initiative not only enhances the income of lower-income ninjas but also strengthens the capabilities of aspiring ones." His words immediately captured the attention of many, who turned their gazes toward the dual energy battery. From Hiruzen's discourse, the clan leaders understood the significant potential of this endeavor. Among the ninja clans, numerous retired and disabled ninjas existed, particularly in the aftermath of war, where families were burdened with the care of many such individuals. These retired warriors, often physically impaired or psychologically troubled, were unable to undertake missions, thus failing to contribute value to their clans. Eliminating them would be too cold-hearted, while abandoning them would undermine family unity and cohesion. Each year, clans allocated a portion of their resources to support these individuals. With the advent of technology for selling human energy, a burden could be lifted from their shoulders. Moreover, the prospect of generating considerable income from the sale of bodily energy was enticing. After all, cellular and mental energy are abundantly present within the human body. The former can be harvested simply by ensuring adequate nourishment, while the latter can be obtained with a mere night's rest. To them, it appeared to be a virtually risk-free venture. Particularly with the village's free meat buns driving down food prices, the value of resources had diminished significantly. Many individuals eagerly inquired when this initiative could be implemented, aware that time was of the essence. Feeling the fervent gazes upon him, Hiruzen's heart swelled with joy. The greater their eagerness, the more validated his actions felt. He cleared his throat and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "Please, do not rush. This technology is designed to enhance the overall strength of our village and will undoubtedly be disseminated throughout. However, as you are all aware, its effects are unique. And the manufacturing process is far more intricate than that of conventional ninja tools. Thus, it will require a certain amount of time to develop. The current yield is limited, only sufficient to supply a portion of the populace. The purpose of gathering you all here is to deliberate on the rights to utilize the dual energy batteries within each family's training grounds. The value of this item is determined by those willing to pay the highest price upon a successful bid. It will equate to the village leasing goods to the shinobi clans, with the auction price serving as the rental fee, so no one should feel disadvantaged. In the village of Konoha, there are several hundred training grounds, not all of which belong to the village. Some are exclusive territories for clan disciples to cultivate their skills, safeguarding against prying eyes seeking to learn their family's secret techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends for the shinobi to compete. The greater the financial investment, the longer the rental period. The clan leaders exchanged glances, hesitating at the mention of monetary contributions. While the initiative appeared promising, none had ventured such an endeavor before, leaving them uncertain of potential losses. The first to invest might reap rewards, yet they could equally suffer setbacks. At that moment, the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans shared a knowing look. Resolving to collectively lease a device, Nara Shikaka was the first to step forward, initiating the bidding war. "Lord Hokage, I am willing to invest in this project. Training ground number 18 requires 1 unit, and I bid 1 million ryo." As someone took the initiative, Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed with a smile, applauding. "Excellent. The Nara clan truly exemplifies the backbone of our Konoha shinobi." The presence of support indicated revenue flowing into their coffers. However, other clans murmured amongst themselves, casting aspersions on the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans for their apparent opportunism in currying favor with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan leader then rose, casting a proud glance over the assembly. The Uchiha clan bids 2 million for units at training grounds number 3 and number 5. Observing the Uchiha's participation, the Hyuga clan leader's eyes flickered as he too stood. "Lord Hokage, training ground number 66 requires 1 unit. The atmosphere ignited as other clan leaders followed suit, exclaiming, "Training ground number 88 also requires 1. We need a unit for training ground number 45. Another for training ground number 25. As the heads of the clans regained their composure, they eagerly joined the fray, fervently competing in the auction. Upon the conclusion of the bidding, Sarutobi Hiruzen, grinning broadly, returned to his office. He had not anticipated that the so-called priority usage rights would yield over 30 million ryo in silver notes. With the funds now secured, the financial strain was alleviated, and he felt considerably lighter. He planned to establish a production line, procure raw materials, and enlist Orochimaru to undertake the manufacturing, hoping to retain a surplus in the process. Sarutobi Hizashi calculated the investment and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by a sharp pang of heartache. One does not truly comprehend the value of hard-earned resources until one is responsible for them. The money he had just received would likely diminish by a substantial margin. Days later, after receiving the funding, Orochimaru, while overseeing the production line, shamelessly indulged himself by acquiring numerous luxurious items. However, he did not treat the dual energy batteries with indifference. Instead, he diligently supervised their development. He implemented certain modifications, optimizing the dual energy battery for the commercial benefit of the village. The dual energy battery was divided into 2 components, one for energy storage and the other designated as a synthesis battery. The energy storage battery was solely capable of absorbing and storing cellular and spiritual energy, while the synthesis battery had a singular function, to merge the energy from the storage battery into chakra. These components could be separated yet recombined, allowing for mass production of the storage batteries to supply a larger population willing to sell their internal energy. To reap the benefits, a large-scale harvest was essential. Under Orochimaru's efficient assembly line, the first batch of dual energy batteries was quickly produced. When the synthesis batteries were installed in the training grounds of various ninja clans, many ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village began selling their internal energy. Upon receiving the news, numerous retired ninjas, some with severed limbs and weary spirits, ventured out of their homes in groups to the purchasing locations to trade their internal energy. At the trading site, a considerable gathering of retired ninjas exchanged greetings. Most of these individuals had participated in the first Great Ninja War and were not strangers to one another. upon spotting a familiar face. They quickly warmed up to each other. "Brother Kishida, I never expected to see you here," exclaimed a middle-aged man, scarred yet spirited, as he greeted a despondent figure beside him. Kishida's eyes brightened slightly upon recognizing the visitor, and a flicker of a smile graced his previously forlorn visage. "Is that you, Mizuki? It's been a while. Did you also heed your family's advice and come to sell your internal energy?" Kishida inquired. Mizuki nodded, a wistful expression crossing his face. "Ever since I returned injured from the battlefield in the land of Earth, I have remained sheltered by my family. I had hoped to pursue other avenues for earning a living, but aside from being a ninja, I am at a loss. Now, it is said that one need not engage in battle. Simply selling the refined energy within can yield a fair sum. I must give it a try. It is not easy for my family to support me, and if I can transform the energy extracted from this battered body into money, it would alleviate their burden." As he spoke, a radiant smile illuminated his face, a genuine expression that even Kishida found contagious. Let us sincerely hope that it allows those of us, both physically and mentally scarred, to shine and thrive once more. After a while, the two emerged from the trading point, each clutching a 50 yuan note, their expressions somewhat dazed. The realization struck them. They could indeed sell their surplus energy without engaging in combat or completing missions, simply by selling the excess energy within their bodies. They could acquire wealth. "Yes, Brother Kishida, even if we cannot become ninjas, we can still lead a good life," Mizuki remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Previously a chunin, he possessed ample cellular and spiritual energy to refine. Had it not been for the injury to his thigh during battle, he would still be a proud ninja, though retired due to his injury. It did not signify a depletion of the energy within him. On the contrary, without the need for combat or training, his energy remained abundant, capable of fetching a handsome price. A single sale of cellular and spiritual energy could yield 50 silver taels, and with 3 transactions a day, the earnings could amount to 150 silver taels, totaling 4,500 silver taels in a month, equivalent to the reward for a D-rank mission. Kishida mused. Although it may not seem substantial, it provided stability, eliminating the need for frantic pursuits or deadly confrontations, and negating the necessity to purchase ninja tools. Upon reflection, it was indeed a remarkable opportunity for those of them who were left as remnants. "Thank you, Third Hokage. Thank you, village." Kishida's words of gratitude resonated with the others. They were all disabled, retired ninjas who had lost their identities and lived in hardship. Now, with the chance for self-sufficiency, each was moved to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. This poignant scene was fortuitously witnessed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, through the lens of his telescopic technique, couldn't help but smile widely. "What is this? This is true achievement," he thought to himself, proud to be the third Hokage designated by the second Hokage. "Teacher, do you see? I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have not disappointed your expectations." However, the tranquil days did not last long. With Danzo's return, a significant upheaval swept through the village. The death of Uchiha Kagami, who had led the extermination of the rogue ninjas from the Cloud Village, was announced, while only Danzo returned unscathed. This news sent shockwaves through the now stabilized Konoha. Nevertheless, this incident did not affect Orochimaru, who remained engrossed in his experiments within the laboratory. Orochimaru donned a pristine, short white lab coat, his hands grasping an array of test tubes and magnifying glasses, meticulously observing the transformations within the liquids contained in the tubes. After half a minute of scrutiny, he set down a test tube and exhaled a deep sigh. Another failure, how utterly vexing. What could possibly be the core substance influencing the variations in chakra attributes? During this period, Orochimaru devoted himself to the intricate study of chakra's attribute changes. In his perspective, if chakra could be synthesized, then naturally, the elemental transformations of chakra could also be synthesized. This elusive substance must undoubtedly originate from within the bodies of ninjas. Orochimaru was even certain that this substance, which could be described as a catalyst for chakra transformation, was undoubtedly a secretion produced by the human body. As long as he could identify the target, he could attempt to extract it from the human form. The first step he undertook was to acquire the blood of ninjas adept in elemental transformations for analysis and dissection. By testing each specimen individually, he hoped to uncover the corresponding special secretions. However, the results were less than satisfactory. The numerous substances extracted from the ninja's body lacked the inherent properties to induce chakra transformation. How infuriating. My methodology should not have faltered. It must be that the equipment is inadequate. After careful consideration, Orochimaru discerned the underlying issue. The slow advancement of technology in this era was hampering his endeavors. For instance, The magnifying glass before him was outdated, with insufficient magnification, rendering the examination of minuscule substances unclear. How could he possibly analyze the chakra-inducing material under such circumstances? Chapter 64. New research. It seems imperative to find a way to invest in technology and propel the development of science in this world. To achieve excellence in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Setting aside the test tube, Orochimaru temporarily postponed this research project and moved to another section of the laboratory. Behind a transparent glass enclosure, a meticulously crafted miniature botanical garden came into view. The garden was adorned with an array of exotic flowers and plants, neatly arranged and captivating to the eye. Various trees, each uniquely shaped, stood tall, their verdant leaves glistening like jade, with several half-ripened fruits shimmering enticingly at their tips. Beneath the treetops, over a dozen varieties of special plants and herbs flourished, vibrant and peculiar, thriving splendidly. Gazing at the plants he had nurtured, Orochimaru felt a slight uplift in his spirits. Despite the stagnation in his research on chakra transformation, the experiments within the botanical garden appeared to be progressing favorably. Soon, in just a few days, the fruits on the trees would likely reach maturity. Who could have imagined that the cellular energy within the human body could stimulate the growth and evolution of plants? Orochimaru approached the wall and inserted a storage battery brimming with cellular energy, subsequently pressing the switch on the wall. With a resonant hum, the botanical garden came alive, as countless faint lights, reminiscent of fireflies, floated through the air, gradually absorbed by the surrounding flora. Upon assimilating the cellular energy, the plants radiated vitality as if they had consumed a potent elixir. Meanwhile, the fruits adorning the trees, continuously imbibing the cellular energy, shed their immaturity, becoming increasingly plump and ripe. Observing this spectacle, Orochimaru nodded slightly, acknowledging the progress. Indeed, after a period of further nurturing, the time for harvest would soon arrive. Yet, the fact that the cellular energy from ninjas could be absorbed by the plants was certainly concerning. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Chakra, derived from the divine tree, meant that the cellular energy of humans, having been tainted by the tree's chakra, was inherently more suitable for the plants. Orochimaru, while delving into the intricacies of chakra, concurrently embarked on an exploration of cellular energy and spiritual vitality. In his estimation, both forms of energy represented exceedingly rare materials. For instance, the vibrant and life-infused cellular energy might very well catalyze human evolution, extend lifespan, and render one impervious to ailments. Similarly, the wonders of spiritual energy could potentially amplify mental fortitude and enhance the essence of the soul. Consequently, Orochimaru initiated a series of profound investigations. Ultimately, he discovered that plants exhibit a significantly higher efficiency in absorbing cellular energy compared to humans. Certain flora, after assimilating the cellular energy of ninjas, underwent notable evolutionary enhancements and improvements. For example, some medicinal herbs experienced an exponential increase in their therapeutic properties. This revelation prompted Orochimaru to redirect a portion of his research focus toward the rational utilization of cellular energy, as he perceived immense potential in promoting the evolutionary advancement of humanity. A few days later, Orochimaru encountered Danzo once more, gazing in surprise at the latter, who was swathed in bandages. "Lord Danzo, have you sustained injuries on a mission?" Orochimaru inquired, having remained in the laboratory and thus unaware of Danzo's plight. Enveloped in layers of bandages, Danzo let out a cold huff, his face contorted with anger. "This is a matter of village secrecy. You need not concern yourself with such details. Furthermore, why is it that shortly after my departure from the village, you create such a commotion? Was it not agreed that we would collaborate with Root? Have you forgotten to seek my counsel?" His tone was far from amicable. The injuries sustained during the mission, coupled with the unsettling realization that his ally Orochimaru had allied himself with Hiruzen Sarutobi, left him with an uncomfortable sense of betrayal. Orochimaru shrugged, expressing his resignation. "You are not in the village, and it was the third Hokage himself who sought me out. I could hardly refuse. Besides, it is all for the sake of the village. As long as the village thrives, everything is worthwhile." Upon hearing Orochimaru invoke the village's name, Danzo felt a momentary pang of discomfort. After a brief contemplation, he replied in a low voice, "Next time you come across something of value, do share it with me first, for you are indeed a collaborator of Root." Orochimaru nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over him as he retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket. "If you seek something beneficial, you might consider this. It is perfectly suited to heal the wounds you bear." Danzo instinctively accepted it, raising his eyes to inspect the contents. The ordinary glass vial, upon opening its cap, released a subtle and refreshing fragrance, intermingled with the scent of herbs. Is this an ointment? Danzo mused, glancing at it before inhaling deeply to ascertain its nature. Orochimaru nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent, and remarked, "Give it a try. This ointment is a byproduct of my unintentional creation. It can effectively treat various external injuries, and its efficacy surpasses that of any commercially available remedies." After hearing Orochimaru's words, Danzo remained skeptical, yet proceeded to unwrap the bandage from his right hand and applied a small amount onto his arm. Orochimaru turned his gaze and noticed the charred remains on Danzo's arm, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of grilled meat. The injuries were grave, making it a wonder that he had come seeking him. Orochimaru began to ponder over Danzo's injuries, surprised to discover that even after becoming an assistant to the Hokage, he had sustained such grievous wounds. The position of his arm seemed to suggest that this very injury had compelled him to later graft Hashirama's cells onto it, and subsequently, to acquire the Sharingan. Meanwhile, Danzo, having applied the pale blue ointment, immediately felt a remarkable improvement in his arm, which filled him with unrestrained joy. With a smile adorning his face, he could not help but lavish praise upon Orochimaru. "Your ointment is truly miraculous. It works wonders for the Uchiha clan's fire release injuries." He compared the areas treated with the ointment to those that had not been, and they appeared as entirely different skins. After applying the ointment, the affected skin shed its old layer, revealing a fresh and radiant complexion beneath. He hastily removed all the bandages and applied the ointment liberally across the wounded area. Orochimaru's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he questioned, "The Uchiha clan's fire style?" He scrutinized Danzo from head to toe, particularly fixating on his right eye, where he intended to implant the Sharingan. The eye remained intact, showing no signs of transformation. Danzo furrowed his brow in displeasure. "Through gritted teeth," he remarked. "Who but the nefarious Uchiha clan would have the audacity to attack me, a mere aide to the Hokage, within the village? The malevolent Uchiha ought to be eradicated." He increasingly found validation in the words of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Among the ninja clans in the village, none exhibited the unruly defiance of the Uchiha, daring to strike at their own. This mission involved a collaboration between him and Uchiha Kagami, alongside a contingent of Cloud Village ninjas, to pursue and eliminate the rogue ninjas who had allied with the notorious Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers. Although the adversaries were not particularly strong, they wielded 5 sacred treasures of the Sage of 6 Paths left behind by the brothers. The enigmatic power of these treasures resulted in the near annihilation of the ninja team led by him and Uchiha Kagami after a fierce battle. At a critical juncture, Kagami, undeterred by the threat of death, valiantly sacrificed himself to defeat the rogue ninja. However, this narrative was not embraced by the members of the Uchiha clan, who openly attacked him in public. It was truly intolerable. Not only did they express disbelief, but they also inflicted further wounds upon him, exacerbating his already existing injuries. Chapter 65. The marvelous ointment. Observing Danzo's clenched teeth and his ever-changing expression, Orochimaru sensed that the situation was far from simple. Yet, without Danzo's disclosure, he felt it inappropriate to inquire directly. Perhaps it was simply a matter of his own insufficient strength and youthful inexperience. Had he been older and more powerful, he would not have been subjected to such concealment, and perhaps he could have navigated the bureaucratic waters more adeptly. Danzo applied the ointment to his wounds, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of indescribable comfort gracing his visage. His demeanor suggested that he was being attended to by several elegantly proportioned maidens adorned in light attire. The satisfaction radiated from him, palpable and evident. After a moment, he gradually opened his eyes, gazing fervently at Orochimaru, and inquired, "Orochimaru, how was this concoction created? Is it possible for you to produce more? This substance is invaluable to the village, and I require an ample supply." The efficacy of the ointment became evident to Danzo after his experience with it. It proved remarkably effective in treating external injuries and burns, even scars left from past wounds, effortlessly surpassing conventional ointments in performance. Upon touching the wound, it had completely vanished, leaving behind skin smooth and delicate, akin to that of a newborn. This flawless skin hardly resembled that of a seasoned ninja accustomed to rigorous training and combat. If mass production were feasible, the profits would be astounding. Such a miraculous healing remedy would easily attract buyers. Witnessing Danzo's enthusiasm, Orochimaru couldn't suppress his inner laughter. He recognized the opportunity to extract substantial funds from Danzo's resources. He feigned contemplation, then looked up and said, "Mass production is certainly possible. However, securing quality raw materials poses a challenge." "Raw materials?" Danzo waved his hand dismissively. his gaze piercing. Whatever you need, just tell me. With my backing, you need not worry about sourcing materials. I will procure anything that can be found in this world. Rest assured. Upon hearing Danzo's assurance, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he casually listed a plethora of materials. These were not components for the ointment, but rather experimental materials that Orochimaru sought. Given that conventional avenues were difficult to navigate, Danzo, who preferred not to adhere to standard protocols, could prove to be of assistance. Initially, Danzo maintained a composed demeanor, yet as Orochimaru continued speaking, his brows began to furrow in concern. He raised his hand, interrupting Orochimaru, his tone laced with suspicion. Orochimaru, what exactly is this ointment made from? Why do you require the bodies of ninjas? And what is the purpose of the super-resolution microscope? Though Danzo may not be versed in pharmacology, he was no fool. He sensed that he was being misled. Furthermore, the materials listed felt unsettling, carrying an ominous undertone. Orochimaru spoke. Lord Danzo, you may be unaware that although this is not the raw material for the ointment, certain unique substances must be extracted from the bodies of ninjas. Previously, the Third Hokage dispatched several ninjas to assist me in my research, allowing me to procure a sample of blood and tissue. You may inquire with them. Since you require mass production, I, of course, need a greater quantity of raw materials for extraction. Extracting from living subjects excessively can cause bodily harm. Hence the necessity of utilizing deceased corpses for substantial acquisition. Danzo then inquired, what purpose does the super-resolution microscope serve? Surely, that is not a material. Orochimaru replied, while the super-resolution microscope may not be a material, it is an indispensable auxiliary instrument for my research, facilitating the swift extraction of substances from within the bodies of ninjas. Lord Danzo, I am a ninja apprentice imbued with the will of fire, wholly devoted to the village of Konoha. If you perceive any issues with my requests, then let it be. In truth, I also believe that extracting materials from human bodies is excessively malevolent and should not be condoned within the village. Orochimaru shook his head, feigning an intention to depart. Observing this, Danzo hastily intervened, forcing a stiff smile upon his rigid countenance. Do not leave, Orochimaru. I have faith in you. You are a child imbued with the will of fire. The ointment I have tested is undoubtedly a boon for the village, although it requires extraction from human bodies. This is of little consequence. I can procure, or rather, collect, the remains of fallen ninjas from enemy villages. As long as you can concoct the ointment, I shall ensure that all necessary materials and items are made available to you. The supreme healing elixir shall not slip through Danzo's fingers. Furthermore, Orochimaru's earlier assertions hold merit. Large-scale pharmaceutical production indeed demands a certain sacrifice, while the costs may be somewhat exorbitant. As the leader of the root, he has clandestinely exploited his position to pilfer from numerous clan graves. He has amassed a considerable collection of burial offerings, which he can now sell to fund the creation of the ointment. Such offerings are akin to ill-gotten gains, typically unusable due to their dubious origins. However, once transformed into ointment, they acquire a different nature, one of immense commercial value, a legitimate product that invites mutual consent in transactions. Even if profits are made, others will merely harbor envy, perhaps even seek to cultivate favorable relations. After all, who wouldn't desire to stockpile a few vials of such a miraculous healing elixir for unforeseen emergencies? Witnessing Danzo ensnared in his web, Orochimaru felt a surge of joy. With Danzo's robust support, his experimental progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Previously elusive experimental specimens and materials could now be acquired through Danzo's influence. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who remained constrained by numerous limitations, Danzo was unequivocally proactive. He readily provided resources and funds whenever he deemed it beneficial for the village or himself. Having seen Danzo off, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory, retrieving a handful of herb seeds and scattering them within the botanical garden. Grow swiftly. Subsequently, Orochimaru placed a power storage battery, releasing a portion of cellular energy to nourish the herbal seeds. Under the nurturing of this energy, tender sprouts emerged, their leaves a vibrant green. Observing the freely growing herbal seeds, Orochimaru nodded slightly in approval. Indeed, the raw materials for the medicinal ointment were at hand. It was as straightforward as that. The ointment, possessing extraordinary effects many times greater than that of ordinary balms, was crafted from herbs nurtured by cellular energy. The impact of cellular energy on the ripening and growth of plants was remarkably pronounced. Such an exaggerated effect, even when applied to the human body, was not as evident. Moreover, for the human body to absorb another cellular energy, it required a certain degree of expenditure and transformation. Chapter 66. Erroneous Intelligence Gazing at the Gradually Growing Plant Seeds. A series of brilliant ideas flickered in Orochimaru's mind. Since the efficacy was so promising, he could attempt the alchemical techniques from his previous life, consuming elixirs. Talismans. Elixirs. If only he had a magical artifact, he could transform ninjutsu into a form of cultivation. It was truly absurd. However, he wondered whether the mystical arts and natural energies of this world resembled the spiritual essence of his former life. The more he learned, the more he felt the need to acquire and study an abundance of knowledge. Fortunately, he was still young. Now was the time to exert himself. Seizing the opportunity while Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had yet to transform into cunning old men, he planned to extract substantial funds from them, misappropriating public resources for personal experiments to bolster his own power. Thus, 2 days passed. The various materials promised by Danzo were stealthily delivered by members of the Root organization. Remarkably, Danzo's efficiency was astonishing. Whatever he desired arrived almost the next day. Legal or illegal, moral or immoral, Danzo seemed utterly indifferent. Fresh corpses of ninjas were neatly arranged in the laboratory's freezer. Except for the super-resolution microscope, nearly all necessary supplies were present in Orochimaru's lab. Faced with the surplus of materials and ninja corpses, a smile involuntarily crept across Orochimaru's lips. How wonderful! Now he could experiment to his heart's content. In his previous endeavors, Orochimaru had to act conservatively to maintain the persona of the Will of Fire, fearing that his human experiments might lead Sarutobi Hiruzen to believe he had succumbed to darkness, straying from the Will of Fire. However, with Danzo, such concerns were no longer present. Though Danzo appeared to embrace the Will of Fire and cherish the village, in truth, he loved only the village conjured in his imagination. As long as their partnership remained amicable, he was virtually free to conduct his experiments as he pleased, truly a coal baron in nature. Regrettably, the super-resolution microscope had yet to arrive, and it remained uncertain when Danzo would procure it for him. Gazing upon the fresh corpse of a ninja, Orochimaru could hardly resist the urge to conduct experiments. In previous endeavors, he had extracted hormones and secretions from the ninja's blood. Now, with a fresh body at his disposal, he was determined to explore the substances beyond mere blood. Perhaps the elusive materials that could induce changes in chakra attributes awaited him somewhere within. By repeatedly attempting to decompose and study the secretions within the ninja's body, he believed he could uncover the factors that induce such transformations. Within the depths of the Root organization, Danzo surveyed the desolate storeroom, his emotions a tangled web of complexity, his gaze wandering into the void. Everything was gone. All sold off. In a bid to raise funds, he had sold everything that could be sold. The numerous burial items collected by the once-formed treasure-hunting team had been packed and sold in the black market of the Land of Fire. For the first time, he realized that the pursuit of invention and research came at a tremendous cost. Orochimaru, much like the gold-devouring beast, exchanged the precious relics he had painstakingly unearthed for the materials he so desperately required. Not a single drop remained. Alas, as the old makes way for the new. He hoped that the ointment crafted by Orochimaru would yield greater profits. He endeavored to console himself, suppressing the bitterness that lingered in his heart. For he still needed to devise a means to acquire a super-magnifying microscope. Such an instrument was scarce in the Land of Fire, reportedly available only in the Land of Water. Days turned into weeks. Within the training grounds of Konoha, dual-energy batteries were gradually installed, facilitating the sale of unclaimed chakra. These training facilities, without exception, were owned by affluent and well-established clans. There were also smaller clans lacking in funds, who banded together in groups to rent a shared space. This collaboration inadvertently strengthened the bonds among certain clans, leading them to exchange resources. At the perimeter of the training ground, a vendor selling dango discreetly observed the scene. Noticing members from various clans entering a training ground together, Dongyin furrowed his brow in concern. He murmured softly, "How could this be? When did these clans become so close?" Something felt amiss. What was transpiring in Konoha during this period? As a spy from Awagakure, Dongyin had long been entrenched in the shadows of Konoha, poised to gather vital intelligence. The foremost village in the shinobi world, Konoha, was of paramount importance to Awagakure and the other 3 shinobi villages. From the structure of their ninja village to their umbu and educational organizations, everything was meticulously scrutinized and replicated. Yet, their intention was not to become apprentices, but rather to master the techniques and ultimately overthrow their mentors. In the face of a formidable power that possessed the most prosperous and affluent lands in the world, The other nations eyed them with envy and hostility. If not for this, they would not continually seek to undermine them, striving to topple Konoha from its pedestal. The recent famine in Konoha was, after all, a well-coordinated scheme orchestrated by the 4 great shinobi villages, although no one spoke of it. There was a silent yet profound understanding among the individuals as they united to intercept the trade routes of the Hidden Leaf village, obstructing the flow of provisions in an attempt to incite internal rebellion. Unfortunately, the Hidden Leaf village unveiled an unusual technique, thwarting this famine scheme. The only consequence was the near extinction of fish and shrimp in the South River, which ultimately did not inflict any substantial harm upon the village. In fact, when pushed to the brink, the Hidden Leaf managed to produce an odd yet affordable meat pie that helped them weather the crisis. This led the leaders of the 4 great ninja villages to unanimously agree that the Hidden Leaf village possessed unfathomable depth and should not be underestimated. Waves of spies and scouts were dispatched to unveil the secrets of the Hidden Leaf. Among them was Dong Yen, who was sent during this tumultuous period. Initially, he did not discern any anomalies within the Hidden Leaf village. Apart from its superior living conditions, abundant resources, and lack of worries regarding sustenance, it resembled the rock-hidden village closely. However, he soon detected something amiss. Why were the retired ninjas of the Hidden Leaf suddenly reappearing in the public eye? Rejuvenated and spirited, Dong Yen pondered deeply, analyzing the intelligence at hand. Ninjas from various clans were entering training grounds in groups to exercise, while smaller clans were forming increasingly close-knit relationships. These peculiar changes raised a troubling question. Was the Hidden Leaf preparing for a second great ninja war? As he contemplated the existing information, Dong Yen was seized by a sudden panic, nearly dropping the dumpling in his hand. I must relay this intelligence back to my village to prepare adequately, he resolved. He had no doubts about his conjecture. After all, every action taken by the Hidden Leaf appeared to be in preparation for the impending war. As the foremost ninja village, the Hidden Leaf had both the justification and the considerable strength to instigate such a conflict. The losses sustained during the First Great Ninja War, including the death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, made it difficult to convince the higher-ups within his own village of the looming threat. Soon, this intelligence was transmitted through secret channels back to the rock-hidden village, inciting tremendous turmoil and upheaval. Chapter 67, The Alarmed Noki Within the Rock-Hidden Village. The newly appointed 3rd Hokage, Noki, received the clandestine message that had been relayed to him. His mind was in a whirl as he gazed incredulously at the Umbu ninja before him, repeatedly confirming the information. Was this truly intelligence sent back from the Hidden Leaf? The Umbu ninja nodded, affirming, indeed, Lord Third. The intelligence was conveyed by Dong Yen, the spy recently dispatched to the Hidden Leaf village. Noki took a deep breath. Forcing himself to calm down, he gestured towards the dark side ninjas and instructed them to summon several esteemed elder advisors, informing them that a significant matter had arisen that required their collective deliberation. At this juncture, Noki had only recently ascended to his position, his standing akin to that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. His predecessor, the 2nd Hokage, had perished in battle while safeguarding the younger generation, thereby bequeathing the mantle of Hokage to him. However, due to his tender years, the loyalty of his subordinates was tenuous, and several powers remained in the hands of the elder advisors, which he had yet to reclaim. With the impending news of Konoha village potentially reigniting the flames of war, it was imperative for him to convene the village's venerable elders for council. After a brief interval, several aged elder advisors gathered in the Hokage building. Among them, a robust elder clad in yellow directly inquired, "3rd Hokage, may I ask why we have been summoned?" The other elders similarly turned their gaze towards the youthful Noki, their eyes glimmering with suspicion, pondering whether he sought to target them. Should that be the case, the elderly advisors would unite to impart a lesson in reality. Even as Hokage, one could not act with impunity. Confronted by the skeptical elder advisors, Noki placed the intelligence report upon the table, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly before speaking in a grave tone. Our village has intercepted a spy from Konoha, revealing that a monumental upheaval is occurring within their ranks, which may very well herald the onset of the Second Shinobi World War. No sooner had he finished speaking than a female elder gasped in disbelief, immediately retorting, "Impossible. How could Konoha dare to instigate a Second Shinobi World War? Do they not require time to recuperate?" Another elder echoed her sentiments, asserting, "Indeed, Konoha has suffered considerable losses, having been subjected to both overt and covert assaults from our 4 great ninja villages. It is implausible for them to recover so swiftly." The elders, unconvinced by the news, furrowed their brows and began to voice their dissent. The expression on Naka's face remained calm as he coldly stated, regardless of whether you believe it or not. This information has been relayed back by a spy within the village. I am aware that you undoubtedly possess certain channels to acquire internal information from Konoha, and you may wish to investigate further. For instance, the resurgence of retired ninjas from Konoha, the increased funding across various ninja clans for the procurement of training tools and medicinal substances, and the collaborations among smaller ninja clans for collective training. All these circumstances suggest that Konoha may be preparing to deliver a significant surprise to us. The several elder advisors exchanged glances. Although they were skeptical, they swiftly activated their intelligence network for investigation. The results were startling. They discovered that within Konoha, activities were indeed underway that aligned closely with what the third Fourth Hokage, Naruto, had described. Retired, disabled ninjas were emerging from their homes, gathering at a mysterious location thrice daily. Each time, they entered with a spirited demeanor, only to leave looking utterly exhausted. To their eyes, this could only be interpreted as preparations and training for war. While the combat prowess of these retired ninjas had diminished, they were still ninjas, possessing considerable strength. What was Konoha plotting? Could it be that they intend to rely on these disabled ninjas for suicide attacks? One elder furrowed his brow and remarked, "Such formidable tactics and a ruthless heart from Sarutobi Hiruzen." Another elder added, "He not only mobilized the retired ninjas but also united the various ninja clans for rigorous training, truly an impressive feat from the intelligence gathered." It became evident to the assembly that the newly appointed Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was a cunning and ruthless hardliner. His intention, undoubtedly, was to initiate war to avenge the losses suffered during the previous conflict. This realization instilled a sense of urgency among the elder advisors, who looked anxiously towards Naruto. Fourth Hokage, Konoha harbors grand ambitions. We, Awagakure, must devise a strategy to respond proactively. As the Fourth Hokage, do you have any recommendations? With this dilemma presented to him, Naruto cast a glance at the elder advisor. Elder D-Ri, do we possess sufficient resources in our village to support the initiation of another conflict? Elder D-Ri immediately shook his head. No, it is not feasible. The war has only just concluded, and there are numerous demands for funding. The village can scarcely allocate sufficient finances for a new round of warfare. It was likely that the other four great ninja villages faced similar predicaments, with only Konoha, bolstered by the Land of Fire's abundant resources and wealth, capable of waging war once more. In that case, we cannot allow our village to shoulder this burden alone. Naruto declared firmly. Inform the other ninja villages to collectively prepare for defense. While Konoha may be powerful, it cannot possibly wage war against all four great ninja villages simultaneously. As long as we stand united, Konoha will think twice before taking any rash actions. His proposal garnered the approval of several elders, who promptly utilized their connections to reach out to the Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Mist Village, and Hidden Cloud Village. Upon receiving intelligence, the other ninja villages, much like the Hidden Stone Village, dispatched spies to investigate without delay. Once the information was acquired, the expressions of the Kage turned grave. How infuriating. Is the Hidden Leaf Village intent on igniting conflict once more? The Hidden Cloud Village harbors no fear of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a truly cunning Hokage, is surreptitiously training ninjas, preparing for a significant confrontation against us. Fortunately, we received intelligence in advance, granting us ample time to fortify our defenses. The once peaceful atmosphere among the four great ninja villages has given way to a renewed sense of tension, with an atmosphere thick with hostility. Funds, initially allocated to improve the living standards of villagers, have been gradually retracted and redirected towards the training and cultivation of ninjas. This series of events has once again instilled widespread unease. Meanwhile, the epicenter of all this, the Hidden Leaf Village, remains oblivious to the unfolding situation. While many suspect the scheming Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is secretly reveling in his office. The trade of unclaimed chakra has enriched him considerably, filling his pockets with newfound wealth. Moreover, some smaller ninja clans, lacking financial resources, have offered secret techniques to the village in exchange for their use. This has significantly enriched the village's arsenal of ninjutsu with a plethora of new knowledge. Overall, the Hidden Leaf Village is progressing in a favorable direction. Chapter 68. A gift. Half a month later, a new batch of herbs was harvested. Orochimaru placed them into a machine for mixing, initiating the mass production of medicine. The process is quite simple. The herbs are air-dried, processed, and ground into powder before being blended with other medicinal ingredients. Thanks to the potency of the herbs, even with standard production methods, a high-quality ointment can be produced. As the machine roared to life, a small barrel of milky white ointment was created. Orochimaru placed the concoction into another machine and, upon pressing the switch, it was immediately poured into exquisite glass vials. Indeed, over 100 vials of the ointment should suffice to deal with Danzo. Let us set one aside as a gift for Lady Mito. Observing the freshly produced ointment, Orochimaru selected a vial and placed it aside. This new formulation not only possesses the efficacy to heal external wounds, but also boasts remarkable properties for beautifying the skin and eliminating wrinkles. Should women discover this additional benefit, they would undoubtedly go wild with excitement. No one can truly comprehend a woman's yearning for beauty and her desire for flawless, luminous skin. Having learned so much about sealing techniques from Lady Mito, this is a fitting way to express my gratitude. After distributing over 100 vials of the ointment, Orochimaru made his way to the home of the Uzumaki Mito. During this period, Orochimaru felt acutely aware of his own deficiencies in knowledge and had returned to study sealing techniques under Uzumaki Mito. The art of sealing is profoundly intricate, far beyond the fundamental knowledge acquired in ninja school, and possesses vast potential. Upon knocking on the door and entering the courtyard, Orochimaru encountered Uzumaki Mito, who was arranging flowers. Lady Mito, Orochimaru greeted with a respectful bow. Orochimaru, why are you here so early? Has your experiment concluded for today? Mito inquired, her expression revealing surprise. She was well aware that Orochimaru typically secluded himself at home conducting experiments, rarely emerging before his designated time. Orochimaru chuckled. It seems we are nearing the conclusion. This is the culmination of my research. I thought it might be suitable for you, dear teacher, so I brought it along for you to try. Its primary function is to heal ailments, but for women, its beauty-enhancing properties are truly invaluable, and I believe you would find it quite appealing. With that, he presented an exquisitely crafted box containing a unique vial. Upon learning that it was one of Orochimaru's experimental creations with beauty benefits, Mito's interest was piqued, and she reached out to accept it. As the matriarch of the Senju clan, her sources of information were extensive. She had long been aware of Orochimaru's exceptional talents and scientific prowess. It was clear to her that this unassuming young apprentice had produced numerous beneficial items for the village. The recently developed chakra batteries had greatly assisted many injured shinobi within the community, alleviating their burdens. While their bodies might be impaired, it did not preclude them from extracting the energy within. By selling cellular and spiritual energy, many lives had been improved. Even after the Senju clan's dissolution, ordinary members who branched out had reaped significant benefits. Possessing a vast reservoir of chakra, the Senju members stood as pillars in the trade of cellular and spiritual energy. The beauty enhancement aspect was indeed a remarkable feature, wielding considerable allure for women. After all, a woman's appearance is of paramount importance, and it could potentially command a handsome price. With a smile illuminating her face, Mito gently twisted the vial's cap open. A delicate finger dipped into the vial, collecting some of the ointment, which she brought to her nostrils for a whiff. The scent carried a subtle herbal fragrance, and the cool touch against her skin was refreshingly soothing. A look of astonishment flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Orochimaru, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary effect! I can perceive the unique properties contained within this substance. It offers immense benefits for the skin. It reminds me of Hashirama's would release, brimming with vitality and life." A wistful expression graced her features as memories surfaced. Upon hearing the name of Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. The foremost figure beneath the Sage of Six Paths, the wielder of wood release, was an unrivaled existence in the world. In his lifetime, he was capable of suppressing the realm, ensuring peace throughout the ninja world. Alas, he did not harness his unparalleled power to unify the world. Otherwise, the ninja world war would not have ensued. Orochimaru harbored an insatiable curiosity regarding wood release. He had long wished to study the bloodline boundaries that circulated among ninjas. Unfortunately, the number of such ninjas was exceedingly scarce, and he found himself unable to locate suitable subjects. Within the depths of the Root headquarters, in the dimly lit, profound underground passage, a member of Root handed over a potion he had received from Orochimaru to Danzo. Danzo had eagerly awaited the miraculous ointment. Gazing at the exquisite, translucent glass vials, joy radiated from his countenance. This was splendid. These were life-saving treasures of immense significance. If utilized wisely, he could amass substantial funds and wealth through trade, thereby benefiting Konoha. When my contributions are significant enough, perhaps when Sarutobi Hiruzen steps down, I, Danzo, might ascend to the position of the Fourth Hokage due to my merits. His eyes were filled with visions of the ointment, yet his thoughts drifted to the glorious prospect of becoming the Fourth Hokage. Summon the feudal lords and nobles of various nations, as well as wealthy merchants. I must first consolidate some funds, he commanded. Upon receiving the order, his subordinates promptly set about their arrangements. Invitations were dispatched to the nobles, feudal lords, and affluent merchants of the Land of Fire, stirring a wave of unrest. Among these individuals, many had disputes with foreign powers, which subsequently spread the word to other nations and ninja villages. This prompted anxiety among the leaders of the other 4 ninja villages. Previously, the situation could be deemed preparatory before battle, lacking certainty regarding its authenticity. Now, with Konoha beginning to gather numerous nobles and wealthy merchants, it was evident that they sought to raise funds. How infuriating! Was Sarutobi Hiruzen so resolute? Just after the conclusion of one war, he intended to commence another? Did Hiruzen wish to engage us in mutual destruction? What is wrong with the ninja of Konoha? Do they not possess the spirit to resist? Are they unaware of the brutality of village warfare? The 4 ninja villages remained restless regarding the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the foremost adversary in the ninja world, the most perilous individual. In response, several villages commenced frequent communications and discreetly infiltrated Danzo's invitation list. They were eager to observe how much funding Danzo, a close confidant of Sarutobi, could amass. If all else failed, they would resort to sabotage to thwart Konoha's efforts in fundraising for military resources. Chapter 69. The auction under the scrutinizing gaze of the 4 great ninja villages, Danzo, brimming with enthusiasm, summoned numerous nobles and affluent merchants to partake in his auction. The venue was the bustling capital of the Land of Fire, a city teeming with wealth and opulence. Here, a multitude of nobles and merchants gathered, each boasting considerable fortunes. Although the feudal lord did not attend, he extended a courtesy to the Hokage by sending a close aide. Notably, the early feudal lord of the Land of Fire was quite willing to foster a positive relationship with Konoha, as the village served as the military backbone of the nation under the one village, one nation system. Danzo harbored great expectations. He had prepared extensively for this day, and even concocted a ruse to deceive his childhood friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He feared that Sarutobi might impede his plans, as no one understood him better than the two who had grown up together. The miraculous bomb known as the universal healing ointment might very well be hidden away by Sarutobi. However, in Danzo's view, such a treasure was better utilized to exchange for more valuable assets for Konoha, as it would merely gather dust in storage. As he observed the throngs of attendees, including several affluent merchants of substantial means, Danzo's confidence soared. With so many present, he was certain that the over 100 vials of universal healing ointment he possessed would fetch a handsome price. The name Universal Healing Ointment was a title he had crafted for a bomb that Orochimaru could produce effortlessly, without concern for grandeur. In contrast, Danzo had expended considerable mental effort to devise such an impressive name for his wondrous concoction. Within the spacious auction hall, attendees settled into their seats, exchanging greetings with those nearby. Once everyone was seated, Danzo, attired in formal wear, ascended the stage to host the auction himself, as he was not willing to entrust the matter of Root's profits to anyone else. Upon his arrival on stage, the ninjas from the infiltrating villages displayed expressions of recognition, confirming their suspicions. It was Danzo, the trusted friend and aide of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the man who had succeeded him and aided in various underhanded dealings. A ninja well-versed in intelligence coldly remarked, "How audacious of the Hidden Leaf Village to send me here. What could be their purpose? Apart from persuading the masses and gathering funds to ignite warfare? That wretched Sarutobi Hiruzen, so insidious, has dispatched his trusted aide, Danzo, to collect the necessary resources. Once he begins to speak, we shall surge forth and eliminate him on the spot." The ninjas from various villages discreetly communicated through subtle gestures, their eyes flickering with unspoken agreement as they prepared to disrupt this fundraising assembly. Just as they awaited their moment, Danzo unveiled an exquisite vial, presenting it to the assembly. "Esteemed guests," he proclaimed, "I present to you a specially formulated ointment developed by the Hidden Leaf, known as the Universal Healing Salve, which possesses remarkable curative properties. Today's gathering serves not only to foster dialogue but also to auction this exceptional remedy." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone rose to his feet. Danzo, the Mist Ninja, Hiryu, stood defiantly, poised to strike and sabotage the meeting. However, upon hearing Danzo's words, he froze, forgetting his intended outburst. He suddenly realized that Danzo's true objective was not to gather military funds, but to peddle his potion. "Wait, you, an aide to the Hokage, selling medicine? How peculiar, he thought, yet his seasoned instincts kicked in, prompting him to alter his approach. Danzo, allow me to see this universal healing salve of yours. Is it truly as wondrous as you claim to warrant such an elaborate gathering? As soon as he uttered these words, the atmosphere in the room softened. Danzo, sensing the shift but unwilling to jeopardize this meticulously planned event, decided to play along. Ah, it seems a friend is rather eager, Danzo chuckled. I imagine everyone is curious about the properties of this medicine. Allow me to demonstrate. With a casual gesture, he summoned a maid from the audience. This is merely an ordinary individual, not a ninja, and there is no deception involved. With that, Danzo produced a sharp blade and, disregarding the maid's consent, made a small incision in her palm. A vivid crimson wound appeared, fresh blood oozing forth. Observing Danzo's actions, the crowd's interest peaked, their eyes drawn towards the demonstration. Now, witness the efficacy of the universal healing salve, he continued. It promotes rapid tissue regeneration, halts bleeding, and alleviates all ailments. It is a miraculous remedy that can save lives in critical moments. Furthermore, it poses no harm to the human body and enhances vitality while nourishing the skin. When applied to a wound, unless it is fatal, recovery is instantaneous, and it can be used both externally and internally, offering myriad benefits to one's health. With unwavering confidence, Danzo applied the miraculous ointment to the palm of the injured maid, and the bleeding ceased immediately, with the wound healing at an astonishingly visible rate. Even bypassing the scabbing process, this extraordinary spectacle instantly captured the attention of the nobility, their eyes ablaze with fervor. A divine remedy, such formidable healing prowess. It was nothing short of miraculous, a balm capable of alleviating pain and potentially saving one's life in perilous moments. As the elite of the Fire Nation, they were accustomed to indulgence, lacking for neither sustenance nor opulent garments, looking down upon the common folk from their lofty perches. Yet, when confronted with injury and the specter of death, they were no different from the ordinary populace. The advent of such an astonishing ointment, capable of curing myriad ailments, piqued their interest immensely. For those who could procure anything with wealth, money was no object. Being long-established nobles, they possessed sprawling estates and a multitude of servants, rendering the term wealthy an understatement. One prominent noble immediately called out to Danzo, I shall purchase it. Whatever quantity of the miraculous ointment you possess, I desire it. Money is no concern for me. However, another noble interjected, who among us lacks wealth? Spare us your pretentiousness. I shall take 10 bottles of the miraculous ointment. I offer 100,000 Rio for a single bottle. In the future, when Konoha village seeks to acquire goods from my commercial guild, I shall extend an 8% discount. The president of the San Yuan Guild proclaimed, his enterprise spanning several nations and monopolizing multiple industries, making him wealthier than some nations. Yet, even amidst such affluence, others began to outbid him, igniting a fierce competition that delighted Danzo. With competition, his profits would soar. As the bidding escalated among the noble merchants, the price of the miraculous ointment soared to a staggering height. This sudden shift left the ninjas of the 4 great ninja villages exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond. What was Konoha village up to? Wasn't this venture aimed at raising funds for war? What on earth was this miraculous ointment that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere? As if it had sprung from the crevices of stone? The healing efficacy was indeed frightening, rivaling even medical ninjutsu. Does this not remind you of the legendary ninja god's ability to heal without hand seals? One ninja, well-versed in the tales of Hashirama Senju, remarked. His words immediately alerted the other ninja from various villages, prompting them to recall another of Hashirama's formidable abilities, Wood Release, and its extraordinary regenerative capacity. Could it be that Konoha village had been covertly researching Wood Release and had now achieved success? Was this miraculous ointment a product of such research? The moment this thought emerged, it instantly put the gathered ninja on high alert, casting doubt upon Danzo's intentions. How could a prominent Hokage assistant come to peddle ointments? It felt inherently suspicious. However, if he were to utilize this opportunity to send a signal to the 4 great ninja villages, it would all begin to make sense. Konoha, we have mastered the terrifying power of the first Hokage's Wood Release. Your demise is imminent. Chapter 70. Danzo's robbery. As the spies from the 4 great ninja villages frantically relayed information back to their respective locations, Danzo could hardly contain his glee from the sidelines. Enormous sums of money were flowing into his coffers, rendering him immensely wealthy in an instant. How splendid! With such wealth, I can significantly develop the root organization and contribute to Konoha. The stronger the root, the more sustenance it can provide to the grand tree of Konoha. resulting in an abundance of leaves. From a single sale of ointment, Danzo netted a staggering 60 million ryo, leaving him utterly dazed, as if in a dream. Such income could translate into 60 S-rank missions, each valued at 1 million ryo. A single vial priced at nearly 3 million ryo. What a notion. It is essential to note that these are the highest-tier missions in the ninja world, with no more than 20 occurring within a year, especially when compared to Konoha, the leading village. This led him to ponder the talents of Orochimaru, murmuring to himself, Orochimaru is indeed a remarkable individual. I must find a way to align him with Root. In Danzo's eyes, Orochimaru had transformed from a scientific genius into a veritable treasure trove of wealth. Reflecting on his previous investments, Danzo felt a surge of pride in his keen insight. A few million in resources and a handful of ninja corpses cost him little. Yet now he had established a business akin to a never-ending fountain of riches. As long as Orochimaru remained involved, he could continuously generate wealth through the sale of the wondrous healing ointment. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen soon received news about his close friend Danzo. Upon hearing that Danzo had auctioned off a so-called Konoha specialty medicine at an astronomical price, he was taken aback. Konoha specialty? How is it that I, the third Hokage, have never heard of this? Danzo earned tens of millions in a single day? Instantly, Sarutobi's attention was captured by this figure. Konoha certainly lacked for tens of millions, however. That sum belonged to the military funds allocated by the Land of Fire each year. Conversely, the wealth Danzo amassed was personal. Fortunately, Danzo operated under the village's name, and he harbored the will of fire in his heart. This revelation offered Sarutobi an opportunity. Indeed, the proceeds from the sale of the miraculous ointment should be remitted to the village, as the Ninja Academy was in dire need of funds for renovations. Seated in his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered earnestly on how to procure funds and ointments from his dear friend. After all, they were brothers, inseparable in their bond. What belongs to you is also mine. Everything is for the sake of the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon receiving news of Danzo's return to the village, Sarutobi immediately sought him out. Upon encountering Danzo, Sarutobi, adorned in his red and white Hokage robes, approached warmly to extend his greetings. He welcomed their esteemed benefactor, Danzo, for gathering such substantial funds for the village. Leading the applause, he was joined by Tsunade and Mito Minin, creating an exuberant atmosphere of welcome. However, witnessing Sarutobi's uncharacteristic demeanor, Danzo's internal alarm bells began to ring. The Sarutobi he knew was not one to act in such a manner. What benefactor? He had secretly held an auction. There was no way he could be considered a hero. Upon his return, Danzo had braced himself for a reprimand from Sarutobi. But recalling Sarutobi's earlier remarks, he quickly grasped the situation. This cunning monkey intended to seize his funds. With a forced smile, he looked at Sarutobi and chuckled. There is no need for such formality. I am also a part of the Leaf. I shall dedicate these funds to the development of our village, investing in the expansion of the Root. The Root was his domain. Only by channeling the funds there could he feel secure. Naturally, he deftly sidestepped the traps embedded in Sarutobi's words. Sarutobi cleared his throat and waved his hand, saying, Danzo, while the Root does require development, there is no need to allocate all the funding there. The village's fundamental infrastructure also desperately needs financial support. He suggested, perhaps you could allocate half of the earnings to the village and reserve the other half for the Root. Tsunade chimed in, indeed, Danzo, I heard you auctioned our village's miraculous ointment and earned quite a sum. This is a special product of the Hidden Leaf. It cannot all be wasted on the Root. Moreover, given the remarkable efficacy of our ointment, it will surely provide a continuous source of income for the village. Such a valuable asset should undoubtedly be surrendered to the village. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes scrutinized Danzo, attempting to discern whether he concealed the wondrous universal skin elixir beneath his garments. She had heard tales of this miraculous ointment, which promised to enhance beauty, nourish the skin, and diminish blemishes. For a woman, it was nothing short of the finest cosmetic. Confronted by her assertive and somewhat aggressive former classmates, Danzo increasingly sensed that something was amiss. His eyes widened in disbelief. It became apparent that they were seeking to unearth his secrets. He pondered why these three had come to find him, welcoming him with such cordiality. When had he ever been so popular? It dawned on him that this was a hidden trap, a gathering with ulterior motives. Straightening his posture defiantly, he withstood their penetrating gazes and spoke with a stiff tone. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. This universal skin elixir was indeed developed at the Root, and I have paid a hefty price for it. The majority of the profits must rightfully belong to the Root. As for the formulation, I believe it is safest in my hands. Otherwise, there will always be those who would exploit it for personal gain. He realized that these individuals sought to acquire both his technology and funding. It was outrageous, absurd, even. For the first time in his life, Danzo, who had perpetually coveted and seized others' possessions, found himself on the receiving end of such attempts. He felt a palpable darkness and corruption encircling the village. His unwavering dedication to Konoha made him question why he was being treated this way by Hiruzen. Chapter 71. Hiruzen's actions seeing the atmosphere grow tense. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward to mediate. Koharu, Danzo does have a point. The universal skin elixir originated from the root, and thus it should primarily benefit them. However, Danzo, there have been persistent rumors linking the elixir to its release, and you must clarify this matter. Surely, you do not wish for other ninja villages to harbor suspicion and resentment towards Konoha due to this issue. It would be best for the village if the formula were entrusted to them to dispel any misunderstandings. Danzo was taken aback by Hiruzen's invocation of the village's interests and shot him an angry glare. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the validity in Hiruzen's words. His commitment to safeguarding Konoha was not merely a duty, it was a principle that had guided his life. This realization left him in a quandary. However, Danzo soon confronted an even more awkward dilemma. He did not possess the formula. The so-called universal skin elixir was crafted by Orochimaru, and he was oblivious to its specific ingredients. All he knew was that the ointment contained a unique energy, seemingly derived from the bodies of shinobi. Although it was not the result of human experimentation, it would not be well received if disclosed, potentially inciting others' apprehension. His expression shifted several times, and he stated with a tense voice, "This has no relation to wood release, Hiruzen. You should be well aware of this. The wood release cells are indeed the highest secret of the Leaf Village, stored within the restricted vault, and aside from you, no one else can lay their hands on them." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, confirming this assertion. Yet, he remained perplexed about how his old comrade Danzo had acquired the universal regeneration ointment. Although the root was said to be Danzo's domain, he had also placed his own personnel there for supervision. He had not heard of any significant actions or gains from Danzo. Since his return, he had visited Orochimaru's residence once. Wait, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to grasp a crucial point, realizing something significant. It appeared that Danzo and Orochimaru occasionally had interactions. He had warned Danzo not to covet Orochimaru's interests, insisting that Orochimaru must not enter the root. Danzo had seemingly agreed to this. However, it now seemed that Danzo had not entirely adhered to that caution. After all, the root was an organization established by Danzo, and some of its members were his loyal confidants. If he were to engage in any covert actions unbeknownst to Sarutobi, it would indeed be difficult for him to uncover the truth. A glimmer of insight flashed in Sarutobi's eyes as he calmly probed, "Danzo, this wouldn't be something developed by someone else and handed to you without the formula, would it?" Danzo's eyelids flickered as he immediately retorted, "What? How could that be possible? It's merely a formula. Of course, I have it. However, this is classified information of the root and cannot be disclosed casually. Can't you afford to keep a little secret for my root?" He glared at Sarutobi with indignation, as if he were on the verge of delivering a couple of punches. Observing his dear friend's defensive reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood immediately and began to piece together the puzzle. He contemplated. It seemed that Danzo truly lacked the formula, making Orochimaru the prime suspect. Based on the intelligence received from the root, Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly certain that the source of the item was indeed Orochimaru. The thought of Orochimaru filled Sarutobi with a mix of emotions. From generating electricity through fishing to alternative food sources and even chakra batteries, these were all creations of Orochimaru. Having accomplished so much at such a young age brought Sarutobi immense satisfaction, as it signified a promising future. Yet simultaneously, it also burdened him with a profound sense of pressure. Orochimaru's casual actions are nothing short of revolutionary creations, leaving him in a state of perpetual astonishment and bewilderment. He harbors a deep-seated fear that one day, Orochimaru may fall into the clutches of malevolent individuals who would exploit him. Now, witnessing the universal healing ointment in Danzo's possession, his apprehension intensifies. If something of such value exists, why not entrust it directly to oneself? After all, I am the Hokage. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's inclination to deceive Danzo for monetary gain wanes considerably. The pressing issue at hand is Orochimaru. It is imperative to prevent Orochimaru from coming into contact with Danzo. Otherwise, in due course, Orochimaru is bound to be corrupted by Danzo's influence. As Danzo's close confidant, Sarutobi Hiruzen is acutely aware of Danzo's ruthless nature and his unscrupulous methods. As Orochimaru maintained prolonged contact with him, his temperament inevitably began to be influenced, leading him down a path of darkness. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen sternly warned, Danzo, I am well aware that this is undoubtedly the work of Orochimaru. I shall refrain from commenting on this incident, but do not seek him out again. You risk corrupting him. I do not wish for a youth imbued with the will of fire to descend into darkness alongside you. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes widened in indignation as he retorted, What do you mean? I have done nothing wrong. Moreover, Orochimaru possesses his own thoughts and will. You cannot be so domineering. Danzo felt unjustly accused by the monkey. He was merely conducting legitimate business, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen misconstrued and lectured him. The very purpose behind his actions was for the sake of Konoha. The monkey's failure to understand him was profoundly disheartening. Had he truly led Orochimaru astray? Upon reflection, Danzo realized something was amiss. He had indeed engaged in questionable activities, such as stealing summoning beasts and the bodies of ninjas to provide for Orochimaru. However, it appeared that Orochimaru was hardly concerned about such matters. He had not dragged him into darkness. Rather, Orochimaru was already steeped in it. Upon further contemplation, he recognized that some of his own thoughts and actions had been incited by Orochimaru. This realization struck him like a blow, revealing that he was, in fact, the most innocent person in Konoha, which left him deeply shaken. Not long after, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage's office, his gaze somber as he held a pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke within the confines of his office. Orochimaru had strayed from the will of fire during his absence from the academy. It was imperative that he rectify this misstep. As a prodigy born once in a century, or even a millennium, he must ensure that Orochimaru does not wander off course. He resolved to instill the will of fire within Orochimaru with unwavering conviction. Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind. He needed to correct Orochimaru's mindset and guide him to become the heir of the will of fire. But how should he proceed? After much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to take Orochimaru as his apprentice. The annual assessment for the ninja interns at the Ninja Academy was imminent, providing an opportune moment to introduce a trio-based ninja group initiative. Each group would consist of 3 members, one for offense, one for defense, and one for support. In addition to Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen selected Tsunade and Jiraiya from the elite class of ninja interns. Their unique backgrounds made them suitable for his aim to foster loyalty. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a princess of the Land of Fire, held a prestigious status by taking her as a disciple. He could undoubtedly appease the hearts of the ninja clans and the noble families of the Land of Fire. On the other hand, Jiraiya, a commoner orphan, represented the lower echelons of the Hidden Leaf Village, embodying hope for the people and drawing them closer to his cause. Moreover, a crucial factor was their close ties with Orochimaru, coupled with their considerable talent. He believed that in the company of one another, an unbreakable bond would flourish among them. This bond, rooted in friendship and camaraderie, represented the profound relationships and emotions that are inseparable among ninjas. Under the companionship of friendship and his meticulous guidance, Orochimaru is certain to profoundly grasp the essence of the will of fire. Furthermore, it is imperative to minimize any contact between Danzo and Orochimaru. Having contemplated this thoroughly, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately dispatched individuals to carry out the plan. Chapter 72. The Enigmatic Spirit Fruit. Within the confines of the laboratory, Orochimaru remains unaware that he is destined to become a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, ultimately joining forces with 2 others to form the legendary Sannin. As depicted in the original narrative, at present, he is indulging in a special fruit meticulously cultivated in the botanical garden, meticulously documenting the physiological changes occurring within his body. After consuming the fruit, he is enveloped in a gentle warmth, akin to being immersed in a hot spring or returning to the womb. It is a sensation of warmth, comfort, and vitality. Concurrently, his bodily organs are undergoing subtle yet profound transformations. From the rhythm of his heartbeat to fluctuations in blood pressure, blood sugar, and lipid levels, as well as minor alterations in his skin, muscles, and bones, every aspect is subtly shifting. Gazing at the health report, Orochimaru cannot suppress a smile that dances upon his lips. Indeed, the fruits nourished by cellular energy yield considerable benefits for the human body. This should be classified as a spiritual fruit, enhancing vitality and invigorating the essence of life. Feeling the vibrant energy coursing through his body, Orochimaru instinctively clenches his fist. Employing chakra refinement techniques, he immediately senses that the cellular energy generated within him has doubled compared to usual. His mental acuity has also seen an enhancement. albeit not as significantly as the cellular energy. Before a mirror that reaches half his height, Orochimaru scrutinizes his youthful visage. His delicate features resemble those of a charming child. Exquisitely sculpted, exuding an aura of vitality. Particularly striking are his large, lustrous black eyes, complemented by elegantly arched brows, rendering him irresistibly endearing. The meticulously nurtured spiritual fruit undoubtedly has extraordinary effects, making his features appear even more charming. After surveying his reflection, Orochimaru nods in satisfaction. While the mature fruit may not yield the exaggerated effects depicted in novels, nor does it expel impurities from his body, the tangible benefits are undeniably evident. His appearance has grown more lively and enchanting, and the quantity of chakra within his body is gradually approaching that of the children from the shinobi clans. Orochimaru measured the situation and concluded that consuming all the fruits from the tree would bestow upon him a vitality and chakra level second only to that of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Having completed this contemplation, Orochimaru turned his attention to the herbs nearby, engaging in serious reflection. In comparison to the spirit fruits, he placed greater value on the meticulously cultivated herbs, treating them with utmost seriousness. He understood that while spirit fruits served merely as an appetizer, the true catalyst for his transformation lay in the herbs. The effects of the herbs were far more pronounced and formidable. After all, the lifeless little white mouse beside him vividly illustrated the herb's potent nature. Without absolute certainty, Orochimaru hesitated to concoct any elixirs for consumption, although the herbs possessed astonishing effects. Potentially propelling the evolution of his life form, preserving his own life remained paramount. At that moment, the sound of wind chimes tinkled from outside, accompanied by the lively calls of Jiraiya. Upon hearing the commotion, Orochimaru set aside the herbs and stepped out of the laboratory. As he opened the door, he beheld several companions gathered around, skillfully engaged in a game of ninja chess, a creation of Orochimaru himself. The moment they spotted him, their faces lit up. Tsunade joyfully waved her arms, beckoning Orochimaru to join them at the table. "Come, play with us. It's much more enjoyable with 4 players." Jiraiya chimed in cheerfully. Waving his hand, "Orochimaru, you've arrived. Sensei told me to inform you that the end of the semester is approaching, and you must participate in the examination. Do not be late." Furthermore, he mentioned that this exam differs from previous ones, incorporating open book assessments and battles among classmates, so be prepared. If you feel unprepared, you can seek him out for extra tutoring. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, gently shaking his head as he replied, "No need. Whether it be an examination or a battle, I possess ample confidence." His moment of distraction stemmed from the realization of how swiftly time had passed. In the blink of an eye, a year was nearly gone. Throughout this year, he had immersed himself in his research, oblivious to the passage of time. However, the diligent efforts of this period had yielded substantial rewards. Should he reveal the fruits of his labor, it would likely astonish a great many individuals. Orochimaru resolved to adopt a more understated approach during the examination. A few days later, Orochimaru arrived at the ninja school punctually to partake in the examination. Along the way, he encountered numerous students exuberantly congregating in small clusters, animatedly discussing the impending test. For them, the examination held the weight of their future destinies. Having been absent for nearly half a year, Orochimaru found himself momentarily disoriented regarding the direction of his old classroom. However, he swiftly regained his bearings and successfully entered the classroom, selecting a seat for himself. His arrival drew the attention of several classmates, particularly the female students, whose eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the increasingly enchanting Orochimaru. "Wow, Orochimaru, it's been so long. You still look so handsome and adorable," they exclaimed. "Don't block my view of Orochimaru. He is absolutely stunning. I just want to hug him and give him a kiss." A group of female classmates surrounded Orochimaru, playfully admiring him. To them, Orochimaru was irresistibly cute, especially after he had consumed nearly all of the spiritual fruits in pursuit of excellent results, rendering him a vision of effervescent charm, reminiscent of a delicate porcelain doll. His skin was as smooth as jade, translucent and radiant, with finely sculpted features that captivated the gaze. This endearing appearance rendered the female students utterly enchanted. "Hey, you lot, no one to stop." Tsunade interjected through the throng of girls, pulling Orochimaru away. Orochimaru found himself encircled by a group of individuals, causing Tsunade considerable discomfort. She had never laid a hand on Orochimaru herself, so why should these unfamiliar female classmates? However, Orochimaru's skin was undeniably smooth, fair, and delightful to touch, emanating an alluring fragrance that was simply irresistible. This compelled Tsunade to involuntarily reach out and grasp Orochimaru's arm, reluctant to release her hold. Her actions immediately incited criticism from her female peers, disregarding Tsunade's esteemed position within the class. This scene left others feeling a pang of envy. Jiraiya, biting his fingers in a twisted expression, was filled with jealousy, pondering why Orochimaru was so popular. It seemed utterly unfair. He too was not lacking in appeal. Why didn't these girls seek him out? He would graciously allow them to touch him. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing his lackluster skin. Nearby, Uchiha Itachi grimaced at the sight and scornfully remarked, Jiraiya, it's merely a few girls. Your reaction is utterly vulgar. True heroes, like us Uchiha, should pursue strength and individuality, not indulge in carnal desires. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and retorted, how dare you reduce girls to mere trivialities? They are fragrant and soft. As he spoke, Jiraiya's gaze grew increasingly lascivious, his lips barely parted as if engaged in a kiss. EW, how perverse. Uchiha Atsuto was thoroughly startled, promptly retreating to a corner. Chapter 73, Moonlight and Green Radiance. In the classroom, Orochimaru, with Tsunade's assistance, had just managed to evade the throng of female classmates, only to find himself ensnared once more by Tsunade. He inwardly lamented, had he known, he would have refrained from consuming such an excess of spirit fruits, for they seemed to attract attention like a flower lures bees. He suspected that the spirit fruits had inadvertently induced an evolution within his own physique, inciting a frenzied obsession among the female students who yearned to draw near him. The fruits were imbued with a potent life force upon ingestion. They transformed this vitality into cellular energy, catalyzing a leap in life's evolution. The unprocessed energy lingering within him unwittingly attracted the girls. Fortunately, at that moment, the instructor Nara Shinichi entered the classroom, halting the playful commotion among the students. The once bustling atmosphere transformed into a serene silence. Observing this scene, Nara Shinichi nodded slightly. Upon turning to catch sight of Orochimaru, he momentarily faltered, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. How could it be that within less than half a year, the other had grown increasingly enchanting and adorable? Though undeniably a boy, his appearance rivaled that of the fairest maidens. His long, ebony hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his skin was as smooth and pale as milk. His refined brows framed a pair of luminous eyes, and his delicate, sculpted features bore an irresistible charm that compelled one to reach out. He stifled the urge to turn away, clearing his throat before producing dozens of examination papers to distribute. As the year-end examinations commenced, the first test would assess your theoretical knowledge, so I expect each of you to respond diligently, lest you tarnish my reputation. As the papers were handed out, a chorus of lamentations arose. Many shook their heads, clearly overwhelmed by the challenging questions presented before them. Orochimaru felt a spark of curiosity as he lowered his gaze, discovering that the questions on the exam were quite manageable, well within his capabilities. Fortunately, they were not overly difficult. However, some of his less academically inclined classmates did not share this sentiment, lamenting their plight with heavy sighs. In response, Orochimaru shook his head slightly. The Ninja Academy truly lacked substance. His decision to pursue self-study at home had proven to be astute. Wasting his precious time in the confines of the school felt akin to squandering his life, and he believed it far more worthwhile to engage in pursuits of genuine significance. Orochimaru grasped a pen and paper, his gaze tranquil, as he fervently inscribed on the desk. He provided answers to questions regarding the 3 ninja prohibitions, the will of fire, teamwork, and methods for infiltrating and gathering intelligence, all in a remarkably formulaic manner. The simplicity of it all was staggering, too simplistic, indeed, for one with an eidetic memory. Such inquiries were mere child's play, utterly inconsequential. Before long, Orochimaru set aside his writing tools, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the examination. Meanwhile, not far away, Jiraiya was deeply engrossed in contemplation, gnawing on the tip of his pencil, his face a canvas of turmoil. After a considerable pause, the bell signaling the end of the test rang, and the teacher collected the answer sheets. Jiraiya approached Orochimaru, exhaling a heavy sigh. It was exceedingly difficult. Why must exams be so challenging? Orochimaru, how did you fare? Orochimaru remarked, it is manageable. I have studied within the bounds of my knowledge. Observing Orochimaru's unwavering confidence, Jiraiya turned to both Kabuto and Tsunade. Kabuto, Tsunade, how did you fare? Did you find it particularly challenging? Kabuto hesitated briefly before responding, it was all right. I could answer most of the questions, as the teacher covered them in class. He spoke delicately, mindful not to bruise Jiraiya's pride. Tsunade, with her forthright nature, boldly declared, Jiraiya, This is what happens when you fail to pay attention in class day after day. You've truly messed up now. In their quartet, Jiraiya found himself the lone underachiever, which dampened his spirits. Despite their shared experiences of studying and playing together, he felt isolated in his academic struggles. Have you all been secretly working hard behind my back? He lamented, his heart heavy as he slumped over his desk, doodling in circles. As afternoon arrived, the school commenced the practical combat examination for ninjas. This assessment emphasized the combat capabilities of the ninja trainees, embodying the principle of survival of the fittest through genuine, hands-on battle. The children from the ninja clans exuded confidence, particularly the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who seemed to elevate themselves above others. In contrast, children from ordinary families clearly lagged behind, lacking resources, secret techniques, and professional guidance, creating a significant disparity between the two groups. Teacher Nara Shinasuke guided the students to the arena and began to announce the rules of the competition. The rules were as follows. At the onset, both parties must perform the necessary hand seals. Should one concede, the other is prohibited from further attacks or harm. Upon conclusion, both must perform the reconciliation seal, ensuring that the outcomes and grievances from the arena do not extend into school life. Now, let us prepare for the drawing of lots. He continued. Display your full potential before the teachers without fear of injury or death. I will be watching closely. This examination held significant implications for their future graduation. The better their performance, the more esteemed their guiding instructors would be. Nara Shinasuke's words captivated the attention of the eager young ninja trainees, igniting their fervor as they prepared to showcase their abilities. Witnessing his students' enthusiasm, a subtle smile graced Nara Shinasuke's face. He produced a box filled with names of the students, allowing them to draw lots. This method, albeit not entirely equitable, heavily relied on luck. Yet, no one voiced dissent. Instead, they excitedly sought their respective opponents. Some displayed joy upon seeing their assigned names, while others exhibited glum or even anxious expressions, fully aware of the general strengths within their class. Orochimaru casually picked up a piece of paper, unfolding it to reveal the silvery glow of moonlight. A surname, slightly familiar, caught his eye, perhaps a descendant of the Moonlight Gale. The resemblance was uncanny, though it remained uncertain whether he had awakened the bloodline limit of phasing. The individual donned a cerulean vest, his hair casually cascading about him, with a sharp long blade sheathed at his back. Though his aura appeared somewhat juvenile, it still exuded an undeniable edge. He was a ninja skilled in the art of the blade. Under the guidance of their instructor, one after another, students ascended the arena, engaging in fierce confrontations. A cacophony of flamboyant tactics erupted, blossoming in the hands of these children. Despite being under 10 years of age, they were compelled to wield their ninja tools and engage in brutal combat. On the platform, child after child was either knocked down or injured, subsequently carried off to the infirmary. To the observing teachers and students, this was perceived as a commonplace occurrence, with nary a soul recognizing the abnormality of the situation. Only Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. It was profoundly cruel to treat mere children as expendable resources. Moreover, at such tender ages, how much strength could they truly muster? Chapter 74. The triumph of science. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was Orochimaru's turn to take the stage. Upon hearing his name called, he leaped gracefully onto the arena. Facing his classmates and opponent, Orochimaru adeptly formed a confrontational seal, initiating the battle. His adversary mirrored the action, once the ritual of the opposing seals was complete. At the instructor's command, the two commenced their duel. The audience below buzzed with speculation, deliberating on the outcome of the contest. Most of the students believe that Orochimaru, who does not attend school, must surely be inferior in strength to Mitsuki. Conversely, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others contend that Orochimaru is a hidden talent, capable of overcoming his opponent. Nara Shinjitsu gazed at the arena, pondering with curiosity how Orochimaru was faring in his self-training, wondering if he had grown complacent. He was not privy to the specifics of Orochimaru's circumstances, only recalling the remarkable talent and brilliance that Orochimaru had displayed. The ability to master the body flicker technique in the blink of an eye surpassed that of most of his peers. However, Mitsuki was no ordinary adversary. Despite hailing from a minor ninja clan, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training from a young age, receiving specialized instruction in swordsmanship and mastering the Leaf Village's sword techniques. Nara Shinjitsu also learned that Mitsuki's family possessed the ancestral moonlit dance sword technique, which they intended to impart to him. As Mitsuki faced Orochimaru, the latter drew a short blade from his pocket and positioned it before him in readiness. The two locked eyes, and their bodies suddenly sprang into action. Mitsuki, wielding a long sword, sprinted forward with astonishing speed, launching himself at Orochimaru and striking downward with a powerful blow. The edge of his blade gleamed coldly, exuding an imposing aura. As a streak of cold light sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle, Orochimaru deftly blocked the opponent's strike with a reverse grip, effortlessly parrying the attack. Indeed, your swordsmanship is commendable. Orochimaru's gloves glimmered momentarily as an immense force erupted from his arm, repelling the moonlit azure glow. After engaging in training sessions with Kakashi Hatake, Orochimaru's swordsmanship proved to be on par with his peers. Moreover, the gloves he donned were meticulously crafted chakra-infused gauntlets. Once worn, the gloves stored a vast reservoir of chakra, providing a continuous supply to Orochimaru. Consequently, he no longer needed to extract chakra himself, conserving his energy and stamina. With an unending flow of chakra, he could discreetly employ simple ninjutsu in battle, forming seals with his tongue. The recent display of strength was a charged technique, transforming chakra into a formidable force that repelled his adversary. Mizuki, gazing at this long-absent classmate, felt his arm tremble slightly as he wielded his blade. You are not lacking either. Your strength is truly astonishing. Orochimaru's earlier display of power had genuinely taken him aback, nearly causing the sword he held to slip from his grasp. The sheer magnitude of that force reminded him of the remarkable strength of Tsunade in their class. However, Orochimaru's might still fell short compared to Tsunade's prowess. Faced with a strength-oriented opponent, Mizuki swiftly altered his strategy, launching into a rapid and fierce assault. His body circled around Orochimaru, his long sword seeking any openings in his defenses. With each strike, the blade shimmered like light, its speed creating afterimages in the air. Orochimaru clashed blade against blade, an unceasing flow of chakra replenishing his stamina as he countered the onslaught of the moonlit azure. In the face of yet another assault from the moonlit azure, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with insight, swiftly identifying a flaw. This is the moment. Succumb to defeat before me. Orochimaru wielded his blade with finesse, the chakra within his gloved hands swiftly forming seals under the deft manipulation of his tongue, gathering energy for another strike. The formidable edge of his sword collided with the hilt of the Moonlight Green, sending the weapon flying. As the expression on Moonlight Green's face shifted dramatically, preparing to counterattack, Orochimaru's blade was already poised at his throat. On the surface, Orochimaru had triumphed in a contest of swordsmanship, decisively besting Moonlight Green. However, in truth, it was Orochimaru's augmented technique that overcame his opponent's skill. This was a victory for technology. I concede, you are formidable. With the blade at his throat, Moonlight Green promptly raised his hands in surrender, sealing a pact of reconciliation with Orochimaru. A loss is a loss, and no one disputed that fact. As Orochimaru stepped down from the arena, Jiraiya promptly approached him with heartfelt congratulations. Orochimaru, I always knew you would prevail. Truly, you are a remarkable friend and partner of mine. Turning his gaze towards the black-haired, black-eyed boy nearby, Jiraiya's face twisted into a mischievous grin. Now, watch as I take on that arrogant Uchiha Toru. Just wait and see how I will teach him a lesson. Uchiha Toru, standing across from him, glared back defiantly, unwilling to back down. Who is afraid of you, you lecherous fool? The two were like opposing roosters, brimming with rivalry as they rushed onto the stage. Toru initiated the confrontation with a barrage of Uchiha Shuriken technique, launching countless shurikens and kunai towards Jiraiya. Unwilling to falter, Jiraiya retaliated with his own kunai. Yet his aim faltered, and they fell harmlessly to the ground. As the weapons scattered like petals from a celestial maiden, Jiraiya showcased his remarkable evasion skills, skillfully dodging the onslaught through agile movements and body twists. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Toru, your Uchiha Shuriken technique is rather lackluster. After evading the attack, Jiraiya placed his hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly. He directed a stream of taunts at Toru, whose anger flared uncontrollably as he charged forward. The audacious Jiraiya dares to underestimate the prowess of our Uchiha clan. Allow me to demonstrate our might. Leaping forward, he unleashed the Uchiha Fluid technique, engaging Jiraiya in a fierce struggle. This technique was highly effective in combat, showcasing sharp precision. Unfortunately, Jiraiya, having only half-heartedly studied the Konoha Fluid technique, found himself on the receiving end of a relentless beating from Uchiha Toru. Witnessing this from the sidelines, Orochimaru furrowed his brow in disbelief. How tragic, truly tragic. Jiraiya, in these early moments, is nothing short of a bottom feeder. As his friend, should I not lend him a hand? After careful consideration, Orochimaru ultimately abandoned this plan. Jiraiya belongs to the category of exceptionally fortunate protagonists. Shortly thereafter, he would be taken as a disciple by Sarutobi Hiruzen, subsequently mastering the art of summoning, inadvertently transporting himself to Mount Myaboku. Within the sacred confines of Mount Myaboku, he would discover his true path, diligently cultivate his skills, and emerge as one of the formidable 3 legendary ninjas. This illustrates that Jiraiya possesses considerable talent. He merely lacked direction. Once he arrives at Mount Myaboku, there will be no concerns regarding Jiraiya's growth. On the stage, the 2 combatants were fiercely engaged, with Jiraiya enduring a battered visage, while Uchiha Obito was not faring much better. Hailing from a humble background, Jiraiya often found himself embroiled in street fights, accruing a wealth of practical experience. Coupled with his abundant stamina and vigorous spirit, he resembled an indomitable cockroach, perpetually rising anew. As a protracted struggle ensued, the tides of battle unexpectedly turned, with Uchiha Obito beginning to falter. Chapter 75. Hyuga Gentle Fist. With a resounding thud, a figure crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust upon the arena. As the crowd focused their gaze, they were astonished to find that the fallen individual was Uchiha Obito, while standing triumphantly on the stage was Jiraiya. The spectators were left in utter disbelief. Jiraiya had triumphed. He had indeed defeated Uchiha Obito. This underdog, Jiraiya, displayed remarkable prowess, having thoroughly exhausted Obito's stamina. Orochimaru could not help but express admiration. Indeed, there were some remarkable aspects to consider. His physical prowess was extraordinary, endowed with exceptional endurance and resilience against blows. When confronted by such an individual, the absence of a decisive advantage would invariably lead to the risk of being utterly drained of both stamina and chakra. Within the ranks of the ninja clans, individuals like Jiraiya were exceedingly rare. Following this match was the confrontation between Bairuhu and Tsunade. Bairuhu triumphed through his exquisite throwing techniques, while Tsunade showcased her prodigious strength, securing victory with a single blow. After the initial round, the second round swiftly commenced, pitting victors against victors and vanquished against vanquished. In this particular bout, Orochimaru faced a child from the Hyuga clan, known as Hyuga Widow. Despite being from the branch family, this did not hinder his enrollment in the ninja academy to receive ninja training. Orochimaru was not overly familiar with Hyuga Widow but had taken heed of his presence. After all, he was a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, which bore the bloodline limit known as the Byakugan. Furthermore, the Hyuga clan is one of the ancient noble families of Konoha, possessing a rich history and profound heritage. Even when considered alongside the Senju and Uchiha clans, they remained a force to be reckoned with. With the combination of Byakugan and gentle fist techniques, Hyuga Widow was renowned for his formidable taijutsu within the academy. In the face of such an adversary, Orochimaru felt a flicker of curiosity. Particularly, he was eager to examine that pair of Byakugan eyes. Perhaps they could yield insights beneficial to his own experiments. The Byakugan, by its very nature, possessed unparalleled perceptive abilities, capable of discerning minute changes in the surrounding environment and the flow of chakra. Such assistance would indeed be invaluable to his research endeavors. Orochimaru gazed intently at Hinata Widow, a scheme beginning to unfurl in his mind. He recalled that members of the Hyuga clan's branch family were marked with a cursed seal known as the caged bird from a young age. If he could entice Hinata Widow with the promise of liberating him from the caged bird, perhaps he could turn this individual to his advantage. While Orochimaru pondered this strategy, Hinata Widow had already approached him, forming a stance of confrontation. Dressed in a loose-fitting kimono, with a gentle smile gracing his features, he appeared like a refined nobleman of a prestigious family. His demeanor and manners were impeccable. Yet, Orochimaru discerned that the smile he wore was merely a facade, akin to a deceptive mask, hypocritical and unsightly, exuding a palpable sense of dissonance. Perhaps this was intrinsically linked to the traditions of the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru-sensei, I am about to commence, Hinata Widow politely alerted him. Orochimaru's face displayed a courteous smile as he politely remarked, Hinata, I find myself profoundly intrigued by the gentle fist techniques of your clan. I hope you will surprise me. Facing a martial art capable of harnessing chakra to obliterate an opponent's vital points and internal organs, Orochimaru was eager to witness its prowess. This gentle fist bears a resemblance to the concept of onjin found in the martial arts of my previous existence, which is said to refine flesh and skin, purifying the sinews and marrow, inflicting harm invisibly. One wonders if the gentle fist can achieve such feats. If it is indeed possible, could it be transformed into a specialized technique aimed at enhancing physical prowess and propelling the evolution of the body? Relying on the consumption of spirit fruits and herbs to passively foster one's bodily evolution proves to be rather sluggish. However, should one be able to actively advance bodily evolution and fortify physicality, it would constitute a monumental leap forward. Orochimaru gazed intently at his opponent, his eyes shimmering with determination, before swiftly launching himself forward. With a powerful charge, he clenched his fist tightly, raising his arm high, and aimed a fierce blow at Hinata Wuji. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 16 palms. Hinata Wuji bellowed, slightly lowering his body as he positioned himself in the 8 trigram stance. Unperturbed by Orochimaru's advance, Hinata Wuji maintained a calm demeanor, executing his palm technique with unwavering stability. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards Orochimaru, stinging his skin. Rather than evading the formidable gentle fist, he boldly raised his hand to meet it head-on. Their energies collided, his forceful punch clashing against the delicate power of the gentle fist. The impact sent a tremor through both combatants, leaving their arms tingling with a strange numbness. Hinata Wuji instinctively cradled his arm, a flicker of pain flashing in his gaze. The agony was overwhelming. He had not anticipated Orochimaru's seemingly slight frame to possess such immense strength, as if he had struck a steel plate. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained rooted in place, attentively sensing the changes coursing through his arm. He had to admit, the ancient lineage of the Hyuga's gentle fist proved exceptional in practical combat. Even with his custom-made chakra gloves, crafted from the hide of summoned beasts, he had not entirely mitigated the impact of the gentle fist assault. His arm felt as though a multitude of tiny thorns had pierced through the flesh and sinew, inducing an involuntary reaction of discomfort. It was hard to fathom the level of pain an ordinary person would endure from such a blow. The sheer torment accompanying the strike was enough to incapacitate any average individual. No wonder in the original tale, those struck by Neji would invariably don expressions of anguish. However, Orochimaru merely shook off the pain, swiftly dispelling the stinging sensation, and even found his arm feeling more at ease. This peculiar reaction caused a glint of intrigue to spark in his eyes. He discerned that the energy from the spiritual fruit he had consumed earlier had been absorbed by the affected meridians. This realization suggested that his hypothesis might indeed come to fruition. The gentle fist of the Hyuga was truly remarkable. He was eager for more. Orochimaru swiftly darted forward, leaping into the air like a projectile, launching yet another assault. In the face of Orochimaru's relentless onslaught, Hinata Wuji remained composed, his expression unchanging as he adapted his offensive strategy. The gentle fist technique possessed its own set of highly specialized countermeasures against an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. By transforming his palms into fingers, he altered his original approach, employing acupuncture techniques to target Orochimaru's vital chakra points, disrupting the flow of chakra within his opponent's body. What significance does immense strength hold if one can incapacitate the critical meridians and acupoints? Chakra serves as the wellspring of power. Extinguishing its source renders everything obsolete. Amongst the understanding and knowledge of human meridians and acupoints, the Hyuga clan holds a preeminent position, second to none. In response to Hinata Wuji's offensive, Orochimaru deliberately slowed his pace to scrutinize his movements, engaging in a process of observation and contemplation. Though Orochimaru had dabbled in the study of human meridians and acupoints, his preoccupation with other pursuits had hindered his deeper comprehension of utilizing these principles in combat. After all, such an endeavor seemed overly cumbersome. As long as he could unravel the essence and transformative properties of chakra, he could unleash formidable ninjutsu without the necessity for close-quarters combat or targeting acupoints. However, Hinata Wuji's gentle fist technique presented an immediate opportunity, and invaluable knowledge laid before him that was too precious to disregard. Orochimaru gazed intently at several of his body's meridians, which had been punctured by Hinata's chakra imbued with a needle-like precision, subsequently becoming obstructed. A slight perception shift altered his expression. The manipulation of acupoints had indeed affected the flow of chakra within him. Quite an impressive technique. Chapter 76. The astonished crowd confronted with the profound heritage of the Hyuga clan, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and savored the moment. The exquisite finesse of the gentle fist and the art of acupoint striking, along with an in-depth study of the human body and the interplay between meridians and chakra, had traversed an extensive path. The swift and unexpected nature of the acupoint technique proved devastatingly effective against ordinary ninjas. The distinction between ninjas and ordinary individuals lies in the refined chakra that resides within them, serving as their source of strength. Chakra empowers ninjas to traverse walls with agility and exhibit remarkable physical prowess. If chakra is compromised, A ninja may revert to a state akin to that of an ordinary person. Against lower-ranked and mid-ranked ninjas, this technique represents a cataclysmic dimensional strike. A mere disagreement could seal your health bar and skills, making victory nearly impossible. Fortunately, Orochimaru differed from conventional ninjas during combat. The chakra he utilized was supplied by his gloves. Even if acupoints were struck, the chakra gloves continued to provide an unceasing flow of energy. This energy remained unaffected, resulting in Orochimaru's minimal reaction. After being struck by the acupoint technique, Orochimaru nonchalantly deflected Hinata's subsequent attacks. Having comprehended the principle behind the acupoint technique, there seemed to be no need for him to endure further assaults. This reaction left Hinata momentarily stunned, his mind racing with confusion. He gazed at Orochimaru in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can you still wield chakra? Did my acupoint technique not hit you?" It was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon, leaving his mind in a whirl. Normally, a person struck by an acupoint technique would experience rigidity, various adverse reactions, or even paralysis. Yet, not only was Orochimaru unscathed, but he also engaged Hinata in a back-and-forth exchange, leaving Hinata utterly perplexed. Orochimaru chuckled, "Everything is possible, as long as you are willing to delve deeply and comprehend." Everything is possible? Hinata Shino silently mulled over these words, sensing a profound significance behind them. He abruptly raised his head, his veins bulging, and his pale eyes fixed intently on Orochimaru, capturing him within his gaze. He activated the unique bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan. Utilizing the Byakugan's extraordinary perception and observational prowess, he meticulously scrutinized the changes in Orochimaru's physique. Hinata Shino held no doubts regarding the efficacy of his clan's chakra point sealing technique. The issue, he believed, lay with his fellow students. He harbored a deep resentment toward his branch family status. However, he took immense pride in the glory of his lineage and the knowledge passed down through generations. He intended to use the Byakugan to discern the true nature of his classmate Orochimaru, how he could remain lively and animated even after being subjected to the chakra point sealing technique. What he beheld was both startling and astonishing. Through his Byakugan, Orochimaru appeared alarmingly luminous, akin to a colossal light bulb. Yet, this dazzling radiance was not the hue of chakra energy, it was the vibrant essence of life itself. Curious, Shino pondered the anomaly. Where was the chakra? His gaze traversed Orochimaru's entire form, ultimately resting upon the gloves encasing his hands. Within his line of sight, the most vital chakra energy of a ninja coalesced in Orochimaru's palms, continuously flowing into his body. This was peculiar, strangely perplexing. As a ninja, one typically generated chakra within their body. Yet, here was Orochimaru, manifesting chakra energy from his palms. This bewilderment deepened, leaving him in a state of confusion. "Orochimaru, what is the secret technique of yours? How are you so different from other ninjas?" Orochimaru, intrigued by Hinata's words, gazed at him with keen interest and inquired, "What is different? Pray, elaborate." Hinata opened his mouth, poised to respond, but then recalled the setting of the arena and declined, "Allow me to vanquish you first, and then we shall converse. Do not presume that your uniqueness renders you invincible. The power of gentle fist combined with the Byakugan is beyond your imagination." The Byakugan, one of the three great ocular jutsu, instills unparalleled pride in every member of the Hyuga clan. This pride is an intrinsic element coursing through their veins, a blend of haughty confidence and self-assurance. Although the Hyuga clan outwardly exhibits humility and adherence to etiquette, their inner pride rivals that of the fiercely arrogant Uchiha clan. With that, Hinata moved like lightning, his feet dancing upon the 8 trigrams, propelling himself toward Orochimaru with astonishing speed. Under the gaze of the Byakugan, his perceptive abilities soared to unprecedented heights, rendering Orochimaru's every movement within his grasp. The surrounding scenery appeared as though it were caught in slow motion, allowing him to scrutinize the minutiae with remarkable clarity. No matter the actions Orochimaru might undertake or the ninjutsu he might unleash, Hinata could foresee them in advance. This sensation bestowed upon those who awaken their ocular powers a feeling of dominion over all. In such a state, it is no wonder that members of both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans might exhibit arrogance and pride. It is not a matter of flawed mentality, but rather a testament to the formidable nature of their ocular bloodlines. The eyes within their sockets grant them the courage to take pride in their abilities. The foresight and insight afforded by the Byakugan enabled Hinata to predict Orochimaru's every move. Just as Hinata prepared to unleash a decisive blow to defeat Orochimaru, an unforeseen event transpired. Orochimaru, who should have been ensnared in the trajectory of his actions, instead manifested countless phantoms, weaving through the arena with bewildering density. Drip, drip. Sweat trickled down Hinata's forehead. How is this possible? Orochimaru, you have not invoked chakra to perform hand seals. How then can you wield ninjutsu? Hinata Satoru was utterly bewildered, as were the teachers and children in the audience. It is widely acknowledged that, aside from a few fundamental ninjutsu techniques, almost all require hand seals. The more powerful the ninjutsu, the greater the number of seals necessary. Yet, Orochimaru remained completely still, effortlessly executing a unique ninjutsu. Although the crowd was unfamiliar with the shadow clone technique created by Orochimaru, they all understood that such an extraordinary ninjutsu must necessitate hand seals. However, Orochimaru had not performed any seals, defying the established norms of the ninja world. Among all present, Hinata Satoru was the most shaken and perplexed. Utilizing his Byakugan, he focused intensely on Orochimaru's every movement with superhuman insight. Despite Orochimaru exhibiting no peculiar actions and not utilizing chakra, he still employed ninjutsu, which was utterly incongruous. Hinata Satoru felt as if the very sky were collapsing around him. After a confrontation with his classmates, he discovered that the principles of ninjutsu had seemingly vanished. Under the watchful gaze of all, Orochimaru's manifested shadow began to sprint across the arena with incredible speed, akin to lightning, drawing everyone's attention. The shadows multiplied and danced. Yet they did not evade Hinata Satoru's keen perception. The superlative insight of his Byakugan allowed him to observe the enemy from nearly every conceivable angle. Even with mere illusions, he could ascertain their position through chakra. However, the brilliance of Orochimaru's form, coupled with his illogical method of releasing ninjutsu, left Hinata Satoru momentarily stunned and rooted to the spot. This lapse afforded Orochimaru the opportunity he sought. With a swift motion, Orochimaru appeared beside Hinata's side, unleashing a powerful punch that sliced through the air. Sensing the imminent danger, Hinata momentarily snapped out of his shock, bending his legs to evade. Yet, it was far too late. Orochimaru's speed was overwhelming, leaving no room for Hinata to escape as he was sent sprawling to the ground. You have lost. The simplicity of those 3 words fell from Orochimaru's lips. Hinata lay on the ground, momentarily dazed. He had been defeated, bested by a child of humble origins, a reality he found difficult to reconcile. Yet, he could not deny that Orochimaru was extraordinary, distinctly set apart from the ordinary. Orochimaru perhaps possesses a bloodline limit, enabling him to perform feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Contemplating this notion, Hyuga Neji felt a sense of relief wash over him. He nodded in acknowledgement of his defeat, candidly stating, "Congratulations, Orochimaru, you have triumphed. However, might you enlighten me on how you achieved this?" Faced with the perplexing methodology of releasing ninjutsu, Neji was fervently eager for an explanation. While others might attribute Orochimaru's prowess to illusions or deceit, he could not afford such rationalizations. With the activation of his Byakugan, Neji's vision penetrated every inch of Orochimaru's being. His skin, flesh, meridians, chakra points, bones, and aura were all laid bare before him. Yet, he discerned no movement from Orochimaru, save for a slight shift as he raised his foot. In response to Neji's probing inquiry, Orochimaru wore a mysterious smile, extending his hand to assist him in rising from the ground. As I have previously stated, anything is possible, provided one possesses the eyes to perceive. Should you wish to delve deeper, feel free to visit my abode when time permits. By exploiting Neji's curiosity, Orochimaru intended to lure him to his home, where he could engage him in persuasive discourse until Neji succumbed to his influence. Should Neji remain reluctant, he could propose assistance in researching a method to break the caged bird seal, a spell that nearly every branch member abhors, with such aversion diminishing as one matures. Neji, being at the age of most intense disdain, was particularly affected. As for Orochimaru's ability to release ninjutsu without hand seals, it was not a matter of utilizing his tongue for seals, but rather employing his own ninjutsu talismans. He placed the talisman for the shadow clone technique beneath his feet, activating it directly when needed. Consequently, there was no necessity for hand seals. After all, even if he had used his tongue, Neji, with his Byakugan, would have detected it. The use of talismans, an extraordinary creation that transcends the era, would hardly raise suspicion. Following the conclusion of their battle, Orochimaru was promptly escorted to another classroom by Orochimaru. As Orochimaru pondered, he noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen standing in the classroom, awaiting his presence. The third Hokage, Orochimaru, approached with utmost respect and offered a bow. Sarutobi nodded amicably and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You may take your leave." Understanding the implication, Nara promptly returned to the arena to continue orchestrating the matches. Once Nara had departed, Sarutobi stepped forward to Orochimaru, a smile illuminating his face. Rubbing his hands together, he chuckled, "Orochimaru, how do you execute the ninjutsu you employed during the match?" He had been observing the previous competition closely, after all, as Orochimaru was a promising talent for the future of Konoha. Naturally, as a key subject for cultivation and observation, Orochimaru was firmly within his focus. Orochimaru inclined his head slightly, comprehending the intent of Hiruzen Sarutobi. "You wish to inquire as to why I am capable of performing jutsu without hand signs, do you not?" Hiruzen nodded, his expression brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Orochimaru. Previously, Orochimaru had demonstrated the ability to perform jutsu without hand signs. Yet Hiruzen had dismissed it as some form of deception. However, today, he realized that even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could not perceive the essence of Orochimaru's signless technique, leading him to reconsider his earlier assumptions. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before speaking. "The reason is quite simple. I did not unleash any ninjutsu. It is precisely because I refrained from using ninjutsu that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan cannot perceive or comprehend it." Sarutobi Hiruzen was left bewildered. Every word spoken by Orochimaru was comprehensible to him, yet when strung together, their meaning eluded him. What does it mean to release a jutsu? How did that jutsu come into being? Faced with the puzzled gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru removed his shoes and produced a talisman resembling a piece of cloth from within. "Esteemed Third Hokage, the truth is, my jutsu is unleashed using this." He continued, "I have been diligently researching how to utilize chakra batteries. This is the fruition of that endeavor. By employing sealing techniques, I have encapsulated jutsu within, infusing it with unclaimed chakra, resulting in a triggerable talisman, akin to an explosive tag." "Ah, so that is how it is," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, nodding vacantly. He seemed to grasp the concept, yet simultaneously, it felt as though he did not fully comprehend it. At that moment, his mind buzzed incessantly, as if his processor were on the verge of overheating. Orochimaru consistently surprises him, to the point that he is nearly accustomed to it. This time, Orochimaru's research has utterly subverted his worldview and imagination. After a brief moment, he managed to regain his composure and exclaimed loudly, "Isn't it a bit excessive to claim that ninjutsu talismans can be utilized without the need for ninja hand seals? If that is the case, would it not allow ordinary individuals to wield such powers?" Orochimaru was taken aback by the astonishing revelation, his breath quickening as he carefully examined the talisman in his hands. A detonating talisman, akin to this one, could unleash ninjutsu. Did this signify the obsolescence of ninjas? A sense of confusion enveloped him, as if he were witnessing the dawn of a new era. Observing the demeanor of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he stepped forward to offer reassurance, saying, "Lord Third, there is no need for such anxiety. This item is quite challenging to produce. To achieve mass production, we may have to wait an indeterminate period." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally exhaled in relief. He had merely intended to inquire about the release of ninjutsu without hand seals, yet had unearthed a monumental discovery, leaving him in a state of perplexity. The item was indeed remarkable, albeit perhaps too extraordinary, rendering him somewhat at a loss. As he touched the material of the talisman, he inquired with curiosity, "What is this material? It feels rather peculiar." Orochimaru remarked, "The fur of summoning beasts is typically beyond the capacity of ordinary scroll paper to withstand the power of chakra. As of now, we have yet to discover alternative materials, so there is no need to worry about ninjas being supplanted. Furthermore, the rigorous training that ninjas undergo cannot be substituted by a mere talisman." Chapter 78. The Small Pill. Upon hearing Orochimaru's reassurance, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "I have been overthinking. The essence of a ninja lies in their unwavering spirit and relentless determination. Even if talismans are mastered by ordinary individuals, they shall never surpass the prowess of a true ninja." Orochimaru discerned the confusion within Sarutobi Hiruzen. His words were entirely a means of self-reassurance. After all, the world of ninjas is rife with stubbornness and the decay of dogmatic beliefs, and the acceptance of new ideas and concepts will likely demand a considerable span of time. Orochimaru remarked, "Third Hokage, without ninjas, talismans cannot be crafted. It is the ninjas who are the true creators of these artifacts. Our village of Konoha can undoubtedly harness these talismans to bolster our strength and secure benefits for the community. A talisman is merely an object. Its application ultimately depends on the wielder." His words ignited a spark of realization in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, leading him to understand that talismans are not to be feared. Rather, it is he who holds the reins of power. After all, I am the Hokage. He gazed at Orochimaru, patted him on the shoulder, and praised, Orochimaru. You have once again surprised me, though this revelation is rather significant. Let us keep this under wraps for the time being and focus on thorough research. Orochimaru nodded with a grin, remarking, it is indeed a privilege for Konoha village to have such a diligent Hokage as yourself. He then proceeded to request an additional allocation of funds, citing a shortfall in his research budget. Upon hearing the mention of money, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately clutched his wallet. Eyeing Orochimaru with suspicion. Why do you require more funding? Did I not previously grant you a substantial amount? He queried. By the way, I believe you've been in contact with Danzo. I have yet to address the matter of the universal regeneration ointment with you. At the mention of the ointment, Sarutobi's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he earnestly cautioned, Orochimaru, I am the Hokage. In the future, any matters you wish to undertake must be discussed with me first, and I expect to be privy to any research findings. He continued, although Danzo is my appointed aide, he tends to adopt extreme measures, and it would be prudent for you to avoid engaging with him. Realizing that his ointment had likely stirred considerable attention, Orochimaru remained unfazed. His primary ambition was to diligently pursue his research. He feigned a conflicted expression before Sarutobi, articulating, it is not my intention to cause trouble, but Lord Danzo, without hesitation, provided me with a significant amount of research funding, and I felt it would be impolite to decline. His implication was clear. Sarutobi was not forthcoming enough with the financial support. Upon hearing the prospect of a financial hemorrhage, Sarutobi felt a pang of distress. After all, the modest savings he had painstakingly accumulated were now at risk of being funneled to Orochimaru for research. However, to withhold funding would imply a lack of capability compared to Danzo, which was unacceptable for him as Hokage. He could not afford to lose face. Gritting his teeth, he decisively waved his hand and declared, very well, I shall allocate an additional 10 million in funding. Conduct your research diligently, and any results must be reported to me first. As for the previous ointment, I shall not interfere with my dear friend Danzo's matters. It was evident that Danzo had previously sold some items to finance Orochimaru's research, indicating that such projects required substantial investment. With an additional 10 million secured, Orochimaru felt a surge of joy, knowing it would sustain his research endeavors for some time. Nevertheless, he recognized that it was merely a temporary solution and insufficient in the grand scheme. Konoha, being a gathering place for ninja, offered only a limited number of avenues for generating wealth. Perhaps it was time for me to contemplate truly lucrative ventures for Konoha. Orochimaru reminisced about the memories of his past life, recalling the beloved blue pills from the land of the morning calm. Creating a batch of such items should undoubtedly yield a tremendous profit. Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Surely, no man could resist such an allure, and the desires of middle-aged men would be even more potent. The super-medicinal plants he cultivated using cellular energy would undoubtedly surpass the chemically synthesized drugs of his past life. Moreover, they were natural and untainted, posing no harm to the body. Upon returning, Orochimaru discovered that the tournament on the arena had concluded. Under Nara Shinichi's announcement, he was assigned to a team with Jiraiya and Tsunade, with none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as their instructor. This arrangement bore little difference from his previous life, a fact that did not concern Orochimaru. His focus lay in his newfound status as a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a member of the Hokage lineage, allowing him to seek guidance from the esteemed Hokage openly. This was an invaluable opportunity. Despite Hiruzen's shortcomings in administrative affairs, he was a master in the study of elemental ninjutsu. In his past life, Hiruzen was adorned with numerous titles, such as the strongest Hokage and a professor of ninjutsu. While perhaps not the strongest, his contributions to the research and application of ninjutsu were unparalleled. Proficient in 5 chakra nature transformations, he was truly erudite. The long-elusive research on chakra nature transformation might find resolution through Hiruzen's wisdom. At that moment, Orochimaru recalled Hinata Wudo, wondering if he would seek him out. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could easily serve as a substitute for the yet unattained super-magnifying microscope. Furthermore, the ocular techniques of the Byakugan were far more suited to assist his research than the microscope itself. Upon returning home, he was met with disappointment as Hinata Wudo did not arrive. However, he was not anxious. Time was on his side, and the Hyuga clan had long established roots in the village, ensuring he would find an opportunity. The most pressing matter now was to prepare for the upcoming lessons. With Hiruzen as the instructor, he was certain to glean a wealth of valuable knowledge from him. A person worthy of the title of ninjutsu doctor must possess a treasure trove of rare ninjutsu information and experience. Thus, Orochimaru temporarily set aside several research projects, taking out paper and pen to jot down his inquiries regarding ninjutsu. He compiled all the questions he needed into a small booklet, preparing to confront Hiruzen with them during their next meeting. Previously hesitant, now that Hiruzen was his teacher, he intended to extract as much knowledge as possible. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dining at home, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, an instinctive foreboding of impending misfortune. At that moment, his wife, Bawako, emerged from the bedroom. Clad in a delicate, sheer garment, the implications unmistakable. Hiruzen swallowed hard, discreetly rubbing his achy lower back and feigning ignorance. "Ah, I just recalled unfinished business. You should rest while I attend to it. Brothers, starting today, for every 100 acts of love, an additional chapter shall be unveiled, with no upper limit. Let me witness my own potential." Chapter 79. The assessment. On the following day, Orochimaru departed his home promptly. En route, he encountered Jiraiya waiting by the street, both heading towards the eastern side of the village. Upon gathering, Jiraiya, brimming with excitement, tugged at Orochimaru and rushed to another intersection, eagerly awaiting Tsunade's arrival. Despite Tsunade's apparent disinterest in him, Jiraiya was determined to approach her, leaving Orochimaru somewhat speechless. Some individuals possess an innate talent for flattery, deeply ingrained within their very essence since childhood. When Tsunade finally arrived, the trio set off together, animatedly making their way to Training Ground 32, as instructed by their teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, where they would receive training and guidance. It is noteworthy that upon completion of their examinations, Orochimaru discovered that the students at the Ninja Academy did not directly receive their ninja headbands to become honored genin. To attain the status of a recognized genin, one must first gain the approval of their guiding teacher. Moreover, guiding teachers, while undertaking simple missions, could accompany their ninja students, thereby allowing them to gain experience while treating their students as assistants in task completion. This arrangement, overall, is quite humane. Orochimaru appreciated this approach, as Hiruzen Sarutobi had not lost his sanity to the extent of sending a group of children to act as mere cannon fodder. With the conclusion of the war, the village gradually regained its prosperity and stability after a period of recuperation. The roads were bustling with vehicles transporting various goods, showing no signs of the famine that had once plagued the area. Jiraiya, leading the way, was the most exuberant among them, waving his arms in jubilation, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. Our guiding teacher is none other than the Hokage. With his mentorship, we are destined to become powerful ninja heroes, champions of the weak." Tsunade shot him a disapproving glance, correcting him, "Foolish Jiraiya, ninja do not champion the weak, they merely undertake missions for monetary gain. Once we become ninja, we will be engaged in battles, and to others, we may very well appear as villains." As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and having been taught by the second Hokage, Tsunade's understanding of the ninja world far surpassed that of Jiraiya. After being reprimanded, Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his head and turned to Orochimaru, asking, "Orochimaru, why are you so composed? Aren't you excited?" Orochimaru slightly raised his head, observing the exuberant expression on Jiraiya's face, realizing that he was the true embodiment of youth. While his own appearance may have been youthful, he felt that he had become excessively composed, far too mature within. Orochimaru pondered and remarked, "I find myself contemplating a matter of significance, how to gain the approval of our mentor. Teacher Nara Shinjichi had once stated that students must earn the recognition of their instructors in order to undertake missions, otherwise, they would be sent back to the academy for further study. Our mentor, however, is none other than the third Hokage, and the trials we face are undoubtedly more arduous than those of others." "What? There are trials?" Jiraiya exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of palpable distress. He clutched his head, anxiously glancing around in a state of disarray. "What should I do? If I am eliminated, I won't have to return to the academy, will I? What sort of challenging questions might the third Hokage pose to us? Orochimaru, Tsunade, do you have any solutions?" Tsunade crossed her arms and scoffed lightly. "What is there to fear? Let them present their challenges. I am not afraid." Her tone was nonchalant, displaying no trepidation regarding the possibility of failure. She was already among the elite in the advanced class, and if the third Hokage did not recognize her capabilities, it would surely be a reflection of his shortcomings. She would undoubtedly seek out Granny Mito to intervene on her behalf. Observing Tsunade's unwavering confidence, Jiraiya turned his hopeful gaze towards Orochimaru, yearning for a glimmer of insight. Orochimaru cast him a reassuring glance and said, "Do not fear, we are a united team. Since we have been placed under the guidance of the Third Hokage, it is evident that he recognizes certain qualities within us. As long as we strive to showcase our abilities, the Hokage will undoubtedly not dismiss us." "Indeed, you are quite astute, Orochimaru," Jiraiya replied, his eyes sparkling with renewed joy. Observing Jiraiya's cheerful demeanor, Orochimaru's thoughts drifted back to the original anime narrative. In that tale, it seemed to revolve around the pursuit of a bell. This is a hallmark of the Hokage lineage. The bell has been passed down through the generations of the Third Hokage, symbolizing continuity, from his own era to that of Minato Namikaze, and then to Naruto Uzumaki. It is often humorously remarked that those who undergo the bell test possess a unique qualification to become Hokage. Nevertheless, it is true that within each generation of shinobi, there emerges a ninja who ascends to the esteemed position of Hokage. Orochimaru pondered, having traversed into this realm, taking the place of the original Orochimaru. Should I compete for the esteemed position of Hokage? My research demands substantial funding, and ascending to the role of Hokage would grant me access to the resources of the Hidden Leaf Village, thereby supporting my endeavors. However, holding the title of Hokage also entails significant responsibilities, requiring considerable time and energy to manage administrative affairs. The advantages and disadvantages of both paths left him in a state of indecision. Orochimaru shook his head, contemplating. "I am still young. The position of Hokage can wait until later." The trio arrived at the training ground, waiting from morning until noon, at last greeted by the tardy Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen was not clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, but rather dressed in casual attire. Upon seeing the three, he sheepishly scratched his head. "I truly apologize. I became so engrossed in administrative duties that I completely lost track of time." "Lord Third, you are our mentor. Your arrival is rather delayed," Jiraiya lamented. Fortunately, Orochimaru brought an ample supply of food. Otherwise, we would have been left famished. As he spoke, Jiraiya picked up a rice ball and began to chew on it. Tsunade, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, after waiting all morning, I almost thought you had stood us up." Thankfully, Orochimaru persuaded us to wait a little longer and even prepared provisions in advance. Orochimaru smiled faintly as he placed the lunchbox into his storage pocket. Turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he said, "Teacher Sarutobi, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Sarutobi chuckled heartily and nodded in approval at Orochimaru's thorough preparation. Observing his three disciples, particularly Orochimaru, Sarutobi felt a surge of joy. With the bond of master and apprentice established between them, he believed that with further nurturing, their connection would become unbreakable. Given Orochimaru's exceptional talent and disposition, he was confident that he could eventually succeed him as the bearer of the will of fire. He produced a string of golden bells from his pocket and placed them before the trio, stating with a smile, "Becoming my disciple is no easy feat. It requires passing a test. Here are 2 bells, and you 3 must strive to seize them. Those who fail to obtain a bell will face my punishment." Bound to a wooden post. Chapter 80. The Bells and the Trap. Upon seeing the bells, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he boasted, "Isn't it just about grabbing the bells? I, Jiraiya, will undoubtedly succeed." He feigned nonchalance while advancing forward. As he reached Sarutobi, a look of exhilaration crossed his face, and he lunged forward. Just as he believed he could claim a bell, Sarutobi effortlessly sidestepped Jiraiya's attempt with a mere turn. "Jiraiya, such trivial tricks cannot deceive me," Sarutobi remarked, having seen through Jiraiya's intentions at a glance. Jiraiya, undeterred, fixated his gaze on the bells, akin to a poised hunting dog ready to pounce on its prey. He employed all his agility within the confined space, attempting to snatch the bells. However, his movements and speed paled in comparison to Sarutobi's, who evaded each of his maneuvers with ease. Exhausted, Jiraiya collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stealthily approached Sarutobi from behind, aiming for the blind spot of his vision to launch a surprise attack. His speed was remarkable, even utilizing the shadow clone technique to confuse Sarutobi and create a visual distraction. Yet, when Orochimaru's arm came into contact with Sarutobi, he was astonished to discover that the figure before him was merely a clone. Deceived, Teacher Sarutobi has long since escaped. Orochimaru glanced around, endeavoring to trace the whereabouts of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade and Jiraiya also turned their attention, their eyes widened as they remarked, "What a deception." Tsunade surveyed the surroundings and said, "I comprehend now. Master Sarutobi must have intended for us to seek him out. After all, as mere ninja apprentices, we are incapable of seizing anything from him, and the bell must be concealed in some location of his choosing. Orochimaru nodded in agreement with Tsunade's words. Jiraiya, invigorated once more, rose to his feet and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. I knew it. How could they possibly present us with such a challenging task to hinder our progress? If it's merely a matter of locating the bells, I, Jiraiya, shall undoubtedly succeed. With that, he suggested, let us split up and compete to see who can find the bells first. Energized, Jiraiya dashed eagerly towards the adjacent forest. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance, muttering, that reckless fool. Does he not understand the essence of teamwork? She then turned to Orochimaru and walked alongside him, saying, Orochimaru, let us join forces in the search for the bells. With an additional companion, our chances of success will surely increase. Orochimaru nodded, not declining Tsunade's proposal. You are right. We are a team, and we should act in concert. Jiraiya's exuberance would eventually be tempered with understanding. The two stood side by side, strolling through the forest underbrush, akin to companions frolicking amidst nature. Before long, they spotted a golden bell perched high upon a tree, glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Tsunade exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly prepared to retrieve it. At that moment, Orochimaru extended his arm, restraining the enthusiastic Tsunade, and, under her puzzled gaze, remarked, do you not find the bell's placement rather conspicuous? Tsunade replied, are you suggesting that there is a catch? Orochimaru nodded gently and remarked, since this is a trial, it must be assessing a certain aspect of us. The bell is so blatantly placed upon the tree that it appears to be a trap meant to ensnare us. Tsunade, discerning the implication in Orochimaru's words, turned her gaze towards the vicinity of the tree, scrutinizing the traces left behind. Moments later, Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment, Orochimaru, your conjecture was indeed correct. There is a trap in the tree. It is exceedingly cunning. Had we been unaware of the circumstances and rushed forward, we would undoubtedly have been ensnared instantly. Tsunade patted her flat chest, gazing at Orochimaru with admiration in her eyes. Orochimaru, you are truly remarkable. The meticulous mind of Orochimaru appeared increasingly reliable and trustworthy in Tsunade's eyes. With his guidance, she successfully retrieved the bell, her laughter ringing out joyfully. Her youthful face blossomed with a delicate smile, reminiscent of the radiant dawn, brilliant and captivating. Observing the innocent and carefree Tsunade, Orochimaru smiled faintly. What a delightful young girl she is. Little could anyone foresee that she would one day transform into a tempestuous woman, plagued by alcoholism and gambling, all due to the tragic loss of her closest companion. In this life, however, having traversed time, he would ensure that such events would not transpire. Shortly after obtaining the bell, a sudden splash echoed from the nearby pond. Resembling the sound of Jiraiya falling into the water, Tsunade remarked. Orochimaru nodded, redirected his course, and addressed Tsunade. Let us go take a look. We must ensure that nothing untoward occurs. Tsunade nodded in agreement, trailing behind Orochimaru as they made their way toward the pond. After only a few steps, they beheld Jiraiya, ensnared in ropes, struggling in the water. Soaked and pitiful, he resembled a drenched chicken. Upon sighting Orochimaru and Tsunade, Jiraiya immediately began to thrash about, calling for help in a desperate voice. Orochimaru, Tsunade, please come to my aid. I cannot swim. The hapless Jiraiya floundered in the water, creating a veritable splash as he flailed about. Orochimaru brandished a kunai, hurling it towards Jiraiya. The kunai spun gracefully through the air, severing the ropes that bound Jiraiya, before returning deftly to Orochimaru's hand. Oh, Orochimaru, how is it that your kunai can return to you? Tsunade inquired, astonished by Orochimaru's remarkable technique. Orochimaru flicked the delicate thread in his hands and smiled. You see, it has a special device. The retrieval mechanism for shuriken allows the thrown weapons to be reclaimed. At that moment, Jiraiya struggled to emerge from the pond. Crawling onto the shore, he gazed at the pond with a look of confusion crossing his face. The bell should be in the water. Why can't I find it? Just then, on a branch not far from the pond, a figure stood, laughing heartily. Raising his eyes, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him, addressing Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you have fallen into my trap this time, so it doesn't count. I shall place the bell elsewhere for you to search again. Hearing Sarutobi's words, Jiraiya nodded in agreement, brushing it off with a carefree attitude. No problem. I, Jiraiya, am incredibly clever and will not be fooled again. No matter where you place it or what traps you set, I shall surely obtain the bell. His tone brimmed with confidence. Once Sarutobi departed, he resumed his search with determination. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the light gradually dimmed. Jiraiya found himself bound to a tall wooden post, filled with regret and frustration. Teacher Sarutobi, you were truly cunning. He had initially believed he could easily find the bell, only to stumble into trap after trap. Deep pits in the ground, ropes in the trees, and swamps in the grass. Each time he neared the bell, he triggered yet another trap. This infuriated him. Teacher Sarutobi, you are targeting me. Standing nearby, Sarutobi waved his hand and shook his head, explaining, Jiraiya, you cannot blame me. It is you who fails to observe your surroundings, falling for every trap. If you possessed Orochimaru's keen insight and vigilance, you would not have been ensnared so many times. On the battlefield, a hothead like you would have perished in enemy traps countless times. Jiraiya realized Sarutobi spoke the truth, and in frustration he shouted, this is so annoying. Accepting his punishment, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and stood on the post, quietly enduring, while a sense of urgency gradually welled within him. He recognized his shortcomings and felt a growing determination to improve. He understood that without doubling his efforts, the gap between himself and Tsunade, as well as Orochimaru, would only widen. Noticing Jiraiya's awakening, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Sarutobi's eyes. He believed Jiraiya had solid potential and, with his straightforward character, was a promising student. With careful guidance, he could surely become an exceptional ninja. Sarutobi then turned his attention to his other two disciples, Orochimaru and Tsunade, equally satisfied with them. You have passed the assessment. You may return for today. Starting tomorrow, I shall conduct rigorous training and instruction, guiding you swiftly towards becoming exceptional ninjas. Upon hearing the announcement of her impending freedom, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiant, and her eyes curved like crescent moons. How wonderful it is to have the opportunity to play. She spread her arms wide and leapt with joy. The first day's trial was remarkably simple. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained rooted in place, not departing, but rather approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen to seek guidance. Teacher Sarutobi, I have some questions regarding ninjutsu and chakra transformation that perplex me. May I inquire? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curved into a slight smile, radiating warmth as he nodded in acknowledgement. Every mentor hopes for students who are eager to learn and strive for progress, rather than those who are merely mischievous and lack ambition. Orochimaru, feel free to ask me anything. I am now your teacher, so there is no need for concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in high spirits, as he had no official duties to attend to and was merely addressing a few straightforward inquiries, which he could certainly handle with ease. As for his expertise in ninjutsu and chakra transformation, he would not claim to be the best, but he certainly ranked among the top in the village. That's wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Sarutobi. After Orochimaru expressed his gratitude, his demeanor shifted abruptly, akin to a wolf spotting its prey, filled with an insatiable desire. He retrieved a small booklet resembling a textbook from his storage pocket and held it in his hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon seeing the booklet, momentarily faltered. Unable to discern Orochimaru's intentions, yet a sense of foreboding arose within him. Master, my first inquiry pertains to the reflux of chakra in ninjutsu. My second question concerns the transformation of ninjutsu attributes. And the third question. As Orochimaru presented his queries, a cold sweat broke out on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the urge to flee began to surface. However, to escape on the very first day would be utterly humiliating. For the sake of his teacher's dignity, he continued to respond to the myriad of questions posed by Orochimaru. These inquiries ranged from the peculiar to the arcane, delving into the intricacies of ninjutsu and the variations of chakra attributes. Some questions were relatively straightforward, while others were exceedingly challenging, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in a state of mental turmoil. Fortunately, his foundational knowledge of ninjutsu proved to be genuine, allowing him to navigate through most of them. Master, the 98th question, which is also the final question. Upon hearing that it was the last question, Sarutobi Hiruzen shivered as if awakening from a nightmare. Clearing his throat, he strained his mind to formulate an answer and looked at Orochimaru, saying, Orochimaru, I have addressed all the questions for today. There should be no further matters, correct? I must return to attend to administrative duties. Orochimaru nodded and remarked, I have answered all my questions for now. I shall seek you out again when new inquiries arise. With such an exceptional mentor at his disposal, he certainly did not wish to squander this opportunity. Akin to having a human encyclopedia at his fingertips. Whenever he yearned for answers, they were readily available. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Well, Orochimaru, you must engage in more contemplation. One cannot rely on the teacher for everything. Knowledge must be discovered through personal exploration. It would be troublesome if, as Orochimaru matured, he burdened his mentor with increasingly complex questions. Should he falter in providing answers, it would render Sarutobi's position rather awkward. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, your inquiries are far too numerous. I am beginning to tire of responding, exclaimed Jiraiya, bound to a post, unabashedly revealing Sarutobi's true sentiments. Though he was physically restrained, he found amusement in the afternoon's relentless question-and-answer session, likening it to deciphering an ancient tome. Observing Sarutobi, the teacher and Hokage, where a face of exasperation and resignation while responding to queries brought him inexplicable joy. It was comforting to know he was not alone in his plight. Sarutobi raised his hand, forming a fist and playfully tapping Jiraiya on the head. Cease your foolishness. Humph. This is meant to cultivate Orochimaru's ability to independently seek knowledge. He then turned to Orochimaru, donning a semblance of seriousness. Though a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. Orochimaru, you have amassed numerous questions. Many answers can be found within the Konoha ninjutsu library. Your contributions to the village have not gone unnoticed, and I shall grant you access to the knowledge within the library. Should you have inquiries, feel free to seek answers there. All ninjutsu, except for forbidden techniques and advanced jutsu, is available for your perusal. Upon hearing the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru promptly nodded in agreement, anxious that the elder might retract his offer. The Konoha Village Ninjutsu Library serves as a superior repository of ninjutsu knowledge, far beyond the village's ordinary library. Only those who undertake missions and accrue substantial contribution points to the village are permitted to exchange for knowledge and techniques. The privilege of unrestricted access is a luxury reserved for the village's elite. Indeed, bearing the lineage of the Hokage grants one manifold invisible advantages. True to his word, a chapter was added after 100 acts of support motivated by love. Initially, it was thought that it would take 2 or 3 days to gather sufficient contributions. But unexpectedly, a brother bestowed a generous gift, which was swiftly counted among the total. Chapter 82. The Ascendant Moonlight's Verdant Glow with Newfound Privileges. Orochimaru found himself exposed to a wealth of knowledge. He meticulously reorganized and planned his study and research trajectory, methodically arranging each activity and schedule. Naturally, he did not neglect his monetary ambitions. On his way home in the evening, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to visit the pharmacy run by the Nara clan, where he procured seeds for vitality-enhancing herbs. Under the bemused gaze of the shopkeeper, he exited with an air of calm composure. Upon returning home, Orochimaru planted the seeds, unleashing a copious amount of cellular energy to irrigate them thoroughly. As he observed the brilliant, firefly-like glimmers of cellular energy, he pondered the methods of human evolution. Perhaps I could draw inspiration from the alchemical practices of my past life, utilizing gentle techniques or even the fluid ninjutsu of Konoha to develop my physique. By continuously absorbing pure life energy through my body, I am certain that I can catalyze the evolution of my physical form. I might also experiment with medicinal cuisine and herbal baths to replenish my vitality. At this moment, Orochimaru was reminded of the longevity practices of the Tsutsuki clan from the original narrative. The Tsutsuki clan hails from the depths of the cosmos, with their entire lineage founded upon the cultivation of the divine tree, consuming its fruit to undergo evolution. This method can be regarded as a passive acceptance of transformation. By harnessing the surging life force contained within the divine tree's fruit, the evolution and refinement of their genetic cells are perpetually propelled forward. After all, the immense energy of a planet is sufficient for a being to attain evolution and a prolonged existence. However, the process is considerably slow. The act of harvesting a planet is excessively domineering and time-consuming. Upon reflection, Orochimaru chose not to pursue this path. In the following days, Orochimaru diligently attended training sessions with Hiruzen Sarutobi, alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade, at the appointed times. Hiruzen Sarutobi, being the mentor who trained the legendary Sannin, possessed a wealth of knowledge and exceptional teaching prowess. Under Hiruzen's guidance, Orochimaru came to realize his shortcomings. Despite appearing formidable, his foundation was tenuous, akin to a castle in the air. Each battle he engaged in relied on unique techniques that caught his opponents off guard. Should his adversaries acquire pertinent information, he risked being targeted and easily defeated. Consequently, Orochimaru devoted himself to rigorous training, investing over half a year in solidifying his foundational skills. During this training period, he did not neglect to explore the methods of refining essence into energy, striving to advance his physical evolution. Yet, this subject was too foreign to Hiruzen, who could not provide assistance. Orochimaru, frustrated by the slow progress of his own research, began to entertain thoughts of taking shortcuts. Orochimaru's attention once again turned to the Hyuga clan. With their all-seeing Byakugan and years of physical cultivation, the Hyuga clan undoubtedly possessed significant research. Regrettably, the Hyuga widow, whom he had previously chosen, had not come to seek him out. Just as Orochimaru resolved to find an opportunity to approach a member of the Hyuga clan, he was unexpectedly confronted by another individual. Yuegwang Qingmong, the first competitor he had surpassed in the Ninja Academy examination, stood before him. Clad in a form-fitting training outfit and bearing a long sword on his back, Yuegwang Qingmong blocked Orochimaru's path. With a grave and earnest expression, he declared, "Orochimaru, I wish to challenge you once more." Faced with the transformed and formidable Yuegwang Qingmong, Orochimaru's gaze flickered, and he accepted the challenge. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from Yuegwang Qingmong, reminiscent of the variations in chakra properties he often encountered during his research. The fundamental chakra nature transformations were limited to 7: Yin release, Yang release, Wind release, Lightning release, Fire release, Water release, and Earth release. Beyond these 7 variations lay the bloodline limits, though the possibilities of the bloodline elimination and bloodline net were exceedingly rare to manifest in a child. Eager to witness the source of Yuegwang Qingmong's confidence, Orochimaru saw this as an opportunity to validate his own progress through recent training. Upon hearing Orochimaru's agreement, a glimmer of joy crossed Yuegwang Qingmong's eyes. Ever since his defeat, he had diligently trained with the singular aim of overcoming Orochimaru and erasing the shame of his prior loss. Furthermore, he had inadvertently developed a technique that he believed could be the key to his victory over Orochimaru. Yuegwang Qingmong's challenge caught the attention of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Observing the situation, Tsunade pulled Jiraiya into a wager. "Jiraiya, let us place a bet. Who do you think will emerge victorious?" "I choose Orochimaru," Jiraiya replied. "His training progress is so rapid, he is bound to win." Tsunade countered, "No, I select Orochimaru as well." Jiraiya retorted, "What? Are you trying to take me for a fool? I'm out of this bet." With a huff, he crossed his arms and turned away. Despite his fondness for Tsunade, he was no fool. How could he possibly place his faith in that Yuegwang Qingmong? That fellow seemed to have deteriorated in strength over time. How could someone like him hope to defeat Orochimaru? Orochimaru's relentless dedication to his training and the remarkable progression of his abilities rendered him incomparable, even to Jiraiya. Alas, Jiraiya refused to engage in a wager with me, which has left me utterly exasperated, Tsunade lamented, raking her fingers through her hair in frustration. Is it so difficult for me to win just once? She reflected on how, as the years have passed, her fortune in gambling has waned considerably. In her youth, she would occasionally secure a victory, but now, regardless of the stakes, defeat seems inevitable. She had yearned for a chance to challenge Jiraiya and finally claim a win, only to have him wisely decline. Hearing the commotion behind him, Orochimaru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The inevitability of Tsunade's losses in gambling was a phenomenon that instilled fear even in him. Had Jiraiya acquiesced to her request, he would have worried about the possibility of being outperformed by the Moonlight's brilliance. Fortunately, Jiraiya stood firm and did not acquiesce. Orochimaru and Moonlight Qingmong arrived at a secluded clearing, where they commenced their warm-up and battle. Moonlight Qingmong unsheathed the long sword from his back. Gripping the hilt with both hands, his gaze intensely fixed upon Orochimaru. His expression was grave, emanating an extraordinarily fierce aura of swordsmanship. "Orochimaru, to triumph over you, I have tirelessly practiced the Leaf Village sword technique day and night. Today, allow me to showcase the fruits of my 6 months of diligent training." With that, he brandished his longsword, surging towards Orochimaru with remarkable speed, unleashing a brilliant sword light. In response to the incoming brilliance, Orochimaru stood resolute, extending his fingers to intercept the onslaught. His fingers released a concentrated burst of chakra, striking against the opponent's sword. In an instant, Moonlight Qingmong's fierce assault was abruptly halted, his momentum momentarily faltering. Observing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he stepped forward, deftly flicking his fingers. With swift precision, the chakra-infused force cascaded upon the hilt of Moonlight Qingmong's sword like a relentless barrage. The impact was powerful, akin to the force of a bullet. Caught off guard, Moonlight Qingmong hastily shifted his strategy from offense to defense, gripping his longsword tightly. Chapter 83: The Art of Intangibility in Light of Moonlight Qingmong's Retreat. Orochimaru moved with an air of nonchalance, his movements fluid and graceful. The energy in his palm surged continuously, determined to draw out the true trump card of Moonlight Qingmong. Faced with the overwhelming prowess of Orochimaru, Moonlight Qingmong took a deep breath, astonished. Orochimaru, I did not expect such remarkable progress from you. You are a world apart from the person I knew at school. Despite his own relentless training, he still felt powerless in the face of Orochimaru's might. Orochimaru stood with his hands behind his back, calmly explaining, Moonlight Qingmong, while you exert yourself, I am striving even harder. This is the very reason you cannot surpass me. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Qingmong was suddenly jolted, and his gaze shifted. Indeed, he was putting forth his utmost effort, yet the prodigious Orochimaru would certainly not remain stagnant. With deep-set eyes, Moonlight Qingmong grasped his sword in one hand while forming a unique seal with the other, softly declaring, Orochimaru, I possess one final lethal technique. If you can unravel it, I shall concede wholeheartedly. As he uttered these words, Moonlight Qingmong's form grew increasingly translucent, vanishing from sight. This astonishing transformation instantly captured Orochimaru's attention. Orochimaru contemplated. So this is the unique phasing technique of the Moonlight clan. It is indeed extraordinary. Orochimaru extended his mental prowess to sense his surroundings. Yet he could not discern the whereabouts of the Moonlight Azure Radiance. A living being had seemingly vanished into thin air. Whether through the ethereal transparency of his form or the silent suppression of his aura and chakra fluctuations, he had completely eluded detection. From his memories, Orochimaru recalled that the technique of intangibility was far superior to ordinary concealment methods, offering both swiftness and might. In this state, one could launch attacks and unleash ninjutsu without revealing their presence, enabling the Moonlight Azure Radiance to execute unexpected strikes. Faced with the formidable bloodline limit, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a glint of intrigue flickering within them as he licked his lips. Ninjutsu-based bloodline limits were a rarity among the 5 great ninja villages. With no detectable aura and the ability to become transparent, this posed only a minor inconvenience for Orochimaru. Under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to perceive someone employing intangibility nearby, but this was combat. The Moonlight Azure Radiance had unwittingly revealed his presence from the outset, instilling a sense of caution in Orochimaru. Orochimaru extended his gloved hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly uttered, Wind Release, technique of whirling air currents. In an instant, a gust of wind, neither too strong nor too weak, emanated from his palm, sweeping away the dust and leaves scattered upon the ground. Concealed in the shadows, Tsukiyomi Saraya's eyes widened in alarm at this sudden turn of events. It appeared that the flaw of his stealth technique had been swiftly uncovered. Gripping his long sword, he disregarded the risk of being detected and lunged towards Orochimaru with fierce determination. The blade sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. With a resounding crash, the clash ensued. Orochimaru, with a flick of his fingers, summoned forth a surge of chakra to thwart the stealthy assault of the long sword, revealing the ethereal glow of moonlight. Undeterred by the intangible brilliance, Orochimaru leapt forward, engaging in close combat with the Leaf Village's fluid technique. What does transparency matter? In close quarters, escape is an impossibility. Faced with the advancing Orochimaru, the Moonlight's radiance was thrown into disarray, resorting to the shadow clone technique in a bid to flee. Yet, in the next instant, 2 powerful strikes shattered the Moonlight's clones, sending the original crashing to the ground. Confronted with his defeat, the Moonlight was enveloped in confusion. Once again, he had lost, so thoroughly it was disheartening. Despite mastering the elusive technique, a skill praised even by his clan, he could not prevail against Orochimaru. Observing the despondent figure before him, Orochimaru's gaze flickered thoughtfully as he approached to offer words of comfort. You have performed admirably. There is no need for such sorrow. You merely chose the wrong opponent. Against anyone else, I dare say it would be quite challenging for them to overcome you. Indeed, Orochimaru was Orochimaru, and others were merely others. Not everyone possesses the immediate acumen to devise a counter-strategy. Furthermore, what Orochimaru did not disclose was that he was equipped with scientific ninja tools. Possessing a chakra battery within him, he was no ordinary ninja. He was one endowed with infinite chakra. While ordinary individuals meticulously ration their chakra, Orochimaru wielded it with abandon. As for the so-called depletion, he could always request more from Hiruzen Sarutobi under the guise of research. Upon hearing the comforting words from the very individual who had bested him, the Moonlight spirit was rekindled, and he gazed at Orochimaru with an intense admiration. This caught Orochimaru slightly off guard, yet he quickly comprehended the sentiment. The ninja world, a creation of the land of cherry blossoms, inherently shares a common trait, an adoration for the strong. Those who can effortlessly defeat others are often held in unwavering esteem. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Orochimaru remarked, "Indeed, you, Moonlight Sarayu, have shown remarkable prowess. Your unique ninjutsu conceals your presence and chakra fluctuations. Delve deeper into its potential, and you shall uncover great depths." Encouraged by Orochimaru's words, Moonlight Sarayu nodded vigorously, his spirit rejuvenated. "Yes, I shall endeavor to work twice as hard." At that moment, Jiraiya, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, approached with gleaming eyes, exuberantly rushing to the two. He seized Moonlight Sarayu's arm. His demeanor transformed from earlier aloofness to one of fervent enthusiasm. "Sarayu, how did you cultivate that ninjutsu just now? Could you possibly teach me?" Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement, and drool nearly dripped to the ground. The technique of invisibility was simply extraordinary. If he could master it, it would become an invaluable tool for peeking at women in the bathhouse. The technique of intangibility was an unintentional skill he had acquired. As he spoke, Jukiyama always suddenly began to cough, his complexion gradually turning pale. After a fit of coughing, the dark circles under his eyes became increasingly pronounced, suggesting severe exhaustion. This transformation left the others exchanging glances in concern. Jiraiya, puzzled, looked at Jukiyama Aoi and remarked, "How is it that at such a young age you are already suffering from exhaustion? This won't do. How will you find a beautiful wife in the future?" He shook his head, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Tsunade approached and began to examine him. Having studied some medical ninjutsu, she immediately assessed Jukiyama Aoi's physical condition. It seemed the earlier technique had taken a toll on him. Jukiyama Aoi gasped in shock upon hearing this. "What? My intangibility could harm my body?" Tsunade nodded, her eyes reflecting a peculiar expression, and said, "It appears that way. Each use of the technique inflicts damage on your body. I suggest you refrain from using it excessively." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jukiyama Aoi's gaze flickered with conflict. The Jukiyama clan in Konoha was not particularly renowned, lacking any significant legacy of special ninjutsu. The intangibility he had discovered was the most formidable technique within his grasp. However, if using it would impair his health, it would become unusable in the future. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. "If you trust me, I may be able to assist you." Chapter 84. The deficiency of in excess and yang deficiency. Jukiyama Aoi turned to Orochimaru, puzzled by his sudden offer, just as Tsunade interjected, "Orochimaru, do you truly wish to help him? His intangibility seems to be a bloodline limit technique, which is usually difficult to heal. It is akin to a bloodline disease. Unless he ceases using this ninjutsu, it might not be treatable." Orochimaru nodded slightly and remarked, "The technique of Inton is rather intriguing. I wish to delve into its study. Perhaps I may uncover a solution. Once I grasp the underlying principles, I might be able to rectify the bodily impairments it causes." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsukikage Aoba's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru possessed such capabilities. Jiraiya interjected, "Aoba, you are indeed fortunate to have Orochimaru assisting you. He will surely help resolve the issues afflicting you." Orochimaru's abilities are acknowledged even by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Sensei. However, it is truly unfortunate that your Inton leads to kidney deficiency. I shall refrain from pursuing it myself and instead develop my own version of Inton. With that, Jiraiya chuckled mischievously, a smile on his face that belied his age. "Go to hell, you perverted fool," Tsunade exclaimed, clenching her fist and delivering a punch to Jiraiya. With a resounding thud, Jiraiya was sent flying across the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, following Orochimaru's substantial financial investment and renovations, the once rudimentary space had transformed into a remarkably modern facility. A plethora of state-of-the-art scientific instruments now filled the previously vacant areas of the lab. Upon entering for the first time, Tsukikage Aoba was taken aback. He had not anticipated the hidden wonders within Orochimaru's abode, and the array of specialized equipment left him utterly astonished. "Orochimaru, what are all these?" Aoba inquired. Having spent his days in the Hidden Leaf Village solely engaged in ninja training, and this was his first encounter with such an extensive array of apparatus, Orochimaru prepared the necessary instruments and casually began to explain. "They were merely conventional devices, suitable only for complementing my routine experiments and studies. Though these instruments appeared satisfactory, they ultimately fell short of the advanced technology one once knew in my previous life. Nevertheless, for Orochimaru, they were adequate enough to serve their purpose. Come here for a moment. Lie down on this." He beckoned, gesturing towards the moonlit azure glow. "I shall conduct a comprehensive examination of your body." Orochimaru's specialized behavior immediately garnered the compliance of Moonlight Chingmong. He hastily approached a nearby bed, allowing Orochimaru to manipulate the instruments for examination. This device, akin to an X-ray, could assess the general condition of the body and analyze changes. However, it merely provided an overview, falling short of the clarity offered by the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru meticulously operated the instruments, scrutinizing the Moonlight Chingmong from every conceivable angle. After completing his examination, he proceeded to extract a blood sample from Moonlight Chingmong for further analysis. Once his research concluded, Orochimaru was suddenly enlightened about the physiological peculiarities of Moonlight Chingmong. However, to validate his hypotheses and findings, he sought out Moonlight Chingmong to pose a query. "Moonlight Chingmong, is your phasing technique a fusion of the chakra attributes of yin release and water release?" Moonlight Chingmong promptly nodded, astonished by the swiftness of Orochimaru's research. Without even having disclosed the cultivation method, Orochimaru had already deduced it through his sophisticated instruments. "Indeed, I possess the powers of both yin release and water release within me." Orochimaru nodded, his understanding deepening as he grasped the reason behind Tsukikage Sirin's bodily changes. "I comprehend now," he mused. "The fusion of yin release and water release has adversely affected your physique, rendering it unable to withstand the demands of the transparency technique. Yin release possesses the remarkable ability to transform the intangible into the tangible, conjuring the non-existent into existence. When intertwined with water release, it manifests a transparent and invisible effect. However, the overwhelming flow of yin release, amplified by water release, disrupts the delicate balance of yin and yang within your body, gradually leading you into a state of excessive yin and diminished yang. As the yin energy intensifies, it naturally culminates in a frail and feeble constitution, accompanied by a lethargic spirit. The Nara clan, too, practices yin release, and its influence has rendered them indolent and devoid of vigor, perpetually yearning for slumber." Upon hearing Orochimaru's elucidation, Tsukikage Sirin experienced a profound epiphany. He exclaimed in astonishment, "No wonder my body falters each time I practice the transparency technique. Alas, I wonder if you possess a remedy, Orochimaru?" He placed his hopes upon Orochimaru, yearning for assistance to resolve this predicament. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the situation was far from simple. Each time he employed the technique of intangibility, it suppressed the yang release within his body, resulting in a certain degree of harm. Such a bloodline limit was indeed somewhat cumbersome. However, Orochimaru was not without recourse. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a small pill he had been developing. This seventh-generation pill possessed a potent and robust efficacy, being harmless to the body and even offering restorative benefits. "Perhaps you might consider trying this," he suggested. "It should provide you with some assistance. Do not consume more than one a day." He had yet to disclose the existence of this pill to Hiruzen Sarutobi, as its effects were rather vigorous and somewhat challenging to manage. The human body is a complex cyclical system, and such an intensely powerful pill would inevitably induce certain repercussions. There were instances where consumption could lead to overwhelming exhilaration, resulting in a loss of rationality, with thoughts solely fixated on carnal desires. There were also instances where it could render one as unyielding as steel, yet press upon the neurons, robbing one of genuine pleasure. Moreover, there were circumstances where it could incite an insatiable urge to pursue every opposite sex, reaching an extreme level of thirst. Orochimaru discovered that the small pill was not as simple as it seemed. Consequently, he devoted a portion of his time to meticulously blend several herbs, ultimately creating this refined version. This iteration proved to be remarkably effective. A concoction derived from a harmonious fusion of numerous herbs, enhanced by the infusion of yang release chakra to amplify its efficacy. Upon consumption, it elicits no adverse reactions, instead invigorating the individual with unparalleled energy and vitality. While the results are commendable, the production process has become significantly more intricate. Orochimaru contemplated further simplifications before presenting his concoction to Hiruzen Sarutobi for sale. Presently, a profound transformation of yin and yang was occurring within Tsukikage Samu, prompting Orochimaru to offer his remedy for experimentation. Ordinarily, such an endeavor should pose no complications. With an excess of yin, it was only prudent to replenish the yang. Tsukikage Samu gazed at the small vial of pills before him, readily assenting to the trial. The prospect of remedying his physical ailments was nothing short of splendid. He uncorked the vial, extracted a single pill, and swallowed it whole. In an instant, the pill cascaded down his throat and settled in his abdomen, emanating a unique warmth and soothing sensation. Tsukikage Shimu felt enveloped in a comforting warmth, involuntarily releasing a soft, contented hum. It was exquisite. He felt as if he were nestled within a furnace, with all the chill within him dissipating. Today, I shall provide an additional update. Although I did not reach the milestone of 100 acts of love, a few brothers graciously offered rewards, which I have accounted for, converted into acts of love. This amounts to approximately 160, nearly permitting me to publish 4 chapters in one day. The remaining 60 acts of love shall accumulate for tomorrow. Chapter 85. The indescribable pill. Observing the pallor of Tsukikage Shima's face gradually regain its color, Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had not anticipated that his humble pill would possess additional therapeutic benefits. Should it be sold to the Nara clan, it could indeed yield considerable fortune. Recalling the lackluster demeanor of his mentor, Nara Shinichi, throughout the day, a peculiar grin spread across Orochimaru's face. Grateful for the remedy, Tsukikage Shimu immediately expressed his heartfelt thanks to Orochimaru and proposed a reward. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and proceeded to inscribe the method of mastering the technique of Inton. Aside from the 7 fundamental transformations of chakra, Inton was the first bloodline limit ninjutsu that Orochimaru had collected. Overall, Inton possessed an exceptionally high research value. As he contemplated the cultivation method of Inton, Orochimaru bid farewell to the moonlit azure glow and embarked on an in-depth study. With his unparalleled ninja talent and mastery of the 7 chakra transformations, he harbored no concerns regarding his ability to cultivate. Chakra coalesced in his hands, manipulated to enact the transformations. From his left hand, he derived yin release chakra, while his right hand manifested water release chakra, subsequently merging the two together. In moments of combat, Orochimaru was frugal with his chakra, yet during research, he was unreserved. Although he had yet to uncover the principle behind inducing uncontrolled chakra transformations, he had delved deeply and thoroughly into guiding the transformations of chakra within his body. For him, chakra transformation was merely a special type of chemical reaction. Through persistent experimentation, varied results could be achieved. The yin and water releases intermingled, merging in a 70-30 ratio as advised by the moonlit azure glow. His exquisite control over chakra allowed Orochimaru to effortlessly fuse the 2 chakra transformations, a feat made possible by his tireless endeavors and research. Had it been anyone else, they might have needed to attempt it hundreds of times. As thoughts of concealment surged forth, a chilling sensation enveloped his hands, spreading from within. Under the influence of this unique chakra, his palms gradually lost their physical form, becoming transparent. Intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Orochimaru tightly clasped his hands, feeling the presence of his vanishing yet lingering palms, and began to marvel. Chakra is truly a wondrous phenomenon. The bloodline limits are remarkable fruits born from the vast tree that is the chakra system. Even the most ordinary of techniques, such as the H-ton, yield such effects. Orochimaru pondered the other bloodline limits as well. Techniques akin to ninjutsu, including explosive release, dissolution, gale release, scorch release, magnet release, boiling release, and crystal release, sparked his curiosity. He wondered if he could experiment with similar methods to create combinations. By fusing 2 chakra nature transformations in a precise proportion and utilizing mental prowess for evolution, new possibilities might arise. Furthermore, what of the special physical bloodline limits, such as the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Shikatsumiyaku? Could they represent a permanent alteration of chakra attributes within the body? This new line of inquiry immersed Orochimaru in his laboratory, where he embarked on various experiments and studies. He systematically arranged and combined the 7 fundamental chakra types, fusing and evolving them. The entire process was devoid of embellishments, resembling an assembly line, simple, monotonous, and exceedingly tedious. Meanwhile, Tsukikage Aoi returned home with a pill in hand, sharing the events of the day with his parents. Upon hearing that the H-ton could pose risks to his health, his mother immediately grew concerned for his well-being. "Aoi, are you all right? If it's harmful, you mustn't practice anymore." Tsukikage Aoi shook his head, gently reassuring his mother. "Mother, I'm fine. After taking the pill from Orochimaru, I feel much better." Though still young, the effects of the medicine had yet to manifest strongly. However, Tsukikage Aoi's father, Tsukikage Hanki, furrowed his brow, harboring suspicions about Orochimaru. He doubted that Orochimaru's intentions were genuine and suspected that he sought merely to exploit the H-ton that Tsukikage Aoi had developed, a bloodline limit of significant prestige within the Hidden Leaf Village. The thought of Orochimaru exchanging such a potent technique for merely a bottle of pills infuriated him. Had he not heard that Orochimaru was a disciple of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would have rushed over, sword drawn, to confront him. "Give me that medicine. I want to see what could possibly remedy the flaws of the aged Ton." Tsukiakari Hanki stated coldly. In his view, it was only natural for such a formidable bloodline limit technique to possess some flaws. Faced with his father's imposing demeanor, Tsukiakari Aoi reluctantly retrieved the vial from his embrace and handed it to him. Tsukiakari Hanki accepted the vial, uncorked it, and poured out a single pill, bringing it close to his nose. A faint herbal aroma wafted from the pill, invigorating his very cells and compelling him to swallow it. Could this truly be some extraordinary treasure? Under the moonlight, Hachio hesitated for a moment before placing the pill in his mouth, chewing it thoughtfully. As a seasoned ninja, he had consumed more medicinal substances than an ordinary person has eaten rice. He could discern the quality of the medicine with just a taste. Initially, he intended to merely chew and then spit it out. However, the allure of the substance proved too irresistible, and he swallowed it whole. Cursing himself for consuming an unknown pill, he was suddenly enveloped by a warm, invigorating sensation rising from his dantian, revitalizing his body. Even the lingering injuries from past battles seemed to heal in that moment. The astonishing effect left this experienced ninja in awe. He murmured, "Could it be that I was mistaken? Perhaps that child, Orochimaru, truly provided something remarkable for Qingmong." Turning to his son, Uemong Qingmong, he hesitated before advising, "This medicine should be fine, but refrain from taking too much for now to avoid any complications." As he spoke, his gaze grew fervent, shifting to his wife beside him. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "Qingmong, you are now a mature child. Why not move to the West Room tonight?" Feeling an inexplicable unease, Qingmong nodded silently, clutching his blanket as he exited the bedroom. Once he departed, Hanchio pulled his wife's slender waist closer, his eyes alight with desire. "Keiko, for some unknown reason, you appear particularly enchanting today. It has been far too long since we indulged in intimacy. Let us seize this night." With renewed vigor, Hanchio emerged from the bedroom, a triumphant expression gracing his face. The previous night's battle had rekindled his masculine spirit, an experience beyond words. His gratitude and eagerness for the special pill grew. Chapter 86. The missing pills. In the days that followed, peculiar events began to unfold within the Uemong clan. Qingmong consistently discovered that his pills mysteriously vanished while he slept. Alarmed, he sought out his parents to explain the situation. "Father, mother, has someone infiltrated our home? My supply of pills has diminished significantly." He produced the pill bottle, which had once been brimming, but now contained less than half. His mother, Keiko, cast a reproachful glance at her husband. Hanchio averted his gaze, clearing his throat. "Do not worry, my son. I shall investigate this matter. Focus on your training." Qingmong nodded and turned to leave, sensing an oddity in his parents' demeanor, as if they were concealing something from him. Once Qingmong was gone, Keiko pinched her husband's waist playfully, chiding him, "You've been secretly consuming our son's pills. What will he do now?" Under the cold autumn moonlight, Uetsuki Kankyu, with an air of confidence, remarked with a slight smile, "I shall seek out the Third Hokage shortly to request additional supplies. Given my contributions to the village, a mere few bottles of medicine should pose no issue. Once acquired, one bottle shall be for my son, and the other for myself." To this, Wheezy interjected, "Did not our son mention that the medicine was provided by a classmate named Orochimaru? Why then would you approach the Third Hokage?" Uetsuki Kankyu chuckled. "Ah, you fail to grasp the significance. Such invaluable medication could hardly be procured by a mere child. Orochimaru is a disciple of the Third Hokage. It is plausible that the Hokage, seeking to strengthen ties with my clan, has facilitated this through his pupil. Having recently ascended to his position, the Hokage's influence remained shallow. His previous endeavor with the chakra batteries garnered him some merit within the village, and now, naturally, he seeks to ally with the minor clans to amplify his authority." Upon hearing her husband's resolute assertions, Wheezy nodded in agreement, her gaze filled with admiration. Sensing her reverence, Uetsuki Kankyu instinctively straightened his posture, eager to embark on a grand endeavor. As the sun reached its zenith, Uetsuki Kankyu emerged from his home, a cheerful demeanor gracing his countenance, and made his way to the Hokage's building. Following his application, the news swiftly reached the office. Sitting amidst a pile of documents, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Uetsuki Kankyu sought his audience. The relationship between the ninja clans and the higher echelons of Konoha often adhered to an unspoken understanding, seldom requiring direct encounters. On the opposite side of the office, Kamachi and Mito, Members of Konoha's F4, upon hearing the news, promptly put forth their suggestions. As elder advisors to Sarutobi Hiruzen, they aided him with various ideas and counsel. Perhaps it would be wise to meet with him. He may have significant matters to discuss. One suggested. Indeed, it could be that he feels the call of the will of fire, seeking to forge a closer bond with you, added the other. Taking his companion's advice to heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, signaling for the Umbu ninja to usher Uetsuki Kankyu into his presence. Moments later, Uetsuki Kankyu entered slowly. Bowing deeply before Sarutobi Hiruzen, each gesture exuding profound respect for the Third Hokage. This reverence was sincere, for Sarutobi Hiruzen held the key to his resurgence. Seeing the head of the Uetsuki clan display such deference filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with joy akin to savoring a sweet delicacy. Recently having taken on the mantle of Hokage, he lacked the formidable prowess necessary to command the respect of the village's ninja clans. The leaders of the various ninja clans, both great and small, outwardly displayed their reverence towards him. Yet, this respect was merely superficial. In the changing tides brought about by the autumn moonlight, he perceived a glimmer of opportunity and transformation. Could it be that his diligent efforts had unveiled his inherent charm to others? Or perhaps it was the imposing stature he embodied that compelled them to bow in deference. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind wandered amidst these reflections, though he outwardly maintained the dignified presence befitting the Hokage. What brings the head of the Moonlight clan to seek my audience? He inquired. Moonlight Kankyu glanced at the nearby Tsunade and Mito, hesitating as he contemplated whether to speak. Sensing his apprehension, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "Speak freely. We are all allies here." Momentarily taken aback, Moonlight Kankyu cast a glance at Tsunade, uncertain of the propriety of discussing such matters in the presence of a woman. Yet, the unwavering gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen compelled him to articulate his request. "Lord Third, I have come to seek a remedy, specifically, those small pills that replenish one's energy and vitality, enhancing one's physical well-being." His words were somewhat circumspect, subtly indicating to Sarutobi Hiruzen the nature of his request. Sarutobi Hiruzen, perplexed by the ambiguity of his statement, looked quizzically at Moonlight Kankyu and then at the two elder advisors, who also appeared utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind Moonlight Kankyu's words. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's feigned ignorance, Moonlight Kankyu cleared his throat and elaborated, "I mean the pills that invigorate one's essence, revitalizing their vigor. Your disciple, Orochimaru, provided my son with a vial, and the results were quite remarkable. I intend to procure a few more vials, which I can exchange with my contribution points." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of confusion, pondering the incongruity of such a request. Why would one seek to invigorate themselves in such a manner? However, upon recognizing that the remedy in question originated from Orochimaru, he quickly grasped the situation, realizing it was likely yet another of Orochimaru's concoctions. Orochimaru truly is something else, possessing such remarkable items, yet he did not think to offer a taste to his mentor first. He observed Tsukiakari Kankyu, feigning an expression of understanding. "So it was that. You may return for now. I shall send someone to deliver it to you." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's agreement, Tsukiakari Kankyu departed with uncontainable joy, witnessing Kankyu's exuberance. A wave of doubt stirred within Hiruzen. Could this pill truly be as miraculous as suggested? Prompted by Kankyu's words, Hiruzen found himself disinclined to attend to his duties, instead contemplating an immediate visit to Orochimaru to inspect this so-called rejuvenating elixir. Clearing his throat, he addressed the two elder advisors nearby, instructing, "You shall remain here and attend to your responsibilities. I have matters to attend to." Mito Manin, perceiving Hiruzen's intentions, coughed awkwardly, hinting, "A friend of mine is also interested in acquiring a vial." Hiruzen exchanged a knowing glance with him, their unspoken understanding palpable. Meanwhile, Korakid Shuka regarded the two with disdain, scoffing, "Ah, the follies of men. Hiruzen, needing a pill to compensate for his shortcomings is one thing, but Manin, as a single man, what do you need it for?" Upon hearing his name, Mito Manin grew visibly flustered, glancing at his childhood companion, his demeanor shifting to one of bashfulness. "Well, I truly have a friend." Observing the awkward dynamic between his companions, Hiruzen shook his head inwardly. Manin's pitiful state would surely prevent him from ever pursuing Korakid Shuka. As for himself, he was fortunate. His family had arranged a betrothal for him since childhood, ensuring he would wed the lovely Bawako of his clan. Chapter 87. The inheritance of bloodlines. Seizing the opportunity while the two elder advisors were entangled in their banter, Hiruzen quietly made his way to Orochimaru's residence. Most of the time, Hiruzen adopted a laissez-faire approach towards Orochimaru. After all, he recognized that Orochimaru possessed a remarkable level of self-discipline and aptitude for learning, far surpassing that of his peers. Even if Hiruzen did not teach earnestly, Orochimaru would seek out knowledge independently, diligently studying and honing his skills. Over the past 6 months, Orochimaru had exhibited the traits characteristic of a prodigious student. While he was commendable, Hiruzen lamented his own ineffectiveness as a teacher. Despite considering himself well-versed and knowledgeable, he felt as though he were being drained dry. Moreover, Orochimaru's research interests were somewhat peculiar, as he continually sought to apply scientific principles to the chakra system, aiming to unravel the complexities and changes inherent in chakra attributes. Such pursuits had strayed far from the traditional content of study, leaving Hiruzen unable to offer substantial guidance. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's abode, Hiruzen immediately noticed the pale and listless visage of his pupil. This sight startled him, prompting an urgent examination of Orochimaru's condition. Fortunately, after a thorough inspection, he discovered that it was merely a case of excessive fatigue, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Hiruzen patted his chest and looked at Orochimaru, inquiring, "Orochimaru, what on earth are you doing? Why have you allowed yourself to become so disheveled?" Previously, he had witnessed Orochimaru conducting research, but at that time, Orochimaru appeared quite ordinary. However, now he discerned an unusual blend of excitement and apathy etched on Orochimaru's face. A peculiar and strange phenomenon. "Have you made some new research discovery?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a hint of confusion. Orochimaru's eyes shifted thoughtfully, and he gradually regained his former brilliance. He adjusted his physical state and, during his conversation with Hiruzen Sarutobi, slowly emerged from a state of exhilaration and numbness. Gazing at Hiruzen, Orochimaru spoke with an enthusiasm that was barely contained. "I have recently acquired the technique of the H-ton, and through its practice, I have been exploring the methodologies of various bloodline limits. By continuously merging and deducing the combinations of 2 distinct chakra nature transformations, I am able to forge new chakra attributes. I have persistently amalgamated the 7 chakra transformations and, through meticulous experimentation, have unveiled several other chakra variations." As he spoke, Orochimaru began to demonstrate before Hiruzen. Water release chakra combined with fire release chakra yields steam release. Earth release chakra fused with fire release chakra produces crystal release. Earth release chakra alongside fire release chakra results in dissolution release. Wind release chakra combined with water release chakra generates ice release. Witnessing the array of bloodline limits born from Orochimaru's manipulation of chakra attributes, Hiruzen's eyes widened in astonishment. These are your discoveries? These are bloodline limits, each one an extraordinarily rare existence. Even within the confines of Konoha, they are exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, Hiruzen observed that Orochimaru had deduced the techniques of other villages' bloodline limits, leaving him utterly astounded. As Orochimaru made his move, it was nothing short of a trump card. After showcasing his abilities, he remarked with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The fusion of each bloodline limit demands immense energy and focus for thorough study, requiring meticulous combinations and proportional adjustments. If only I had a bit more time, I could deduce the myriad transformations of all chakra attributes. However, the workload is tremendous. I have yet to delve into the transformations of lightning release, wind release, and yin-yang release, among others. Even if I were to succeed in my research, it would merely alter the attributes. Applying these changes in combat would necessitate extensive exploration and investment of time and effort. Presently, the results of my fusion are merely in their infancy. Upon hearing Orochimaru's earnest words, Sarutobi Hiruzen clutched his heart, feeling as though it would leap from his chest. When did bloodline limits become trivialized? Orochimaru's surprise was indeed monumental. The bloodline limits had become as accessible as wholesale goods, even if one could not engage in battle. A breakthrough had been made, paving the way for others to explore and develop corresponding methodologies. He pressed a hand to his chest and found a chair to sit down, taking quite a while to regain his composure. The initial shock of such a stimulating revelation caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to momentarily forget his purpose for coming. He admonished Orochimaru, saying, "Orochimaru, you have done remarkably well, but you must ensure that this information remains confidential. Once it is revealed, you will undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from rival villages. The compendium of bloodline limits is enough to incite frenzy among the shinobi of the entire ninja world, and even Konoha will be unable to shield you. Nevertheless, you have performed admirably. You may quietly continue your research and development. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to consult me." Orochimaru nodded slightly, extending his hand towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, and remarked, Master, I humbly request a small favor. I require the assistance of a member of the Hyuga clan with Byakugan, and it would be advantageous to acquire several sensory ninjutsu as well. The control of lightning and yin-yang chakra is rather challenging, and I need Byakugan for support. Enthralled by the fusion of elemental transformations, Orochimaru momentarily forgot to seek a suitable member from the Hyuga clan. With Sarutobi Hiruzen now speaking, he certainly would not hesitate to ask for assistance. After all, his research could significantly enhance the village's overall strength, and Hiruzen would be unlikely to refuse. Seeing Orochimaru unabashedly request assistance, Hiruzen was inclined to acquiesce. However, upon hearing the mention of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, he hesitated, furrowing his brow. Byakugan? The Byakugan is a unique ocular technique of the Hyuga clan, adept at observing chakra attribute changes, which indeed offers certain supportive benefits. Nevertheless, the Hyuga clan possesses the caged bird curse seal, and the branch family members serving the village may not necessarily keep secrets. If any confidential information were to be leaked, it would lead to dire consequences. In Hiruzen's perspective, the Hyuga clan, despite appearing as integral members of the village, had not fully integrated into its fabric. This sense of alienation was evident in their daily lives and various behaviors. They remained conservative and feudal, refraining from intermarriage with outsiders. Orochimaru, however, was not overly concerned with Hiruzen's apprehensions. He was solely focused on completing his research. Observing Hiruzen's indecision, Orochimaru pondered aloud. Is it not possible to utilize ninjutsu to erase the memories of the Hyuga branch family member involved in the research? I recall that the village does possess such techniques. Does it not? Hiruzen nodded in affirmation, stating, the Yamanaka clan, part of the Ino-Shikicho trio, excels in mental manipulation and perception, adept at altering the memories of others. However, such techniques are not without their flaws. Intruding upon another's memories can expose the user to discovery. Furthermore, excessive memory alteration may adversely affect the individual's mind, potentially rendering them foolish. Tsuruhi Hayazaki is troubled by this predicament. He seeks collaborators for an experiment, yet must ensure that the specifics of the experiment remain concealed. Furthermore, the counterpart in question belongs to the esteemed Hyuga clan, known for their bloodline limit. Should any unforeseen casualties arise, it would be challenging to provide an explanation to the Hyuga family. Involving the head of the Yamanaka clan in the operation would only entangle them in the secret, potentially leading to an increasing number of individuals becoming aware of the matter. Yesterday's additional chapter has been completed, hooray! Today's endeavor for love has yielded 60 installments. I wonder if I might add another tomorrow. Unbeknownst to me, we are nearing 200,000 words. How swiftly time passes. Chapter 88. Savoring upon hearing that the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques possess flaws, Orochimaru is reminded of Yamanaka Ino's ability to manipulate human bodies. This secret art allows one to invade another's physique, gaining temporary control and mobility. A spark of inspiration ignites in Orochimaru's eyes as he addresses Tsuruhi Hayazaki, inquiring whether there exist any techniques within the village that enable spiritual invasion of another's body. If I could acquire such knowledge, I would be able to control the bodies of the branches of the Hyuga clan, unlocking the Byakugan and completing my research experiment. Tsuruhi Hayazaki ponders for a moment before quietly responding. Indeed, there is such a technique, but you must not disclose it to anyone. My mentor, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, had clandestinely studied the techniques of the ninja clans within our village. However, this behavior is strictly prohibited. Thus, my teacher conducted his research in secrecy, and I stumbled upon it only after succeeding to the position of Hokage. Upon hearing that Senju Tobarama had compiled a collection, Orochimaru's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and a subtle smile graced his lips. How splendid! With this secret technique in his possession, he would attain a fleeting ability to manipulate others' bodies, thus gaining a measure of control. In due course, orchestrating the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly expedite the progress of his experiments considerably. Moreover, as he would be wielding the Byakugan himself, the precision would far surpass that of any verbal descriptions provided by others. However, Orochimaru swiftly redirected his attention towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Considering that the Shimura clan possessed various techniques, the esteemed second Hokage must have compiled a comprehensive collection, wouldn't he? Surely, I am engaged in endeavors beneficial to the village. Requesting a few techniques for research should pose no issue. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Orochimaru's assent with a grin, couldn't help but chuckle. Orochimaru, your demeanor is remarkably akin to that of our late teacher, Tobarama. Alas, had the teacher not passed so prematurely, I could have recommended you for his guidance. Orochimaru smiled and said, Lord Tobirama and I both have a penchant for exploring novel concepts. When it comes to choosing a mentor, I naturally prefer you. This statement was not mere flattery. It was a sincere expression from Orochimaru's heart. Senju Tobirama possessed exceptional research capabilities, coupled with a ruthless and decisive personality, akin to Orochimaru's original self. However, this also meant that being a disciple of Senju Tobirama was no simple task, as one was constantly subjected to scrutiny and evaluation. Those who did not meet the standards could easily be discarded as pawns. Such individuals, being overly rational, do not make for good mentors. Consider Danzo. Had he stepped forward to cover the retreat, he might have become a martyr by now. Hiruzen Sarutobi, on the other hand, proved to be a commendable teacher. His ability to nurture the legendary three ninjas attests to his teaching prowess, and he exhibited kindness towards his students. Even when Orochimaru erred, Hiruzen Sarutobi showed mercy and spared his life. Who would not desire a teacher of such caliber? As Orochimaru praised his most esteemed disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt an immense joy within. Just as he prepared to take his leave, he suddenly recalled the true purpose of his visit. He cleared his throat and addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I sought you out today to discuss a matter. The head of the Suki family approached me, stating that you provided his son, Suki no Aomon, with a certain pill, and he wishes to acquire several more vials. Upon hearing this request for pills, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, filled with intrigue. More? Was Suki no Aomon consuming them as if they were sustenance? However, upon further reflection, he considered that perhaps the effects were so remarkable that they wished to procure additional vials for future use. Orochimaru nodded slightly, then turned back to the laboratory cabinet. Retrieving a labeled vial from amongst several bottles and jars, he presented the pill to Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating, This is all that remains. Let Tsukuyami Amara consume it sparingly. It was never intended for him in the first place, so he should be cautious and not take too much at once. One wonders if excessive consumption might affect the development of a child. Orochimaru had consumed several of these pills himself, finding little impact on his health. Yet the daily intake proved to be overwhelming. Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the crux of the matter and inquired, Orochimaru, what is the intended purpose of this pill? What effects does it possess? He was eager to discern Orochimaru's response, curious if the latter would attempt to deceive him. This concoction, of course, was devised solely for the purpose of generating profit for the village, Orochimaru casually declared. However, the pills developed exhibited various deficiencies, which is why I had refrained from presenting them to you. As for their effects, they indeed provide the unique enhancements that every adult male requires. Regrettably, this batch, despite its superior efficacy, proved too cumbersome for mass production, leading to its rejection. Orochimaru sighed, acknowledging that his understanding of pharmacology and human anatomy was still rather superficial. A single revitalizing pill had him utterly perplexed, which left him feeling quite helpless. However, he could not entirely blame himself. After all, his extensive research and training left him little time to delve deeper. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately felt the urge to slap himself. How could he doubt someone so devoted to the village? Glancing at the pills in the glass vial, Hiruzen swallowed hard, intrigued by the prospect of trying one of them. It wasn't a matter of mistrusting Orochimaru. Rather, he believed that only through his own examination could he grasp their authenticity. With a gentle smile, he lavished praise upon Orochimaru, saying, Orochimaru, I truly recognize the contributions you have made to the village. As your teacher, it brings me immense joy to have a disciple like you. I shall take this pill with me. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to contact me. After this, he departed from Orochimaru's residence and stood at the crossroads, wavering for a moment. To his left stood the Hokage building, and to his right, his own home. Clearing his throat, he realized he was out of cigarettes and decided to return home first. Choosing his path, he hurriedly made his way back. Upon reaching his abode, he mysteriously entered his study and retrieved the vial of pills. There remained a considerable quantity inside, all produced by Orochimaru in one go. After all, with the raw materials at hand, it was impossible to create just a minuscule amount. The aroma was pleasant. These were not the spicy, irritating concoctions one might expect. No wonder Tsukiakari had come seeking them. Their efficacy far surpassed that of commercial alternatives. Sarutobi Hiruzen sampled one, testing the remedy upon himself. As he swallowed the pill, it transformed into a wave of warmth that enveloped his body, infusing his vital organs with a gentle vitality. In an instant, it felt as though he had reverted to his youth, his body radiating with vigorous life force. Ninjas undergo rigorous training from a young age. often bearing hidden injuries and wear and tear. While these minor afflictions do not pose significant threats to the body, they can become detrimental in subtle ways, such as fatigue or lack of endurance. As Sarutobi Hiruzen aged, he too faced such challenges. Yet now he felt as if he had returned to the pinnacle of his youth. Chapter 89. The Scapegoat Danzo Rejuvenated. Sarutobi Hiruzen reclaimed his former vigor within the confines of his home, once again taking the reins of authority. This encounter had illuminated the efficacy of the pills for him. Truly remarkable, they were indeed. Upon reflecting on the necessity of allocating a portion to Moonlight Honshio, he felt a twinge of reluctance, having long since forgotten about Mido Minyan. Nevertheless, as the Hokage, he upheld his promises and ultimately distributed the pills to Moonlight Honshio. From that moment on, the two embarked on a period of delightful companionship. Particularly for Sarutobi Izashi, his wife, Pipalake, began to exhibit an increasingly submissive demeanor towards him. Unbeknownst to him, her transformation had attracted considerable attention. Pipalake, not only the wife of Sarutobi Izashi but also the current director of the Konoha hospital, had formed alliances with several wives from various clans. Amongst women, it was common to convene tea gatherings to share personal anecdotes and strengthen their bonds. This practice was tacitly approved by Sarutobi Izashi, as fostering good relations with the wives of the shinobi was a strategic advantage. Certain delicate matters could be communicated subtly through Pipalake. On this particular day, several clan wives gathered together, indulging in delicacies and sipping tea, while engaging in light-hearted conversation. One lady, gazing at the radiant Pipalake, expressed her admiration. "Madam Sarutobi, your complexion is truly remarkable. Have you been using the legendary universal skin cream?" In her mind, the revitalization of Pipalake's once-dull skin could only be attributed to some rare and precious skincare product. The widely circulated rumors of Konoha's universal skin cream, reputed to be crafted from a unique formula, immediately sprang to her thoughts, given the potion's illustrious reputation. The other ladies turned their expectant gazes towards Pipalake, all having heard whispers of this miraculous remedy, yet none had ever beheld it. Pipalake shook her head, recalling the true source of her newfound glow, and smiled shyly. "It is not the universal skin cream. I have merely been enjoying a harmonious marital life, which has been quite comfortable for me lately." She did not conceal much from her friends, as they were close companions, and discussing such personal matters was not unprecedented. Harmonious marital life? No wonder. The Hokage is indeed formidable, unlike my own. Oh, let's not even talk about it. Mine is not so great either. I can barely get into the mood. The candid remarks from these married women would undoubtedly leave any unmarried girl blushing with embarrassment. Mrs. Hyuga whispered, "Does the Hokage possess some secret formula?" Pipalake, "Do share with us." Pipalake recalled a peculiar behavior from her husband recently and pondered before replying, "I am not entirely sure. But I remember him mentioning wanting to express gratitude to the head of the Moonlight Clan." The Moonlight Clan? All eyes turned to Lady Huizi of the Moonlight Clan, who happened to be present at the tea gathering. "Sister Huizi, I hadn't noticed you until now. Your complexion has improved significantly as well. It seems your life is quite harmonious too." Indeed, indeed. What special secrets do you possess? Please, share them with us swiftly." The ninjas, in their pursuit of maximizing their physical potential, often inflict harm upon themselves, leaving many unable to cope. This is indeed a dilemma faced by the esteemed ladies. Witnessing her fierce and determined sisters, Huizi felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Under the relentless inquiries of her companions, she ultimately faltered and divulged the secret. There exists a certain pill that, once consumed, bestows one with vigor and vitality. The specifics of this medication elude me. I must consult Lord Hokage, for he is likely to possess the knowledge. Upon receiving this intelligence, the ladies hastened home, subtly hinting to their husbands. The clan leaders, perplexed by the sudden urgency, found themselves compelled to approach Sarutobi Hiruzen, albeit with considerable reluctance. The arrival of one clan leader after another brought Sarutobi both delight and a sense of unease, as they all beseeched him for the miraculous pill. The news spread rapidly, igniting a fervor among the powerful and influential clan heads, all concurrently seeking Sarutobi's assistance. The relationship between the higher-ups of Konoha and the ninja clans gradually transitioned towards harmony and tranquility, spurred by the allure of the pill. After all, Sarutobi held the key to happiness in his hands. Yet, he found himself less than jubilant. As he gazed upon the dwindling supply of pills in the vial, a sense of reluctance enveloped him. Why is everyone seeking me out? My supply is nearly exhausted. I wonder if Orochimaru has developed any new medications? I must urge him to expedite his work. In response to Sarutobi's urging, Orochimaru adjusted the pace of his research, hastening the development of a new generation of pills. He had long harbored ideas for this new medication, yet had not acted on them until now. With the acceleration of research and ample practical experience, he soon unveiled a new generation of pills. The manufacturing process had been significantly streamlined, and while the efficacy did not fall short of the previous generation, it lacked the nourishing effects. With the arrival of the new generation of pills, Sarutobi felt as though he had seized the lifeblood of the village. Once aloof clan heads now approached him with smiles, seeking the precious pills. In this, Sarutobi recognized the burdens borne by many adult men. He found himself reflecting within the Hokage office. It is astonishing how remarkable Orochimaru's research has proven, garnering such admiration. Were these pills to be sold? Even without the financial backing of the Land of Fire for military expenses, they could likely sustain the village's operations. Nevertheless, I cannot personally engage in the sale of this product. As Hokage, my image must remain dignified and resplendent. Selling such a thing would be utterly disgraceful. After deep contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of his dear friend Danzo. As the shadow and root of Konoha, Danzo was the most suitable choice for this task. Even if he were to be ridiculed, it would be his own affair, not that of Konoha or the Hokage. When it came to taking the blame, Danzo was the most fitting candidate. Moreover, Danzo had previously auctioned the universal ointment, and his reputation and connections still remained intact. It was simply perfect to have Danzo sell the small pills. When Danzo was summoned, he appeared utterly bewildered, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a furrowed brow. "Hiruzen, why have you called me here?" He had been exceedingly busy lately, investing the wealth he acquired into training root ninjas. The more root ninjas he had, the more treasure he could unearth. Thus, safeguarding this lucrative avenue was paramount. Upon seeing Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened, and a gentle smile graced his face. "Danzo, I have some good news. You previously inquired about Orochimaru's research results, and I believe you were right. There is indeed something that would suit you." However, upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo felt no joy. Instead, he regarded him with suspicion. "Are you truly being so kind-hearted? Hiruzen is not known for his altruism. He must be planning to make me take the fall again." Seeing Danzo's wary expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly cleared his throat. "Danzo, how could you think of me that way? We are dear friends, and when I have good fortune, I will certainly think of you. I recall you were selling the universal ointment. Orochimaru has developed a new type of pill, and I intend for you to sell it. The profits from these pills could contribute 20% to the root as funding." Small pills. Danzo narrowed his eyes, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen and bluntly rebuking him. "You mean to say that I would promote a pill meant to rejuvenate one's vigor and engage in light-hearted banter with the clan heads? I am the root of Konoha, the shadow. How could I sell such disgraceful items? I refuse." Even if Danzo operates without scruples, he does not wish to be associated with the sale of such products. If word got out that I sell small pills, I would be utterly humiliated. Seeing Danzo's reluctance, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly invoked the name of Konoha to persuade him. "Danzo, I understand this may not sound appealing, but everything is for the sake of Konoha. With our wealth, the village can develop more robustly and spread the will of fire throughout the world. In that time, you, Danzo, will be hailed as a hero of Konoha." Danzo's cold, impassive expression shifted slightly, indicating he might have been swayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Noticing this, Sarutobi hastily continued to elaborate. "Surely you are aware of the extraordinary effects of this pill. If this venture succeeds, an endless stream of wealth will flow in, providing a stable foundation for your resources." Danzo had also learned from his subordinates just how miraculous the pill's efficacy was. Furthermore, this product was suitable for all adult men. And if the market were to be developed, it would indeed represent a vast ocean of opportunity. Having already made a profit, Danzo felt a shift in his resolve. Yet he clenched his teeth and declared, "Selling this item would tarnish my honor and reputation." Just as Sarutobi believed Danzo was about to decline, he heard Danzo say, "I can sell this, but the price must be increased." The mere mention of a price increase brought a smile to Sarutobi's face. Securing the deal was paramount. The two men, driven by their mutual interests, engaged in further negotiations until they finally reached an agreement. In Danzo's name, they would sell the small pills, thereby generating substantial wealth and benefits for Konoha. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, upon receiving the news, chose to focus solely on production. The new generation of pills could be manufactured effortlessly by simply placing the materials into the machine, ensuring a continuous supply. The automation of pharmaceutical production alleviated much of his workload. However, the thought of these trivial matters potentially disrupting his research led Orochimaru to contemplate whether he should reveal the secret of using cellular energy to nourish plants. Disclosing this secret could enable the village to engage in research and operations, allowing him a measure of ease in the future. Moreover, the village possessed ample manpower and resources, which would undoubtedly expedite the process compared to his solitary endeavors. Ultimately, he decided to postpone the decision for now. In the future, when seeking benefits, he could leverage this secret to negotiate with the village. Orochimaru shook his head, redirecting his attention once more to the cultivation of secret techniques. The various ninjutsu transmitted by Sarutobi Hiruzen captivated Orochimaru, compelling him to immerse himself in study and research. Techniques such as the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan, the insect manipulation technique of the Aburame clan, the shadow manipulation technique of the Nara clan, and the heart-turning technique that Orochimaru sought, all represented the core secrets of the ninja clans. Although they appeared deceptively simple, these techniques were crucial to the legacy of the clans. Without this foundational knowledge and theoretical understanding, one could not extend or develop other powerful ninjutsu. By acquiring these secret techniques, one could create corresponding ninjutsu for targeted assaults. This illustrates just how cunning the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, truly was. In the event of a rebellion among the ninja clans, armed with confidential ninjutsu, he could quickly devise a strategic response. After all, the variety of ninja techniques is vast, and intelligence is of utmost importance. Mastering the relevant knowledge enables one to strategize in battle, thereby achieving targeted outcomes. After obtaining the secret technique, Orochimaru's initial focus was on the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. He uncovered the principle behind this technique, which transforms ingested food into fat stored within the body. When the time for battle arrives, he can utilize chakra to stimulate the fat cells, causing them to expand and amplify his combat capabilities. Moreover, under the manipulation of this secret technique, the fat cells can also be converted into chakra energy, providing sustenance for prolonged combat. This characteristic captivated Orochimaru, leading him to delve deeper into his research and temporarily postpone his studies on the mind-body switch technique. He recognized the extraordinary potential of this secret art. Over the course of half a month, Orochimaru developed a unique material that enhanced the chakra battery. With only a small portion of this material, he could store a substantial amount of energy, making the chakra battery significantly more portable. It was only when he realized that he could not develop new items for the time being that he turned his attention to the mind-body switch technique. This technique is a mental art that presents a much higher threshold for the average individual, not something just anyone can practice. Furthermore, certain aspects of the technique require a person with formidable mental strength to meet its criteria. The clan residing in the mountains is renowned for their exceptional mental prowess. Considering my mental strength is relatively strong among ordinary individuals, and with the nourishment from spiritual herbs and fruits, I estimated that I might meet the threshold. Regardless, I decided to give it a try. Each person's mental strength varies, and without a definitive method for assessment, Orochimaru could only make an estimation. He diligently practiced the mind-body switch technique according to the scroll-less instructions. The technique itself is quite straightforward, comprising two main steps. The first is to concentrate mental energy at a single point, while the second involves directing this mental energy towards the enemy, releasing it to seize control of their body and mind. Though it appears simple, the execution is far from easy. Firstly, one must possess mental strength that significantly exceeds that of the average person and be capable of wielding it effectively. The second point necessitates projecting one's mental energy outward with blinding speed, overpowering the opponent's psyche to seize their body. This aspect is crucial yet perilous. Not only must one ensure that their mental energy overwhelms the opponent without backlash, but the body also cannot move freely during the technique's execution. This is a common affliction among mental-type ninjutsu. This predicament reminded Orochimaru of Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique. However, the rank and potency of the spirit transformation technique far surpassed those of the mind-body switch technique, making it considerably more dangerous to practice. One technique temporarily occupies a human body using mental strength, while the other occupies a body in a spiritual form. There is indeed a significant distinction between the two. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, expressing keen interest as he remarked, "The mind-body switch technique indeed resembles a diluted version of the transformation technique. I wonder if there is any connection between the two. Once I have mastered the mind-body switch technique, I shall seek out Master Sarutobi to acquire the transformation technique for further study." Orochimaru recalled that the technique of spiritual transformation was documented in the Book of Seals. However, even without it, he could rely on his memory to seek out Dan Kato. Chapter 91. Shortcut. In the tranquil and dimly lit laboratory, Orochimaru sat cross-legged, his knees bent, as he continuously formed hand seals, diligently honing and refining his spiritual power. Through this practice, he relentlessly tempered his mental strength, striving to concentrate it into a singular point. The spear of the spirit, now unleashed. Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes, and a flicker of golden light emanated from his gaze, releasing an invisible shockwave. In an instant, the space around him rippled slightly, as if disturbed by a gentle breeze. Nearby, a target dusted with flowers swayed subtly, releasing a cloud of fine powder into the air. Observing this scene, Orochimaru rubbed his aching head and rose to approach the target. His aim was still somewhat lacking, as he sensed the emptiness within his mind. It felt as if something intangible had been drawn away, leaving him in a state of discomfort. He understood that this sensation stemmed from the substantial depletion of his mental energy. Mental energy, after all, is a unique force that enables the mastery of one's physical form. Its exhaustion inevitably impacts the body. Yet, in that moment, Orochimaru could not conceive a remedy. While he awaited the restoration of his mental energy, he seized the scroll of the heart-turning technique and began to study it once more. Adjacent to the scroll were annotations and remarks left by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. According to Tobirama, the heart-turning technique exemplifies the essence of release. By harnessing this power, one can imbue their mental energy onto another, seizing control of their body. This notion plunged Orochimaru into deep contemplation. Among the ninjutsu he had mastered, there were few techniques belonging to release. Only the unique ability of phasing stood out. Phasing combined his own release with water release, merging it within his being. One was rooted in his own body, while the other resided within another, which indeed bore similarities. Could there be a possibility for adaptation? In Orochimaru's mind, a spark of inspiration flickered, as if he were on the verge of grasping a profound insight. The technique of body switching envelopes the mental energy in a form of release, inducing a state akin to sleep paralysis in others. However, within the consciousness of the individual, this is perceived as a blatant invasion, prompting fierce resistance from the original host. Should this endeavor fail, one would be met with a backlash of mental anguish. Thus, is there a means to ensure that the other party does not resist, but rather joyfully embraces the intrusion? Is there a shortcut to this end? Orochimaru fell into a deep reverie, contemplating various recommendations and considerations. The human body is akin to a nation, each possessing its own distinct regime, and interference among them is prohibited. The technique of mind transfer is comparable to a surprise military incursion into foreign territory, seizing control of the sovereign to command the vassals. Even when one occupies another's mind and body, there remains the ever-present threat of counterattack from the original owner's subconscious. Such circumstances render the mind transfer technique unsustainable in the long term. A thought has arisen within me. Orochimaru slammed his hands upon the table, rising to his feet in a fervor. He murmured to himself, "All I need to do is devise a method to enable others' bodies to accept my spiritual energy without resistance. I could potentially create a new ninjutsu or perhaps employ medicinal substances to alleviate the opposition posed by the mind transfer technique's target." Orochimaru felt increasingly exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he contemplated this ingenious solution. He could not assure that his youthful spirit would overpower others without facing repercussions. However, he could employ alternative methods to diminish the resistance of his original self. In this manner, even if his mental prowess fell short or his body-switching technique lacked strength, he could seamlessly exert control over another's body. Such a cunning approach was remarkably straightforward, for ninjas are inherently those who unconditionally accept commands. To embrace the path of a ninja, one must cultivate immense patience. Orochimaru took up pen and paper, commencing his intricate scribblings. Subsequently, he reached out to Sarutobi Hiruzen, requesting him to select individuals to partake in his experiments. Upon receiving this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Orochimaru had made enhancements to the body flicker technique, and thus, he lent his full support to Orochimaru. After all, should the modifications to the body flicker technique be uncovered, it would be difficult for him, as Hokage, to absolve himself of responsibility. Orochimaru refined his secret technique, rendering it undetectable by others, which brought him a sense of assurance. Furthermore, his research did not necessitate any fatalities, alleviating some of the concerns of Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the memories of his past life, Orochimaru would not heartlessly disregard human lives. A select few participants secretly arrived at the Konoha laboratory for the experiment. Orochimaru, employing his ingenious mindset, devised a unique ninjutsu that several individuals began to learn. The technique was not particularly arduous. It primarily involved the suppression of one's subconscious and inherent nature. After diligent practice, their mental fortitude gradually expanded, inadvertently diminishing their defenses against spiritual-based ninjutsu. During this period, Orochimaru concocted a batch of alluring fragrances to assist in the training. The synergy between the ninjutsu and the medicinal concoctions significantly enhanced the training methods of these individuals by lowering the threshold and mitigating the backlash. Orochimaru promptly initiated his experiment, the art of mind transformation. Orochimaru formed hand seals with both hands, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon one of the participating experimenters. The two were mere inches apart. With a hum, Orochimaru felt a sudden darkness envelop him, followed by an overwhelming sensation of spinning. When he finally opened his eyes once more, his perspective had transformed. Ha ha ha, it is a success. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile as he raised his gaze to meet the reflection of his younger self across the way. As he pondered the passage of time, he realized that he was approximately 6 years old. Yet, Orochimaru had never been particularly concerned with age, thus he had not paid it much heed. He sensed a unique connection between his physical form and his current consciousness, as if a slender thread linked the two, with a mere desire. He could instantly return to his original body. However, at this moment, he was simultaneously at his most vulnerable. His body was under attack, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Meanwhile, his consciousness, tethered to another, was also subjected to assault, which would inevitably weaken his mental fortitude. Yet, there were advantages to this predicament. He could perceive the thoughts of the individuals involved in the experiment and manipulate the body he inhabited to perform ordinary actions. In this hazy awareness, he discerned that his host was a ninja who had secretly received a mission, participating in his research. The choice of this individual was influenced by the dire illness afflicting his mother, who desperately needed funds for treatment. The deeper the obsession, the more easily it could be sensed. In this moment, Orochimaru's mental energy intertwined with the mental realm of his host, forging an enigmatic connection. The realm of the psyche is indeed a fascinating and worthy domain for exploration. Orochimaru possesses the ability to perceive the spiritual energy within others, along with the subtle yet persistent force of resistance that seeks to constrict and repel his own consciousness. This sensation is faint yet restrained, embodying a paradoxical nature. Orochimaru understood that it was his own ninjutsu that had taken effect. The mental fortitude derived from adulthood is indeed formidable. Orochimaru's mental prowess is marginally superior to his adversaries. Furthermore, Orochimaru can effortlessly invade the opponent's mind and manipulate their body, a feat made possible by the opponent's practice of the mind-body switch technique, which entails relinquishing their defenses. Orochimaru could sense the calm depths of his opponent's heart, struggling to suppress their aversion towards him. This ninjutsu proved to be quite effective, eliciting admiration within Orochimaru. He likened himself to the stationed American troops in South Korea, where, despite engaging in nefarious deeds, the government would still assist him in subduing its citizens. This technique could only be employed on specific individuals and would be utterly ineffective against adversaries. Fortunately, Orochimaru did not intend to use it as a means of confrontation. His sole objective was to have the cooperating ninja relinquish control of their body to him. With the success of the initial attempt, Orochimaru had amassed considerable experience and knowledge. Through experimentation, he gained a clearer understanding of the effects and limitations of this ninjutsu. As long as he refrained from undertaking actions that might dangerously provoke the original host's psyche, the effects of the technique would persist. At this juncture, Orochimaru's mental fortitude would be put to the test. After several attempts, Orochimaru discovered that in the absence of resistance from his original self, he could maintain control for approximately half an hour. During this interval, he was able to manipulate the other's body, performing various ninjutsu techniques and training exercises. However, he realized that his physical form and consciousness could not stray too far apart. Otherwise, he would lose the mental connection. This situation resembled a poor signal, leading to a loss of network connectivity. The optimal distance for maintaining this connection was roughly around 10 meters. After numerous revisions, Orochimaru finally perfected the ninjutsu and was ready to implement his plan. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen had, under the auspices of the Hokage, borrowed a branch family member from the Hyuga clan. This individual was none other than Hyuga Watanabe. Following the graduation assessments, Hyuga Watanabe's standing within the family had plummeted dramatically. His defeat in the competition led to scorn and derision from many members of his clan. The mounting pressure had left him in a state of turmoil. Thus, the sudden summons from the Hokage for a secret experiment significantly lifted his spirits. He believed that by diligently cooperating in the experiment, he would earn the Hokage's esteem and alter the opinions of his family members. With this optimistic thought, he arrived at the laboratory. Upon entering, Hyuga Watanabe encountered a youth of similar height, clad in a white lab coat, his face obscured by a peculiar mask that concealed his true appearance. Orochimaru, upon recognizing the visitor as an acquaintance, offered a slight nod, betraying no significant surprise. Hinata Wutian, despite his tender years, had awakened to be a Kugen, and his gentle fist technique was commendable. His innate talent was not to be underestimated among his peers. Furthermore, his youth suggested that his mental fortitude was not yet formidable, making him an ideal candidate for manipulation. Orochimaru presented the secret technique, the Soul Nightmare technique, to Hinata Wudo, stating in a calm tone, "Cultivate this technique, and subsequently, assist me in my experiment." To facilitate this interaction, Orochimaru altered his voice, rendering it unrecognizable to Hinata Wudo. Upon receiving the technique, Hinata Wudo perused its contents. Feeling a sense of bewilderment yet unable to voice any objections, he complied with the instructions. This was largely due to the prior admonitions from the elders of his clan, who had cautioned him against questioning or speaking out of turn, instructing him to merely follow orders. After numerous sessions of diligent practice, Hinata Wudo ultimately succeeded in mastering the technique, enabling him to suppress his subconscious and inherent nature. This achievement filled him with joy, for it signified his exceptional aptitude and talent. "I have succeeded in my training," he declared, seeking out Orochimaru to report his progress. In response, a flicker of delight sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes as he immediately initiated the true experiment alongside him. Observing Hinata Wudo's cooperation, Orochimaru felt that collaborating with the village was indeed a fortuitous decision. With the village as his backing, he could procure whatever he desired. As Hinata Wudo activated the secret technique, Orochimaru ignited a specially crafted incense. The fragrant smoke wafted through the air, enveloping the space in an otherworldly, tranquil aroma. Breathing in this scent, Hinata Wudo's consciousness began to blur, plunging him into a profound nightmare. In this state, he found himself bereft of any resistance, nearly incapable of opposing the invasion of another's mental prowess. Gazing at the dazed Hinata Wudo, Orochimaru formed hand seals, concentrating intently as he gathered his mental energy into a singular point. Mind turn technique, activate. With his hands brought together, his thumbs and forefingers aligned, he directed his focus at the nearby Hinata Wudo. In an instant, the concentrated mental energy transformed into a bullet, striking true at Hinata Wudo. As the mental force penetrated his being, Orochimaru established a unique connection with his body. With a single thought, the landscape of perception began to shift. Orochimaru realized that he had successfully transitioned into the body of Hinata. Upon entering his mind, Orochimaru was engulfed by the suffocating pain and anguish that pervaded it. This torment stemmed from the Hinata clan's rigid stubbornness and repression, a twisted reality that remained concealed from outsiders. What appeared to be normal was, in truth, bordering on madness. Orochimaru, from the depths of his spiritual realm, could sense an overwhelming dread towards the Hyuga clan, coupled with a profound resentment towards the injustice of his own fate. Yet, these emotions remained concealed, suppressed deep within his heart. The so-called prestigious families were not so easily navigable. Reflecting on the twisted nature of the Hyuga lineage, Orochimaru embarked upon his research and experimentation. This was a rare opportunity to engage with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Were it not for the enhancement of his status and prestige through the use of pills and chakra batteries, he would not have even been able to approach this endeavor. As Orochimaru manipulated the body of Hyuga Niji, he gradually rose to his feet and began to pace within the confines of the room. He alternated between walking, leaping, and throwing punches. His curiosity regarding the clan possessing the Byakugan, a bloodline limit, was insatiable. Through a series of meticulous operations and studies, Orochimaru discovered that Niji exhibited extraordinary prowess in physical strength and martial arts. Apart from a slight deficiency in chakra, every trait was remarkably exceptional. Truly, after generations of meticulous refinement, the Hyuga clan had honed their mastery of martial arts to a level where each member could be deemed a genius. Demonstrating several intricate techniques of the Leaf Village style, Orochimaru could not help but exclaim in admiration. These martial arts, which he had only been able to master after consuming numerous mystical fruits, appeared to Niji as effortless as eating or drinking. After assessing his physical capabilities, Orochimaru turned his attention to the gentle fist technique. He employed his mental prowess to delve into the recesses of Niji's mind, meticulously dissecting the most familiar memories within. Among these recollections, the gentle fist and Byakugan stood out prominently. However, as Niji belonged to the branch family, his training in the gentle fist had only reached the 16 palms. Nevertheless, gaining insight into these foundational techniques was a significant achievement that Orochimaru was keen to exploit. Subsequently, he activated the Byakugan, akin to a raven occupying a nest, utilizing another's bloodline limit. The moment the Byakugan was unleashed, Niji's countenance contorted, veins bulging, rendering him a fearsome sight. Upon activation, Orochimaru distinctly felt his vision expanding, acquiring an almost superhuman quality. This bestowed him with nearly 360 degrees of unobstructed insight, along with an acute perception of genjutsu and chakra flow. Such was the marvel of ocular-based bloodline limits. It piqued his curiosity for thorough investigation. Immersed in the visual realm provided by the Byakugan, he was captivated. Orochimaru discovered that the entire world had transformed, as if he had activated a mode of extraordinary perception. The surroundings and objects around him were vividly visible, rendered with exquisite detail. Even a single speck of dust in the air could be meticulously observed. Chapter 93. Progress and Experiment. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As Hinata Wushin's subconscious rejected the foreign presence, Orochimaru dispelled the ninjutsu and returned to his own body. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, Orochimaru understood that opportunities to utilize the Byakugan were abundant, and there was no need to rush. At that moment, Hinata Wushin awakened from the darkness, slowly opening his eyes in confusion. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a long dream, only to awaken and forget it all. As he beheld the figure clad in a white coat and wearing a mask before him, his consciousness gradually returned, and he recalled that he was participating in an experiment. "Sir, has the experiment concluded?" he inquired, a hint of fear creeping into his voice due to the unconsciousness he had experienced during his slumber. Fortunately, his body was unharmed. He had not been dissected, nor did he find any strange additional parts, which brought him a sigh of relief. Orochimaru proclaimed, "Today concludes our session. You are to report promptly at this same time tomorrow." Hearing that he was to return did not astonish Hyuga Wuji. Instead, he was consumed with curiosity regarding the nature of the experiment in which he was participating. He had practiced a peculiar ninjutsu and subsequently slumbered until the conclusion of the session. Such an occurrence was indeed strange. Despite his efforts to unravel the mystery, he could not discern the purpose of the experiment. His body remained unscathed. Could it be that he was merely invited to take a nap? With this question lingering in his mind, he returned to the Hyuga clan's ancestral grounds. Upon his return home that evening, elder members from the branch family approached him, inquiring about the details of the experiment. While they were willing to grant face to Sarutobi Hiruzen, their curiosity about the experiment's content was undeniable. The fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen could consistently produce extraordinary results indicated the existence of a specialized experimental facility within Konoha. It was astonishing that the Hyuga clan, given their stature, had remained oblivious to this until now. Their acquiescence to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request was motivated by a desire to uncover the truth. However, despite their relentless questioning, Hyuga Wuji could provide no answers. The only information he could divulge was the technique he had practiced, the dreaming soul technique, which induced a state of drowsiness. Yet, the nature of this technique left the members of the Hyuga clan perplexed. After all, they could never have imagined that this secret art was crafted to complement the heart-turn technique, a unique ninjutsu. After its practice, it was intended to lower the defenses against the secret arts of the Mountain Clan, rendering it a rather mischievous technique. Following a fruitless investigation, the Hyuga clan ultimately abandoned their prying ambitions. They came to realize that the village indeed housed a specialized laboratory engaged in peculiar experiments. The specifics of the experiments remained unclear, and the confidentiality measures were exceedingly stringent. In the days that followed, Hyuga Wuji dutifully attended the village laboratory at the appointed hour, collaborating with Orochimaru's research. Each day, Orochimaru eagerly anticipated his arrival, utilizing the Byakugan for his studies. During this time, Orochimaru also collected some of Hyuga Wuji's blood and tissue samples, preparing to attempt cloning a body. Unfortunately, current technology had not advanced to that level. Cloning techniques were still immature, and Orochimaru had no resources to learn from. Consequently, he had no choice but to postpone this endeavor. However, employing the Byakugan as a microscope did lead Orochimaru to uncover the secrets of chakra attribute variations during his experiments. The reason Orochimaru was unable to discover the inducement factor for chakra attribute transformation lies primarily in the fact that such a phenomenon does not exist within the body. Rather, it requires stimulation from the brain for the body to secrete it. When a ninja guides the transformation of chakra attributes, it is under the influence of brain stimulation that a unique substance is released. This substance serves as a crucial inducement for the alteration of chakra energy attributes within the body. The previous lack of discovery can be attributed to the ephemeral nature of this secretion, which dissipates almost instantaneously. Consequently, Orochimaru's attempts at skinning and extracting muscles from individuals yielded no discernible evidence. Although the Byakugan may not possess formidable combat strength, its auxiliary capabilities are truly exceptional. Orochimaru activated his Byakugan and, upon shifting his perspective, experienced a profound transformation in both his worldview and thought process. Many previously perplexing concepts became effortlessly clear through this newfound vantage point. Upon identifying the chakra attribute induction factor, Orochimaru promptly commenced his research and capture endeavors. However, he was unprepared for the fact that this pursuit would consume a staggering 2.5 years of his life. Throughout this span, he employed various methods and techniques to extract a minuscule portion of the secreted substances. After dedicating considerable time and energy to their preservation, he delved into in-depth study. Once he finally elucidated the molecular structure, further time was expended to develop synthetic compounds. Following the completion of the artificially synthesized induction factors, they had to be subjected to experimentation and practical application. This journey from nothingness to creation drained Orochimaru of immense energy and time, enlightening him to the reasons behind the original Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality. The path to uncovering truth is invariably long and arduous. Despite his self-proclaimed status as a top-tier scientific genius, he could not escape the rigors of his research direction. Fortunately, all his efforts bore fruit, culminating in the development of a groundbreaking achievement: the ability to transform non-attribute chakra into various elemental forms. Furthermore, by altering the molecular structure of the secretions, he could even construct specialized attribute chakras. Techniques such as boil release, fire release, explosion release, and crystal release could be harnessed through Orochimaru's mastery of fusion methods, employing scientific skills to manifest them. With this technology, Orochimaru crafted a unique scientific ninja tool, the Omniversal Gloves, an upgraded product of chakra gloves. Utilizing these gloves, he could unleash diverse chakra attributes in combat. Moreover, with the ability to manipulate attribute variations, Orochimaru could effortlessly wield various ninjutsu, albeit currently limited to bloodline limits. The fusion of 3 or more attributes remains a challenge yet to be conquered, marking a long road ahead. Having concluded this phase of research, Orochimaru felt elated and granted Hinata a lengthy respite. However, numerous tasks still awaited him. Over the course of 2.5 years, many changes had transpired. For instance, he delivered a batch of new type pills to Danzo and the Roots. Indeed, during this period, Orochimaru re-established contact with Danzo, albeit within the framework of a pharmaceutical supply relationship. Initially, Danzo faced ridicule when selling the small pills for the village. Yet, as time progressed, the widespread adoption and remarkable efficacy of the pills brought astonishing profits to both Danzo and the village. Rumor has it that Danzo's pills reached distant lands, becoming exceedingly popular and in high demand. A continuous influx of wealth has gradually enriched the village, allowing Danzo to stand tall with newfound pride. Although he proclaims himself as the shadow of Konoha, a hidden root deep within the village, his reputation has permeated countless households, embedding itself in the hearts of many. Tales of the god of medicine of Konoha, a ninja who governs the essence of manhood, have become widespread. Upon hearing such rumors, Orochimaru nearly succumbed to laughter, relieved that he had not revealed his true identity as a pharmaceutical creator. His thin skin might not withstand such grandiose praise. In contrast, Danzo possesses a thick skin, capable of bearing such a heavy burden of notoriety. Chapter 94. Smuggling drugs. Having concluded his errands, Orochimaru received a summons from his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The call was made in the name of the teacher, summoning him along with Jiraiya and Tsunade to the training ground. At this stage, Orochimaru and his companions had reached the age of 9, and their physical appearances were beginning to mature. Orochimaru, I truly envy your ability to spend each day in the laboratory, Jiraiya lamented upon seeing him. You cannot imagine how tiresome it is for Tsunade and me to undertake trivial D-rank missions assigned by the teacher. When will we be allowed to leave the village and engage in more formidable tasks? As the 3 legendary ninjas grew, Hiruzen Sarutobi gradually shifted from daily training to assigning them simpler tasks. These missions primarily involved menial chores, cleaning the streets, unclogging drains, or locating lost pets for affluent merchants. Naturally, Jiraiya and Tsunade remained the main workforce. Orochimaru, in need of conducting research, conferred for an extended period with Sarutobi Hiruzen, ultimately securing the exemption from a majority of his duties. His task was merely to transform these responsibilities into a series of uncomplicated experimental outcomes. This fortunate turn of events allowed Orochimaru to keep the secrets of the botanical garden to himself. Each time he merely had to present the unique flora he cultivated and concoct potions with remarkable effects, requiring little in the way of extensive research. The extraordinary potency was sufficient to astonish Sarutobi Hiruzen. Faced with Jiraiya's incessant chatter, Orochimaru could only shrug in resignation. Meanwhile, Tsunade, unable to endure any longer, delivered a punch to Jiraiya in irritation. "If you would just behave, perhaps we could have already undertaken more advanced missions," she exclaimed. After receiving the blow, Jiraiya cradled his head in a display of feigned innocence, lamenting, "It's not my fault. Who asked you all to be so extraordinary?" The trio consisted of a princess from the Senju clan, blessed with a unique bloodline, who had been surrounded by abundant resources and esteemed mentors from a young age. Orochimaru, relying solely on his exceptional talent and relentless effort, managed to achieve a remarkable breakthrough. In contrast, Jiraiya, despite his diligent training, found himself overshadowed by his two companions, which left him feeling quite despondent. Pouting, he lamented, "I have been working hard as well. Recently, I have even been developing a unique ninjutsu." Upon hearing his words, both Orochimaru and Tsunade expressed interest. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also arrived and, intrigued by Jiraiya's statement, stood aside to observe. "Jiraiya, do show me what you've created," urged Sarutobi, his curiosity piqued. He had not held high expectations for his apprentice, but the notion that Jiraiya had developed his own ninjutsu caught him by surprise. Had he truly overlooked Jiraiya's potential and brilliance all these years? Under the watchful eyes of his friends and mentor, Jiraiya stepped into the center of the training ground, dramatically sweeping his sleeves, his expression grave. The next instant, he shouted, "Technique! All shuriken, launch!" Countless shuriken erupted from his sleeves, scattering haphazardly in all directions. The cacophony of clattering shuriken startled the onlookers, as the results were far from what anyone had anticipated. Tsunade, infuriated, promptly struck him on the head, leaving a noticeable bump. "You fool, Jiraiya." Sarutobi sighed from the sidelines, realizing his expectations might have been misplaced. With a genius like Orochimaru as a disciple, he found contentment, yet Jiraiya, despite his shortcomings, was indeed commendable. It was simply the prowess of his teammates that eclipsed him. He intervened in their playful banter and addressed the trio. "I have come to take you on a mission to broaden your horizons. However, due to my status as your teacher, I cannot stray far from Konoha. We will remain in the vicinity of the village." Upon hearing that they could venture outside the village, Jiraiya's spirits soared. "Wonderful! I have longed to see the world beyond our village, even if it is just nearby." Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with excitement as well. Among the four present, only Sarutobi and Tsunade had ventured beyond the borders of Konoha and witnessed the world outside. In this era, it was not a simple matter to leave the village. Ordinary civilians typically traveled in groups or along familiar routes. The reasoning behind this was primarily due to the chaos of the outside world, plagued by bandits, rogue ninjas, and other dangers. Occasionally, even enemy ninjas would launch covert attacks on talented ninjas just departing from the village. These myriad factors resulted in the youngest children often not being permitted to leave the village, relegated to undertaking mundane tasks instead. "Master, what kind of mission is this? It's not a task to find a pet, is it?" Tsunade inquired. "Of course not. This is a C-rank mission, which may involve combat with rogue ninjas. The difficulty will be somewhat elevated," he replied. Upon hearing of a challenge, Jiraiya immediately rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement. After training for so long, he finally had the opportunity to test his skills against a few opponents. Observing Jiraiya's enthusiasm, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled softly, choosing not to dissuade him. Although Jiraiya appeared youthful and lacking in strength, it was essential to consider his competitors. In the broader world, compared to ninjas with incomplete legacies, Jiraiya's abilities were quite formidable. Without needing to elaborate on his prowess, he would easily dispatch several mere genin. Orochimaru, with an eager hand, began to polish the myriad gloves, his restlessness palpable as he prepared for an imminent endeavor. After all, the weapon he had meticulously crafted was freshly completed, yet it had yet to undergo any trials. With tasks at hand and adversaries to confront, this was undoubtedly the most opportune moment to test his creation. Observing the lively expressions of his disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured grandly, leading the way.